Chapter 1. Qingyang Middle School, a key high school in the city. It was around 5:15 in the afternoon, shortly after school was over. In a corner of the campus, a 7-point girl warned a boy seriously, "Zhongding, I can't possibly like you, please don't bother me." The boy was confused. When did he start liking this girl? When did he start pestering her? Could it be because we met by chance on the way to school this morning and he took the initiative to say hello? Classmate Zhao Ruoming, thank you so much. Zhongding came back to his senses, breathed a sigh of relief, and said sincerely, "You called me here, and I didn't know how worried I was that you would confess to me. Everyone knows that I am a kind person, and I really can't bear to hurt you." "Stop." Zhao Ruoming couldn't help but scream, and then with a look of anger and contempt, she quickly cursed, "Zhongding, do you think I can't see through your little tricks? Humph, you dare to do it but not to take responsibility, and you force yourself to quibble and put the blame on others. It will only make me hate you more. Remember, you will never have a chance. Because the one I like is Zhang Ruochen, who is tall, handsome, good at studying, noble, and super good at playing basketball. You are not even 1/10,000th as good as him." After saying that, she turned around and ran away, fearing that if she stayed with Zhongding for any longer, others would see her and misunderstand her. Zhongding was so angry that he didn't even give him a chance to refute. If he really liked and pursued Zhao Ruoming, he deserved to be rejected by Zhao Ruoming. The problem is that he didn't have it at all. It was such a common thing for classmates to say hello when they met on the way to school, but Zhao Ruoming thought he had ulterior motives and gave him a clear warning. He thought about it seriously for a while and felt that in addition to Zhao Ruoming being too self-righteous, another reason was that he was ordinary. He is 1.73 meters tall, a bit handsome self-evaluation, above average grades, average in sports, and no talent. Being ordinary is the original sin, and girls will regard you as an ambitious person and guard against you at all costs. Ding, you who are not willing to be ordinary have been selected by the myriad male god system. At this moment, a voice that was neither male nor female suddenly sounded in Zhongding's mind. System binding. Binding completed. Hello, host. This system is the God of all worlds system, which aims to make every host a god that everyone looks up to and admires. After testing by this system, you are still far from being the standard of a male god on Earth. I will start to tailor a plan for you to cultivate a man of honor. The plan to train the Earth's male god has been completed. Host, this system has already concretized the Earth god training plan into different tasks. Please complete them carefully, otherwise the consequences will be serious. Ding, mission released, run 5,000 meters at the playground within half an hour. Reward, increase height by 2 centimeters, and get 10 points for male god. Zhongding was confused by a series of voices in his mind. What the hell is the myriad male god system? Running 5,000 meters can increase your height by 2 centimeters. Is this a lie? Beep, the host is detected to be disrespectful to this system, giving a small punishment. As the androgynous voice rang out in his mind, Zhongding fell to the ground the next moment, his whole body trembling and twitching, his hair standing on end, his eyes rolled back, and he foamed at the mouth, as if he had been electrocuted. That's right, he was electrocuted. The strong electric current flowed through his body, causing him to feel a sharp pain that he will never forget for the rest of his life. Fortunately, it was just a minor punishment and lasted only 3 seconds. Although it was only 3 seconds, Zhongding sat on the ground for several minutes before he barely recovered. After he recovered, he still sat on the ground and refused to get up. The numbness and soreness all over his body had not completely subsided. Ding, friendly reminder, 5 minutes have passed. Please complete the task in time, otherwise you will be punished. For example, electric shock for more than 30 seconds. The system's voice sounded in my mind again. Ah! Zhongding screamed in horror, stood up hurriedly and ran towards the school playground. 3 seconds of electric shock would take half of his life, so wouldn't he become an immortal if he was electrocuted for 30 seconds? The school playground is bustling with activity, with many students exercising, playing basketball, football, running, etc. Zhongding rushed into the track and ran wildly, which did not seem out of place at all. After running 2 or 3 laps, Zhongding felt a little exhausted and slowed down involuntarily. Hey, Zhongding, you run really fast. I had to follow you 3 times before I caught up with you. A bright and pleasant female voice came from the right ear. Zhongding subconsciously turned his head and saw a tall girl with bright eyes, white teeth, and outstanding appearance running side by side with him and smiling at him. The girl's name was Chu Mingshuang. She was the class sports committee member and also sat in front of him. Xu Mingxuan loves physical exercise. She is tall and slender, with a pair of long legs that make people drool. Her waist is so slender that it can be held in one hand, her chest is high, and her skin is fair and shiny. There are countless boys in the school who secretly drool over her figure. However, it is rumored that Xu Mingxuan has a powerful family background, so no one dares to harass her. "Hi, Miss Chu." Zhongding smiled, raised the corners of his mouth, and said with a grin, "I'm going to run 5,000 meters. I'm in a hurry, so I have to run fast." "You want to run 5,000 meters? Xu Mingxuan couldn't help but smile. "Come on." She remembered that in the last physical education class, she almost failed to finish the 3,000-meter race. Now Zhongding actually wants to run 5,000 meters. It's not impossible to run 5,000 meters, but Zhongding didn't pay attention to allocating his physical strength at the beginning. He ran 3 laps at the beginning, and when she caught up with him, Zhongding's speed had obviously slowed down. According to her estimation, Zhongding could only run 2 laps at most and then he could not run anymore. And 5,000 meters is 12.5 laps. Oh, boy's vanity. Zhongding also realized that Xu Mingxuan thought he was bragging, so he grinned at Xu Mingxuan and then ran faster. After running another lap, Zhongding felt a burning sensation in his chest. He tried to breathe in by rising and falling, but it seemed as if he could not get any air. My heart was beating even faster, as if it was going to jump out of my chest. My legs felt as heavy as lead. No, I can't run anymore. Zhongding couldn't help but say to himself and wanted to give up. The next moment, he thought of what he had just said to Xu Mingxuan, that he would run 5,000 meters, and even more so of the pain of being punished by electric shocks. He gritted his teeth again and continued running. After running another lap, his legs seemed to be moving not on his own, his vision went dark, and his body was shaky. Zhongding's body had reached its limit, and he was only supported by his fear of being punished by electric shock. Beep, the host's body has reached its limit, and the auxiliary mode has been activated. Zhongding could no longer hear the system voice in his mind, but the next moment he felt a warm current surging from deep inside his body, flowing through his entire body, limbs and bones, giving his body a sense of strength. Sensing a trace of inexplicable vitality, Zhongding was overjoyed. He gritted his teeth and ran on tenaciously. Xu Mingxuan had been running behind Zhongding. During the 5th lap, she saw Zhongding's body staggering, and she knew that her estimation was correct. However, to her surprise, Zhongding's willpower seemed extremely strong. He did not stop and continued running. He will definitely stop after running half a lap at most. Xu Mingxuan thought to himself. After following him for half a circle, she still didn't see Zhongding stop, and Zhongding was still running tirelessly. Xu Mingxuan was a little depressed. He had misjudged again. However, she was absolutely sure that Zhongding could only run 1 more lap at most and would definitely stop. It's not a question of willpower, it's that the body won't allow it. However, after another lap, Zhongding was still running, although his body was always shaky. What's wrong with this guy? Does he want to live? Xu Mingxuan had stopped and was staring at Zhongding's back with her beautiful eyes. Watching Zhongding finish another lap, Xu Mingxuan rushed over and shouted, "Zhongding, stop running. I know you can run 5,000 meters. At this moment, Zhongding no longer had the energy to speak. He could only raise the corner of his mouth to Xu Mingxuan, smiled silently, passed in front of Xu Mingxuan, and continued to run the next lap. Lap 8. 9th lap. The 10th lap. In fact, Zhongding didn't know how many laps he had run. His physical strength had already reached its limit, and he was completely dependent on the little bit of power that was inexplicably generated from time to maintain himself. How could he have the energy to remember how many laps he had run? Ding, run 5,000 meters to complete the task. Congratulations on your 2 centimeter increase in height and 10 points for being the male god. Ding, you completed the task for the first time, and you will be rewarded with a novice gift pack. Ding, the male god mall is open, and the male god points can be exchanged for various precious items. Hearing that he had finally completed the task, Zhongding could no longer hold on. With the last bit of strength he had, he walked to the stage next to a nearby runway and placed his arms on the edge of the stage, leaning his body against it to prevent himself from falling to the ground. Call. Suck. Zhongding was panting heavily. Beep, the host's body is detected to be overly fatigued, and repairing the host's body has begun. A surge of energy gushed out from deep within Zhongding's body, flowing to his limbs and bones like a weak electric current, and all of his cells desperately absorbed it. Zhongding felt that the muscle aches all over his body were rapidly decreasing, his breathing became deeper, his heartbeat became stronger, and his strength was constantly recovering. This feeling was so comfortable and refreshing that it made him want to scream to the sky. I didn't expect you could really run 5,000 meters. Zhu Mingxuan came over and said with admiration. Running 5,000 meters is nothing, but she was moved by Zhongding's strong willpower and terrifying physical tenacity. Ha, you must have thought I was bragging just now. Zhongding was still leaning on the edge of the stage. He turned his head and smiled at Zhu Mingxuan. You are really bringing up something that is not related to the topic. Zhu Mingxuan blushed slightly, unscrewed the cap of a bottle of unused mineral water, and handed it over. Can I drink the water? Zhongding took the water, stood up straight, looked up to the sky and took a few gulps, then said to Zhu Mingxuan, a drop of water should be repaid with a spring. I drank a bottle of your water, and I have decided that I will repay you with my body. Oh, you wish. Zhu Mingxuan cursed with a smile, then turned and walked away, leaving Zhongding with a perfect silhouette. After regaining some strength, Zhongding left the playground and found a place to sit down and rest. System, where is my novice gift pack? He asked in his mind. The beginner's gift pack is in the virtual space of your mind. You can find it if you just concentrate your mind. In the virtual space, everything can be controlled by the mind. An androgynous system voice sounded. Zhongding's heart immediately sank, and he found a virtual space in his mind, which contained a golden gift package for beginners. In addition, he also found a character panel. Host, Zhongding. Age, 16. Height, 175 plus 2 centimeters. Physical fitness, 71. The average for healthy adults is 100. Value, 75. Temperament, 70. Talent, unawakened. Skills, none. Honors, none. Male God points, 10. If you are thrown into a sea of people, even your mother won't be able to find you. A 75-point appearance means I am really quite handsome. Zhongding muttered to himself in dissatisfaction. However, his attention was soon attracted by the novice gift package. Open the novice gift package. Zhongding opened the gift package with his mind. Ding, congratulations on getting a talent pill, a level 1 5-star appearance card, and 100 male god points. In the virtual space in the mind, there appeared a magical pill with purple mist and a card to enhance appearance. Zhongding focused his mind on the magic pill and immediately got the information about it. Talent pill, everyone has his or her own talent, but it has not been discovered or activated. Taking this pill can activate and strengthen your talent. He checked the appearance card again. Level 1 5-star appearance card. After use, the appearance will be permanently increased by 5 points, effective for appearance points below 80 points. After looking at the talent pill and the appearance card, Zhongding then opened the system mall to check. Primary Memory Enhancement Pill 100 points, Intermediate Memory Enhancement Pill 200 points, Level 2 1-star Appearance Card 200 points, High School Mathematics Mastery 50 points, Tai Chi Mastery 200 points, Professional Basketball Mastery 200 points, Amateur Singer Mastery 100 points, Master Composer 300 points. Chapter 2. After only resting for 4 or 5 minutes, Zhongding found that not only had his strength recovered, but he felt a little stronger than before. This surprised him greatly. It was getting late, so Zhongding hurried home. Xiaoding, why did you come back so late today? The food is cold. At home, a middle-aged woman in her early 40s came up and took out a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet for Zhongding to change into. The middle-aged woman was called He Xiuzhen. She was not Zhongding's mother, but the nanny hired by his family. As for Zhongding's parents, they are not at home at the moment. Zhongding has an identity that is difficult to talk about an illegitimate child. Her mother, Zhong Qingluan, came from the Zhong family, an aristocratic family in Jiangcheng, the provincial capital. The Zhong family is a well-known and powerful family in Jiangcheng. They are rich and powerful, and their influence even radiates to the entire Jiangnan province. Unfortunately, the Zhong family has always regarded Zhong Qingluan's unmarried child as a shame, and would never acknowledge Zhongding, and even did not allow Zhongding to live in Jiangcheng. As for his father, Zhongding had never seen him because his mother had never told anyone about him, including him. However, no one in school knew about it, and all the classmates thought that his family must be very happy because Zhongding always had a cheerful smile on his face. Ha, Auntie, I was running at school just now. Zhongding said with a sunny smile. Infected by Zhongding's smile, He Xiuzhen couldn't help but smile as well. Running is good. You need to exercise more to stay healthy. Although he was covered in sweat, he was even hungrier, so Zhongding ate first and then took a shower. In the bathroom, after taking a shower, Zhongding did not rush out of the bathroom, but stood in front of the full-length mirror and looked at himself. The self in the mirror is thin, with ordinary looks. I am a little handsome, pale skin, and nothing special. However, the corners of his mouth were raised high. Come on, use the first level 5-star appearance card. As his mind confirmed the use of the appearance card in the virtual space in his mind, a colorful stream of light enveloped him, and Zhongding felt a tingling pain on his face. After a moment, the colorful light disappeared, and the numbness, itching, and pain on the face also disappeared. Zhongding looked at himself in the mirror again and found that he had indeed become much more pleasing to the eye. The eyebrows are less messy, the eyes are slightly larger, the nose is slightly straighter, and even the face shape has changed slightly. Seeing that he really became more handsome, no, even more handsome, Zhongding couldn't help but laugh excitedly. After laughing excitedly, Zhongding's heart was burning with excitement. He took out the innate magic pill from the virtual space and swallowed it. After the divine elixir entered his stomach, he felt warm at first, but soon he felt his head swelling as if it was about to explode. Ah! He couldn't help but scream and fell to the ground unconscious. When Zhongding woke up again, it was 3 minutes later, so no one knew. Standing up, Zhongding immediately checked his character panel. Host, Zhongding. Age, 16. Height, 175 centimeters. Physical fitness, 71. The average for healthy adults is 100. Value, 80. Temperament, 70. Talent, 10 times the thinking reaction ability. Skills, none. Honors, none. Male God points, 110. 10 times the thinking and reaction ability? Zhongding pondered and said to himself, that is to say, my brain reacts faster than others. I think for 1 minute, which is equivalent to others thinking for 10 minutes. It only takes me 0.1 seconds to react in 1 second. Perhaps he had figured out the purpose of his talent, and he couldn't help but get excited. Yeah, I'm going to be a super god. At 6:55 in the evening, Zhongding walked into the classroom almost at the same time as the bell rang for class. But when he entered the classroom, he immediately noticed that almost all the classmates looked up at him with strange eyes. Is it because I'm more handsome? He couldn't help but guess in his heart, but their eyes don't seem to think so. With doubts, Zhongding walked to his seat and sat down. Zhongding, I heard that you confessed to Zhao Ruoming? The fat boy sitting next to me, Zhang Jiahao, immediately leaned over and asked. The corners of Zhongding's mouth flattened, and he frowned and said, who confessed to Zhao Ruoming? He was disgusted with the self-righteous Zhao Ruoming. Hey, brother, I can understand your anger and hatred. Fatty Zhang reached out and patted Zhongding on the shoulder, speaking with the tone of an experienced person. Now almost everyone in the class knows. Ha ha. Zhongding laughed twice in anger, then stood up, walked out of his seat, walked straight to the podium, and faced the whole class. Dear students, excuse me for disturbing you all. Zhongding shouted loudly with a smile on his face. All the students in the class looked up and their eyes fell on Zhongding. Zhongding was calm and composed, even with a smile on his face. I heard that I confessed to Zhao Ruoming, and almost everyone in the class knew about it. As the person involved, I just found out about it. The next moment, his eyes fell sharply on Zhao Ruoming's surprised and flustered face, and his tone was stern. Excuse me, classmate Zhao Ruoming, when did this happen? Was it this afternoon after school? It was obviously you who came to talk to me, and you thought I was pursuing you. Since I couldn't explain it clearly after school, I solemnly declare here, even if all the girls in the world died, I would never look at you. It was a bit embarrassing to go up to the podium and speak openly in front of the whole class about something like this, but he could never swallow his anger for the sake of his demeanor. If he doesn't expose Zhao Ruoming's vanity immediately, he will never be able to turn things around during his 3 years of high school. Zhao Ruoming didn't expect Zhongding to be so stubborn. He didn't have the magnanimity of a boy, nor did he tolerate her just because he liked her. She couldn't help but panic. However, this happened in front of the whole class, and there was no way she would admit that she had made up a lie to step on Zhongding in order to elevate herself. Under pressure, she had to turn around and lie on the table and cry, trying to use the weakness of a girl to deceive everyone's sympathy and lead to misunderstandings. Sure enough, when Zhao Ruoming lay on the table and cried, the eyes of the whole class immediately changed. However, at this time Zhongding's mind was racing, and with his thinking and reaction ability 10 times faster, he thought of many things and countermeasures in an instant. Before anyone could say anything to accuse him, He had already shouted to the whole class, "I swear to heaven, if I have ever confessed my feelings to Zhao Ruoming, I will be punished by heaven and earth, and I will die a miserable death. Although it is embarrassing to swear, it is the only thing I have to do in a hurry." As Zhongding swore, the eyes of the whole class changed and turned to Zhao Ruoming. They whispered to each other, pointed fingers, and looked at him with contempt. Zhao Ruoming's mind was blank at this moment, and she just cried louder to gain sympathy. "Zhongding, are you still a man?" Sure enough, Zhao Ruoming's crying won sympathy. Zhongding turned his head with sharp eyes. It was Zhang Ruochen. Zhang Ruochen had already stood up. He was over 1.80 meters tall, well-proportioned, handsome, with fair skin and a proud look on his face. He was wearing all branded clothes, including a Rolex watch on his left wrist, which attracted the attention of most of the girls in the class. Not only is he handsome, his academic performance has always been among the top 2 in the class, and his family background is excellent. He is definitely a rich second generation. He is the most popular boy in the class and is also very famous in the whole school. Although he had no feelings for Zhao Ruoming, she was the open admirer of his whole class and he could not ignore her. Moreover, by attacking Zhongding, he can also win the favor of all the girls in the class. Zhongding laughed, his mouth corners raised, and he smiled again, saying calmly, "Those who humiliate others will always be humiliated. She slandered me, and I clarified it in public. How can I not be considered a man? Is it called a man to swallow your anger?" His tenfold mental reaction allowed him to counterattack quickly and speak clearly, which would be difficult for him to do under normal circumstances. You don't have the manners of a man," Zhang Ruochen said reluctantly. What he wanted to say was blocked by Zhongding in advance. "Ha ha." Zhongding sneered twice, disdainful of arguing with Zhang Ruochen, and walked down the podium and returned to his seat. Being ridiculed in public and being stared at by the whole class, Zhang Ruochen's face turned red and he said without thinking, "Zhongding, what qualifications do you have to be so arrogant? You are not good at studying, sports, or anything else. Take the math test tonight, and get into the top 10 in the class first." These are totally unrelated things, but students do focus on learning, and to some extent this does hit the nail on the head. And at this moment, a voice that was neither male nor female suddenly sounded in Zhongding's mind. "Ding, mission released, as a male god, how can you not study well? Get first place in the class in the math test tonight. Mission rewards, 1 primary memory enhancement pill, 30 male god points, and a random draw." Yes, the mission is really interesting. At this time, Zhongding had not yet returned to his seat. He turned to Zhang Ruochen, shook his head and chuckled, "Ha, being in the top 10 in the class is nothing. I can even get first place." The students who were watching were all a little confused. Zhongding was too easily provoked, right? He couldn't control his mouth and started talking nonsense after being provoked. The key is to brag without thinking. Zhang Ruochen was secretly delighted and immediately said quickly, "If you get first place, I will apologize to you in front of the whole class. If you don't get first place, you will apologize to Zhao Ruoming in front of the whole class. Do you dare to bet?" "Zhongding, don't be fooled." Fatty Zhang couldn't help but shouted. Zhongding's math grades were average, so it was unlikely that he would get first place in the class, let alone top 10. He would definitely lose the bet. "Ha, let's bet," Zhongding said confidently. "Ah." A burst of soft calls was heard in the classroom, and the students shook their heads and sighed at Zhongding's impulsive and irrational behavior. "This is a losing bet. Ha ha." Seeing that Zhongding had been fooled, Zhang Ruochen smiled triumphantly and sat back in his chair. Zhongding walked back to his seat and sat down. Fatty Zhang sighed and said, "Zhongding, I don't know what to say to you. You made a bet with him even though you knew you would lose. You made a bet that was obviously reasonable, but now it's unreasonable. Who said I will definitely lose? Just wait and see." Zhongding curled his lips and smiled confidently. At this time, the math teacher came in with a stack of blank test papers. He stood on the podium and announced, "Students, there will be a math test tonight. Please answer the questions carefully." After saying that, he began to distribute the test papers. While waiting for the test paper to be delivered to him, Zhongding's mind sank slightly. His consciousness entered the virtual space in his mind and opened the system mall. In the mall, he found the high school math mastery skill, which only cost 50 points. He had 110 points, so he immediately redeemed them for high school mathematics mastery and used them. The next moment, he felt his brain swelling, and countless high school mathematics knowledge, problem-solving ideas and techniques flooded into his mind and were deeply imprinted. Fortunately, the swelling in my brain came and went quickly, lasting only about 10 seconds, and did not affect my performance in the subsequent exams. Chapter 3. When passing the test paper to the back desk, Zhu Mingshuang's bright eyes met Zhong Ding's gaze. "You are too impulsive." For some reason, she found that Zhong Ding seemed to be much more pleasing to the eye than usual. Was it a psychological effect? "How about you give me the answers later and I can copy them?" Zhong Ding said with a smile. Zhu Mingshuang was somewhat speechless, "But I can't get first place in the class." "If you add what I do right to what you do right, we'll be number one," Zhong Ding said in a serious tone. Zhu Mingshuang was completely speechless and turned around. "Plus, my talent is number one." Zhang Jiahao brought his chubby face closer and said with a smile. Zhong Ding couldn't help but push Zhang Jiahao away. "Go away, you will definitely be the last one with yours. TSK, you have no humanity even when you are with the opposite sex," Zhang Jiahao said with contempt. After receiving the test paper, Zhong Ding took a deep breath, picked up the pen and started answering the questions. With his mental focus, his thinking reaction speed increased tenfold. He read through and understood the first multiple-choice question at a glance. "This question is so easy." He couldn't help but think to himself. He knew the answer without even having to do any calculations. Choose C. He quickly chose the answer. The second question. The pen was written as if by a god. Zhong Ding felt that the test paper was too easy. Moreover, his thinking reaction speed was 10 times faster, so he couldn't even copy the answer smoothly. It only took Zhong Ding 16 minutes to finish the test. Looking at the time, I shocked myself. Isn't this too fast? I can't even copy the answers this fast. Let's check it, so as not to make mistakes too quickly. Zhong Ding warned himself in his heart and began to check carefully from beginning to end. After more than 10 minutes, Zhong Ding had to put down his pen and wait for time and boredom. He has checked it carefully 3 times from beginning to end and didn't find any mistakes. If he checks it again, he will feel like vomiting. You can't hand in the paper too early. Wait a little longer. Most people do not have enough time to take math exams. Even for top students, the remaining time is very limited. Tonight's math test lasts for 2 classes plus a 10-minute break between classes, which is 90 minutes. It is shocking to hand in the paper in 30 minutes. After waiting for 20 minutes, when the bell rang for the second self-study class that night, Zhong Ding finally stood up and took the test paper to hand it in. Upon discovering that Zhong Ding had handed in his paper 1 class earlier, Zhu Mingshuang couldn't help but shake her head slightly, and her impression of Zhong Ding dropped greatly. He is impulsive and cares about his reputation, but he has no ability and gives up on himself. Even if you don't get first place, at least you have finished the test carefully and tried your best. Zhang Ruochen also noticed that Zhong Ding handed in his paper so early, and a sneer appeared on his face. The questions in this math test were particularly difficult, and he had only answered half of them so far. He. Zhao Ruoming deliberately laughed twice. She stared at Zhong Ding with resentment in her eyes. This worthless loser actually dared to make her unable to hold her head up in front of the whole class. When the results come out tomorrow, she must make him kneel down and apologize to her. Most of the other students also noticed that Zhong Ding handed in his paper early. It was too early, and there was only one result: Zhong Ding gave up on himself. Many students shook their heads and their hearts. Just now they felt a little sympathy for Zhong Ding, but later they realized that Zhong Ding was not worthy of sympathy at all. On the podium, the math teacher looked unhappy. Even Jiang Yi, who usually ranked first in math, was still trying her best to answer the questions. What qualifications do you, a student with average grades, have to hand in your paper early? Even if you don't know how to do it, you still have to try your best to answer it. Regardless of everyone's reaction, Zhong Ding still handed in the paper. Wait a minute. When Zhong Ding turned around to return to his seat, the math teacher said dissatisfiedly. Then, he picked up Zhong Ding's test paper and flipped through it quickly, intending to let Zhong Ding take the test paper back and continue working on it. However, to his surprise, he found that all the questions had been answered. Go back. The math teacher said stiffly as his plan failed. Thank you, teacher. Zhong Ding said softly and turned back to his seat. He could probably guess what the math teacher was thinking, and he didn't blame the math teacher's attitude at all because it was the responsible thing for a teacher to do. After being slapped in the face by Xiao Xiao, the math teacher took out the red pen he always carried with him and began to correct Zhong Ding's test paper. Although Zhong Ding had finished the test paper, he believed that there must be many mistakes, or even random answers. He wanted to slap Zhong Ding in the face on the spot and teach him a profound lesson so that Zhong Ding would never dare to hand in his paper early again. This is correct, check it. This is also correct, check it. The math teacher was more surprised the more he corrected the papers. They were all ticked and all correct. This formula seems to be beyond the syllabus. It should be learned in the next semester. When he was grading the last proof question, he couldn't help but be surprised. Because of a formula that was beyond the syllabus, the difficulty of the last big question immediately decreased a lot and was easily solved by Zhong Ding. Check. 150 points. The math teacher looked at the full score on the paper in surprise. A student who usually had average grades suddenly got full marks and handed in the paper much ahead of time. Putting down his pen and test paper, the math teacher stood up, walked to Zhong Ding's desk, and whispered, "Zhong Ding, come out with me for a moment." Zhong Ding knew that his performance was amazing, so he calmly walked out of the classroom with the math teacher and went to the corridor outside. As Zhong Ding and the math teacher walked out of the classroom, whispers immediately broke out in the quiet classroom. There is no doubt that everyone thought that Zhong Ding was called outside by the teacher to be criticized. He. Zhao Ruoming laughed out loud again on purpose so that the whole class could hear it. In the corridor outside the classroom, the math teacher stared at Zhong Ding and said, "I corrected your test paper. All the answers are correct. I want to know how you did it." "Teacher, I have studied mathematics very seriously recently, so I have made great progress." Zhong Ding prepared a speech in advance. "I can understand your surprise. If you don't believe me, you can take another test paper and test me again. If I were in your shoes, I would also doubt whether I knew the answer in advance." "Math teacher, are you sure you want me to retest you?" "Yes, I am willing to prove my innocence," Zhong Ding said calmly and confidently. The math teacher smiled and said, "It's not that serious. The knowledge you learn is yours. I believe you." "Thank you, teacher." "Yeah. Let's go back." Ring, ring, ring. As the bell for the second period of evening self-study rang, all the students in the class stood up reluctantly to hand in their papers. The math test was so difficult that many students didn't have time to finish it. The math teacher collected the test papers and said to the whole class before leaving, "Students, I would like to give a special praise to Zhong Ding. He got full marks on this test. Everyone should learn from him." After saying that, he took the test paper and walked out of the classroom with a smile on his face, leaving behind a group of students who were in disbelief or thought they had heard it wrong. Chapter 4. What did the teacher say just now? I didn't hear it clearly. I also think I didn't hear it clearly. Zhong Ding actually got full marks in math. How is that possible? It can't be true? Could it be that the teacher is joking on purpose? The classroom was instantly in an uproar, and the students couldn't help but talk to each other in surprise and disbelief. At the same time, many students turned to look at the bell. Zhong Ding, is what the teacher said true? Zhang Jiahao's eyes were wide open with an exaggerated expression full of disbelief and surprise. Shuming Shuang at the table in front had also turned around and looked at Zhong Ding, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise, waiting for Zhong Ding's answer. Zhong Ding smiled and nodded, "Of course it's true." "Yeah!" Zhang Jiahao shouted excitedly. The next moment, he suddenly slammed the table, stood up and shouted, "Zhang Ruochen, apologize. Zhong Ding has already ranked first in the class. Full marks." As he shouted, the noisy classroom suddenly became silent, and everyone's eyes were focused on Zhang Ruochen. "It's only been an hour and a half since the bet, but it's still ringing in my ears." Zhang Ruochen's handsome face flushed red with shame. He lost the bet that he had 100% chance of winning, and this gifted boy had to apologize in front of the whole class to a piece of trash that he usually looked down upon. How could he possibly get first place in the class? Suddenly, a hysterical scream rang out, "He must have cheated, it doesn't count." Everyone turned to look and saw that Zhao Ruoming had stood up, pointing at the bell and tripod and screaming, his face full of resentment and his eyes bloodshot. Zhong Ding sneered, "Which eye of yours saw me cheating? Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't do it. The teacher has already acknowledged my results, are you smarter than the teacher? Slander is indeed your nature." After refuting Zhao Ruoming, he turned to Zhang Ruochen and said, "Zhang Ruochen, if you want to break your promise in front of the whole class, I allow you not to apologize." Ruochen, don't apologize, his cheating doesn't count. Zhao Ruoming yelled. Zhang Ruochen's face changed. He stood up and said to Zhong Ding, I'm sorry. I apologize. TSK, is this an apology? Just saying a few words from a distance is an apology? Where's the sincerity? Also, shouldn't you make it clear why you are apologizing? Zhang Jiahao sneered loudly. Other students who disliked Zhang Ruochen joined in and bullied him. Zhang Ruochen's face turned red and blue, looking extremely ugly, but in front of the whole class, he weighed the pros and cons and left his seat and walked towards the bell tripod. Ruochen, don't apologize. His cheating doesn't count. Zhao Ruoming rushed forward and hugged Zhang Ruochen's arm. Shut up. Zhang Ruochen shook off Zhao Ruoming's hand and shouted in disgust, get out of the way. He had always looked down on Zhao Ruoming, and now because of Zhao Ruoming, he was forced to apologize to Zhong Ding in front of the whole class. Now, this idiot actually dared to hug his arm in public. What did he want to do? What would Chu Mingxuan think? What would Jiang Yi think? What would all the girls in the class think? What would all the classmates think? Zhao Ruoming did not expect that she would be scolded and hated by Zhang Ruochen in public. She could not help feeling extremely wronged, embarrassed, and sad. Wuxi covered her face and ran out of the classroom crying. However, no one cared about her, at most they laughed at her and said she deserved it. Everyone's eyes were focused on Zhang Ruochen and Zhong Ding. Zhang Ruochen walked in front of Zhong Ding and said in a dry voice, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have blamed you. Please forgive me. It's normal to have some misunderstandings between classmates. I forgive you, it's okay. Zhong Ding laughed loudly, his smile was very sunny, the arc of the corners of his mouth was perfect, and he looked magnanimous like a prime minister with a big heart. Zhang Ruochen clenched his fists with his hands hanging down. He would rather Zhong Ding acted unyieldingly. Zhong Ding's pretending to be magnanimous made him feel more aggrieved. Thank you, he said and turned away. He gritted his teeth in his heart, I've got it in mind, just wait and see. After Zhang Ruochen apologized, the bell for the third evening self-study class rang and the classroom quickly returned to silence. Zhong Ding, how did you manage to get full marks? Chu Mingxuan turned around and asked curiously. She felt a little ashamed because she looked down on Zhong Ding when he handed in his paper early. Zhang Jiahao also interrupted and asked in agreement. Zhong Ding pretended to be serious and said, because I have been studying very hard recently. Zhang Jiahao had an expression that said, do you think I believe it, and Chu Mingxuan was not satisfied with this answer either. Okay, I'll tell you the truth. Zhong Ding showed a helpless expression on his face, lowered his voice, and was about to tell his secret. Chu Mingxuan couldn't help but move her head closer to the bell so that she could hear more clearly. The two faces were no more than 30 centimeters apart. At such a close distance, Zhong Ding could see Chu Mingxuan's pretty face very clearly. Chu Mingxuan had an oval face, phoenix eyes, and eyebrows that were not the common willow-shaped eyebrows of girls, but two long, sharp sword-like eyebrows, which made her look heroic in a way that other girls did not have. Her forehead is full and white, her nose is straight and beautiful, her mouth is rosy, her skin is delicate and white with a rosy glow, and her whole face is very beautiful and attractive. In fact, my math grades have always been very good. I even taught myself all of high school math. In the past, I deliberately didn't do well in exams in order to keep a low profile. Zhong Ding said very seriously. Chu Mingxuan suddenly felt like she was being teased. She snorted and turned away, ignoring Zhong Ding. Zhang Jiahao also didn't believe Zhong Ding's nonsense, but he didn't care. He laughed softly and said, Zhang Ruochen's expression was really good just now. Thank you for what I said just now. Zhong Ding said with some emotion. If it weren't for Zhang Jiahao's assistance, it would not have been so easy for him to force Zhang Ruochen into such a mess. We are brothers in this world, why are you being polite to me? Zhang Jiahao shook his head and smiled. Everything was quiet. Zhong Ding carefully checked the system and found that the system had not yet prompted him to complete the task. Perhaps it was based on the final results of the class. Ding, the task is released, study hard, improve yourself, and finish all the homework and exercises for today before the evening self-study. Mission rewards, 1 photographic memory experience card, 10 male god points and a random draw. Mission failed, electric shock for 1 minute as punishment. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in my mind. Zhong Ding was so frightened that he hurriedly took out his homework book and did his homework quickly. Qingyang High School is a key high school. Teachers assign an overwhelming amount of homework and exercises every day, which most students are unable to complete at school. They have to continue studying after evening self-study until midnight or even 1 in the morning. If it were in the past, Zhong Ding would definitely not be able to complete the task. But things are different now. He has 10 times the thinking and reaction ability, and can use 1 minute as if it were 10 minutes. Of course, his problem-solving speed couldn't really be increased tenfold, because his hand speed couldn't be increased tenfold as well. In less than half an hour, Zhong Ding put down his pen, stretched comfortably, and listened to the wonderful sound of completing the task in his mind. My talent is truly amazing. He couldn't help but say proudly, from now on, homework and practice won't be a problem anymore. After completing the task, Zhong Ding will get a photographic memory experience card, 10 male god points and a random draw. Photographic memory experience card. After using it, you will have a photographic memory within 3 hours. Good stuff. Combined with his 10 times faster thinking speed, it is basically equivalent to 30 hours of reading and studying. However, what Zhong Ding really looks forward to is the random draw. System, I want to draw a lottery. Zhong Ding shouted in his mind. Ding, the lottery begins. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the singer skill. Zhong Ding was overjoyed. He immediately opened the system mall to check the singing skills. I saw that the singer skill was the top singing skill, and it required 500 points to redeem it. Moreover, singing skills are very practical skills. Make a lot of money. Ring, ring, ring. The bell rang and school was finally over after retiring day. The students were not very happy because they still had a lot of homework and exercises to finish, and they still had to stay up late to do their homework when they got home. Among all the classmates, Zhong Ding was almost the only one who felt relaxed. He didn't take anything with him and went home in a carefree manner. After returning home and taking a shower, Zhong Ding felt very relaxed. He no longer had to stay up late to do homework, and he felt happy both physically and mentally. Ding, mission released. As a male god, how can you remain unknown? Use online media to make yourself famous, and have no less than 100,000 fans within 3 days. Mission rewards, a level 2 1-star appearance card, 50 male god points, and a random draw. Mission failed, electric shock punishment for 3 minutes. The system's voice sounded in Zhong Ding's mind, not allowing Zhong Ding to waste his time. Chapter 5. The rewards are generous. A second level 1-star appearance card only valid for appearance scores below 90 points is worth 150 points in the system mall. It's just that it's difficult to accomplish. If you have more than 100,000 online fans in 3 days, you can become an internet celebrity at any time if you have this ability. I can only post short singing videos on Douyin, not a typo. Zhong Ding thought, I have top singing skills as a singer. But what song to sing? It has to be a difficult, good-sounding, and popular song. Zhong Ding searched the internet for a while and finally found a suitable song. Left Hand Pointing to the Moon. This song has a range of 3 octaves, from bass 4 to super high pitch 6. It combines opera and coloratura soprano singing, and is very difficult to sing. Some time ago, Left Hand Pointing to the Moon became a hit on Douyin and the internet. Everyone is proud to be able to sing Left Hand Pointing to the Moon, but there are very few people who can really master this song. Among them was a female singer named Huang, who became popular after she covered the song Left Hand Pointing to the Moon on the show. On Douyin alone, Left Hand Pointing to the Moon has been played over 2.4 billion times. Zhong Ding also saw this song on Douyin, which was beautiful and shocking. Zhong Ding did it right away. He picked up his mobile phone, opened Douyin, and started recording. There are many versions of the accompaniment of Left Hand Pointing to the Moon provided on Douyin. Zhong Ding chose the original version at 34 seconds. This accompaniment is the last few lines of the chorus harmony climax of Left Hand Pointing to the Moon. The singer's top-notch singing skills allowed Zhong Ding to sing Left Hand Pointing to the Moon without much effort, and he sang it with a different flavor, even though he was a male singer. Female voices are generally more capable of singing higher notes than male voices. However, Zhong Ding listened to his own recording carefully for a while and found that there was still a slight gap compared with the original singer and the female singer named Huang. After analyzing for a while, I realized the reason was that my vocal conditions were not as good as theirs. However, this did not pose a problem for him. So, he immediately focused his mind and opened the system mall to look for something to improve his voice. After a while, I found it. Primary Heavenly Voice Pill 50 points. After taking it, it will improve the vocal cords and voice, and permanently obtain the Primary Heavenly Voice. In addition to the Primary Heavenly Sound Pill, There are also intermediate Heavenly Sound Pill 100 points and advanced Heavenly Sound Pill 300 points, but he can't afford to redeem them. Without any hesitation, Zhongding spent 50 male god points to redeem the Tianlai Shenine pill. The Tianlai Shenine pill melts in the mouth and flows into the throat along with the saliva, bringing a strange cool and comfortable feeling to the throat. The cool and comfortable feeling lasted for about 30 seconds and then gradually subsided. I am the male god. Zhongding tried to pronounce the word, and the next moment he was shocked by his own voice. The voice is still his own, but it is very clear, without a trace of impurities, and has a magnetic quality, pleasant to the ear without losing the masculine masculinity. Just with this voice and a sweeter mouth, it's easy to seduce a girl. Suppressing his excitement and joy, Zhongding once again used his mobile phone to record the song Pointing to the Moon with the left hand. After recording, I listened to it myself and was overjoyed. His song Left Hand Pointing to the Moon is a little better than the original singer and the female singer named Huang, and because it is a male voice, it has a different flavor. The most rare thing is that when he sang the climax of the chorus, he still used a male voice, and did not almost transform into a strange female voice like other male singers. Those 34 seconds are the most difficult part of the entire song and require the most skill to sing. They are also beautiful to listen to, and are very shocking when sung well. After editing the short video, Zhongding officially uploaded it to Douyin. He did not appear in the video. Looking at the time, it was already 11:30 in the evening, so Zhongding quickly took a shower and went to bed. Wang Yubing, a female college student, likes to listen to music on Douyin and she likes Left Hand Pointing to the Moon very much. When Zhongding posted the video, she was bored in browsing Douyin to find songs to listen to. With the recommendation of Big Data, Zhongding's short video Pointing to the Moon with the left hand entered her mobile phone. I pick you up with my left hand and put you down with my right hand. It was a very soulful passage. Wang Yubing had listened to it countless times. But when he heard the high notes sung by Zhongding, he suddenly got goosebumps all over his body, his heart was shaken, and his soul was shaken. She couldn't help but be shocked. Which monster is singing this? And it's a real male voice. It's so scary. It's so beautiful. She has listened to no less than 100 versions of Left Hand Pointing to the Moon, and this part alone is far better than most people. She even thinks it sounds better than the original. After coming to her senses, she immediately clicked the like button without saying a word, followed the author and became a fan, then curiously checked who the author was. Unexpectedly, I found out it was a new account with only this short video and a single sentence in the self-introduction: I sing, therefore I exist. Wang Yubing couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. This great god left too little information. He was probably a wicked student from a top music college. Master, you sing so beautifully. But it's too short. Please sing the whole song. Wang Yubing commented in the short video. Finally, she forwarded this short video to 2 or 3 chat groups. University classmates group, music lovers group and sisters group. At the end, she also made a comment and recommendation: it's very nice and shocking, don't miss it. In the music lovers group, as soon as the short video was forwarded, someone immediately replied, it's pointing to the moon with the left hand again, Bing Bing, just call yourself Yaya. We have to trust Yaya, no, Bing Bing's vision. The second group member joked. However, before Wang Yubing could send a message to respond, someone had already finished listening to Zhongding's short video Pointing to the Moon with the left hand and sent a message saying, wow, this is absolutely god level. And it's a male voice. Then, another group member sent a message, this is amazing. So shocking. Even better than the original singer. It turns out that there are many talented people among the people. How dare you say he is a folk master? Are you ashamed to be in this group? His singing style is obviously very professional, and the resonance is very good. It is top-notch. I also think it's a monster from some top music school. After listening to Zhongding's Pointing to the Moon with the left hand, people in the group started discussing it and they all liked and followed it. Moreover, quite a number of people forwarded it. Word of mouth spread from 1 person to 10, from 10 to 100, from 100 to 1,000, and with the precise push of Douyin's big data, Zhongding's Pointing to the Moon with the left hand spread rapidly overnight. The next morning, Zhongding woke up and immediately took out his mobile phone from the bedside table and opened Douyin to check his short video. More than 40,000 likes, more than 1,000 comments, and more than 15,000 fans. Yeah! Zhongding couldn't help but shout excitedly and jumped up from the bed. I was not only happy because I had the hope of completing the task, but also excited because I was recognized and paid attention to by so many people all of a sudden. I quickly browsed the comments, and they were all positive, with people marveling at his singing skills and the clarity of his voice, and hoping that he would upload the complete version of Left Hand Pointing to the Moon, or other works, etc. However, going to school is important right now, so uploading the complete version of Left Hand Pointing to the Moon can only wait until noon. Chapter 6. When they were almost at the school gate, Zhongding saw Chu Mingxuan getting out of a car. Qingyang Middle School is a key high school. Many students do not live nearby, but they do not live in boarding schools, so they are driven to and from school by their families every day. Therefore, it was not surprising that Chu Mingxuan got out of the car. However, the car that took her to school was a Bentley, a luxury car worth millions. It seems that the rumors are true. Chu Mingxuan has a powerful background. Zhongding said secretly. Qingyang City is just an ordinary prefecture-level city, and Bentleys that cost millions are very rare. However, he didn't take it to heart. A man without desires is strong, and he had no thoughts about Chu Mingxuan. Hi, Chu Mingxuan, good morning. Zhongding put on a sunny smile, waved and greeted her. Chu Mingxuan looked back and saw that it was Zhongding. She couldn't help but smile brightly and stopped to wait for Zhongding. Good morning, classmate Zhongding. Zhongding walked over and walked towards the school gate side by side with Chu Mingxuan. Walking side by side with Chu Mingxuan, he immediately felt the envious glances from other classmates. Chu Mingxuan is very eye-catching and is one of the school beauties of Qingyang Middle School. At this moment, someone suddenly inserted himself between him and Chu Mingxuan from behind. Hello, classmate Mingxuan, good morning. Caught off guard, Zhongding was pushed back half a body length and staggered. After standing firm, he looked over and saw that it was Zhang Ruochen. At this moment, Zhang Ruochen glanced at him from the corner of his eye, with great disdain and a warning tone. This semester, as his family also drives him to and from school, he has coincidentally met Chu Mingxuan in front of the school gate many times. Just now, he sat in the car and waited for a long time, just to wait for Chu Mingxuan to arrive. Unexpectedly, before he had the chance to go up and say hello, Zhongding, this loser, dared to go ahead and do it without caring about his own life. Student Zhang Ruochen, it's very rude of you to suddenly come in from behind and insert yourself into the crowd like this. Zhongding raised the corner of his mouth and reminded him with a kind smile, don't do this again in the future. Zhang Ruochen couldn't help but twitch his lips when he heard that. He snorted coldly and disdainfully responded. Chu Mingxuan said with some disgust, Zhongding is right, Zhang Ruochen, you? Before Chu Mingxuan could finish, Zhang Ruochen said, I'm sorry, classmate Mingxuan. I was so happy when I saw you just now that I didn't pay attention. I won't do that again next time. Finally, he said in a familiar tone, let's go quickly, otherwise we will be late. He only apologized to Chu Mingxuan, and as for Zhongding, there was no way. Chu Mingxuan frowned slightly, and opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but it was inconvenient. Ah, I see. Zhongding suddenly cried out, as if realizing something belatedly. So you two are a couple. Oh, sorry, I didn't know that. No wonder Zhang Ruochen was so anxious. I would be anxious too. Before Zhongding could finish, Chu Mingxuan's face changed slightly, and he quickly interrupted, that's not true. Zhongding, don't talk nonsense. I just want to study hard at school. As she spoke, she deliberately moved 2 or 3 steps away from Zhang Ruochen, keeping her distance. Recently, Zhang Ruochen often ran into her at school. She already felt a little disgusted, so she took advantage of Zhongding's misunderstanding to draw a clear line between herself and Zhang Ruochen. Zhang Ruochen's face instantly darkened, and he was so angry that he wanted to cut the bell into pieces. He pursued Chu Mingxuan and planned to approach her slowly and silently, so that Chu Mingxuan would accept him unconsciously. Now, this piece of trash actually dared to speak it out in public, causing Chu Mingxuan to be wary of him from now on, causing him to achieve half the result with twice the effort. However, Chu Mingxuan was present, so he couldn't get angry and could only force a smile and say, Student Zhongding, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. It's normal to say hello to classmates when you meet them at school. Oh, it turns out that I misunderstood. Just now, I heard the tone of your conversation and thought that you often went to school together. Zhongding suddenly realized something and said something that made Zhang Ruochen want to strangle him on the spot. If that's the case, I'm not the only one who misunderstood. Many classmates have misunderstood. As he spoke, he pointed at the students passing by. It was the early morning rush hour, and although the students passing by did not stop to watch, they basically slowed down and looked over. Chu Mingxuan said coldly, Student Zhang Ruochen, you go first. Student Chu Mingxuan, we are upright and honest, and those who are innocent will be innocent. Zhang Ruochen forced a smile and tried to comfort Chu Mingshuang. Unfortunately, Chu Mingshuang didn't appreciate it at all. Student Zhong Ding, let's go. She turned to Zhong Ding and strode forward. He. Zhong Ding smiled at Zhang Ruochen deliberately, blinked his eyes, and then quickly caught up with Chu Mingshuang and walked side by side with her. Zhang Ruochen, who stayed where he was, clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and stared at Zhong Ding's back with hatred in his eyes. He was sure that Zhong Ding did it on purpose. After being deliberately exposed and sabotaged by this trash, Chu Mingshuang would deliberately keep a distance from him in the future, making it even more difficult for him to pursue Chu Mingshuang. Bitch, you're dead. If I don't beat your mouth to pieces and pull out all your teeth, I won't be named Zhang. Chu Mingshuang walked quickly for a while, leaving Zhang Ruochen far behind. Then she turned to Zhong Ding and said, "You did that on purpose, didn't you? Isn't this just what you want?" Zhong Ding raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "You should thank me." Ha, Chu Mingshuang sneered, "Do you think I'm stupid enough to be sold out and help count the money? Absolutely not." Zhong Ding immediately denied it firmly. "You are smart, beautiful, beautiful as a fairy, born with natural beauty, stunningly beautiful, stunningly beautiful." Chu Mingshuang couldn't help but burst out laughing. "You are memorizing the idiom dictionary." With this smile, she forgave Zhong Ding for using her to attack Zhang Ruochen. "Ha, you know it again." Zhong Ding laughed without blushing or beating his heart. The math teacher graded last night's math test overnight, and gave the test papers to the study committee member Jiang Yi after the third class in the morning to distribute in advance, and to review the test papers in the afternoon math class. Zhong Ding, 150 points. Jiang Yi stood on the podium, handing out test papers and reading out the scores. Handing out test papers and reading out grades are requirements for all teachers. Teachers in key middle schools would like to stick the scores on each student's forehead. Everyone in the class couldn't help but focus their eyes on Zhong Ding. Full marks. Even in key middle schools, where there are many top students, it is still very, very difficult to get a perfect score in mathematics. Getting a full score in high school mathematics is of great value. Zhong Ding stood up calmly, and under everyone's gaze, he walked up to get the test paper with a smile on his face. "Ha, full marks for cheating." A sarcastic laugh sounded. It was Zhao Ruoming. Zhong Ding continued to smile, ignoring Zhao Ruoming's malicious attack. Because he got full marks based on his ability, and there will be many math exams in the future. The more vicious Zhao Ruoming's attack is now, the harder he will slap him in the face with his grades in the future, and the more the whole class will hate Zhao Ruoming and isolate him. Seeing that Zhong Ding did not refute immediately, Zhao Ruoming believed even more that Zhong Ding was cheating. His grades are usually average, but he suddenly got full marks. TSK. Zhao Ruoming became more sarcastic. The other students looked at them differently. In fact, they were also very confused. What Zhao Ruoming said made sense. When Zhong Ding walked to the podium and took the test paper from Jiang Yi looked at him. Jiang Yi is not only the top student in her class, but also the top student in the entire grade. She is a well-known academic master in Xingyang Middle School. Moreover, Jiang Yi was very beautiful, with fair skin, a palm-sized oval face, a full and white forehead, curved eyebrows, bright eyes, a small and delicate nose and mouth, and long, shiny black hair that was very smooth. She had a strong scholarly air and a gentle temperament. She was rather thin and slender, like a willow by the river. Being stared at by Jiang Yi, Zhong Ding was not at all intimidated. Instead, he grinned. "Ha, what advice do you have for me, study committee member?" He guessed that Jiang Yi was a little unwilling to accept that she had lost the first place in the class. "I'll ask you for advice later," Jiang Yi said in a soft and pleasant voice. "Okay, welcome." Zhong Ding responded confidently, took the test paper and turned back to his seat. Chapter 7. Zhong Ding returned to his seat with the test paper, but before he put it on the table, Zhang Jiahao snatched it away. "Wow, it's really full marks." Zhang Jiahao, a poor student, shouted while flipping through the test paper, with a big surrender written on his face. Chu Mingshuang and another female classmate Zhou Yumei, who were sitting in the front, also turned around and came back. "Zhong Ding, let me see your test paper," Chu Mingshuang shouted. It is very difficult to get full marks in high school exams, especially in mathematics. Zhong Ding took the test paper from Zhang Jiahao and handed it to Chu Mingshuang. Chu Mingshuang and Zhou Yumei looked through it together for a while, then returned it to Zhong Ding. "You are amazing, you got full marks in math." "Yes," Zhong Ding nodded with a smile, "I'm good at math." Xu Mingshuang and Zhou Yumei couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Shouldn't Zhong Ding be more humble at this time? You are so confident, Xu Mingshuang said jokingly. At this moment, Zhang Yi's voice came from the podium. Xu Mingshuang, 112 points. When Xu Mingshuang heard this, her pretty face turned red. She then turned around, stood up, and went up to get her test paper. A score of 112 out of 150 is more than enough to pass the test, but it is average for a key middle school. Although she is the sports committee member, her grades have always been good, ranking among the top 10 in the class. Compared with Zhong Ding's full score of 150, she only scored 112 points, and she couldn't help feeling ashamed and shocked. After Xu Mingshuang got the test paper, he silently checked which questions he had gotten wrong and why. After all the test papers were handed out, many students were shocked because their results were generally not ideal. However, Zhong Ding scored full marks and handed in his paper early. After all the test papers were handed out, Zhong Ding finally received his system task reward. Ding, mission completed. Congratulations on getting a primary memory enhancement pill, 30 male god points, and a random draw. After hearing the system prompt in his mind and seeing that his male god points were restored to 50 points, Zhong Ding felt much more at ease. The students didn't have much time to be depressed or talk because the fourth class started soon. The class passed quickly. After the English teacher announced the end of get out of class, Zhang Yi left her seat with her math test paper and walked towards the bell. Note, a class at Qingyang Middle School lasts 40 minutes, and there are 5 classes in the morning. However, Zhong Ding didn't know that he had already stood up and prepared to go to the corridor to get some fresh air. Seeing Zhong Ding about to leave the classroom, Zhang Yi immediately called out, "Student Zhong Ding, wait a moment." Zhang Yi's call immediately attracted the attention of most of the students, and they all turned to look at Zhong Ding and Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi is a school beauty and a top student. Naturally, her every move in class attracts everyone's attention. When the boys saw this, they were all envious and jealous. Zhang Ruochen couldn't help but turn his head to look, his face terribly gloomy. He is usually ranked second in the class, and Zhang Yi sometimes discusses some difficult questions with him. He has always been proud of this, and even secretly regards Zhang Yi as his exclusive lover. Unexpectedly, this time Zhang Yi did not discuss the problem with him, but instead went to Zhong Ding, whom he hated the most. Hearing someone calling him, Zhong Ding turned around and saw it was Zhang Yi. He immediately remembered that when the test papers were distributed before, Zhang Yi said she wanted to ask him for advice. So he returned to his seat and waited for Zhang Yi to come over. After a while, under the gazes of everyone, Zhang Yi walked up to Zhong Ding and said modestly and politely, "Hello, Zhong Ding. I want to ask you about the last big question, is that okay?" "Of course." Zhong Ding raised the corners of his mouth high. It's a great honor to have a beautiful female academic ask for advice. Then, he took out his test paper, pointed to the questions and his answers, analyzed the questions at a very fast speed, and talked about his ideas for solving the questions. This big problem immediately became much simpler using a formula that he learned the next semester, so he finished explaining it in one go. "That's it. Got it?" he asked. Zhang Yi's pretty face was full of doubts, and she shook her head slightly. "I almost don't understand, what is this formula of yours?" As she spoke, she pointed a slender jade finger at a formula on the bell and tripod answer. "Oh, I forgot." Zhong Ding slapped his head and said embarrassedly, "I learned this formula next semester." "A formula that you will learn next semester?" Zhang Yi's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Zhong Ding nodded, "Not bad. This problem becomes much simpler with this formula. Student Zhong Ding, no wonder you got full marks. It turns out you have been studying ahead of time," Zhang Yi said with admiration on her face. She had originally been skeptical about Zhong Ding's sudden full score in math, but now she no longer has any doubts and is left with only admiration and respect. Xu Mingshuang, who had been listening, turned around and looked at Zhong Ding in surprise, somewhat unbelievable. She suddenly remembered that Zhong Ding said last night that he had always been good at math, but he deliberately did an average job in the exam to keep a low profile. At the time, she thought it was a lie, but she never expected it might be true. "Ha, don't look at me with such admiration, I will be proud." Zhong Ding smiled calmly. Xu Mingshuang's surprised look immediately turned into contempt. "Will you die if you don't pretend? You're so humorous." Zhang Yi covered her mouth and chuckled. Zhang Jiahao next to him, the 2 male classmates in the back seat, and the male classmate on the other side of the aisle wanted to pick up the modern Chinese dictionary on the desk that was as heavy as a brick and smash it to death with it. It's enough for you to get advice from two beautiful women at the same time and to surprise them. But you still want to pretend to be cool? Do you think we are very broad-minded? Jiang Yi chuckled and asked, how can we solve it without using this formula? After all, except for you, none of us have learned it. We don't need this formula. Zhong Ding pondered. He really didn't think about the questions when he was doing the exam. After all, there is obviously a simpler way, so there is really no need to use a complicated solution. However, with his 10 times faster thinking reaction speed, he quickly figured it out. So he quickly explained his solution to the problem. Jiang Yi understood everything after listening to it once, and said happily, so that's how it is. Thank you, Zhong Ding. However, there was still one thing Chu Mingxuan didn't quite understand. She asked Zhong Ding about the doubt, and Zhong Ding patiently answered her once. She understood it and couldn't help but admire Zhong Ding's intelligence and thinking. As for Zhang Jiahao next to him, he was just joining in the fun and taking the opportunity to admire the beauty up close. He didn't understand anything at all, but he wouldn't say it out loud. After school at noon, as soon as Zhang Ruochen got into the Audi A6 that picked him up, he immediately took out his cell phone, found a number and dialed it. He couldn't wait any longer, so he decided to call a group of thugs to give Zhong Ding a good beating after school this evening. He would not be able to swallow this humiliation unless he beat Zhong Ding's mouth to pieces and put him in the hospital for more than a month. Chapter 8. At noon, Zhong Ding quickly finished his lunch and hurried back to his room. After closing the door, he immediately regained consciousness and prepared to take out the primary memory enhancement pill rewarded by the system. However, he changed his mind the next moment. System, can I exchange the primary memory enhancement pill plus 100 points for an intermediate memory enhancement pill? He asked. System, no. Moreover, before taking the intermediate memory enhancement pill, you must first take the primary memory enhancement pill. Host, please do not try to take shortcuts. Be sure to grow step by step. Zhong Ding frowned and asked, what do you mean? Does that mean I can't directly redeem the highest level skill and must redeem the lower level skill first? System, the host is very perceptive. You are so stupid, do you need my flattery as my future male god? Not being able to reach the highest level directly means that more male god points are needed. Zhong Ding, but why is my singing ability directly at the level of a singer? System, that was a surprise from a random draw, and it's not within the rules. Well, you have the final say. Zhong Ding, besides completing tasks, are there other ways to earn male god points? System, yes, but the host needs to explore it by himself. Zhong Ding. Without further ado, Zhong Ding took out the primary memory enhancement pill from the virtual space and swallowed it directly. Primary memory enhancement pill, after taking it, the memory will be permanently enhanced, and the rate of photographic and auditory memory will be around 90%. The pill melted as soon as it entered his stomach, and Zhong Ding felt a cool and clear feeling in his head, which lasted for 30 seconds. Next is the exciting random draw. System, I want to draw the lottery. Zhong Ding shouted. Ding, the lottery begins. Ding, the lottery is over. Congratulations on gaining mastery of Tai Chi. The next moment, Zhong Ding couldn't help but practice Tai Chi, and his movements were smooth and flowing. However, he felt that his physical energy was being consumed very quickly. After practicing only 2 or 3 moves, he felt exhausted. Beep. The host's physical fitness is detected to be low. Start replenishing the host's physical fitness and improving the host's physical fitness to reach the minimum standard for mastering Tai Chi. As the system voice sounded, Zhong Ding immediately felt his physical strength recovering rapidly, and felt that his strength was increasing. After a few minutes, Zhong Ding finally completed a set of Tai Chi and mastered it, even including the conditioned reflexes. The Tai Chi provided by the system is not the soft Tai Chi practiced by a group of aunts and grandfathers in the park, but the authentic Tai Chi, which is powerful and has strong combat effectiveness. Zhong Ding opened the character panel expectantly and found that his physical fitness had soared from 71 to 200, which was twice that of a normal adult. Phew, I made a lot of money. Ha, the lottery is still such a surprise. He couldn't help laughing happily. According to the nature of the system, if he wants to raise his physical fitness to 200 points, he wonders how many points he will need. Now if you win the lottery and master Tai Chi, it will be given as a gift. After clenching his fists, Zhong Ding estimated that his strength had at least doubled. After the excitement, Zhong Ding picked up his mobile phone and began to record the complete version of the left hand pointing to the moon short video. Just now when he was having lunch, he had already checked his Douyin video. There are 70,000 likes, just over 1,500 comments, and more than 21,000 fans. The data shows signs of slowing down, and the conversion rate from likes to followers has started to decline. It is estimated that the first wave of left hand pointing to the moon fans have been consumed. Or maybe everyone is too busy to watch videos on Douyin in the morning. This made Zhong Ding feel a crisis. It was imperative to record the complete version of the left hand pointing to the moon short video. He might even need to record other songs to accumulate fans. The singer's top-notch singing skills allowed Zhong Ding to record the complete version of Left Hand Pointing to the Moon in just over 10 minutes. The complete version of Left Hand Pointing to the Moon has been uploaded, and fans who followed Zhong Ding soon received a prompt. It was not yet 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and most people were resting and relaxing, but had not yet started their formal nap. So, when they saw Zhong Ding's complete version of Left Hand Pointing to the Moon, they immediately opened the video with great anticipation. Wang Yubing was also the first to click on Zhong Ding's complete version of Left Hand Pointing to the Moon. After listening to it, she didn't know how to describe her mood and feelings. It sounds so beautiful. So shocking. I admire you so much. Listening to the whole song, you will feel the exhilaration, shocking mind and soul-stirring feeling. Especially when the male voice sings the highest note, there is a clear sense of picture in my mind that it breaks through the sky. This visual sense of breaking through the clouds is different from the sharp sound of a female voice. It is a shocking feeling of a 1,000-foot mountain breaking through the sky. After coming to her senses, Wang Yubing forwarded the message frantically to all her chat groups, and even directly shared it with her friends. She likes this version of Left Hand Pointing to the Moon so much. In her opinion, Zhong Ding's Left Hand Pointing to the Moon is the best and strongest. After forwarding it, she remembered that she hadn't liked it yet. So, she liked Zhong Ding's video and commented in worship, "This is the best and strongest version I have ever heard, no other, it surpasses all other versions. I love it. I begged the master to release more songs." After Wang Yubing posted his comment, he refreshed the page and found that there were already 70 or 80 comments. She couldn't help but read them carefully one by one. This is the voice of God. It's amazing. The male voice sang it without changing to the female voice. It's extremely shocking. Where did this evil creature come from? It sounds so good. It gives me goosebumps. Is this from the national team? It feels like a dimensionality reduction attack. However, the person involved, Zhong Ding, did not see these comments at the first time. After uploading the video, he immediately brushed his teeth and went to bed for a nap. Lunch break time is limited, so make the most of it. During the break after the 6th class in the afternoon, Zhong Ding leaned on the corridor fence outside the classroom, chatting and joking with a group of classmates, and the laughter continued. He just laughed and suddenly fell silent. Zhong Ding turned around with some confusion and looked in the direction everyone was looking at, and saw a tall girl with outstanding temperament walking towards him. The girl was well dressed, pretty, even with a little trace of makeup, and had a haughty look on her face. Wang Ruohua, a popular girl in the 2nd year of high school and one of the 8 beauties in Qingyang Middle School, is beautiful, has good grades, has amazing talents, and comes from a very wealthy family. At the school's New Year's Eve party last semester, a piano worth 700,000 or 800,000 yuan was shipped from home. She played a song Wedding in the Dream on the stage, which amazed all the teachers and students in the school and received love letters from countless boys. Wang Ruohua walked to the front of the bell and stopped for a moment, then said with some disdain, "I have something to tell you." After saying that, regardless of Zhong Ding's reaction, he continued to move forward. Seeing this, the classmates around him all looked at Zhong Ding with surprise and envy. However, Zhong Ding smiled bitterly and followed reluctantly. If it weren't for Wang Ruohua's mother, Aunt Zhang, he would not have bothered to pay attention to Wang Ruohua. Did he think he was blind and couldn't see the expression of disgust on her face? Aunt Zhang's full name is Zhang Ruyue. She was a good sister of his mother Zhong Qinghuan when she was young and married into the Wang family in Xingyang City. After he was driven out of Jiangcheng, his mother settled him in Xingyang City and asked Zhang Ruyue to help take care of him. Over the years, he has received a lot of care from Zhang Ruyue. Zhang Ruyue really cares about him, and he is grateful in his heart. However, due to the sensitive nature of his identity, Zhang Ruyue never revealed his true origins to anyone else, not even her husband and daughter Wang Ruohua. The influence of the Zhong family extends beyond the provincial capital Jiangcheng, to the entire Jiangnan province, and of course includes Xingyang City. If this gossip were to get out accidentally, it would surely spread throughout Xingyang City very quickly. When they reached a deserted place, Wang Ruohua turned around and said coldly, "My mother asked me to personally invite you to my birthday party." "Got it. After school, I'll call Aunt Jiang and tell her that I'm busy studying and don't have time to attend," Zhong Ding said. Wang Ruohua did not allow any refusal, saying, "You must come. Otherwise, my mother will nag me again, thinking that I did not invite you sincerely." "Are you sincere?" Zhong Ding asked. Wang Ruohua snorted coldly, "Zhong Ding, you should know yourself. I have already come to you in front of so many people, do you still want me to invite you on the school broadcast?" Zhong Ding was silent for a moment, then for Aunt Zhang's sake, he sighed and said, "Okay, I'll join." Seeing Zhong Ding's reluctance, Wang Ruohua felt even more upset. "I didn't mind you attending my birthday party, but you dared to be reluctant. Tonight at 8 o'clock, in the Supreme Box of Jingguan KTV." After Wang Ruohua said this, she immediately walked away regardless of whether Zhong Ding heard it clearly. She is the school belle and a popular figure in the school. Almost all the teachers and students in the school know her, and she is the focus wherever she goes on campus. Now she was asked by her mother to find Zhong Ding in public and invite him to her birthday party. The gossip might have already started to spread. She felt upset when she thought about it. If it was a scandal with an outstanding and handsome school hunk, she could barely accept it, but Zhong Ding was ordinary and had no shining points at all. Chapter 9. Ring, ring, ring. When the school bell rang in the afternoon, Zhang Ruochen took out his cell phone and sent a message to the gang leader to confirm whether the gang members had arrived. In order to keep in touch with the gang leader, he took the risk of sneaking his cell phone into the school. Xingyang Middle School is a key high school and students are prohibited from bringing mobile phones into the campus. Soon, he received a reply that 15 thugs were already guarding the road that Zhong Ding had to take to get home. He raised his head and looked at Zhong Ding's seat, which was already empty. A sneer appeared on Zhang Ruochen's lips, as if he saw Zhong Ding's miserable appearance with his mouth beaten to pieces and all his teeth knocked out, lying in the hospital. The campus was particularly noisy after school this afternoon, because today was Friday, and it was the 1 week a month when there were no makeup classes, and with 2 days off, almost everyone was excited. However, these excitements have nothing to do with Zhong Ding. He doesn't like holidays and prefers to be in school. It's too lonely and boring to be alone at home. After leaving the teaching building, the system's voice suddenly rang in my mind. Ding, mission released, life lies in exercise, run 10,000 meters on the playground within half an hour. Rewards for completing the mission, 3 centimeters increase in height, 10 male god points and a random draw. Mission failed, electric shock for 3 minutes. Shua, isn't this going to kill me? Zhong Ding's eyes widened instantly. The last time he ran 5,000 meters in half an hour, he almost died. He immediately ran towards the school playground. I have to run 25 laps around the playground in half an hour. On the playground track, Zhong Ding ran 7 or 8 laps and found that he seemed to have some strength left and did not feel like he was dying of exhaustion. He was a little puzzled, and the next moment he remembered that his physical fitness had increased to 200 points, which was twice that of a normal adult, and almost 3 times his original strength. Thinking of this, Zhong Ding sped up again and ran wildly. He worried that he didn't have enough time. Little did he know that he had run 7 or 8 laps in a row at the speed of 200 meters, which had attracted the attention and surprise of many classmates. Who is this person? He's so fierce. He's already run 7 or 8 laps and he hasn't stopped yet. After running 2 more laps, Zhong Ding saw a familiar figure in front of him. It was Chu Mingshuang. Chu Mingshuang really loves sports. A girl is still running and exercising in the playground during the holidays. He couldn't help but think to himself. After a while, he caught up with Chu Mingshuang. Hi, Chu Mingshuang. He slowed down and walked side by side with Chu Mingshuang. Chu Mingshuang turned her pretty face and said, Zhong Ding, you run really fast. Ha, I'm going to run 10,000 meters today. Zhong Ding laughed. The next moment, he recovered his previous speed and surpassed Chu Mingshuang. Seeing Zhong Ding's running back, Chu Mingshuang was surprised. Yesterday, after he ran 3 or 4 laps, he seemed to be out of breath, and he was supported by his perseverance and physical tenacity. But just 1 day later, he ran many laps without any pressure and even had the energy to chat and laugh. After running about 12 laps, Zhong Ding began to feel exhausted, but he was not worried. Because the system has auxiliary functions, he just needs to have a strong enough will to persevere. Sure enough, on the 16th lap, his body reached its limit. Beep, the host's body has reached its limit, and the auxiliary mode has been activated. The next moment, a warm current surged out from deep within Zhong Ding's body, flowing to his entire body, his limbs and bones, giving his body a sense of strength. This little bit of strength was just enough to keep him running, so the uncomfortable feeling of exhaustion still existed. Sensing that new strength, Zhong Ding was overjoyed and ran faster. Although I felt physically uncomfortable, I felt a sense of mental pleasure. Ding, you have completed the 10,000-meter running mission. Congratulations on gaining 3 centimeters in height, 10 male god points, and a random draw. Ding, the host is detected to be overly fatigued, and the host's body is starting to be repaired. Zhong Ding clearly felt his body recovering rapidly. I looked at my watch and found that it was only 5:25, which means that it only took me about 20 minutes to run 10,000 meters. He felt that this speed was definitely no less than that of national long-distance runners. Later he went home and checked online, and found that the world record for a 10,000-meter run was 26 minutes and 17.53 seconds. Zhong Ding's mind sank slightly into his thoughts, checking the character panel. Sure enough, he is already 1.78 meters tall. In addition, he unexpectedly discovered that his physical fitness had increased by 5 points to 205. Turning around and looking at the track, Xu Mingxuan was still running. She has fair skin, a graceful figure, and graceful movements. Even without her pretty face, she still attracts many people's attention. However, Zhong Ding didn't wait for her and turned to leave the runway to rest. After resting for 6 or 7 minutes and fully recovering his strength, Zhong Ding left the playground and went home. Halfway through the journey, Zhong Ding suddenly noticed a yellow-haired man running towards him. However, what surprised him the next moment was that the yellow-haired man's movements seemed to slow down 10 times. Being proficient in Tai Chi, he dodged it easily with a sideways move. The yellow-haired man hit nothing, lost his balance and almost fell. Boy, you tripped me and almost made me fall. The yellow-haired man cursed angrily and chased after him and kicked Zhong Ding in the back. Zhong Ding frowned slightly. This street thug was so unreasonable. It was obviously his own fault for not paying attention when walking and almost bumping into someone, but he turned around and falsely accused the person and even wanted to beat him up. He felt disgusted and decided to teach Huang Mao a lesson. He turned around and stretched out his hand to accurately grab the ankle of the yellow-haired man who was kicking him, then turned around and exerted force. The yellow-haired man flew 3 or 4 meters away on the spot, his buttocks were broken and he screamed in pain, tears streaming down his face, and he was unable to get up for a while. Brothers, I was beaten. Come and help me kill him. The yellow-haired man shouted. The other 14 thugs who had been waiting for a long time immediately rushed forward without any nonsense and pounced directly on the bell tripod. Zhong Ding felt that he was unlucky for 8 lifetimes, and he hated the tyranny of these thugs even more. However, he was not afraid. A group of thugs rushed over, and Zhong Ding felt that they were like shooting a slow-motion movie, with all their movements slowed down about 10 times. 2 minutes later, all 15 thugs were knocked to the ground by Zhong Ding and could not get up. They cried and begged for mercy. This is just a small lesson. If you dare to walk unreasonably again, it won't be so easy. The gangsters were already crying in their hearts. Was it just a small lesson? Some of them vomited blood, not to mention that everyone had dislocated their hands and feet. Zhong Ding gave a stern warning and walked away. On the way, he was so excited and full of passion that he could actually beat 15 of them. Why did the gangsters' movements become much slower just now? Zhong Ding wondered inwardly. He thought about it for a while and concluded that it was due to his natural talent that made his thinking reaction 10 times faster. When you are focused, your thinking reaction speed increases tenfold, so you have the illusion that other people's movements have slowed down a lot. So, I am invincible in a fight? He was shocked by himself. As Zhong Ding walked away, Zhang Ruochen received a call from the gang leader. Young Master Zhang, you are too dishonest. The gang leader accused, you said he was an ordinary high school student, but he is actually a master. All of us brothers were defeated and all were seriously injured. You must pay us 500,000 yuan for medical expenses. Zhang Ruochen was confused, thinking he had heard wrongly. What did you say? In the end, Zhang Ruochen was forced to pay 300,000 yuan in compensation, with an average medical expense of 20,000 yuan per person. Although his family is rich, he is still a high school student. 300,000 is not a small amount of money. He cannot afford it at all, and he dare not ask his family for it. As a last resort, he lost all his money and even sold his Rolex watch which he used for showing off. Then he borrowed some money from his friends and barely raised enough money to compensate the gangsters. At least this year, he won't have any money to spend. Zhong Ding. Zhang Ruochen gritted his teeth, holding his breath in his chest, feeling extremely uncomfortable. He still didn't believe that Zhong Ding was so good at fighting. It must be that the gangsters recognized the wrong person. However, this did not prevent him from blaming Zhong Ding for this. Chapter 10. When he got home, the nanny Yi Xiuzhen came to meet him and asked, "Xiao Ding, did you run again today?" While taking slippers for him. "Yes, Aunt He." Zhong Ding responded with a hearty laugh, "I ran 5,000 meters. Running 10,000 meters is too exaggerated, it's better to be low-key." He Xiuzhen smiled and said, "You keep exercising every day. Miss Zhong will be very happy to know that." Ha! Zhong Ding kept his mouth curled up, put on his slippers and walked inside. "I'll take a shower first, Aunt He. I'm sweating all over." Entering the bedroom, Zhong Ding took a bath carefully. "When I was getting dressed, I suddenly realized that the clothes were too short. In 2 days, I grew from 1.73 meters to 1.78 meters. How could the clothes not be too short? I need to buy new clothes." After putting on a set of barely wearable clothes, Zhong Ding stood in front of a full-length mirror and looked at himself, and found that his eyes seemed exceptionally bright and shining. He clearly remembered that when he used the appearance card, his eyes only became better looking, but did not become brighter. Is it because of the influence of the talent of 10 times thinking reaction speed? Guessing this, he immediately concentrated his mind and his 10-fold mental reaction speed took effect. The next moment, I saw that my eyes became brighter, as if light was shining out, as if it was real and captivating. Scared. Zhong Ding was frightened by himself and quickly distracted his attention and released his thinking reaction speed 10 times. His eyes dimmed, but were still extremely bright and dazzling, far brighter than those of ordinary people. While eating, Zhong Ding couldn't help but log into Douyin on his mobile phone to check his fan accumulation. 34 seconds pointing to the moon with the left hand, 183,000 likes, 24,000 comments and more than 5,000 reposts. Full version of left hand pointing to the moon, 778,000 likes, 76,000 comments and 42 reposts. Total number of fans, 98,621. Seeing these data, Zhong Ding was stunned for a long time. "So, I'm very popular?" The full version of left hand pointing to the moon became really popular and went viral on Douyin. Everyone who heard Zhong Ding singing was shocked and curious about who Zhong Ding was. In fact, the full version of left hand pointing to the moon is no longer limited to Douyin. Stay calm, stay calm. I have top-notch singing skills and a heavenly voice. It would be strange if I'm not famous. He comforted himself in his heart. The next moment, I still couldn't help laughing. "Xiao Ding, what's wrong?" He Xiuzhen asked next to her. No, nothing, I just saw a very funny joke." Zhong Ding said with a smile. "This kid," He Xiuzhen said, "should not look at the phone while eating." Zhong Ding put down his phone and ate seriously. Before he finished his meal, Zhong Ding heard the notification in his mind that the mission was completed. Ding, mission completed. Congratulations on getting a level 2 1-star appearance card, 50 points for male god, and a random draw. Knowing that he had completed the task, Zhong Ding couldn't help but be secretly astonished. In less than 20 minutes, he gained several thousand fans, which was an alarming speed. After dinner, Zhong Ding sat on the sofa in the living room, checking Douyin on his mobile phone. The number of fans has skyrocketed to more than 101,000, and the source of the increase in fans is basically concentrated on the full version of the left hand pointing to the moon video. Clicking on the comments of the full version of the video of left hand pointing to the moon, I saw a lot of praise. Some of the comments were arguing about which of the 3 versions was the best, this version, the original version, and the version sung by the singer surnamed Huang. When it comes to music, when the difference is not very obvious, it is easy for different people to have different opinions. After reading the comments for 7 or 8 minutes, Zhong Ding entered the bedroom and began to use the second level 1-star appearance card. Level 2, 1-star appearance card. After use, appearance will be permanently increased by 1 point, only valid for appearance below 90 points. Use the appearance card. A colorful stream of light enveloped him, and Zhong Ding felt his face tingling. After a while, the numbness and itching disappeared, and when I looked at myself in the mirror again, I became handsome again. Moreover, this increase in appearance was so subtle that he looked handsome at first glance. Before, his 80-point appearance only made him look more pleasing to the eye. There is such a significant difference between an appearance score of 80 and an appearance score of 81. Coupled with his current height of 1.78 meters, he looks handsome at first glance. He, Zhong Ding, has finally joined the ranks of handsome men. Next comes the much anticipated lucky draw. He currently has 2 chances to win the lottery. System, I want to draw a lottery. Ding, the lottery begins. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the piano master skill. As the system sounded, a lot of piano knowledge immediately flooded into Zhong Ding's mind, and his slender fingers kept playing. After 30 seconds, Zhong Ding officially acquired the piano master skills. In fact, Zhong Ding can play the piano and is at level 10. Although his identity was shady, his mother spent a lot of money to cultivate his various talents and skills since he was a child. Feeling a little depressed, Zhong Ding checked his character panel. Host, Zhong Ding. Age, 16. Height, 178 centimeters. Physical fitness, 205. Average for healthy adults is 100. Value, 81. Temperament, 70. Talent, 10 times the thinking reaction ability. Skills, proficient in high school mathematics, vocal skills, Tai Chi proficiency, piano master. Honors, none. Male God points, 110. The cell phone suddenly rang and Zhong Ding picked up the phone to answer it. It's Aunt Zheng. On the phone, Aunt Chang asked about Zhong Ding's recent situation and asked, "Did Ruohua invite you to her birthday party?" "Yes." Zhong Ding said, "I'm just about to go out and prepare a birthday present." Aunt Zheng comforted her, "That's good. You and Ruohua should communicate more. Ruohua is a girl, so she may be a little reserved, but she still cares about you." "Got it." Zhong Ding said with a smile, "Don't worry, Aunt Zhang, I have a good relationship with Sister Ruohua." Aunt Zheng couldn't help but laugh. After hanging up the phone, Zhong Ding packed up a little and hurried out, taking a taxi straight to Jincheng Mall. Jincheng Mall is the most upscale shopping mall in Xinjiang City, where you can buy high-end luxury goods. Without making any selection, Zhong Ding directly bought a Gucci women's bag for 16,900 yuan. Of course, this birthday present was bought for Aunt Zheng. He was not short of money. His mother, Zhong Qingluan, gave him 10,000 yuan in pocket money every month, and he did not spend money recklessly, so over the years, he had more than 300,000 yuan in his card. In addition to buying women's bags, he also bought himself 3 sets of clothes, spending more than 10,000 yuan. After returning home, Zhong Ding changed into new clothes, took his birthday present, and took a taxi to Jingwan KTV. Jingwan KTV is the most high-end KTV in Xinjiang City, with extremely high consumption. The minimum consumption for an ordinary private room is 6,666 yuan. The box where Wang Ruohua held her birthday party was the Supreme Box, the best box in Golden Crown KTV, with a minimum consumption of 49,999 yuan. After arriving at the Golden Crown KTV, Zhong Ding walked all the way to the door of the Supreme Box, led by 2 young and beautiful waitresses. The waiter helped to press the doorbell, and soon the door of the box opened. The person who opened the door was a boy of about 17 or 18 years old, well-dressed, with a slicked back hair and powdered face. This person obviously didn't know Zhong Ding, and asked doubtfully, "Did you go to the wrong door? Is Wang Ruohua holding a birthday party inside?" Zhong Ding asked. "Good. That's right, I was invited to her birthday party," Zhong Ding said with a smile. The boy looked at Zhong Ding again and saw that he was also dressed nicely and holding a gift box in his hand, so he opened the door and let Zhong Ding in. The moment he entered the box, before Zhong Ding had time to take a look at the situation inside, the voice of the system rang in his mind. "Ding, mission released, as a male god, you will be the focus wherever you go. Please be the focus of everyone at the birthday party. Mission rewards, 1 level 1 5-star temperament card, 50 male god points, and a random draw." Chapter 11. Coming back to his senses, Zhong Ding glanced around the box. It seemed more like a hall than a box, with an area of at least 150 square meters. Moreover, the decoration is very luxurious and full of nobility. The box was decorated with birthday party decorations. In the center of the box was a multi-layered cake that was almost as tall as a person, creating a full birthday party atmosphere. At this time, there were already 20 or 30 boys and girls in the box, all of them ranging from 14 or 15 to 17 or 18 years old. They were all well dressed. Although they were all junior high school and high school students, they dressed like celebrities. But it's not surprising. The Wang family is rich and powerful in Xinjiang City, with extensive connections. As the daughter of the Wang family, Wang Ruohua is a bird of a feather flocked together, and her friends are almost all students from Xinjiang City's upper-class circles. As for Wang Ruohua herself, She was wearing a luxurious white princess dress and a pearly silver birthday ring crown on her head. Her pretty fair face was made up, making her look a few years more mature. She was indeed very beautiful. When Zhong Ding came in, many people in the box turned around and looked at him. They found that Zhong Ding looked unfamiliar and were a little confused. Qingyang City is just an ordinary prefecture-level city. There are only so many wealthy and powerful families, and most of them go to Qingyang Middle School, so even if they are not friends, they probably know each other. As the host, Wang Ruohua would not necessarily go up to greet guests when they arrived, but she would still turn around to see who was coming. When she saw it was Zhong Ding, she turned her pretty face away immediately, not to mention going up to greet him. What she is most worried about now is the rumor about her and Zhong Ding spreading in school, so of course she has to keep a distance from Zhong Ding and draw a clear line between them. Seeing Wang Ruohua's cold attitude, everyone immediately guessed that Zhong Ding might be Wang Ruohua's suitor and came uninvited. Zhong Ding, this is not a place for you to come. Zhang Ruochen strode to Zhong Ding, pointed at the door of the box, and shouted loudly, with disgust, hatred and contempt on his face, "Get out!" 2 hours ago, he was demanded 300,000 yuan by that group of thugs, and he was feeling upset and having a headache. Now, when he saw the culprit, he wanted to eat the bell and tripod alive. Wang Ruohua looked for Zhong Ding in public at school, but in fact the impact was far less than Wang Ruohua thought. It was because Wang Ruohua took herself too seriously. Moreover, the news had only been circulating for less than half a day, so it hadn't spread much. Zhang Ruochen didn't know about it for the time being, and he also regarded Zhong Ding as an uninvited visitor. When the others saw this, they immediately knew that Zhang Ruochen knew this strange student. In addition, 3 or 4 high school students dressed in suits walked up, blocked the bell, and looked at him unfriendly. They were all Wang Ruohua's suitors. How could they tolerate a suitor of ordinary background getting close to Wang Ruohua? Wang Ruohua, is this your birthday party or someone else's? Zhong Ding ignored Zhang Ruochen, looked past him, and shouted directly to Wang Ruohua. Wang Ruohua frowned slightly and turned around and shouted, "Zhang Ruochen, move aside and let him come over." Everyone was surprised to hear this. This person was actually invited by Wang Ruohua. Being slapped in the face, Zhang Ruochen's face flushed red. He stared at Zhong Ding fiercely, and then had to move away. Zhong Ding raised the corner of his mouth, walked over calmly, and stopped in front of Wang Ruohua. Wang Ruohua was surrounded by a group of girls with outstanding looks. One of them was extremely beautiful, even more beautiful than Wang Ruohua. Zhong Ding recognized this girl. She was Xia Feishue, the leader of the 8 beauties at Qingyang Middle School. Xia Feishue is Wang Ruohua's good sister and the person closest to Wang Ruohua. At this moment, Xia Feishue, like other girls, looked at Zhong Ding curiously. Zhong Ding gave her the impression that he was just a tall and handsome man, but his eyes were very bright, shining like stars, and very eye-catching. "Sister Ruohua, happy birthday." Standing in front of Wang Ruohua, Zhong Ding put on a smile and said seriously. He was driven to Qingyang City, and Wang Ruohua was the first person of his age he met. Although their relationship was not very good, because of Aunt Zhang, he and Wang Ruohua actually met often and even had meals together. Zhang Ruyue often invited him to the Wang family for dinner. Therefore, on Wang Ruohua's birthday, he was still willing to give Wang Ruohua a sincere smile. As he spoke, he handed over the exquisite gift box in his hand. Wang Ruohua probably sensed Zhong Ding's sincerity, and her eyes softened. "Thank you for coming to my birthday party." The next moment, the birthday present was snatched away by a girl next to him. The girl's name is Wang Ruofeng, and she is Wang Ruohua's cousin. Hee, let's see what the birthday present is. Wang Ruofeng smiled innocently and immediately started to unwrap the gift. It was too late for Wang Ruohua to stop it. Although Wang Ruofeng is Wang Ruohua's cousin, she is envious of her cousin's glory. She knew Zhong Ding and learned about Zhong Ding's origin from Wang Ruohua. He was a boy of ordinary family, who relied entirely on Zhang Ruyue's relationship for care. What good gift could such a person give? At most, it would be worth more than 1,000 yuan, or maybe a street stall item worth 100 yuan. It's just right to slap Wang Ruohua in the face. Everyone present was also looking at Zhong Ding's gift. Soon, the gift box was opened, and Wang Ruofeng took out an exquisite women's bag from it. "Oh, it's a bag. Let me see what brand it is." The next moment, she was silent. Because she discovered it was an international luxury brand Gucci. It is always prestigious for a high school girl to carry a Gucci bag. "What brand is it?" Several girls couldn't help but ask. The boys urged as well. Wang Ruohua's heart sank to the bottom. She had prepared herself for embarrassment, but she didn't expect that the bag Zhongding sent her didn't even have the name of the brand. A bag without a brand name is not even as good as the goods sold at street stalls, right? Xia Feishua took the bag and gift box and looked at them, then smiled and said to Wang Ruohua, "Huahua, congratulations, it's a Gucci bag." Ah! Most of the people present couldn't help but scream. What a surprise! Gucci bags can easily cost tens of thousands of dollars, which is already an expensive luxury gift. Everyone present came from wealthy families, but they were still high school students, or even junior high school students, with limited pocket money and usually spending lavishly. Zhongding's Gucci bag is more valuable than most birthday gifts given by others. Wang Ruohua couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised and looked at Zhongding with gratitude. Zhongding didn't embarrass her. At this moment, Zhang Ruochen questioned, "Isn't it a fake?" Someone immediately echoed, "Yes, you must look carefully, in case it is a fake and deceives Sister Ruohua's sister. It's really funny, using fake goods to cheat people at a birthday party." Someone laughed. Even they can't afford a Gucci bag, so why can Zhongding, who looks like an ordinary family, afford it? It must be a fake, at most an A-grade product. Xia Feishua took out the receipt from her bag, took a closer look, and said, "It's genuine. I have the invoice. I bought it at Jinchang Mall for 16,900 yuan." When they heard the amount, everyone's expressions suddenly became colorful. "Regardless of whether it is fake or not, I bought it for 16,900 yuan, so even if it is fake, it is real." Zhang Ruochen had the ugliest expression, and he was the first to question it. "Zhongding, your gift is so precious." Wang Ruohua couldn't help but reveal a happy smile on her pretty face. She took 2 steps closer to Zhongding and expressed her gratitude. Although this Gucci bag was not the most expensive gift she received tonight, it was still among the top 3. She thought that Zhongding's attendance at her birthday party would embarrass her, but unexpectedly it brought honor to her. "Nothing." Zhongding smiled, "Just have a happy birthday." After saying that, he prepared to retreat, but the system did not prompt him to complete the task. As a last resort, he turned his gaze to a piano placed in front of the birthday cake. Of course, this piano was specially moved by Wang Ruohua from her home. In addition to playing a piece for herself at the birthday party, it was also for showing off her concert-level piano talent in front of her friends. So, under everyone's puzzled gaze, he walked to the piano, turned to Wang Ruohua, showing his neat white teeth and smiled, "I'll give you another song." After saying that, he pulled out a chair and sat down in front of the piano. Chapter 12. Sitting in front of the piano, Zhongding originally intended to play a pure piano piece, Girl's Prayer. However, he found the music sheet and lyrics of Dear Child on the music stand in front of the piano. I guess Wang Ruohua was planning to play and sing it herself. His guess was correct. Wang Ruohua spent 2 months practicing this song. Zhongding curled his lips and decided to play and sing Dear Child. As for Wang Ruohua being angry, that is even better. I just want to make Wang Ruohua angry to death. Moreover, the combination of playing and singing is more shocking. Otherwise, if you only play a piano piece, the music may be too highbrow and not everyone will be attracted to it. He had never practiced the piano accompaniment for Dear Child, but that did not pose a problem for him as a top-notch piano master. Moreover, with 10 times the thinking reaction speed and the primary enhanced memory, he could basically remember the accompaniment piano piece after just one quick look and knew how to play it. Zhongding placed his slender 10 fingers on the keys and began to play. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. When Wang Ruohua heard the familiar piano accompaniment, her face changed. This was the song she had worked hard to prepare for 2 months. The others were immediately attracted by Zhongding's masterful performance and listened attentively. "Little child. Did you cry today? Have all the friends left? Leaving behind the loneliness that can't be taken away." As Zhongding sang the first sentence, the singer's top-notch singing skills, coupled with his magnetic voice, instantly infected everyone and made them fall into the mood of the song. Even Wang Ruohua, who was angry, and Zhang Ruochen, who hated Zhongding to the core, could not escape the influence and were dragged into the mood of the song. Dear Child is actually a rather sad song. Zhongding didn't understand why Wang Ruohua sang this song at her birthday party. Maybe she was being pretentious or trying to express sadness in order to write new lyrics. Or maybe she really wasn't as happy as she appeared to be. In order to sing Dear Child well, Zhongding also immersed himself in the mood of the song. In a trance, he felt that the song was about himself, and his sadness involuntarily flowed out from the bottom of his heart. It was an excellent song, with top-notch piano accompaniment and top-notch singing voice. Everyone could not help but feel sad and compassionate, staring at Zhongding quietly with tears in their eyes. The 45-degree silhouette, the upright body, the handsome profile, the rhythmic and slender fingers that seemed to carry magic, and the body of Zhongding seemed to be covered with a layer of light. My dear child. Why don't you let me see clearly? Did the wind blow out the candle? Wandering alone in the dark. When Zhongding sang to this part, all the girls started crying. Even the boys couldn't help but burst into tears. Zhongding himself couldn't help but have tears in his eyes. Dear child. Dry your tears quickly. I am willing to accompany you. On the way home. As the last stop note was pressed, Zhongding took a few seconds to pull himself out of the mood of the song. As for the crowd, they are still immersed in it and cannot extricate themselves. Thank you, everyone. Zhongding stood up, turned to face everyone, and smiled. When everyone came to their senses, there was no applause. Most of them actually turned their backs, especially the boys, who all turned around. It's so embarrassing that I actually cried because of this guy's song. The girls thought that their faces were red from crying and must look ugly. There was no applause, but Zhongding didn't care because he had already received a prompt that the task was completed and obtained a first-level 5-star temperament card, 50 points, and a random draw. After Zhongding finished speaking, he walked straight towards the door of the box without lingering. When he opened the door of the box, Wang Ruohua came to his senses and hurriedly shouted, "Zhongding, wait." However, Zhongding still walked out of the box. Wang Ruohua chased out of the box, blocked Zhongding's way, raised her pretty face to face Zhongding, tears still on her face. "Zhongding, thank you for your song and piano." Zhongding smiled and shook his head without saying anything. He didn't play the piano and sing for Wang Ruohua. I had some misunderstandings about you before, but I will treat you well in the future. Wang Ruohua said again. Zhongding, and then? He was a little disappointed to see that Wang Ruohua was not angry that he had pretended to be her boss. What? Wang Ruohua was stunned and a little confused. Zhongding raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "I thought you were going to pledge yourself to me, but it was all in vain." Wang Ruohua's pretty face changed slightly, and she deliberately sneered, "Ha, you are really good at daydreaming. Ah, you're so stingy. You can't even take a joke." Zhongding laughed, turned around and walked away. Wang Ruohua looked at Zhongding's back and stamped her feet in anger. She had finally shown some kindness, but he didn't know how to cherish it. After turning back to the box and making a wish, blowing out the candles and cutting the cake, a group of girls surrounded Wang Ruohua and asked for detailed information about Zhongding, and even asked Wang Ruohua for Zhongding's contact information. The atmosphere of the birthday party has changed a bit. There was one thing Wang Ruohua couldn't stand: her best friend Xia Feishua was actually very interested in Zhongding. Please, Zhongding is just a loser student. Where is your dignity as the most beautiful girl in Xingyang Middle School? Zhongding walked out of the Jingwan KTV and took a taxi home. As soon as he got into the taxi, he huddled in a corner in the back seat, an indescribable loneliness enveloping him. Dear Child triggered some bad emotions hidden deep in his heart. He didn't like Dear Child and never sang it again. When they got home, the babysitter Xiaojin went to help Zhongding get his slippers and asked with concern, "Why did you come back so soon after attending your classmate's birthday party?" "Just an ordinary friend," he gave a gift and left. Zhongding said with a smile. After changing into slippers, he walked to the sofa in the living room and sat down, pouring himself a cup of tea and drinking it. "Auntie, you have 2 days off this weekend, go home and reunite with your family. I don't need you to take care of me here for the time being." "Then I'll go home." Xiaojin didn't hesitate, as this was the agreed day off. After that, she got up and went into her room to pack her things. After a while, she came out with a canvas bag. Zhongding immediately picked up a large bag of high-end snacks and a box of strawberries and went to greet Xiaojin. "Auntie, you can take these things back. The snacks and strawberries were bought by him on the way back just now." "You've wasted your money again." Xiaojin shook her head. Zhongding smiled and said, "How can you say it's a waste of money? Xiaojiang and Xiaowan both love to eat it." As he said this, he stuffed the thing into Xiaojin's hand. Xiaojin was sent out by Zhongding carrying a large bag of snacks and a box of strawberries. After the door closed, she couldn't help but turn her head and look, then let out a long sigh. She felt sorry for Zhongding, who had to learn the ways of the world at such a young age. After seeing Auntie off, Zhongding returned to his room, stood in front of the full-length mirror, and used the level 1 5-star temperament card with anticipation. There is no change in appearance after use, but the feeling it gives is somewhat different. It seems to be more attractive and more impressive. The effect is good. Zhong Ding was very satisfied. After using the temperament card, the next step is to use the male god points. He now has a total of 160 points. After browsing the system mall for a while and drooling for a long time, he finally chose to use 50 points to exchange for high school Chinese proficiency. Countless Chinese language knowledge flooded into his mind, which lasted for half a minute before Zhong Ding mastered high school Chinese. There are also English, physics, chemistry, and so on, but I can only wait until I earn male god points in the future. He had to keep the 110 points for emergencies. System, I want to draw the lottery. Zhong Ding shouted. Ding, the lottery begins. Ding, congratulations on obtaining a divine song from another world. Zhong Ding. It was actually a song from another world. It seemed that the system had not forgotten that it was the male god of all worlds system. It's just that it's useless to him. Maybe it might be useful in the future, but now it can only be thrown into the warehouse, and it's all in vain. Maybe he got the piano master skill in the lottery today, and the system felt that he got too much today. There was only one draw left, and he didn't dare to draw it. Returning to the living room and sitting on the sofa, Zhong Ding picked up his mobile phone to check the status of his Douyin. Wow, the full version of Left Hand Pointing to the Moon has received over 1.2 million likes, more than 35,000 comments, and over 10,000 reposts. Looking at the total number of fans, it's over 130,000. He couldn't help feeling happy, he was obviously very angry. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in my mind. Ding, mission released, as a male god, hundreds of thousands of fans are nothing. Within 10 days, the host's online fan value must exceed 1 million. Mission completion rewards, a level 2 3-star appearance card, 100 male god points, and a random draw. Mission failed, 3 minutes of electric shock for 3 consecutive days. Chapter 13. It's just 1 million followers, it's a piece of cake. Zhong Ding is very confident in completing the task. So he immediately searched the internet and decided to record the second song, Rolling Up the Red Curtain. Rolling Up the Red Curtain is an ancient style song with excellent melody and lyrics. When the song came out, it caused heated discussions across the internet and was on the hot search list, but to sing it well requires a very good voice. A good voice does not mean the ability to sing high notes, but a very clear and magnetic voice, which can make the singing sound ethereal and bring people back to ancient times. I have heard Zhong Ding before, but I don't know how to sing it completely. However, this did not pose a problem for him, as there was the music score of Rolling Up the Red Curtain on the internet, and he could learn it by himself. To have the ability of a singer, singing by reading the music score is the most basic. It took Zhong Ding an hour to learn to sing Rolling Up the Red Curtain fluently, and then he started recording the video. 10 minutes later, Zhong Ding recorded a satisfactory video and uploaded it to Douyin. It was past 10 o'clock in the evening, which was the peak time for watching Douyin. As soon as Rolling Red Curtain was uploaded, it immediately attracted the attention of many fans. Wang Yubing was also listening to music on Douyin. When she saw Zhong Ding uploading new works, she was overjoyed and immediately clicked to see them. Wow, Rolling Red Curtain. Wang Yubing was pleasantly surprised. It was an ancient style song that she liked very much. Engrave every eyebrow and heart. Thinking through the painting. Stained with ink. All the writings of the 1,000 families have turned yellow. When Wang Yubing heard the first 3 words of the first sentence, he was completely intoxicated. The voice was so clear and pleasant, and it was a male voice. When she heard it, she seemed to travel through time and space, and saw the ancient boudoir and herself as the beauty. Sighing the flowing water and the falling flowers. Who is playing the piano in the clouds? By the time the song was finished, Wang Yubing was already in tears, still immersed in it and unable to extricate herself. The video automatically replayed itself and she continued to be engrossed in it. The song was played 3 times in total before Wang Yubing came back to his senses. It's so beautiful and touching. This is the most beautiful and touching song I have ever heard in my life, she said to herself excitedly. After coming to his senses, Wang Yubing immediately liked the post, then forwarded it, and finally started commenting. However, she found that there were nearly 1,000 comments. How long did it take? Less than 15 minutes. Wang Yubing was surprised and happy, and clicked on the comments to read them. The best voice in China. Clear, pleasant, and magnetic. This song was created for him and far surpasses the original singer. Listening to this song, I seem to see the ancient boudoir, where a beautiful woman is alone and sad. The visual effect of the sound is so strong, I totally love it. Divine song, celestial music. This song should only exist in heaven. How often can we hear it in the world? Where did this monster come from? It sounds so good. The author should upload other works quickly. I love this song so much. It breaks my heart. Wang Yubing browsed through the comments and deeply agreed with them. Then, she wrote, ancient fragrance and ancient style, as if I were in an ancient boudoir, elegant with melancholy and sadness. I heard the sound of my own heart breaking deep down, and when I woke up, I had already cried 2 lines of tears. Zhongding, I like you so much. Zhongding's Douyin nickname is his real name, but fans can't tell it's a person's name. But after Zhongding uploaded the video of rolling up the red curtain, he went to take a bath. After taking a shower, he didn't rush to check Douyin, but went shopping online. According to the nature of the system, he will definitely be required to have more than 10 million fans in the future, so he has to purchase some professional equipment. For example, microphone, HD camera, sound card, and so on. In addition, he also ordered a piano online. It is a bit unreasonable that someone with the level of a piano master does not have a piano. Moreover, with a piano, he can record videos while playing the piano and singing, which is more conducive to attracting fans. I didn't buy a very expensive piano, just an ordinary one that cost over 90,000 yuan. After placing the order and turning off the computer, Zhongding picked up his phone to check the Douyin status. Scared. Zhongding was startled. The number of likes for Rolling Red Curtain has exceeded 100,000. It's only been a short time, definitely less than an hour. Looking at the comments and reposts, there are more than 20,000 comments and nearly 30,000 reposts. Is my video really that popular? Zhongding said to himself in disbelief. In fact, his Rolling Red Curtain is spreading at an alarming rate. In addition to the spontaneous dissemination by fans, Douyin's big data push is also gaining momentum because the data of this video is so good. Different from the showmanship element of pointing to the moon with the left hand, the song Rolling Up the Red Curtain can really touch the strings in people's hearts, making them moved and hard to let go. And his heavenly voice is just right for rolling up the red curtain. However, Wang Ruohua's birthday party was so lively that it lasted until 11 o'clock in the evening. During the performance, Yuzhu was in front, so Wang Ruohua did not play Dear Child, which she had prepared for 2 months, but played Wedding in the Dream instead. After returning home, her mother asked about the birthday party for a while and then asked, "Did Xiaoding attend your birthday party?" "Yes, he even gave me a Gucci bag." Wang Ruohua replied, with a strange look on her pretty face. "Mom, what kind of family is Zhongding?" The song Dear Child amazed her, but what shocked her even more was Zhongding's piano level. Her performance-level piano skills were already quite outstanding, but Zhongding's piano skills were at least 2 or 3 levels higher than hers. She even suspected that he was at the master level. Zhongding played the piano so well that she became curious about him. Zhang Ruyue was slightly surprised that her daughter cared about Zhongding's family background. She smiled calmly and said, "Xiaoding is a child who spends money recklessly. He even bought you a Gucci bag. However, it also shows his thoughtfulness. Huahua, you should be nicer to Xiaoding in the future and interact with him more often." This time, Wang Ruohua was surprisingly not impatient and responded, "I know, Mom." Seeing that her daughter was willing to interact more with Zhongding, Zhang Ruyue couldn't help but smile with relief. Of course, she would not easily tell others about the origin of the bell and tripod. The next morning, Zhongding woke up, took out his cell phone from the bedside table, and checked Douyin's situation. 1.64 million likes, more than 80,000 comments, and 120,000 reposts. Looking at the data of Rolling Red Curtain, he was a little dazed. In one night, a video received over 1.64 million likes. He could have predicted that this video would become popular, but was it too popular? He checked the number of followers again, which was over 760,000. The conversion rate of likes to followers is frighteningly high. I estimate that the 1 million fans mission can be completed today. Looking at the 2 videos of left hand pointing to the moon, all the data have increased significantly. When I got out of bed and went to wash up, the system's voice suddenly rang in my mind. "Ding, mission released, life lies in exercise, please run 10,000 meters in the morning within an hour. Mission rewards, 1 centimeter increase in height, 10 male god points and a random draw. Mission failed, electric shock penalty for 3 minutes. Ha, I just happened to be going for a morning run." Zhongding laughed, washed up quickly, put on his sportswear and running shoes, and then ran out. More than an hour later, Zhong Ding completed his mission and returned. His height had increased by another centimeter, reaching 1.79 meters. He had breakfast in his hands and looked energetic and refreshed. After taking a shower and changing his clothes, Zhong Ding picked up his phone to check on his Douyin fans, but found that he had a missed call. It was a call from his mother, Zhong Xingluan. 10 seconds after throwing the phone back on the table, he picked it up again and called his mother. The call was quickly connected, and Zhong Ding smiled and said, "Mom, good morning." "Dinger, why didn't you answer the phone just now?" A pleasant and gentle female voice came from the phone. "Zhong Ding, I went for a run, and I just saw you called me. Running is good. Running and exercising more will keep you healthy." The woman's voice was filled with laughter. "Zhong Ding, okay, I understand. I will keep running every day in the future. Mom is busy with work and doesn't have time to visit you in Xinjiang this weekend," the woman said in a guilty voice. Zhong Ding immediately smiled and said, "It's okay, I'm fine. Your work is more important. I'll give you 10,000 yuan later. You can buy whatever you want to eat. Got it? Wow, I have money to spend again. I'm so happy." Zhong Ding laughed happily. "Thank you, Mom." After ending the call, Zhong Ding's upturned mouth corners instantly flattened. He threw the phone back on the table and went to the restaurant to have breakfast. After breakfast, I went to the study, turned on the computer and surfed the internet. After surfing the internet for more than an hour, he felt bored, so he called his deskmate Zhang Jiahao to chat. Zhang Jiahao smiled and said, "I'm playing King of Glory. Do you want to play? Let's team up and play together." "Okay. I'll come find you." Zhong Ding responded immediately. Although playing in a team does not require face-to-face interaction, it is too boring for him to stay at home alone. "Okay, come over here." 10 minutes later, Zhong Ding found Zhang Jiahao. Zhang Jiahao was not at home, but in a spacious milk tea shop with high-end decoration. Of course, Zhang Jiahao was not alone, he had two companions with him, both of them were girls. One of them was someone Zhong Ding knew, Zhang Jiahao's girlfriend Song Mengmeng. The other girl is good-looking, with fair skin, an oval face, pretty features, and a slim figure. She would score over 85 points and is prettier than Song Mengmeng. "Wow, Zhong Ding, I haven't seen you for a while. You seem to have become more handsome." Song Mengmeng greeted him warmly with a smile. Zhong Ding pretended to be proud and said with a smile, "What do you mean by seemingly? It is obviously the case." Li Xiaoman, Mingmeng's classmate and good sister. Zhang Jiahao introduced, "This is my deskmate and buddy, Zhong Ding." Zhong Ding and Li Xiaoman greeted each other, but Li Yiman's attitude was a little cold. Seeing that Zhang Jiahao and the others had almost finished their milk tea, Zhong Ding said, "What do you want to drink? I'll treat you." Zhang Jiahao and Song Mengmeng did not hesitate and immediately told the name of the milk tea they wanted to drink. Li Yiman hesitated for a moment, but at Song Mengmeng's urging, she also ordered a cup of kumquat tea. Zhong Ding walked to the bar and ordered 4 drinks, which cost more than 100 yuan. After returning and sitting down at the small round glass table, Zhong Ding opened King of Glory and said with a smile, "You are lucky today. I will take you flying." Although he has not tried it, he feels that he has 10 times the talent for thinking and reaction speed, and his strength in playing Honor of Kings should increase dramatically. "You're not even a diamond, yet you took us flying and you're just bragging without thinking," Zhang Jiahao said with contemptuous smile. Song Mengmeng also laughed and said, "Zhong Ding, next time you brag, you should understand the situation first. Do you know what rank Man is? Star Glory." Zhong Ding turned his head to look at Li Xiaoman, but Li Xiaoman didn't turn to look at him. She raised half of her fair face slightly, with a bit of arrogance, and only glanced at him out of the corner of her eye in response. However, he didn't take it seriously because the other person was not familiar with him. He smiled and said to Zhang Jiahao and Song Mengmeng, "I didn't play seriously before. Today I decided to show you 1/10 of my strength." Chapter 14. 4 people could not form a team, so they pulled in another online classmate, Luo Qingfeng, to form a team of 5. Because Zhang Jiahao, Song Mengmeng and others were unwilling to play in the top lane, Zhong Ding chose the top lane, and the hero was Bodhidharma. As expected, when Zhong Ding controlled Dharma to the front tower of the top lane, the enemy shooter Luban No. 7 and the support Neo Mo swaggered in front of the tower. In the early stages of a low-end game, the top lane hero usually can't even beat a shooter. Add to that a support, and the top lane hero can basically only hide in the tower, and may even be killed if not careful, which is very frustrating. This is the reason why everyone is reluctant to play on the road. During the first landing match, Zhong Ding was so focused that his tenfold thinking reaction speed took effect. He found that the game seemed to have a network delay, and everything in the game was slowed down by about 10 times. Slowing down 10 times, he not only had enough time to think of countermeasures, but he could also move calmly, dodge skills, and cast skills accurately. He even has time to think and make various predictions. First blood. The shocking first kill broadcast suddenly sounded above the Canyon of Kings. Zhang Jiahao and Song Mengmeng in the bottom lane were shocked, thinking that Zhong Ding had given away the first kill so quickly and the second wave of soldiers had not arrived yet. Li Xiaoman in the middle lane and Luo Qingfeng in the jungle also thought that Zhong Ding in the top lane was giving away kills too quickly. This is not surprising. In their perception, the top lane is difficult to fight, and being able to defend the front tower in the fourth wave of soldiers is already very good. The first kill is usually the top laner of both the enemy and our side. However, the next moment they glanced at the upper left corner of the game window and found that the enemy shooter Luban number 7 was killed, while Zhong Ding's Dharma still had half blood. Ah! Zhong Ding, you got the first kill? Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but look up and shouted to Zhong Ding in surprise. Song Mengmeng also looked up at Zhong Ding in surprise. As for Li Xiaoman, she didn't look up at the bell, but she couldn't help listening with her ears. Zhong Ding didn't look up, his eyes fixed on the game. He operated quickly while laughing loudly. Ha, didn't I just say it? I'm going to show you 1/10 of my strength. Will you die if you don't brag? Zhang Jiahao and Song Mengmeng laughed and cursed in unison. Li Xiaoman finally couldn't help but look at Zhong Ding with contempt out of the corner of her eye. But I just happened to get the first kill. You have the nerve to brag about your platinum rank? I am a star glory. Am I being too high profile? At this moment, the heart-shaking broadcast sounded again over the Canyon of Kings. Double kill. Double kill. Li Xiaoman couldn't help but look at him with disdain. This guy not only got the first kill, but he also got a double kill. Oh my god. Zhong Ding, did you take medicine before you went out? It's so strong. Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but shout. Zhong Ding laughed, what medicine? I'm taking an elixir. If the innate divine pill is not an elixir, what is it? After taking it, he awakened his talent for 10 times the thinking and reaction speed. However, everyone present certainly thought that Zhong Ding was joking. Continuing to play the game, Zhong Ding felt excited while clearing the second wave of soldiers. My talent is so strong that my strength in playing Honor of Kings has increased several times. In fact, his strength in Honor of Kings is not just at the platinum level, he just plays too little. If you play seriously, your previous strength will definitely allow you to reach the top, if not the strongest king. Now, if he plays around casually, he can definitely reach the level of the strongest king, perhaps even the level of the Glory King. After taking the second wave of soldiers, Zhong Ding went to the enemy's red zone to steal the wild beasts. However, the enemy jungler has already reached the red zone. The enemy jungler saw Zhong Ding and discovered that he was half dead, so he immediately pounced on him. After a while, the enemy jungler knelt down unwillingly, and Zhong Ding took the third kill. Li Xiaoman was even more surprised when she saw Zhong Ding kill another enemy jungler. In the 5th minute of the game, the enemy team was dissatisfied and cursed in the public channel. Dharma is so shameless, using a small account to show off. I strongly despise this loser. It turned out that after Zhong Ding got the first kill and double kill at the beginning, he continued to snowball his advantage. In just 5 minutes, he was already far ahead of everyone else economically and had 9 kills. Zhang Jiahao, Li Xiaoman, and the others were naturally shocked, and the enemy was even more suffocated by Zhong Ding's killing. Just now, Zhong Ding fought against 3 and easily got a triple kill. Ha, so what if I just created a small account? I'll kill you again. Zhong Ding cursed back. However, Zhong Ding failed to kill the enemy because the enemy did not come out after resurrecting. When the 6 minutes were up, he surrendered directly. Zhong Ding, is this your trumpet? The person who asked the questions was not Zhang Jiahao and Song Mengmeng, but Li Xiaoman. Li Xiaoman not only raised her pretty face, but also turned to face Zhong Ding, her beautiful eyes staring at Zhong Ding's face with shining eyes, without any trace of her previous arrogance. Zhang Jiahao and Song Mengmeng both looked at Zhong Ding in confusion. Zhong Ding's strength just now was too strong, he was not on the same level as them. I guess so. Zhong Ding answered vaguely. My strength has increased so much all of a sudden, it's hard to explain, so I might as well just go with it. When Li Xiaoman heard this, her beautiful eyes became even brighter. As for Zhang Jiahao, he couldn't help but yelled, "Damn, you hit it well enough? We are buddies, but you actually had a big one behind my back." "Zhongding, what's the rank of your main account? It must be the strongest king, right? How many stars?" Song Mengmeng asked expectantly. Li Xiaoman listened attentively. Zhongding pondered for a moment, then said with a smile, "It doesn't matter whether you are the king or not. You all lie down today, and I will take you flying." "Yeah!" Zhang Jiahao and his wife shouted excitedly. Li Xiaoman believes that Zhongding must be a king with dozens of stars, but he is just low-key. "Thank you, Zhongding," she said in a soft voice. "You're welcome." Zhongding raised the corner of his mouth and responded with a smile, but he didn't take Li Xiaoman's kindness to heart. Then, we played until lunch. Zhongding did not disappoint Zhang Jiahao and others. They won without any effort, and on average each game ended in less than 10 minutes. Zhang Jiahao and Song Mengmeng both soared to Star Glory, which made them very happy. Li Xiaoman also has 3 stars in Star Glory I, and she is only one step away from winning 3 games in a row to be promoted to the strongest king. After having lunch together, Zhang Jiahao and Song Mengmeng were about to leave, but Li Xiaoman wanted to play 3 more games to become the king. Man, just play with Zhongding slowly, he will definitely lead you to the king level," Song Mengmeng said with a smile. Zhang Jiahao pulled Zhongding aside, put his arm around Zhongding's shoulders, and whispered to him his experience in picking up girls. "Brother, here's your chance." "What opportunity?" Zhongding pretended not to understand. "Zhang Jiahao, why are you pretending to be innocent with me? Li Xiaoman is pretty, don't say you don't have any ideas." "I really have no idea." Zhongding smiled and shook his head. "I don't like it." TSK, you are so arrogant, do you believe I will beat you up?" Zhang Jiahao was a little angry. "Do you really have feelings for Chu Mingshuang? Listen to my advice. A girl like Chu Mingshuang is not something that ordinary people like us can dream of. She even disdains Zhang Ruochen. Have you seen the car that picks her up at school? It's a Bentley. Look at her aura, she doesn't look like someone from Qingyun City at all. Zhongding, I just want to study hard and make progress every day. Fuck, if you keep pretending, I'm going to hit you." Zhang Jiahao cursed in a low voice, and then advised, "If you miss this opportunity, you'll miss it." At this time, Song Mengming's urging voice came from behind. Zhang Jiahao hurriedly said, "Grasp it well," then turned around and left with Song Mengmeng. After Zhang Jiahao and Song Mengmeng left, only Li Xiaoman and Zhongding were left. Li Xiaoman walked a few steps closer to Zhongding and said with a smile, "Zhongding, let's play 2 or 3 more games. I'm almost the king. Sorry, I'm a little sleepy and want to go home for a nap." After saying that, he walked away regardless of Li Xiaoman's expression. Li Xiaoman was stunned at first, and then her nose became crooked with anger. She had originally thought that if Zhongding wanted to pursue her, she would need to get to know him for a while before accepting him, and she couldn't let Zhongding get his wish too easily. "Why are you so arrogant? Can't you just play a game?" She couldn't help but yell at Zhongding's back. Zhongding stopped, turned around and glanced at Li Xiaoman indifferently, then continued walking forward, got into a taxi and left. Seeing that Zhongding was too disdainful to argue with her, Li Xiaoman became even more upset and couldn't help crying. Chapter 15. Ding, mission completed. Congratulations on getting a level 2 3-star appearance card, 100 male god points, and a random draw. The sound of the system suddenly rang in his mind. Zhongding was stunned for a moment, then he took out his mobile phone in surprise and opened Douyin to check. The data of Rolling Red Curtain is as follows. 3.074 million likes, 131,000 comments, and 196,000 reposts. As for the total number of fans, of course it is just over 1 million. The task that should have taken 10 days to complete was completed in less than a day. Open the comments and you will see nothing but praise, compliments and admiration. The sudden popularity of Rolling Red Curtain greatly surprised him. Zhongding was filled with surprise and excitement. Ding, mission released, as a male god, 1 million fans or nothing. Within 1 month, the host's online fan value must exceed 10 million. Mission completion rewards, a level 2 5-star appearance card, 150 male god points, and a random draw. Mission failed, 3-minute electric shocks for 5 consecutive days. The mission of getting tens of millions of fans has finally arrived. However, Zhongding was not worried but happy. Rolling Red Curtain helped him accumulate so many fans in less than a day, and he must have several million in a month. If he sings a few more songs, he will probably have tens of millions of fans. Just then, a phone call came in. It's Aunt Jiang calling. Zhong Ding immediately answered the phone. On the phone, Aunt Jiang invited him to her house for dinner at 6 p.m. Zhong Ding agreed with a smile. After returning home, Zhong Ding's consciousness sank into his mind, and he couldn't wait to use the second level 3-star appearance card. After a period of tingling on his face, Zhong Ding became even more handsome, and his appearance improved to 84 points. However, the male god is not just a face, so Zhong Ding opened the system mall and exchanged for high school English proficiency. He now has 220 male god points. After mastering high school English, countless English words, grammar, etc. came to my mind. 30 seconds later, he was proficient in high school English. There are still 170 male god points. Zhong Ding continues to exchange for high school physics mastery. 30 seconds later, he had mastered high school physics. At this point, he had mastered the high school subjects of mathematics, Chinese, English and physics. If I can master one more high school chemistry course, I won't have to invest points in studying. Zhong Ding pondered. He plans to study science, so there is no need to waste precious points on subjects like politics, history, and geography. As for biology, it is a very easy subject and can basically be learned by rote memorization. There are only 120 male god points left, and Zhong Ding will no longer be used for redemption, so that he can prepare them for emergencies. Next is the lottery. Currently, he has 3 chances to draw. System, I want to draw a lottery. Ding, the lottery begins. Ding, congratulations on achieving mastery of King of Glory. The next moment, countless knowledge about Honor of Kings flooded into Zhong Ding's mind, including but not limited to the characteristics and skills of all heroes, combat techniques and so on. 30 seconds later, Zhong Ding mastered the game of Glory of the Kings. However, there was a hint of disappointment on his face. He doesn't play Honor of Kings very often, and he has a talent for 10 times the thinking and reaction speed. He definitely has the strength of a King of Glory, and there is really no need to strengthen it further. System, I want to draw the lottery. Zhong Ding shouted. He just drew a useless one, this time he wants to turn his luck around. Ding, the lottery begins. Ding, congratulations on achieving professional basketball mastery. The next moment, countless basketball knowledge, skills and conditioned reflexes about basketball poured into Zhong Ding's body. 30 seconds later, Zhong Ding's basketball skills reached above the average level of NBA players. A smile finally broke out on Zhong Ding's handsome face, as if he saw countless girls standing on the sidelines of the court screaming and cheering for his dunk. Continuing with the efforts, Zhong Ding started the third lottery. Ding, the lottery begins. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the intermediate Heavenly Sound Divine Sound Pill. Ha, it's an intermediate Heavenly Sound Divine Music Pill. It's like a pillow for you when you feel sleepy. Zhong Ding was overjoyed. System, I love you so much. System, beep, strong warning, as a male god, your sexual orientation must be normal. Zhong Ding simply ignored the system's warning. You are the one with abnormal sexual orientation. Zhong Ding took out the intermediate level Heavenly Sound Pill and swallowed it directly. After a period of comfortable coolness in his throat, Zhong Ding opened his mouth to speak again. His voice was clearer and more pleasant, more magnetic, and even had a hint of magic, which was imprinted in people's minds and lingered in their ears. With an intermediate level heavenly voice, my singing will definitely sound better, and having tens of millions of fans is no problem. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Zhong Ding took a taxi to Aunt John's villa. Although there was a nanny, Zhang Ruyue still went to open the door and welcome Zhong Ding in person. Zhang Ruyue is undoubtedly a mature and beautiful lady with skin as white as milk and well maintained. When standing with Wang Ruohua, they would be mistaken for sisters. Xiao Ding, why are you here just now? Didn't we agree that you should arrive at 5 o'clock? Zhang Ruyue grabbed Zhong Ding's hand with her soft jade hand and pulled Zhong Ding in. Zhong Ding smiled and said, I'm sorry, Aunt Jiang. I was delayed on the way to buy a gift. Aunt Jiang, the gift is for you. Zhang Ruyue smiled and blamed, I told you not to bring gifts, why don't you obey every time? As she spoke, she still accepted the gift, you are so thoughtful. The next moment, she looked at Zhong Ding carefully and found that Zhong Ding had changed a lot, the most obvious being his height. I haven't seen you for half a month, you seem to have grown a lot taller? It seems so. Zhong Ding admitted. Zhang Ruyue smiled happily and said, 15 or 16-year-old boy grows really fast. Your mother will definitely be very surprised when she sees you. It is normal for a 16-year-old boy to grow taller quickly, but Zhong Ding grew too fast. After saying that, she pulled Zhongding into the house. Zhang Ruyue brought Zhongding all the way to the living room on the second floor. Hua, you've been watching TV for most of the day. Stop watching and talk to Xiaoding. Zhang Ruyue instructed Wang Ruhua. It turned out that Wang Ruhua was sitting on the sofa in the living room, watching TV series with a teddy bear pillow in her arms. She was dressed very coolly, with a loose pink t-shirt on the upper body and ultra-short shorts on the lower body, and her two slender white legs were almost completely exposed to the air. After Zhang Ruyue gave Wang Ruohua an order, regardless of whether Wang Ruohua agreed or not, she turned to Zhongding and said, Xiaoding, you play with Hua, I'll go to the kitchen to cook. The Wang family has a full-time family chef, but every time Zhongding comes over for dinner, Zhang Ruyue cooks for him personally. Of course, the home cook still has to help on the side. After saying that, Zhang Ruyue turned around and hurried downstairs. Only Zhongding and Wang Ruohua were left in the living room. Just continue, don't worry about me. Zhongding said to Wang Ruohua, then sat down on the sofa, took out his mobile phone, and prepared to play with it. This is their way of getting along. However, this time Wang Ruohua picked up the remote control and turned off the TV. Zhongding was slightly startled and couldn't help but look up at Wang Ruohua, who was staring at him. There are two good sayings. 1. It is hard to give up natural beauty. 2. There is no need for young girls to wear makeup. At this moment, Wang Ruohua was of course bare-faced. Her eyes were clear and bright, her facial features were small and delicate, her skin was fair and tender, and she looked even more beautiful without makeup. Let me ask you, shouldn't you give me an explanation for the song Dear Child that I sang last night? Wang Ruohua asked coldly. That was a song I prepared for 2 months. Chapter 16. Aren't you very moved by what you heard? Zhongding said with a smile. Seeing that Wang Ruohua still cared about being forced by him, he couldn't help laughing. Wang Ruohua said angrily, that's two different things. Don't you know that it's very rude to do this? I know. Zhongding said with a smile, I am happy to see you angry. Wang Ruohua was so angry that her eyes widened, her nostrils flared, and her chest heaved. Then, she could no longer hold back and threw the pillow in her arms at Zhongding. Zhongding quickly caught the pillow, then held it in his arms as if nothing had happened. When Wang Ruohua saw this, she went crazy. That pillow was her personal pillow, which she often held in her arms at home. She had just held it in her arms for the entire afternoon, and it was filled with her scent and body temperature, almost like a personal belonging. Asshole, give me back the pillow. She yelled and rushed towards Zhongding, trying to get the pillow back. Zhongding stood up quickly and dodged while hugging the pillow. Hey, you have the nerve to take back something you just gave to someone? Who gave it to you? Wang Ruohua cursed angrily, turned around and continued to pounce on Zhongding to get the pillow back. Zhongding immediately ran around the coffee table, shouting, if it wasn't given by you, could the pillow fly into my arms by itself? I'm going to hit you. Wang Ruohua chased and cursed. Zhongding, then I can't return it to you. After chasing around the coffee table for several rounds, Wang Ruohua of course failed to catch up with Zhongding and take back the pillow. She panted and sat back on the sofa, angrily saying, I don't want it anymore. Zhongding also sat back on the sofa. His breathing was stable. His physical fitness was now 2 or 3 times better than before, and the small chase had no effect on him at all. Wang Ruohua was angry and didn't want the pillow anymore, but he didn't take it seriously and didn't even return the pillow to Wang Ruohua. Asking him to apologize and make Wang Ruohua happy is impossible. Wang Ruohua waited for a while, and seeing that Zhongding had no intention of returning the pillow or apologizing, she became furious and went crazy. Not long after, Zhang Ruyue's voice calling for dinner came from the stairs. Zhongding put down the pillow and went downstairs. Wang Ruohua finally got her beloved pillow back, but she still felt a sense of alienation in her heart. Even after washing it, she still felt a sense of alienation when she held it in her arms again. Woo woo. She couldn't help but cry softly, and she hated Zhongding in her heart. After a while, Zhang Ruyue's voice came from downstairs again, calling them to come downstairs for dinner. Wang Ruohua responded with I know, then wiped away her tears, went to the sink to look in the mirror, cleaned up the traces, and finally went downstairs to eat. In the restaurant, at the dining table, there were only 3 people eating. As for Wang Ruohua's father, he is working away from home and has not returned yet. Wang Ruohua knew very well that her father also disliked Zhongding, but her father was a henpecked husband, so when Wang Ruohua invited Zhongding to dinner, he pretended that he had something to do outside and could not come back for dinner. Xiaoding, eat more. Zhang Ruyue kept putting food into Zhongding's bowl. You are growing up, so you must keep up with your nutrition. Zhongding ate the meat with big mouthfuls and said with a smile, "Thank you, Aunt Zhang." "Mom, am I not your daughter?" Wang Ruohua shouted dissatisfiedly. Zhang Ruyue said, "I picked it up." After saying that, Zhang Ruyue picked up a piece of chicken with her chopsticks. Wang Ruohua thought her mother finally had a change of heart, but the next moment she saw the piece of chicken put into the bell bowl. In an instant, Wang Ruohua's beautiful eyes became misty. "I really picked it up." After eating for a while, Zhongding found that Aunt Jiang had been staring at him for a while. "Aunt Jiang, what's wrong? Are there any rice grains on my face?" he asked puzzledly, and at the same time picked up a tissue to wipe both sides of his mouth, but did not find any rice grains. Aunt Jiang smiled and said, "I noticed that your facial features have grown and you have become much more handsome." "Hua, don't you think so?" She turned to her daughter and asked. Wang Ruohua said without even looking up, "It's become uglier." After the meal, the dishes were naturally washed by the nanny, and Zhongding and the other two went to the living room on the second floor to rest and chat. However, Wang Ruohua felt uncomfortable and went back to her room directly. On the sofa in the living room, Zhang Ruyue held Zhongding's hand and asked about Zhongding's life and studies with care. This made Zhongding feel that Aunt Zhang was his mother, and not the one far away in Jiangcheng. After chatting for about an hour, it finally ended. Letting go of Zhongding's hand, Zhang Ruyue got up, left the living room and knocked on her daughter's door. "Why don't you continue talking to your son?" Wang Ruohua opened the door and emphasized the word son. Zhang Ruyue entered the room and closed the door. "My silly daughter, mommy takes care of you every day, do you need to be jealous for a moment?" Zhang Ruyue reached out and touched Wang Ruohua's hair, smiling softly. Xiaoding has no relatives around him, he is all alone, and needs more care and love. He. Wang Ruohua snorted. Zhang Ruyue continued, "Hurry up and pack up, then take Xiaoding out to play." "Why?" Wang Ruohua immediately became angry. "Zhang Ruyue, just because I'm your mother, hurry up." Wang Ruohua wanted to cry. She really couldn't understand why her mother was so nice to Zhongding. However, fearing the tyranny her mother had accumulated since she was a child, she had no choice but to open the closet and change her clothes. 10 minutes later, Zhang Ruyue said to Wang Ruohua at the entrance of the villa, "Hua, remember to have fun with Xiaoding. Xiaoding, you are a boy, you must protect Hua. Remember to send Hua back safely," she said to Zhongding again. "No." After getting in the taxi, Zhongding asked, "Where are we going?" "Municipal Library," Wang Ruohua said expressionlessly. Because Zhang Ruyue watched them get in the taxi, they could only sit in the back seat of the taxi, otherwise they would not sit together. "Master, let's go to the city library," Zhongding called to the driver in front. He was not surprised at all to go to the city library because they often went to the library together. "The reason is that when we are reading in the library, if you don't bother me, I will ignore you, and then we can take a taxi and go back together when the time comes." 10 minutes later, Zhongding and Wang Ruohua entered the brightly lit city library with neat and bright decorations. After entering the door, Zhongding said, "If you want to leave halfway, remember to call me." "I know. It's really annoying." Wang Ruohua responded impatiently and walked in another direction, separating from Zhongding. Zhongding walked towards the area he often went to without caring. He was not worried that Wang Ruohua would not take his words seriously because Wang Ruohua had learned her lesson. After finding a copy of National Geographic Mysteries, Zhongding sat down at the reading table and read it carefully. However, just after he had read for a while, he felt a soft little hand patting his right shoulder twice from behind. He couldn't help but turn around and look up. What he saw was a pretty face, smiling at him with her lips pursed, looking quite surprised and happy. "Xia Fei Shui?" he asked in surprise. The most beautiful girl in Xingyang Middle School, she actually took the initiative to say hello to me. Chapter 17. It's me. Xia Fei Shui smiled softly, her beautiful eyes looking into Zhongding's. She found that Zhongding's eyes were particularly bright and attracted her very much. "I didn't expect to meet you here. It's fate." Zhongding couldn't help but laugh and said, "It's indeed a coincidence." The next moment, he turned around and saw that many people had stopped reading to look at him and Xia Fei Shui. Although they spoke in low voices, Xia Fei Shui was too dazzling. Xia Fei Shui also noticed that it affected other people's reading, so she said, "Let's go to another place and chat for a while, okay?" "Okay." Zhongding nodded. So he stood up and found a secluded corner to chat with Xia Fei Shui. Because the corner was very small and they were not allowed to speak loudly, the two stood very close to each other in the corner. Zhongding could clearly smell the pleasant girlish fragrance on Xie Feishui. Do you often go to the library to read? Xie Feishui took the initiative to start the topic. Her eyes fell on Zhongding's face and she found that he was actually quite handsome. As a good sister of Wang Ruohua, she had known Zhongding for a long time. I had seen him from a distance a few times before at school, but I never looked at him carefully and thought Zhongding was just an ordinary boy. But now looking at him up close, I found that Zhongding is quite handsome, especially his eyes, which are so bright and dazzling. I really want to say yes, but it's not. Zhongding shook his head. He noticed that Xie Feishui was staring at his eyes, and he immediately responded by staring into Xie Feishui's beautiful eyes. Xie Feishui's eyes were beautiful, clear and bright, like two moving pools of autumn water. However, Xie Feishui felt as if she was struck by lightning when he stared at her like that. She felt that Zhongding's eyes suddenly emitted a tangible light, which shone into her heart through her eyes and was imprinted into her mind, making her unforgettable for the rest of her life. Seeing that Xie Feishui didn't look away, Zhongding kept looking at Xie Feishui with some dissatisfaction. Who isn't afraid of whom? There's no reason for a boy like me to feel embarrassed. The two of them stared at each other silently at close range for a long time. Just when Zhongding felt his eyes a little sore, Xie Feishui finally looked away. She lowered her head, her pretty face flushed as blood, and even her ears were red. Why are you staring at me? Xie Feishui said shyly, looking embarrassed. Zhongding couldn't help but think, it was obviously you who stared at me first, girls always blame others. Because you're so beautiful. He laughed. Hateful. Xie Feishui snorted, but the smile on her pretty face betrayed her inner feelings. There was a moment of silence, then Xie Feishui raised her pretty face, which was still blushing, and looked at Zhongding again with her beautiful eyes. You played the piano so well last night. Thank you for the compliment. Zhongding responded calmly. How can a master piano not be amazing? Seeing that Zhongding's reaction was too calm, Xie Feishui thought that Zhongding was just being polite, and continued, Really, I've also been learning piano since I was a child, and I'm currently at the performance level, but compared to you, I'm far behind. Can I ask you for advice? Okay. But I may not be able to teach you anything. Zhongding agreed immediately, feeling a little excited. Xie Feishui was even happier when she saw Zhongding agreed. Then, I'll go to your house tomorrow? You go to my house, aren't you afraid of me, ahem? Zhongding asked back. Although he didn't say the whole sentence, the meaning was very clear. Of course, he couldn't let Xie Feishui come to his house because the piano he bought online hadn't arrived yet. It was too confusing for a piano master to not have a piano at home. Xie Feishui blushed slightly. I'm not afraid, because I believe you won't. Then come to my house? Okay. Zhongding replied. Thank you. Xie Feishui's pretty face blushed again, probably realizing that it was not appropriate to suddenly invite a boy to her home. Zhongding, you're welcome. We are just exchanging music and learning from each other. Yes, sharing music. Xie Feishui repeated. Zhongding couldn't help but laugh, and Xie Feishui also laughed. The two laughed for a while, and Xie Feishui said, Zhongding, you know what? What moved me most last night was your singing. I just sang randomly. Zhongding said, and then changed the subject. What kind of books do you usually read in the library? Xie Feishui said, mainly books on literature and music. After chatting for more than 10 minutes, Xie Feishui realized that she was not reserved enough as a girl, so she tactfully ended the conversation and separated from Zhongding. During this period, Zhongding did not tell Xie Feishui that Wang Ruohua was also in the library. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the library closed. Zhongding and Wang Ruohua came out and took a taxi back to Wang Ruohua's villa together. Zhongding sat in the co-pilot seat and Wang Ruohua sat in the back seat. After sending Wang Ruohua back to the villa, Zhongding took a taxi home directly. Wang Ruohua returned home and went up to the second-floor living room, where her mother and father were. Huahua, did you have fun out there? Zhang Ruyue waved to Wang Ruohua and asked with a smile. Wang Ruohua, it's okay. Wang Ruohua's father Wang Haiquan said somewhat dissatisfiedly, Huahua doesn't want to. As soon as he opened his mouth, Zhang Ruyue glanced over at him. Wang Haiquan was so scared that he quickly closed his mouth and swallowed the words. When Wang Ruohua saw this, she felt very sympathetic towards her father. She wanted to be like her mother when she got married. Mom, I'm a little tired. I want to take a shower, she said. Go ahead. After leaving the living room and entering her own bedroom, Wang Ruohua did not take a shower immediately, but lay on the bed and played with her mobile phone. However, after playing for a few minutes, a phone call came in from her best friend Xia Feishue. After the call was connected and the two chatted for a while, Xia Feishue asked, "Huahua, are you free tomorrow morning?" Wang Ruohua, "Yes." "That's great." Xia Feishue shouted happily, "Can you come to my house to play tomorrow morning?" Wang Ruohua asked in confusion, "What's the matter?" Xia Feishue said shyly, "I met Zhong Ding at the city library tonight, and I invited him to my house to exchange piano skills." "What?" Wang Ruohua sat up suddenly in shock. "Say it again." Xia Feishue suppressed her embarrassment and said calmly, "Why are you making such a fuss?" "I invited Zhong Ding to my home just to exchange piano skills. Zhong Ding plays the piano so well, it's normal for me to learn from him." Wang Ruohua sighed and said, "I really don't know how to say hello to you. You were deceived by him. He is a hateful person. Don't be fooled by his pretentious appearance at the birthday party last night. Huahua, can you come to my house tomorrow morning?" Xia Feishue did not discuss Zhong Ding's right and wrong with Wang Ruohua. "Wang Ruohua, didn't you invite Zhong Ding to your house? He's a boy, and I'm afraid my parents won't agree. If you go with him, my parents probably won't object," Xia Feishue said. Wang Ruohua pouted slightly, "I don't want to see that guy. Huahua, my good Huahua, I have already invited him. You can't let me go back on my word, right? Can you just bear with it for a while, okay?" Xia Feishue begged coquettishly. Wang Ruohua took a deep breath and said, Okay, I'll go to your house tomorrow morning." She felt that she had an obligation to prevent her best friends from being deceived by Zhong Ding's appearance. Chapter 18. But when Zhong Ding got home, he took out his cell phone and sent a text message to Aunt Zhang, telling her he had arrived home safely so that she wouldn't worry. Finally, he opened Douyin to check his fan status. 176.3 W. Looking at the video data of Rolling Up the Red Curtain, it has 512.8 W likes. The data of the two left hand pointing to the moon videos has also increased a lot, and the full version of left hand pointing to the moon has 237.1 W likes. The conversion rate of likes to followers is still amazing. As for the comments, there are too many and Zhong Ding is too lazy to read them. After taking a shower, Zhong Ding searched for songs on the internet. It is not easy to accumulate 10 million fans. Zhong Ding estimates that he needs to sing at least a dozen songs to get there. After searching for more than an hour, I found 3 songs: Fireworks Cool Down Easily, Rain on Qingming Festival and She Is My Sin. Fireworks Cool Easily and Rain on Qingming Festival are both ancient-style songs like Rolling Red Curtain. Zhong Ding plans to sing these 2 songs again to harvest most of the fans who love ancient-style songs on Douyin. She Is My Sin is an English song, which is majestic and one of the English divine songs. Many promotional videos use this song, and many videos on Douyin use it as background music. Zhong Ding intends to use it to attract a group of fans of another style of music. After finding the song, Zhong Ding didn't rush to record the video. First, he planned to use the piano to sing Fireworks Are Easy to Cool and Rain on Qingming Festival. Secondly, the popularity of Rolling Red Curtain has just begun to gain momentum, and it is estimated that it will continue to be popular for a few more days and gain 1 or 2 million fans. Finally, he felt sleepy and wanted to go to bed. The next morning, Zhong Ding woke up and received another running exercise task from the system. Ding, mission released, life lies in exercise, please run 10,000 meters in the morning within an hour. Mission rewards, 1 centimeter increase in height, 10 male god points and a random draw. Mission failed, electric shock penalty for 3 minutes. After quickly washing up, Zhong Ding put on his sportswear and running shoes, and went out for a run. An hour later, Zhong Ding came back running. He has completed the mission and his height has grown to 1.8 meters. 1.8 meters, the passing height for a contemporary male god. After running 10,000 meters in the morning, Zhong Ding didn't feel tired at all, but rather full of energy. After taking a shower, changing clothes, eating breakfast, and playing games for a while, at 9:30, Zhong Ding dressed neatly and went out, taking a taxi to Xia Feishue's house. To be honest, he had some feelings for Xia Feishue. Xia Feishue is so beautiful. We talked very closely last night. It would be strange if a young man full of vigor and vitality like me was not affected by her beauty. What? You say I am a face lover? I am a face lover. At 10 o'clock, Zhong Ding arrived at the gate of Xia Feishue's community. As soon as he got off the car, he saw Wang Ruohua walking towards him. Wang Ruohua was wearing a goose yellow long dress. She had a tall and slim figure, fair and delicate skin, and looked like the heroine in a youth idol drama. Are you waiting for me? Zhong Ding asked. When he saw Wang Ruohua, he immediately guessed that CFA Shua had also invited Wang Ruohua to join them. Who is waiting for you? Wang Ruohua denied subconsciously. Zhong Ding laughed. Wang Ruohua was annoyed for a moment, then suppressed her emotions and said, "Be careful when you go into Fei Shua's house later, don't do anything weird and embarrass yourself. You are meddling in other people's business." Zhong Ding said calmly, after entering CFA Shua's house, "You'd better be sensible and don't ruin my good deeds." After saying that, he took out his cell phone and called CFA Shua to tell her that he had arrived. Not long after, CFA Shua came out, wearing a white chiffon dress, with long hair draped over her shoulders, a beautiful face, and bright and lively eyes. When she came out, there was a breeze blowing, her long black hair fluttered and her skirt fluttered. Zhong Ding stared at her with his eyes wide open. Suddenly, he felt his foot stepped on and came to his senses. Have you never seen a girl before? Act normal. I heard Wang Ruohua's gritted teeth warning. The next moment, Wang Ruohua greeted CFA Shua with a smile. The two girls faced each other, holding hands, talking and laughing happily, under the bright sunshine, filled with true love. After CFA Shua talked to Wang Ruohua for a few words, she took Wang Ruohua's hand and walked 2 steps to Zhong Ding. With a charming smile on her pretty face, she said politely, "Student Zhong Ding, thank you for coming to my house today to teach me piano." "Good morning, classmate CFA Shua. You're too polite. We are here to communicate and learn from each other." Zhong Ding smiled with the corners of his mouth raised. Next, CFA Shua took Zhong Ding and Wang Ruohua into the community. CFA Shua's house is not a villa, but a large bungalow with an area of 250 square meters, which is well decorated. "Mom, this is classmate Zhong Ding. He is very good at playing the piano." CFA Shua introduced Zhong Ding to her mother. When CFA Shua's mother looked at him, Zhong Ding put on a smile and politely greeted her, "Hello, Auntie." CFA Shua's mother is a great beauty, with a mature and slender figure of 1.7 meters tall, towering breasts, fair skin, beautiful appearance and elegant temperament. CFA Shua is so beautiful because she inherited her beautiful genes. "Hello, Xiao Ding." CFA Shua's mother nodded with a smile, "Thank you for coming to teach Fei Shua piano. Come and have some tea." "Thank you, Auntie." Zhong Ding said calmly, "I'm not thirsty." CFA Shua said, "Student Zhong Ding, let's go to the piano room." So, CFA Shua, Zhong Ding, and Wang Ruohua left the living room and entered the piano room. As for CFA Shua's father and other family members, Zhong Ding didn't look at them. "Mr. Zhong Ding, which piece of music are you best at?" CFA Shua said to Zhong Ding, "Can you teach us?" Zhong Ding smiled confidently and said, "I am good at many songs. Let me play the song to Alice that everyone is familiar with." So he walked straight to the piano, sat down, placed his 10 fingers on the black and white keys, and began to play smoothly. The sound of the piano was as gentle as moonlight, and like the sound of a mountain stream. CFA Shua and Wang Ruohua were immediately immersed in it, and pictures appeared in their minds. In the tranquility, the corners of their mouths could not help but rise slightly, and they smiled. Even CFA Shua's mother, who was about to come in with a fruit plate, was attracted by the sound of the piano. She stopped and listened carefully. Wang Ruohua and CFA Shua both started learning piano in elementary school, and CFA Shua's mother also plays the piano. As the saying goes, an expert can tell whether something is good or not just by taking a look. Less than 4 minutes later, To Alice was finished. Zhong Ding turned to look at CFA Shua and Wang Ruohua. The two women were still immersed in it and had not come back to their senses. Duo duo. There were 2 knocks on the open door, and CFA Shua's mother walked in gracefully with a fruit plate. She said to Zhong Ding admiringly, "Xiao Ding, you played To Alice really well." She was originally worried that her daughter would fall in love too early and thought that teaching piano at home was just an excuse, but now she is not worried at all. Even if it is true, so what? Just based on his piano skills that are comparable to those of a master, my daughter will not be at a disadvantage in dating Zhong Ding. Thank you for the compliment, Auntie. I still have a lot to learn. Zhong Ding stood up and said politely. CFA Shua's mother greeted with a smile, "This child is really humble. Come, have some fruit." CFA Shua and Wang Ruohua had come back to their senses. CFA Shua was staring at Zhong Ding with her beautiful eyes shining. Wang Ruohua looked at Zhong Ding in amazement. Although Zhongding's piano playing at the birthday party the night before was extraordinary, her attention was basically focused on Zhongding's infectious singing. Now when I listened to the piano alone, I realized that Zhongding piano was played so well. She had known Zhongding for 3 or 4 years before she discovered that he was so outstanding. Chapter 19. After Xia Feishua's mother left, Xia Feishua and Wang Ruohua brought stools and sat on the left and right sides of the bell, listening to Zhongding's instructions with an open mind. Sitting in front of the piano, Zhongding felt a little overwhelmed. On his left and right were 2 school beauties, young and beautiful. His nose was filled with the unique fragrance of young girls. "You are sitting too close, can you move further away?" he said embarrassedly, his face slightly red. The 2 kinds of fresh fragrance of the girls were inhaled through his nostrils, entered his lungs, and then penetrated into his blood through his lungs, making his blood vessels dilate. Xia Feishua and Wang Ruohua's pretty faces turned red, and they quickly moved their stools away from the bell. Wang Ruohua was a little annoyed. "Don't you think I don't know what kind of person you are? How dare you pretend to be innocent in front of me? Are we female hooligans who deliberately approach you to take advantage of you?" "Thank you." Zhongding apologized to Xia Feishua, "I'm too pure. No girl has ever been so close to me since I was a child. I'm a little uncomfortable for a while." Before Xia Feishua could speak, Wang Ruohua was about to vomit. She could no longer bear it and snorted coldly, "Zhongding, will you die if you don't pretend?" Zhongding turned to Wang Ruohua and said sincerely, "Yes." Puchi Xia Feishua on the other side couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. "Feishua." Wang Ruohua turned her eyes to Xia Feishua's beautiful face angrily. "You are still smiling in this situation. Are you going to expose your naive nature?" However, Xia Feishua didn't take it seriously and said with a smile, "Huahua, we have to understand classmate Zhongding. After all, we are too beautiful." Zhongding couldn't help but be stunned. It turned out that the #1 campus beauty was so approachable. Yes, it's mainly because you are too beautiful, but that doesn't include a certain person." He laughed playfully and deliberately glanced at Wang Ruohua out of the corner of his eye. Wang Ruohua was immediately furious, her almond-shaped eyes widened and blazing, her nostrils flared, and her chest heaved. "Who are you talking about?" Xia Feishua was so scared that she quickly stood up, walked over to hug Wang Ruohua, and advised, "Huahua, calm down. He was joking." However, Zhongding was not panicked at all, and had no intention of apologizing. Wang Ruohua took several deep breaths, still suppressing her anger, and said to Xia Feishua, "Feishua, stay away from him in the future. He is a pervert, touching girls' thighs." Xia Feishua turned to look at Zhongding in surprise. Zhongding said calmly, "Time, place, and people. You are shameless." Wang Ruohua became even more angry. Seeing Zhongding so calm and Wang Ruohua saying it in anger, Xia Feishua felt that it was impossible. So, she turned around and advised Wang Ruohua not to be angry. Wang Ruohua was so angry that she didn't want to learn piano with Zhongding anymore. She left the piano room angrily and went to the living room. "Student Zhongding, you shouldn't be so angry," Xia Feishua said. Zhongding smiled indifferently and said, "Then why shouldn't I be angry with you?" How would I know?" Xia Feishua's pretty face turned slightly red, and her eyes subconsciously moved away from Zhongding. Zhongding smiled and said, "Let's ignore her and exchange pianos." Sitting down again, Zhongding began to teach Xia Feishua piano seriously. Through communication and consultation, Xia Feishua became more and more impressed by Zhongding's piano skills. The master-level piano level is not to be underestimated. Or, you should sit closer, Zhongding said to Xia Feishua. Sitting far away made communication a bit inconvenient, especially for Xia Feishua to try playing some piano keys. "Okay." Xia Feishua responded with a smile, and immediately moved the stool closer to the bell tripod, then sat down, with her shoulders and arms almost touching the bell tripod. Zhongding couldn't help but secretly take a deep breath, his nose filled with Xia Feishua's fragrance. He suppressed his distracting thoughts and continued to instruct Xia Feishua seriously. When men and women work together, the work becomes less tiring. Zhongding and Xia Feishua discussed piano for more than an hour and a half without taking a break. It was not until Xia Feishua's mother knocked on the door and called them to eat that they realized it was already noon. Xia Feishua's family has a nanny named Xia Yu, a middle-aged aunt, who sits at the table with them during meals. However, Zhongding still did not see Xia Feishua's father and other family members. At the dinner table, Xia Feishua's mother thanked Zhongding for teaching her daughter piano and even picked up some food for Zhongding. Zhong Ding responded to Xie Feishua's mother politely and modestly. After having lunch and sitting in the living room for a while, Zhong Ding stood up and said goodbye. Xie Feishua's mother gave Zhong Ding a bag of food as a gift. Finally, Xie Feishua personally escorted Zhong Ding and Wang Ruohua out of the community. After Xie Feishua and Wang Ruohua talked in private for a while, she walked up to Zhong Ding, with a happy and innocent smile on her pretty face, and said, "Mr. Zhong Ding, thank you for teaching me piano today. I benefited a lot from it." "You're welcome. Let's learn from each other," Zhong Ding said with a smile, and his eyes couldn't help but look at Xie Feishua's pretty face. Xie Feishua was really very beautiful, with a perfect oval face, clear and bright phoenix eyes, two curved eyebrows like willow leaves, a straight and slender nose, a small mouth like a red water chestnut, teeth like braided shells, long black and smooth hair, a slender and graceful neck like a white swan, and shoulders as sharp as a knife. The most important thing is that she is elegant, pure, and innocent. After the contact last night and this morning, Zhong Ding found that Xie Feishua had a very pure and kind personality, and she did not have the cold airs of a school beauty goddess at all. "Can I still ask you for advice in the future?" Xie Feishua asked. Zhong Ding smiled and said, "Of course." "Thank you." He. Xie Feishua said happily. Wang Ruohua felt very uncomfortable watching this, and she urged Xie Feishua to go back. After Xie Feishua returned to the community, Wang Ruohua threatened, "If you dare to fall in love early, I will tell my mother." "Ah, someone is jealous," Zhong Ding said with a laugh. Wang Ruohua's pretty face flushed, as if she was greatly insulted, and she cursed, "Bullshit. I will be jealous of everyone in the world but not you. You are a pervert, sooner or later I will expose your true face." "Time, place, and people?" Zhong Ding asked with a smile. "Shameless." Wang Ruohua's pretty face flushed red, and she became even angrier. She raised her fist and hit Zhong Ding. Zhong Ding dodged immediately, but Wang Ruohua was unwilling to give up and chased after him and beat him. Zhong Ding did not give in to Wang Ruohua, and it was obvious that Wang Ruohua could not hit him, so Wang Ruohua was too tired to run, but still could not hit him. When Wang Ruohua squatted down exhausted and covered in sweat, Zhong Ding stopped a taxi. When he got in the car, he turned around and waved to Wang Ruohua with a smug smile, "Goodbye." Finally, I got in a taxi and left. Watching Zhong Ding drive away in the car, Wang Ruohua was so angry that she almost cried in the street. After returning home, Zhong Ding had a good sleep. Around 3 p.m., Zhong Ding searched the internet for the music for Fireworks Fade Easy, and while he was learning to sing the song by himself, he received a message from Zhang Jiahao on WeChat. "Zhang Jiahao, Zhong Ding, are you free? Zhang Hu, help, come online and help us teach Zhang Ruochen a lesson. King of Glory." Zhong Ding made 3 questioning expressions, question, question, question. "Zhang Jiahao, there is no time to explain, you go online first." Zhong Ding, "Okay." So he opened Honor of Kings. As soon as he came online, he immediately received an invitation from Zhang Jiahao to join a team. After joining, Zhong Ding discovered that Zhang Jiahao was renting a room for a 50-50 match, and the people in his team were all male classmates. The opponents were all classmates, 3 boys and 2 girls. Zhang Ruochen was among them, as was Zhao Ruoming. The other 2 male classmates were the lackeys who usually followed Zhang Ruochen around. The last girl was Zhang Yi. Zhong Ding was a little surprised that the female academic master also played Honor of Kings, and was even at the top of the game with more than 10 stars. It was obvious that she played it a lot. "Zhong Ding, are you okay?" A doubtful voice came from the team. It was Wang He. Although he and Zhang Jiahao won 7 or 8 games in a row yesterday, Zhong Ding's account is only Diamond V, while the lowest level of other people in the team is Star Glory. Without waiting for Zhong Ding to speak, Zhang Jiahao explained in a voice, "Zhong Ding is a top-ranked king with dozens of stars. This is his trumpet. Aren't you confident in the reinforcements I have brought in? Zhong Ding, don't show mercy later, beat them to death and let me vent my anger. We were in a terrible situation just now." Zhong Ding smiled and said, "No problem." Chapter 20. After the start, Zhong Ding controlled Mulan to go to the top lane. The hero Hua Mulan has extremely strong explosive power, but has extremely high operational requirements. Not only does it require fast reaction speed and fast operation speed, but it also requires high operation accuracy and low tolerance. However, with the talent of 10 times the thinking reaction speed, Zhong Ding can drive this hero very easily. At this time, a message is refreshed in the public channel. "Zhao Ruoming, some people just overestimate their own abilities. They even have the nerve to join in the fun with Diamond V. Without waiting for Zhong Ding to speak, Zhang Jiahao had already sent a message: Diamond V is better than you. Zhang Ruochen, Zhong Ding, your rank is too low. If you get killed later, don't take it personally. No one is targeting you. On the surface, it seems to comfort people and give them a shot of prevention, but in reality, it is condescending. Zhong Ding, that's what I want to say. If I kill too many people later, don't be angry, because I'm just used to pinching soft persimmons. Zhang Ruochen, Zhao Ruoming, Zhang Yi, we are all classmates, can you please say less? The chat channel fell silent. Zhong Ding started to clear the minions in the top lane. The person on the same line with him was Qin Xiaoyong, and the hero he used was the shooter Sun Shengxiang. Their support is not here, he is with the jungler. This is not surprising, as supporting and playing as a jungler at the beginning is a relatively high-end style of play. Besides, it is very normal for Zhao Ruoming support to follow Zhang Ruochen jungler. Qin Xiaoyong was obviously bullying Zhong Ding Diamond V. As a shooter, he didn't develop well and actually wanted to block Zhong Ding in the tower. Qin Xiaoyong, I will push down your top lane tower before the third wave of minions. First blood. The heart-stirring first kill announcement suddenly rang out over the Canyon of Kings. In the second wave of soldiers, Zhong Ding killed Qin Xiaoyong first. Qin Xiaoyong knelt unwillingly. He was the strongest king, but in a one-on-one situation, he was killed by Diamond V. Qin Xiaoyong, be careful and don't be too careless. Zhang Ruochen said in the team voice. Zhang Ruochen felt a little uncomfortable when he saw that the weakest Zhong Ding was not killed first but got the first kill instead. Qin Xiaoyong was a little embarrassed. Brother Zhang, I understand. In the Zhong Ding team, Zhang Jiahao immediately laughed and said, brothers, did you see that? I'm not exaggerating about Zhong Ding's strength, it's awesome. Wang He and others laughed and said, Zhong Ding, come on, it depends on you whether you can win. Zhong Ding smiled and said, let's all work hard together. Not long after, Qin Xiaoyong resurrected, and Zhang Ruochen also finished clearing a wave of jungle and upgraded to level 4. He took Zhao Ruoming to the bottom lane, clearly intending to kill Zhong Ding. At this time, Zhong Ding had reached level 4 and was hiding in the grass by the river. When Zhang Ruochen and Zhao Ruoming swaggered out of the jungle and entered the river, Zhong Ding suddenly launched a surprise attack, using Mulan's high explosive power and strong control to kill Zhang Ruochen and Zhao Ruoming in one move. Double kill. Double kill. Zhang Ruochen's face turned black. Zhong Ding's sneak attack was too sudden and fast for him to react at all. He was shamefully killed by Zhong Ding and the other two. In the public chat channel, Zhong Ding sent a message, I'm sorry, you guys are so easy to kill, I couldn't help but take action. Zhang Ruochen remained silent, his face becoming even gloomier. Zhao Ruoming angrily sent a message, it was just a sneak attack, don't be so proud. Zhong Ding, I'm not really proud of myself. I feel ashamed for my sneak attack. Zhang Jiahao, what's the point of playing King of Glory without sneak attacks? Zhang Ruochen, you can't sneak attacks later. The jungler is an assassin, and if he doesn't launch a sneak attack, most of his martial arts skills will be wasted. During the chat, suddenly, the heart-shaking announcement sounded again over the Canyon of Kings. Triple kill. Triple kill. It turned out that after Zhong Ding killed Zhang Ruochen and Zhao Ruoming, Qin Xiaoyong immediately rushed over, intending to kill Zhong Ding in revenge while he was still calm. As a result, he was easily killed by Zhong Ding. Wang He said in the public channel, Zhong Ding is awesome, not only did he get the first kill at the beginning, he also got a triple kill. At this moment, no matter how thick-skinned Zhao Ruoming was, he couldn't help but feel his face getting hot because he was slapped in the face too quickly. At this time, Zhang Yi asked in the public chat channel, Zhong Ding, what is your rank? Zhong Ding, what is the real level? Zhang Yi, yes, your true level. Zhong Ding, the number 1 player in Honor of Kings. He has mastered the skills of Honor of Kings, and his thinking reaction speed is 10 times faster. I am not exaggerating at all. Zhao Ruoming, Qin Xiaoyong, Zhang Ruochen, Zhang Yi, Zhong Ding, I find that you are quite humorous. No one believed it, including Zhang Jiahao. The game continues. Zhong Ding is now at the highest level, and his economy is far ahead of all the opponents. After pushing down the enemy's bottom lane tower, Zhong Ding began to invade the enemy's jungle area, constantly hunting down Zhang Ruochen and Zhao Ruoming. After Zhang Ruochen died 7 or 8 times, their team completely collapsed. The jungler became useless and the shooter was also useless. Zhang Ruochen felt extremely frustrated and uncomfortable like never before. Before the game started, he was thinking about killing Zhong Ding until he became autistic, but now, he was almost becoming autistic because of being killed. Whenever he saw Zhong Ding, his heartbeat quickened, his palms started sweating, and he wanted to run away, but he could never escape and was killed helplessly. At 10 minutes and 24 seconds, Zhong Ding's team pushed down Zhang Ruochen's crystal and won. Zhang Ruochen died 11 times in total, 9 of which were caused by Zhong Ding, making him the worst of all. After the game was over, Zhang Jiahao laughed triumphantly in the voice chat channel of Zhong Ding's team. "I didn't lie to you, did I? Zhong Ding's King of Glory is very powerful, not on the same level as us." Wang He and others laughed and said, "Zhong Ding, no wonder you don't play King of Glory with us. It turns out you think our level is too low." Zhong Ding joked, "What kind of person do you portray me as?" Zhang Ruochen was also talking on the phone. "In the next round, everyone must be careful. We must not let Zhong Ding take the lead again," Zhang Ruochen said seriously. "Chen Xiaoyong, brother Zhang, please rest assured. He was just lucky in the last round. He took advantage of our carelessness to gain an economic advantage and acted arrogantly. He won't stand a chance in the next round." Zhao Ruoming, that's right. How powerful can a Diamond V be? The second game started soon. In this game, Zhong Ding is still on the top lane, and the hero is Guan Yu, the only man on a horse. While Zhong Ding was controlling the hero to walk from the fountain to the top lane, he sent a message in the public chat channel, "Zhang Ruochen, I really wasn't targeting you in the last game, I just pick on the weak." Zhang Ruochen couldn't help cursing in his heart, "How dare you call me a wimp?" Zhao Ruoming, the villain is successful. You were just lucky in the last round, you will cry in this round. Zhang Ruochen, I also like to pinch persimmons. I hope you won't be angry later. Zhang Jiahao, it seems that everyone likes to pinch soft persimmons. I just don't know who is the soft persimmon. At this moment, a heart-shaking announcement suddenly sounded over the Canyon of Kings. First blood. First kill. Almost everyone was shocked and looked carefully to see that Zhong Ding had killed Chen Xiaoyong again. Chapter 21. Chen Xiaoyong, what do you do for a living? Zhang Ruochen couldn't help but curse in the voice channel. He's so mad, how long has it been since the game started? It would have been fine if he had underestimated his enemy and given up the first kill last time, but he gave up the first kill again this time, even though he had clearly emphasized this before the game started. Chen Xiaoyong, I. He had no way to defend himself. He had been careful enough, but Zhong Ding's Guan Yu was too powerful. Zhang Yi couldn't help but said, "Student Zhang Ruochen, it's just a game, there's no need to scold your classmates like that, right?" Chen Xiaoyong quickly spoke up for Zhang Ruochen, "Don't blame brother Zhang. I underestimated the enemy. I'm sorry." Zhang Yi frowned slightly and stopped talking. The game continues. After killing Chen Xiaoyong, Zhong Ding left the top lane and sneaked towards the middle lane from the enemy jungle. Then, when the time was right, he pushed in from behind the mage Zhang Yi. No, he rushed out and knocked Zhang Yi out from under the defensive tower. Then, he cooperated with his own mage and easily killed Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi was killed without any power to resist. While waiting for resurrection, she sent a message, "Zhong Ding, your Guan Yu is so powerful." Zhong Ding, thank you for the compliment. Do you want another one? Zhang Yi, you boys always like to take advantage of others with words. Do you really think that we girls don't understand? Zhong Ding was slightly stunned. It turned out that the top female student was not that pure. He sent a message, "I am so pure that I can't understand what you are saying." The two of them flirted openly, and the other students were envious and jealous. He was so good at playing Honor of Kings that he even flirted with the pretty female top student. As for Zhang Ruochen, he gnashed his teeth. He always regarded Zhang Yi as his harem, although he and Zhang Yi had never had any close relationship. He immediately sent a message, "Play the game seriously and talk less." The game continued, and Zhong Ding's third head was Zhang Ruochen. In the jungle, Zhong Ding fought two people alone and easily killed Zhang Ruochen and Zhao Ruoming. Chat channel, Zhong Ding, "Oh, I'm sorry Zhang Ruochen, you guys are so easy to kill, I couldn't help it." Zhang Ruochen was annoyed and secretly resentful. You just have a little economic advantage, don't be so proud. Zhong Ding, I'm not proud of it. This is a very normal thing. After all, I'm used to pinching soft persimmons. Zhang Ruochen, let us see. The game continued, and Zhang Ruochen's nightmare began. As the only man with a horse, Zhong Ding controlled Guan Yu to defend the top lane and wreak havoc in the enemy jungle. Poor Zhang Ruochen not only had his wild monsters robbed, but he was also always killed. After being killed 3 times in a row, he became powerless to resist the bell and tripod. Zhong Ding's Guan Yu rode over on horseback and chopped him down with one sword, leaving him with little health. He then tried to escape, but 2 legs could not outrun 4 legs, and he was chopped down again and had to go home to take a hot spring bath. This round ended in just 6 minutes because Zhang Ruochen's side surrendered. They were defeated by Zhong Ding, who outnumbered them 4-1, and easily wiped them out, causing their confidence to collapse. Damn, Zhong Ding, your Guan Yu must be a national server account. After the second game, Zhang Jiahao asked in shock through the voice. A national server number refers to a player's hero whose combat power ranks among the top among countless players across the country. Wang He and others were also shocked and asked, yes, it's amazing. It must be in the top 5 in the country, right? Zhong Ding said sincerely, I don't know, I haven't played Guan Yu much. Zhang Jiahao, Wang He and others were immediately hit by 10,000 critical hits. Zhang Jiahao, I admit, although I hate others pretending to be cool, yours is so cool that I have nothing to say. Wang He and others, I am convinced too. Zhong Ding. I was speechless inside in my heart, why does no one believe the truth? The third game begins. In this game, Zhong Ding didn't want to play top lane, so he switched to jungle. The jungler Wang He immediately gave up the jungle position willingly. Zhang Ruochen's face turned green when he saw Zhong Ding switch to playing jungle. Before the game started, he repeatedly emphasized to Zhang Xiaoyong that he must not leave the tower and must stay inside the tower to prevent Zhong Ding from killing him and gaining an economic advantage. Zhang Xiaoyong also vowed never to leave the tower. I never expected that Zhong Ding would change to playing jungle. They were all junglers, and Zhang Ruochen had a feeling that his fate in this round would be even worse. After being beaten badly for 2 games in a row, no matter how much he despised Zhong Ding, he had to admit that Zhong Ding's King of Glory was very powerful, at least 1 level higher than him. 6 minutes later, the game was over and Zhang Ruochen's team surrendered directly because Zhong Ding was too strong. Not only was Zhang Ruochen killed miserably, but the others were also not safe hiding in the tower and could not fight at all. This round was over and the room was disbanded. Zhang Ruochen and the others were so beaten that they didn't want to play anymore and didn't dare to. Zhong Ding put down his phone and prepared to continue learning to sing fireworks cool easily. He suddenly received a WeChat message on his phone. He picked it up and saw it was from Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi, Zhong Ding, you are really good at playing Honor of Kings, can you help me rank higher in the rankings? Zhong Ding, no. Jiang Yi, why? Don't be so stingy. Zhong Ding, you are the strongest king, and I am the diamond. There is a gap between us and we cannot form a team. Jiang Yi, are you making fun of me? Use your big size. You must have a big size, right? Zhong Ding, I'm sorry, the big size is my secret and no one else can know it. Jiang Yi, sad. Zhong Ding, okay, when my account is upgraded to Star Glory, I will take you flying. Jiang Yi, thank you. I'm really looking forward to it. After finishing the chat, Zhong Ding put down his phone and continued to learn to sing fireworks cool easily. As for upgrading Honor of Kings, he really has neither the time nor the motivation. He is now at Diamond V3 stars. To reach Star Glory, he has to play at least 22 games, and he must win 22 games in a row. He really doesn't have the patience for that. Today is Sunday. At 5:40 in the evening, Zhong Ding went to school for evening self-study class. At around 6 o'clock, Zhong Ding arrived at the classroom. His deskmate Zhang Jiahao arrived first. As soon as Zhong Ding arrived, he very diligently and studiously asked Zhong Ding for advice on King of Glory. When he was ranking with Zhong Ding on Saturday, he didn't have a deep understanding of Zhong Ding's strength. But this afternoon, Zhong Ding beat Zhang Ruochen, Zhao Ruoming, and others to death. He finally realized that Zhong Ding's King of Glory is very, very powerful. It was still early, so Wang He and Li Xingfeng also came over to listen to the class. The 3 of them gathered around Zhong Ding to listen to a lecture on Honor of Kings, which soon attracted other male classmates to join in the fun. When they found out that it was a discussion about Honor of Kings, they immediately joined in. Seeing that everyone was listening to Zhong Ding's talk, the male student who came later couldn't help but curiously ask the person who arrived earlier, is Zhong Ding's King of Glory very powerful? Very impressive, at least the Glory King. Wow, that is amazing. Say shh, don't make any noise. The male student who asked the question nodded and listened to the class seriously. More and more students were coming around Zhong Ding, which had a clear impact on other students. The squad leader came over and chased everyone away, and everyone dispersed with a sense of reluctance. Zhong Ding secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect that so many classmates in the class liked to play Honor of Kings. At 7 o'clock in the evening, before the evening study bell rang, the English teacher came in with a stack of test papers. "Students, we will have an English test tonight." Ah, a wailing sound immediately rang out in the classroom. They had just returned from the weekend with great difficulty and had not yet recovered. The system's voice then rang in Zhong Ding's mind. "Ding, mission released, get full marks on the English test tonight. Mission rewards, 1 photographic memory experience card, 10 male god points and a random draw. Mission failed, electric shock for 3 minutes. Chapter 22. After listening to the task issued by the system, Zhong Ding couldn't help but smile slightly. The system gave him another reward. However, getting full marks is more difficult than getting first place, and you must be cautious and serious. After the test paper was handed out, Zhong Ding started answering the questions seriously. 10 minutes later, Zhong Ding finished the test paper. Compared with mathematics, answering English questions is easier. With 10 times the thinking reaction speed, he can fill in the answers in almost seconds. After finishing the answer, Zhong Ding began to look back and check carefully. To get full marks, there can't be any mistakes. After checking 3 times in a row, he finally stopped. At this time, the exam had only started for less than 20 minutes. Having learned from the last lesson, Zhong Ding will not hand in his paper early easily. Anyway, you can't do anything else after handing in the paper. Alas, having a talent for 10 times faster thinking and reaction speed is also a problem. I can do things several or even 10 times faster than others, but the rest of the time I can only sit there in boredom. In the end, Zhong Ding handed in the paper only half an hour ahead of schedule. The English teacher brought answers to the classroom to mark the papers that were handed in early. It is normal for some people to hand in their English exam papers early. In less than 2 minutes, the English teacher finished grading Zhong Ding's test paper and found that all the answers were correct, giving him full marks. Bell. After the second evening self-study class, the exam time was over and the English class representative collected all the test papers. The English teacher received all the test papers and before leaving, he couldn't help but praise in public, "Students, Zhong Ding performed well in this exam and got full marks." Wow! The classmates couldn't help but shout out in envy. They all turned to look at Zhong Ding and cast envious and jealous glances at him. Zhong Ding raised the corners of his mouth with a calm smile. "Damn, you got full marks again." Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but yelled, punching Zhong Ding on the shoulder, "You always get full marks recently, do you still have any humanity?" Zhong Ding turned slightly, clasped his fists and chuckled, "Thank you, thank you." Chu Mingxuan also turned back, with a smile on her pretty face, "Zhong Ding, congratulations." "Thank you." Zhong Ding responded, then smiled playfully and teased. The beautiful Lady Chu looked back and smiled so charmingly that my heart was intoxicated. I have to take more exams and get full marks in the future. Chu Mingxuan smiled generously, "Really? As long as you get full marks once, I will turn around and smile at you. Come on." "Yeah." Zhong Ding raised his hand and clenched his fist, looking encouraged. The boys around saw Zhong Ding and Chu Mingxuan chatting and laughing, and they couldn't help but feel envious and jealous. However, the one who was most jealous and hateful was Zhang Ruochen. He even gnashed his teeth. Chu Mingxuan was not very famous in Qingyang Middle School, but everyone who knew her knew that her family background was very strong. Zhang Ruochen dreamed of pursuing Chu Mingxuan. Around 10:30 in the evening, after returning home from school, Zhong Ding began to process the task rewards. When the English teacher praises in public, the system will distribute the task reward. A photographic memory experience card, the same as the previous one, 3 hours of photographic memory. Keep it and use it again when you have the chance. System, I want to draw a lottery. Ding, the lottery begins. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the advanced memory enhancement pill. Zhong Ding was overjoyed when he heard this. The advanced memory enhancement pill can help people remember everything they see and hear, and the memory rate is about 99.9%. It requires 500 male god points to redeem it in the mall. In ecstasy, when he was about to take out the advanced memory pill and swallow it, he suddenly remembered what the system said, that he should improve himself step by step. System, can I take the advanced memory enhancement pill directly? Zhong Ding asked in his mind. System, yes, but the effect is only equivalent to that of an intermediate memory enhancement pill. Please take the intermediate memory enhancement pill first and then the advanced memory enhancement pill, and grow step by step. Zhong Ding. Advanced memory enhancement pills can only remain in the virtual space of the mind. However, whenever he thought of this elixir, his heart itched. He wished he could immediately earn 200 points to exchange for an intermediate memory enhancement pill and take it, so that he could have the equivalent of photographic memory and auditory memory. After taking a shower and before going to bed, Zhong Ding is used to picking up his mobile phone and looking at it for a while. I found 2 WeChat messages, which were actually from Xiafei Xue. When I opened it, I saw that the first message was 2 mobile phone screenshots. The second message was, "Zhong Ding, is this you?" He couldn't help but click on the 2 mobile phone screenshots and take a closer look. They looked very familiar. They were screenshots of his Douyin account and the rolling red curtain video he uploaded. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? The rolling red curtain Douyin video he uploaded was actually seen by Xiafei Xue. It's fate. Zhong Ding raised his lips slightly and replied, "Master, you have good eyesight and you can tell at a glance that it is me." After the message was sent, Xiafei Xue quickly replied, "You monster, I can tell at one glance that you are not human." Without waiting for Zhong Ding's reply, Xiafei Xue sent another message, "You sing so well, I'm already your fan." Zhong Ding, hee, are you the kind of fan who is willing to pledge her love to you? Xiafei Xue, shy, I'm very reserved. Zhong Ding couldn't help but smile. These words had a profound meaning. However, I am not very familiar with Xiafei Xue yet, so it is not appropriate to joke with her. He changed the subject, "I didn't expect you to see my video." Xiafei Xue, not surprising. You didn't know, did you? Because of your video, Rolling Red Curtain became popular on Douyin, and now many people are singing it. However, none of them can sing as well as you, including the original singer. Zhong Ding was surprised. He never thought that he had made an old song popular again. He replied, "I don't know, I don't usually use Douyin." Xiafei Xue, what's your next song? Is it Dear Child? After I listened to it last time, I kept remembering it and even dreamed about it once. She not only liked Zhong Ding's song Dear Child very much, but it even touched her heart. That night, she felt as if the song was sung for her and she was the child in the song. If Zhong Ding could really sing for her once, playing the piano and singing at the same time, she felt that she would fall in love with Zhong Ding. Unfortunately, Zhong Ding's reply was, "No, it is an ancient style song." The title of the song will not be revealed for the time being, leaving some suspense. Xiafei Xue was a little sad, but still replied, "Wow, I'm so looking forward to it." After a pause, she curiously sent a message and asked, "Zhong Ding, are you an art student?" Zhong Ding, no. Could it be that you are? Xiafei Xue, I plan to apply to the Central Academy of Drama. Zhong Ding, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, with your strength, it will be a piece of cake. Xiafei Xue, is this flattery? Zhong Ding, hee, if you were a horse, I would be happy to flatter you. Xiafei Xue, hate you. I won't talk to you anymore. 88. Bell and Tripod, 88. After finishing the chat, Zhong Ding raised the corners of his mouth. He seemed to see Xiafei Xue's pretty face, beautiful, cute and innocent. After coming to his senses, he opened Douyin to check his fan status. Fans, 314.7W. Let us take a closer look at the data of Rolling Up the Red Curtain, 871.2W likes, 199W comments, and 361W reposts. The data is very scary. With nearly 200,000 comments, it can be seen that the popularity is very huge. The data of both versions of Left Hand Pointing to the Moon have improved significantly, which should be driven by Rolling Red Curtain. The third period the next morning was English class. Before class, the English teacher stood on the podium and distributed the test papers personally, and of course he had to read out each student's score. Zhong Ding, 150 points. After the English teacher finished reading, he paused for a moment and looked at Zhong Ding, who came up to receive the test paper. Almost all the students in the class focused their attention on Zhong Ding. When Zhong Ding came up, the English teacher smiled very kindly. "Zhong Ding, you did well in this test. Keep up the good work." "Thank you, Mr. Luo. I will continue to work hard." Zhong Ding responded, took the test paper, turned around and returned to his seat under the envious gaze of the whole class. "Teacher." Zhao Ruoming suddenly raised his hand and shouted, "I suspect Zhong Ding is cheating." Seeing Zhong Ding's proud look, she felt very uncomfortable. She was so jealous to the extreme that she finally couldn't bear it anymore. Chapter 23. The classroom suddenly became silent, and you could hear a pin drop. Before Zhong Ding walked back to his seat, he stopped, raised the corner of his mouth slightly with a hint of sarcasm, and his eyes fell on Zhao Ruoming. The smile on the English teacher's face faded, and his eyes turned to Zhao Ruoming. He asked unhappily, "Zhao Ruoming, do you have any evidence?" She was a little surprised that Zhong Ding got full marks in the exam this time, but not too shocked. Because the test was not difficult, there were 4 students who scored above 140 points. Zhong Ding's English grades were usually good, so it was possible for him to score 150 points with a burst of luck. Under the spotlight of the crowd, Zhao Ruoming was so nervous that his tongue was tied. He never got a perfect score in English before, but now he suddenly got a perfect score. This is very suspicious. The English teacher's face darkened again, and he said sternly, "If you don't have solid evidence, please don't openly question others at will. This is a wanton insult and harm to others. Now, you must apologize to Zhong Ding in public immediately." I. Zhao Ruoming never expected this result. He was so anxious that sweat broke out on his forehead and his mind went blank. At this moment, everyone in the class focused their eyes on her, full of contempt and disgust. All the classmates knew that she had a grudge against Zhong Ding, and it was because she was too sentimental and spread rumors that Zhong Ding confessed his love for her. For a moment, Zhao Ruoming felt endless shame of being pointed at by thousands of people. Wow! She suddenly lowered her head on the table and started crying. It was impossible to apologize to Zhong Ding, so he could only pretend to cry and act like a spoiled child. Here we go again. The whole class became more and more disgusted with Zhao Ruoming. When the English teacher saw Zhao Ruoming crying on the desk, he felt disgusted but could not do anything about it. "Student Zhong Ding, the teacher believes in you, don't take it to heart." The English teacher comforted Zhong Ding. Zhong Ding turned around and calmly said to the English teacher, "Teacher Luo, I don't take it to heart, because this is the result of my hard work and no one can deny it. I will get more full marks in the future." The English teacher smiled and said, "Very good. I have high hopes for you. Keep it up." Zhong Ding turned around with a smile and returned to his seat. The English teacher continued to hand out test papers, but Zhao Ruoming was still lying on the desk pretending to cry. But after this incident, Zhao Ruoming was completely isolated by the whole class, and no one wanted to associate with such a person. Even the girls who used to have a good relationship with her now distanced themselves from her. She slandered others without any evidence and complained to the teacher in public. She couldn't produce any evidence. The teacher asked her to apologize, but she cried and acted like a spoiled child. She dared to do something but not to take responsibility for it. After school, Zhang Ruochen severely warned Zhao Ruoming and forbade her to harass him again. Being pursued by such a person would damage his perfect image. The 6th class in the afternoon is physical education. In physical education class, the physical education teacher teaches us how to play basketball. Basketball is Zhang Ruochen's specialty. With his good basketball skills, he has become very popular from junior high school to high school and has received many love letters from girls. There was no demonstration when teaching basketball, so the physical education teacher called Zhang Ruochen up to demonstrate. Zhang Ruochen performed well indeed. The physical education teacher praised him in public. Zhang Ruochen has a solid basketball foundation, which is very good. After teaching half a class, the physical education teacher asked the students to practice with the ball. Zhang Ruochen took a basketball and called 2 classmates who usually played basketball with him. Then he walked in front of Zhong Ding and said, "Zhong Ding, do you dare to play a game of basketball with me?" In recent days, he has been repeatedly attacked by Zhong Ding, which made him very uncomfortable, so he needed to abuse Zhong Ding in public to regain his sense of superiority as the class flower. "Zhong Ding, ignore him." Zhang Jiahao shouted immediately, and then sneered at Zhang Ruochen, "You are so shameless to compare your own expertise with others." Zhang Ruochen's face flushed. "I'm good at basketball because it's my talent. If you don't have the talent, then don't talk nonsense here. Zhong Ding, if you don't dare to fight, admit defeat in public." When Zhang Jiahao was about to get angry, Zhong Ding pulled Zhang Jiahao and said to Zhang Ruochen with a smile, "Are you sure you want to challenge me to a basketball game? You don't have much pride left, so cherish it." "Ha, this is hilarious." Zhang Ruochen laughed loudly, and then said contemptuously, "You are just a loser. No matter how successful you are nothing but a loser in my eyes." At this time, most of the students were attracted over, including Chu Mingshuang and Zhang Yi. Zhong Ding shook his head and sighed, "Okay, your provocation has worked, so I will reluctantly teach you how to play basketball." Zhang Ruochen sneered. The other students couldn't help but look at Zhong Ding with strange eyes. Everyone knew that Zhang Ruochen was good at playing basketball, but he actually talked nonsense and taught Zhang Ruochen how to play basketball. Chu Mingshuang and Jiang Yi stood among the crowd of classmates and couldn't help but frown slightly, thinking that Zhong Ding was bragging too much. Xiao Pang, come and team up with me. Zhong Ding invited Zheng Jiahao. Zheng Jiahao smiled bitterly and said, of course you can, but I'm not very good at basketball, and I'm afraid I'll hold you back. Zhong Ding smiled and said, as long as you can serve, it's fine. Okay. You're my desk mate. Zheng Jiahao responded, mentally prepared to be abused in public. Zhong Ding turned his eyes to another boy and called out with a smile, Yongnan. I will risk my life for a gentleman. Du Yongnan approached the bell and said with a wry smile. He was Zhong Ding's desk mate last semester and they had a very good relationship. In this situation, who else could accompany Zhong Ding to suffer if not him? In a 3-on-3 game, the game can only be played half-time. Both sides agree that the winner is the one who scores 10 goals first. Rock, paper, scissors was used to decide who would serve first, and Zhang Ruochen's team served first. At this time, the whole class was standing by the basketball court watching. They had already foreseen that Zhong Ding would be badly abused, but they had no idea how badly he would be abused. Zhang Ruochen received the ball but did not attack immediately. Instead, he showed off his solid dribbling skills. Zhong Ding, who was watching Zhang Ruochen, did not interrupt. He felt that he should have the virtue of helping others to achieve their goals, so if Zhang Ruochen wanted to show off his skills, then let him show off to his heart's content. But he had his arms crossed in front of his chest and a smile on his face, which looked like sarcasm no matter how you looked at it. Zhang Ruochen showed off for more than half a minute before finally starting to attack with the ball. Zhong Ding finally stepped forward and started to intercept Zhang Ruochen. This is the first collision. Zhang Ruochen had a sneer on his face. He was going to perform a monkey trick in front of the whole class. But the next moment, he suddenly felt that his hand had hit nothing and the ball was gone. He was stunned. The next moment, he came to his senses and saw that the ball was in Zhong Ding's hands. After Zhong Ding got the ball, he did not attack immediately, but dribbled the ball out slowly, giving Zhang Ruochen time to react and a chance to intercept. Zhang Ruochen's face flushed red, and he was furious. He tried to act cool in front of his classmates but ended up being an idiot. So he immediately rushed towards Zhong Ding to get the ball back. However, Zhong Ding fooled him with a fake move, then dribbled past him and attacked towards the rebound. The other two people on Zhang Ruochen's side did not expect that Zhang Ruochen's ball was easily intercepted by Zhong Ding, and then easily passed by Zhong Ding. They rushed over to stop the bell. However, it was too late because the bell was moving too fast. Zhong Ding was seen carrying the basketball, rushing into the three-point circle like a meteor, and then making a layup with 3 steps. Bang! There was a deafening bang and the basketball hoop shook continuously. Everyone was stunned and couldn't believe it. Zhong Ding actually scored a slam dunk. Chapter 24. Slam dunks are something that people usually only see on TV, but never in real life. But today, someone suddenly dunked in front of them, and it was their classmate. I was so shocked that I forgot to cheer and applaud. Zhong Ding was in high spirits after scoring the slam dunk. This was his first slam dunk in his life. Since he was a child, he thought it was cool to see players slam dunk in basketball games on TV. Now, he could finally dunk. However, it was a bit beyond his expectations that there was no applause or cheers around, especially no excited screams from girls. Not perfect. Where is the applause? He couldn't help but shout. Cokes. The whole class recovered from the shock and burst into shouts of surprise, while clapping loudly. Zhong Ding, you're so awesome. Zhang Jiahao opened his arms excitedly and rushed towards Zhong Ding. Du Yongnan also came over and punched Zhong Ding in the chest. This ultimate move is quite earth-shattering. As for Zhang Ruochen, he was still staring at the shaking basketball hoop in a daze. He really couldn't accept it. He is the best basketball player in the class, even in the top 5 in the whole school, but even he can't dunk. How can that loser do it? Zhang Ruochen's 2 teammates looked very unhappy. They thought they could bully others and show off in front of all the girls in the class, but they didn't expect the opposite to happen. After the cheers and excitement, the game continued. According to the rules, the team that scores the goal serves. Zhong Ding received the ball from Zhang Jiahao and started dribbling into the 3-point line. Zhang Ruochen and another classmate Li Zixuan immediately rushed forward to intercept him. They tried to defend Zhong Ding alone while 2 of them defended him alone. However, this is doomed to be in vain. Zhong Ding took the ball and easily broke through the defense of Zhang Ruochen and Li Zixuan with a few moves that were hard to tell whether real or fake, and then made a layup with 3 steps. Bang! There was another deafening bang, and another slam dunk. Cokes. This time, the students immediately burst into cheers and clapped loudly. Continuing with the third ball, Zhong Ding once again easily broke through the defense of Zhang Ruochen and Li Zixuan and slam dunked with 3 steps. Zhang Ruochen's face was extremely gloomy. He wanted to show off in front of Chu Mingshuang and the whole class, but he didn't expect that this would help Zhong Ding. The key is that I became the victim. For the fourth ball, Zhang Ruochen and the other 2 defended the bell tripod together. Without saying a word, Zhong Ding passed the ball directly to Zhang Jiahao, who was standing under the basket. Zhang Jiahao is not very good at basketball, but when he stands under the backboard and no one interferes with him, he can still shoot very accurately. The fifth ball. There was no fifth ball, so Zhang Ruochen simply stopped playing. There is absolutely no hope of victory as the gap in strength is too great. If I continue to fight, will I show the whole class how stupid I am? Hey, Zhang Ruochen, why did you leave without saying anything? Zhong Ding deliberately shouted. We agreed that the winner would be determined by 10 goals scored, but there were only 4 goals. Zhang Ruochen pretended not to hear and continued walking away. Zhang Jiahao shouted at Zhang Ruochen, you were the one who initiated the match. Why are you suddenly not going to fight? If you admit defeat, tell us in public. Don't just walk away without saying anything. You are not a man if you dare not take responsibility for what you did. When Zhang Ruochen heard Zhang Jiahao's words, his whole body was shocked and he couldn't help but stop. He dares to do something but not take responsibility in front of the whole class. Who will respect him in the future? However, he really didn't want to admit defeat to Zhong Ding, and he didn't want to see Zhong Ding's smug look. After a struggle between himself and himself, he turned around and walked back to the bell tripod. Under the gaze of the whole class, he said humiliatingly, I give up. Ha, don't feel wronged. Zhong Ding laughed teasingly, if you think you can beat me, you can continue the game. The whole class can witness it. I also want to play a few more balls. I haven't warmed up yet. Zhang Ruochen clenched his fists and said, no need to fight. I admit that I can't beat you. You win. After saying that, he turned and left. Zhang Jiahao raised his hands and clapped them vigorously to attract everyone's attention, then shouted, don't be confused by his pitiful appearance. He was the one who initiated this match. He brought this humiliation upon himself, so he can't blame anyone else. After hearing what Zhang Jiahao said, the students who had not known the truth before all withdrew their sympathetic gazes towards Zhang Ruochen. Everyone is a fool. Your specialty, Zhang Ruochen, is playing basketball. You took the initiative to challenge me to a basketball contest. Isn't it obvious what your purpose is? At this time, the physical education teacher came over and said to Zhong Ding, can this student talk to me for a minute? Teacher, what's the matter? Zhong Ding didn't go directly with the physical education teacher. The physical education teacher smiled kindly and said, I see that you are very good at playing basketball, and I would like to recommend you to join the city team. If you perform well, you will have a chance to join the provincial team or even the national team. It turned out that the physical education teacher also saw Zhong Ding dunking just now and was moved by his talent. When the classmates around heard this, they all looked at Zhong Ding with envy. Zhong Ding smiled and said, thank you for your support, teacher, but I don't want to be a sports student. Don't be so hasty to refuse. Think it over carefully before you make your decision, the PE teacher said. Tell me when you've made up your mind. Zhong Ding gave the PE teacher a step and replied, okay, I'll think about it carefully. Thank you, teacher. The PE teacher nodded and walked away. After the physical education teacher left, a group of classmates surrounded Zhong Ding and asked him how he could play basketball so well, with some admiration or flattery in their voices. However, not long after, the bell rang and the physical education class was over. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, as the school bell rang, students left the classroom and walked down the teaching building to go home. At this time, Zhong Ding waited for the sound of the system issuing a task as expected. Ding, mission released, life lies in exercise, please run 5,000 meters within an hour. Mission reward, height increase by 0.1 centimeters and 2 male god points. After hearing the content of the task, Zhong Ding thought he had heard it wrong. The mission became simpler, and there was no penalty for mission failure, but the reward was reduced tenfold, and there was no chance to draw a lottery. System, was the mission issued incorrectly? he asked in his mind, or did I hear it wrong? System, both are correct. 180 centimeters is the passing line for male god, and you have already reached 180 centimeters. If you want to grow taller, please keep running and exercising every day. Male god must have a healthy body. Zhongding felt a little regretful. However, even a mosquito leg is still meat, and adding 0.1 centimeters when running 5,000 meters is very cost-effective. What's more, there are 2 male god points rewards. Since he had plenty of time, Zhongding ran at a normal pace after arriving at the playground. After running for more than a lap, a slim and muscular figure caught up with him and ran side by side with him. Why don't you run faster today? Xu Mingshuang asked. Zhongding couldn't help but turn his head to look at Xu Mingshuang, and saw that Xu Mingshuang's chest was rising and falling as she ran, which was very attractive. However, he quickly shifted his gaze upwards and said with a smile, I'm out of motivation. What motivation do you want? Xu Mingshuang asked. Zhongding, a beautiful woman's kiss. Xu Mingshuang couldn't help but roll her eyes at Zhongding. You acted like a beautiful woman was kissing you before you said that. Zhongding, so I am a lonely handsome boy. Xu Mingshuang responded with a cold laugh. Zhongding asked back, isn't my dunk today cool or handsome? Xu Mingshuang, it's just so-so, nothing special. Zhongding, you sound like you can dunk. Xu Mingshuang, I'll dunk for you if I get a chance. Zhongding couldn't help but laugh. It turned out that such a beautiful woman also boasted. Xu Mingshuang smiled slightly and was not angry at all. Chapter 25. After running, when they returned home, He Xiaozhen came over to get slippers for Zhongding to change into, and said, Xiaoding, the piano you bought online has arrived. I asked them to install it in the study as you asked. Thank you, Aunt He. Zhongding said with a smile. He Xiaozhen asked with concern, do you want to learn piano? No. Zhongding shook his head, I just wanted to buy it and play it for a few times. After changing his shoes, Zhongding went into the study to look at the piano. Zhongding opened the lid of the brand new piano, sat in front of it, and played a short piece of Mozart's Moonlight Sonata. The tone is okay, but it is far from comparable to the pianos of Wang Ruohua and Xie Feishui. This is the quality of a piano that costs less than 100,000 yuan. There is nothing much to say. After making sure that there were no quality issues with the piano, Zhongding went to take a shower. While Zhongding was taking a shower, He Xiaozhen secretly called Zhongding's mother Zhong Qingwan. It turned out that Zhongding suddenly bought such an expensive piano online, and He Xiaozhen was obligated to call Zhong Qingwan to tell her. After Zhong Qingwan found out, she asked He Xiaozhen to ask Zhongding about his true intentions. Now, He Xiaozhen called to report to Zhong Qingwan. 10 minutes later, Zhongding came out of the shower and sat at the dining table to eat dinner. Zhongding ate for a while, and then his cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was his mother. He frowned slightly, turned his head to look at He Xiaozhen, and then answered the phone. When the call was connected, he first smiled and called out affectionately, Mom. I heard from Aunt He that you bought a piano? An elegant and pleasant female voice came from the phone. Before answering the phone, Zhongding had roughly guessed why her mother suddenly called him, so he was not surprised. He said, Yes. I'm sorry, Mom, I didn't ask for your permission. I don't mean to blame you. I will transfer 100,000 yuan to your bank card later. Zhong Qingwan said. Zhongding suddenly resumed his laughter. Thank you, Mom. But no need, I still have a lot of money in my bank card. Just take it. I neglected it. You used to learn piano. Zhong Qingwan said. Zhongding immediately said, No, I don't really like piano. Mom, I'm eating. Okay, eat seriously. Goodbye, Mom. The call ended. At this time, He Xiaozhen said, Xiaoding, since you bought such an expensive thing, I will call Miss Zhong. Well, I understand. Zhongding smiled and comforted He Xiaozhen, it's okay, my mother didn't blame me. Finally, he picked up a piece of chicken and put it in He Xiaozhen's bowl. Aunt He, eat more meat, you have worked hard. He Xiaozhen sighed and said, This child. After dinner, Zhongding quickly went to school for evening self-study. The bell for the first class of the evening self-study class rang, and the Chinese teacher came in with a stack of blank test papers. Students, we will have a Chinese test tonight. A wailing sound immediately rang out in the classroom. The system's voice also rang in Zhongding's mind. Ding, mission released, get full marks on the Chinese language test tonight. Mission rewards, 1 photographic memory experience card, 10 male god points and a random draw. Mission failed, electric shock for 3 minutes. The content of the task was the same as last night's English test, but Zhong Ding couldn't laugh at all. Getting full marks in Chinese requires a lot of luck and is not something that can be achieved simply by having the ability. For example, when it comes to reading comprehension questions, even the author of the original text may not answer them correctly. Another thing is the composition. If the teacher feels that it is not to his or her satisfaction, it is normal to lower the score by 1 or 2 points. Being proficient in high school Chinese does not necessarily guarantee a perfect score, and having 10 times the thinking and reaction speed will not help much. Half an hour later, Zhong Ding finished the test paper, including a 1,000-word narrative essay. After carefully checking it from beginning to end 3 times, Zhong Ding put down his pen. He has tried his best. Whether he can get full marks is up to fate. For example, when it comes to writing essays, he has plenty of time and thinks over it again and again before he starts writing. Being proficient in high school Chinese is still very helpful. When writing essays, he obviously felt that his writing skills had improved a lot. He was able to write what was in his heart and express his ideas accurately. After the Chinese language test was over and the test paper was handed in, Xu Mingshuang turned around and asked, "How did you do?" Zhong Ding curled his lips and said with a smile, "I'm waiting for you to smile back at me. If you can even get full marks in Chinese, what's wrong with me smiling at you?" Xu Mingshuang said, "But I think it's impossible." Zhong Ding said sincerely, "I think your smile is worth a bottle of Maotai and 2 packs of Huazi. It means to bribe the Chinese teacher." Boring. Xu Mingshuang turned around and ignored Zhong Ding. Zhong Ding spread his hands and did not continue talking to Xu Mingshuang. After evening self-study, I returned home. Zhong Ding sat in front of the piano, put the piano accompaniment score of Fireworks Fade Easily printed in advance on the music stand, and then practiced the piano accompaniment of Fireworks Fade Easily. He has memorized the piano accompaniment score of Fireworks Fade Easily, but he still needs to practice it once or twice. 10 minutes later, Zhong Ding finished practicing twice and felt that he was almost there. The next step is to start recording the video for Fireworks Fade Easily. However, before recording, he closed and locked the study door. Auntie saw him recording the video and she would probably report it to someone again, and then maybe something unexpected would happen. The camera angle was adjusted so that it was facing the piano, but his face was not shown. The sound of prosperity has escaped into the empty door, which has made the world feel depressed. The dream is cold, and I have been tossing and turning for a lifetime. How many debts of love have I accumulated? After taking the intermediate Heavenly Sound Divine Sound pill, the sound of the bells and tripods became clearer and more magnetic. He played and sang by himself with just the right rhythm, fully interpreting the artistic conception of Fireworks Cool Easily. With the help of the piano, Zhong Ding was able to record the video in one go very smoothly. After confirming that the video was flawless, he uploaded Fireworks Fade Easily to Douyin. Finally, he opened the door and went out into his bedroom, brushed his teeth, washed his face and prepared to go to bed. And during this short period of normal life, his fans on Douyin went crazy. The song Fireworks Cool Easily is itself very awesome. It is one of the mature works of Zhou Tianwang, the king of Chinese music. Zhong Ding sang the song with his heavenly voice, using the singer's top singing skills and the assistance of his own master-level piano playing, which pierced the souls of fans at once. Wang Yubing, one of Zhong Ding's earliest fans, has recently gotten into the habit of listening to music on Douyin late at night. Because she found that Zhong Ding usually uploaded new videos after 10 o'clock in the evening. She wants to hear Zhong Ding's new song first. Tonight, she did the same. Moreover, she was listening to Zhong Ding's Rolling Up the Red Curtain. So, as soon as Zhong Ding uploaded Fireworks Cool Easily, she immediately discovered it and quickly clicked in to listen. The song begins with a pleasant piano accompaniment that is ethereal and slightly sad. She couldn't help but be slightly surprised, and immediately opened her beautiful eyes to look at the video screen. Of course she was familiar with Fireworks Fade Away, and she had heard several versions of it, but this time Zhong Ding video did not use the familiar common accompaniment. The next moment, she was surprised to see 10 slender and beautiful fingers pressing the black and white keys of the piano flexibly and rhythmically, and the ethereal and slightly sad piano sound like a painting also came out. In an instant, she couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes. In addition to Wang Yubing, who listened to Zhong Ding's Fireworks Are Easy to Cool first, there were many other fans. Xia Feishui also happened to be the first to discover Fireworks Cool Easily uploaded by Zhong Ding. Chapter 26. Xia Feishui accidentally discovered that Zhong Ding had just uploaded a new video and immediately clicked on it to watch. She couldn't help but be intoxicated by just the piano prelude. She heard the piano played by the piano master and could clearly see Zhongding's slender fingers pressing the black and white keys. She was completely immersed in the sound of the piano, staring at Zhongding's slender and beautiful fingers with her beautiful eyes without blinking. So much so that she didn't pay much attention to Zhongding singing. However, Wang Yubing was pleasantly surprised when she saw that the video was actually of Zhongding himself playing the piano and singing. She just felt that those 10 slender and beautiful fingers seemed to have magical power, pressing directly on her heart, and the piano accompaniment she heard in her ears seemed to be the sound coming from her own heart. When Zhongding officially started singing, the clear and magnetic voice suddenly made her mind produce a picture of ancient cities and temples, shrouded in a faint and hazy smoke. This made her feel as if she was not listening to a song, but rather appreciating a series of beautiful and slightly sad ink paintings. After listening to it 3 times in a row, Wang Yubing finally came to her senses from the mood of fireworks fade away, with 2 lines of tears already hanging on her pretty face. She sniffed slightly, then took a deep breath to ease the slight sadness in her heart. After liking and forwarding the post, she clicked on the comments and found that there were already thousands of comments. I will definitely have insomnia tonight. The author's interpretation of fireworks cool easily is so touching and heartbreaking that I want to cry, but I can't cry. The singing, piano music, and the mood of the song are not meant to make people cry, but to make people shed tears silently and keep crying. I was very excited, but the author's sad and picturesque singing voice made me unable to get excited. Mr. Author, you sang so well, I was completely conquered by you. It turns out the author plays the piano so well, so talented. I admire him. This is the voice of a god, it should only exist in heaven, how often can we hear it in the world? After 2 or 3 days, the author finally uploaded a new video. I was very touched. This is the best and most beautiful version of fireworks cool down easily, no doubt about it. The best voice, top singing skills, and master-level piano, I enjoy it so much. Author, I love you. After reading all the comments, Wang Yubing began to express her thoughts. Zhongding, I find that I am obsessed with your voice. Looking at your slender, beautiful, and neat fingers, you must be very young and handsome, right? This song is so beautiful, it is the best song I have ever heard in my life. Thank you. Love you. As for Zhongding, after brushing his teeth, washing his face, and going to the bathroom, he climbed into bed and fell asleep. It's not that he doesn't want to watch the video of fireworks cool down easily to reflect the situation, but he is worried that if he pays too much attention to it, it will affect his sleep tonight. So, it's better to wait until tomorrow morning to watch it. But less than 10 minutes after he fell asleep, his cell phone suddenly rang. Zhongding had no choice but to get up and take out his phone to check the caller ID. To his surprise, it was Xia Feishue calling. Has our relationship reached this point? Xia Feishue actually called him late at night. Zhongding answered the phone doubtfully. Zhongding, I listened to the song you just uploaded. Xia Feishue's clear and pleasant voice came out of the phone immediately, with excitement. It's so beautiful. The piano accompaniment is great, and the singing is also great. I'm completely intoxicated. Zhongding suddenly realized and couldn't help but smile. Thank you for your compliment. Aren't you afraid that I will be too excited to sleep if you praise me so much? Hee, you deserve to have insomnia. Xia Feishue said coquettishly, because you also made me suffer from insomnia. Zhongding cried out, it's unfair. It's not unfair. Xia Feishue said with a smile. Zhongding cried out, I need comfort. Xia Feishue asked, what comfort? Hee, Zhongding grinned, it's boring to make phone calls, let's video chat. After saying that, without waiting for Xia Feishue to agree or not, he hung up the phone, opened WeChat, and sent Xia Feishue a video chat invitation. On the other end of the phone, Xia Feishue saw the video request sent by Zhongding and her heart was in a panic. Normally, she would have accepted it, but it was already 11:30 at night and she was already in bed. Even though she hadn't laid down yet and was sitting against the head of the bed, was that appropriate? Besides, she was now in her pajamas. Zhongding is a boy. After a period of anxiety and panic, Xia Feishue finally clicked to agree to the video call. When Zhongding sent the video invitation, he didn't have any hope in the first place, he just wanted to play a prank on Xia Feishue. What he didn't expect was that the video call was connected. When Zhongding saw Xia Feishue's pretty, fair face appear on the phone screen, he was stunned for a while. What's the matter? Zhongding, say something. Xia Feishue felt her face getting a little hot. Zhongding came back to his senses and said with a smile, you are so beautiful, I am fascinated by you. Xia Feishue's pretty face instantly turned red, and she was very shy. She pretended to be angry and said, "If you keep talking nonsense, I will ignore you." But what I said is the truth. Zhong Ding did not back down at all. Xia Feishue said coquettishly, "Hateful." Zhong Ding burst into laughter. Xia Feishue was very shy. After a while, Xia Feishue bit her lips lightly with her pearly teeth, overcame her shyness, and changed the subject. "Zhong Ding, can you teach me the piano accompaniment of fireworks fade away? I love it so much." "No problem." Zhong Ding responded readily. "This weekend?" "Can." "Thank you." Xia Feishue said happily, her face showing joy, making her even more pretty and charming. This time, Zhong Ding was really mesmerized. He smiled and said, "You're welcome." Xia Feishue is a girl after all, and she is reserved, so the video call ended soon. Lying back on the bed, Zhong Ding couldn't help but smile. This Xia Feishue is really funny. She is so naive. What will she do if she gets cheated in the future? When he woke up the next morning, Zhong Ding took his cell phone from the bedside table, turned it on and logged into Douyin to check the data of fireworks are easy to cool. 136.2 W likes, 217 W comments, and 339 W reposts. Very scary data, considering that he just uploaded it at 11 o'clock last night. Looking at the total number of fans, it has increased by about 100,000 from 11 o'clock in the evening to now. However, the additional hundreds of thousands of fans are not necessarily through fireworks cool down easily, and a considerable number of them must come from other videos. Moreover, it is estimated that most of the likes for fireworks cool down easily were provided by old fans. Zhong Ding clicked on the comments and saw that they were all positive comments, praise, and even a lot of admiration. After turning off Douyin, Zhong Ding pondered, with the interference of old fans, it is temporarily impossible to evaluate the potential of fireworks cool down easily. I guess I will know after returning from school in the evening. There was a Chinese class in the morning, but the Chinese test paper from last night was not distributed. However, after the 7th get out of class in the afternoon, the Chinese teacher hurriedly brought the test papers and asked Zhang Yi to distribute the test papers. Zhang Yi stood on the podium, constantly reading out the names and scores on the test papers. Suddenly, she paused and looked up at the bell. Zhong Ding, 150 points. Chapter 27. Wow. The whole class couldn't help but scream in envy and turned to look at Zhong Ding. Zhong Ding has scored full marks in 3 consecutive tests. Chu Mingxuan couldn't help but turn back to look at Zhong Ding with surprise. This guy actually got full marks in Chinese. Zhong Ding gave Chu Mingxuan a chuckle, but temporarily suppressed it and let Chu Mingxuan smile back at him. After all, he still had to go upstairs to get the test paper, and after all, the eyes of the whole class were on him at this moment. When he approached the podium and was about to take the test paper from Zhang Yi said admiringly, "Zhong Ding, you are really amazing. You actually got full marks in Chinese." "Thank you." Zhong Ding smiled calmly. After taking the test paper and returning to his seat, Zhong Ding immediately said to Chu Mingxuan in front of him, "Miss Chu, please smile back at me." He was also surprised to get full marks in Chinese. He was mentally prepared to be electrocuted. Chu Mingxuan turned back and smiled at Zhong Ding. "Is this okay?" "It's pleasing to the eyes and soothing to the heart," Zhong Ding said with a smile. "Chu Mingxuan, you smile so meanly, I really want to slap you in the face." "Zhong Ding, you are jealous." Chu Mingxuan snorted, "You also know that others will be jealous. Don't show off in front of me in the future." Zhong Ding pretended to sigh and said, "No wonder geniuses are always lonely, because their joy cannot be shared with others." But Chu Mingxuan couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. The stern face she had just deliberately put on disappeared. She laughed and scolded, "You panted when I told you you were fat. How shameless." Zhong Ding said seriously, "If a person has no shame, he will be invincible in the world." At this moment, a pair of blood-red eyes in the distance were staring at Zhong Ding and Chu Mingxuan talking and laughing, full of resentment and hatred. It was Zhang Ruochen. Yesterday morning and this morning, when he was at school, he coincidentally met Chu Mingxuan again. Unfortunately, Chu Mingxuan directly and explicitly refused to go into the campus with him, saying that she didn't want to cause misunderstanding. There is no doubt that Zhong Ding deliberately revealed the truth last week, causing Chu Mingxuan to become wary of him. In addition, he felt that another major reason was that Zhong Ding and Chu Mingxuan had become closer. Zhang Ruochen really wanted to ask someone to teach Zhong Ding a lesson, but he still owed a debt of more than 100,000 yuan last time, so he had no money left to hire another gangster. Therefore, he could only grit his teeth at Zhong Ding. After school in the afternoon, the system issued a task and it was the same task as yesterday. Zhongding continued to run on the playground. On the track, he met Xu Mingshuang, and the two ran side by side, chatting as they ran. After running 5,000 meters, Zhongding returned home and immediately looked for his phone to check the data of fireworks cool down easily. 377.3 W likes, 516 W comments, and 874 W reposts. The data has clearly exploded. Check the total number of fans again, 568.9 W. If Auntie hadn't been there, Zhongding would have burst out laughing. After taking a shower and eating, Zhongding went to school quickly. During the evening self-study, Zhongding thought there would be tests on subjects such as physics, chemistry, and politics, but he didn't expect that there would be none. He was depressed as he lost the opportunity to earn points and participate in the lottery. I returned home after evening self-study class. Before going to bed, Zhongding remembered the lottery. System, I want to draw a lottery. Ding, the lottery begins. Ding, thank you for your patronage. Zhongding's expectant smile suddenly froze. After a long while, Zhongding asked unwillingly, System, won't you explain it? System, since it's a lottery, it's possible that you won't win anything. You've passed the novice period, and your chances of winning have returned to normal. If you want to obtain skills or items, please work hard to obtain male god points. In addition to completing tasks, there are other ways to obtain male god points. Please explore them on your own. Zhongding, so, I have passed the rapid growth period? System, you can understand it that way. Zhongding fell silent and opened his character panel to check. Host, Zhongding. Age, 16. Height, 180.2 centimeters. Physical fitness, 207. The average for healthy adults is 100. Value, 84. Temperament, 75. Talent, 10 times the thinking reaction ability. Skills, proficient in high school mathematics, singing skills, tai chi, piano master, professional basketball, high school Chinese, high school English, high school physics, and honor of kings. Honors, none. Male god points, 180. Virtual space items, 2 photographic memory experience cards, 1 divine song from another world, 1 advanced powerful memory pill. After carefully looking at the character panel for a while, I realized that I had grown so much in a short period of time. Exchange your high school chemistry mastery, and you don't have to worry about studying in high school. Zhongding thought about it, opened the system mall, spent 50 points to exchange for the high school chemistry mastery skill, and then used it. 30 seconds later, he had mastered high school chemistry. The next morning, in the Chinese class, the Chinese teacher explained the test paper. Before he gave his lecture, he praised Zhongding for getting full marks in front of the class. In the second class, after explaining all the questions at the beginning of the test paper, it was finally time for the final essay question. After explaining and analyzing the composition for 7 or 8 minutes, the Chinese teacher paused and turned his gaze to Zhongding. Student Zhongding, please hand in your composition. The whole class was puzzled, and Zhongding was also puzzled. However, if the teacher asked for the test paper, he still had to take it obediently. The Chinese teacher held Zhongding's test paper and said to the whole class, a good narrative essay should be a combination of the situation and the content, and the story should be meaningful. Zhongding wrote it very well. I will read it out loud. You must listen carefully and learn it attentively. Then, he read Zhongding's composition aloud with great emotion. Zhongding was stunned that his composition was actually praised by the Chinese teacher and was read out in class as a model for all the students to learn. The other students were also quite surprised. This was the first time. Never before had a teacher used a classmate's essay as a model. For a moment, many students turned to look at Zhongding with envy and admiration. Compared with getting full marks in the exam, this situation is more rare and more glorious. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 male god points. The system's voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Zhongding was stunned, and was ecstatic in his heart. It turns out that this is another way to get male god points. After the Chinese teacher finished reading the composition, he analyzed and explained in detail the highlights of Zhongding's composition, and then let Zhongding come up and take the test paper back. Zhongding took back the test paper and subconsciously looked at a reading comprehension question. There was a 5-point question, and I lost 2 points for choosing yes, then it was crossed out and changed to 5 points. He felt that it was very likely that the Chinese teacher intended to help him get a full score. After the 2 Chinese classes ended, Xu Mingshuang immediately turned around and said, "Let me see your composition." Having said that, she stretched out her fair jade-like hand and took the test paper away, regardless of whether Zhongding agreed or not. At the same time, some students left their seats, walked to Zhongding's desk, and asked to borrow his composition. Zhongding pointed ahead with a wry smile and said, "Wait until she's finished reading it, you can take it and read it at will." Two girls came up to Chuming Shuang and read Zhongding's composition together. Ever since the test paper was taken away by Chuming Shuang, the essay had been passed around among classmates until more than a week later, when it finally returned to Zhongding. There were even 2 or 3 girls who copied down the essays to appreciate and learn from them. Time flies, and 3 or 4 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Zhongding's cover of Fireworks Cool Easily has become popular on the internet, not only on Douyin, but also on other online media. Its popularity exceeded that of when King Zhou first released Fireworks Cool Easily and when a singer named Lin covered Fireworks Cool Easily on I Am a Singer. After consecutively covering 2 hit songs, the name Zhongding officially entered the fans' field of vision. The number of Zhongding's Douyin fans continues to grow, and 10 million fans is just around the corner. However, fans don't know that Zhongding is not an online name, but his real name. Chapter 28. On Friday night, after evening self-study, Zhongding returned home and began recording Qingming Rain. With the assistance of a master-level piano player, the recording of Rain on Qingming Festival was completed in one go. After recording, Zhongding uploaded the video. Then he went to prepare for bed, brushing his teeth and washing his face. When he climbed onto the bed, his cell phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was really Xia Feishue. However, he refused. However, he opened WeChat instead and sent a video chat invitation to Xia Feishue. 10 or so seconds later, the video was connected, and Xia Feishue's youthful and beautiful face and a pair of clear, bright, and lively big eyes appeared on the phone screen. "Zhongding, your singing of Rain on Qingming Festival is really beautiful," Xia Feishue said excitedly immediately. Zhongding raised the corner of his mouth. "Xia Feishue, you are so beautiful." Xia Feishue blushed and said angrily, "I'm talking to you about singing." "I know. You praise me and I praise you too," Zhongding said with a smile. Xia Feishue snorted, "You are so smooth-talking." Zhongding smiled playfully, "Thank you for the compliment." Xia Feishue, "You are so shameless." Zhongding still smiled, "Thank you for your compliment." Pucci Xia Feishue couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh, looking very charming. Because of Zhongding's behavior, she couldn't hold back her desire to praise Zhongding for singing Rain on Qingming Festival but could no longer utter the words. "Would you really like to come to my house on Sunday afternoon and teach me the piano accompaniment for Fireworks Fade Away?" she asked. "Zhongding, unless you don't let me in, I'll go even if it rains knives from the sky." Xia Feishue couldn't help but blush again. "That's nonsense. I don't want to chat with you anymore. See you on Sunday." After saying that, she ended the video call. After interrupting the video, she felt her heart pounding and her pretty face became hot. Suddenly, she felt a little nervous. Zhongding arrived on Sunday afternoon. The next morning, Zhongding woke up, took his phone from the bedside table, opened Douyin to check the data of Qingming Yushang. The data is very good and the response is also very good, but there is still some gap compared with Rolling Red Curtain and Fireworks Cool Easily. It's not my fault, but Qingming Rain is actually a little less popular than the previous two. However, fans who like Qingming Rain will like it particularly much and be more loyal. 10 million fans is a very large number. It is difficult to accumulate so many fans with just a few songs of similar style. Different types of songs are needed. Saturday is here, is Sunday far behind? So in the blink of an eye, it was Sunday. On Sunday morning, after the last class, the bell rang and everyone left the classroom. "Zhongding, wait a moment." When Zhongding walked out of the classroom door, Zhang Yi's voice came from behind. Zhongding couldn't help but turn his head to look back, but found many eyes on him. The boys looked at him with envy, the girls looked at him with curiosity, and then he saw Zhang Yi waving her pale little hand at him. However, since he was standing at the door blocking the way, he still walked out and waited for Zhang Yi in the corridor. Soon, Zhang Yi came out and walked in front of Zhongding. "Zhongding, let's play King of Glory together this afternoon." "Sorry, I just happen to have something to do this afternoon." Zhongding shook his head. Zhang Yi said oh regretfully. Zhongding continued, "Besides, my account has not yet reached Star Glory." "Has it reached Star Glory yet?" Zhang Yi was a little surprised. Zhongding nodded, "Yes, I am busy studying and have no time to play." Zhang Yi. "I waited for a week. How many diamonds are you worth now?" she asked. Zhong Ding, Diamond 5. Zhang Yi. Seeing the disappointment on Zhang Yi's pretty face and eyes, Zhong Ding felt a little ashamed. In fact, he still has time to play. While others return home from evening self-study and still work hard until midnight to do homework or exercises, he has already finished his homework and exercises at school. How about you help me upgrade my account to Star Glory, and then we can play ranked games together? He joked. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yi immediately responded, okay, I'll help you play and guarantee that you can reach Star Glory. Zhong Ding was embarrassed. Isn't this a bit awkward? It's okay. My account is basically useless anyway. Zhang Yi said, I was thinking of starting a new account, but I don't have that much money to buy another set of inscriptions, heroes, and skins. Zhong Ding, then thank you first. You're welcome. Just take me to play ranked games. So, Zhong Ding gave his number and password to Zhang Yi. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhong Ding took a taxi to the gate of Xiafeishua's community and saw Wang Ruohua waiting for him there. It must be Xiafeishue who called her to cover for him. What kind of magic potion did you give Feishue? Wang Ruohua asked vigilantly when Zhong Ding approached. Zhong Ding raised the corner of his mouth and said with a wicked smile, Hey, you are jealous. Zhong Ding. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will never let you go. Wang Ruohua warned angrily. However, Zhong Ding deliberately said, Oh, someone was hit on the head and got angry out of shame. Wang Ruohua's beautiful eyes were blazing with fire as she stared at the bell and tripod. The wings of her nose twitched and her chest rose and fell. She was extremely angry. However, Zhong Ding turned a blind eye to it and did not panic at all. He continued to stimulate her, if you like me, just say it out loud. It is really uncomfortable to keep it in your heart. Ah, you bastard, I'm going to fight you. Wang Ruohua clenched her fist and rushed towards Zhong Ding, who immediately ran away. The two chased each other for a while, and Zhong Ding saw Xiafeishue coming out, and immediately ran behind Xiafeishue. Seeing Xiafeishue, Wang Ruohua had to stop, gasping and glaring at Zhong Ding. Hua, Zhong Ding, what are you playing? Xiafeishue asked curiously. Wang Ruohua walked up, reached out and grabbed Xiafeishue's delicate hand and walked towards the gate of the community. Feishue, let's go. Some people hate it when they see it. As she spoke, she glared at Zhong Ding fiercely with her beautiful eyes. When they arrived at Xiafeishue's home, Xiafeishue's mother was still beautiful and elegant. She warmly entertained Zhong Ding and Wang Ruohua, and thanked Zhong Ding for teaching Xiafeishue piano. Auntie, we are communicating, not teaching each other. Zhong Ding said modestly. Entering the piano room, Zhong Ding was sitting in front of the piano, Xiafeishue was sitting on his right, and Wang Ruohua was sitting far away under the window. She was still angry, and if she had not to cooperate with her best friend to cover for him, she would never stay in the piano room to listen to Zhong Ding playing the piano. This time, Zhong Ding didn't say much before starting. He first played and sang Fireworks Fade easily for Xiafeishue to feel it carefully. As the piano accompaniment sounded, Wang Ruohua, who was browsing her phone with her head down, was involuntarily attracted by the ethereal and slightly sad piano sound, and couldn't help but listen attentively. And when Zhong Ding started singing, she listened and unconsciously raised her head, her eyes fixed on Zhong Ding. It was so beautiful and touching that she couldn't help herself. The bastard didn't seem that annoying when he was seriously playing the piano and singing. Xiafeishue, who was sitting next to him, turned to look at Zhong Ding's handsome profile, stunned. She had listened to this song countless times on Douyin this week. However, when Zhong Ding played the piano and sang live in front of her, the feeling was very different. It was much more infectious, more beautiful and touching, making her completely immersed in it. Chapter 29. Finally, Zhong Ding finished playing and singing Fireworks Fade easily. When he turned to explain to Xiafeishue, he found that Xiafeishue was staring at him in a daze. Reaching out his hand and waving it in front of concubine Xia's beautiful face, he chanted in a rhythmic manner, Soul, come back, soul, come back. Xiafeishue finally came to her senses, hurriedly looked away, lowered her head, and her pretty face blushed as if blood was dripping from it. Ha, Zhong Ding smiled proudly, I know I'm handsome, but I'll be embarrassed if you stare at me like that. No way. Xiafeishue said shyly, I was just absorbed in the song. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. Wang Ruohua coughed hard by the window. You two can discuss piano, so just discuss piano. Zhong Ding turned his head and used exaggerated lip movements to let Wang Ruohua see clearly, and silently said, jealous. Wang Ruohua suddenly jumped up like a cat whose tail was stepped on, her fur stood on end, her beautiful eyes widened, her fists clenched, her nose flaring, her chest heaving, ready to pounce on Zhong Ding and fight him to the death at any time. Hua Hua, what's wrong with you? Seeing Wang Ruohua moving strangely, Xia Feishue turned around and asked in confusion. Wang Ruohua took a deep breath and unclenched her fist. I need to go to the bathroom. Then she strode out of the piano room. She would feel uncomfortable and angry if she looked at that bastard for even a second. Just now, after listening to him playing and singing Fireworks Fade Away, she had finally improved her attitude towards him, but she didn't expect this ungrateful bastard to insult her again. Without the light bulb, Zhong Ding asked Xia Feishue, "Can you sit closer? I just sang a song and don't have the energy to speak loudly for the time being." Xia Feishue responded with a hum and immediately moved the stool closer to the bell. The distance was so close that the jade arm accidentally touched the bell tripod's arm. Zhong Ding immediately felt a strange tenderness, as well as a very special warmth and softness, as if he had no bones. He breathed in the unique fragrance of Xia Feishue, and he felt as if his soul was leaving his body. Xia Feishue was also not very natural. Her whole body was hot, her ears were red, and her heart was pounding. After a moment, Zhong Ding barely suppressed his distracting thoughts and began to carefully explain to Xia Feishue the key points and related techniques of piano accompaniment for Fireworks Fade Easily. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Zhong Ding and Wang Ruohua left Xia Feishue's house. They had to go to school for evening self-study at 6 o'clock. Zhong Ding was holding 2 bags of gifts, which were given by Xia Feishue's mother. While waiting for a taxi, Wang Ruohua warned Zhong Ding, "You are full of bad intentions, don't hurt Feishue." Zhong Ding wanted to say you are jealous, but considering that there was no time for playing around, he said calmly, "You are not a worm in my stomach, how do you know that there is bad water in my stomach?" "Humph, I won't argue with you. I won't allow it anyway." Wang Ruohua snorted coldly, "Feishue is a poor and simple girl. She can't stand being tormented by a scumbag like you." "Poor?" Zhong Ding asked in surprise. Wang Ruohua hesitated for a moment and decided to speak out. Feishue comes from a single-parent family. Her father abandoned his wife and daughter for a rich woman in order to gain fame and fortune. Zhong Ding was stunned. It turned out that Xia Feishue and he had a similar life experience. "Now you know, stay away from Feishue in the future." Wang Ruohua continued. Zhong Ding came back to his senses and shook his head, saying, "You're meddling too much." At this time, a taxi arrived. Zhong Ding opened the door, turned his head and said to Wang Ruohua, "See you later." Then he got in the car and closed the door. Wang Ruohua stomped her feet in anger. They were clearly waiting for the bus together, so shouldn't T-girls be given priority? In the evening, during the first evening self-study class, the head teacher, who was also the Chinese teacher, came to the classroom to inspect. He stood on the podium and said, "Students, please pause for a moment." All the students immediately stopped studying and looked up at the podium. The Chinese teacher said, "The midterm exam will begin next week. You must review carefully this week and strive to get a good grade. Sunday is the beginning of the week, so instead of the midterm exam starting tomorrow, we have a week to review and prepare." There was a buzz of discussion in the classroom. The sound of the system issuing tasks also rang in Zhong Ding's mind. "Ding, mission released, host, please get first place in the grade in the midterm exam. Mission rewards, 1 first level 5-star temperament card, 100 points and a random draw. Mission failed, electric shock for 3 minutes a day for 1 week. The rewards are nice, but the punishment is even worse." Zhong Ding shuddered and decided to fight to the death. Then, he sank his consciousness slightly into his mind and found the photographic memory experience card in the virtual space. "Use the photographic memory experience card," he said to himself. A photographic memory experience card turned into a ray of light and flew into his brain. Zhong Ding immediately felt his brain refreshed and clearer than ever before. This is the photographic memory experience card taking effect. Racing against time, he picked up the biology textbook to read. The state of having a photographic memory is very mysterious. You don't need to use your brain to understand the meaning of text and graphics. You can remember them just by scanning them with your eyes, just like a scanner. The efficiency is amazing. With 10 times the mental reaction speed, he read even faster, 1 page per second. It only takes 2 or 3 minutes to read a biology textbook from beginning to end, regardless of whether the second half has not been taught yet. Putting down the biology textbook, he immediately picked up the history book to read. In one class, he memorized biology, history, geography, politics, and even the punctuation marks. What should I do if I still have more than 2 hours to memorize the subject? It can't be wasted, right? So Zhong Ding picked up the brick-thick Modern Chinese dictionary and started memorizing it. The font of the Modern Chinese dictionary is relatively small, and one page is filled with densely packed text, so the scanning speed is slower, taking 2 seconds for one page. Even so, I was able to memorize the nearly 1,800-page Modern Chinese dictionary in just 1 hour. There's still more than an hour left. There were no more books to read, and Zhong Ding himself didn't want to read anymore. It was too much for his brain to memorize so much content at once. Moreover, using 10 times the thinking reaction speed for a long time has made his brain overwhelmed and has a tendency to go on strike. So, during the remaining class period, he simply fell asleep on the table. Zhong Ding slept in class, which soon attracted the attention of many classmates. Now he is no longer an unknown figure in the class. People often pay attention to him, including both male and female classmates. Seeing Zhong Ding sleeping in the classroom, many classmates looked at him strangely and had different thoughts. You know, when we just started evening self-study, the head teacher just announced that there would be a midterm exam next week, and everyone was scrambling to review their lessons. Some people are proud and complacent. This is what many students think. Zhang Ruochen also found that Zhong Ding was sleeping. He couldn't help but reveal a gloomy sarcasm. Go to sleep, let's see how you perform in the midterm exam. If you return to your original form, you will be ruined. He withdrew his gaze and continued to review with all his strength. Recently, his halo as the class flower seemed to be knocked down by the bell and tripod, so he secretly started reviewing his lessons as early as last week. He wants to get good grades in the midterm exam to slap the faces of those who are starting to look down on him. As for surpassing Zhong Ding in performance, it is even more necessary. Chapter 30. In the following week, the entire Qingyang Middle School entered into an intense review atmosphere. Zhong Ding is boring. I have mastered Chinese, mathematics, English, physics and chemistry in high school, and I have memorized the textbooks on politics, history, geography, and biology. Apart from politics, history, geography and biology, which require some time to flip through books and transform memories into one's own knowledge, there is nothing else to do. So, sitting in the classroom while everyone else was reviewing seriously, he felt very uncomfortable pretending to study hard. He couldn't help but have an idea in his mind: don't study in the second year of high school and skip to the third year next semester. On Wednesday, after returning home from evening self-study, Zhong Ding began recording She Is My Sin. This is a heavy metal English song that makes people's blood boil and they want to grab a gun and rush to the battlefield. It is popular all over the world and is used in many promotional videos. On Douyin, many videos use its accompaniment as background music. You may not know what song it is, but it is definitely familiar to you. Zhong Ding did not use the piano for this recording, because the heavy metal music accompaniment of this song is one of its biggest features. There are 2 ways to sing this song, one is bel canto and the other is real voice. Because this song has very high notes, it is almost impossible to sing it with real voice, especially for male voice. In order to attract fans on Douyin, Zhong Ding had to show off his singing skills and voice, so he used bel canto in the first half and real voice in the second half. It took Zhong Ding half an hour to finally finish recording She Is My Sin. After listening to it myself, I couldn't help but show a look of surprise and joy. The first half is sung in bel canto, deep and distant, like a poetic chant coming from afar. The second half is sung in real voice, passionate and magnificent, pushing the song to an explosive climax, as if countless berserkers are fighting bloody battles, risking their lives. When the 2 parts are combined, the song has a very strong visual sense. This is a pleasant surprise. After uploading the video, Zhong Ding went to prepare for bed. Wang Yubing discovered She Is My Sin at the first time. She was a little surprised when she saw that it was an English song. However, she would listen to any song that Zhong Ding covered. So she clicked in to listen. The beginning of the song is very familiar with the prelude music, but it still makes people's blood boil, followed by Zhong Ding's beautiful singing. Zhong Ding's bel canto is a pure tenor bel canto, and it is very clear and natural and pleasant to the ear. It is not one of those unnatural male bel cantos that are distorted to sound like a woman's scream. When Wang Yubing heard the beautiful voice, his soul was immediately sucked in. As the clear tenor voice sang, a vast and boundless picture emerged in Wang Yubing's mind. When the song reached the middle and the real male voice suddenly broke out, Wang Yubing couldn't help but clench his fists, his whole body tensed up, and his soul trembled. The high notes of the real male voice seemed to have no end, and kept pushing the singing higher and higher, making Wang Yubing's heart constantly rise and rise, her blood constantly boiling, and her soul and will were completely submerged. Ah, Wang Yubing couldn't help but scream. After listening to She Is My Sin once, Wang Yubing quickly took off his headphones. The song made her so emotional after just one listen that she couldn't keep listening to it. She was worried that she wouldn't be able to bear it. After taking a short breath and resting for a while, Wang Yubing finally calmed down a little. After she liked it, she clicked on the comments. At this point, there are already 200 or 300 comments. Did the author upload this song in the middle of the night on purpose? My blood is boiling and I can't handle it. I want to fight. The author sang it so well, so well, so well. 2 different singing styles, yet they are so natural. If you haven't heard this song, you will definitely think that this song must be sung in 2 different ways. I am completely convinced. The singing skills are superb, and the voice is even better. Others would try to use falsetto to get by when singing loudly, but the author used his real voice in the climax. How can I be so impressed? Evil Zhongding, I have a feeling that you will become the most dazzling star in the world. Although I don't know what they are singing, but it feels really, really, really awesome. This song exploded. The imagery is so strong. After reading some comments, Wang Yubing wrote down his thoughts. I have no words to describe the shock I felt when I heard this song. I can only say one sentence, Zhongding, I love you. After posting the comment, Wang Yubing began to forward it to all her chat groups, forums she frequently visited, and so on. After completing all this, she put on her headphones again and listened to Zhongding's She Is My Sin again. After Zhongding finished his preparations for bed, he climbed onto the bed and lay down, but did not close his eyes. He was waiting for Xia Feishua's call or video. However, after waiting for more than 10 minutes, there was no response from the phone. Zhongding couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He guessed that Xia Feishua might not have noticed the video of this song, or maybe Xia Feishua was not interested in this type of song. So he turned off the lights, closed his eyes and went to sleep. When he woke up the next morning, Zhongding immediately took out his mobile phone from the bedside table and opened Douyin to check the data of She Is My Sin. 141.2 W likes, 43.1 W comments, 2.4 W reposts. Obviously, the comment ratio is shockingly high. Click on the comments to see countless comments of worship and shock. Zhongding checked his fan value again. The total fan value was already 871.9 W. He estimated that he could complete the task without recording any more songs. After the second class in the morning, Zhongding walked out of the classroom to the corridor to get some fresh air and chatted and laughed with a group of classmates. Suddenly, the laughter and playfulness in the corridor stopped, and everyone's eyes were staring in one direction. Zhongding noticed it immediately and thought to himself, could it be that Wang Ruohua came to see me again? As he guessed this, he turned around and looked, his eyes were stunned. It was an acquaintance, but not Wang Ruohua, but Xia Feishua. Xia Feishua was seen wearing a white dress whiter than snow, with skin as crystal clear as jade, beautiful appearance, long straight black shiny hair, and clear and bright eyes, looking at Gu Shengui. She walked towards them gracefully, with a noble and pure temperament. Everyone who saw her, whether boys or girls, could not help but stare at her, unable to take their eyes off her. She is worthy of being the #1 campus beauty. Perhaps she saw Zhongding, her eyes suddenly lit up, as if colorful lights were shooting out, and then a slight smile appeared on her beautiful face, her eyes fixed on Zhongding. Zhongding guessed that Xia Feishua came here to find him, so he turned around, put a smile on his face, and waited for Xia Feishua to walk up to him. Sure enough, under the gazes of everyone, Xia Feishua walked up to Zhongding and stopped. Zhongding, I want to chat with you for a while, is that okay? Let's go. Zhongding smiled and nodded, and took Xia Feishua away. Under countless envious, jealous, and surprised eyes. Chapter 31. Xia Feishua was too conspicuous and there was no place to chat in the corridor, so Zhongding took Xia Feishua downstairs and left the teaching building to find a place to talk. After leaving the teaching building, Zhongding was looking for a place while jokingly saying, if you come to see me like this, I will become a celebrity in the class, maybe even in the whole school. You are so talented, shouldn't you be a school celebrity? Xia Feishua said with a smile, you are too low-key. Zhongding couldn't help but smile, oh my, I feel like my soul is floating a little bit after being praised by you. I don't believe you. The two finally found a good place to talk. Go ahead, I'm mentally prepared for a confession. Zhongding pretended to be serious. Xia Feishua's beautiful face turned red, and she couldn't help stamping her feet and said angrily, you always like to talk nonsense. Zhongding smiled, spread his hands, and pretended to be disappointed, okay, I was just being sentimental. Xia Feishua took a deep breath to calm herself down, then said, I listened to the song She Is My Sin that you uploaded last night. I really admire your singing skills and voice. You should go to a music school, really, don't bury your musical talent. Thank you for your compliments and suggestions. Zhongding nodded in thanks, then said, however, my dream since childhood has been to become a great scientist and benefit mankind. His singing skills have already reached the level of a talented singer, so why does he need to go to a music school? Xia Feishue was a little anxious and advised, but isn't your musical talent wasted? Zhongding smiled and said, actually, my academic performance is pretty good, so I should have no problem getting into Peking University or Tsinghua University. Xia Feishue was a little speechless. She felt that Zhongding was good in every way except that he liked to brag sometimes. She had already asked Wang Ruohua about his academic performance. He was just average in Xingyang Middle School. It would be no problem for him to get into a key university, but it would be difficult for him to get into a famous university, and it would be almost impossible for him to get into Peking University or Tsinghua University. Do you have anything else to say to me? Zhongding asked. Xia Feishue shook her head slightly, no more. Zhongding was stunned. He came to him in front of everyone just to talk about this? Don't you know that you are so beautiful, the most beautiful girl in Xingyang Middle School, and your every move will become the focus of the whole school? Coming back to his senses, Zhongding smiled bitterly and said, actually, you could have told me over the phone or via video. Xia Feishue smiled and said, I know. Yes, she just wanted to tell Zhongding face to face. Then, the two of them calmed down a little. The two faced each other. Zhongding smiled, admiring Xia Feishue's stunning beauty, while Xia Feishue lowered her head slightly, a shy smile on her pretty face, her delicate body swaying slightly, like a water lotus just emerging from the water in the cool breeze. Time seemed to stand still. At this moment, Zhongding's heart is filled with the beauty of the world. Unfortunately, after a while, the class bell rang suddenly, and the two of them returned to reality. It's time for class, let's go back to the classroom. Zhongding said with some regret. Yeah. Xia Feishue responded, and then the two walked towards the teaching building side by side. On the way, Zhongding suddenly remembered something and said, by the way, maybe I can't go to your house this weekend? Why? Xia Feishue's smile froze slightly and she asked subconsciously. Zhongding, Aunt Jiang, Wang Ruohua's mother, might invite me to her house for dinner. Jiang Ruyue usually invites him to her home for dinner every 2 weeks, and this week happens to be the second week. Oh. Xia Feishue responded. She knew about this. Wang Ruohua once complained to her that her mother took too much care of Zhongding and often invited Zhongding to dinner at home. The next moment, she suddenly smiled and said, it's okay. I'll go to Aunt Jiang's house this weekend and have a meal. He. At last, she winked at Zhongding playfully. Zhongding suddenly felt as if he had been electrocuted. What does this mean? Are you here to join in the fun, to meet and chat with me, or to exchange piano skills? His heart couldn't help but pound. Back in the classroom, Zhongding must be late. When he walked into the classroom, many classmates looked up and cast envious glances at him. The number one campus beauty, the key is that she is really too pretty. Just when they passed by the corridor just now, Xia Feishue's stunning appearance is still lingering in their minds. After walking back to his seat and sitting down, his deskmate Zhang Jiahao immediately leaned forward and said enviously, Zhongding, you are really a hidden talent. The number one school beauty actually came to see you in person, and hid away to chat for such a long time before coming back. Last time, school beauty Wang Ruohua also came to see you. Zhongding turned to Zhang Jiahao and grinned, please call me your treasured deskmate from now on. You're even more pretending than your deskmate. Zhang Jiahao said unhappily. At this time, the teacher approached, and the two of them hurriedly stopped talking in whispers, pretending to review hard. After school in the afternoon, Zhongding received the system's running exercise task as usual, and then went to the school playground to run. On the track, he saw Chu Mingshuang's slim figure, so he sped up and caught up with her, running side by side with her. Unexpectedly, Chu Mingshuang glanced at him indifferently and immediately sped up to get rid of him. Zhongding was a little puzzled, but he didn't continue to chase after him. Since Chu Mingshuang doesn't want to chat while running anymore, then forget it. After Chu Mingshuang shook off Zhongding, she continued running for a while, but found that Zhongding did not catch up with her, and she couldn't help feeling a little annoyed. The next moment, she suddenly thought of something, sighed slightly and shook her head, and then her mood returned to normal. Around 5:40 p.m. on Friday, Zhongding received a call from Jiang Ruyue, who still invited him to have lunch at her house on Sunday afternoon. Zhongding smiled and thanked her and agreed. After the call, Zhong Ding remembered what Xie Shui had said, so he opened WeChat and sent a message to Xie Shui, telling her to go to Aunt Zhang's house for lunch on Sunday at noon. Xie Shui quickly responded, "See you at noon on Sunday." Snicker, snicker, happy. Zhong Ding, good. Grin, grin, grin. After finishing the WeChat chat, Zhong Ding couldn't help but be excited, his eyebrows were dancing with joy. He guessed that Xie Shui also went to Aunt Zhang's house in order to meet and chat with him. Putting down his phone, Zhong Ding excitedly went to take a shower. In the bathroom, Zhong Ding was humming a song while taking a bath. When I was halfway through taking a shower, the voice of the system suddenly came into my mind. Ding, you have completed the 10 million fans mission. Congratulations on receiving a level 2 5-star appearance card, 150 male god points, and a random draw. Ahahaha. Zhong Ding couldn't hold back his laughter any longer. After laughing for a long time, he finally calmed down, then asked in confusion, "System, are you releasing tasks?" "Regarding the fan tasks, I'm waiting." "System, there are no more tasks related to fans. You already have more than 10 million fans, reaching the passing line of fans of the male god. But if you continue to accumulate followers, there will be surprises." "What surprise?" Zhong Ding asked expectantly. "System, please explore on your own." Zhong Ding. However, he will continue to record singing videos and upload them to Douyin. After taking a shower and getting dressed, Zhong Ding stood in front of a full-length mirror and looked at himself in the mirror. He is handsome, after all, his appearance score is 84. Use the level 2 5-star appearance card. As his mind confirmed the use of the appearance card in the virtual space in his mind, a colorful stream of light enveloped him, and Zhong Ding felt a tingling pain on his face. After a moment, the colorful light disappeared, and the numbness, itching and pain on the face also disappeared. Look at yourself in the mirror again. He has sharp edges and corners, a tall and straight nose, eyes as bright as stars, red lips, and white teeth. He has obviously become much more handsome, and this kind of handsomeness is very natural, as if it has grown naturally. So handsome, he deserves the 89-point appearance score. Zhong Ding exclaimed to himself, feeling excited inside, with the corners of his mouth raised. Chapter 32. After dinner, Zhong Ding went to school without wasting much time. When he entered the classroom, many classmates looked up at him, including most of the girls. They all felt that Zhong Ding seemed to have become much more handsome, but he was still that familiar face. The girls were secretly ashamed. Is it because I fell in love with him without realizing it? Is it because the lover's eyes see beauty in the woman? Zhong Ding also noticed that he was being stared at by his classmates, but he remained calm and understood their gazes. The appearance suddenly increased by 5 points, which is indeed a big increase. During the evening self-study class, Zhong Ding wrote furiously. This week, he pretended to study hard, but he wasted his time in boredom. The system can't stand it. Therefore, a new task was issued. Ding, mission released, the male god never wastes his time. Please write a novel within half a year, with a word count of no less than 1 million words and no less than 10,000 fans and readers refer to readers who have paid for your book. Mission rewards, a level 2, 2-star temperament card, 100 male god points and a random draw. Mission failed, electric shock for 5 days, no less than 3 minutes per day. Therefore, what Zhong Ding was writing furiously was an online novel. His mastery of Chinese in high school has enabled him to have excellent writing skills, and he has memorized the entire modern Chinese dictionary, which has given him an astonishing vocabulary. Therefore, his writing is very good now. As for what to write, he thought about it and decided to write an alternative history novel. The title of the book is The Romance of Aristocratic Families. The story is about a graduate student of ancient Chinese literature who travels to a world similar to ancient China and becomes a playboy from a prominent family. However, his parents have died and he was kicked out of the family. An engagement he made as a child was also broken off. He is left with only a loyal old servant and a pretty maid. It's a bit of a cliché beginning, but Zhong Ding thinks his background setting is still good. He set the world as a world where large and small seal characters were the sacred texts for communicating between heaven and earth, gods and ghosts. By writing articles in large and small seal characters, one could communicate between heaven and earth, call the wind and rain, and pray for blessings and reduce disasters. The sacred scripts such as large seal script and small seal script are in the hands of highly educated scholars. The protagonist's deceased father was a talented university scholar. It is difficult for ordinary people to access them and learn them. The protagonist is a graduate student of ancient Chinese literature and is proficient in all small seal scripts, and also knows most of the large seal scripts. Not only that, he also has an ancient Chinese library in his mind, which houses all the ancient Chinese articles, including of course those famous poems, nouns, and articles throughout the ages. Under the gaze and ridicule of countless people, the protagonist solved the problem of survival and food, then participated in the imperial examination, restored his glory, and finally. However, the protagonist does not have any big ambitions. He just wants to enjoy the happy life of having 3 wives and 4 concubines in ancient times, marry a virtuous, gentle, and beautiful wife, and take in a few concubines who are as charming as vixens, and live a comfortable and happy life. Therefore, the main content is lifestyle, and the protagonist conquers countless beauties, including princesses and so on, with his talent. Although he was stumbling a lot as it was his first time writing a novel, he was still able to write relatively quickly thanks to his tenfold thinking speed. At first, I could write 3,000 words per hour by hand. After I became proficient, I could write about 5,000 words per hour. As for typing on the computer, it just soared to the sky, over 30,000 words per hour. After writing on and off for several days, I ended up writing about 50,000 to 60,000 words. Zhong Ding thought about it and decided to wait until he had 100,000 words in manuscript before publishing it online. At noon on Sunday, the school bell finally rang. Because Aunt Jiang invited him to lunch, Zhong Ding took a taxi directly from school to Aunt Jiang's house. Wang Ruohua and Xia Feishue walked out of the classroom hand in hand and walked towards the school gate together. "Feishue, why don't you come to my house again some other day?" Wang Ruohua suddenly said. "Xia Feishue, why?" Wang Ruohua asked back, "Then why did you insist on coming to my house to play today?" "Okay, I won't hide it from you." Xia Feishue said, "Zhong Ding told me that he will come to your house for lunch today." Wang Ruohua smiled bitterly, as expected. "So you guessed it?" Xia Feishue blushed shyly. Wang Ruohua thought for a moment and asked, "What attracted you to him?" Xia Feishue blushed and said, "A lot." "Don't you think he is very talented? He is also funny and handsome." She didn't tell Wang Ruohua about Zhong Ding's douyin because she felt it was Zhong Ding's privacy. Given the relationship between Zhong Ding and Wang Ruohua's family, Zhong Ding didn't mind people around him knowing about it and would definitely tell her himself. "He's funny and humorous?" Wang Ruohua was stunned. He was obviously shameless and sloppy. If he dyed his hair yellow, he would look like a complete gangster. As for being handsome, I never thought he was handsome since I met him. Even though he seems to have looked a little better recently, he is not handsome at all. "Yeah. I think it's fun chatting with him," Xia Feishue said. Wang Ruohua couldn't help but raise her head and touch her forehead. It was all over. Her best friend was too naive. "I suggest you be careful," she advised earnestly. "Don't fall into it all at once, at least spend more time to understand each other. As the saying goes, time reveals a person's true character, you have to know him for at least a year." She never thought Zhong Ding was a good person, but there were some things she was not comfortable saying. Xia Feishue blushed and said, "It's not as serious as you think. I'm just good friends with him." Zhong Ding arrived at Wang Ruohua's villa before Wang Ruohua and Xia Feishue. Aunt Jiang, who was still gentle and beautiful, came to greet him personally, holding his hand and pulling him in. Because I was getting ready to have lunch, I decided not to go to the living room on the second floor for the time being. Not long after Aunt Jiang entered the kitchen, Wang Ruohua came back with Xia Feishue. Seeing Xia Feishue, Zhong Ding stood up and pretended to be surprised. "Hey, Xia Feishue, you are also going to Aunt Jiang's house for dinner?" Xia Feishue didn't answer, but just smiled softly with her hands covering her mouth. Wang Ruohua glanced at Zhong Ding and said disdainfully, "You're not pretending at all." At this time, Zhong Ding immediately understood that Xia Feishue had already told Wang Ruohua. "Well, they are best friends, so of course we tell each other all the private things. I'm not an actor, it's fine as long as it's good enough." Zhong Ding retorted, and then fixed his eyes on Xia Feishue. "Xia Feishue, after dinner, let's discuss piano music together." "Okay," Xia Feishue replied with a smile. Then, she said to Wang Ruohua, "Where's Aunt Jiang?" Whenever she went to Wang Ruohua's house to play or even eat, she would definitely greet Wang Ruohua as an elder. This is basic courtesy. In the kitchen, Wang Ruohua responded and couldn't help but glance at Zhong Ding. Her mother rarely cooks, but every time Zhong Ding comes over for dinner, her mother will cook for her personally. Although not all the dishes are made by her mother, her heart is full of love. So, Xia Feishue walked towards the kitchen. Wang Ruohua glared at the grinning Zhongding, then caught up with Xie Feishui. 10 minutes later, lunch started. Wang Ruohua's father still had something and couldn't come back for dinner. At the dinner table, Zhang Ruyue restrained her care for Zhongding a little because of the presence of Xie Feishui. After lunch, we moved to the living room on the second floor. After chatting for a while, Wang Ruohua knew what her friend was going to do, so she asked her mother to let her and Xie Feishui go into the piano room to discuss piano and music. Zhang Ruyue naturally agreed with a smile, as it was just the right time for her to privately ask about Zhongding's recent studies in life. Unexpectedly, Zhongding also followed into the piano room. Zhang Ruyue looked at Zhongding's back as he entered the piano room, and couldn't help but recall the interaction between Zhongding and Xie Feishui just now. Before, Zhongding had never entered Wang Ruohua's piano room. Chapter 33. In the piano room, Zhongding gave Xie Feishui serious instructions on playing the piano. With Wang Ruohua around, it was not convenient for him to flirt with Xie Feishui. Wang Ruohua stayed for about half an hour and then left on the pretext of going to the bathroom, so as not to be a nuisance. She came out of the bathroom, walked to the sofa in the living room and sat down, picked up her pillow and hugged it in her arms, then watched TV. Zhang Ruyue was watching TV in the living room. Not long after, Zhang Ruyue turned to her daughter and asked, "Aren't you guys discussing piano music? Why are you here watching TV?" "I'm done communicating," Wang Ruohua replied. Zhang Ruyue asked knowingly, "Why didn't Xiaoding and Xiaoshui come out?" "They are still discussing music," Wang Ruohua said with a guilty conscience. Zhang Ruyue pretended to be surprised and asked, "Is Xiaoding good at piano? Why don't you usually see him communicating with you? He's quite good at playing the piano." Wang Ruohua said, "Mom, don't you know?" Zhang Ruyue shook her head in confusion. Zhongding had never told her this, and she had been to Zhongding's house many times and had never seen a piano in his house. Wang Ruohua laughed and said, "It turns out that Xiaoding didn't tell you everything he knew. He didn't even tell you that his piano is comparable to that of a master." That's right, she was just trying to sow discord. She was jealous that her mother was too nice to Zhongding, as if Zhongding was her biological son and she was adopted. Is Xiaoding's piano really that great? Zhang Ruyue couldn't help but be surprised and couldn't believe it. Wang Ruohua curled her lips and said, "Why would I lie to you?" Zhang Ruyue was half believing and half doubting. She stood up and walked towards the piano room. "I'll go take a look." Wang Ruohua was so scared that she quickly stood up, grabbed Zhang Ruyue's hand, and shouted, "Mom, why are you interrupting them to discuss piano?" She was very worried that her mother would happen to see Xie Feishui and Zhongding kissing. Although she didn't think it would happen that soon, what if? She knew very well that Zhongding was not an honest man. In the piano room, Zhongding and Xie Feishui did not kiss, but Zhongding's hand was already holding Xie Feishui's small hand. Xie Feishui's slender hands were as smooth as silk and soft as if they had no bones. Zhongding had to use some force to hold on to them because he felt he couldn't hold them firmly. Xie Feishui lowered her head tightly, her pretty face was red as blood, her ears were red, and she didn't dare to look at Zhongding at all. Bang, bang, bang. Breathe in, breath out, breath in. The piano room was so quiet that the only sounds were the heartbeats and breathing of the two people. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Xie Feishui was frightened and hastily pulled back her hand, then turned around and slightly turned her back to the bell tripod. Zhongding was also a little frightened. In fact, he was also a novice and was also very nervous. "Don't panic, play the piano," Zhongding whispered quickly, "this way she won't be able to tell." She of course refers to Wang Ruohua. Xie Feishui quickly sat down in front of the piano, her mind blank as she asked, "What are you playing?" "Let's play Moonlight Sonata," Zhongding said immediately. So, Xie Feishui immediately started playing the piano. Zhongding turned to look at the door and found that Wang Ruohua had not yet pushed the door open and came in, and he was a little puzzled. "If you want to be a light bulb, just come in. What's the point of knocking on the door to scare people?" Doo-doo, doo-doo. The knock on the door sounded again. Zhongding was a little annoyed. When did Wang Ruohua become so polite? Does he want me to open the door and invite him in personally? So he simply stood up and strode to open the door. When he opened the door and was about to ridicule Wang Ruohua, he found that it was Aunt Jiang standing in front of him. "Aunt Jiang?" he asked in surprise. Zhang Ruyue showed a gentle and elegant smile. "Xiaoding, I just heard Huahua say that you play the piano very well. I didn't know it before, so I wanted to come in and take a look." I hope I didn't disturb you guys' piano conversation? No, no, no. Zhong Ding smiled and stepped aside. Please come in. Jiang Ruyue walked in gracefully, and Wang Ruohua followed behind. When Jiang Ruyue walked to the piano, Xia Feishue stopped and stood up. Aunt Jiang. Xiaoxue, sorry to disturb you while you are playing the piano. Jiang Ruyue said. Xia Feishue blushed. No, no. This is your home. Jiang Ruyue turned around and said to Zhong Ding, Xiao Ding, why don't you play a song for me to enjoy? Haha, no problem. Zhong Ding responded with a smile. He was very happy to perform a song in front of Aunt Jiang, hoping to be praised. I saw him sitting down in front of the piano and playing Moonlight Sonata skillfully and gracefully. Just now, Xia Feishue played Moonlight Sonata, so of course he also played Moonlight Sonata to prove that they were communicating about piano, not talking nonsense. Jiang Ruyue also studied piano. Although she hasn't practiced for many years, her appreciation ability is still there. It has to be said that Zhong Ding's master-level piano is truly amazing. Although Wang Ruohua doesn't get along with him, she still can't help but be fascinated by his performance. Xia Feishue was also fascinated by the piano music. The piano sound, as soft as moonlight, relieved her inner tension and anxiety. A few minutes later, Zhong Ding finished playing Moonlight Sonata, stood up, turned around and said to Jiang Ruyue, Aunt Jiang, how did I play? Jiang Ruyue came back to her senses from the mood of Moonlight Sonata and said with a pleased smile, very good, it really surprised me. Thank you Aunt Jiang for the compliment. Zhong Ding smiled happily. Jiang Ruyue turned to Wang Ruohua and criticized, your piano is far worse than Xiaoding's. Instead of learning with an open mind, you went to the living room to watch TV. Wang Ruohua lowered her head, not daring to talk back, feeling a little aggrieved. After criticizing her daughter, Jiang Ruyue turned back and said to Zhong Ding with a smile, Xiao Ding, you have to teach Huahua piano in the future. Okay. Zhong Ding responded without any politeness. You guys continue to discuss piano. I'm old, so I won't get involved. Jiang Ruyue turned and left the piano room, closing the door behind her. Although Jiang Ruyue had left, Zhong Ding and the other two were still looking at each other in bewilderment. After a while, Wang Ruohua explained, my mother insisted on coming in, and I couldn't stop her. Xia Feishue's pretty face turned red. Wang Ruohua saw it and said in disbelief, you are not really. That's not true. Zhong Ding said decisively, Feishue and I are both pure people, don't insult us with your dirty thoughts. Wang Ruohua snorted coldly, Feishue is of course pure, but you. Ha, if you were pure, there would be no bad people in the world. I am pure and upright, and I am not afraid of any crooked shadow. You can slander me as you like. Zhong Ding said proudly. Wang Ruohua was so angry that she was about to fight back when Xia Feishue said, okay, stop arguing. Wang Ruohua endured it for Xia Feishue's sake. Let's continue to communicate on the piano, and then I want to go home. Xia Feishue said. She felt a little uneasy and guilty. If she had to pretend for Jiang Ruyue, she wanted to go home now. Zhong Ding held her hand just now. Thinking about it now, it still had a huge impact on her. She wanted to go home and calm down. Zhong Ding smiled and said, let me play Batazevska's The Girl's Prayer for you. After saying that, he sat back in front of the piano, placed his 10 slender and beautiful fingers on the keys, and then played gracefully and skillfully. Xia Feishue and Wang Ruohua were soon intoxicated by the piano music, which was slightly sad yet extremely soft. Xia Feishue and Wang Ruohua had of course learned a girl's prayer, but when they listened to the playing of bells and tripods, they couldn't help but be immersed in it. Many visions of the future emerged in Wang Ruohua's mind. Xia Feishue had many possible scenes of herself and Zhong Ding's future in her mind, some good, some romantic, but also some worrying and unsettling. Her original family made her both yearn for and worry about love, and feel insecure. The song Girl's Prayer is very appropriate for her. Chapter 34. Half an hour later, Xia Feishue left early and Wang Ruohua personally sent her to the gate of the community. On the way, Wang Ruohua noticed that her best friend was distracted and asked, Feishue, what's wrong with you? Did Zhong Ding bully you in the piano room just now? He didn't bully me. Xia Feishue shook her head, then her pretty face blushed and whispered, he just shook my hand. Ah? Wang Ruohua was shocked. That bastard really dared to touch you? I'll chop him to death. Xia Feishue shook her head and said, don't blame him. I did it willingly. Wang Ruohua sighed, feeling that a beautiful flower was being stuck in a pile of cow dung. Fei Xue, have you asked about his family background? She asked. No. Xia Fei Xue asked puzzledly, does it matter? Wang Ruohua said, it's a big deal. Although my mother often invites him to my house for dinner, when I ask him about his background, she is always vague. I guess his family must be not good. Xia Fei Xue, my family is not good either. That's not what I meant. I meant that his family has no money and no connections. Wang Ruohua said. Xia Fei Xue didn't understand and said, if I were in a relationship, I wouldn't be in a relationship with his family. Wang Ruohua sighed and said, Fei Xue, I know you are naive, but you can't be too naive, because you are not an ordinary girl. You are very beautiful and have an outstanding temperament. A boy from an ordinary family cannot protect you. Xia Fei Xue was so beautiful that even Wang Ruohua felt inferior to her. In Xingyang Middle School, it was not that no one had ideas about her, but Wang Ruohua secretly warned them all. The Wang family is a real local tyrant in Xingyang City, with wealth, power and extensive network of contacts. Xia Fei Xue didn't take Wang Ruohua's advice seriously at all. Like most girls who are just beginning to fall in love, she believes that love is love, and it is an insult to mix it with things like money and family background. However, it was inconvenient for Zhong Ding to see Xia Fei Xue off in person, so he stayed in the living room and talked to Zhang Ruyue. In addition to being concerned about Zhong Ding's recent studies in life, Zhang Ruyue was also curious about how well Zhong Ding played the piano. Zhong Ding explained that he had learned piano for 5 or 6 years before coming to Xingyang City. Although he stopped practicing after arriving in Xingyang City, he did not forget it. He also explained that he seemed to have a talent for piano. Wang Ruohua sent Xia Fei Xue back and went straight back to her room to sleep instead of sitting in the living room. At around 3:30 in the afternoon, Zhong Ding got up and said goodbye and left. Zhang Ruyue came back after seeing Zhong Ding off and knocked on Wang Ruohua's door. Wang Ruohua didn't sleep. After the nap time, she was no longer sleepy. She went into the room to sleep because she didn't want to see Zhong Ding. Zhang Ruyue entered the room and sat down on the edge of her daughter's bed. Wang Ruohua sat up, opened her arms and hugged her mother from the side and back. Mom. Alas, Zhang Ruyue sighed lightly. Wang Ruohua asked, what's wrong, Mom? Tell me honestly, what is your relationship with Xiaoding? Zhang Ruyue asked. Wang Ruohua rolled her beautiful eyes and said, it's just so-so. To be honest. Not very well. He always bullies me. How could he bully you? Zhang Ruyue didn't believe it at all, you must have bullied him first. Wang Ruohua pursed her pretty red lips and said nothing, which was considered as her agreement. She just doesn't like Zhong Ding, who took away some of her mother's love, relied on her family but didn't know how to please her. She was obviously very ordinary but was very proud of herself. Zhang Ruyue turned around, looked at Wang Ruohua's pretty face, and said seriously, I like Xiaoding very much. I hope he can call me Mom in the future. Wang Ruohua's beautiful eyes widened to the extreme in an instant, and she couldn't believe it. Mom, you don't joke. How could I possibly joke about something like this? Zhang Ruyue said, Xiaoding is very good, you should not reject him, you should admire him. Wang Ruohua shook her head and refused to accept it. Nowadays, it's a modern society, and love is free. Besides, I'm only a sophomore in high school, aren't you making me fall in love too early? What's wrong with premature love? It's better to strike first. Zhang Ruyue said, you and Xiaoding can be considered childhood sweethearts. Wang Ruohua's mind was racing. She didn't believe that Zhong Ding was so charming. There must be other reasons. So she asked, Mom, does Zhong Ding have a good family background? Not very good. Zhang Ruyue shook her head. The Zhong family is very powerful, but they do not recognize Zhong Ding at all and even regard him as a family shame, so Zhong Ding's family background is really bad. Her feelings towards Zhong Ding are complicated, not entirely because of her good sister Zhong Qingwan. Wang Ruohua, then why are you so nice to him? Zhang Ruyue's beautiful eyes couldn't help but reveal reminiscence as she recalled her youth and the entanglements of love and hate. After a while, she said, because Xiaoding's mother is my good sister, and Xiaoding is also very good and worthy of love. Be good to Xiaoding, so you won't regret it in the future, she advised. Wang Ruohua said nothing, but she didn't agree at all. Zhong Ding returned home and hid in his room to send a video to Xia Fei Xue, but Xia Fei Xue refused. Then Xia Fei Xue sent a message, Zhong Ding, I want to calm down, is that okay? Zhong Ding felt a little disappointed and replied, of course. The next day, Monday. The midterm exams began and the campus was filled with a tense atmosphere. As a key high school, Xingyang Middle School attaches great importance to examinations. Usually, there are tests every other day and monthly examinations. The midterm examination is the second most important examination in a semester after the final examination, so it is of course held in a grand and solemn manner. The first subject of the exam was Chinese. Zhongding answered the questions very quickly and his ideas for writing were as fast as diabetes. In just half an hour, he not only finished answering the questions, but also checked them 3 times from beginning to end. However, there are still 2 hours before the exam ends. However, this time Zhongding was unwilling to waste his life waiting for time to pass. The teacher who teaches you the exam is not your teacher. No one will care if you hand in your paper early, and of course you must leave the examination room. About a quarter of the students in the examination room were classmates. They were surprised and puzzled to see that Zhongding had handed in his paper only half an hour after the exam started. Half an hour is not enough to answer other questions, let alone write the composition. Xu Mingshuang happened to be in the same examination room. She frowned slightly as she watched Zhongding walk out of the classroom. After coming out of the examination room, Zhongding left school and went home. After returning home, Zhongding sat in the study, turned on the computer, and began to write a novel. With 10 times the reaction speed of his mind, his 10 fingers tapped the keyboard at such a speed that his hands turned into countless afterimages. Crackling, more than 30,000 words in an hour. After 2 hours, Zhongding wrote more than 60,000 words. Including the ones he had written sporadically before, he now has more than 150,000 words in manuscript. It's time to start publishing to the web. As for which novel website to publish on, he had already chosen Qihu Free Novel Network. It was his first time writing a novel, and he didn't know if it was any good, so he published it on a free website so that he would have a chance to attract more readers. If that doesn't work, he can still attract readers by providing a large number of updates. If readers like it, they can become fan readers by giving a reward of $1. So, Zhongding randomly chose an editor on Qihu Free Novel Network and submitted his manuscript. Chapter 35. At 2:40 in the afternoon, before leaving the classroom to go to the examination room, Xu Mingshuang turned back and asked, "Zhongding, how did you do in the Chinese test this morning?" "Very good," Zhongding said with a smile. Ever since Xu Mingshuang was unwilling to run with him last time, their relationship has become a little dull, and Zhongding could sense it. He guessed that Xu Mingshuang would keep her distance from him. "You handed in the paper in just half an hour. Did you really do well in the exam?" Xu Mingshuang questioned. Zhongding laughed. "If the questions are simple and easy, you should finish them quickly so that you have a chance to hand in the paper early." Seeing Zhongding's words, Xu Mingshuang had no choice but to say, "Take the exam seriously. If you do poorly, many people will laugh at you. Are you concerned about me?" Zhongding raised the corner of his mouth. "Ha, you think too much." Xu Mingshuang sneered sarcastically. Zhongding said jokingly, "Isn't it caring between classmates? You're overthinking it. I'm too lazy to talk to you." Xu Mingshuang snorted and turned back. The afternoon exam was in English. Zhongding handed in the paper even faster this time, finishing it in less than 20 minutes. However, this time the invigilator intervened. "You are not allowed to hand in your paper before half an hour has passed." Zhongding had no choice but to take the test paper and return to his seat. Classmates in the examination room couldn't help but look up at Zhongding with strange eyes. "You have 20 minutes to hand in the paper. What do you want to do? Even if you cheat and copy the answers, it won't be that fast. Is this self-abandonment?" Xu Mingshuang shook his head slightly. After enduring for half an hour, Zhongding handed in his paper immediately, left the exam room, left school, and went home. After returning home and turning on his computer, Zhongding found that there was news about his submission. The editor he randomly chose was named Gong Zichuan. After Gong Zichuan asked Zhongding some questions, he decided to give Zhongding a guaranteed 15 yuan per 1,000 words. There are several reasons, the most important of which is that Zhongding is a completely new writer. Another main reason is that the Romance of Aristocratic Clans is not a pure historical text and is a bit of a hodgepodge. Zhongding had no objection. As long as he could write, he didn't care how much money he got. What's more, 15 yuan per 1,000 words is not his final royalty fee. If the share of the royalties exceeds the minimum guarantee, he will take the pure share. After agreeing on the terms, Zhongding began to publish The Romance of the Aristocrats on Qihu Free Novel Network, using the pen name Dreaming Back to Ancient Times. On the first day, Jong Ding uploaded 30,000 words, and then basically published 10,000 words a day. After completing these, Jong Ding did not continue writing the novel, but instead prepared to record a new song video. Although the system will no longer issue tasks related to fans after completing the 10 million fans task, it also reminds you that there will be surprises if you continue to increase the total number of fans. It has been quite a few days since he uploaded She Is My Sin. Many fans on Douyin have been sending messages urging him to update and upload new singing videos. Today, the total number of fans on Douyin has reached more than 13 million. Jong Ding estimated that when the fan value reaches 20 million, there should be male god points reward. In the evening, after returning home from evening self-study, Jong Ding closed the door, sat in front of the piano in the study and began to record a new song. After selection, he decided to cover a classic campus song, You, My Deskmate. You, My Deskmate is a classic, but it is too old, so he made some adaptations to it to make it more in line with the trend of the times. The accompaniment was his own piano, so he could make changes as he pleased. In order to acquire the ability to arrange and compose music, Jong Ding spent 150 points to redeem Amateur Music Arrangement Mastery 50 points and Professional Music Arrangement Mastery 100 points in the system mall. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a lamb. He wants to collect all the points of male gods in the music field. A lot of preparation work was done in advance, including arranging music, etc., so Jong Ding recorded You, My Deskmate in one go. After the recording was completed, Jong Ding uploaded the Douyin video, then went to brush his teeth and wash his face, preparing for bed. On Douyin, Wang Yubing saw that Jong Ding finally uploaded a new video, and was so moved that she almost cried. During this period, Jong Ding has not been updating as frequently, which makes her very anxious. My Deskmate? It's an old song, but it will definitely bring some surprises. Wang Yubing thought to himself and immediately clicked on it to listen. Sure enough, the original guitar accompaniment was changed to piano accompaniment. After a short piano prelude, she entered into the mood of the song, and campus scenes began to emerge in her mind. Will you remember tomorrow? The diary you wrote yesterday. You always say graduation is a long way off. In the blink of an eye, we went our separate ways. Who put your long hair up? Who made your wedding dress? Wang Yubing didn't know how many times she had heard it over and over again. When she came to her senses, the 2 lines of tears on her pretty face had dried and wet, and dried again. She clicked on the comments and found that there were more than 5,000 comments, which was extremely exaggerated. I thought I was numb to the sadness of the school, but I didn't expect that I would cry like a child at the end. Is this adapted by the author himself? That's amazing. It turns out that using the piano as accompaniment has such a great charm. It's a very strong adaptation. The style of the song has become trendy, but the spirit and core of the song remain the same. I cried. I hid under the quilt and cried. I am obviously a man. I agreed to only bleed. Jong Ding, I admire you so much. You haven't uploaded a new video in such a long time, it turns out you were planning something big. Love the author. I think of my deskmate, even though he's a man. It was already past 1 in the morning when Wang Yubing finished reading these comments. She wrote her own comment. Jong Ding, do you know that I have fallen in love with you uncontrollably, even though I don't know your age or appearance? But after Jong Ding climbed onto the bed, he sat and waited for more than 10 minutes, but still did not receive a call or video from Xiefei, not even a message. He lay down and went to sleep with some regret. In fact, Xiefei has also listened to You, My Deskmate. She was so moved by Jong Ding's singing that she cried for a long time in her quilt. After she calmed down, she found it was too late. She didn't send a video to chat with Jong Ding because she was worried about disturbing his rest. The next day, the exam continued and Jong Ding still had to hand in the paper within half an hour. He returned home early just in time to write his novel. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Jong Ding finally received a video call from Xiefei. In the video, Xiefei is indescribably beautiful with her bright eyes, white teeth, and picturesque eyebrows. Xiefei first asked Jong Ding how the exam went, and Jong Ding smiled and said, "Very well." Xiefei, stop bragging. Jong Ding smiled and said, "How about we make a bet? If I do very well in the exam, for example, I get first place in the grade, you give me a kiss." Xiefei blushed and pretended to be calm and said, "Your first place has nothing to do with me." Then, she changed the subject and said, "By the way, I listened to the song My Deskmate that you uploaded last night. It was very nice. It made me cry. What a sin." Zhongding said immediately, next time I will sing a happy song. Xia Feishua shook her head gently, don't change your mind because of me. You are much better at music than I am. Zhongding, okay. Xia Feishua asked shyly, will you come to my house again this weekend to teach me piano? Zhongding shuddered all over and couldn't help but shout louder, it's a must. Chapter 36. A week of exams ended in the blink of an eye. All subjects were examined on Friday morning. In the afternoon, students in the classroom were generally restless, waiting for the holiday. The sixth period in the afternoon was physics class. The physics teacher came in with a stack of test papers and asked the physics class representative to come up and distribute the test papers. According to the physics teacher's request, the physics class representative read out the names of the test papers and the scores at the same time. Wang Yu, 86 points. Li Chengjian, 72 points. Under the podium, most of the students were looking forward to their own results and whispering to each other. Zhongding, 100 points. The physics class representative couldn't help but raise his voice and read out, this is a full score. Wow. There was a burst of envy and exclamation in the classroom, and almost everyone turned to look at Zhongding. Xu Mingxuan couldn't help but turn around and look at Zhongding. The latter grinned at her, then stood up and went up to get the test paper. Most of the students looked at me with envy and admiration, but some were jealous to the point of madness. For example, Zhang Ruochen clearly saw that Zhongding was not reviewing seriously last week, but now he got a full score in the exam, which made him so angry that he gnashed his teeth. He studied so hard and even started reviewing a week in advance, yet he only got 89 points. For example, Zhao Ruoming almost went crazy and shouted cheating. She had been waiting for Zhongding to fail in the midterm exam to prove that she was right to suspect Zhongding of cheating and to restore her reputation. I never expected that I would get full marks in physics as well. Zhongding went up to get the test paper, and the physics class representative resumed handing out test papers, and the students' attention shifted away from Zhongding. After returning to his seat, Zhongding stretched out his foot under the table and gently kicked Xu Mingxuang's chair, and said with a smile, Miss Chu, where is my smile? Xu Mingxuang turned around and gave Zhongding a cold look, then turned back. Hey, keep your word. Zhongding continued. After a while, Xu Mingxuang turned around and gave Zhongding a very fake smile. The smile is not sincere enough. Zhongding said. Xu Mingxuang snorted softly, don't push your luck. Zhongding, if you get full marks, I will give you 10 sincere smiles. Xu Mingxuang, not rare. The two of them chatted back and forth. After the test papers were distributed, the physics teacher walked up to the podium and said, students, please be quiet. The classroom soon became quiet, and Zhongding and Xu Mingxuang also stopped talking. Physics teacher, everyone did well in this exam. Zhongding deserves special praise for getting full marks. Please applaud. Pa pa pa. There was applause in the classroom. After the sixth get out of class, after the physics teacher walked out of the classroom, the math teacher immediately walked in with a stack of test papers. The math teacher stood directly on the podium and handed out the test papers himself. Zhongding, 150 points. Wow. The classroom was immediately filled with cries of envy and surprise. The students looked at Zhongding with more than just envy and surprise, but also with admiration and even a hint of worship. I have got full marks in 2 subjects in a row, and this subject is mathematics. Under the gaze of his classmates, Zhongding went up to receive the test paper with a smile on his face. The math teacher waited for Zhongding to receive the test paper before reading the second test paper. Zhang Yi, 146 points. Zhongding returned to his seat and sat down. He immediately kicked the foot of Xu Mingxuang's chair and whispered, Xu Mingxuang, look back and smile. Xu Mingxuang turned around, showing her white teeth and smiled, then immediately stopped smiling. Is it okay? Are you satisfied? Hee, I'm satisfied. You smile so beautifully. Zhongding said proudly. TSK. Xu Mingxuang couldn't help but give Zhongding a blank look. Not long after, the math teacher handed out Xu Mingxuang's test paper, and she went up to get it. She was quite satisfied with her math test result this time, scoring 136 points, which made her a little happy. After handing out the test papers, the math teacher said 2 sentences, which basically asked the students to carefully check the questions they had answered wrong, why they were wrong, think carefully, etc. Then, he immediately left the classroom because the 7th period was not a math class. After a while, the class bell rang and the chemistry teacher came in with a stack of test papers. The chemistry teacher was talking and the chemistry class representative came up to distribute the test papers. Loey, 76 points. Zhang Shishir, 81 points. Zhong Ding, 100 points. Wow, the classroom was immediately filled with envious exclamations, and Zhong Ding once again became the absolute focus of the class. Got full marks in 3 consecutive exams. Zhong Ding came back with the test paper and immediately kicked the leg of Chu Mingshuang's chair, look back and smile. As a result, what greeted him was a thick textbook hitting him on the head. The book was thrown suddenly, which seemed like a sneak attack, but Zhong Ding easily caught the textbook with 10 times the reaction speed of his mind. My name is Chu Mingshuang, not Hui Mo Shao. Chu Mingshuang said a little annoyed. This guy was really too proud of himself. Zhong Ding said with a playful smile, please look back and smile, Miss Chu. Chu Mingshuang couldn't help but glare with her phoenix eyes, her 2 long and sharp eyebrows slightly raised, looking like she was about to explode. Zhong Ding did not back down, keep your word. I said I would beat you, am I going to beat you now? Chu Mingshuang snorted, don't take chicken feathers as your authority. Zhong Ding sighed helplessly, all my perfect scores were in vain, it's meaningless. What's the point of all my perfect scores? Chu Mingshuang, don't give me that. Your perfect score has nothing to do with me. Having said that, she turned around and left. Zhong Ding spread his hands. There was nothing he could do if someone wanted to shirk their debt. The 7th period passed quickly, and after class, there was finally no teacher coming in to take up everyone's rest time. Jiang Yi quickly came to Zhong Ding's desk and said, Mr. Zhong Ding, can you lend me your math test paper? No problem. Zhong Ding immediately looked for the collected math test papers. Jiang Yi smiled and said, congratulations, you got full marks in 3 subjects. No, there are more full marks, but they have not been issued yet. Zhong Ding said while looking for the test paper. The smile on Jiang Yi's palm-sized face froze slightly. Can't you be more humble? Zhong Ding found the math test paper and gave it to Jiang Yi, who took it and said, thank you. You're welcome. Jiang Yi added, I think you will be the first in the grade in this midterm exam. You won't cry, will you? I remember you were always the top student in the whole grade. Zhong Ding said with a smile. Jiang Yi couldn't help but glare at Zhong Ding, am I that fragile? That's good. Zhong Ding pretended to be relieved. Jiang Yi felt that this guy was getting cocky after gaining power, and he had no sense of humility. If he was humble, it was only to show off in the next step, so she didn't bother to argue with him. However, there is one more thing to talk about. I've upgraded your account to Star Glory 1. How about we play ranked games together tonight? She asked. Zhong Ding couldn't help but smile and said, thank you for your hard work. No problem, I'll take you flying tonight. Then start at 8 o'clock in the evening and play for more than 2.5 hours. Jiang Yi made a request. She worked so hard to help Zhong Ding score so many points, from Diamond 5 to Star Glory 1, which is several dozen points, so she must be rewarded. Zhong Ding responded readily, I'll beat you until you don't want to fight anymore, okay? That's pretty good. Jiang Yi walked away with the test paper in satisfaction. Chapter 37. The 8th class was history class. The history exam was late, so the history teacher did not hand out the test papers and continued the lecture as normal. However, after the 8th get out of class, it's time to go home and have holidays. As the history teacher walked out of the classroom, the head teacher immediately came in with a stack of Chinese test papers. Students, we have 2 days off this weekend, said the head teacher at the podium. The classroom was immediately filled with joy. Although I knew that I would have a weekend off, I still couldn't help but feel excited when it was officially announced. The head teacher raised his hands and pressed them twice to signal for silence, and the classroom quickly returned to calm. Tonight is a holiday, everyone don't need to rush home. There will be too many people in traffic jams at the school gate, which is dangerous, said the head teacher. Then he called out, Jiang Yi, come up and hand out the test papers. It turns out that the so-called concern was just to have time to distribute the test papers. Jiang Yi walked up to distribute the test papers. Li Pinyu, 124 points. Luo Yanxiu, 118 points. Zhong Ding, 150 points. Jiang Yi couldn't help but read it out louder, thinking to herself, he got full marks in another subject. Wow! The whole class couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. I have got full marks in 4 subjects in a row, which is simply unbelievable. The looks cast towards Zhong Ding were no longer one of envy and admiration, but even worship. At this time, the head teacher interrupted and said, "It is very rare for Zhongding to get full marks in Chinese in this exam. Xingyang Middle School has not had a full score in Chinese in a formal exam for many years." The students' looks were even more different. Zhang Jiahao suddenly clapped his hands and shouted, "Good!" The other students immediately followed suit and clapped loudly, and warm applause broke out in the classroom. Zhongding stood up, raised the corner of his mouth, nodded in thanks, and then went up to get the test paper. After getting the test paper, Zhongding lightly kicked the leg of Chu Mingxuang's chair again and said with a smile, "Chu Mingxuang, where is my smile?" Chu Mingxuang was too lazy to pay attention to him. When she said that she would turn around and smile every time Zhongding got full marks in an exam, this was based on the fact that it was almost impossible to get full marks frequently. Now that Zhongding has got full marks in every subject, what has she become? She might as well stop calling herself Chu Mingxuang and start calling herself Hui Mo Yi Xiao. Zhongding called 2 or 3 times, but seeing that Chu Mingxuang ignored him, he had to give up regretfully. After handing out the test papers, the head teacher returned to the podium and began to emphasize the issue of holiday safety. These are old tunes, and almost everyone can recite them by heart. After speaking for 7 or 8 minutes, it finally ended and we officially had our holiday. When he walked out of the classroom, Zhongding received a system task in his mind, which was a running exercise task. During the previous exam, the system was down for a few days. No need to say, just run. He is not yet 181 centimeters tall, and he plans to grow to over 185 centimeters. It's holiday time, and there are more people on the playground instead of fewer. Zhongding ran for a while, and a slender and tall figure passed by him with a gust of fragrant wind. The fragrance is familiar, it's Chu Mingxuang's. He quickened his pace to catch up and keep the same speed as Chu Mingxuang. "Miss Chu, you still owe me 2 smiles," he shouted. Chu Mingxuang looked straight ahead and said, "I'll give it to you in the next life." Zhongding said with a smile, "In the next life, it won't be a smile back, you have to marry me." "Ha ha." Chu Mingxuang sneered. Zhongding said, "This is what Buddha said." "Nonsense." Chu Mingxuang snorted coldly. "It is clear that the Buddha said that 500 glances in the previous life will exchange for a passing by in this life. Only 2 glances, in the next life it will be nothing." Zhongding laughed and said, "That's because Buddha doesn't know how to run a business. How can money in a bank decrease? It must increase." Chu Mingxuang, inflation has devalued the currency. Before 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhongding went online to play Honor of Kings 2 or 3 minutes in advance. Before I had carefully checked the changes in this account, I received an invitation from Jiang Yi to join a team. He immediately agreed to join the team and found that there was another person in the team, a woman, but her ID was unfamiliar. "Which classmate?" he asked directly in voice. Jiang Yi responded to him, "She's not a classmate, she's my cousin." "Is it okay to bring one more person?" Zhongding smiled and said, "I like both, no problem." He almost said the word fly. After all, she was Jiang Yi's cousin, and they had never met before, so he couldn't joke with her casually. "Hello, classmate." A relatively mature and pleasant voice sounded, a little cold. Zhongding, "Hello, cousin. I heard that you are very good at playing Honor of Kings. Is it okay for me to come and get some points?" Jiang Yi's cousin said. Zhongding smiled and said, "It's my pleasure. Let's get started." Ding, mission released. The charm of the male god is everywhere, including in the game. Let Jiang Yi and her cousin admire your King of Glory skills very much. Mission reward, 20 male god points and a random draw. Mission failed, electric shock for 3 minutes. The system's voice suddenly rang in his mind, and Zhongding couldn't help but be overjoyed. It was an easy point question. Jiang Yi clicked to start the qualifying match. "To ensure my winning rate, I'll play jungle." Zhongding said, "If I can't be first, you guys help me get the jungle position. The jungler is the most suitable one to lead the team." You can see that 9 out of 10 game anchors who lead fans are junglers. Zhongding decided to show his true strength and make Jiang Yi and her cousin admire him. "Good. No problem." Jiang Yi and her cousin responded immediately. Soon, the teams were matched, and Zhongding successfully got the jungler position, using the more common hero Han Xian. After confirming the hero, Zhongding sent a message in the chat channel, "Everyone lie down, I'm going to take you flying." An expert? Anchor? The other 2 teammates immediately sent messages asking. Zhongding, great master. It's not that he is flamboyant. If he doesn't take the initiative and establish his position, his teammates won't cooperate easily, let alone listen to his commands. Someone might even try to snatch the wild monsters. Welcome to Honor of Kings. After the familiar game opening remarks sounded, Zhongding controlled Han Xian to move towards the red zone. However, he was not going to attack the red monster, but to steal the opponent's blue monster. Zhang Yi's cousin, who played support, wanted to follow, but Zhongding told her not to follow and to go and look at her own blue. Zhongding rushed into the enemy's blue zone alone, and found that the enemy jungler and support were fighting for the blue zone. 1 against 2, of course I have to go. First blood. First kill. Suddenly, a heart-stirring first kill announcement was heard over the Canyon of Kings, and everyone except the person involved couldn't help but feel shaken. Han Xian is great, he killed 2 people in a one-on-one fight. The bottom lane voice called out. Double kill. Double kill. 7 or 8 seconds later, the announcement sounded again. It turned out that Zhongding killed the remaining enemy auxiliary. After Zhongding got the blue buff, he immediately left the enemy jungle and returned to his own red zone to farm and level up. At 10 minutes and 23 seconds, Zhongding pushed down the enemy crystal and won the final victory. Cleaning up the battlefield, Zhongding was undoubtedly the MVP of the game, scoring 16 points, 14 kills, 0 deaths, and a damage output accounting for 55.1%. After the game was over, Zhang Yi couldn't help but exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, Zhongding, you are so awesome." Cousin Zhang Yi couldn't help but ask, "Zhongding, are you the king of glory?" "I am Xingyou." Zhongding told the truth and said with a smile. Cousin Zhang Yi smiled and didn't ask any more questions. At this time, Zhongding found that there were 4 friend-adding messages. Zhang Yi's cousin, the 2 passers-by teammates just now, and the 4th one is the enemy player just now. Zhongding only agreed to Zhang Yi's cousin's friend request. Next, the qualifying competition continues. Zhongding led Zhang Yi and her cousin to continuously score points and level up, spending only 10 minutes per game on average. They played until almost midnight, when Zhang Yi was forced to log off and rest. Zhang Yi and her cousin were having a blast while leveling up, and Zhongding himself also reached the 21st star level. As for the mission, after playing for just over an hour, Zhongding heard the prompt that the mission was completed in his mind. After the game was over, Zhang Yi's cousin added Zhongding on WeChat to chat. Zhang Yi was also excited about the upgrade and didn't want to go to bed immediately, so she sent a WeChat message to chat with Zhongding. Chapter 38. It was easy for Zhongding to chat with 2 people at the same time. His 10 times faster thinking reaction speed allowed him to reply almost instantly. However, he had some ideas about what his cousin Zhang Yi wanted to talk to him. Zhang Yi's cousin is Wang Yubing, who is also a top student and a sophomore at Yenching University, one of the 2 top universities in the country. Zhongding thought that the voice sounded like a beautiful woman, but what if she was ugly? It would be boring to chat with an ordinary-looking girl late at night. So, Wang Yubing sent him a message to talk about Honor of Kings. After he replied to the question, he asked directly, "Is my cousin a beauty?" Wang Yubing, "So what if it is so? So what if it isn't so?" When Wang Yubing first learned Zhongding's name, her heart was shocked, but after a little thought, she immediately thought that it couldn't be that Zhongding. Zhongding's singing and piano skills on Douyin are both top-notch, and he is obviously a genius from a music college, while my cousin's classmate is just an ordinary first-year high school boy. Zhongding, I don't like chatting with ordinary-looking girls. Wang Yubing, you are quite straightforward. My sister is a beauty. Zhongding, is there any evidence? Wang Yubing was so angry that she almost laughed. Who gave this boy such great confidence that he even needed photo verification when chatting? Going crazy just because you are good at playing a game? However, she still sent a photo. Zhongding clicked on the photo to enlarge it. It was a very beautiful sister, with an oval face the size of a palm, curved eyebrows, clear and bright eyes, and an elegant temperament. She was a bit similar to Zhang Yi. The next moment, the picture suddenly disappeared. It was Wang Yubing who withdrew the photo. Wang Yubing, little boy, are you drooling? Zhongding, I have seen many beauties in the world. Although my sister is beautiful, she is not so beautiful that I would lose my composure. Wang Yubing, haha. No more chatting, 88. Zhongding smiled indifferently, 88. It's just a chance encounter, so you should be comfortable chatting with each other. During the chat with Zhang Yi wanted him to continue to help her gain points tomorrow and let her become the King of Glory. She already has 43 stars in the strongest king category. If she exceeds 50 stars, she will be able to become the Glory King if she ranks in the top 50 in her game division. Zhang Ding agreed. It was just a dozen games, and it only took him about 10 minutes to play one game. After the chat, Zhang Ding started the lottery. I actually got rewarded for playing King of Glory with Zhang Yi for a whole night. What a pleasant surprise. System, I want to draw a lottery. Ding, the lottery begins. Ding, congratulations on obtaining a divine song from another world. Zhang Ding's smile froze. He has already composed 2 divine songs from another world. Is this forcing him to become a composer? After a moment, he consoled himself, not bad, I still have 20 points to earn. The next morning, Zhang Ding received a call from Zhang Jiahao, asking him to come out in the afternoon to drink milk tea and play King of Glory. I happen to have something to do in the afternoon. How about the morning? Zhang Ding asked with some embarrassment. He had already made an appointment with Xie Feishuai to go to her house in the afternoon to discuss piano. Zhang Jiahao hesitated for a moment and agreed. So, at 10 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Ding and Zhang Jiahao met at the milk tea shop, the same milk tea shop as last time. Zhang Jiahao brought 2 people with him, one was his girlfriend and the other was still Li Xiaoman. When Li Xiaoman saw Zhang Ding, her eyes looked a little strange, and she took the initiative to smile and greeted him. Hi, Zhang Ding. She learned from her good sister Song Mengmeng that Zhang Ding was not only good at playing Honor of Kings, but also had excellent academic performance. What's more, Zhang Ding is also handsome. Song Mengmeng suggested that she should get the upper hand over the water, and she was tempted. Hello, Li Xiaoman. Zhang Ding responded with a smile. Song Mengmeng clapped her hands and exclaimed, wow, I suddenly realized that you two are such a good match. Ha, it seems like they really match well. Zhang Jiahao also said, winking at Zhang Ding. Li Xiaoman's pretty face turned red and she lowered her head in embarrassment. Zhang Ding was speechless, but he smiled and said, really? You make me so happy. It turns out that I have become more handsome and finally worthy of a beautiful woman. Song Mengmeng looked at Zhang Ding carefully and said in surprise, hey, Zhang Ding, you are really much more handsome than before. You praise me so much, aren't you afraid that Jiahao will be jealous? Zhang Ding joked. Song Mengmeng immediately said proudly, he doesn't dare. Zhang Jiahao, I really don't dare. Zhang Ding and Li Xiaoman. The next moment, Zhang Ding suddenly raised his hand and waved towards the door, shouting, Zhang Yi, here. It turned out that Zhang Ding had made an appointment with Zhang Yi before going out. Since I have to help Zhang Yi gain points anyway, why not play together? However, he didn't expect Zhang Yi to come back. He thought Zhang Yi would go online at home to play in a team together. Song Haohao and others couldn't help but turn their heads to look, and saw Zhang Yi walking towards them with a smile on her pretty face, wearing a goose yellow long skirt and with a strong scholarly air. Zhang Ding, Zhang Jiahao. Zhang Yi greeted them. Zhang Jiahao was so surprised that his mouth half opened. He turned to look at Zhang Ding and forgot to respond to Zhang Yi. Wow, he actually asked Zhang Yi out. Song Mengmeng and Li Xiaoman also looked at Zhang Yi in surprise. Although they were not in the same class as Zhang Yi, who wouldn't know this female academic genius? What's more, Zhang Yi is not only a top student, but also beautiful. She is one of the 8 beauties in Xingyang Middle School. Zhang Ding said calmly, why are you looking at me? Zhang Yi is greeting you. Zhang Jiahao came back to his senses and said to Zhang Yi with a smile, Zhang Yi, welcome, welcome. Then he introduced his girlfriend and Li Xiaoman to Zhang Yi. Although Song Mengmeng and Li Xiaoman were not familiar with Zhang Yi, they were both polite to her. As a female academic master, she was naturally respected by other students. Li Xiaoman looked at Zhang Yi with an unnatural smile. The fact that Zhang Ding asked Zhang Yi out to play clearly showed that he disliked her. After ordering milk tea, the 5 of them sat around a glass table and started playing Honor of Kings as a team. Wow, Zhang Ding, you're already at the 21st star level, you're rising so fast. Zhang Jiahao exclaimed in surprise, oh my god, Zhang Yi, you're almost at the Glory King. Song Mengmeng exclaimed, as expected of a top student, he is so good at playing games. Zhang Yi's pretty face turned slightly red. She was not that strong. It was Zhang Ding who helped her to gain points. Zhang Ding noticed Zhang Yi's expression and said with a smile, don't be so surprised, play seriously later. Our overall rank is above the strongest king. Zhang Jiahao and others immediately became serious, they were all stars. After the game started, although the level of teammates was average, Zhang Ding still led the team easily. His strength is too strong. He has already mastered the King of Glory and has a talent buff that gives him 10 times the thinking and reaction speed. He is the only one who can defeat the enemy. They played until 11:30, and after easily winning another round, Zhang Yi suddenly shouted happily, "I got 50 stars." Then, she looked at Zhong Ding with gratitude in her beautiful eyes. Wow! Zhang Jiahao and others shouted enviously, and stood up and walked over to see. However, Zhang Yi has not yet obtained the Glory King logo. Because 50 stars of the strongest king is only the most basic requirement to become the King of Glory, and it needs to be refreshed at 12 o'clock in the morning. Chapter 39. After being happy, I continued to play 3 games. These 3 games were also won in a row. Zhang Yi is the strongest king with 53 stars. As for Li Xiaoman, she was promoted to the strongest champion at the 11th minute, but she was too embarrassed to say it out loud. After all, Zhong Ding and Zhang Yi are both the strongest kings with dozens of stars. I'm hungry, let's stop here today. Zhong Ding put down his phone and said. Zhang Jiahao put down his phone and reluctantly said, "It was really fun." Although their strength is not strong, under the leadership of Zhong Ding, they can easily gain economic advantages. Even if their strength is not as good as the opponent, they can beat the opponent with their equipment. After drinking milk tea and sitting for so long, I had to go to the bathroom. Zhong Ding and Zhang Jiahao went to the bathroom together. Zhong Ding, I suddenly found that I admire you a little bit. Zhang Jiahao and Zhong Ding walked arm in arm, whispering, "You got Zhang Yi," without saying a word. Zhong Ding shook his head and said, "It's not what you think. Zhang Yi and I are just normal classmates." Zhang Jiahao, do you think I believe it? Zhong Ding smiled and stopped explaining. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhong Ding took a taxi to Xie Feishue's house. What surprised him was that this time Xie Feishue did not ask Wang Ruohua to cover up. When Xie Feishue brought Zhong Ding to her home, Xie Feishue's mother still smiled gently, without any displeasure. After entering the piano room and closing the door, Zhong Ding asked in a low voice, "Is your mother not angry?" Xie Feishue chuckled and said, "Why is my mother angry? She was so happy that you came to teach me piano. Are you feeling guilty? Are you really in love with me?" Zhong Ding's face was a little hot, and he forced a smile and said, "You are the most beautiful girl in the school, which boy doesn't like you? So you like me too?" Xie Feishue said with a smile, "Let me tell you, I'm hard to pursue. You need a lot of patience." Zhong Ding looked at Xie Feishue in surprise, and felt that Xie Feishue's way of speaking was a little different today, especially more direct. Xie Feishue's pretty face blushed slightly, but she still maintained her charming smile and did not lower her head in shame. Of course, these words were not spoken by her herself, but were taught by her mother. It turned out that Xie Feishue and her mother depended on each other for survival, and she never hid her thoughts from her mother. When she realized she was going to fall in love early, she told her mom. Her mother did not criticize her, nor did she stop her rudely. Instead, she taught her how to get along with Zhong Ding, take the initiative, keep a firm hold on her lover, etc. Zhong Ding came back to his senses and said with a smile, "I am the most patient." "I believe it too." Xie Feishue blushed. The piano room was quiet for a while, and Xie Feishue said, "Zhong Ding, I want to learn Wedding in a Dream." Of course she had learned Wedding in a Dream and could play it very well, but she still hoped to get guidance from Zhong Ding. Most importantly, she wanted to hear Zhong Ding play Wedding in the Dream. "No problem." Zhong Ding responded immediately. Then, he sat in front of the piano, with Wedding in the Dream already prepared on the music stand, and began to play it seriously. Xie Feishue quickly immersed herself in the sound of the piano. In the evening, Zhong Ding had dinner at Xie Feishue's house before leaving. After returning home and taking a shower, he went into the study, turned on his computer and started writing a novel. He did not forget the task of writing the novel. In one night, he wrote 120,000 words. This brought his backlog to over 300,000. After stopping writing the novel, he began to wonder whether this novel could help him gain 10,000 fans and readers. Half a year may seem like a long time, but it is actually very short for a serialized novel. A novel usually takes more than a year to be serialized, and some even take more than 4 or 5 years. I can't put all my bets on one book, so I'll make a quick decision. Zhong Ding thought, I'll update the word count of aristocratic romance to more than 1 million words within a month. 1 million words is a relatively important indicator. Generally speaking, whether a book will be a hit or not can be determined by its 1 million words. So, Zhong Ding logged into the author's backend and released his 200,000-word manuscript. The next morning, Zhong Ding continued to concentrate on writing his novel at home. In one morning, he wrote another 150,000 words. So he updated another 100,000 words. At this time, the editor Gong Zichuan sent a message on QQ to inquire about the situation. After suddenly updating 200,000 and 100,000 words in 2 consecutive days, Gong Zichuan was very worried that this new author could not stand the loneliness, and after updating all the manuscripts in stock, he gave up on himself without seeing any good feedback. Zhong Ding replied, "I want to see quickly whether the book can become popular." Gong Zichuan sighed and thought to himself, "It is as expected." However, he had to patiently enlighten her, "I understand your feelings, but updating requires more stability. Moreover, according to the contract, the guaranteed monthly manuscript fee is only 300,000 words, and the excess is not counted." Zhong Ding, "I understand. Don't worry, I can update more than 30,000 words every day." Gong Zichuan, "How much can you write in an hour?" Bells and tripods, more than 10,000. 30 to 40,000 words per hour is too exaggerated, so it's better to be low-key. Gong Zichuan's eyes widened instantly, and his eyeballs bulged out. You know, novice writers usually can only write a few hundred words an hour. Among mature and experienced writers, even the most gifted ones can only write about 5 or 6,000 words in an hour. Writing 10,000 words in an hour is simply unimaginable. The update speed of online novels is very important. If any author can balance quality and speed, he will become a great writer. After a moment, he calmed down and felt that it was unlikely. Zhong Ding must have seen it wrong and thought it was one day. So he sent a message, "I said an hour, not a day." Zhong Ding, "Just 1 hour. I have already hidden 3/4 of the speed, what else do you want?" Gong Zichuan couldn't help but be ecstatic, shouting in his heart, "I found a treasure. I found a treasure." The writing style is excellent, the words are typed very fast, and the plot of the novel is also very exciting. He seemed to have seen a great writer. After taking a few deep breaths and calming down his excitement, he sent a message, "In this case, I will start arranging recommendations on Monday. You need to update steadily and don't let me down." Zhong Ding, "Thank you." After finishing the chat, Zhong Ding turned off the computer and went out, taking a taxi to Aunt John's house for lunch. Last night, he received a call from Aunt Zhang inviting him to have lunch over today. In Aunt John's villa, Zhong Ding still didn't see Wang Ruo's father. Before dinner, in the living room on the second floor of the villa, Zhong Ding noticed that Wang Ruo looked at him with a strange look. "What's wrong?" he asked. Wang Ruo immediately turned away, raised her pretty face proudly, and said nothing. Seeing this, Zhong Ding was too lazy to say anything more. Anyway, when he and Wang Ruo were together, they kept to themselves. After watching TV for more than 10 minutes without communicating, it was finally time to have lunch. After lunch, they moved to the living room on the second floor. Zhang Ruyue held Zhong Ding's hand affectionately and asked him how his midterm exam went. Zhong Ding smiled and said, "I did pretty well on the test. The test papers for 4 subjects have been distributed, and all of them got full marks." "What?" Zhang Ruyue thought she had heard it wrong. "Oh, you can't even brag." Wang Ruo couldn't help but said with disdain. She got full marks in 4 subjects and boasted so much, but does she think her mother is an ignorant village woman? She was about to go back to her room, but her mother kept her there with a look. Chapter 40. In front of Zhang Ruyue, Zhong Ding just spread his hands towards Zhang Ruyue innocently in response to Wang Ruo's ridicule. Zhang Ruyue immediately turned around and scolded her daughter, "Can you speak properly?" Wang Ruo's pretty face showed a grieved feeling, and she was gritting her teeth at Zhong Ding in her heart. "Why didn't you pretend to be pitiful when my mother was not around?" After scolding her daughter, Zhang Ruyue turned back to face Zhong Ding, and her voice immediately softened. "Xiao Ding, did you really get full marks in all 4 subjects?" "I'm not doubting you, but it's really too surprising." "It's true. The test papers handed out so far are Chinese, mathematics, physics and chemistry," Zhong Ding said seriously. Although he is precocious, he is still a teenager after all and still hopes to be praised by his elders. And Zhang Ruyue has replaced the role of his mother Zhong Qingluan to some extent. Wang Ruohua couldn't help laughing when she heard this, "It's so funny. He got full marks in Chinese." Before she could finish her words, she immediately received a stern look from Zhang Ruyue, and was so scared that she dared not to continue speaking. Zhong Ding continued, "After evening self-study tonight, I will take the test paper home and take a picture with my phone to show you." Zhang Ruyue smiled and shook her head, "I believe you, there is no need to go through so much trouble. How about this, after the evening study tonight, I will drive to the school to pick up Huahua, and we will meet again. Okay. Zhong Ding responded. Wang Ruhua was feeling depressed and couldn't stop sneering in her heart. She wanted to see how Zhong Ding would make up for the lie. Zhang Ruyue held Zhong Ding's hand and chatted for about an hour, then finally let go of Zhong Ding and asked Wang Ruhua to take Zhong Ding out to play. After leaving the villa, Wang Ruohua no longer made sarcastic remarks about the test results. However, Zhong Ding refused to let go of the opportunity. He said, Wang Ruohua, do you want to make a bet? Wang Ruohua said expressionlessly, I don't want to. She is not a fool. That would be boring. Zhong Ding sighed. Wang Ruohua turned her pretty face and said, would it be interesting if I fell for your trick? Zhong Ding shook his head slightly. Okay, I won't bully you anymore. Ha, you are worthy of bullying me? Wang Ruohua couldn't help but laugh contemptuously. If I wasn't kind-hearted, you would have been bullied to death by me. You should be grateful. At this time, a taxi arrived and the two stopped talking and got in the taxi. City Library. Wang Ruohua said to the driver. Although they didn't talk along the way, Wang Ruohua was in a state of uncertainty. She would even steal a glance at Zhong Ding out of the corner of her eyes. She was wondering what was so good about Zhong Ding that her mother was trying so hard to bring him together. Other mothers are trying their best to prevent their children from falling in love too early, but her mother actually wants to arrange a baby marriage. In the past, her mother asked her to take Zhong Ding out to play. She thought her mother felt sorry for Zhong Ding because he was not a local and was lonely and needed someone to take him out to play. Now she finally understood that it was clearly to cultivate the relationship between her and Zhong Ding. Zhong Ding also noticed that Wang Ruohua was glancing at him, but he pretended not to know. He was actually a little puzzled. When he met Wang Ruohua this time, he found that she was a little different, but he couldn't put his finger on it. After entering the city library, the two separated and went to the reading areas of their interest. At 4 o'clock, the two met in front of the library gate on time. Without any further ado, the two quickly got into a taxi and left. After sending Wang Ruohua back to her villa community, Zhong Ding did not get out of the car, but asked the taxi to drive directly to his community. At around 6:20 in the evening, Zhong Ding arrived at the classroom. At 6:40, the head teacher arrived. He directly handed 2 volumes of class ranking sheets to the students in the front row and allowed the students to pass them around freely. This is a common practice at Xingyang Middle School. Whenever there is an important exam, even including monthly exams, the scores of all students in the grade are compiled into a ranking book and then distributed to the students for them to circulate among themselves. Even on the internet, as long as you want to know, you can see someone's test scores, ranking and so on. During the second period of evening self-study, the ranking list of the first-year high school midterm exam results finally reached Zhong Ding. He saw that he was ranked first. Specific results, full marks in all subjects. Ding, mission completed. Congratulations on receiving a first-level 5-star temperament card, 100 points, and a random draw. A reminder of mission completion rang in his mind, and Zhong Ding couldn't help but smile. Let us look at the second place, it's Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi scored full marks in 3 subjects, namely biology, geography, and history. Her scores in other subjects, such as Chinese and mathematics, were also very high, close to full marks, except for Chinese, which was slightly lower, at 139 points, 11 points short of full marks. Zhong Ding flipped through 2 pages to find Chu Mingshuang's ranking, but didn't find it. I turned back 1 page and found at the end that Chu Mingshuang ranked 89th in the whole grade, which was about 40 to 50 places higher than before. Xingyang Middle School is a key high school in the city. There are more than 1,000 students in the grade. Those ranked within the top 100 have excellent grades. If they persist steadily, they will have a good chance of getting into a prestigious school in the college entrance examination. Under the table, Zhong Ding stretched out his foot and gently kicked the leg of Chu Mingshuang's chair. Miss Chu, congratulations on your improvement in grades. Thank you. Chu Mingshuang turned around with a smile on her pretty face. Congratulations on getting first place in the grade. She has already looked at the grade ranking list. By the way, her grades improved by more than 40 places, which was somewhat related to Zhong Ding. Because Zhong Ding's grades improved by leaps and bounds, she was more or less encouraged or stimulated. She worked very hard during the review week, so her grades improved. Thank you. Zhong Ding said with a smile, 5 more full marks in 5 subjects, 5 more times of smiling back. Chu Mingshuang's smile froze immediately, and she snorted, maybe in the next life. Then she turned around and didn't bother to pay attention to the person who was so proud of himself. Zhong Ding continued, that's 8 times in total. Chu Mingshuang remained sitting, but couldn't help but grind his teeth twice, as if he wanted to hit someone. The evening self-study finally ended, and Zhong Ding walked out of the school gate with the crowd of people. Without looking carefully, Zhong Ding easily found Jiang Ruyue. Jiang Ruyue is in her 40s and is well maintained. She looks younger than 30. She is beautiful, has fair skin, outstanding temperament, and a figure as mature as a peach. She is very conspicuous outside the school gate, and it is hard not to notice her. Zhong Ding walked over. Aunt Jiang, good evening. Jiang Ruyue smiled. Xiao Ding. Zhong Ding handed over the test paper he brought out. Please take a look. Well, let me take a look. Jiang Ruyue took the test paper. However, she was not in a hurry to see it, but invited, Xiao Ding, let's get in the car. So, Zhong Ding followed Jiang Ruyue into a Maserati President. Inside the car, the lights were on. Jiang Ruyue and Zhong Ding were sitting in the back seat. Wang Ruohua had already come out of school and sat in the passenger seat. Jiang Ruyue looked through Zhong Ding's test paper carefully. Because some teachers handed out test papers during the evening self-study classes, Zhong Ding took test papers for 6 subjects in total. Looking at the test papers with full marks, Jiang Ruyue was surprised and very happy, with a smile on her face. After carefully reading the test paper, she looked up and said to Zhong Ding with a smile on her face, "Great. Xiao Ding, I didn't expect you to make such great progress in your studies this semester. You should be number 1 in the grade now, right?" "Yes, first place." Zhong Ding smiled and felt very happy. Aunt Jiang is the person he really wants to share his happiness with. Wang Ruohua, who was sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't help but turn around and asked, still not quite believing it, "Mom, did he really get full marks in all 4 subjects?" "Look for yourself." Jiang Ruyue handed the test paper to Wang Ruohua with a smile, not just 4 subjects, but full marks in 6 subjects. Before Wang Ruohua could recover from the shock, Zhong Ding added with a smile, Actually, I got full marks in all subjects, a total of 9. Chapter 41. Wang Ruohua really wanted to slap Zhong Ding's hippie smile on the test paper immediately. "Your grades are so good, don't you just know how to be humble and low-key?" However, with her mother around, she held back. Moreover, she looked through the test paper carefully. Really, it was the first time she saw someone get so many full marks at the same time. She suddenly had to admit that Zhong Ding's studies had suddenly become so good. No wonder this guy has become more and more arrogant recently. After a while, she stuffed the test paper back into Zhong Ding's hand and said with disdain, "What's so great about it?" For the sake of Aunt John's face, Zhong Ding gave up the plan to provoke Wang Ruohua. "Auntie, I'm getting off the car," Zhong Ding said to Jiang Ruyue. "After all, it's already past 10 o'clock in the evening, and we can't waste too much time. Don't rush to get off the car, let's go have a midnight snack together." Jiang Ruyue stopped him. Zhong Ding smiled and said, "Okay, thank you Aunt Jiang." Jiang Ruyue got out of the back seat, sat back in the driver's seat, and drove on the road. More than 10 minutes later, led by Jiang Ruyue, Zhong Ding and others entered a high-end night tea restaurant for a midnight snack. During the midnight snack, Jiang Ruyue personally served Zhong Ding a bowl of seafood crab porridge. "Xiao Ding, eat more. You have worked hard in studying recently." "Thank you, Aunt Jiang," Zhong Ding said happily. Jiang Ruyue then served the second bowl, and Wang Ruohua looked at it eagerly, thinking that this bowl was hers. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ruyue served it and placed it in front of him. "Mom, where's mine?" Wang Ruohua couldn't help but shouted. Jiang Ruyue said unhappily, "Do it yourself." "Then why did you give it to Zhong Dingsheng?" Wang Ruohua asked unconvinced. Jiang Ruyue turned around and sneered, "If you can get full marks in one subject, I can serve you 100 times, but do you have it?" Wang Ruohua felt so aggrieved that she wanted to cry. Is she her biological daughter? "I'm an art student," she made an excuse. Jiang Ruyue, then you should get full marks in art subjects. Wang Ruohua. At 11 o'clock, Jiang Ruyue drove Zhong Ding to the gate of the community where he lived. The car started and Jiang Ruyue drove home. On the way, Jiang Ruyue turned around and glanced at her unhappy daughter and said, "I'm right. Xiao Ding is an excellent boy. You have to have the vision to discover him. Good grades don't mean you're really good." Wang Ruohua said, "My father wasn't a top student, but his company has a lot of employees who graduated from prestigious universities. Besides, what if she's excellent? There are so many excellent people in the world. Am I supposed to like everyone I see?" Jiang Ruyue. Finally, she sighed softly in her heart. It was just her wish to let Zhong Ding and her daughter get married, but she couldn't really force her daughter. Moreover, she also noticed that Zhong Ding seemed to have a close relationship with Xiafei. Zhong Ding returned home, brushed his teeth and washed his face, then climbed onto the bed and picked up his phone to check the Douyin data. His adaptation in cover review, My Deskmate, did not disappoint him. The results were astonishing. Today, his total number of fans has reached 15.73 million. After exiting Douyin, he was still a little excited and didn't want to sleep right away, so he tried to send a video chat to Xiafei. After a while, the video call was connected. In the video, Zhong Ding saw that Xiafei's long hair was a little messy. Although he could not see Xiafei below her neck, he could basically judge that Xiafei had fallen asleep. Feishue, did this disturb your sleep? Zhong Ding said. Xiafei smiled and said, No, I just went to bed. Zhong Ding, I'm a little excited today, so I want to talk to you. Xiafei, what's the good news? Tell me so I can be happy too. Zhong Ding, I got first place in the grade in the exam. Ah? Xiafei couldn't help but be surprised. Really? She clearly remembered Wang Ruohua saying that Zhong Ding's grades were just average. Zhong Ding smiled and said, Of course it's true. You can't fool people with this kind of thing. While Xiafei shouted with genuine joy, her beautiful eyes even showing a hint of admiration, Zhong Ding, you are so amazing. Zhong Ding couldn't help but laugh and said, It's a must. The two continued chatting and laughing for a while, and Zhong Ding asked tentatively, Feishue, do you sleep in pajamas or nightgown? Xiafei blushed, but still said, Nightgown. What color? Xiafei's pretty face turned even redder, and she didn't say anything, but she moved the camera of her mobile phone down a little so that Zhong Ding could see the color of her nightgown. Zhong Ding could see clearly that it was a pink nightgown with cartoon patterns, which was very cute and girly. However, Xiafei soon moved her phone upwards. It's late, I'm going to bed, 88. After saying that, she quickly turned off the video chat without waiting for Zhong Ding to react. Although the video chat was over, Xiafei felt even more shy. Her pretty face felt hot and her whole body was warm. She covered her pretty face with her hands and crawled into the bed, shouting, I'm so embarrassed. The next morning, the second class was Chinese class. The head teacher stood on the podium, his face flushed with smiles. Students, the midterm exam results are out. After everyone's hard work, our class has achieved good results, and many students have made progress. Among them, the most surprising one is Zhong Ding. Student Zhong Ding's grades have improved by leaps and bounds. He ranked first in the grade in this midterm exam. He got full marks in all subjects, which is very, very rare. This is the first time since Qingyang Middle School was founded. Let's applaud and congratulate Zhong Ding. Pa pa pa. The classroom immediately erupted in warm applause, and almost all the students clapped loudly. I said almost because there were two people who didn't applaud. One of them is of course Zhao Ruoming. She was completely despised and isolated by her classmates. No one wanted to talk to her, and even her deskmate would glance at her with disdain from time to time. The other is Zhang Ruochen. Zhang Ruochen's face was distorted with jealousy. He thought he would perform brilliantly in this midterm exam and impress his classmates, but he did not expect that he would perform poorly, dropping 2 places in the class and 19 places in the grade. On the contrary, Zhong Ding, whom he was waiting to take advantage of his misfortune, not only did not return to his original form, but instead won the first place in the whole grade, got full marks in all subjects, and even set a record for Qingyang Middle School. Zhong Ding raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. In addition to the praise from the head teacher and the applause from my classmates, it was also because the voice of the system rang in my mind. Ding, congratulations on winning the Qingyang Middle School full score record honor. This honor will allow you to gain 2 male god points every day for 100 days. It turns out that you can earn male god points by gaining honors recognized by the system. Zhong Ding suddenly realized that a male god must have all kinds of halos of honor behind him, so he is so dazzling and attracts countless women to admire him. Chapter 42. The head teacher spent 2 consecutive Chinese classes explaining the test papers. In the second section, he talked about composition. Student Zhong Ding, please bring up your composition, said the head teacher. Under the envious gaze of the whole class, Zhong Ding brought the test paper to the podium. The head teacher took Zhong Ding's test paper and said to the whole class, this essay by Zhong Ding is the only one in the whole grade that received full marks in this exam. It was not me who graded it, but other teachers. Now, let's appreciate it. After that, he read aloud Zhong Ding's composition with great emotion. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 male god points. The system's voice suddenly sounded in his mind, and Zhong Ding couldn't help but smile. Ha, I like such practical praise. After reading the composition, the head teacher praised it and said, student Zhong Ding's composition will definitely get full marks in the college entrance examination. The writing is brilliant, the vocabulary is rich, the expression is precise, the situation is integrated, and it is very appealing. I suggest that everyone borrow it from student Zhong Ding to study after class. Zhong Ding felt that many of his classmates' eyes were focused on him, and some of them were filled with a hint of admiration. Ring, ring, ring. After class, 7 or 8 girls rushed to Zhong Ding's desk. Mr. Zhong Ding, can you lend me your composition so I can copy it? The girls requested, with a hint of admiration in their eyes. Songs and articles are both very contagious. Zhong Ding's composition obviously conquered all these girls. Zhong Ding smiled and said, of course. As he said this, he handed in the composition. Thank you. The girl who received the composition shouted happily and excitedly. Chu Mingshuang also wanted to ask Zhong Ding for his composition, but hesitated for a moment, thinking that if she asked too hastily, Zhong Ding might become even more proud. Unexpectedly, after she hesitated for a moment, the composition was snatched away by other girls. Moreover, she had no chance to see Zhong Ding's composition for the next 2 weeks, because it had been circulated and copied by other students. This made her a little depressed for a while. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, after school, Zhong Ding received the system's running exercise task as scheduled. After running and returning home, Zhong Ding takes a shower first. While taking a shower, he remembered that he had completed the task of getting first place in the midterm exam and was awarded a first-level 5-star temperament card. So, after taking a shower, he stood in front of a full-length mirror and looked at himself for a while. System, I want to use the first-level 5-star temperament card. The next moment, the temperament card turned into a stream of light and acted on him. After a moment, he felt that his state seemed to have changed slightly. Looking at myself in the full-length mirror again, I realized that my appearance and figure haven't changed, but I am more attractive and eye-catching. However, what cannot be ignored is still one's own eyes, which are exceptionally bright, like the morning star. My temperament is already 80 points, come on, Zhong Ding. Zhong Ding clenched his fist at himself in the mirror, as if to cheer him on. As for the chance to draw a lottery, he decided to keep it and accumulate 3 chances to draw 3 times in a row. The odds of winning are not as good as they used to be. After dinner, Zhong Ding tidied up a bit and went to school quickly. When he entered the classroom, he found that many people looked up at him, most of them were female classmates. He was the top student in the grade and scored full marks in all subjects. His essays were recommended by the homeroom teacher twice and read out to the whole class. In addition, he was quite handsome, 84 points, and had a tall and straight figure of over 1.80 meters. He was indeed qualified to be the focus of the class. In fact, in the eyes of all the girls in the class flower is no longer Zhang Ruochen, but Zhong Ding. Being stared at by his classmates, Zhong Ding remained calm. After walking to the seat and sitting down, Zhang Jiahao came over and said, Zhong Ding, I find that you are getting more and more handsome. Don't ever have any ideas about me. Zhong Ding was so scared that he quickly tilted his upper body away from Zhang Jiahao. Zhang Jiahao was so angry that he wanted to hit someone. Brother is very normal. That's good, that's good. Zhong Ding breathed a sigh of relief and sat up straight. Zhang Haohao laughed and scolded, if you keep pretending to be cool, I will really hit you. He. Zhong Ding smiled, then opened the desk and prepared to take a pen and manuscript paper to write a novel. The next moment, he unexpectedly discovered that there was something extra in the desk. It's a letter. The envelope was blank and had no signature. Subconsciously, he immediately raised his head, looked around quickly, then quietly took out the letter, opened it and read it. There were 2 pieces of paper in total, both were pink, rose-scented paper, with beautiful handwriting, and it was obviously a letter from a girl. Mr. Zhong Ding. Hello. I know it's a little rude, but I can't suppress my feelings for you. Zhong Ding finished reading it quickly. It was a love letter, and the signature was Yang Xiyun. At this moment, the system voice suddenly sounded in my mind, Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the first love letter in his life. You will be rewarded with a second-level 1-star appearance card, 100 male god points, and a random draw. For a moment, Zhong Ding couldn't help but smile. After a while, he calmed down a little, raised his head and looked towards Yang Xiyun, and his gaze met Yang Xiyun's. Yang Siyun was so scared that she quickly lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. Zhongding smiled slightly, turned his head, and thought about how he should respond to the refusal. He definitely had to reply, not only because this was the first love letter he had ever received in his life, but also because Yang Siyun was an acquaintance. Yang Siyun has an average presence in the class, her appearance is around 75 points, her academic performance is above average, and she has a quiet personality. She sat in front of him last semester and has a good relationship with him. Zhongding didn't expect that Yang Siyun, who blushed easily when speaking, would be so bold as to write a love letter to confess her love. After thinking for a while, he decided to wait until he got home after evening self-study and reply to Yang Siyun on WeChat. I wrote a novel during 3 evening self-study classes and finally got out of school. After returning home, Zhongding picked up his mobile phone, opened WeChat, and wrote a long message to Yang Siyun. The main content is that thank you Yang Siyun for liking him, you are a good girl, but he just wants to study hard and make progress every day. After the message was sent, Yang Siyun did not reply immediately. Zhongding didn't care much. He sat in front of the computer, opened the manuscript he wrote at school today, and then typed the manuscript into the computer. When it comes to typing alone, Zhongding's speed is astonishing, 60,000 to 70,000 words per hour. Around 11 o'clock, Yang Siyun replied, "Thank you for your reply. I wish you to be admitted to Tsinghua University or Yinqing University." Zhongding, "Thank you, my good classmate and friend." Yang Siyun, "Yes, good classmates and friends." After the chat, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. He never thought that one day he would give someone a nice guy card. After sighing, he immediately resumed typing. It took Zhongding more than half an hour to type all the manuscripts he wrote at school today into the computer, and then the novel was updated by about 30,000 words. Today, Gong Zichuan sent him a message telling him that the recommendation has been arranged and will be officially recommended on the Qihoo app on Tuesday. So, we will have to get a rough idea of what the novel is like tomorrow. After turning off the computer, Zhongding went to brush his teeth, wash his face and prepare for bed. When he climbs into bed, he usually picks up his phone to check on his Douyin fans. The number of fans is still increasing, but the rate is starting to narrow. The ability of You Are the One to attract fans has almost passed its peak. I have to record a song and upload it on Wednesday night. Zhongding pondered. The next moment, he suddenly remembered that his male god points had exceeded 300 points. It's time to exchange for the intermediate memory enhancement pill. So, Zhongding's consciousness sank into his mind, he opened the system mall, and spent 200 points to exchange for an intermediate memory enhancement pill. After taking the intermediate memory enhancing pill and digesting the medicinal power, Zhongding continued to take out the advanced memory enhancing pills in his mind and swallowed them. At this point, his memory has been greatly enhanced, and his photographic memory, auditory memory and other memory-related abilities have reached over 99.9%. In addition, he also got the second-level 1-star appearance card. Standing in front of a full-length mirror, Zhongding used the second-level, 1-star face card, which improved his appearance by 1 point. At this point, his appearance has risen to 90 points. Ha, I'm a handsome guy. Chapter 43. The next day, the first class on the upper reaches was Chinese. After the class, the head teacher walked up to Zhongding and said with a kind smile, "Zhongding, there will be a summary and commendation meeting for the midterm exams of the first and second grade students on Saturday night. You will go up and introduce your learning experience at that time. Remember to take the time to write it in advance." "I understand, teacher," Zhongding replied. "This is expected." After the midterm exam, the school will hold a grand summary and commendation meeting. Students who get good rankings will not only receive certificates, but also a considerable bonus. After school in the afternoon, because it was raining, Zhongding did not go running for exercise and went straight home to have dinner. However, while eating dinner, he was looking at his mobile phone. His book The Romance of the Aristocracy is finally recommended. With the influx of readers, his book suddenly had 40 or 50 more book reviews. He took a look at the positive reviews and found all were positive, with no neutral or negative reviews. See the specific book reviews. The one with the highest likes is. The author's writing is really good, making people feel as if they are in ancient times. The plot is light and funny, and the expectation is very strong. His book has been published with more than 400,000 words, and most new readers have not yet seen the latest chapters, so the current book reviews are still not valid. After all, novels are not short videos, and readers' feedback is not that fast. In addition, the number of students currently enrolled is temporarily unavailable and will have to wait until the data is refreshed tomorrow. However, when he logged into the author's backend, he found more than 50 reward messages. Excluding the free gold coin rewards, there were a total of 11 people who rewarded with real money, that is, 11 fan readers recognized by the system. Seeing that his novel was really liked and rewarded by readers, Zhong Ding couldn't help but feel excited. This feeling was very different. This was the first time in his life that he made real money. After finishing his meal in a hurry, he couldn't wait to turn on his computer and write another 50,000 words. After returning from evening self-study, Zhong Ding immediately picked up his phone to check the status of the novel. The number of book reviews has increased to 150, now let us look at the rewards. There are 8 more fan readers, making a total of 19 fan readers. Suppressing his excitement, Zhong Ding took out the manuscript he had written at school today, and began typing it into the computer. In half an hour, he finished typing the manuscript, which totaled more than 40,000 words. There was still time left, but he didn't continue writing the novel because he had to prepare for recording a singing video tomorrow night. He had already chosen the song, which happened to be for piano accompaniment, so he didn't have to arrange it. Around 11:30 in the evening, when Zhong Ding was getting ready to go to bed, he received a video call from Xia Feishue. On the phone screen, Xia Feishue looked exceptionally pretty and charming, with her long hair tied up high, revealing her graceful and slender neck like a white swan. "Zhong Ding, you haven't updated Douyin for a long time." Xia Feishue said coquettishly, "I want to listen to your songs." Zhong Ding smiled and said, "We'll record the video tomorrow night." "Really?" Xia Feishue was pleasantly surprised. Zhong Ding nodded with a smile. Xia Feishue was surprised and asked, "What song? Can you tell me? Please." The voice was full of coquettishness at the end. Zhong Ding really enjoyed Xia Feishue's coquettishness. It would be even better if she could act coquettishly in person. He smiled and said, "The song is called Later." "Wow, I like this old song," Xia Feishue said happily. Zhong Ding was willing to reveal in advance what song he would sing, which made her feel very proud, a bit like a fan who gets to see his idol take a different look at him. Zhong Ding smiled and said, "As long as you like it." The two continued to chat about the song Later. Xia Feishue suddenly thought of something and asked curiously, "By the way, Zhong Ding, how much advertising money do you earn per day?" "What advertising fees?" Zhong Ding asked puzzledly. Xia Feishue, "It's Douyin. You have 16 million fans, which means huge traffic." Zhong Ding was even more confused. "My fans didn't give me any rewards." Xia Feishue felt dizzy and a little defeated by Zhong Ding. "You don't even know that Douyin earns advertising fees through traffic, right?" "I don't know." Zhong Ding shook his head. He posted videos on Douyin because he was required to do so by the system and had no idea that he could make money from it. Xia Feishue had no choice but to teach Zhong Ding some common sense about making money by taking advertisements on Douyin. Finally, Xia Feishue said sympathetically, "You have so many fans, more than 18 million, you can earn at least hundreds of thousands a month." So many? Zhong Ding was shocked and couldn't believe it. Xia Feishue, "That's what they say on the internet. Even if it's not that much, it should be at least a few 100,000. "Haha, thank you, Feishue." Zhong Ding laughed excitedly, "I love you so much." Ha ha ha. If he could earn hundreds of thousands a month, he would be able to live independently and no longer have to rely on that woman to survive. Xia Feishue blushed, "Hate you, talking nonsense again." "Feishue, let's talk next time. I'll go online to find out how to make money with traffic on Douyin." Zhong Ding said impatiently. "Yeah. Good night." "Good night." After ending the video call, Zhong Ding immediately used his mobile phone to search for methods to monetize traffic on Douyin. It didn't take much effort, and Douyin even had an official introduction, so Zhong Ding learned it quickly. In the middle of the night, Zhong Ding had a dream. He dreamed that he made a lot of money through Douyin and no longer had to rely on others. He didn't care at all whether that woman came to Qingyang City to see him or not. Yes, he hated his mother. When he was a child, he was not allowed to see the light in Jiangcheng. He was driven out of Jiangcheng in the 6th grade of elementary school and lived alone in Qingyang City. Although he has no worries about food, clothing and shelter, he would rather live a poorer life because at least his mother is by his side and cares about him. He no longer knew who his father was, and even his only mother refused to live with him. The woman said that if she didn't work in Jiangcheng, she would have no money to support him. But he didn't believe that if he left Jiangcheng, the woman would really be unable to support him. Their life might become difficult, but he was willing to accept it. The next morning, Zhong Ding woke up to the sound of the alarm and found a wet spot on his pillow. Why am I crying? I'm obviously happy. He cursed. Bah, I'm not crying. After school at noon, Zhong Ding returned home and picked up his mobile phone to check the novel data. The number of students currently enrolled has come out, more than 30,000. You know, his book only recommends half a day. In addition, the number of book reviews increased by more than 60, and they were all positive. However, his main concern is still the number of fan readers. Logging into the author's backend, the total number of people who have given rewards is over 100, including 31 paid rewards. That means he has 31 fan readers. Although the rewards are not much, most of them are just a flower, but they are fan readers recognized by the system. Feeling happy, Zhong Ding immediately updated 30,000 words. In the evening, after returning from evening self-study, Zhong Ding entered the study, closed the door, and began recording the video. The video camera is aimed at the piano. Zhong Ding puts his hands on the keys. His slender and beautiful 10 fingers begin to press the black and white keys flexibly and rhythmically, and the piano sound with a hint of sadness and nostalgia flows out. Later, I finally learned how to love. It's a pity that you have already gone away and disappeared in the crowd. Love at that time. Why is it that simple? Why is it that when people are young, you must hurt the one you love deeply? Zhong Ding was well prepared, and with the help of a master piano player and the singer's top-notch singing skills, the performance went smoothly. After recording the video, upload it to Douyin. Chapter 44. As Zhong Ding uploaded the video to Douyin, Wang Yubing discovered it the first time and was so moved that she almost cried. After waiting for more than a week, it is finally updated. Xia Feishue was also the first person to see later uploaded by Zhong Ding and immediately opened the video to watch it. That's right, she mostly watched Zhong Ding playing the piano with his hands. In addition to Wang Yubing and Xia Feishue, many fans also clicked on Zhong Ding's new video as soon as possible to listen to his singing. Later is a classic old song that was once popular all over the country. It is a very pure song about love. The original singer was a female, but after being covered by Zhong Ding, the song took on new vitality, evoking some regrets and remorse deep in the fans' hearts. Listening to the song, their noses became sore and their eyes became blurred. As Wang Yubing listened, she gradually broke down in tears. After Zhong Ding brushed his teeth, washed his face, and went to the bathroom, he was about to go to bed when he received a video chat from Xia Feishue. Zhong Ding, you made me cry again. Xia Feishue said. Zhong Ding laughed and said, do you want me to lend you my shoulder? Okay, you can play and sing this song in front of me next time. Xia Feishue said. Then, she added, after listening to the song later, I had some insights. What insights? Zhong Ding asked. Xia Feishue blushed, I won't tell you. Zhong Ding. Xia Feishue said, Zhong Ding, guess what color nightgown I'm wearing today? Zhong Ding was a little confused. Was this a tease? I accepted it. Green. He pretended to think and said the most unlikely color. Xia Feishue said with a pretty face, wrong. It's beige. I don't believe it unless you show it to me. Zhong Ding said with a smile. Xia Feishue adjusted the angle of the camera on her mobile phone downwards, and Zhong Ding saw the color of Xia Feishue's nightgown, and something else. For example, Xia Feishue had a prominent chest, and the neckline of her nightgown was a bit low, revealing her creamy white breasts. Zhong Ding stared at her with his eyes wide open, swallowing his saliva secretly. After a dozen seconds, Xia Feishue returned to the normal video angle. Come to my house this weekend and teach me piano, okay? Xia Feishue said. Zhong Ding smiled and said, okay. Thank you. It's late. I'm going to bed. Good night. Good night. After ending the video chat, Zhong Ding went to bed, but he tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. The next morning, after the third class, Zhong Ding chatted and laughed with his classmates in the corridor outside the classroom as usual. Now, he has become the center of conversation and laughter among his classmates. At this time, Xia Feishue actually came over to find him. Under the envious gazes of his classmates, Zhong Ding himself was a little confused. He and Xia Feishue left the corridor side by side, went down the teaching building, and found a place to talk. Feishue, is there anything wrong? He asked. Xia Feishue looked at Zhong Ding with her beautiful eyes and shook her head with a smile. No, I just want to talk to you. Zhongding was slightly startled and asked, "Aren't you afraid of others spreading rumors about you?" "Don't be afraid," Xia Feishue said firmly. Zhongding. Xia Feishue said again, "Zhongding, when you are free in the future, come and chat with me during the break, okay?" Zhongding couldn't help but open his eyes wide. In school, male and female students who often chat privately represent that they are a couple, especially those from different classes. Xia Feishue's pretty face blushed, and even her beautiful white ears gradually turned red, but she still insisted on looking at Zhongding with a smile. Zhongding couldn't help but take a deep breath. He tried to reach out and then took Xia Feishue's slender hand. The little hands were tender, soft as if they had no bones, and warm, and there was a feeling of a weak electric current flowing through them. Xia Feishue did not resist at all, but she could no longer bear the shame, so she lowered her head and bit her soft lower lip with her sharp white teeth. "Can I hug you?" Zhongding asked nervously. "Yeah." Xia Feishue responded in a mosquito-like voice. Zhongding excitedly hugged Xia Feishue's delicate body. It was as soft as jade, with a charming fragrance, and Zhongding's mind went blank. After a while, Zhongding let go of Xia Feishue, but still held Xia Feishue's delicate hand. "From now on, you will be my girlfriend." "Yeah," Xia Feishue responded. At this time, the class bell rang loudly, but Zhongding no longer took it seriously. "Zhongding, class is about to start, let's go back," Xia Feishue reminded. Zhongding reluctantly responded, "Okay." So the two returned to the teaching building. On the way, the two of them didn't speak. Both were trying to digest the shock of what had just happened. Xia Feishue knew that she was impulsive and immediately forgot everything her mother taught her. Maybe what her mother taught her was right, but she was afraid of crying when she heard the song later in the future. Last night, she planned to express her feelings when Zhongding came to her house to teach her piano on the weekend, but this morning she couldn't wait. When Zhongding entered the classroom, everyone looked at him. If Xia Feishue had something to ask him the first time, what about this time? Xia Feishue has looked for Zhongding twice. What does this mean? Zhang Ruochen looked at Zhongding with jealousy. Zhongding was actually hooking up with the most beautiful girl in school, Xia Feishue. When he watched Zhongding walk back to his seat and sit down, he saw Chu Mingshuang sitting in front of Zhongding. He found that Chu Mingshuang seemed a little unhappy. For a moment he became even more jealous and crazy. The next moment, an idea suddenly occurred to him. Zhongding is getting together with Xia Feishue, and Chu Mingshuang is sad. Doesn't that mean he can take advantage of the situation and increase his chances of pursuing Chu Mingshuang? Ha ha ha. Zhang Ruochen almost laughed. The young man tasted love for the first time. After the fourth get out of class, Zhongding couldn't wait to go to the classroom of Class 2-3 of senior high school to find Xia Feishue and declare his sovereignty over her. When Zhongding first walked into the corridor outside Class 2-3 of senior high school, almost no one noticed him. But when he stood in front of the window and called out to Xia Feishue in the classroom, everyone's eyes were focused on him. The girls were curious and the boys were hostile. The noise inside and outside the classroom suddenly disappeared, and you could hear a pin drop. When Xia Feishue heard someone calling her and turned around to see Zhongding, she immediately felt happy and shy. She immediately left her seat and walked out of the classroom. At this time, Zhongding had already walked to the classroom door and was waiting. Under the gazes of everyone in Class 2-3, he took Xia Feishue's hand and led her away. A moment later, the silent classroom suddenly erupted into a lot of noise. "Oh my god, Xia Feishue is in love early. Who is that beast? He's not handsome at all. Damn it, how dare you snatch our #1 school beauty. Xia Feishue, the most beautiful girl in Xingyang Middle School, is in love. The boy who took Xia Feishue away is almost unknown to anyone, so he can be described as ordinary." The reason I said almost was because there was indeed someone in the classroom who knew Zhongding. It's Wang Ruohua. Wang Ruohua was stunned, her beautiful eyes wide open, and she was quite shocked. She didn't expect that Xia Feishue and Zhongding would develop so quickly, and they were holding hands openly in the campus in front of everyone. Chapter 45. In just half a day, the news that Xia Feishue was in love spread throughout the school. The boys gnashed their teeth and were heartbroken, but the girls were curious about who the boy who had won over Xia Feishue was and how handsome and outstanding he was. As the news spread, the name Zhongding soon became known to all students in the school. Zhongding's information soon spread to the whole school. He used to be mediocre, but in the just passed midterm exam, he ranked first in the first grade of high school and got full marks in all subjects. Super academic master. When they found out that Zhong Ding was actually a top student in the university, many people immediately calmed down. After all, school is a place where academic performance matters. A top student like Zhong Ding, who gets full marks in all subjects, naturally makes other students admire him. At noon after school, Wang Ruohua had the opportunity to talk to Xia Feishu all alone. Feishu, you are too confused. She said angrily, even if you are in love with Zhong Ding, you should not let Zhong Ding come to the classroom to find you, let alone let Zhong Ding hold your hand in public. Now, you have no room for maneuver. Xia Feishu smiled and shook her head. Zhong Ding and I are equal, I have not suffered any loss. So, Huahua, don't say these things. Besides, I was the one who went to his class to find him first. Wang Ruohua. At around 6:15 in the evening, Zhong Ding arrived at the classroom after having dinner at home. As soon as he sat down, several boys who were on good terms with him surrounded him. Zhong Ding, are you really in love with Xia Feishu? Du Yongnan asked half believingly and half doubtingly. In addition to the few boys who gathered around, the girls around were also listening attentively. For example, Chu Mingxuang, who was sitting in the front, was doing her homework with a pen in her hand, but her attention was behind her ears. Zhong Ding smiled and said, not bad. Wow, that's awesome, so amazing. Du Yongnan and other boys couldn't help but shout in amazement and admiration. You know, Xia Feishu is not only the #1 campus beauty, but also a senior student 1 grade higher than her. The next morning, in order to wait for Chu Mingxuang, Zhang Ruochen arrived outside the school gate early to wait. After waiting for almost half an hour, he finally saw the Bentley that was taking Chu Mingxuang to school. We must seize the opportunity. Zhang Ruochen encouraged himself secretly in his heart, then took a deep breath, opened the car door and got out. Hi, Chu Mingxuang, good morning. He took a few quick steps to catch up with Chu Mingxuang, and then walked side by side with Chu Mingxuang. But Chu Mingxuang immediately stepped aside and said, Student Zhang Ruochen, please respect yourself. Zhang Ruochen's smile froze slightly, and he forced a smile and said, you misunderstood. I didn't mean anything else. I just happened to meet you and said hello. He then changed the subject and said, have you heard? Zhong Ding is in love with Xia Feishu. Chu Mingxuang raised her sharp eyebrows and said coldly, Zhang Ruochen, if you harass me again, you will bear the consequences. Zhang Ruochen's smile froze, I. Chu Mingxuang snorted coldly and continued walking towards the school gate. Zhang Ruochen stood there for a long time. He didn't understand why Chu Mingxuang rejected him. Wasn't he handsome? Wasn't he excellent? Even though Zhong Ding, the loser, had the advantage of being close to Chu Mingxuang and getting the upper hand, Zhong Ding was already involved with Xia Feishu, so he was Chu Mingxuang's only choice. He is the class idol, and now he comes to show his concern for Chu Mingxuang. Shouldn't Chu Mingxuang accept him to prove herself? What went wrong? On Friday afternoon, the Qingyang No. 2 middle school basketball team went to Qingyang Middle School for exchanges. Although Qingyang Middle School is a key middle school, its school basketball team has never been the strongest. The Qingyang No. 2 middle school basketball team has always dominated all the middle schools in Qingyang City, and even represents Qingyang City in exchanges with basketball teams in other cities. The Qingyang No. 2 middle school basketball team went to Qingyang Middle School for an exchange just to bully the Qingyang Middle School basketball team and find a sense of superiority. Who told you that you are from a key middle school? Zhang Ruochen knew about this inter-school team exchange match as early as Wednesday. Although he was not a member of the school team, he was invited in advance because of his strong basketball skills and the fact that he often played basketball with the school team. In the past, Zhang Ruochen would be very proud that he would be able to show off in front of all the teachers and students in the school. But ever since he had challenged Zhong Ding to a basketball match, he was no longer so proud of himself. The whole class knew that Zhong Ding's basketball could kill him in seconds. However, Zhong Ding was too low-key. Just because the whole class knew about it didn't mean the whole school knew about it, so he was still the one who took the limelight. In order to prepare for the exam, he took a leave of absence from the 8th class. School was finally over in the afternoon, but the basketball game did not start immediately. They had to wait for other students to arrive and watch. Zhou Tonhe, head coach of Qingyang Middle School basketball team. He was a little annoyed with the Qingyang No. 2 middle school basketball team, but there was nothing he could do. After explaining the strategy of the game to the student players on the basketball court, he asked the student players to warm up as more and more students came to watch the game after school. He walked out of the basketball court with some annoyance to get some fresh air and calm himself down. Even though you know you can't win, at least don't lose too badly. Suddenly, he saw a tall figure on the runway. Yes. Joe Tom has slapped his thigh, rushed into the runway, waved at the tall figure and shouted, "Zhongding! Zhongding!" Zhongding was running when he suddenly heard someone calling him loudly. He turned around and saw that it was his physical education teacher. So, he turned around and trotted back to Zhou Tongha and stopped. "Teacher Zhou, you called me?" "Ha ha ha, Zhongding." Zhou Tongha patted Zhongding's strong shoulders, and the smile on his face was more amiable than ever before. "Running is boring, go play a game of basketball. The number 2 middle school team is coming to our school for an exchange, you can go up and help play a game." When Zhongding was about to decline, the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. "Ding, the male god should shine. Please ask the host to participate in the basketball game, and get the recognition of the majority of people and become the focus of the whole game. Mission rewards, 1 2-star and 1-star temperament card, 50 male god points and a random draw. Mission failure, electric shock for 5 minutes. Okay." Zhongding responded with a smile on his face. Zhou Tongha was even happier to see Zhongding being so straightforward. So, Zhongding followed Zhou Tongha to the basketball court. At this time, the game was about to begin, and the basketball court was already surrounded by several layers of people, including many girls. Zhou Tongha brought the bell in. No one else paid much attention to it, but when Zhang Ruochen saw it, his face changed drastically and he became unhappy. With bells and tripods around, how could he show off? "No hurry, let them fight for a while first." Zhou Tongha said to Zhongding, "You can also take this opportunity to get familiar with the people on both sides." Zhongding, okay. After a while, the competition officially began. Although Zhang Ruochen was not on the school team, he was strong, so he became one of the starting players. Seeing that Zhongding did not leave the field, Zhang Ruochen was secretly happy, thinking that Zhongding just came to watch the game and would not participate in the competition. Chapter 46. After the game started, in the first quarter, the game was very exciting and the scores between Qingyang Middle School and Qingyang No. 2 Middle School were basically the same. The students watching the game kept shouting, "Come on! After all, they have the home advantage." The Qingyang Middle School team fought very hard and their morale was very high. However, at the beginning of the second quarter, Qingyang No. 2 Middle School began to show its strength, while Qingyang Middle School, because they had fought too hard in the first quarter and consumed too much physical strength, began to decline in combat effectiveness. As a result, the score quickly widened. At the end of the second quarter, Qingyang Middle School was already 16 points behind. At this time, the Qingyang Middle School team was physically tired, morale was low, and they had little fighting spirit left. Even the students watching the game could no longer cheer. Anyone with common sense knows that Qingyang Middle School is bound to lose by a large margin. "Zhang Ruochen, you should take a rest," Zhou Tongha said. Zhang Ruochen was a little confused. He had played very well. He was second in scoring, first in rebounding, and played very well on defense. Moreover, he was not too tired physically. "I'm leaving?" He thought he had heard it wrong. "Zhou Tongha, not bad, thank you for your hard work." He replaced Zhang Ruochen because Zhang Ruochen was not on the school team and his coordination was not as good as that of the school team members. If Zhongding was added, 2 of the 5 people would not be on the school team and the team would be scattered. Moreover, he remembered that Zhang Ruochen and Zhongding didn't seem to get along. Okay. Zhang Ruochen didn't resist. He couldn't win anyway. He had already shown his strength in the first 2 quarters. Now he would be spared from being abused. The other players were puzzled when they saw this. If they replaced Zhang Ruochen, they would lose even more miserably. At this time, Zhou Tongha waved to Zhongding, who was standing outside the basketball court, and called out, "Zhongding, Zhongding." Zhongding walked over. When Zhang Ruochen saw Zhongding walking into the stadium, his face suddenly turned ugly, and he felt as nauseous as if he had eaten 10 flies. "Let me introduce you. This is Zhongding." Zhou Tongha introduced Zhongding to the school team members. "He is very strong. He can play against the provincial team without any problems." The school team members looked at Zhongding with some doubt in their eyes. Zhou Tongha continued, "In the next game, with the bell tripod as the center, we will definitely win." Although the school team members were dissatisfied, they did not refuse. After all, their morale had been crushed in the second quarter. Since the coach had called in foreign aid, they just listened to the coach. Beep. The referee blew the whistle and the third quarter of the second half began. The ball was served by Qingyang No. 2 Middle School, and their point guard got the ball and prepared to start the attack. The players of Qingyang Middle School immediately ran to their own three-point circle and took a defensive stance, but Zhong Ding was an exception. He went up alone to intercept the point guard of Qingyang No. 2 Middle School. Since he was a temporary soldier, Zhong Ding did not wear the uniform of the school team. He stood out on the basketball court and attracted the attention of the audience. The point guard of Qingyang No. 2 Middle School was not sure about Zhong Ding's strength, so he did not pass the ball immediately, but wanted to test it out. As he was thinking this, when Zhong Ding approached, the point guard of Qingyang No. 2 Middle School suddenly felt his hands empty and was shocked to find that the ball was gone. With 10 times the reaction speed of his thinking, Zhong Ding easily got the ball and then rushed towards the opponent's backboard. Come on! Come on! Outside the stadium, the spectators saw their school team grab the ball at lightning speed, and they were immediately shocked. Hope rose, and they shouted excitedly. The point guard of Qingyang No. 2 Middle School reacted and immediately turned around to chase Zhong Ding. But Zhong Ding was too fast, even with the ball. Moreover, in just 2 or 3 seconds, Zhong Ding had already rushed to the three-point line of Qingyang No. 2 Middle School. Then, Zhong Ding started to lay up with 3 steps. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Zhong Ding took 2 strides and almost reached the bottom of the basket. Then, with the momentum, he leaped up high. Bang! There was a deafening roar, the basket rim shook up and down, and after the basketball landed on the ground, it bounced high into the air. Slam dunk! The whole audience suddenly fell silent, and everyone was stunned. Even the referee was so shocked that he forgot to blow the whistle for a moment. A moment later, a tsunami of excited cheers and applause broke out, and everyone was excited. Who is this guy? He's so awesome, a slam dunk. It's so sudden, a hunk dropped from the sky. Oh my god, it was a slam dunk. Isn't this something you can only see on live TV? The audience was boiling with excitement, and the school team members were still stunned, including the Qingyang No. 2 Middle School team. The faces of the members of Qingyang No. 2 Middle School couldn't help but become extremely solemn. Zhou Tonghe nodded with a smile on his face. The bell tripod really surprised him. Zhang Ruochen's face turned black, he was jealous and helpless. He had played hard for 24 minutes, but was not as good as Zhong Ding Xiaobao's slam dunk. Beep, the referee came to his senses, blew the whistle loudly, and raised 2 fingers to indicate a goal and 2 points. The game continued, with Qingyang No. 2 Middle School still serving. The point guard got the ball and saw Zhong Ding coming towards him again. This time, he no longer had the confidence to dribble past Zhong Ding, so he immediately passed the ball when Zhong Ding ran in front of him. However, an accident happened. Zhong Ding jumped to the side as fast as a rabbit, stretched out his long arm, and caught the ball. It turned out that under normal circumstances, most players would not have had time to intercept the ball, but Zhong Ding, with 10 times the thinking reaction speed, saw that the second point guard passed the ball as slowly as a snail. Before the No. 2 Middle School point guard could react, Zhong Ding had already rushed towards the backboard with the ball. Because the distance was short, Zhong Ding only took 2 steps with the ball and immediately started a layup with 3 steps. Cokes! Come on, come on, come on! Outside the stadium, all the spectators were completely excited, shouting with excitement, and all eyes were focused on Zhong Ding's unstoppable momentum. 1 big step, 2 big steps, take off. Bang! The deafening noise sounded again, and the basket rim shook continuously. Slam dunk! The audience all burst into cheers, clapped their hands vigorously, and looked at Zhong Ding with worshipful eyes. Beep, the referee blew the whistle loudly and raised 2 fingers. As the game continued, the school team members walked up to Zhong Ding, their eyes filled with admiration. It's just that they are too unfamiliar with the bell and tripod, so it's not good for them to get too close to it, otherwise they would have pounced on it and hugged it. The No. 2 Middle School team is still serving. This time, their point guard didn't dare let Zhong Ding get close to him. Not only that, they also arranged 2 people to block the bell tripod. If Zhong Ding hadn't been so strong, he would have been squeezed out of the basketball court by their body. This time, the No. 2 Middle School team finally had the opportunity to bring the ball near the 3-point line. However, they assigned 2.5 men to defend Zhong Ding, so their point guard also faced the joint defense of 2 players from the Qingyang Middle School team, making it difficult for him to enter the 3-point circle. Finally, they took a chance and shot from beyond the arc. The ball didn't go in. Zhong Ding quickly shook off the people who were defending him, rushed to grab the ball, and then immediately attacked. The moment Zhong Ding got the ball, all the spectators became excited and shouted, "Come on!" with enthusiasm, and the girls even screamed. Zhong Ding took the ball and rushed across the center line as fast as a meteor, approached the opponent's 3-point line, and then took 3 steps to make a layup. There was no surprise, and he still made a slam dunk. The audience cheered and clapped so hard that their voices became hoarse, and the girls' screams were enough to pierce a person's eardrums. The players from Qingyang No. 2 Middle School were halfway through the chase and saw that the ball had already been dunked in. They were powerless to stop and all of them looked dejected. Such a strong guy is good enough to play in the NBA, how could they possibly beat him? Beep. The whistle sounded and the coach of Qingyang No. 2 Middle School asked for a pause in the game. The game was paused, but all the audience's eyes were still focused on Zhongding, and they started whispering to each other. Who is he? He's so cool, is he from our school? I don't know. I've never seen him before. I know who he is. His name is Zhongding, and he's a freshman in high school. Zhongding? Sounds familiar. Ah, I know. He's the guy who's dating the most beautiful girl on campus, Xia Shui. So he is Zhongding. No wonder Xia Shui fell in love with him. Chapter 47. The coach of Qingyang No. 2 Middle School called a timeout to deal with Zhongding, who suddenly appeared. Unfortunately, everything is in vain. When Zhongding stands on the court, he is like a dimensionality reduction attack. Even if the other 4 teammates are stupid teammates, Zhongding can win the game on his own. The game continued and the audience kept cheering. As soon as the ball reached Zhongding's hands, all the audience immediately became excited. Zhongding did not disappoint the audience's expectations. Although he no longer dunked the ball every time, he made every shot. In the third quarter, led by Zhongding, Qingyang Middle School tied and surpassed Qingyang No. 2 Middle School by 3 points. In the fourth quarter, Qingyang Middle School's morale was as high as a dragon. Not only did Zhongding score points one after another, but other players also scored points. On the other hand, Qingyang No. 2 Middle School was in a slump and made many mistakes. In the end, Qingyang Middle School won the game with a big score of 69-51. Ding, mission completed. Congratulations on getting a 2-star and 1-star temperament card, 50 male god points, and a random draw. Hearing the prompt that the task was completed, Zhongding couldn't help but smile. Which class is this student from? The coach of Qingyang No. 2 Middle School walked up to Zhongding and asked tentatively. Zhongding, class 15 of senior high school. Zhou Tongha also walked up to Zhongding and said to the coach of Qingyang No. 2 Middle School with a smile on his face, "Don't be unconvinced. In the next 2 years, don't think of trying to get any advantage from Qingyang Middle School. Qingyang Middle School is indeed home to many hidden talents." The coach of Qingyang No. 2 Middle School's school team looked at Zhongding deeply, then turned and left. At this time, a group of girls rushed up with bottled water, surrounded Zhongding and shouted, "Student Zhongding, please drink some water." Drink mine is Evian." In half an hour, almost all the audience knew the information about Zhongding. Zhongding is not only extremely good at playing basketball, his academic performance is also amazing. He is the top student in the grade, with full marks in all subjects. He also has a girlfriend who is the envy of countless people, Xia Shui. Zhou Tongha invited Zhongding to have dinner together, but Zhongding declined on the grounds that he had to attend evening self-study classes in the evening. He didn't want to join the school basketball team, let alone play for the city or provincial team. However, tonight his fame spread throughout the school. He played basketball very well and could slam dunk the ball with ease. Students who watched the basketball game in the evening spontaneously promoted his skills to their classmates. There was no way. All the students who were watching the game at that time were conquered by Zhongding and they almost worshipped him. Zhongding returned home, covered in sweat, so he naturally took a shower before eating. After taking a shower, he stood in front of a full-length mirror and used the level 2, 1-star temperament card. Finally, he saw that his temperament in the mirror had improved a bit. After using the temperament card, the next step is the lottery. Now, he has accumulated enough chances to draw 3 times. System, I want 3 consecutive draws. Ding, thank you for your patronage. Ding, congratulations on getting the God-level temperament experience card. Ding, thank you for your patronage. I have missed 2 draws, so the chance of winning is extremely low. Zhongding's face turned a little dark. The next moment, he checked the God-level temperament experience card. God-level temperament experience card, after using it, you will have infinitely high temperament, making everyone immediately have a very high favorable impression of you and trust you very much. After the experience effect disappears, there is a certain probability that the affected people will continue to have a medium or above favorable impression of you. The experience time is half an hour. After reading the introduction of the God-level temperament experience card, Zhongding went from being depressed to being surprised. This God-level temperament experience card allows him to do whatever he wants within half an hour. If used at critical moments, the benefits are unimaginable. Around 11 o'clock in the evening, Xia Feishue took the initiative to have a video chat with Zhongding. Zhongding, I heard that you participated in a basketball game after school this afternoon? Xia Feishue asked expectantly. Zhongding, I guess so. I was originally running on the playground, but the PE teacher temporarily drafted me in, so I only played half the game. Can you really dunk in basketball? Xia Feishue asked. Zhongding, not bad, I'll take you to the basketball court someday. Okay. He. Xia Feishue responded happily, her beautiful eyes curved like crescent moons. The next day, Saturday evening, the midterm exam summary and commendation meeting for the first and second grade high school students was held as scheduled. On the school playground, more than 2,000 students from the first and second grades of high school were divided into classes and sat neatly on small benches. The stage in front of the playground was decorated grandly and festively, and there was even a huge LCD screen behind the stage so that all students could see everything on the stage clearly. The principal, who is usually very busy, delivered a speech in person and the executive vice president presided over the meeting. After half an hour of speeches by school leaders, the award ceremony began. First came the first year of high school. When the vice principal called out their names, Zhongding, Zhang Yi and others left their seats, went on stage, and attracted the attention of all teachers and students. Zhongding won the first place. In addition to the certificate and honor, he also received a bonus of 30,000 yuan, which is very real. After the award ceremony for the first and second year high school students was completed, the next step was to share personal learning experiences. Now, let's invite Zhongding from Class 1-5 to come up and share his learning experience. The vice principal shouted excitedly. Zhongding stood out in this midterm exam. Not only did he get first place in the grade, but he also got full marks in all subjects. This is very rare. This is an unprecedented record since the founding of Qingyang Middle School. Let's welcome them with applause. Suddenly, the playground was filled with thunderous applause, and even the second-year high school students burst into exclamations. Amidst countless applause, Zhongding calmly walked onto the stage and stood behind the podium. Zhongding's figure appeared on the huge LCD screen at the back. He was handsome, tall, and had an extraordinary bearing. In addition, he had the halo of being the top student. It was also rumored that he was an excellent basketball player. The boys under the stage were impressed and the girls couldn't help but admire him. Xia Feishue sat below, looking up at the bell and tripod, her pretty face filled with pride and excitement. This is her boyfriend. As for Wang Ruohua, who was sitting next to her, she also looked up at Zhongding with a complicated look and a little sour in her heart. The boy whom she once looked down upon turned out to be so outstanding and became the focus of the whole school. Last night, she was surprised when she heard her classmates talking about how good Zhongding was at playing basketball. She couldn't help but think that Zhongding's piano playing was at the master level and his singing was also very good, which most people didn't know. Facing all the students in the first and second grades, Zhongding said, I am very honored to have the opportunity to share my learning experience with you here. As the sound of the bells and tripod spread, many girls couldn't help but whisper to each other, wow, what a nice sound. Just listening to this sound makes me want to fall in love. In order not to mislead students, the learning experiences introduced by Zhongding are all commonplace, such as being diligent and serious, taking good notes, being good at thinking, asking questions humbly, etc. His real learning experience cannot be learned by others. After this night, Zhongding was voted the school idol by all the girls in the school and became the most popular figure in Qingyang Middle School. Chapter 48. At 10:30 in the evening, Zhongding sat in front of the computer and typed the manuscript he had written at school today. After nearly a week of app recommendations, the results of the Romance of Aristocrats are out. The number of readers is as high as 80,000, the rate of favorable comments is over 99%, there are more than 700 book reviews, and the number of people who have rewarded the book is as high as over 1,000, of which more than 150 have given money, which means there are more than 150 fan readers. The data is very good. The editor Gong Zichuan even sent a message to Zhongding to encourage him, saying that as long as the Romance of the Aristocrats keeps up, it will definitely become a big hit. However, Zhongding was still a little worried because he only wanted more than 150 fans and readers, which was still far from 10,000 fans and readers. In less than half an hour, Zhongding typed all the manuscripts he wrote at school today into the computer. Then, he continued to write the novel on the computer for half an hour and wrote 15,000 words. I wrote a total of 50,000 words today, published and updated 30,000 words, and have 20,000 words left in reserve. After finishing writing the novel, Jong Ding went to brush his teeth, wash his face and prepare for bed. When he was halfway through brushing his teeth, the WeChat video invitation ringtone on his phone rang. Guessing it was CFA Shui, he hurriedly stopped brushing his teeth and went to answer the video. Sure enough, it was really CFA Shui. Jong Ding, you looked so handsome when you spoke on the stage tonight. CFA Shui said with a smile. Jong Ding couldn't help but laugh and said, it's a must, otherwise how can I be worthy of you? CFA Shui blushed slightly. I really hope tomorrow will come soon. Tomorrow is Sunday, and Jong Ding will go to her house to teach her piano. Jong Ding imitated Zhang Fei's tone and shouted, same to me. But CFA Shui couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh, then said, I'm going to sleep, good night. Good night. After finishing the chat, Jong Ding went back to wash his face. A few minutes later, he finished getting ready for bed, climbed into bed, and habitually picked up his phone to check some messages. On Douyin, the video data of later is very good, and his total fan value has increased to more than 18 million. What matters to him most is that he has earned more than 10,000 yuan since he started posting advertising links on Wednesday night. At this rate of making money, it would not be a problem for him to earn more than 100,000 yuan a month. He lamented that when a person has talent, making money is just a byproduct. The next day, Sunday, at 12 o'clock noon, the school finally had a half-day holiday. At around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Jong Ding took a taxi to the gate of CFA Shui's community. Being familiar with the route, Jong Ding did not let CFA Shui come out to pick him up, and entered the community by himself. When Jong Ding entered CFA Shui's home, CFA Shui's mother welcomed him with a smile and invited him to drink tea and eat fruit. After a round of greetings, Jong Ding and CFA Shui entered the piano room, closed the door and talked about the piano. As soon as the door closed, Jong Ding couldn't wait to reach out and hug CFA Shui. CFA Shui did not resist, but she did not allow Jong Ding to be dishonest with his hands. After hugging for a while, Jong Ding reluctantly let go of CFA Shui's beautiful body. Jong Ding, please play and sing Dear Child for me again. CFA Shui requested. I was so moved when I heard it last time. However, Jong Ding shook his head and refused. I don't like this song. I sang it at Wang Ruowa's birthday party last time because it happened to be the song Wang Ruowa prepared. CFA Shui said regretfully, okay. Sorry. Jong Ding said. CFA Shui shook her head with a slight smile. Jong Ding thought for a moment and said, I understand why you like Dear Child. But I think we should be more optimistic. I like your innocence and happiness. CFA Shui nodded her head. By the way, last time you told me that Douyin can make money through traffic. Jong Ding said happily, I tinkered with it recently and made more than 10,000 in 2 or 3 days. It is not a problem to make more than 100,000 a month. CFA Shui couldn't help but exclaim wow, her beautiful eyes sparkling, and a hint of admiration on her pretty face. Jong Ding, you are amazing. You are only in the first year of high school, and you can earn so much money and become financially independent. Jong Ding smiled and said, when I get the money, I will buy you a gift. What gift do you want? I like anything you give me. CFA Shui said happily, then opened her pink arms and took the initiative to hug Jong Ding. The two hugged each other, happy as honey. Time flies. More than a week later, after Jong Ding released 2 more cover songs on Douyin, his total number of fans finally exceeded 20 million. Ding, congratulations on having more than 20 million Douyin fans and becoming a big internet celebrity. The big internet celebrity title allows you to earn 1 male god point every day, with no time limit, unless your total number of fans drops below 20 million. Hearing the voice of the system, Jong Ding was delighted. 20 million fans was indeed a threshold. If exceeded, there would be extra rewards. Next goal, 30 million fans. He said to himself. After another 2 or 3 days, the system's voice suddenly rang in Jong Ding's mind. Ding, congratulations on becoming the school hunk in the hearts of many girls at Qingyang Middle School. During your time at school, you will receive 1 male god point every day until the school hunk in the hearts of many girls is replaced by someone else. Jong Ding was a little confused. He actually became the school idol. The problem is that I am definitely not the most handsome guy in the school. Although, he has been receiving love letters recently, both from girls in his class and from girls in other classes. 2 weeks later, the monthly exam arrived as scheduled. Zhong Ding easily got the first place in the grade and got full marks in all the exams. Miss Chu, you looked back and smiled 13 times. As the physics test papers were handed out, Zhong Ding lightly kicked the leg of Chu Mingshuang's chair in front of him and called out jokingly. Chu Mingshuang didn't bother to pay attention to this kind of person who was so smug that his tail was sticking up in the sky. She regretted her lack of consideration. She didn't expect that Zhong Ding, this pervert, would get full marks in every subject. With the first place in the monthly exam again, those potential doubts about Zhong Ding completely disappeared. Super Academic Master has become Zhong Ding's label. Time flies, and it is late June in a blink of an eye. On this weekend, Zhong Ding went to Xiafei house as usual to teach Xiafei piano. At around 4:30 in the afternoon, he came out of Xiafei residential area. As soon as he walked out of the community gate, 4 tall and strong men in black clothes blocked his way. Zhong Ding, Master Chen wants to see you. One of the sturdy men said in a deep voice. He had a face full of flesh, a short haircut, a burly figure, and a fierce look. He gave people a distinct sense of oppression, and ordinary adults would feel weak in the knees when standing in front of him. The other 3 men were in much the same situation, with a distinct sense of oppression. Master Chen? Zhong Ding asked, looking calm and without any fear. The sturdy man said in a deep voice, you will know when you get there. Come with us. The other 3 sturdy men moved 1 or half a step closer, and it was obvious that Zhong Ding refused to leave, so they decided to use force. Zhong Ding's mind raced, and he guessed that it might be Xiafei biological father. Xiafei once told him that her father's surname was Chen. Please lead the way, he said calmly. So, Zhong Ding followed the 4 sturdy men to a few meters to the side and got into a Hummer off-road vehicle. 10 minutes later, the Hummer SUV drove out of the second ring road and up a mountain. The name of the mountain is Wangyang Mountain. It is a tourist attraction in Xinjiang City. There is a winding mountain road leading directly to the top of the mountain. The Hummer SUV drove all the way to the top of the mountain before stopping. After getting off the car, 4 sturdy men carried the bells and tripods towards the Guanyang Pavilion, a pavilion with the best view. Today is the weekend and there is no rain. Normally, many citizens would go to Guanyang Pavilion to enjoy the scenery and take photos, but at this moment Guanyang Pavilion is very deserted. Because 4 burly men in dark clothes blocked all tourists who intended to approach Guanyang Pavilion. Ordinary tourists would stay away from it or even go down the mountain when they saw it. Inside the Guanyang Pavilion, there was a tall and slender middle-aged man standing with his hands behind his back facing the wind, overlooking the entire Xinjiang city. Chapter 49. Zhong Ding walked over calmly and called out, Uncle Chen? The middle-aged man slowly turned around, looked at Zhong Ding, nodded slightly and said, it seems that you have guessed my identity. As he spoke, he showed a hint of satisfaction. He deliberately sent 4 scary-looking bodyguards to invite Zhong Ding to test his courage. It is obvious that Zhong Ding is extremely courageous for a high school student. Zhong Ding also looked at the other person. He saw that although he was middle-aged, he was still very handsome, with a pair of phoenix eyes and extraordinary temperament. He had both elegance and dignity as well as the majesty of a superior. Yes. Zhong Ding affirmed. Xiafei has some similarities with the middle-aged man, so the middle-aged man can only be Xiafei's father. Accompany me to see the scenery. Chen Xiannan said indifferently. Regardless of whether Zhong Ding agreed or not, he turned around and continued to face outside the pavilion, continuing to look out and overlook the entire Xinjiang city. Zhong Ding walked a few steps closer and stopped half a step behind Chen Xuannan's left side, looking far ahead at the urban area of Xinjiang city. You usually live in Xinjiang city, and you only go back and forth between Baishikio Street and Xinjiang Street. Chen Xiannan said calmly, you think your home is far away from school, but in fact, compared to the entire urban area of Xinjiang city, it is only an area the size of a fingernail. Zhong Ding said, Uncle Chen, you want to say that Xinjiang city is very small, right? Chen Xuannan's mouth twitched slightly. He really wanted to say that, but you can't say it in advance. However, he immediately changed his prepared words and said, that's right. Xinjiang city is very big for ordinary people, but when you stand on a high place, it is very small. He stretched out his right hand in front of him, with his palm open and slightly raised to block his gaze. I can cover it with just one palm. Uncle Chen, you are blinded by a single leaf and fail to see the mountain. Zhong Ding couldn't help but laugh. This idiom was taught to me in junior high school. Chen Xuannan's mouth twitched again. How can you talk like that? Do you understand the context? Am I talking to you just to ask you to teach me idioms? He took a deep breath, suppressed his emotions, and continued in a calm voice, I know your origins. You are the illegitimate son of Zhong Qinghuan from the Jiangcheng Zhong family. But the Zhong family never acknowledged your existence and even drove you to Qingyang City. 2 or 3 months ago, you were mediocre until one day, when you had an argument with your classmate Zhang Ruochen and made a bet on your test scores. That's when you started to stand out. Since then, you have always gotten full marks in every test. I ranked first in the whole grade in the midterm exam, and in the monthly exam not long ago, I ranked first in the whole grade again, and I got full marks in all subjects. You play the piano very well, you sing very well, and you have more than 20 million fans on Douyin. You're just in your first year of high school, and you're already making over 200,000 yuan a month. Zhong Ding smiled and said, It turns out that Uncle Chen also knows that I am very good. Haha, excellent? Chen Xiannan turned around and looked at Zhong Ding sarcastically, the end of your life's struggle is just the starting point for others. You are so proud of yourself for having only this little ability. How can my daughter Chen Xiannan marry you? Zhong Ding scratched his head in confusion and said weakly, Fei Xue and I are still young, isn't it too early to talk about marriage now? Do you just want to play around? Chen Xiannan opened his eyes wide and a terrifying aura emerged. Zhong Ding was not frightened. He said calmly, Of course I am sincere to Fei Xue. Then, he said, Moreover, I don't think that the end of my struggle is the starting point of others. As the saying goes, things change over time. Don't despise the young and poor. I am still young and I am very good. My future has unlimited possibilities. As he said this, he held his head high and was full of confidence. Chen Xiannan chuckled, Everyone thinks they are the protagonist before the age of 30, but the reality is cruel. Back then, I was 10 times better than you, but what happened? Without a family background, my 100% ability is only half as good as others. You are lucky that my daughter likes you. He continued, and I can use a lot of resources to train you, so that your starting point will be the end point of most people's lifelong struggle. As he spoke, he took out an agreement and placed it in front of Zhong Ding, sign it, and your destiny will be different from now on. Zhong Ding took the agreement, and the first page he saw was, marriage contract. He didn't open it to read. He just raised his eyes and said to Chen Xiannan, Uncle Chen, although you are Fei Xue's biological father, and although you may be in a high position and have great power, you cannot make me respect you. He spoke each word with emphasis, because you abandoned your wife and daughter. His biological father is unknown, perhaps he is the same kind as Chen Xiannan, so he despises Chen Xiannan. Chen Xuannan's face twitched involuntarily. You have no right to interfere with my relationship with Fei Xue. What you consider to be rich and glorious may not necessarily be what Fei Xue wants. Zhong Ding turned around, threw the marriage contract on the stone table in the middle of the pavilion, and walked away. Let's just pretend that today's meeting never happened. Chen Xuannan's face turned black, and he turned around and shouted, Stop! 8 strong and tall bodyguards immediately stepped forward and blocked Zhong Ding's way. Zhong Ding paused but did not turn around. Chen Xiannan said, Zhong Ding, you think you are excellent, but you are just sitting in a well and looking at the world from Qingyang Middle School. The world is big, there are so many people who are better than you. Moreover, no matter how good you are, you can't compare to the accumulation of several or even more than 10 generations. Fei Xue will be a beauty in 2 years, and she will be coveted by countless people. What can you do to protect her? Do you think it's just a simple food, clothing, and shelter? I can't leave Fei Xue to someone who is incapable of protecting her. If you want to continue dating Fei Xue, you must arrange the marriage. Otherwise, a short pain is worse than a long one. You must leave Fei Xue. He has always felt guilty towards Xie Fei Xue and her daughter, so he is very concerned about protecting Xie Fei Xue's happiness. I said, you have no right to interfere in my relationship with Fei Xue. Zhong Ding said firmly without turning back. Then he continued to walk forward. Chen Xiannan was furious, catch him. 8 strong bodyguards immediately rushed towards Zhong Ding. Zhong Ding's eyes focused, and light seemed to shine out of them. The movements of the 8 bodyguards rushing towards him immediately became as slow as a snail in his eyes. He adopted the Tai Chi stance, and his moves were as fast as lightning. He struck last but was the first to arrive, and was able to move a heavy object with just a little force. In the blink of an eye, the 8 sturdy bodyguards were all sent flying, fell to the ground, and were unable to get up for a while. Seeing this, Chen Xiannan couldn't help but look shocked. The 8 bodyguards he brought with him were no show-offs. They had an annual salary of 1 million and were all battle-hardened. They could normally fight 5 at once without any pressure and were very strong. But in front of the bell and tripod, it is vulnerable. If I didn't know, I would have thought it was a movie. Zhong Ding turned around and said to Chen Xiannan, Uncle Chen, I am much better than you think. I have the ability to protect Fei Xue. After saying that, regardless of Chen Xuannan's reaction, he turned around and strode away. Chapter 50. During the first evening self-study class, the head teacher walked up to the podium and announced that this week was the final exam review week and the final exams would begin next week. As the head teacher's voice fell, the classroom inevitably began to be filled with whispers and discussions, and the atmosphere in the classroom suddenly became solemn and tense. Ding, mission released, host, please get first place in the grade in the final exam. Mission rewards, a level 2 1-star temperament card, 30 male god points and a random draw. Mission failed, electroshock for 5 days, 3 minutes a day. As the system's voice sounded in his mind, Zhong Ding smiled with the corners of his mouth raised. Others are afraid of exams, but for him, exams become a way to earn points. It's a pity that this is not a task rewarded with the appearance card. Zhong Ding said inwardly with some regret. After his appearance reached 90 points, it didn't improve for a while. Although the appearance card can be exchanged in the system mall, it is too expensive. A level 3, 1-star appearance card requires 500 points, which he cannot afford. After a while of whispering and discussing, the classroom soon became quiet and everyone devoted themselves to serious and intense review. Only Zhong Ding lowered his head and continued to read the Ziji Tongjin in his hand. He has already mastered the main subjects, and he had memorized all the history, geography, biology and politics using the photographic memory experience cards when he was reviewing for the midterm exam. So, he doesn't need to review at all. Nowadays, he doesn't just write novels at school. Because he already has more than 1 million words of manuscripts in reserve. The Romance of Aristocrats has achieved very good results, with a stable update of more than 30,000 words every day, ranking first in the entire network in terms of update speed. Coupled with its good quality, it is hard not to be popular. At present, there are basically more than 200,000 students enrolled every day. The fan readers that Zhong Ding cares about the most have now accumulated to more than 6,700 people, and it is estimated that in more than a month, the number of fan readers will reach 10,000. Among these more than 6,700 fan readers, some gave relatively large rewards, with the highest reward being more than 3,000 yuan. As for the royalties, they have already exceeded the minimum of 15 yuan per thousand words, and the monthly royalties are more than 30,000 yuan. Nowadays, he is so bored that he writes novels and some literary books at school. For example, he has memorized 300 Tang poems and 300 Song poems. Now, he has started reading the 25 histories of China and has currently read Ziji Tongjian. Reading history can make you wise, understand the rise and fall, and understand strategies. Zhong Ding read the 25 histories relatively slowly, thinking while reading. It is not as simple as simply memorizing. Although he has not yet achieved a photographic memory, he can remember everything he has seen, with only a few subtle details that may be vague. Zhong Ding, aren't you going to review? Zhang Jiahao couldn't help but remind him when he saw Zhong Ding still reading Ziji Tongjian. Zhong Ding turned his head slightly and smiled, I know it all, no need to review. Zhang Jiahao. After a while, Zhang Jiahao wrote a line on the white paper, humility makes people progress, pride makes people fall behind. Then, move this sentence to the bell and tripod desktop. Zhong Ding read it, picked up a pen and wrote, genius is lonely. He then moved the white paper back to Zhang Jiahao's desk. Zhang Jiahao looked at it and couldn't help but complain, what a pretentious guy. Zhong Ding smiled and continued reading Ziji Tongjian. However, he couldn't bear it any longer and his mind started to wander. He was not worried about the exams. He was thinking about how he should spend the upcoming long summer vacation. Should he travel around the country with Xie Feishui? Now he has earned more than 500,000 yuan through Douyin and writing novels, so it is no problem for him to spend his summer traveling around the country. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in my mind. Ding, mission released, the host is strictly prohibited from wasting his time. The host is required to obtain a national or higher honor during the summer vacation. The honor's popularity must not be less than 20 million people. Mission rewards, 1 level 3 1-star appearance card, 1 level 2 3-star temperament card, 100 male god points and a random draw. Mission failed, electric shock for 15 days, 10 minutes a day. After hearing the content of the task, Zhong Ding's face instantly turned dark. This mission is too difficult. The key is that the penalty for failure is too severe. You can only complete it, not fail. However, the rewards are also very generous. For example, there is the level 3, 1-star appearance card that he desires, which is a good thing that can only be exchanged for 500 points. It's a national honor, and many people must know about it. Zhong Ding calmed down and began to think. It seems that the only way is to participate in some competition. For example, a singing talent show or something like that. But there are only 2 months left. It's too late to participate in a singing talent show. Based on his own abilities, he thought about it and it seemed that there was only one choice left. Participate in the King of Glory World Championship Cup. The King of Glory World Championship happens to be held in July and August, and it is also very well known, with an estimated 100 million people watching. How can a high school student like him participate in the King of Glory World Championship? After the evening self-study, Zhong Ding returned home and turned on his computer to check the participating teams for this year's King of Glory World Championship. If he wants to participate in the King of Glory World Championship, he can only join one of the teams. In the end, Zhong Ding chose the Jiangcheng RTY team. Jiangcheng RTY team is a team in Jiangcheng. It is relatively weak and was a team that was barely selected through the World Championship qualifiers. Domestic teams participating in the King of Glory World Championship are generally from the KPL King of Glory Professional League in spring and autumn. Zhong Ding felt that with his strength, the Jiangcheng RTY team should welcome him. Because he can bring hope of winning the championship to Jiangcheng RTY team. After deciding to join the Jiangcheng RTY team, Zhong Ding picked up his phone, opened King of Glory, and prepared to play ranked games to gain points. His current rank is 94 stars in the strongest King rank, which is already very strong for most players, but it is still a little short of joining a first-class esports team. He seldom ranked higher by himself, but only rose slowly when Zhang Yi or Zhang Jiahao asked him to lead the team. He glanced at his friend list and found that Zhang Yi's cousin Wang Yubing was online, so he sent her a message, "Sister Bing, do you want to take me with you?" Wang Yubing responded immediately, "Okay." So, Zhong Ding and Wang Yubing formed a team and started matching in the rankings. "Zhong Ding, how come you suddenly have time to play ranked games tonight?" Wang Yubing asked via voice. According to her understanding, although Zhong Ding is very good at playing Honor of Kings, he seldom plays it actively, at least that is the case with this account. Zhong Ding also joked in the voice, "Lonely, empty and cold. Hey, little brat, instead of studying hard, you're actually thinking about love." Wang Yubing couldn't help but teased with a smile. Zhong Ding laughed and countered, "Age is not a barrier to ambition, and you should start dating early. Sister Bing, let's have a passionate sister-brother relationship." Wang Yubing laughed and scolded, "My teeth are not that good, you little brat." At this time, the match was successful, the two stopped chatting and started banning and selecting heroes. The game lasted until 11:30, with consecutive wins. Finally, the strongest king reached 100 stars, and Zhong Ding stopped. Before logging off, Wang Yubing couldn't help but sigh, "You are really good at playing King of Glory." Zhong Ding smiled and said, "That's right. I want to win the King of Glory World Championship." Wang Yubing laughed a little, "When I say you are fat, you just gasp. Stop bragging." Zhong Ding laughed and then went offline. Chapter 51. The next morning, after the first class, Xia Shui came to see me. Zhong Ding's classmates were used to it and were no longer surprised, but they still couldn't help but cast envious glances. After finding a suitable place to chat, Xia Shui said in a somewhat depressed mood, "Actually, I wanted to video chat with you last night, but let's talk in person." "What's the matter?" Although Zhong Ding asked this, he probably guessed the reason in his heart. "Zhong Ding, I'm sorry." Xia Shui said with guilt, "My dad hurt you." Zhong Ding shook his head slightly, "Did your father tell you?" "No, he told my mother, but my mother told me everything." Xia Shui said, "You did the right thing. Don't compromise because of me. If one day you agree to marry into my family, I will no longer like you." She continued, her tone firm, "I don't like spineless men." Her father, Chen Xiannan, abandoned her mother and her and married into a wealthy family. Even though her father had never forgotten her and her daughter and wanted to compensate them double, even though her father now held great power and became a powerful figure. Zhong Ding nodded and said, "I know, I understand your heart." Xia Shui took a step closer to Zhong Ding, snuggled into his arms, and then sobbed softly into his strong chest. Zhong Ding really understood Xia Shui's sad mood. He hugged Xia Shui and comforted her softly. With his comfort, Xia Shui gradually stopped crying and started laughing. Time flies, and it's Friday in a blink of an eye. After school on Friday afternoon, the school is closed for 2 days on the weekend. After 2 days of the weekend, it will be time for the final exam. Zhongding goes to the school playground to run as usual, and now his height has grown to 1.85 meters. After reaching 1.85 meters, the system still issues running exercise tasks, but the rewards for the tasks are further reduced. There is no reward for height growth, only 0.2 male god points. Of course, there is no penalty for mission failure. He now runs in the afternoon after school, and it has become more of a habit and a conscious exercise for his body. During the second lap, a tall and muscular figure stood towards me. It was Chu Mingshuang, who was wearing a summer sportswear. She waved at him and called out, "Zhongding." Zhongding ran to Chu Mingshuang and stopped, jokingly saying, "Beautiful Chu, are you going to fulfill your promise to smile back 21 times?" Ever since he and Xia Feishue became lovers, Chu Mingshuang returned to her usual coldness towards him, and he no longer flirted with Xia Feishue easily. Chu Mingshuang's too thin and sharp sword-like eyebrows could not help but slightly raise, and the next moment they returned to normal, and she said calmly, "Come with me." Then she turned and walked toward the basketball court. Zhongding followed him puzzledly. After a while, the two walked to the edge of the basketball court. Although it was Friday, the school basketball court was even more lively, with people playing basketball on all the courts. Chu Mingshuang walked straight into the court and smiled at a boy holding a basketball. "Classmate, can you lend me your basketball?" "Of course." Faced with Chu Mingshuang's charming smile, the boy's face suddenly turned red and he responded with a speechless face. As for the fact that they were playing a half-court game, he didn't care. Chu Mingshuang took the ball, turned around and called to Zhongding, "Zhongding, watch out." She just dribbled the ball and then took 3 steps to make a layup. Bang! With a loud bang, everyone, including Zhongding, was stunned. The basket vibrated up and down, reminding everyone that they were not seeing things. This beautiful girl actually dunked the ball into the goal. And she is not very tall, only about 1.7 meters. After Chu Mingshuang dunked, he ignored everyone's shocked looks, left the court and returned to the runway. Zhongding came to his senses and followed Chu Mingshuang. He couldn't help but recall the time when he boasted to Chu Mingshuang that he could dunk. Chu Mingshuang was very nonchalant and said that dunking was nothing special. He even laughed at that time. "I didn't expect that I would be slapped in the face," Zhongding said self-deprecatingly. Chu Mingshuang stopped, turned around and faced Zhongding, snorted, "That's right, I just want to slap you in the face." Zhongding could only spread his hands to express his helplessness. "After the final exams, I will leave Qingyang City," Chu Mingshuang said calmly. "I don't think we will see each other again in the future." Zhongding was stunned and said regretfully, "Oh. As a classmate, can I ask where you transferred to?" "Yanjing," Chu Mingshuang said. "Yanjing is the national capital." Then, she turned and left the playground, waving her jade hand, "Let's go." "Goodbye." Zhongding waved in response. He felt that they would meet again because the university he was going to apply to was either Tsinghua University or Yanqing University, both of which were in Yanqing. He suddenly thought that if they met again in Yanjing, he would ask Chu Mingshuang to smile back at him dozens of times, and Chu Mingshuang's expression would definitely be very interesting. After watching Chu Mingshuang leave, Zhongding continued his running exercise. At about 6 o'clock in the evening, Zhongding returned home after running. Nanny He Xiuzhen came over and said while getting slippers for Zhongding, "Xiaoding, Miss Zhong asked you to call her." "Got it, thank you Aunt He," Zhongding replied. After changing his shoes, Zhongding went into the bathroom to wash his face, then called his mother. The call was quickly connected, and his mother Zhong Qingwan's voice came from the phone. "Xiaoding, the school is closed for 2 days this weekend, right?" "Mom, yes." Zhongding said, "But the final exam is next week, so I have to review seriously." He didn't want his mother to come over because he was going to secretly go to Jiangqing on the weekend to ask the Jiangqing RTY team to accept him. Zhong Qingwan said, "You are sensible, I feel relieved. However, I am free this weekend, I will come to Qingyang City to see you tomorrow." "Mom, no need." Zhongding advised, "You rarely have time, so just take a good rest. I also need to review seriously. After the exam is over, come to Qingyang to see me. If you come to see me tomorrow, I will definitely not be able to concentrate on reviewing, and I will only want to play with you." Zhong Qingwan pondered for a while, then said, "I'd better go to Qingyang tomorrow and have a meal with you. It won't affect your review. After this weekend, I don't know when I will be free. I haven't seen you for several months." Seeing that he could not persuade her, Zhong Ding had to retreat and ask, "About what time will you arrive tomorrow?" "Probably in the afternoon." "Zhong Ding, Mom, can you get to Qingyang earlier? If you arrive in the morning, it will be just in time for lunch, and you won't have to rush back to Jiangcheng." "No, I have something else to deal with in the morning." "Oh." After ending the call, Zhong Ding sighed depressedly. The timing was so unfortunate. He thought for a while and decided that since she had stood him up so many times, it was his turn to stand her up. This weekend, he must join the Jiangcheng RTY team, otherwise he will be too late to participate in the King of Glory World Championship. After taking a shower, eating and taking a short rest, Zhong Ding went into the study and started singing and recording a short video. This week, because I had to play King of Glory to gain points, the weekly release of the Douyin video was postponed to Friday. After Douyin's total number of fans exceeded 20 million, the growth rate of fans began to decline, and it has not yet reached 30 million fans. Although the Douyin platform has a huge number of users, it is also limited, and not everyone likes to listen to music. Therefore, the current slowdown in the growth of fans is not his problem. After recording the video and uploading it to Douyin, Zhong Ding immediately started playing Honor of Kings. Now, his account has reached the strongest king with 166 stars. It doesn't take him much time to play a game, but the waiting time for matching is long. He is already the highest ranked person in his division. Experts are lonely, opponents are difficult to match, and the system is helpless. Chapter 52. After playing until after 1 in the morning, Zhong Ding finally upgraded his account to the strongest king with 180 stars. We won consecutively, and each game only took about 10 minutes. The main reason was that we spent too much time waiting for matching. 180 stars should be somewhat convincing, Zhong Ding thought. The next morning, after having breakfast, Zhong Ding packed his luggage, took a taxi and took the train to Jiangcheng. Qingyang City is geographically remote in Jiangnan Province. It takes 3 hours to travel from Qingyang City to the provincial capital Jiangcheng, even by high-speed train. On the train, Zhong Ding wrote a text message to his mother, asking her not to come to Qingyang City today. "After all, she is my mother. Even if I stood her up, it doesn't mean that her hard work will be in vain." Not long after the text message was sent, his phone rang. It was his mother, Zhong Qingwan. But he didn't want to answer the call, so he pressed the mute button. Zhong Qingwan called 3 times in a row, but Zhong Ding didn't answer. The 4th call was from Zhang Ruyue. Zhong Ding smiled bitterly and answered the call. "Xiao Ding, where are you?" Zhang Ruyue asked anxiously on the phone. "Don't be upset. Tell Aunt Jiang if you have anything to say." Zhong Ding smiled and said, "Aunt Jiang, don't worry. My mother misunderstood. I just wanted to go out and relax." "Really?" Zhang Ruyue didn't believe it. "I support you if you want to go out and relax. I'll let Hua Hua accompany you." Zhong Ding, "Thank you Aunt Jiang, but no thanks." Zhang Ruyue interrupted, "I'm worried about you going out alone. Tell me first, where are you?" Zhong Ding hesitated for a moment, then said truthfully, "I'm on the train. I want to go to Jiangcheng to relax." "It's okay, I'll be back the day after tomorrow. If I'm fast, maybe I can be back tonight." "So you are going to Jiangcheng?" "I will let Hua Hua go to Jiangcheng to accompany you to relax," Zhang Ruyue said immediately. Zhong Ding was startled and quickly refused. "Aunt Jiang, please don't let Sister Hua Hua come to Jiangcheng to find me." "Aren't you going to Jiangcheng?" Zhang Ruyue asked. "I'm really going to Jiangcheng," Zhong Ding advised. "Don't worry, I also grew up in Jiangcheng. I'm familiar with Jiangcheng, there won't be any danger. Besides, my mother is in Jiangcheng." Zhang Ruyue said forcefully, "It's settled. I'll let Hua Hua go to Jiangcheng to find you. You wait for Hua Hua at the train station." After saying that, she hung up the phone. After the call was hung up, Zhong Ding smiled bitterly, feeling helpless and moved. Aunt Jiang really cared about him. In order to stabilize him, she asked Wang Ruohua to go to Jiangcheng to find him. But after Zhang Ruyue hung up the phone, she immediately called Zhong Qingwan and told her where Zhong Ding was. Then she said, "Qingwan, don't blame Xiao Ding. He is in the rebellious period of youth at this age. We need to guide him patiently." "Wow, I know. I don't blame him. I was too busy with work and neglected him." Zhong Qingwan burst into tears on the phone. Zhang Ruyue comforted him, "Don't be sad, Xiao Ding is very sensible. I'll let Hua Hua go to Jiangcheng. With Hua Hua watching over him, he won't do anything." Will he meet Hua Hua? Zhong Qinghuan asked worriedly. Jiang Ruyue said affirmatively, he will meet her. Xiao Ding is very sensible. When Hua Hua arrives in Jiangchang, he will worry about Hua Hua's safety, so he will definitely meet Hua Hua. After ending the call, Jiang Ruyue hurried to find her daughter Wang Ruohua. Hua Hua, pack up quickly, we are going to Jiangchang. Why? Wang Ruohua asked puzzledly. The final exam is next week. Jiang Ruyue explained. Xiao Ding ran away from home and went to Jiangcheng. I want you to go to Jiangcheng to watch him to prevent him from doing anything stupid. What? Zhong Ding ran away from home? That's impossible. Wang Ruohua was shocked and didn't believe it at all. Based on her understanding of Zhong Ding, this kind of person is heartless and usually smiles, so how could he run away from home? Jiang Ruyue, why would I lie to you? Go and clean it up. Oh. Wang Ruohua responded repeatedly, I understand. Then she quickly stood up and went back to her room to clean up. 10 minutes later, Jiang Ruyue and her daughter drove away from home to the train station, where they just caught the next train. After getting on the train, Jiang Ruyue asked Wang Ruohua to call Zhong Ding. Wang Ruohua had no choice but to call Zhong Ding. Zhong Ding, I'm already on the train, you have to wait for me at the train station. I'm not familiar with Jiangcheng. Got it. I'll wait for you at the exit of the train station. Zhong Ding responded weakly. At around 11 o'clock in the morning, Zhong Ding waited for Wang Ruohua, who came out of the exit of Jiangcheng railway station alone. How shameless of you to run away from home. As soon as they met, Wang Ruohua ridiculed him bluntly. Zhong Ding took a look inside and asked, are you alone? What else? Wang Ruohua snorted, my mother never treated me as a daughter. Zhong Ding smiled and said, this is a biological child. Wang Ruohua glared at Zhong Ding angrily. Zhong Ding reached out and took Wang Ruohua's luggage. Let's go, first find a hotel to stay in, and then have lunch. So the two of them walked out of the train station and left in a taxi. On the way, Wang Ruohua called Jiang Ruyue. Zhong Ding found a hotel near the Jiangcheng RTY Team Club in advance, so his destination was clear and he went directly to Jindu International Hotel. Jindu International Hotel is a 5-star hotel. Zhong Ding took Wang Ruohua to book 2 adjacent guest rooms. After putting their luggage in the guest room, they went to the hotel's restaurant to have lunch. After ordering the dishes and waiting for them to be served, Wang Ruohua stared at Zhong Ding and asked, tell me, what are you doing in Jiangcheng? I don't believe you ran away from home. There's a saying that the one who knows you best is your enemy. Zhong Ding said with a smile, you are indeed my biggest enemy. Wang Ruohua snorted coldly, yes, I am your enemy. Zhong Ding thought for a moment and said, you can want to know what I'm going to do, but you have to swear not to tell your mother. I swear. Wang Ruohua said simply. Anyway, her mother was only worried that this guy would do something stupid. Now it was obvious that he couldn't be so stupid. After waiting for a while and seeing no further response, Zhong Ding asked, what is the content of your oath? You really dare to make me swear an oath? Wang Ruohua was furious, her beautiful eyes widened, and her nostrils flared. Zhong Ding said calmly, you agreed to it yourself. I take a deep breath, I take a deep breath, I take a deep breath. Wang Ruohua took a few deep breaths and tried to suppress her anger, then swore, I swear, I will never tell my mother what you are going to do in Jiangcheng. If I break my promise, I will be a puppy. Is that okay? She huffed after swearing. Zhong Ding nodded, okay. Hurry up and tell me. Wang Ruohua urged. Zhong Ding, I want to participate in the King of Glory World Championship Cup during the summer vacation, so I came to Jiangcheng to join the Jiangcheng RTY team. Wang Ruohua looked puzzled, and then looked at Zhong Ding with the eyes of caring for a mentally retarded child. Do you think the King of Glory World Championship is a child's play? It is the world's top esports competition. You, a high school student, are not qualified to participate. Zhong Ding smiled faintly and said, whether I am qualified or not is not up to you. Otherwise, let's make a bet. If I participate in the King of Glory World Championship, you will bark like a puppy 3 times. If you can't participate, just bark like a dog 100 times. Wang Ruohua agreed without hesitation. Zhong Ding laughed, it's a deal, whoever cheats is a puppy. Chapter 53. The Jiangcheng RTY team is affiliated to the Jiangcheng RTY Club and has only been established for more than 3 years. Jiangcheng RTY Club is located in Xiaoli Building, a comprehensive office building integrating office buildings, apartments, star-rated hotels, leisure and entertainment and shopping centers. At around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhong Ding and Wang Ruohua arrived at the gate of Jiangcheng RTY Club. There was a security guard at the entrance of the club. When Zhong Ding and Wang Ruohua were about to go in, the security guard came over and asked, "Who are you looking for?" "I have business to discuss with your boss," Zhong Ding said calmly. The security guard couldn't help but be a little surprised and looked at the couple who looked like high school students again. Although the Jiangcheng RTY team is not very strong, it is a KPL team after all and has a certain fan base. Fans often visit them. These fans are usually in their teens or 20s, mostly high school students. The security guard thought Zhong Ding and Wang Ruohua were fans. Or some young people who think they are masters of the King of Glory esports game may come to recommend themselves. Unexpectedly, this couple who looked like high school students were neither male nor female, and they just started talking to the boss about business. Looking at Zhong Ding and Wang Ruohua again, the security guard couldn't help but disbelieve it, because the appearance, temperament and clothing of this young boy and girl were extraordinary. Especially Wang Ruohua, not only is she very beautiful, but she is also dressed luxuriously and has a noble temperament. It is obvious that she comes from an extraordinary family. She is holding a Gucci bag in her hand, and she is definitely not a child from an ordinary family. "Please come in." The security guard quickly stepped aside and invited Zhong Ding and Wang Ruohua to come in. Zhong Ding nodded slightly and led Wang Ruohua into the gate of Jiangcheng RTY Club. When you enter the club, the first thing you see is the reception room, where there is a young girl at the reception desk. Zhong Ding walked over and said the same words. The receptionist asked, "Excuse me, sir, do you have an appointment with our boss? Do you need to make an appointment?" "There's no need," Zhong Ding said forcefully, "you can just call your boss directly. He has limited time and it is impossible for him to follow the other party's procedures completely. Moreover, Jiangcheng RTY Club is not a big company, and the boss cannot be so busy with all kinds of affairs. The so-called appointment is just for show." He carefully checked the information of Jiangcheng RTY Club and found that its owner was not a big shot, but a former esports player. Seeing the extraordinary momentum of Zhong Ding and Wang Ruohua, and Zhong Ding being so strong, the receptionist was a little intimidated. I will call our boss right away, please wait." Zhong Ding nodded, and he and Wang Ruohua turned around and sat down on the sofa in the reception hall. Wang Ruohua moved closer to Zhong Ding and whispered teasingly, "You're really good at pretending. Let's see how you end up when we meet people later." "Ha, I didn't lie, we were really discussing business." Zhong Ding smiled, with indescribable confidence. In addition to possessing absolute strength and honor of kings, he also has a trump card, the god-level temperament experience card. When Wang Ruohua wanted to say that Zhong Ding was bragging, she saw the receptionist coming over, so she had to hold back for the time being. "Sir, miss, our boss would like to see you. Please follow me," the receptionist said respectfully. Zhong Ding nodded slightly and stood up slowly, while Wang Ruohua stood up gracefully and followed the receptionist inside. Passing through a training hall of more than 20 square meters, Zhong Ding and Wang Ruohua entered an office with the title of general manager. The owner of Jiangcheng RTY Club is Luo Dingguan, who is in his 30s, of medium build, overweight, wears glasses and has a greasy face. When he saw the receptionist bringing Zhong Ding and Wang Ruohua in, he left his desk to greet them and said with a smile, "Welcome, both of you." As he spoke, he reached out and shook hands with Zhong Ding. "Hello, Mr. Luo," Zhong Ding said with a smile, his tone equal. After Luo Dingguan shook hands with Zhong Ding, he was ready to shake hands with Wang Ruohua as well, but unfortunately Wang Ruohua arrogantly ignored him. Sitting on the sofa in front of the coffee table in the office, Luo Dingguan poured a cup of tea for Zhong Ding and Wang Ruohua, and asked directly, "What are your names? What business can I take care of?" "My last name is Zhong, and my given name is Ding." Zhong Ding introduced himself, "This is my friend." However, he did not introduce Wang Ruohua's name. He jumped to the second question and said, "The business I want to discuss with you is to cooperate to win the World Championship this year." Luo Dingguan was confused and didn't react for a moment. After a moment, he came back to his senses and said, "I don't quite understand what you mean, or I can't figure out how to cooperate to win the World Championship." "I understand," Zhong Ding said confidently without any embarrassment, "I am the most powerful player in King of Glory. I will cooperate with your team to play in the World Championship." Before Zhong Ding finished speaking, Luo Dingguan understood. He said with a smile, "Little brother, you want to join my team, right?" "No, it's not joining, it's cooperation." Zhong Ding shook his head decisively, "I have absolute strength, and you and I are equals. I don't need you to pay me, but I want to share the prize money of the World Championship with your team. I've learned about your team's situation. Excuse me, your chances of winning the championship this year are very low. But if you add me, the chances are 100%. Luo Dingguang didn't believe it at all and shook his head, saying, confidence is a good thing, but being overconfident is arrogance. Sorry, I'm not interested in working with you. Zhong Ding's expression did not change at all, and he smiled confidently. Geniuses are always misunderstood because ordinary people cannot understand the height of geniuses. Boss Luo, we have come to this point, so why don't you spend more time to understand why I am so confident? Whether your team can win the World Championship this year and become famous from now on depends on your decision. Luo Dingguang pondered for a moment and said, okay, since you are sitting here, I will give you a chance. Zhong Ding took out his phone and opened King of Glory while saying, let me show you my data first. As he spoke, he had already logged into Honor of Kings, opened his personal record, and handed it to Luo Dingguang. Luo Dingguang took the phone and looked at it carefully. The strongest king has 180 stars, and his strength seems to be really strong. Next, he checked the historical battle records. He kept sliding his finger upwards, and all he saw were winning streaks and MVPs. He randomly clicked on a few games to check and saw that Zhong Ding's in-game statistics were very impressive. Almost all of them had a score of 16.0, with kills accounting for more than 60 to 70% and damage output exceeding 50%. He is an insider in the industry and can clearly see that Zhong Ding is flying with the help of his teammates or with fans. He raised his head and looked at Zhong Ding with some surprise. Xiao Zhong, your strength is indeed good. If you want to join my team, I will consider it. Zhong Ding smiled and shook his head. Some data alone cannot show my true strength. Let me play 3 games against your team in a room. I will use a computer player, and I want to win all 3 games against your team. Luo Dingguang's smile faded slightly, and his voice became a little cold. Xiao Zhong, I have given you a chance. Are you kidding? Do you think his team is made of mud? What's more, his team is busy preparing for the World Championship. How can they have time to waste with an inexplicably arrogant person like you? Zhong Ding still smiled. He turned to Wang Ruohua and said, take out the money. Wang Ruohua opened her Gucci bag, took out 3 large stacks of red banknotes and placed them on the coffee table. Boss Luo, this is 300,000 yuan. Zhong Ding said to Luo Dingguang, I know your team is very busy. So, let me make a small bet with you. I will challenge your team to a duel. If I lose, I will give you this 300,000 yuan as hard work fee. If I win, you should also recognize my strength, which will be conducive to our cooperation. Luo Dingguang glanced at the 300,000 on the table and asked excitedly, are you sure? Only 300,000. Zhong Ding said lightly. He now easily earns hundreds of thousands a month and has almost no expenses, so he really doesn't care about the 300,000. Luo Dingguang, okay, let's play 3 games. Anyway, he won't lose whether he wins or loses. Chapter 54. In the training hall, Luo Dingguang raised his hands and clapped them vigorously to attract the attention of all the esports players, and then said, everyone stop for a moment. All the esports players, including the coach, immediately stopped and turned to look at Luo Dingguang. Let me introduce you to everyone. Luo Dingguang introduced Zhong Ding, who was standing next to him. This is Mr. Zhong Ding. We are traveling with him. Hello, everyone. Zhong Ding smiled and greeted everyone confidently and calmly. The esports players looked at Zhong Ding, but their eyes were involuntarily attracted to Wang Ruohua beside Zhong Ding. Wang Ruohua was really beautiful and had an extraordinary and noble temperament. They had never seen such a beautiful girl before. Luo Dingguang said, we want to exchange ideas with Mr. Zhong Ding and play 3 games in a room. Pa pa pa. Coach Wushan led the applause and shouted, welcome, welcome. The esports players reacted and applauded and welcomed them. After the applause, Luo Dingguang asked Zhong Ding to return to the office and separate himself from his team so as to avoid hearing the team's communications during the battle. After Zhong Ding entered the office, Luo Dingguang lowered his voice and said to his team, don't let up, fight with all your strength. Coach Gosen, got it. The starting lineup for the first game. Luo Dingguang gave instructions and turned back to his office to tell Zhong Ding about the esports players participating in the first game. Zhong Ding used nearby players to pull the starting lineup of esports players of Jiangcheng RTY team into the room, arranged them on the enemy side, then added 4 computer players to his own side, and finally clicked to start the game. When Luo Dingguang returned to the training hall, the esports players were furious and very angry, and their self-esteem was greatly insulted. Brother Guang, I won't fight with this kind of communication. Lin Yuan, the captain of Jiangcheng RTY team, shouted directly. The other contestants also shouted out, "This is too bullying, who are you looking down on?" Although they are not the strongest esports players, they are first-rate players after all. There are people who bring 4 computer players to challenge them one-on-one. This is not 1 against 5, but 1 against 9. Luo Dingguang raised his hands to signal everyone to be quiet, and then said, "I completely understand you. However, we are not fighting for nothing. As long as we win, that guy will give us 150,000 yuan for tea and water. We spend half an hour playing with him, and each of us will get 10,000 or 20,000 yuan in pocket money. It's worth it. As the boss, of course he should take half of the money." After hearing this, the contestants reluctantly agreed, thinking that it would be a waste not to take the money that was delivered to their doorstep. So the game continues. Although there was money to be gained, the RTY team still held their breath and decided to use all their strength to severely defeat Zhong Ding. In the office, Zhong Ding still chose to play jungle, and he had to play jungle. Is it possible? Wang Ruohua, who was sitting next to Zhong Ding, couldn't help but ask. She also plays Honor of Kings, and her current rank is Star Glory 1, but she doesn't play it very often. She felt that Zhong Ding was simply suffering from megalomania, as he actually brought a group of computer people to challenge a top professional esports team. Zhong Ding raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "A man must be able to do it." Wang Ruohua glared at Zhong Ding with a hint of annoyance and said unhappily, "I want to talk to you about serious matters. My money didn't come from the wind, I'm sure it's safe." Zhong Ding said. Seeing Zhong Ding so confident, she was still very pessimistic. She couldn't help but complain, "They just agreed to consider accepting you as a member, but you insisted on pretending." "I want to take the initiative." Zhong Ding shook his head and smiled. Joining is a high-sounding term for job hunting and recruitment. There is no essential difference. Once you join the team, you have to obey their orders. Moreover, he is a high school student and it is impossible for him to drop out of school to play in the competition. The Jiangcheng RTY team does not necessarily need a player who cannot participate in normal training. As they were talking, the competition officially began. Wang Ruohua closed his mouth and did not disturb Zhong Ding. There is definitely pressure, after all, this is the first time he has encountered such a strong opponent and led such weak teammates. 15 minutes and 36 seconds, the first game ended. Zhong Ding raised his head and saw that Wang Ruohua's fair face was full of shock and disbelief, and even her tender red mouth couldn't help but open. "How is it?" Zhong Ding asked deliberately. Wang Ruohua came back to his senses. "How come you are so good at playing King of Glory?" Zhong Ding pretended to sigh and said, "This is my first time being a teammate with a computer. I'm a little uncomfortable with it and it took me a while to get used to it." Wang Ruohua directly punched Zhong Ding in the face with her pink fist and said, "Stop pretending." However, Zhong Ding reacted very quickly, and immediately dodged by turning his head to the side, and shouted in grievance, "Hey, why are you hitting me?" In the training hall, everyone on the Jiangcheng RTY team looked extremely unhappy, including Luo Dingguang. They were defeated and beaten badly. Did he use a cheat? Captain Lin Yuan found it hard to accept and felt like his world was collapsing. They are professional esports players who spend a lot of time training every day, but they were beaten by a 1-on-9 ratio. Luo Dingguang said, "Probably not. How about this, I will personally watch the next game in the office. Cheer up, you all, don't lose again." After he finished speaking, he walked towards the office, knocked on the door and entered. "Ha, Brother Zhong is extremely powerful." Luo Dingguang put on a smile, and couldn't help but show a hint of flattery. Zhong Ding smiled and said, "It's a must." Luo Dingguang kept smiling. "Can't you be humble for a moment? Do you want to change people?" Zhong Ding asked. Luo Dingguang shook his head, "No need to change. Let's continue with the second game." Zhong Ding nodded, then clicked to start the game. Luo Dingguang walked behind Zhong Ding calmly and monitored his operation. At 11 minutes and 48 seconds, the second game ended. Zhong Ding still won, and Jiangcheng RTY team was badly beaten. Oh, Luo Dingguang couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He watched the game from Zhong Ding's gaming perspective and felt that his team was as bad as shit. "There's no need to play the third game," he said. He was worried that after one more game, his team would become withdrawn and have serious self-doubt. Zhong Ding smiled and replied, "Okay. Brother Zhong, I'll go out and tell them first, and then we'll discuss the cooperation in detail," Luo Dingguang said very politely. Zhong Ding smiled and said, "Go ahead." Luo Dingguang hurriedly left the office and returned to the training hall. The training hall was filled with dead silence, and everyone's face looked gloomy. Snap! Snap! Luo Dingguang raised his hands, clapped his palms vigorously, and shouted, "What's wrong? Did your parents die? You become so cowardly after losing just 2 games? Ha!" The esports players forced themselves to perk up a little and turned to look at Luo Dingguang. Luo Dingguang said, "I have something great to tell you. Zhang Ding will become your teammate, and we will fight together in the World Championship and win the championship." Ah! Everyone couldn't help but scream in surprise. Finally, Captain Lin Yuan said bitterly, "We are not worthy of being his teammates." Other esports players are also full of bitterness. This is like playing a ranked match, where a gold player is not eligible to team up with a King of Glory player. In the King of Glory ranked match, players who are 2 ranks apart cannot team up directly, and players who are 3 ranks apart cannot team up with a third player in the middle. The difference between the Gold and King of Glory players is more than 3 ranks. Chapter 55. Luo Dingguang quickly returned to the office and said with a smile, "Sorry to have kept Brother Zhong waiting for a long time." Then, he sat down in the main seat in front of the coffee table, took out his treasured De Hong Pao, and made new tea to entertain Zhong Ding and Wang Ruohua. "Brother Zhong is an esports genius. Please forgive me for my failure to recognize you just now." Luo Dingguang had a smile on his face. He was excited inside. If Zhong Ding really cooperated with his team, the chances of winning the World Championship would be at least 90%. Zhong Ding smiled and said, "I can understand." Luo Dingguang asked, "Besides splitting the championship prize money equally, do you have any other conditions?" "Yes." Zhong Ding said bluntly, "After the team is formed, I must be the captain and the core of the team." Luo Dingguang heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that it was not a question of interests, and said with a smile, "Of course." Zhong Ding continued, "I haven't had my summer vacation yet. I have to wait until the beginning of July before I can train with everyone. However, I have some free time online every day, so I can do some training in advance." "No problem." Luo Dingguang agreed immediately. "Zhong Ding, please help me get an esports player identity as soon as possible. This is a must." "Zhong Ding, there's nothing else to say, let's draft a contract." "Ah, Brother Zhong is so straightforward and generous." Luo Dingguang was overjoyed. It was really like good luck falling from the sky while one was sitting at home. Half an hour later, Luo Dingguang politely and personally saw Zhong Ding and Wang Ruohua off from the Xiaoli building. After getting in the taxi and starting the car, Zhong Ding pretended to sigh, "I didn't expect it to be so easy to handle. I didn't even have to use my trump card." Wang Ruohua pretended not to hear, turned away, and even moved towards the car window. Some people are so breathless that they smell bad. Before returning to the hotel, they went to the bank and deposited the 300,000 yuan in cash back into the bank. Carrying 300,000 in cash is not only inconvenient but also prone to danger. After returning to the hotel and walking to the door of the guest room, Zhong Ding smiled at Wang Ruohua and said, "Wang Ruohua, isn't it time for you to cash in your bet and bark like a puppy 3 times? Wang Ruohua's pretty face suddenly darkened, and she argued, "You haven't officially participated in the King of Glory World Championship yet." "Huh, it looks like someone is going to cheat and turn into a puppy." Zhong Ding sneered. Wang Ruohua's pretty face turned from black to red, and she said angrily, "Who is cheating?" "It's true." Zhong Ding pretended to sigh and shook his head, saying, "Forget it, I won't argue with you." Wang Ruohua immediately became furious like a kitten whose tail was stepped on. "Isn't it just barking 3 times like a puppy? Woof! Woof! Woof!" She called out to Zhong Ding 3 times, and while using the rune card to open the door, she deliberately muttered, "Good intentions are not rewarded, some people are just ungrateful." Zhong Ding's face turned dark. When he was about to retort, Wang Ruohua had already entered the room and quickly closed the door, leaving him no chance. Shaking his head dejectedly, he took out the door card, unlocked his guest room and went in. He took out his cell phone and checked the time. It was a little after 4:50 in the afternoon. Zhong Ding opened WeChat and sent a message to Wang Ruohua, "Take a break for an hour, and go out for dinner at 6 o'clock. Wang Ruohua saw Zhong Ding's WeChat and snorted, "You still have some conscience." At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhong Ding opened the door and came out, walked to the door of Wang Ruohua's room and rang the doorbell. After a while, the door opened and Wang Ruohua came out dressed beautifully. Zhong Ding couldn't help but take a few more glances and discovered that Wang Ruohua had changed into a skirt. "Zhong Ding, before we go out, I think it is necessary to define what a feast is," Wang Ruohua said proudly. Zhong Ding couldn't help but smile, you say. A meal is not considered a big meal if the consumption is less than 30,000 yuan, and the dining environment must be elegant, such as having live piano music, said Wang Ruohua. She wanted to give Zhong Ding a good beating, otherwise it would be a shame for the precious weekend holiday she sacrificed. She was a little surprised that Zhong Ding actually had 300,000 yuan in savings. You know, the pocket money she had was only over 100,000 yuan. Of course, the New Year's money she received every year started at 1 million, but it was basically kept by her mother. Therefore, she had to re-evaluate Zhong Ding's family situation. Zhong Ding smiled indifferently and said, "No problem." So, the two of them left the hotel together and took a taxi to a high-end 5-star Western restaurant for dinner. The restaurant has an elegant environment and also has live piano music as requested by Wang Ruohua. In the center of the restaurant there was a platform about 20 to 30 centimeters high, on which was placed a piano. A pianist in a black tuxedo was playing music with great passion and intoxication. Sitting down at a dining table next to the floor-to-ceiling glass window, Zhong Ding asked Wang Ruohua to order the food herself. Wang Ruohua was not polite and ordered the dishes with ease. The total price was just over 30,000 and 2,000. After ordering, Wang Ruohua couldn't help but ask, "Why do you want to participate in the King of Glory World Championship?" Zhong Ding took it for granted, to make money. The World Championship prize money is more than 13 million. If I split it in half, I can get more than 6 million. Is it really for the purpose of making money? Wang Ruohua instinctively didn't believe that this was the real purpose. A high school student suddenly came up with an idea to participate in the King of Glory World Championship during the summer vacation, aiming for the championship prize. Anyone would think it is a fantasy. Zhong Ding spread his hands and said, "There's nothing we can do. Children from poor families have to grow up early." Ha ha. Wang Ruohua sneered twice. A high school student easily took out 300,000 and still called him a poor kid. The restaurant served food quite quickly, and soon the dishes ordered by Wang Ruohua were served one after another. A pair of top-quality butter crabs worth 2,000 yuan each, 2 double-headed abalones, top-quality Wagyu marbled steak, Russian black caviar. Moreover, a bottle of Romane Conti red wine was also missing, which cost more than 10,000 yuan. With the delicious food in front of her, Wang Ruohua's eyes lit up and a smile appeared on her pretty face. She even found Zhong Ding much more pleasing to the eye. She had eaten many expensive meals before, but it was not possible for her to eat so luxuriously often. Zhong Ding was also secretly drooling. To be honest, he had never had such a luxurious dinner before. So, the boy and girl tacitly gave up bickering and focused on enjoying the food. After more than half an hour, Zhong Ding and Wang Ruohua were full and began to enjoy after-meal fruit salad, desserts and drinks. "Zhong Ding, thank you for dinner." Wang Ruohua gently stroked her bloated belly under the table. Zhong Ding smiled and said, "You're welcome. It's not easy for you to accompany me to Jiangcheng." Wang Ruohua turned her pretty face slightly and glanced at the pianist in the middle of the restaurant, and said, "The pianist here doesn't play very well, do you want to show off your skills?" Zhong Ding wanted to refuse, but suddenly he had an idea. He thought that if he showed off his skills in the restaurant, he might get some points as a reward. "Okay, I'll show you what I can do." He smiled. "First of all, please don't fall in love with me because of this. I won't be responsible." Wang Ruohua snorted, "Narcissist, you think too much." So Zhong Ding rang the bell to call the waiter and asked him if he could play a song. "Sir, it's okay depending on your spending," the waiter replied affirmatively. Zhong Ding stood up and walked towards the piano in the middle of the restaurant, followed by the waiter. Chapter 56. In the middle of the restaurant, the pianist stepped down. Zhong Ding stepped onto the platform and sat down in front of the piano. Due to its conspicuous location and the sudden interruption of the piano sound, many people noticed the bell. There were quite a few music scores on the music stand, and the first one Zhong Ding saw was Wedding in a Dream. Wedding in the Dream is very popular and very nice to listen to. It can easily resonate with people and is no longer so highbrow. Almost anyone who pays even a little attention to the piano knows this, and even countless people who don't pay attention to the piano have heard it without knowing it. The song the pianist just played was Wedding in the Dream. Wang Ruohua disliked the pianist's poor playing because her best piano piece was Wedding in the Dream. Zhong Ding didn't hesitate and chose Wedding in a Dream. It is thankless if the music is too highbrow. You should play music that everyone can understand. Only then will they admire you and have a chance to win the points of being the male god. Soon, the piano sound with a hint of sadness flowed in the restaurant like moonlight and flowing water. It was the same song Wedding in the Dream, but the effect of Zhong Ding's master-level playing was completely different. Everyone couldn't help but stop eating and chatting, turned their heads to watch Zhong Ding playing the piano gracefully, and then pictures appeared in their minds, and they were immersed in the artistic conception of the song Wedding in the Dream, unable to extricate themselves. When Wang Ruohua heard Zhong Ding playing Wedding in the Dream, she listened carefully, intending to learn from him. However, after listening for a while, her thoughts were unconsciously immersed in it, and she was completely guided by the notes played by Zhong Ding's slender fingers. It seemed like a long time had passed, but in fact, Wedding in the Dream was over in less than 5 minutes. Everyone came to their senses and applauded loudly and sincerely. Those who understand music and those who don't can all understand the artistic conception expressed by the bells and tripods. Ding, the host has received the heartfelt praise and admiration of everyone in the restaurant. Congratulations on getting 20 male god points. Hearing the system's voice ringing in his mind, Zhong Ding couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Then he politely bowed to the audience around him to express his gratitude, and then returned to the restaurant. Soul, come back. Zhong Ding stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Wang Ruohua, and said with a mean smile, "Please don't look at me with such affectionate eyes." Wang Ruohua came back to her senses, her face first flushed, then darkened, and finally became red with anger, her beautiful eyes spitting fire, her nose twitching, and her chest heaving. "Zhong Ding, why don't you just die?" Who was showing affection to him? I was just too deeply moved by the music and couldn't help myself. Bastard, you never make me feel good. Zhong Ding smiled indifferently, didn't argue with her, picked up a glass of exquisite drink, took a sip, then prepared to pay the bill and leave. At this time, 2 beautiful young ladies dressed fashionably and coolly came over. "Hello, handsome guy." One of the beautiful girls in a bright red dress called out affectionately. Zhong Ding turned around and looked at them. "Hello, what's up?" The 2 pretty girls smiled and said, "We like your piano very much and want to make friends with you." As she spoke, the beautiful young lady in red took the initiative to extend her fair and slender hand to Zhong Ding, indicating that she wanted to shake hands. When Zhong Ding was about to stand up, Wang Ruohua coughed twice to stop him from standing up, and then said in a cold voice, "He has a girlfriend." Finally, she gave Zhong Ding a threatening look. Zhong Ding had no choice but to give up. "Thank you for your kindness, young lady, but some people don't give it." The main reason is that he has no interest in getting acquainted. These 2 pretty young ladies are dressed so coolly and are so proactive, I guess they are playing in a more open manner. He is still an innocent boy. "Hey, little sister, you are quite jealous." The 2 pretty girls turned their heads to Wang Ruohua and said sarcastically, "Sister will teach you something. Men are like sand. If you hold them too tightly, they will slip through your fingers. So, be more generous." Wang Ruohua sneered arrogantly, not wanting to refute or argue. 2 beautiful young ladies took out their business cards and handed them to Zhong Ding. "Handsome guy, this is our business card, you can contact us at any time." "Thank you, young lady." Zhong Ding nodded with a smile and took the business card regardless of Wang Ruohua's gaze. After the 2 beautiful ladies left, Zhong Ding rang the bell to call the waiter to pay the bill. The waiter came over and said respectfully, "Sir, your bill has already been paid." "Oh?" Zhong Ding was surprised. They ate a lot, more than 30,000 yuan, and someone actually secretly paid for it. Wang Ruohua couldn't help but be surprised and envious that Zhong Ding's piano could make people pay for it. Zhong Ding came back to his senses and asked, "Who paid for me?" "It is a gentleman," the waiter replied, "but I am sorry to say that he is asked not to reveal his name. Also, there are several gentlemen and ladies who are willing to pay for you." Zhong Ding smiled and said, "In that case, please thank them for me." "Okay, sir. Looking forward to seeing you again," said the waiter. Finally, Zhong Ding and Wang Ruohua stood up and left the restaurant under the gaze of everyone. "Hand over your business card," Wang Ruohua warned, "if you don't want Fei Xue to know." Zhong Ding smiled, "I'm not your boyfriend, why are you jealous?" Wang Ruohua's pretty face darkened, "Who is jealous?" "I am helping Fei Xue to supervise you." Zhong Ding took out the business card, but instead of giving it to Wang Ruohua, he tore it up and threw it into the trash can. Wang Ruohua snorted and said nothing more. "After the big meal, what should we do next?" Zhong Ding asked. Wang Ruohua thought for a moment and said, "Go shopping." "Let me make it clear first, I won't pay for your purchases," Zhong Ding said. Wang Ruohua snorted arrogantly, "You want to pay but I don't want it. In Xingyang, the people who want to pay for me can line up in a circle in Xingyang City." Zhong Ding smiled calmly. Maybe it was true, but it had nothing to do with him. The next part of our trip was to visit a shopping mall, one of the highest-end shopping malls in Jiangchang. Zhongding is a boy and has no interest in shopping in the mall, but Wang Ruohua has been running around with him all day, so he has to accompany her. They kept shopping until 10:30 in the evening, when the mall closed, and Wang Ruohua was reluctant to leave. She bought a lot of things, big and small, and spent nearly 100,000 yuan in total, as if to show Zhongding that she also had a lot of pocket money. As for Zhongding, he also bought some things, an LV women's bag and a necklace, spending 70,000 to 80,000 yuan. Of course, these were bought for CFA Shui. Coming out of the mall, the square outside was already quite deserted. Zhongding and Wang Ruohua carried large and small bags across the square and walked towards the taxi parked on the side of the road. When they were halfway there, two young men suddenly blocked their way. The two young men, one with long hair and the other with blonde hair, were wearing dark clothes and holding a bouquet of roses. "Sir, buy a bouquet of roses for your girlfriend," one of the young men said in a low voice that made people feel uncomfortable. "No." Zhongding refused directly and wanted to bypass the two people. Unexpectedly, the two men immediately moved sideways and continued to block the way of Zhongding and Wang Ruohua. When Zhongding was about to get angry, Wang Ruohua tugged at his clothes and asked, "How much?" 300. The yellow-haired young man said, "In cash." Wang Ruohua took out 300 yuan and handed it over. The yellow-haired young man took it and said, "Not enough, it's 1,000, and I still need 7. Zhongding suddenly kicked the yellow-haired young man in the stomach. Before the young man could finish his words, he was kicked 3 or 4 meters away on the spot. Chapter 57. Zhongding suddenly kicked the yellow-haired young man away, and Wang Ruohua and the long-haired young man were both startled. After being frightened, the long-haired young man came to his senses and cursed, "Boy, you are looking for death." As he said this, he was about to draw the dagger he carried with him. However, before he could pull out the dagger, Zhongding rushed forward 2 steps and punched him like the wind, hitting him hard in the jaw with a hook punch. He fell to the ground and fainted on the spot. The dagger on his body also fell to the ground. KO. When Wang Ruohua saw the murder weapon, she became even more frightened and nervous. However, she was of good character and did not scream. As for the yellow-haired young man who was kicked away by Zhongding first, he held his stomach with both hands, rolled on the ground with his whole body bent like a shrimp, and was in great pain. Zhongding calmly picked up the $300 bills scattered on the ground. "Let's go." Zhongding returned to Wang Ruohua and said calmly. Wang Ruohua came back to her senses with a start, and hurriedly approached Zhongding, then left with Zhongding and walked towards the taxi on the side of the road. After getting into the taxi, Wang Ruohua's tense heart finally relaxed a little. "I was scared to death just now." She patted her well-developed chest. Zhongding smiled and said nothing. Wang Ruohua admired and thanked Zhongding and said, "I didn't expect you to be so good at fighting." "Fight?" Zhongding smiled faintly and nodded, "I guess so." After 3 or 4 minutes, Wang Ruohua quietly approached Zhongding and asked nervously in his ear, "Zhongding, could the taxi driver be a bad guy? He won't take us somewhere to harm us, will he? I feel like the route he took is a little wrong." Zhongding wanted to laugh at Wang Ruohua for being a coward, but he swallowed the words back when they came to his lips. After all, Wang Ruohua is a girl, and a high school girl at that. She was frightened just now. In the middle of the night, it is a normal reaction to be nervous about everything. "No," he affirmed, "besides, I'm here." Wang Ruohua felt a little relieved, but was still afraid. She huddled beside Zhongding and refused to move away. Zhongding didn't notice it at first, but as time went by and the car swayed while driving, he gradually realized that Wang Ruohua's body pressed against him was quite soft, and there was a fresh fragrance of a young girl wafting into his nose. Zhongding is a passionate young man. He couldn't help feeling unnatural when he found himself being pressed against by a beautiful girl. So he quietly moved a little to the other side. Unexpectedly, Wang Ruohua immediately came closer in fear. Moreover, because of the change in posture, Zhongding felt his arm being pressed by something strangely soft. Could you please sit up straighter?" He swallowed and reminded in a hoarse voice. Wang Ruohua moved closer and said pitifully, I'm afraid." Zhongding. "Well, my thinking is not healthy enough. I want to learn from Liu Xiaohui, who remained calm when a woman's embrace was revealed. The beauty throws herself into my arms, and her pure love remains in my heart." 7 or 8 minutes later, the taxi stopped in front of the reception lobby of the hotel where they were staying. Wang Ruohua breathed a sigh of relief and got out of the car quickly. After entering the hotel lobby, Zhong Ding finally couldn't help but tease Wang Ruohua, aren't you usually quite arrogant? Why are you scared like a quail today? Wang Ruohua blushed and said angrily, Zhong Ding, do you still have any gentlemanly manners? Being a gentleman depends on who you are with. Zhong Ding said with a smile. Wang Ruohua snorted heavily, turned her pretty face away proudly, her long hair flying, and then strode towards the elevator. Back in the guest room, Zhong Ding took a shower, blew his hair dry, then went to bed, picked up his phone and checked it, getting ready for sleep. Ding dong! Ding dong! Ding dong! Suddenly, the doorbell rang quickly and Zhong Ding was startled. He got out of bed and walked to the door. He looked through the peephole and found it was Wang Ruohua. Then, puzzled, he opened the door. As soon as the door opened a crack, Wang Ruohua couldn't wait to squeeze in. Zhong Ding closed the door again and turned around to ask Wang Ruohua what happened, but Wang Ruohua had already complained, why did you take so long to open the door? You don't know how scared I was just now. What happened? Zhong Ding asked. Wang Ruohua blushed and said shyly, I'm scared. What? Zhong Ding didn't understand. Wang Ruohua suddenly burst into tears. She covered her pretty face with her hands, turned around and ran inside, threw herself on the quilt on the bed, and cried loudly and miserably. Zhong Ding was confused. After a while, he came to his senses, walked over and asked, Wang Ruohua, what's wrong with you? I don't think I did anything to you, did I? You are bullying me. Woo woo woo. Wang Ruohua cried and complained incoherently, although I bullied you before because I was ignorant, you also bullied me a lot and even touched my thigh. Woo woo, if it weren't for you today, I wouldn't have come to Jiancheng. Woo woo, you knew I was a girl and was very scared, you. Woo woo, you bullied me, I will tell my mom. Woo woo. Zhong Ding looked embarrassed. After thinking carefully, he seemed to have gone too far. He shouldn't have provoked Wang Ruohua when she was frightened. Well, I'm sorry. He hesitated for a while and said, I went too far tonight. After hearing Zhong Ding's apology, Wang Ruohua cried even harder. Zhong Ding sighed helplessly. His apology only made her cry even harder. He really didn't know how to comfort Wang Ruohua. However, after Wang Ruohua cried for a while, she soon stopped crying. She covered her pretty face with her hands, stood up, and went into the bathroom. After about a few minutes, Wang Ruohua came out. There were no traces of tears on her pretty face, but her beautiful eyes were still a little red and swollen. I don't dare sleep alone. I'm afraid bad guys will find me in the middle of the night. Wang Ruohua walked up to Zhong Ding and said, Zhong Ding, do you mean to sleep here tonight? Wang Ruohua said nothing and agreed. But there is only one bed here. Zhong Ding said in embarrassment. Before he could finish, Wang Ruohua lowered her head and was about to cry. Zhong Ding was so scared that he quickly said, Don't cry, don't cry. It's okay for you to spend the night here. It's absolutely okay. Really? Wang Ruohua raised her pretty face and asked pitifully. Zhong Ding could only nod vigorously, really. Thank you. Wang Ruohua said in a whisper. Then she turned and walked towards the bed. Zhong Ding felt a headache when he looked at Wang Ruohua's figure. What should I do? Should I let him sleep on the carpet? But the carpet in the hotel is very dirty. Turn around and don't peek. Wang Ruohua said. Zhong Ding didn't understand and subconsciously asked, What? I want to take off my clothes. Wang Ruohua said shyly. Ah. Zhong Ding couldn't help but scream, his eyes wide open. You want to take off all your clothes to sleep? Wang Ruohua stamped her feet in shame. Who said I had to take off all my clothes before sleeping? I just took off my outer skirt. Zhong Ding breathed a sigh of relief, patted his chest and said, That's good, that's good. Why don't you turn around? Wang Ruohua couldn't help but get angry when she saw Zhong Ding's reaction. Zhong Ding chuckled and turned away. Chapter 58. There was a rustling sound behind my ear, and after a while, Wang Ruohua's voice came, It's okay. Zhong Ding turned around and saw Wang Ruohua lying on the bed, covered tightly with a quilt, revealing only her pretty face and a head of black hair. I need to sleep too. Do you mind sharing a bed? He said. Wang Ruohua said nervously, Mind. Zhong Ding, okay, give me your room card and I'll sleep in your room. Wang Ruohua, no. That's difficult. Zhong Ding raised the corners of his mouth and spread out his hands. Then go to sleep. Wang Ruohua gave in, but you swear not to molest me. Zhong Ding shook his head and smiled. Are you reminding me to molest you? You dare? Wang Ruohua glared with her almond-shaped eyes, looking fierce, but she seemed to be weak inside. Zhong Ding, it's not that I don't dare, but I don't want to. I am a pure boy, and my thoughts are much purer than yours. As he spoke, he had already walked to the other side of the bed, lifted a corner of the quilt and lay down. In fact, Wang Ruohua was mentally prepared. For example, she only slept on half of the bed at the beginning. After turning off the lights, the room suddenly became quiet. Zhong Ding heard Wang Ruohua's rapid and heavy breathing, which showed that she was very nervous. Zhong Ding, if you dare to cross the center line, you are a beast. Wang Ruohua said, trying to restrict Zhong Ding with words. Zhong Ding, then I will be a beast. As he said this, he pretended to cross the center line of the bed. Wang Ruohua was so scared that she screamed ah and shouted in panic, don't come over here, don't come over here. There was a faint sound of crying in her voice. Zhong Ding stopped and said with a smile, this is the problem. If I don't cross the middle line, am I not worse than an animal? Then you are not a beast when you cross the center line. Wang Ruohua said regretfully. Hee, that's more like it. Zhong Ding smiled proudly. You should know that I am a noble person, a pure person, a moral person, a person who is free from vulgarity, and a person who is beneficial to the people. Wang Ruohua wanted to refute him, but she didn't dare to provoke Zhong Ding, so she had to follow Zhong Ding's words and said aggrievedly, I know. The boy is teachable. Zhong Ding said with a smile, go to sleep. The room fell silent again. Wang Ruohua was exhausted both physically and mentally. After a while, she felt her eyelids were as heavy as lead and fell asleep involuntarily. The next morning, Wang Ruohua was half asleep when she felt that the stuffed bear on her bed seemed to have changed. It had body temperature and the fur on its body was gone, replaced by clothes and skin. Did the stuffed bear turn into a human? Hee, what a real dream. She continued to sleep with the stuffed bear in her arms. I don't know how long it took, it seemed like a moment, but it also seemed like a long time. Wang Ruohua regained some consciousness. She touched the plush bear and it felt so real that she decided to open her eyes and take a look. The next moment, she saw a familiar handsome face. Isn't this the face of that bastard Zhong Ding? What happened to my stuffed bear? Before she could finish her thought, a piece of information suddenly popped up in her mind, and she immediately understood what was going on. Ah! Wang Ruohua screamed and burst out with unprecedented strength to push the bell away. Thump! There was a sound of something falling to the ground, followed by a scream, ouch. Zhong Ding woke up from his sleep and found that he seemed to have been pushed off the bed to the ground. He quickly got up, stared at Wang Ruohua with blazing eyes, and asked angrily, are you crazy? You pushed me off the bed while I was sleeping. Who told you to cross the center line and get closer to me? Wang Ruohua was also very angry. Zhong Ding's face looked strange for a moment, then he sneered, whoever crosses the center line is a beast. Wang Ruohua was stunned for a moment and realized that something seemed wrong. She pushed Zhong Ding away, but how come Zhong Ding fell directly onto the bed? She turned her head and looked back, only to find that there was still most of the bed at the back. There was only one explanation, she had crossed the line and hugged Zhong Ding. In an instant, her pretty face turned red and she was extremely embarrassed. She rolled back to her side and covered her head like an ostrich. This time, Zhong Ding did not refuse to give in. He secretly sighed, wondering how he could sleep so soundly. A beautiful woman with a nice scent hugged him to sleep all night, but he didn't even know it and didn't react. Alas, pure as I am. I turned around, picked up my phone, and looked at the time. It was already 7:30 in the morning. So he turned and went into the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. When I came out of the bathroom, the bed was empty. It turned out that Wang Ruohua took the opportunity to put on her clothes and slipped back to her room. This is better, as it saves both parties from embarrassment. At around 10 o'clock in the morning, Zhong Ding and Wang Ruohua boarded the train back to Qingyang City. At around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, they returned to Qingyang City and went their separate ways after leaving the train station. After returning home, Zhong Ding called his mother and Aunt Jiang respectively. On the phone, his mother didn't seem angry. Instead, it was Aunt Jiang who criticized him harshly. After resting at home for an hour, Zhong Ding went to see Xia Feishue with the gifts he bought from Jiangchang. Xia Feishue was very happy to receive a gift unexpectedly. She smiled like a flower, and her beautiful eyes were full of water. She was indescribably beautiful. Zhong Ding did not hide anything from Xie Feishui and took the initiative to tell her what he had done in Zhangcheng. Wow, Ding, you are so awesome. You challenged a first-class professional esports team alone. Xie Feishui's beautiful eyes shone with brilliance, and she shouted in admiration and joy. Zhong Ding looked at Xie Feishui's pretty face filled with admiration and felt indescribably proud. Ding, I support you in participating in the King of Glory World Championship this summer. Xie Feishui raised her white fist and shouted, come on, you will definitely win the championship. Zhong Ding smiled and nodded vigorously, yes. Then, the two of them embraced each other tenderly, full of happiness. The next day, Monday, the final exams officially began. In the first subject, Chinese, Zhong Ding still took the test very easily. With 10 times the thinking and reaction speed, he answered the questions very quickly. After half an hour, he not only finished the test paper, but also checked it 3 times from beginning to end. Then, under the surprised and envious gazes of everyone, he handed in the paper and left the examination room. When I walked out of the classroom and headed towards the stairs, I happened to meet several school leaders. They are the Vice President of Academic Affairs, the Director of First Grade Studies, and other leaders and teachers. They are in charge of inspecting and supervising the examination room. Zhong Ding couldn't help feeling a little nervous and embarrassed. He handed in his paper and left just half an hour after the exam started. He was caught by the school leader who was inspecting the exam. Student Zhong Ding. The vice principal called out with a friendly and amiable smile. Other school leaders and teachers also had smiles on their faces and didn't feel bad about the bad students at all. Zhong Ding immediately put on a smile, took 2 steps forward and said, hello, Vice President Zhou, hello, Director Jiang, hello, leaders and teachers. Vice Principal Zhou and the others nodded with satisfaction, and then Vice Principal Zhou asked in a caring manner, you handed in the paper so quickly, have you finished the test? Today, Zhong Ding has become the treasure of Qingyang Middle School. As long as Zhong Ding maintains his performance, Qingyang Middle School will have its first provincial top scorer in the college entrance examination since its establishment. As for the fact that Zhong Ding's examination speed was extremely fast, it had already spread among the school leaders and teachers, and it was truly legendary. I've finished answering. Zhong Ding replied. Vice Principal Zhou smiled more cordially, how do you feel? It's too easy. Zhong Ding said truthfully. He is a good and honest student. Vice Principal Zhou, grade director, and others smiled even more amiably, and no one scolded Zhong Ding for being proud and complacent. Okay, good, good. Vice Principal Zhou smiled and patted Zhong Ding on the shoulder, go ahead. Goodbye, Principal, Dean, and teachers. Zhong Ding said quickly, then walked past Vice Principal Zhou and others and continued walking towards the stairs. After Zhong Ding walked away, Senior 1 Dean Zhang smiled and sighed, Zhong Ding is really a genius. He cannot be judged by common sense. Another school leader lamented, yes. It takes half an hour to finish a Chinese test paper, and most students don't even finish half of the composition. Other school leaders and teachers nodded in agreement. Chapter 59. Zhong Ding returned home, entered the study, picked up his phone and called Jiangcheng RTY team coach Wushan, saying that they could go online for training. Wushan received the call and immediately said respectfully, okay, brother Ding. We can start anytime. Wushan is more than a generation older than Zhong Ding, but he respectfully calls him brother. It turned out that after signing the cooperation contract that day, Zhong Ding and the members of Jiangcheng RTY team got to know each other again. Everyone in the Jiangcheng RTY team was very respectful to him and called him the great god. Zhong Ding asked them to call him Xiao Zhong or Xiao Ding, but they were too embarrassed to call him that, so they all respectfully called Zhong Ding brother Ding. Soon, Zhong Ding and Jiangcheng RTY teams formed a team and began training and running in. Hello, brother Ding. Good morning, brother Ding. Hello, brother Ding. As soon as the team was formed, everyone in the Jiangcheng RTY team greeted Zhong Ding through voice. Zhong Ding smiled and said, hello, don't be too polite, we are already comrades in arms. When the matchmaking queue began, Zhong Ding said, we will train and adjust to each other. I will suppress some of our strength. Thank you, brother Ding. The 4 members of the Jiangcheng RTY team immediately shouted with gratitude. If Zhong Ding uses his full strength, they will have no sense of existence. For a professional esports player, it will still be very uncomfortable even if he really wins the championship. Now that Zhong Ding has taken the initiative to suppress some of his strength, they have the opportunity to show off their abilities. Soon, the match was successfully matched, and Zhong Ding and Jiangcheng RTY teams began to play the game seriously to get used to each other. Zhong Ding is very suitable to be the captain. With 10 times the thinking reaction speed, the game seems to have slowed down by about 10 times, and he has a lot of spare time. The remaining time is just right for him to observe the movements in the Canyon of Kings, and to calmly make tactical arrangements and commands, etc. After more than 2 hours of training, the members of the Jiangcheng RTY team not only admired Zhong Ding's fighting power, but also admired his command ability. Luo Dingguang is quite efficient and has some energy. On Tuesday, Zhong Ding's identity as a professional sports player was secured. Zhong Ding named his ID Wen Ding. In addition, what surprised him a little was that Luo Dingguang was able to get the official approval for Zhong Ding to participate in the competition wearing a mask. It turned out that Zhong Ding was worried that his participation in the King of Glory World Championship would be discovered by his mother Zhong Qingluan and he might be banned directly. Although he is an illegitimate child not recognized by the Zhong family may think that his participation in the King of Glory competition will damage the family's reputation and thus prevent him from participating in the King of Glory World Championship. Or maybe someone in the family is jealous and doesn't give him a chance to turn things around, using the excuse that he would damage the family's reputation. It was just like when he was kicked out of Jiangcheng. It was unreasonable, but that's how it was. This is a helpless fact. He is still too weak and has no ability to resist the giant Zhong family. So, just to be on the safe side, he asked Luo Dingguang if he could wear a mask to participate in the competition. He hadn't held out much hope, but he didn't expect Luo Dingguang to actually help him get it and solve the hidden danger. The final exam continued, and Zhong Ding did very well. He handed in the paper in half an hour and went home early. There seemed to be more time, but he was busier. In addition to training and running in with the Jiangcheng RTY team, he also has to record a singing video and upload it to Douyin within a week, and write novels, maintaining a stable update of more than 30,000 words. Time flies, and it's Friday in a blink of an eye. Biology was the last subject in the morning. After handing in the paper, Zhong Ding did not go home early because summer vacation was about to start. Around noon, the classroom was in a mess. The students were packing up their things and talking loudly, discussing how the final exam would go or how to spend the summer vacation, etc. The noise was deafening. The same is true for bells and tripods. The head teacher finally arrived and the classroom returned to silence and order. The head teacher stood on the podium and repeatedly emphasized the issue of summer vacation safety. Finally, the head teacher announced the holiday and the whole class cheered. Zhong Ding touched the leg of Chu Mingshuang's chair with his foot under the table. Chu Mingshuang turned around and looked back. Her two long sword-like eyebrows were still as clear and sharp, and her beautiful eyes were still as bright and dazzling. "Miss Chu, how about you fulfill my promise to smile back 21 times first?" He raised the corners of his mouth with a sly smile. "Because we have been apart for so many years, the interest will accumulate, and you will have to promise to marry me when we meet again." He remembered that Chu Mingshuang had said before the final exam that he would transfer to Yanjing next semester. From then on, they would be thousands of miles apart, and it might be a farewell forever. Chu Mingshuang thought Zhong Ding would say some sad farewell words, but unexpectedly he was still joking heartlessly. "Ha," she sneered, "wait until you can see me again." What is her identity and background? From today onwards, everyone in the classroom, including Zhong Ding, will no longer have the opportunity to have any contact with her. They are not from the same world at all. Zhong Ding smiled and said, "Don't regret it." Chu Mingshuang was too lazy to pay attention to him and turned back. Zhang Jiahe leaned over, put his arm around Zhong Ding's neck, whispered in Zhong Ding's ear, and said with a lewd smile, "Student Zhong Ding, I advise you to be loyal. Now that you have the most beautiful girl in school as your girlfriend, don't flirt with the most beautiful girl in school, Chu. Otherwise, be careful of getting beaten up." "I have learned Tai Chi," Zhong Ding said without explaining the reason. It is estimated that very few people know that Chu Mingshuang will transfer to Yanjing School next semester. Perhaps only his class teacher knows about it. Zhang Jiahe thought Zhong Ding was joking and said, "My grandfather has been practicing Tai Chi every morning and evening for 20 years. Because he was busy, Zhong Ding quickly carried the books and other items and went home. Chu Mingshuang left a little late. She would be leaving Qingyang City the day after tomorrow. The classmates who had been together for a year might never see each other again. She felt a little sad. Just now, Zhong Ding didn't even say a word of farewell or blessing, and he was still angry at her for making fun of herself. It was really hateful. There were fewer and fewer students in the classroom, and Chu Mingshuang was one of the last 3 or 4 to leave the classroom. After leaving the teaching building, she slowly walked towards the school gate, looking at the campus scenery with nostalgia. At this time, most of the students had left, and the campus, which had been noisy and bustling just now, had fallen into silence and emptiness. Student Chu Mingshuang. A boy's voice that sounded full of sunshine came. Chu Mingshuang regained her composure and turned her head to look. It was Zhang Ruochen. Let me help you carry it. It's so heavy. Zhang Ruochen said in a familiar tone, and reached out to take Chu Mingshuang's leather bag containing books, pens, water cups, and other items. Chu Mingshuang immediately took 2 steps to the side, avoiding the hand that Zhang Ruochen extended, and said calmly, "No need. Classmates should help each other, so don't be polite." Zhang Ruochen still smiled brightly and wanted to continue taking Chu Mingshuang's bag. Chu Mingshuang's pretty face turned cold and she warned, "Zhang Ruochen, please respect yourself." "Hey, classmate Chu Mingshuang, you may have misunderstood me, but I am sincere to you. I can swear to heaven." Zhang Ruochen pretended to sigh and said, "I hope you can give me a chance." He found out from his class teacher that Chu Mingshuang would be transferring to Yinjing next semester. So, he must seize the last chance. Chu Mingshuang's sharp eyebrows frowned and she said coldly, "Zhang Ruochen, you are looking for death." After saying that, she kicked out and hit Zhang Ruochen in the chest. Zhang Ruochen spurted blood and flew backwards 5 or 6 meters, falling heavily to the ground. His sternum collapsed and he fell unconscious on the spot. Chu Mingshuang strode away with disdain. The harmonious farewell on campus was ruined by this ignorant toad. Chapter 60. At around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhong Ding arrived at Xia Feishue's house and asked Xia Feishue to go out and play. Xia Feishue's mother opened the door, and she was as friendly and welcoming to Zhong Ding as ever. "Feishue is changing clothes," shouting, "Come and chat with me." Xia Feishue's mother invited, with an elegant smile on her beautiful face. Zhong Ding immediately smiled and said, "Okay, thank you, auntie." Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Xia Feishue's mother asked with concern, "How did you do in the exam?" "Very good, performing normally," Zhong Ding answered confidently. Xia Feishue's mother smiled even more, "So he got full marks in all subjects?" "It should be about the same." Zhong Ding nodded. Xia Feishue's mother nodded, "That's great. Our Feishue is much worse at studying." Feishue is an art student, so her requirements are different, Zhong Ding said. Xia Feishue's mother shook her head slightly. "No, every mother hopes that her children will be excellent in all aspects, just like all parents hope that their children will live a good and happy life." Zhong Ding heard the hidden meaning in the words, but did not respond immediately. Instead, he stared at Xia Feishue's mother quietly, waiting for her to continue. "I know that Feishue's father has come to you." Xia Feishue's mother sighed slightly. "He may have used the wrong method, but his idea of doing good for Feishue is not wrong, don't you think?" Zhong Ding said, "I can understand, but I can't accept it. The day after tomorrow afternoon, which is Sunday afternoon, are you free?" Xia Feishue's mother asked. "Feishue's father and I want to have a good chat with you." Zhong Ding must be free. 7 or 8 minutes later, Xia Feishue came over fully dressed. She was wearing a snow-white chiffon princess dress with a fitted waist that highlighted her tall and slender figure. Her skin is whiter than snow, her face is absolutely beautiful, her eyes are bright and intelligent, and she looks like Snow White who walked out of a fairy tale. "A ding, sorry to have kept you waiting." Concubine Xia Shuiyu was holding the brand new LV bag that Zhong Ding had given her, and on her snow-white neck, which was as slender and graceful as a white swan's, she was wearing the necklace that Zhong Ding had given her. She had a sweet smile on her pretty face, and the whole living room seemed to become much brighter. Zhong Ding stood up, "No." As he spoke, he walked over, took Xia Feishue's fair, soft hand. "Auntie, Feishue and I went out to play." He turned and said to Xia Feishue's mother who was looking at them. This was his first time going out with Xia Feishue, and it could be considered their first date. Xia Feishue's mother smiled and said gently, "Go ahead, and be careful." "Goodbye, Mom." "Goodbye, Aunt Chen." So Zhong Ding and Xia Feishue left home. The two walked out of the house, went downstairs, and walked towards the gate of the community hand in hand, talking and laughing. However, before he reached the gate of the community, Zhong Ding suddenly received a call from Jiang Ruyue. On the phone, Jiang Ruyue invited him to her house for dinner tonight. In fact, this was expected, because basically at the end of each semester, Jiang Ruyue would invite him to her house for dinner, ask about his exam results, and ask about his holiday plans, etc. "I understand. Thank you, Aunt Jiang," Zhong Ding replied. After ending the call, Zhong Ding told Xia Feishue what had happened. Xiafei felt a little regretful in her heart, as she had originally planned to have a romantic dinner alone with Zhongding outside tonight. Aunt Jiang really cares about you, go ahead, she said with a smile. After leaving the community, the two took a taxi to go to the park to play. In the park, Xiafei held Zhongding's arm, and they walked and chatted together in this intimate way. I plan to be in the same class with you next semester, Zhongding expressed his thoughts. What? Xiafei was confused and thought she had heard wrongly. Zhongding explained, I plan to skip to the 3rd grade next semester, and then I will be in the same class with you, so I can see you every day in the future. You skipped a grade? Xiafei's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Isn't the legendary skipping of grades something that only legendary child prodigies do? My boyfriend also wants to skip a grade, and in high school. This not only shocked her, but also gave her a sense of fantasy. Zhongding saw Xiafei was surprised, his face was full of pride. Not bad. It would be a waste of my life if I continue to study in the 2nd year of high school next year. But if you skip the 2nd year of high school, it will affect your grades, Xiafei said with some concern. Zhongding smiled and shook his head. No, not at all. I have already taught myself all the courses for the 2nd year of high school. Really? Ding, you're so awesome. Xiafei raised her pretty face and looked at Zhongding's angular face, her beautiful eyes blooming with colorful light. Zhongding raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, how can I be worthy of you if I am not powerful? Xiafei's heart was filled with sweet happiness, and her soft body couldn't help but lean into Zhongding's arms. After a while, Zhongding said, by the way, don't tell anyone that I'm going to skip a grade. I want to shock everyone then. He thought that skipping a grade might earn him some system rewards and points as a male god. Okay, I will keep my mouth shut, Xiafei said. Zhongding, don't tell Wang Ruohua. Well, I won't tell her, Xiafei answered readily. At around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhongding took a taxi to take Xiafei back to the gate of her community. The two got out of the car and said some sweet words reluctantly before Zhongding turned around and got back in the car to go to Jiang Ruyue's villa. When they arrived at Jiang Ruyue's house, dinner was not yet ready. Jiang Ruyue asked Zhongding to go upstairs to rest, and then turned and went into the kitchen. In the living room on the 2nd floor, Wang Ruohua was watching TV. In the hot summer, she was wearing extra cool clothes at home. She was wearing a thin vest on the upper body and pink shorts on the lower body. Her pair of pink arms like snow-white lotus roots and her long white legs were completely exposed to the air. Moreover, she was half lying on the chaise longue of the sofa, with her 2 long legs stretched straight on the couch. When Zhongding arrived, he could see everything at a glance. Cough, cough. Zhongding took a look and felt embarrassed, so he coughed twice to remind Wang Ruohua. He has a girlfriend. Hearing Zhongding's fake cough, Wang Ruohua looked away from the TV, turned his head to glance at Zhongding, and then continued watching TV. Zhongding coughed again. Ahem. Wang Ruohua couldn't hold it in any longer and said angrily, do you have tuberculosis? Why are you coughing? Do you want me to get up and greet you respectfully and serve you tea and water? Zhongding laughed and stopped reminding Wang Ruohua. He walked to the sofa and sat down, took out his cell phone and checked it without speaking to Wang Ruohua. After a while, Wang Ruohua turned around and asked, hey, are you really going to play King of Glory World Championship during the summer vacation? What else do you think? Zhongding asked back. Wang Ruohua, it seems like he is going abroad. The club will help me with the procedures for going abroad. Zhongding said, by the way, you didn't tell Aunt Jiang, did you? Wang Ruohua snorted and was too lazy to answer the question. The two chatted casually, with Wang Ruohua basically initiating the conversation, until Jiang Ruyue's voice came from downstairs calling for dinner. In the restaurant on the 1st floor, the dishes on the table are particularly rich, and there are many expensive dishes. Xiao Ding, eat more. You've become so thin in 2 weeks. Jiang Ruyue kept putting food into Zhongding's bowl. Fortunately, Zhongding is a boy and is in adolescence, so he has a good appetite and can eat so many dishes. Wang Ruohua watched eagerly, but her mother never put a piece of meat in her bowl. After dinner, they moved to the living room on the 2nd floor. Jiang Ruyue held Zhongding's hand and asked about how Zhongding performed in the final exam. When she learned that Zhongding performed normally and would have no problem getting full marks in several subjects, she smiled happily. Finally, she asked Zhongding what his plans were for the summer vacation. Zhongding said seriously, Aunt Jiang, I want to go out for a trip. Jiang Ruyue pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, now that you've grown up, it's time to go out and see the world during this summer vacation. How about this, you and Huahua go out together and take care of each other? Huahua also said she wants to go traveling during the summer vacation, but your Uncle Wang and I don't have time to accompany her. Ah? Zhongding was shocked. He was playing abroad, not in other cities in the country. Wang Ruohua also hurriedly said, Mom, I will go by myself, don't go with him. It's very dangerous for a girl like you to travel, so stop fooling around. Jiang Ruyue immediately criticized Wang Ruohua seriously. Wang Ruohua said weakly, then Fei Shui and I will go out together. Is there any difference? Jiang Ruyue asked back. Wang Ruohua was unable to refute. Jiang Ruyue looked at Zhongding and asked, Xiaoding, can you protect Huahua's safety for Aunt Jiang? Chapter 61. No problem, Aunt Jiang. Zhongding couldn't possibly refuse Jiang Ruyue's request. Wang Ruohua next to me couldn't help but be surprised. Could it be that he could take me abroad to play in the King of Glory World Championship? Jiang Ruyue couldn't help but smile, and stretched out her other hand to gently pat the back of Zhongding's hand that she was holding. Thank you, Xiaoding. She smiled with relief. Zhongding said ashamedly, Aunt Jiang, this is what I should do. After chatting for another half an hour, Jiang Ruyue asked Wang Ruohua to take Zhongding out to play as usual. In the taxi, Wang Ruohua couldn't help but ask, Zhongding, are you going to take me abroad to play the King of Glory World Championship? Do you still want to go? Zhongding asked in surprise. Wang Ruohua suddenly became angry, you lied to my mom? My mom is so sincere to you, she treats you better than she treats me, and you lied to her? Zhongding immediately denied it, I didn't lie to Aunt Jiang. If you really want to go, I will of course take you. I thought you would refuse and find an excuse not to go on a trip. This was the tacit understanding he and Wang Ruohua had formed over the years of getting along. Hypocrisy. Wang Ruohua was still very angry. You promised my mother at first, but then asked me to decide not to go out. What else could that be but hypocrisy? Zhongding, Okay, I take back what I said. I am very willing to take you to play the King of Glory game. You are not sincere. Wang Ruohua snorted sarcastically, if you are determined, I will not go out by myself. Zhongding didn't say anything. He took out his cell phone and called Luo Dingguang. The call was quickly connected, and Zhongding got straight to the point, Brother Guang, can I bring my friends to participate in the competition? Your girlfriend? No problem. Luo Dingguang agreed readily, send me a copy of your girlfriend's ID in the next 2 days, and I will help your girlfriend with the procedures for going abroad. Normally, in order to ensure that esports players can devote themselves to the competition, the club prohibits bringing family members, but he responded to Zhongding's every request. Zhongding, thank you, Brother Guang. You're welcome. When can you get to Jiangcheng? Next Monday. Okay. After ending the call, Zhongding said to Wang Ruohua, send the relevant documents to me in the evening so that I can ask them to help you with the procedures for going abroad. Wang Ruohua's anger subsided a little, I will send it to you tonight. Originally, she didn't want to go abroad with Zhongding to compete, because she couldn't really travel after going abroad. The King of Glory World Championship lasts about 1.5 months. During this period, esports players spend their time training in hotels except for competitions, and have little time to go out and play. She followed him out. How could a girl like her dare to go out alone in a foreign country? She could only stay bored in the hotel. But for her mother's sake, and to make Zhongding fulfill his promise to her mother, she decided to go abroad with him. Zhongding nodded, and then said, I am going to find Fei Shui to explain the situation now. Okay. Wang Ruohua replied. So they took a taxi to Xia Fei Shui's neighborhood. More than half an hour later, Zhongding and Wang Ruohua entered Xia Fei Shui's house together. Xia Fei Shui happily hugged Wang Ruohua, and then pulled Wang Ruohua in. After greeting Xia Fei Shui's mother and exchanging brief greetings, the three of them closed the door and talked together in the piano room. Zhongding told the story again. Wang Ruohua also said what she had said, and finally said, Fei Shui, I can't let him deceive my mother. I decided to go abroad with him. Fei Shui, you can come too. Okay. Xia Fei Shui responded, but I need my mother's consent. Zhongding said worriedly, are you going to tell your mother that I'm going abroad to play King of Glory? If your mother tells Aunt Jiang, the consequences will be disastrous. Xia Fei Shui smiled and said, don't worry, I said I'm traveling in the country with you guys. That's good. You guys chat, I'll go ask my mom right now. Xia Feishues said. Zhong Ding and Wang Ruohua nodded. So, Xia Feishue left the piano room and told her mother that she wanted to travel with Zhong Ding and Wang Ruohua during the summer vacation. Xia Feishue's mother fell silent. Mom, Xia Feishue called coquettishly. She thought her mother would agree directly. Xia Feishue's mother sighed slightly and said, I agree, but your father definitely doesn't agree. Otherwise, why don't you just not go? Xia Feishue lowered her head sadly. After a moment, she raised her pretty face and said firmly, Mom, I only care about your opinion. He has no right to control me. Silly child, blood is thicker than water, he will always be your biological father. Xia Feishue's mother advised, he is powerful now, and he loves you very much and is willing to provide you with all kinds of favorable conditions. Don't go against him. Boyfriends may break up, but the father-daughter relationship is forever. Xia Feishue, he has already abandoned us once. We had no choice. Xia Feishue's mother explained. Xia Feishue, Mom, I don't want to discuss this with you. I just want to ask you, do you agree that I can go on a trip with Zhong Ding and Hua Hua? I agree, said Xia Feishue's mother. Thank you, Mom. He. Xia Feishue smiled happily, then kissed her mother on the cheek, and finally left with light steps and returned to the piano room. Xia Feishue's mother looked at her daughter's graceful figure and sighed secretly. My mother agreed, Xia Feishue announced after returning to the piano room. Yeah, Zhong Ding and Wang Ruohua both cheered from the bottom of their hearts. Zhong Ding originally thought that he would be separated from Xia Feishue for about a month and a half, but he did not expect that they would be able to spend every day together. Wang Ruohua was worried about being bored in a hotel abroad, so now she has her best friend to keep her company. The next afternoon, Zhong Ding went to the leisure tea area of a 5-star hotel as scheduled to meet with Xia Feishue's parents. Hello, Aunt Xia, hello, Uncle Chen. Zhong Ding called politely. Chen Xiannan nodded calmly. Xia Feishue's mother smiled and gently asked Zhong Ding to take a seat. Zhong Ding, my time is limited. We have talked about this once before, so I'll just get straight to the point. Chen Xiannan said. Zhong Ding, okay, Uncle Chen, please go ahead. Chen Xiannan changed his sitting position slightly and said, although it sounds a bit boastful, for Feishue's happiness, I, as a father, have to brag about myself shamelessly for once. I, Chen Xiannan, am the overlord of Jiangdong. Both the black and white worlds are under my control. The wealth I directly control alone is worth hundreds of billions. I will only tell you this much. You won't understand anything else. Last time, I said that I would give you a starting point that is equivalent to the end point of most people's lifelong struggle. In fact, I was being modest. Chen Xiannan continued, I can give you a higher starting point and more resources than the direct descendants of the Zhong family. As long as you are willing to marry into my family, I will vigorously cultivate you and make you a true dragon in Phoenix among men. Zhong Ding shook his head and said firmly, I will not marry into the family. Xiao Ding, don't rush to refuse. Xia Feishue's mother advised, marrying into the wife's family is just a way of saying it. In fact, Feishue's father only wants you to promise to always be good to Feishue, and then he can fully train you. It's impossible that he spent a lot of resources to train you, and then you and Feishue broke up for some reason, right? Zhong Ding said, if Feishue is willing, I am willing to sign a marriage contract with Feishue and get married when we reach the legal age, but I will not marry into the family. Chen Xiannan shook his head and said, if you want to get something, you have to pay for it. It's not that easy. Zhong Ding smiled and said, I think so too. So, I hope Uncle Chen will stop interfering with Feishue and I. I will always be good to Feishue, and I am confident that I have the ability to protect Feishue. Chen Xiannan was slightly angry. Zhong Ding, don't be ungrateful. If Feishue didn't like you, you wouldn't be worth mentioning. I gave you a great opportunity, but you refused it again and again. I, Chen Xuannan's daughter, have so many young talents and outstanding people vying to marry her. Zhong Ding said calmly, Aunt Xia, Uncle Chen, I still say the same thing, I will not marry into the family, and I don't need you to give me resources to cultivate me. I am capable of protecting Feishue and making her happy and blessed. Chen Xiannan was completely cold. Ability is not something that can be expressed with words, let alone talk to me about 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. I will give you one chance to earn 5 million with your own ability during the summer vacation. If you can't do it, either agree to marry into my family, or stay as far away from my daughter as possible. 5 million is an astronomical figure for most people. Most people cannot earn that much even if they work hard all their lives. But for a high school student, it is simply impossible to earn 5 million in just one summer vacation by his own ability. Didn't you say you have the ability? Show it to me. Chen Xiannan sneered. Unexpectedly, Zhong Ding raised the corner of his mouth and smiled confidently, no problem. I hope you will keep your word when the time comes. As long as he successfully wins the King of Glory World Championship, he will be able to get more than 6 million in prize money. Chapter 62. The next morning around 8:30, outside the train station. Xia Feishua's mother held Xia Feishua's little hand, looking at her daughter's increasingly beautiful face with a loving gaze. Be careful when you go out, she warned. Since you're going out to play, have fun, okay? She didn't understand what Zhong Ding was thinking. He had just promised yesterday to earn 5 million during the summer vacation to prove his ability, but she didn't expect him to still insist on going out for a trip today. Note, the end of the previous chapter was modified. If the plot does not match, please read the previous chapter. However, she knew that Chen Xiannan was serious. I have already discussed with her about moving her and Xia Feishue to the provincial capital, Jiangchang. Firstly, Jiangcheng has better educational resources, which can allow Xia Feishue to get a better education and ensure that she can be admitted to the Central Academy of Drama. Second, separate Xia Feishue from Zhong Ding. Chen Xiannan has always wanted to compensate her and her daughter, but in the past he was restricted by his wife's family and his compensation was limited. Now that his say has greatly increased, he has no worries about placing her and her daughter in Jiangcheng. I got it, Mom. Xia Feishue opened her arms and hugged her mother in response. Next to her, Zhang Ruyue was also reminding Wang Ruhua to be careful and so on. She felt a little regretful when she found out that Xia Feishue had also gone on the trip with them. Finally, Zhong Ding, Xia Feishue and Wang Ruhua said goodbye to Zhang Ruyue and Xia Feishue's mother, and dragged their luggage into the train station together. At around 12:30 noon, Zhong Ding, Xia Feishue and Wang Ruhua arrived in Jiangcheng and stayed at Jindu International Hotel, a 5-star hotel near Jiangcheng RTY Club. In order to facilitate care, Zhong Ding opened a presidential suite. He earns more than 100,000 or 200,000 yuan a month, and living in a presidential suite is nothing to mention. The presidential suite was luxuriously decorated, needless to say. It had 3 bedrooms, a living room, a dining room, a kitchen, a small bar, etc. It was very suitable for the 3 of them to live together. When they entered the presidential suite, Xia Feishue and Wang Ruhua cheered happily. When Zhong Ding saw the 2 women were happy and satisfied, he couldn't help but smile too. Put the luggage away, pack up a bit, and then go to the hotel's restaurant for dinner together. The catering department of Jindu International Hotel is good. Although it cannot reach the level of a true 5-star restaurant, it is also incomparable to ordinary hotels. We ordered a table full of delicacies from land and sea, and a bottle of high-end red wine. The red wine was filled and the 3 of them clinked their glasses. Today is worth celebrating, as it marks the beginning of our outing together. I wish us all happiness in the rest of our trip. Zhong Ding said with a smile. Happy? Xia Feishue shouted happily, her beautiful eyes curved with a smile. She looked indescribably happy. It was perfect for her to go out together, with her boyfriend and best friend accompanying her, and she didn't have to worry about money. After finishing lunch in a harmonious atmosphere with lots of chatting and laughing, the 3 returned to the presidential suite to rest. Before taking a nap, Zhong Ding pulled Xia Feishue aside and gently said, I have to go to training this afternoon and evening. You and Wang Ruohua can go shopping together or something. I will be free to go out with you tomorrow. Yes, I know. You don't have to worry about me. Just focus on your training. Xia Feishue nodded her head obediently. Then, she took the initiative to lean into Zhong Ding's arms and hugged him tenderly for a while. At around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhong Ding took a taxi to Jiangcheng RTY Club. As soon as he entered, everyone in the club came to greet him. Ah, Zhong Ding, you are finally here. Luo Dingguang greeted him happily. The others shouted in unison, Welcome brother Ding. Zhong Ding smiled and said, You are too polite. After more than 10 minutes of greetings, the training session began. We have trained and coordinated online before, but it is not as effective as training and coordinating together in real life. People still need to sit together face to face to really get closer and become friends. The training and running and continued until 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and the results were very ideal. Zhong Ding has completely convinced all the members of Jiangcheng RTY team, so they are completely obedient and cooperative with Zhong Ding. The the team is getting along very well. Luo Dingguang smiled with satisfaction. He sat in the training hall and watched the whole afternoon. Let's go, I've already booked a private room at Huitsui's seafood restaurant to welcome brother Zhongding. He shouted. Everyone in the Jiangcheng RTY team cheered. Zhongding smiled and said, Brother Guang is thoughtful. At around 10:30 in the evening, Zhongding finally returned to the hotel. After dinner tonight, Luo Dingguan took everyone to KTV again. After a night of eating, drinking, and playing, the effect was obvious. The Zhongding and Jiangcheng RTY teams had become more familiar with each other. When Zhongding returned to the presidential suite, Xia Feishuet and Wang Ruohua were still awake. They were sitting on the sofa in the living room, watching TV and chatting. Seeing Zhongding coming back, Xia Feishuet immediately went up to him and held his hand. Ding, have you been drinking? Zhongding smelled heavily of alcohol, but he was not drunk. I drank a little. The RTY club hosted a welcome party for me. Zhongding explained. As they talked, they walked to the sofa and sat down. Wang Ruohua had already turned off the TV. Seeing Zhongding's flushed face, she said, If you don't know how to drink, drink less. They are old foxes, and you are a high school student. Be careful not to get drunk and fall into their trap. You will be trapped. After Wang Ruohua reminded her, Xia Feishuet immediately became worried. Yes, try to drink less with others in the future. Zhongding laughed and looked at Wang Ruohua, who immediately turned away arrogantly. Ha, you are right. I will try not to drink with outsiders in the future. He laughed out loud. Then he stood up and said, You guys continue chatting, I'm going to take a shower. Xia Feishuet also stood up. She was a little worried that Zhongding would be unable to walk steadily due to being drunk, so she held one of Zhongding's arms with both hands. After entering the room, Zhongding suddenly turned around and said to Xia Feishuet with a smile, Feishuet, do you want me to take a bath with you? Xia Feishuet's pretty face instantly turned red with shame. You're just talking nonsense. She let go of Zhongding and fled from the room. The bells and tripods inside let out long, unruly laughs. The next day, Zhongding went to training in the morning and afternoon and rested at night. He took Xia Feishuet out to the night market mall, and as for Wang Ruohua, the light bulb, of course they were also with them, otherwise how could she be a light bulb? After staying in Jiangcheng for 5 days, I finally set off to go abroad to compete. Jiangcheng is not an ordinary provincial capital. Although it is not a first-tier city, it is also very prosperous and has a special status. Therefore, Jiangcheng Airport has direct flights to Seoul, Goryeo. This year's King of Glory World Championship Cup was first held in Seoul, Goryeo. The King of Glory World Championship Cup is divided into group stage, knockout stage, and finals. The group stage was held in Seoul, Korea, the knockout stage was held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and the final was held in Shenzhen, China. We arrived safely in Seoul and arrived at the 5-star hotel arranged by the authorities. But then came the trouble. Zhongding, Xia Feishuet, and Wang Ruohua were only given one double room. Zhongding was willing to pay for an extra room out of his own pocket, but was told that the hotel had no rooms available. Wang Ruohua gritted her teeth secretly, then pretended not to care and smiled. Feishuet and I sleep in one bed, and someone else sleeps in another, and we don't interfere with each other. I just supervise you to prevent you from making mistakes. Hua, I'm sorry for putting you through this. Xia Feishuet held Wang Ruohua's hand and said apologetically. Wang Ruohua smiled and shook her head. Chapter 63. Late at night, in the guest room. It was finally time to rest, but Zhongding and the other two hadn't taken a shower yet. The bathroom is made of glass. Although it is not transparent, people outside can still see some vague outlines. As for the sounds and movements coming from the bathroom, basically all of them can be heard. Just now, Zhongding went in to urinate, and his urine rushed down 3,000 feet into the small pool of water in the toilet, making a pop-pop-pop sound. Xia Feishuet and Wang Ruohua couldn't help but look at each other, and saw that the other's pretty face was blushing and embarrassed. Who will take a shower first? Zhongding asked. Xia Feishuet and Wang Ruohua immediately shouted in unison, You wash first. Haha, no problem. Zhongding found clothes from the suitcase and went in to take a shower. The rustling sound of water was heard, and Xia Feishuet and Wang Ruohua both blushed. Wang Ruohua couldn't help but take a peek into the bathroom and saw a shadow taking a bath inside. Her heart began to beat wildly. Xia Feishuet also took a peek into the bathroom and blushed. Hua, why don't I let him out later? Xia Feishuet said in a low voice. She was fine, after all, they were in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, but Wang Ruohua was different. Moreover, she knew that Wang Ruohua didn't like Zhang Ding very much. Wang Ruohua hesitated for a while and whispered, "I'm afraid he may not be willing." "Wait a minute, when I take a shower, you can supervise him and don't let him peek." "Next time, I will take a shower before he comes back." "Okay," Xia Feishues said. The guest room became quiet again, with only the rustling sound of bathing coming from the bathroom. Xia Feishue couldn't help but turn her head and take a few more peeks. "Feishue, you were peeking." Wang Ruohua suddenly rushed over, hugged Xia Feishue and teased. Xia Feishue was so embarrassed that she wanted to hide under the quilt. I. He. Wang Ruohua couldn't help laughing when she saw Xia Feishue's guilty and shy look. Xia Feishue was even more embarrassed. "Hua, please stop laughing." Wang Ruohua managed to hold back her laughter. "Actually, if you want to watch, just watch. There's no need to watch secretly. You can't really see it anyway." After saying that, she held both sides of Xia Feishue's pretty little head with her hands, and turned Xia Feishue's face towards the bathroom. "It's nothing, actually." Wang Ruohua also looked towards the bathroom and said calmly, "I'll take a few glances at you, you won't be jealous, right?" Xia Feishue, "I can't." "Did you kiss?" Wang Ruohua asked. Xia Feishue's pretty face suddenly turned red again, and she whispered, "Not yet." "That's good. We girls must protect ourselves," Wang Ruohua said. Xia Feishue said weakly, "I thought about it, but he didn't take the initiative." Wang Ruohua was so angry that she was shaking. Her best friend was so disappointing. 10 minutes later, Zhang Ding came out of the shower. It was Xia Feishue's turn to take a shower. Zhang Ding sat on the bed, leaning his back against the headboard, and leisurely prepared to watch the beauty bathing. "What do you want to do? Don't peek." Wang Ruohua walked in front of Zhang Ding and said coldly. Zhang Ding glanced at Wang Ruohua, then turned his gaze back to the bathroom and said calmly, "I'm looking at my girlfriend, what does it have to do with you?" "It's all my business." Wang Ruohua climbed directly onto the bed, put her hands on her hips, and used her body to block Zhang Ding's sight from a close distance. Zhang Ding kept his gaze for a while, then suddenly smiled and said, "Yours is not as big as Feishue's." Wang Ruohua was stunned at first, puzzled, then he understood, as if he had suffered a critical hit of 10,000 points. "There is no harm, but it is extremely insulting." "Zhang Ding, I'm going to fight you." Wang Ruohua was furious and punched Zhang Ding in the eye. How could Zhang Ding let her hit him, so he immediately turned his head to avoid it. However, the next moment Wang Ruohua's whole body came forward and he was unable to dodge. After Wang Ruohua pounced on Zhang Ding, she immediately pinched Zhang Ding's neck with her pair of delicate hands. Zhang Ding couldn't push Wang Ruohua away violently, so he rolled sideways on the bed, hoping that Wang Ruohua would not be able to strangle him. Unexpectedly, Wang Ruohua was too angry and continued to pounce on Zhang Ding and strangle him. Zhang Ding could only continue rolling on the bed to avoid Wang Ruohua's clutches. Wang Ruohua continued to be unyielding and simply sat on Zhang Ding and pinched his neck from above. Zhang Ding struggled for a long time but couldn't get rid of Wang Ruohua, so he had to stop and warned, "Let me go, or else don't blame me for being rude. When have you ever been polite to me?" Wang Ruohua sneered. She had finally gained the upper hand, so how could she let it go so easily? "In the past, I chased him for a long time, was too tired to run, and still couldn't hit this guy." Zhang Ding said, "You forced me to do this." "I'm forcing you," Wang Ruohua said proudly, trying to sit more firmly on Zhang Ding and pinching Zhang Ding's neck with both hands. Liang Zhongding didn't dare to hit her directly, she was already in an invincible position. Zhang Ding suddenly stopped struggling and became quiet. Wang Ruohua was a little worried that she had pinched Zhang Ding too tightly and strangled him to death, so she subconsciously relaxed a little and said, "Beg for mercy, I may consider letting you go." "Ah." Before she could finish her words, Zhang Ding suddenly exerted force and lifted her up. She was caught off guard and fell sideways, and she couldn't help but scream. Before she could get up, a heavy object suddenly fell on her, making it impossible for her to get up. It was Zhang Ding who turned over and sat on her. Suddenly, a bad idea flashed through her mind, and she struggled desperately to lift the bell. Seeing that Wang Ruohua was like a wild horse, Zhang Ding had to lower his center of gravity to sit on Wang Ruohua's delicate body more firmly. At the same time, he raised his hands to press down Wang Ruohua's wildly dancing hands on the bed. "Are you convinced?" Zhang Ding asked, panting. Because he had to press Wang Ruohua's hands down on the bed, he had to bend down with his upper body, and the hot breath when he spoke sprayed on Wang Ruohua's pretty face. The posture is very ambiguous. Wang Ruohua struggled desperately in shame, and Zhong Ding had to continue to increase his strength to suppress her. After about a minute or two, Wang Ruohua's struggles became less and less intense and finally stopped. He, are you convinced? Zhong Ding said with a wicked smile. Wang Ruohua didn't say anything, her beautiful eyes were watery, and suddenly she closed her eyes, her lips slightly opened, and her chest rose and fell. It seems, you can pick it as you like. Looking at Wang Ruohua's tender and tempting little mouth, Zhong Ding suddenly felt a little at a loss. His larynx slid twice, he swallowed secretly, and took a deep breath. Not saying anything means you agree. I surrender, he said, letting go of Wang Ruohua's hands and getting off Wang Ruohua's delicate body. It took Wang Ruohua several seconds to open her beautiful eyes, then she quickly got up and got out of bed. I'll hate you forever. She cursed at Zhong Ding and walked to a full-length mirror to tidy up her messy clothes. Surprisingly, Zhong Ding did not fight back this time, but touched his nose guiltily. 7 or 8 minutes later, Xia Feishui came out of the shower. Zhong Ding immediately turned to look over and saw that Xia Feishui had fair skin with a rosy glow, bright eyes, and was looking at Gu Shenghui. Her long hair was loose, making her look even more beautiful. Wow, the fairy is coming out of the bath. Zhong Ding immediately went up to her and opened his arms as if to hug her. Xia Feishui was so scared that she quickly took a step back and refused to let Zhong Ding hug her. It's not that I want to reject Zhong Ding's hug, but my bestie is watching me. Zhong Ding didn't really want to hug Xia Feishui. After Xia Feishui took a step back, he gave up. Wang Ruohua walked over and pulled Xia Feishui away. When she passed in front of Zhong Ding, she snorted coldly, "Humph." Chapter 64. Wang Ruohua went into the bathroom to take a shower. Zhong Ding consciously walked to the innermost part of the guest room and sat down on the sofa, avoiding the view of the bathroom. Xia Feishui followed and sat down next to Zhong Ding. Zhong Ding couldn't help but reach out and gently hug Xia Feishui's slender waist, then take a deep breath on Xia Feishui. It smells so good. How could it not smell good? The girl, who had just come out of the bath, was wearing a clean cotton nightgown, and her whole body exuded a charming scent that was a mixture of girlish fragrance and the fragrance of shower gel. Xia Feishui blushed and said shyly, "Hateful." But her delicate body leaned against Zhong Ding. After the two of them hugged each other silently for a while, Xia Feishui couldn't help but whispered, "Ding, did you peek at me taking a bath just now? Feishui, you are no longer pure." Zhong Ding pretended to be sad and said, "How dare you ask such a question?" Xia Feishui's pretty face turned red, and she hesitated to explain, but she didn't know how to explain. Zhong Ding continued, "I didn't peek, I looked openly." Ha 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 ha. At the end of his speech, he couldn't help laughing. Xia Feishui immediately realized that she was being teased, and she was so angry that she shouted in a delicate voice, "You are so annoying," while lightly hitting Zhong Ding's chest with her pink fist. Zhong Ding smiled wickedly and hugged Xia Feishui's delicate body tightly in his arms, preventing Xia Feishui from hitting him with her little fists. After a while, Xia Feishui asked, "Did you really look at it? What did you see?" "I wanted to see it, but Wang Ruohua wouldn't let me." "Don't you think she is meddling?" Zhong Ding said truthfully. Xia Feishui immediately defended Wang Ruohua, "No. She did it for my own good. You are not allowed to blame her." "Okay," Zhong Ding responded. Then, he found a topic to talk about. "By the way, have you planned how to play in Seoul?" Seoul, Goryeo is one of the destinations for many Chinese people to travel abroad. Xia Feishui and Wang Ruohua both plan to use this time to travel around Seoul. "The planning is almost done," Xia Feishui said, and then told Zhong Ding about their itinerary. 10 minutes later, Wang Ruohua finished her shower and came out in her pajamas. She saw Zhong Ding and Xia Feishui sitting on the sofa inside, hugging each other and being affectionate. She didn't disturb him. Xia Feishui was busy talking to Zhong Ding and didn't talk to her for the time being. It was already past 11 o'clock in the evening and I was ready to go to bed. Wang Ruohua picked up her mobile phone and played with it for a while, then finally climbed into bed to go to sleep. There were 2 beds, one outside and one inside. As a boy, Zhong Ding of course slept on the outside bed, so when Wang Ruohua got on her bed, she was very close to Xia Feishui and Zhong Ding, who were sitting on the sofa at the innermost part. Zhong Ding was sitting not far in front of her, so Wang Ruohua didn't have the nerve to just lie down. She sat and waited for a while. Zhong Ding and Xia Feishui were still as affectionate and inseparable as if no one was around. Cough, cough. She couldn't hold it in any longer and cleared her throat twice. Zhongding and Xiafei finally stopped their affectionate conversation and turned to look at Wang Ruohua. Wang Ruohua said indignantly, "How dare you treat me, a light bulb, as heir?" Xiafei pretty face turned red, and she quickly stood up, left Zhongding, walked to the bed and sat down. Zhongding smiled and said, "I just want to show off my love to make you, a single dog, hungry to death." Finally, he stood up and said to Xiafei with a smile, "Feishue, don't sleep with her, sleep with me." "A ding, don't talk nonsense." Xiafei's face turned even redder. She was so scared that she quickly got on the bed and lay down next to Wang Ruohua, showing her determination with her actions. Zhongding pretended to sigh with regret, then walked back to his bed and lay down to sleep. The lights were turned off and the room fell into darkness and silence. Just as Zhongding was about to close his eyes and go to sleep, he suddenly heard whispering coming from the bed next to him. He turned his head and vaguely saw Xiafei and Wang Ruohua hugging each other under the quilt, whispering in each other's ears. He looked away, closed his eyes and went to sleep. However, with his eyes closed, his hearing seemed to be more sensitive, and the whispers of Xiafei and Wang Ruohua seemed to be spoken in his ears, but he couldn't hear them clearly. Not only that, they would occasionally let out some desirable and pleasant giggles. After more than 10 minutes, Zhongding finally couldn't help but open his eyes, turned sideways, and asked jokingly, "You guys are having a great time chatting. Can I squeeze in with you and chat together?" "Bah! You have no shame, no shame." Wang Ruohua's scolding voice came immediately, "How dare you join in the fun of a girl's private conversation?" Then, Xiafei made an excuse and said tactfully, "The bed is too small. It can't accommodate 3 people. It's okay, I'll just move my bed over there and put them together." Zhongding said with a smile. Xiafei was so scared that she quickly said, "You are a boy, it is not convenient." Zhongding, Lu Xiaohui was able to remain calm even when a woman sat on his lap. "I am even purer than Lu Xiaohui. You must believe me. If you were pure, there would be no bad people in the world." Wang Ruohua said sarcastically. Zhongding complained, "You are prejudiced. Ask Feishue if I am pure or not." Xiafei said shyly, "You are quite bad." "Ah!" Zhongding screamed in disappointment. Wang Ruohua laughed triumphantly, hugged Xiafei tighter under the quilt, and kissed her. "Whoa, I've taken 10,000 points of damage, I don't need any comfort." Zhongding pretended to cry, "Feishue, I want your hug and comfort." Xiafei laughed, "Hee, no." Zhongding led the topic and talked nonsense. The 3 of them kept chatting until they were too sleepy and then stopped. Then they fell asleep soon after. The next morning, Zhongding and Jiangcheng RTY teams conducted running and training together. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in Zhongding's mind. "Ding, mission completed. Congratulations on getting a level 2, 1-star temperament card, 30 male god points, and a random draw." Hearing the prompt that the task was completed, Zhongding raised the corners of his mouth and smiled slightly. A few minutes later, the training session ended. Zhongding opened the class WeChat group to check, and saw that the head teacher had already distributed the grades of all the students in the class in the group, including their ranking in the class and in the grade. He was of course number 1 in his grade and still got full marks in all subjects. Not only that, the head teacher even sent his full score composition to the WeChat group, calling on the whole class to learn from it. In the class group, classmates were full of envy, congratulations, and compliments. Several girls spoke up and said they really liked his composition. "My classmates are so enthusiastic, it would seem like I would be putting myself too high a priority if I didn't show my face." So, Zhongding sent a message to the group, "Classmates, you are obsessed with appearances. Ranking is not important at all. It is enough to get full marks." The group immediately exploded. "Zhang Jiahao, someone, come. Take the pretentious criminal above to the 18th level of hell, fry him in a frying pan, and then cut him into pieces. Remember, save his brain for me, I want to eat it and make something as awesome as him. Luo Qiangdong, I want to learn how to dunk. Which part should I eat? Legs or hands? Zhang Yuyun, you are so bad that you want to eat the school hunk. Excuse me, I want to get full marks in my composition, what should I eat? Zhang Yi, Zhongding, you have offended everyone, right? Help me to gain points quickly, and I will speak well of you." Chapter 65. At noon, after lunch, Zhongding returned to the guest room to rest. Xiafei and Wang Ruohua took a short stroll around the area in the morning and came back to rest. Taking advantage of the opportunity to brush his teeth, wash his face and relieve himself in the bathroom, Zhongding used the second-level 1-star temperament card he got in the morning. His temperament increased by 1 point, and now his temperament has increased to 82 points. When he came out of the bathroom, Zhongding found that Wang Ruohua was staring at him in a trance, and subconsciously asked, "What's the matter?" "It only improves your temperament a little, so the change shouldn't be that big, right?" Wang Ruohua came to her senses, immediately turned away and walked away without saying a word. Wang Ruohua felt like she was crazy. She actually found Zhongding a little more pleasing to the eye. Could it be that she sensed some kind of desire in the pop-pop sound made by Zhongding's urination? Who have you become? This made her feel full of self-blame and distress. In fact, this was not her illusion. When your temperament reaches 80 points, every time you improve your temperament by 1 point, the effect will be more obvious. On the third night after arriving in Seoul, the Jeongcheon RTY team finally started its first game of the King of Glory World Championship group stage. There is a strong esports atmosphere in Korea, and with the addition of a number of spectators who came from the country to watch the game, the competition was quite popular. However, the main audience is still the netizens who watch online on their own live broadcast platforms. In the backstage lounge, Zhongding took out a silver mask and put it on, covering his handsome face, leaving only a pair of star-like eyes and his mouth and chin exposed. The mask is silver, and its surface is covered with many artificial diamond-like gems, which reflect sparkling light under the light. A very flashy and gorgeous mask. When the time was up, Zhongding and Jeongcheon RTY team walked out of the lounge together and went to the competition stage through a special passage. As he walked out of the lounge door, the system's voice suddenly rang in Zhongding's mind. "Ding, mission released, as a male god, you are destined to shine brightly and become the focus of everyone. This competition is your first time participating in a public competition, and you must amaze everyone. Mission rewards, level 2, 2-star temperament card, 50 male god points and a random draw. Mission failed, electric shock for 3 days, 3 minutes a day." After listening to the content of the task, Zhongding's mouth curled up. He liked the easy point questions the most. After stepping onto the esports stage, many people noticed the unique Zhongding, and the live broadcast camera even gave Zhongding a close-up. On the live broadcast platform, netizens commented, "Who is this guy? Isn't he afraid of getting beaten up for being so showy? Oh my god, he actually wore a mask to play the game. Is he really that good? He actually got different treatment. It's so embarrassing, why am I wearing a mask? Could it be that he is so ugly that he dares to show up only after wearing a mask? Ha, ugly people tend to do weird things." There are a lot of comments, most of which are disgusting. At the commentary booth, the commentators quickly introduced the two teams that were about to face off. One side is the Jeongcheon RTY team, and the other side is the Citigroup CCW team. The Citigroup CCW team is very strong and ranks second in the international trials. The Jeongcheon RTY team appears to be very weak and has barely qualified for the World Championship. When the commentator introduced the Jeongcheon RTY team, he added at the end, however, the Jeongcheon RTY team has a new player, Wenchong. This player is very mysterious, wearing a mask, and his ID also has a special meaning, which means winning the championship. Perhaps, Wenchong is the biggest variable for the Jeongcheon RTY team. Let us wait and see. The Jeongcheon RTY team stepped onto the esports stage. After taking their seats in order, Zhongding turned to Coach Wushan and said, "Wushan, I have a plan. Please speak." Wushan said respectfully, "Zhongding, this game is my debut, I plan to let go and play to make all esports players wary of me. If the enemy team focuses on me in future games, our teammates should be able to have more room to play." Wushan hesitated, "This. Brother Ding, what a good idea." Lin Yuan shouted. He was originally the captain of the Jeongcheon RTY team. After Zhongding replaced him as captain, he was still the starting player because he was the starting support. Other teammates echoed. They all agreed that the strategy proposed by Zhongding would be beneficial to them. Seeing this, Wushan gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I'll do as you say." At exactly 8 o'clock in the evening, the game officially began. In the first game, Zhongding chose a very common jungle hero, Han Xin. First blood. First kill. Less than half a minute after the start of the game, a heart-stirring first kill announcement rang out over the Canyon of Kings. Zhongding got the first kill. There was immediate cheers and applause from the audience. On each live streaming platform, barrages of comments are flying. "I got the first kill in half a minute. This masked monster seems to be quite something. He was lucky to get the first kill. Hey, where are you sitting? Jeongchung RTY team is a domestic team after all. The mask still has some strength, so don't blacken him. 1 minute later, Jeongding took on 2 opponents at once and easily got a double kill. On each direct platform, the barrage took off again. Wow, I won a 1-on-2 battle. The mask is really something. I told you, if the ID is named Winding, it must be quite strong. Sure, Masked Brother has already got 3 kills, and it's been less than 2 minutes since the start of the game. After more than 1 minute and 20 seconds, Jeongding fought 1 against 4 and got 4 kills, for consecutive extraordinary kills. Cokes. The scene instantly boiled over, and the audience couldn't help but burst into deafening cheers and thunderous applause. On various live streaming platforms, barrages of comments took off all of a sudden, becoming dense and overwhelming. 666. Oh my god. That's amazing. Not only did he win against 4 people, but he also achieved 4 consecutive extraordinary achievements. Mask Brother is so awesome. The World Championship is the highest level competition, but there is actually a 1-on-4 situation. Am I dazzled? Masked Guy is really awesome, no wonder he dares to wear a mask to participate in the competition. Masked Brother, I take back my diss about you. You've convinced me. Who exactly is this Masked Guy? It's only been 4 minutes since the start of the game, and he's already taken 7 heads. Isn't that scary? In the following game time, Jeongding continued to kill people, constantly taking heads and pushing towers, making it so difficult for the heroes of the United States CCW team to hide in the defensive tower and feel unsafe. At 8 minutes and 47 seconds, Jeongding personally pushed down the enemy's crystal tower and won the first game. The audience cheered and were shocked. You should know that the King of Glory World Championship is the highest end event in King of Glory esports and represents the highest level. Normally, a game lasts at least 10 minutes, or even more than 20 minutes. Netizens who were watching online were equally shocked and posted comments one after another. Awesome. Write it down as awesome. As the name suggests, Winding really wants to be the champion. The Masked Guy was so fierce that I thought he was a streamer who created a silver level account to bully elementary school students. After cleaning up the battlefield, the system evaluated that Jeongding was the MVP of the game, with 16 kills, 0 deaths, and a damage output of up to 64.5%. Seeing this data, the audience burst into screams again. On the live broadcast platform, the barrage of comments continued to be dense and overwhelming. 666. The Masked Man is about to appear. Hey, you are not allowed to call my idol the Masked Man anymore, you have to call him Dingshin. Chapter 66. The first game is over and there is a short break. Everyone in the CCW team of the United States looked unhappy. Before the game, they knew the strength of Jeongchung RTY team and believed that they could easily defeat Jeongchung RTY team and get off to a good start. They never expected that Jeongchung RTY team suddenly had a player wearing a silver mask, who beat them like weak chickens by himself. The coach of the CCW team of the United States said in a deep voice, "The Jeongchung RTY team is very weak, and they only have one masked monster that suddenly appeared. In the next round, you all have to keep a close eye on the masked monster and don't give him a chance to develop." Yes, coach. The members of the Citigroup CCW team responded with a breath. After a short break, the second game began. The Citigroup CCW team decided to target Jeongding, so when banning heroes, they basically banned jungle heroes to limit Jeongding's performance. However, what they never expected was that Jeongding chose Bailey Shuti as the jungler. Bailey Shoyo is a shooter gunner, usually playing in the bottom lane. Bailey Shoyo is a hero with very distinct characteristics. His second skill can perform sniping beyond the range, and the range is so large that it can cover half of the map. However, as a limitation, it is difficult to aim. Moreover, when it aims, there will be a red aiming line, which makes it easy for the target to spot and avoid it in advance. Most players are not good at playing Bailey Shoyo. At the beginning of the game, Jeongding controlled Bailey Shoyo to go to the middle lane, hiding in the bushes to snipe the enemy's middle lane mage. Bang! A penetrating gunshot rang out, and Jeongding's sniper shot hit the target, causing the mage of the CCW team of the United States to lose a large amount of blood immediately. The mage of the CCW team of the United States suddenly panicked and immediately gave up the fight with the mage of the RTY team of Jeongchung. He used flash to escape back and used S-shaped movement to prevent Jeongding from aiming at him. Unfortunately, everything is in vain. Bailey Shoyo's sniper range was too large and he couldn't escape. Moreover, Zhong Ding didn't need to aim like other players. He fired another slow and steady shot. First blood. As the heart-stirring first kill announcement suddenly rang out over the Canyon of Kings, the mage of the CCW team of the United States fell down unwillingly. Cokes. The audience cheered enthusiastically, and comments flew all over the live streaming platform. On the commentary platform, the commentators shouted excitedly, another half-minute into the game, when Ding got the first kill again. Another commentator said, I don't know if you noticed that when Ding's 2 sniping attempts were both done with a flick shot, and both hit the target. The so-called flick sniper means that when Bailey Shayo is preparing to aim, he does not aim directly at the target, but aims in other directions. After completing the preparation for aiming, he suddenly turns around and snipes the target. The hit rate of a flick shot is usually very low, firstly because the aiming is not effective, and secondly because the target is too far away. This is like a real-life gunman who turns around and shoots at a very far target without aiming, relying solely on his feeling. It was quite rare for Zhong Ding to hit the target twice in a row, so the commentators specifically mentioned it. Among them, Zhong Ding is not a real flick sniper. With 10 times the mental reaction speed, the game seemed to be 10 times slower. After he turned around, he had already aimed before sniping, but his reaction speed was too fast compared to everyone else, so people mistakenly thought he was flicking the sniper. This is a unique trick that he discovered by accident and belongs to him alone. It is an unsolvable bug. With the first kill, Zhong Ding gained an early advantage. For the next period of time, the Canyon of Kings became Zhong Ding's unilateral sniping hunting ground. Once he targets you, you'll be dead within 2 or 3 shots. The CCW team from the United States died in a very miserable way. They were unable to fight, dodge, or escape, and the defense towers they usually relied on were completely useless. 17 hits with the sniper. 18 hits with the sniper. Every time Zhong Ding fired a shot, the commentator on the commentary desk counted the shots in shock. It was already amazing for an ordinary player to hit the target with 2 out of 3 shots of Bailey Shaoyao's sniping, but Zhong Ding could hit the target with every shot. The audience at the scene also screamed as the huge penetrating gunshots rang out. They clenched their fists and tensed their bodies. They hoped that Zhong Ding would keep hitting the target with his sniper rifle and create a miracle or myth. At the same time, they were worried that Zhong Ding would miss the target with his next shot and cause regret. On the live broadcast platform, netizens are also constantly counting comments. The 23rd sniper hit. The 24th sniper hit. Too fierce, Mask Brother, I love you. Everyone should call him Dingshin, not Mask Brother. Please kneel down and become my disciple. I want to learn the special skill of hitting the target with a 100% sniper shot. Dingshin, why are you so showy? I want to play Bailey Shoyue, summon the Dingshin to possess me, and hit the target with 100% sniping. Only gods can achieve this. You deserve the title of Dingshin. 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 At 8 minutes and 56 seconds, the second round ended. The Jiangcheng RTY team won easily, while the Citigroup CCW team was defeated miserably. Zhong Ding fired a total of 32 sniper shots, and every shot hit the target, shocking all the audience and netizens and making them drop their jaws. Even the members of Jiangcheng RTY team were shocked. After a short break, the third game began. In the third round, Zhong Ding still let go and opened fire at full force, killing people everywhere. Double kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Triple kill. Quadra kill. 4 consecutive extraordinary. Penta kill. 5 consecutive hits. As the broadcast sounded continuously over the Canyon of Kings, Zhong Ding took on 5 opponents alone and easily wiped out the CCW team of the United States. Cokes. The audience was instantly excited and shocked. At the commentary booth, the commentators were stunned with shock. This is the highest level of King of Glory esports competition. It is almost impossible to win 5 consecutive games, but it not only happened here, but it was won in a 1-on-5 situation. On the live broadcast platform, the barrage of comments was dense and overwhelming. Netizens were posting barrages frantically, causing the network to freeze. Oh my god. My Dingshin. 5 consecutive peerless. Am I dazzled? Dingshin, from tonight on, you are my idol. A godly man. Mortals cannot look gods in the face, so the Ding God wears a mask. Dingshin, I want to give birth to a child for you. In the third game, Jiangcheng RTY team won faster and more easily, winning in just 7 minutes and 43 seconds. After 5 games and 3 wins, Zhangcheng RTY team won tonight's game. After the game, the Zhangcheng RTY team walked out of the combat seat, walked to the front of the esports stage, and bowed to the audience to express their gratitude. The audience all stood up and shouted excitedly, "Ding Shin! Ding Shin! Ding Shin!" There were Chinese people shouting wildly, and there were also countless Korean fans who either followed suit and shouted Ding Shin or shouted Ding Shin in Korean. On various live streaming platforms, countless comments were posted, not congratulating the Zhangcheng RTY team, but congratulating Ding Shin for winning. Congratulations to Ding Shin for his easy victory. Congratulations to Ding Shin for appearing out of nowhere and shocking everyone. Congratulations to Ding Shin for easily defeating the CCW team from the United States. When Zhong Ding and his teammates bowed to the audience, the corners of his handsome mouth couldn't help but rise under the shining silver mask. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully stunning all the audience with his debut, and for obtaining a level 2, 2-star temperament card, 50 male god points, and a random draw. Chapter 67. At around 9:30 in the evening, Xiafei Xuet and Wang Ruohua finally returned to their hotel from the esports center. Xiafei Xuet and Wang Ruohua both attended the first game that Zhong Ding participated in. When they entered the guest room, Zhong Ding came up to them with a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "You are back." He had been back to the hotel for more than half an hour since he started the competition. Ding, you are so awesome." Xiafei Xuet threw herself directly into Zhong Ding's arms, cheering and shouting, full of pride. This is her boyfriend. When Wang Ruohua saw Zhong Ding, his face looked a little strange. She found that she liked Zhong Ding even more. Could it be that she really fell in love with him? In fact, when Zhong Ding was waiting for them to come back in the guest room, he used the second level 2-star temperament card he had just obtained. His overall temperament increased by 2 points to 84 points. How could he not become pleasing to the eye? Zhong Ding hugged Xiafei Xuet's soft body and laughed heartily. "Ah, how can I be your boyfriend if I'm not awesome?" The two hugged each other sweetly. Wang Ruohua coughed twice. "Please, respect me as a light bulb." Xiafei Xuet finally came back to her senses from her sweet happiness and left Zhong Ding's arms with a slightly blushing face. Zhong Ding asked, "Are you hungry? Let's go out for a midnight snack. Let's go to the Seoul night market." Seoul is the capital of Goryeo. It is a modern city that never sleeps. In fact, the Zhangcheng RTY team went out for a midnight snack to celebrate, but Zhong Ding declined as he wanted to share the joy of the night with Xiafei Xuet. "Okay." Xiafei Xuet responded immediately. So, Xiafei Xuet and Wang Ruohua took a short rest, packed up, and went out for a midnight snack with Zhong Ding. Walking on the bustling streets full of colorful neon lights, Xiafei Xuet intimately hugged Zhong Ding's arm, which made Zhong Ding secretly happy. As for Wang Ruohua, she did not walk on Xiafei Xuet's side, but on the other side of the bell. Under normal circumstances, she couldn't move like this, but in a foreign country, late at night, she felt safe only when she was close to the bell and tripod. So, to passers-by, it seemed that Zhong Ding was hugging two extremely beautiful girls on his left and right. This is almost true. It turned out that the streets were crowded with people, and from time to time someone would come towards her. Rather than squeezing with strangers, Wang Ruohua would rather take advantage of Zhong Ding and have some physical contact with him. When Zhong Ding went out for a midnight snack and shopping with Xiafei Xuet and Wang Ruohua, the esports circle was shaken by him. In addition to the audience fans who spontaneously announced in some chat groups and forums that Ding Shin would appear tonight, all participating teams were watching Zhong Ding's game video. Zhong Ding is so strong that all the teams feel overwhelmed when watching his game videos and studying him. If they were asked to fight against Ding Shin, how should they fight to win? Especially against Bailey Shuyi, who was in Shangdingian. No answer. After one night, Ding Shin's reputation spread throughout the entire esports circle. In addition, the sales of the hero Bailey Xiao in honor of King suddenly skyrocketed. After watching Zhong Ding's Bailey Xiao, many netizens bought this hero to play, wanting to learn how to hit the target with a 100% sniper shot. At 11:30 in the evening, Zhong Ding and his two companions finally returned from shopping after having a midnight snack. The embarrassing thing that happened before happened again: the bathing problem. Because they were watching the bell and tripod competition, Xiafei Xuet and Wang Ruohua were unable to take a shower in advance. Zhong Ding still took a bath first, but Xiafei Xuet and Wang Ruohua were calmer. After a few days, they could choose to take a bath when Zhong Ding was not around, but they could not avoid him when he was taking a bath, so they got used to it. The two of them sat together at the end of the bed and chatted, occasionally glancing at the blurry figure of someone taking a shower in the bathroom. Xiafei Xuet watched, and Wang Ruohua watched too. Sometimes they stopped to chat, watched together, and even whispered in each other's ears. Occasionally, they let out some shy laughter, and their pretty faces blushed. Seeing that Zhongding had finished his shower and was about to come out, Xiafeishue and Wang Ruohua immediately ran to the innermost sofa and sat down. They both lowered their heads to check their phones, pretending not to look at the bathroom shadow and only focused on playing with their phones. Zhongding came out of the shower and walked a few steps towards Xiafeishue and Wang Ruohua, smiling expectantly and calling out, "It's your turn to take a shower." Xiafeishue and Wang Ruohua stopped browsing their phones and looked up. "Zhongding, your smile is very strange." Wang Ruohua said coldly, "You must be thinking about something dirty." Xiafeishue's pretty face turned slightly red. She didn't have the ability to turn the tables. Zhongding immediately denied, "I am so pure, I don't know what you are talking about." Wang Ruohua sneered, "Huh?" Zhongding spread his hands and acted innocent. However, Xiafeishue and Wang Ruohua finally took a bath. Xiafeishue washed first. Zhongding felt that he could not miss the opportunity and had to take a look. However, Wang Ruohua blocked his view again. This time Wang Ruohua learned her lesson and did not climb onto the bed to block Zhongding's sight from a close distance. Instead, she moved closer to the glass wall of the bathroom and used her body to block the blurry shadow of Xiafeishue taking a bath. "Wang Ruohua, what do you mean?" Zhongding's face darkened. Wang Ruohua snorted coldly and said, "That's what I mean." "Zhongding, get out of the way." Wang Ruohua, "No." Zhongding was so angry. "What's wrong with me just looking at my girlfriend's shadow while she was taking a shower? I even hugged her." Looking at Zhongding's frustrated look, Wang Ruohua felt proud. After being angry for a while, Zhongding took a deep breath and raised the corners of his mouth. "So you really like me, that's why you are jealous. You have to use some provocation to make it work." He knew that Wang Ruohua would always jump up like a little female cat whose tail was stepped on. Unexpectedly, he miscalculated this time. Wang Ruohua was still blocking the shadow behind her. She crossed her arms and said calmly, "Whatever you say, I won't be fooled." Zhongding. 10 minutes later, Xiafeishue came out of the shower and it was Wang Ruohua's turn to take a shower. "Why do you look so unhappy?" Xiafeishue asked, stretching out her slender jade fingers to gently pinch Zhongding's cheek. Zhongding said depressedly, "Wang Ruohua is too nosy." Xiafeishue immediately understood what was going on, and smiled with her hands covering her mouth. "Who told you to be so mean?" Zhongding stretched out his hands to hold Xiafeishue's delicate body. "You are my girlfriend, I already hugged you, so it's okay for me to take a look, right? Anyway, I didn't really see it. You won't refuse to let me see it, right?" Xiafeishue was so shy that she didn't know how to answer. Seeing this, Zhongding knew that Xiafeishue was willing, so he felt much better. He let out a long sigh. With Wang Ruohua being a big bulb around, he and Xiafeishue might not have the chance to improve themselves during this trip abroad. "Don't be unhappy," Xiafeishue advised softly. Zhongding wanted to explain that the sigh was not for that reason, but when the words came to his lips, he suddenly changed his mind and remained silent. He wanted to see how Xiafeishue would compensate him. "How about?" Xiafeishue hesitated, "Just look at Huahua. Anyway, it's just a blurry shadow." Wang Ruohua has looked at Zhongding countless times. It's not too much for Zhongding to look back at him once, right? Zhongding was shocked and stunned, thinking he had heard it wrong. Chapter 68. Who do you think I am? Zhongding reacted and immediately pretended to be angry. How could I, such a pure person, do such a thing? Humph, how could I fall for such an obvious trap? Xiafeishue was stunned for a moment, then she smiled and said, "Hee, you still have a bottom line." After saying this, she turned around and hugged Zhongding in a disguised manner. Zhongding laughed. Time flies. 2 days later, Jiangcheng RTY team ushered in the second game. Xiafeishue and Wang Ruohua planned to continue watching Zhongding's game live, but found that the tickets were sold out. Obviously, there were still a lot of empty seats in the last game. Yes, the stadium was packed for this game. Not only that, the number of people watching online has also increased dramatically. This sudden surge in the number of viewers all came for Zhongding. Zhongding's sudden appearance astonished countless people, and the mask he wore added to his mysterious air, so he instantly became an esports star. When the Jiangcheng RTY team stepped onto the esports stage from the backstage lounge, the audience kept shouting Dingshin. On each live streaming platform, barrages of comments took off, densely packed and overwhelming. "Welcome to the Dingshin. Come on, Dingshin. Dingshin, you must play Bailey Shoyue. Dingshin, I love you, I am your fan. Just wait for the God of Cauldron to show his might. At the beginning of the game, Ding suppressed some of his strength and cooperated with his teammates in the game. It's just that the tree wants to stop but the wind doesn't. The enemy team thinks the Jiangcheng RTY team only has Ding, and the others are not worth mentioning. They kept sending people to harass Ding, intending to suppress him. As a result, Ding was forced to kill 2 people when they came in pairs, 3 when they came, and 5 when they came, which was exactly 5 consecutive kills. After being badly beaten for 2 consecutive games, the enemy team finally realized that Dingshin was invincible and could not be restricted, and began to change their strategy to avoid Dingshin's edge. Although Ding intended to suppress some of the strength, he was not a fool, and it was impossible for a jungler not to catch people. Since the enemy fled when they saw him, he simply pushed the tower. So in the third game, although Ding didn't get many kills, he pushed down many towers and won easily. With 3 wins out of 5 games, Jiangcheng RTY team easily won tonight's game. As the game progressed, Jiangcheng RTY team, led by Ding, easily won one victory after another and easily qualified for the group stage as the first place. Ding's fame grew and he became more and more popular. Other esports players were terrified when they met him. After the group stage, we flew to Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia to continue the knockout stage. The teams participating in the knockout stage have extremely strong overall strength and are all top teams. However, these top teams are still like chickens and dogs in front of Ding and are vulnerable. Jiangcheng RTY team easily entered the finals under the leadership of Ding. This is the first time that Jiangcheng RTY team has entered the King of Glory World Championship finals. Among them, it was also the first time to enter the knockout stage. All this is because of a huge variable, the bell and tripod. The finals were held at the Shenzhen Esports Center, so Ding, Xiafei and Wang Ruohua could finally return home. Coming out of the airport, Xiafei suddenly dropped her luggage and rushed forward with her arms open. Ding was startled and was about to chase after her when he found that Xiafei had already thrown herself into someone's arms. It's Xiafei's mother. In addition to Xiafei's mother, he also found Chen Xuannan's 4 bodyguards, who were following not far behind Xiafei's mother. Picking up Xiafei's suitcase with his other hand, Ding walked towards Xiafei and her daughter. Wang Ruohua also followed. She looked around, but didn't see her mother, and was a little disappointed. "Hello, Aunt Xia." Ding and Wang Ruohua greeted in unison. Xiafei's mother let go of Xiafei, faced Ding and Wang Ruohua, put on a smile and responded, "Hua Hua," shouting. Ding took the opportunity to glance at Xiafei and found that there was still a clear look of surprise on her pretty face. She probably didn't know that her mother was waiting for her here. "I want to talk to Fei Shui alone," Xiafei's mother said. Ding and Wang Ruohua, "Aunt Xia, please go ahead. We'll wait for you in front." Then, the two of them walked away with their suitcases and sat down on the long row of chairs in the waiting area in front. "What a surprise! Why didn't my mom come to pick me up?" Wang Ruohua said enviously, "I miss my mom so much, too." Ding didn't respond. He was guessing that Xiafei might be taken away. Wang Ruohua waited for a while but didn't hear Ding's reply, so she turned around and asked, "Did you hear me?" "Ding, I heard it." "Then why didn't you respond to me? You said you missed your mother. Do you still need my comfort? You are not a 3-year-old child anymore," Ding said unhappily. The appearance of Xiafei's mother here is not a good thing at all. Wang Ruohua was so angry that she snorted and stopped talking to Ding. After a few minutes, Xiafei and her daughter came over, followed by Chen Xuannan's 4 bodyguards. "Ding, you guys have been traveling abroad for too long without saying a word. I want to take Fei Shui home," Xiafei's mother said to Ding. It turned out that Xiafei still hadn't told her mother that Ding was going abroad to play in the King of Glory competition. She only said that he went to Seoul and Kuala Lumpur to play. "I'm sorry, Aunt Xia." Ding apologized. Then, he turned his head to look at Chen Xuannan's 4 bodyguards, and then he said, "Aunt Xia, if you were forced, just blink." Xiafei was the first to burst out laughing. Xiafei's mother couldn't help laughing. However, after a moment, she still put away her smile and said seriously, "Ding, you take care of yourself." She thought that Ding had gone too far by taking Xiafei abroad for fun, and it was too dangerous. Some time ago, she had been trying to keep it a secret for her daughter and Ding, but a week ago she finally couldn't keep it a secret anymore. Because Qin Xiannan had already bought a villa in Jiangcheng for her and her daughter, and wanted them to move to Jiangcheng. When Chen Xiannan learned that Xiafei was taken abroad by Zhongding for fun, he was very angry and determined to separate his daughter and Zhongding. She said she would make 5 million during the summer vacation to prove her ability, but instead of working hard to make money to prove herself, she gave up on herself and took Xiafei abroad to travel to fool him. For such a rotten man, he would never show mercy even if his daughter threatened to commit suicide. A short pain is worse than a long one. A ding, goodbye. When Xiafei was pulled away by her mother, she waved to Zhongding reluctantly. She didn't know that her biological father had decided to break them up and thought her mother was just taking her home. As Xiafei left, Wang Ruohua felt a little confused. Should I go back to Qingyang City as well, or stay in Xincheng with Zhongding and watch Zhongding's game live? Zhongding could see Wang Ruohua's hesitation, so he said, "How about you also go back to Qingyang City with Fei Xue?" "I won't." Wang Ruohua made a decision all of a sudden. It was her instinctive habit to go against Zhongding. Zhongding was worried about something and didn't bother to talk nonsense with Wang Ruohua. "It's up to you then." Then, he dragged his luggage and strode towards the Jiangcheng RTY team waiting for him. "Wait for me." Wang Ruohua dragged the suitcase and chased after him. Luo Dingguang and others were amazed when they saw Wang Ruohua chasing after Zhongding. At first they thought Wang Ruohua was Zhongding's girlfriend, but Zhongding introduced that she was not, but Xiafei was. Now Xiafei has left, but Wang Ruohua is still following her. So, who is Zhongding's girlfriend? Or both of them? Both Wang Ruohua and Xiafei were extremely beautiful girls, and they were obviously extraordinary. Chapter 69. When they arrived at the hotel arranged by the authorities, Zhongding and Wang Ruohua were still only assigned a double room. However, there are other rooms in the hotel. Zhongding paid for a room for Wang Ruohua out of his own pocket. "It's too far, I'm scared," Wang Ruohua said reluctantly. Zhongding booked a single room for her on a different floor. "Zhongding, you don't want to live in the same room with me for 3 or 4 days, do you? It's a double room, not the same bed," Wang Ruohua retorted, and then pretended to cry. "You promised my mother that you would take care of me when you go out to play, and you bully my mother." "Stop." Zhongding shouted hurriedly, "Okay, let's just use the same room." After a pause, he added, "First of all, I want to make it clear that you are not allowed to have any improper thoughts about me." TSK. Wang Ruohua looked at Zhongding with disdain and refused to refute. So Zhongding cancelled the single room. The two dragged their suitcases into the double room, and Zhongding and Wang Ruohua both looked at the bathroom first. Unfortunately, the bathroom toilet is still made of glass. The two of them withdrew their gazes and turned to look at each other at the same time. Wang Ruohua's pretty face couldn't help but turn slightly red. At around 10 o'clock in the evening, after taking a shower, Zhongding made an excuse to find Luo Dingguang and others to make it convenient for Wang Ruohua to take a shower. Wang Ruohua breathed a sigh of relief. Half an hour later, Zhongding returned to the room. Wang Ruohua had already finished her shower and was sitting on the bed in thin pajamas, playing with her phone. "Zhongding, are you free tomorrow night?" Wang Ruohua put down his phone and asked. "Zhongding, what's the matter?" "I want to go shopping," Wang Ruohua said. Zhongding responded readily, "Sure." He must do what he promised Aunt Zheng. "Thank you." Wang Ruohua was slightly stunned. She didn't expect Zhongding to agree so readily. After another moment of silence, Wang Ruohua asked, "Have you contacted Fei Xue?" "I can't seem to contact her." It turned out that she wanted to explain to Xiafei that she and Zhongding lived in a double room, but she didn't get a reply for a long time after she sent her WeChat message, and when she called her, her phone showed that it was turned off. Zhongding frowned slightly. "I can't get in touch with him either. Maybe his phone is out of battery." He had some bad associations in his mind, but he felt that it shouldn't be that serious yet. "Didn't you say you'd bet that he'd make 5 million during the summer vacation?" There's still more than half a month left before the end of summer vacation. And he can get more than 6 million if he plays one more game. "Yeah," Wang Ruohua responded. Then the two of them played with their phones for about half an hour, and finally turned off the lights and went to sleep. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Zhongding and Jiangcheng RTY teams conducted daily training. Although the championship is already a foregone conclusion, no one dares to be too careless for fear of falling short. Zhongding felt some pressure. First, he had to complete the system task, and second, it was related to his future relationship with Xie Feishui. At 7 o'clock in the evening, after dinner, the hot summer city of Shenzhen finally felt a little cooler. Zhong Ding and Wang Ruohua, who was wearing a beautiful dress, left the hotel and went shopping together. Shenzhen is one of the 4 first-tier cities in China, so it goes without saying that it is very prosperous. We went shopping in the mall, had a midnight snack, and didn't return to the hotel until midnight. Zhong Ding was somewhat impressed by Wang Ruohua's energy. He was almost overwhelmed, but Wang Ruohua actually had a lot of fun throughout the whole process. Time flies, and finally it is Saturday night and the finals are here. In the past few days, Xie Feishui's phone has been unreachable. Zhong Ding was basically certain that Xie Feishui's cell phone was confiscated by her family, cutting off contact with him. The Shenzhen Esports Center was packed with audiences and the noise was deafening. On the live broadcast platform, countless netizens logged in advance and waited, constantly posting comments. Zhong Ding and his teammates walked out of the lounge and onto the esports stage. When he stepped onto the esports stage, Zhong Ding was surprised to find that many audience members in the audience were holding his glowing cheering signs. In fact, when he appeared in front of the live camera, there were countless comments on the live platform with the word Dingshan. Esports itself is a game where the strong prevail. He showed his strength in the group stage and knockout stage to beat all the teams. He has already conquered countless audiences and netizens and unknowingly has millions of fans of Honor of Kings. The competition officially began. In order to ensure victory, Zhong Ding hardly suppressed his strength this time. In the Canyon of Kings, Zhong Ding was killing people like crazy. He got triple kills countless times, and even got 4 consecutive extraordinary kills and 5 consecutive peerless kills several times. The audience was stunned and their blood boiled. Is this the highest level finals? Why was it a one-sided massacre, and a one-sided massacre by one person against another team? In 4 consecutive games, Zhangcheng RTY team easily won with overwhelming strength and won the final King of Glory World Championship Cup. Cokes. Countless audiences at the scene cheered and shouted Dingshan continuously. On the live broadcast platform, countless netizens posted comments crazily, overwhelming the network and causing it to freeze. The words Dingshan filled the entire screen. Finally winning the highest honor, the championship, everyone in the Zhangcheng RTY team cheered excitedly, even though they were just there to make up the numbers. After the game, the championship awards ceremony will follow. Standing in the center of the stage where countless people are paying attention, Zhong Ding, wearing a silver mask, is undoubtedly the most eye-catching person, no doubt about it. Ding, mission released, as a male god, it is necessary to stand out from the crowd. Host, please show your own characteristics on this stage that countless people are paying attention to, so that everyone will have a deeper impression of you. Mission rewards, 1 level 3 1-star appearance card, 100 male god points and a random draw. Mission failed, electroshock for 5 days, 3 minutes a day. While standing in the center of the stage, Zhong Ding heard the voice of the system in his mind. Zhong Ding's smile froze for a moment, and he had to think about how he could impress the audience. After much thought, it seems that the only option is talent show. There was no other choice but to find an opportunity to sing a song on stage. With his heavenly voice and top-notch singing skills as a singer, singing a song a cappella should be very impressive. As for what song to sing? These days he just happened to be preparing a song about competition and championship, and planned to record a video and post it on Douyin. This song was once popular all over the world. Many people are familiar with or have heard it. It can often be heard at some sports events. The song is called We Are the Champions. This song is very suitable for singing here and it won't feel abrupt. The award ceremony begins, and the first part is a dialogue with the champion. The so-called dialogue with the champions means that the host asks each member of the champion team 1 or 2 questions on the stage. Zhong Ding was the captain, so he was the first person to be interviewed. The beautiful female host held the microphone, looked at Zhong Ding's shining silver mask, and asked, "Mr. Wen Ding, you suddenly appeared this summer and led the Zhangcheng RTY team to win the King of Glory World Championship Cup. Countless viewers and netizens are curious, why are you wearing a mask?" Zhong Ding took the microphone and answered calmly, "The reason is simple, I am too handsome. I want the audience to pay more attention to my skills rather than my handsome face." Female host. Countless audiences in the audience. Countless netizens in front of the live broadcast platform. Chapter 70. After a moment, the female host finally responded, "Congratulations, you have done it. Your strength has been recognized by countless viewers and fans. What are your thoughts now? Or do you have anything to say to everyone? The female host then asked Zhongding. Zhongding, I am so lucky. I will sing to express my feelings. I will sing a song for you later. The female host said expectantly, you have a beautiful voice and you must be a good singer. I think everyone must be looking forward to it. Countless applause broke out from the stage, and countless voices shouted in unison, sing. 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 On the live streaming platform, countless comments were flying, all of which were sing. Sing. However, now is the stage of talking to the champion. It is impossible to just sing, there are other team members waiting to be interviewed. So, another male host started interviewing a member of the Jiangcheng RTY team from the other end. Each link proceeded smoothly according to the established process. It's finally time for the FMVP award ceremony. FMVP is an individual award and was awarded to Zhongding without any suspense. The female host asked Zhongding again what he thought. Zhongding took the microphone and said, I just said I want to sing a song. Now I will use my singing to represent my feelings. The song is called We Are the Champions. The hostess shouted, let's welcome them with applause. In the audience, there was thunderous applause before the female host even started to speak. I've paid my dues. Time after time again and again. Although there was no accompaniment, Zhongding's voice was so good, clear, passionate, magnetic, and penetrating that the accompaniment was unnecessary. As soon as the audience heard Zhongding singing, they were immediately infected by it. The audience who knew how to sing this song couldn't help but sing along. There is no musical accompaniment, but the momentum is more magnificent and infectious, making people feel excited and tearful. We are the champions. We are the champions. No time for losers, this world does not belong to losers. 'Cause we are the champions. Because we are the champions. When Zhongding finished singing We Are the Champions, the system's voice immediately rang in his mind. Ding, mission completed. Congratulations on getting a level 3, 1-star appearance card, 100 male god points, and a random draw. Zhongding couldn't help but smile, knowing that he sang the song very successfully. At this moment, the atmosphere under the stage was enthusiastic, and countless audiences kept shouting in unison, one more song. One more song. One more song. On the live streaming platform, netizens were sending comments crazily, so densely packed that even the network was stuck. It's so beautiful. It's like heavenly music. Awesome. My Dingshin is so brave to sing in public. His singing and voice are absolutely first rate. Dingshin, why are you so showy? I love you so much. Ah, I'm a crazy fan of Dingshin. One more song. One more song. One more song. One more song. Another one? Impossible. Zhongding just bowed and said thank you to everyone, then handed the microphone to someone else. The award ceremony for the King of Glory World Championship Cup champion finally ended. As he left the stage, Zhongding heard the reminder of mission completion in his mind. Ding, mission completed. Congratulations on getting a level 3 1-star appearance card, a level 2 3-star temperament card, 100 male god points, and a random draw. After leaving the esports center and returning to the hotel, Luo Dingguang's face was beaming with joy, and he wanted to book a private room to party all night long to celebrate. Zhongding, you should join us too. Luo Dingguang invited expectantly. Zhongding nodded readily, okay. But I can't go until later. My friend hasn't come back yet, and I'm a little worried. Haha, I get it. Wait for your girlfriend to come back and bring her over for a couple of drinks. Luo Dingguang laughed. Wu Shan, Ling Yuan and others couldn't help but look envious. Zhongding smiled bitterly and explained again, she is not my girlfriend. Luo Dingguang and others burst into laughter and did not believe it at all. Zhongding returned to the guest room and waited for Wang Ruhua to come back. During this time, he stood in front of a full-length mirror, preparing to use the level 3, 1-star appearance card he had just obtained. Use the level 3, 1-star appearance card. His mind sunk into the virtual space in his brain, and Zhongding confirmed the use of a level 3, 1-star appearance card. The level 3, 1-star appearance immediately turned into a gorgeous colorful stream of light that enveloped Zhongding's face. After a moment, the colorful light faded away. Zhongding looked at himself again and found that he had suddenly become handsome. It only improves the appearance by 1 point, but the effect is obvious. A face value of 90 points looks handsome, but when it increases by 1 point to 91 points, it actually creates a sense of handsomeness. This is the finishing touch. It's worthy of being a level 3, 1-star appearance card worth 500 points. It's worth it. Zhongding couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. There is also a level 3, 1-star appearance card. However, Zhongding didn't dare to use it for the time being. A sudden change that is too big may easily arouse suspicion, so keep it for now and use it later. After waiting for about 20 minutes, Wang Ruohua finally came back. You're back. Zhongding put down his phone, stood up, greeted Wang Ruohua and said with a smile. Wang Ruohua looked at Zhongding and was caught off guard and stared at him in a trance. It turned out that she watched Zhongding's competition at the esports center and saw Zhongding singing at the award ceremony, and she was unknowingly conquered by Zhongding's style. Now, suddenly seeing Zhongding's transformation from handsome to beautiful, one can't help but be a little dazzled. Hey, you're not in love with me, are you? Zhongding proudly stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Wang Ruohua's eyes to make her come back to her senses. Don't be obsessed with me. I'm just a legend. Wang Ruohua came back to her senses, her pretty face flushed. She silently turned her pretty face and eyes away and continued walking inside. She felt that she might really have fallen in love with Zhongding, and that beauty was in the eyes of the beholder. Seeing that Wang Ruohua did not refute immediately, Zhongding was a little puzzled. However, he immediately called out, "The team is opening a box to celebrate, do you want to join me?" Wang Ruohua didn't turn around. She asked, "Are you coming back at midnight?" "Of course I'll come back." Zhongding replied, "I'm so pure, how could I stay out all night?" Wang Ruohua, "Then I won't go." After Zhongding left, Wang Ruohua suddenly clenched her fists and screamed madly. Why do I like Zhongding? If it was in the past it would be fine, but now he is Fei Shua's boyfriend. Oh God and earth, there is a devil living in my heart. Chapter 71. Zhongding arrived in the luxurious box of the nightclub. The box was bustling with activity. Luo Dingguang and others were talking and laughing while hugging a beautiful woman. Brothers, let's toast to brother Zhongding together. Luo Dingguang muted the music, raised his glass and shouted. The others immediately responded with cheers, standing up with their glasses raised. Zhongding picked up the wine glass and stood up, smiling and said, I don't deserve it. I'll toast to everyone as well. After a drink, we sat down again and the music continued. Luo Dingguang wanted to call another beauty for Zhongding, but was immediately rejected by Zhongding. The members of Jiangcheng RTY team came up one by one to toast, but Zhongding just took a sip each time. It seems disrespectful, but that's how it is. With so many people toasting him, how could Zhongding bear to drink with them? What's more, they cannot be equal to Zhongding in status. Seeing that he couldn't get Zhongding to drink, Luo Dingguang had to give up. Brother Zhongding, what are your plans for the future? He asked tentatively. Zhongding, continue to go to school, and then take the college entrance examination. What about King of Glory? Zhongding smiled faintly and said, play with it when you have time, it can't be eaten as a meal. Luo Dingguang felt resentful that a full man does not know the hunger of a hungry man, but he had to admit it. Alas, it's a pity that you don't play in the competition with such good skills. He sighed with regret. If Zhongding continues to play the game, even if it is still a cooperative model, the benefits will still be huge. Zhongding smiled and didn't respond. Luo Dingguang advised, I also understand that it is important for you to go to school. Won't you have summer vacation next year? Come to my place to play in the World Championship. Zhongding shook his head and said, let's talk about it later. It takes too long for him to play in the King of Glory World Championship, and he has to go abroad, even though he can earn more than 6 million for each game. He felt that he could do many meaningful things in his future summer vacations. Moreover, according to his understanding of the nature of the myriad male god system, other tasks will definitely be assigned in the future summer vacations to force him to continue to grow. Luo Dingguang continued to persuade him unwillingly. In fact, being an esports player does not only earn prize money from competitions, but also has many other big income sources, such as advertising endorsements and selling personal souvenirs. You are very popular now, so advertising endorsements must be very valuable. 10 million a year is no problem. Zhongding shook his head and said, I don't accept advertising endorsements. He doesn't plan to continue playing esports, so accepting advertising endorsements is basically fraud. Then sell some personal souvenirs, Luo Dingguang said. Many fans are eager to buy your souvenirs. If it goes well, you can make millions. You get income, and your fans get spiritual satisfaction. It's a win-win situation. Such high popularity cannot be wasted, we must squeeze out the benefits. Zhong Ding pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "You can sell it for a while." "That's right." Luo Dingguang slapped his thigh happily. "It's a waste not to take this money that's delivered to my door." "Zhong Ding, how do we divide it?" Luo Dingguang said, after deducting the cost, "We'll split it 50-50. After all, I have to support a large family." "Zhong Ding, I want half of the total sales." The so-called cost is a huge issue and he doesn't have time to play with Luo Dingguang. "Luo Dingguang, brother Ding, the cost is not low, and it even accounts for the majority. If you take away half of the total sales, won't I have to pay for it?" "Zhong Ding, since there is no money to be made, then I won't do it." No, we still have to do it. We can't let down our enthusiastic fans." Luo Dingguang shouted hurriedly, "Well, I'll just make a loss and shout for popularity." Zhong Ding smiled and was too lazy to expose Luo Dingguang. After the two clinked their glasses and took a sip, Luo Dingguang said, "Brother Ding, since you want to sell souvenirs, you can't announce your retirement or stop playing in the future." "Zhong Ding, don't worry." After staying for more than an hour, Zhong Ding retreated. The next day, Zhong Ding and Wang Ruohua flew back to Jiangcheng by themselves, and then took the train back to Qingyang City. After returning to Qingyang City, Zhong Ding put his luggage away and immediately went to Xia Feishua's house. As a result, Xia Feishua's family had already moved. The phone call is unresolved and even the family has moved and no one knows where they are. However, Zhong Ding was not panicked. The prize money for the King of Glory World Championship will be credited to his account in the next 2 days, and he has completed the 5 million bet. So he called Wang Ruohua and asked her for Xia Feishua's mother's phone number. As expected, Wang Ruohua had the phone number of Xia Feishua's mother. But when Zhong Ding called Xia Feishua's mother, he found that the number was no longer in service. Zhong Ding couldn't help but smile bitterly. Xia Feishua's parents were really thorough. However, he still has a way. That is to go directly to Chen Xiannan. Chen Xiannan said that he was the overlord of the Jiangdong area, so he must be a well-known figure and it would be easy to find him. 3 days later, Jiangcheng. In the modern and imposing Tinghua Group building, in the group chairman's office on the 38th floor, Zhong Ding met Chen Xiannan. Chen Xiannan said condescendingly, "I am willing to see you because I want you to give up your delusions. Even if you are willing to marry into my family now, I still don't care. Go away, and don't bother my daughter anymore, or don't blame me for being cruel. The adult world is far more terrifying than you think." "Uncle Chen, do you keep your word?" Zhong Ding asked calmly, not being overwhelmed by Chen Xuannan's momentum. Chen Xiannan said coldly with disdain, "Of course I keep my word, but there are preconditions. I let you marry into my family because I think highly of you and gave you opportunities, but your performance is poor and you are not worthy of being with my daughter. You agreed to the bet, but you didn't work hard to fulfill it, but went abroad to travel. Do you think I am easy to fool?" Zhong Ding smiled, took out his mobile phone, opened the bank account arrival text message, and handed it over. "Uncle Chen, you should take a look at this text message first." Chen Xiannan reluctantly took it and took a look at it, and found that it was a bank text message notification of more than 5 million yuan arriving into the account. According to the contract, Zhong Ding can get half of the World Championship prize money, which is 6.4 million, but these bonuses are before tax, so after deducting taxes, there are only more than 5 million left. Chen Xuannan's eyes narrowed slightly, he was a little surprised, and then he became even more angry. "Zhong Ding, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child who was so easy to fool? 5 million is nothing. What I want is what you earn with your own ability, not what you ask for from your family." Zhong Ding sighed and said, "It turns out that Feishua hasn't told you yet. I didn't go abroad just for fun, but to participate in the King of Glory World Championship. I won the championship, and the championship prize is 12.8 million. I split the prize money with Jiangcheng RTY team." Chen Xiannan had probably heard of King of Glory esports. He didn't believe it and said, "Even if you participated in the King of Glory esports competition, why would the Jiangcheng RTY team share the prize money with you? Is it because your mother is Zhongqing Wan?" "Wrong." Zhong Ding shouted, "I helped the Jiangcheng RTY team win the championship, and they only gave me half of the prize money. It's already a big bargain." Chen Xiannan sneered, "You can't even fool a 3-year-old child." Zhong Ding laughed and said proudly, "Extraordinary people do extraordinary things. It is impossible for a high school student to earn 5 million in one summer vacation completely by his own ability. But I still did it because I am a genius. All your doubts about me are just the eyes of a mortal." You can go check it out. Uncle Chen, I'll come back to you in 2 days. After saying that, Zhong Ding took back his phone and turned to leave. Chapter 72. Looking at Zhong Ding's confident back, Chen Xiannan couldn't help but hesitate. He originally challenged Zhong Ding to earn 5 million during the summer vacation in order to prevent Zhong Ding from completing the task and force Zhong Ding to agree to marry into his family. Unexpectedly, Zhong Ding actually completed it. If he really relies entirely on his own ability. Chen Xiannan took a breath. Coming back to his senses, he pressed the shortcut key on the landline to add the hands-free function, and immediately a woman's voice came over. Master Chen, do you have any instructions? You must immediately investigate the situation of this year's King of Glory World Championship. I want the results before 5 p.m. Yes, Master Chen. More than 2 hours later, Chen Xiannan got the inside information of this year's King of Glory World Champion. A professional female secretary in a long OL suit stood respectfully in front of the desk and reported to Chen Xiannan. Zhangcheng RTY team's chance of winning the championship was less than 1%, but after Wen Ding joined, they won every game in the King of Glory World Championship, swept all the teams, and easily won the championship. Wen Ding is a freshman at Xingyang Middle School in Xingyang City. His real name is Zhong Ding. Before the summer vacation, he suddenly approached the Zhangcheng RTY team and impressed them with his absolute strength. Their boss, Luo Dingwang, agreed to cooperate with Wending and split the King of Glory World Championship prize money equally. Wending is extremely talented in playing King of Glory. Compared with other esports players, his strength is on a different level and he can easily crush all of them. It's a bit like an adult beating a few children under 10 years old. Therefore, he is also respected as Dingshan by King of Glory fans and is very popular. So, the main reason why Zhangcheng RTY team can become the King of Glory World Championship is that they won the championship. Chen Xiannan looked at a photo of Zhong Ding wearing a silver mask and nodded. Got it, you can leave now. After the secretary left, Chen Xiannan fell into deep thought. Zhong Ding's performance was indeed beyond his expectations. He had excellent academic performance and excellent physical skills. He was top-notch at singing and playing the piano, and was even a genius at playing games. He was able to do things that others could not, and he was also very handsome. He was definitely a potential dragon. Don't make enemies with such people. After returning to Earth God, Chen Xiannan immediately left the office and drove to Linjiang Yujing Villa community. Entering the community and a large villa, Xia Feishua's mother came to greet them. Xiannan, why did you come back suddenly? Where is Feishua? Chen Xiannan asked. Xia Feishua's mother sighed softly. She still locks herself in the room, refuses to eat, is depressed, and has lost weight. Chen Xiannan nodded, went upstairs, walked to the door of Xia Feishua's room, and knocked on the door. Feishua, open the door, Dad has something to tell you. You are not my father. A stubborn voice came from the room. Xia Feishua's mother immediately criticized. Feishua, don't talk to your father like that. Chen Xiannan said, I have figured it out and will no longer interfere with your relationship with Zhong Ding. Really? The door opened immediately, revealing Xia Feishua's thin and beautiful face. Chen Xiannan looked at his daughter's excited and surprised face, sighed slightly and said, Of course it's true. You clean up, we will have dinner with Zhong Ding later. Really? You're not lying to me, are you? Xia Feishua was a little bit unbelieving. Chen Xiannan smiled and said, I never lie to my daughter. Clean her up, dress her up nicely, and give that boy a surprise. Since there has been an offense before, it is very necessary to make amends and let Zhong Ding resolve the grudge. Thank you, Dad. Xia Feishua shouted excitedly, then closed the door and went to pack herself up. After returning to the living room and sitting down, Xia Feishua's mother asked in confusion, How did you figure it out? Today, Zhong Ding came to see me. Chen Xiannan said. Xia Feishua's mother, did he agree to marry into the family? Chen Xiannan smiled bitterly and shook his head. How could he agree to marry into my family? He has already earned 5 million. Ah! Xia Feishua's mother couldn't help but be shocked and couldn't believe it. He really made 5 million? When did he make it? Chen Xiannan sighed, I made this bet with him in the first place, just to make sure he couldn't complete it. I didn't expect him to do it so easily, as if it was a piece of cake. He took Feishua abroad before, not just for fun, but to participate in the King of Glory World Championship. The prize money for this competition is very high, and he won the championship, so he earned more than 5 million. This. Xia Feishua's mother found it unbelievable. Chen Xiannan smiled and said, "Our future son-in-law is not a simple person. I have to make an effort to mend my relationship with him." Xia Feishua's mother came back to her senses and said embarrassedly, "The child is still young, it's too early to call him son-in-law." "You are shameless, Feishue, and I still need him." Chen Xiannan laughed. He took out his cell phone, called Zhong Ding, and made an appointment to meet for dinner at a 5-star hotel. More than half an hour later, Zhong Ding and Xia Feishue finally met. Seeing Zhong Ding, Xia Feishue immediately ran into Zhong Ding's arms and hugged him tightly. She missed Zhong Ding so much during the 10 days when she was forcibly separated from him by her parents and could not even contact him by phone or WeChat. Zhong Ding was also very surprised. He didn't expect that Chen Xiannan would directly let him meet Xia Feishue. After the two of them embraced each other passionately for a while, Chen Xiannan and Xia Feishue's mother walked over and said with a smile, "Pay attention to your image, this is a public place." Xia Feishue immediately fled from Zhong Ding's arms shyly, her head lowered, her pretty face flushed as blood. "Aunt Xia, Uncle Chen." Zhong Ding greeted with a smile. Xia Feishue's mother smiled and replied, "Xiao Ding, long time no see." Chen Xiannan smiled and patted Zhong Ding on the shoulder, saying, "Xiao Ding, I have decided to agree to your relationship with Fei Shui." "Thank you, Uncle Chen," Zhong Ding said happily. "Haha," Chen Xiannan laughed loudly, "let's go in and eat." So, Chen Xiannan and Xia Feishue's mother walked in front, and Zhong Ding and Xia Feishue followed behind holding hands. Inside the private room, the dining table was filled with all kinds of the world's finest delicacies, and 2 bottles of collection-level Romanée Conti red wine were opened. This meal cost more than 1 million yuan. Zhong Ding could see Chen Xuannan's sincerity, so some of his grudges against Chen Xiannan disappeared. During the meal, Chen Xiannan said to Zhong Ding, "Feishue has moved to Jiangcheng, and her enrollment has been transferred to Jiangcheng No. 3 Middle School, a provincial key high school. Jiangcheng has the best educational resources, which will be good for Feishue's college entrance examination. Therefore, I don't plan to let her transfer back to Qingyang City. You should also transfer to Jiangcheng. I'll help you with all the formalities. You don't have to worry about the Zhong family. With me here, they won't dare to embarrass you." The Zhao family, into which Chen Xiannan married, was also a prominent family in Jiangnan province, as powerful as the Zhong family. Chen Xiannan now held enormous power, so it would be easy for him to protect the Zhong Ding. Zhong Ding pondered for a while, then shook his head and said, "Thank you, Uncle Chen, for your kindness, but I'd better stay in Qingyang City. I want to return to Jiangcheng with my own abilities." Chapter 73. Chen Xiannan then expressed his willingness to sponsor Zhong Ding's training, but Zhong Ding declined. As long as he has male god points, he can directly redeem the relevant skills he wants to learn in the system mall. After finishing their meal, Chen Xiannan and Xia Feishue's mother went home after coming out of the restaurant, while Zhong Ding and Xia Feishue went shopping together hand in hand. However, they would rather find a private space to talk alone. Just passing by a nice KTV, Xia Feishue grabbed Zhong Ding and said, "Zhong Ding, let's sing KTV. I really want to hear you sing." "Okay," Zhong Ding said with a smile. So, the two of them went into the KTV and booked a mini private room. After the snacks, fruit plates and drinks were served, Xia Feishue locked the door of the box to prevent being disturbed. Then, she turned around and opened her arms and threw herself into the arms of Zhong Ding, who was sitting on the sofa. Ding, I missed you so much in these 10 days. She wrapped her arms around Zhong Ding's neck and said very emotionally. Zhong Ding also said affectionately, "I also really want to." Before he could finish his words, he felt his mouth was blocked by Xia Feishue's soft and sweet mouth. For a moment, his eyes widened in shock and his mind went blank. And Xia Feishue continued to kiss him awkwardly. After a moment, Zhong Ding came back to his senses from his surprise and responded to Xia Feishue passionately, even taking the initiative. However, it was also his first time. So, the two of them awkwardly gave each other their first kiss. I don't know how much time had passed, time seemed to be frozen, until Xia Feishue was almost out of breath. The two stopped and hugged each other tightly and tenderly. After a long while, Xia Feishue shyly left Zhong Ding's arms, walked to the song request machine, turned around and asked, Ding, what song do you want to sing?" "Because of Love, the duet version by Fei Wang and Yisun Chan," Zhong Ding said after a moment of thought. So, Xia Feishue requested the song, then skipped back to sit next to Zhong Ding, picked up the microphone, leaned on Zhong Ding, and sang Because of Love with Zhong Ding. Xia Feishue actually has very good singing skills and voice. The two of them sang Because of Love together and it was so heartwarming. After singing the song, the two couldn't help but kiss each other again. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Zhong Ding sent Xia Feishue home. Xiafeishua's mother and Chen Xiannan invited Zhongding to come in and sit down, but Zhongding thought it was too late and declined. The next day, Zhongding had something to do and did not go to see Xiafeishua. However, Xiafeishua found the hotel by herself. When Zhongding and Xiafeishua walked out of the guest room together, they found two women with cold temperaments standing at the door. My father assigned me 2 bodyguards. Xiafeishua was a little embarrassed to introduce them. He said that Jiangcheng is not like Xinjiang City, and it is full of good and bad people. He was worried that I would not be safe. Zhongding nodded and said, Jiangcheng is indeed a mixed bag, so you really need to be careful about your safety. However, you are with me, so you don't need them to follow you for now. He was not used to having someone following him around, and he was skilled enough to protect Xiafeishua's safety. Yes. Xiafeishua responded obediently. Then she asked the bodyguard to go back. However, the bodyguard did not obey the order immediately, but said he would ask Master Chen for instructions first. Let them ask for instructions. Zhongding said. Chen Xiannan has seen his skills, so he should feel at ease. Sure enough, after the bodyguard called for instructions, Chen Xiannan asked the female bodyguard to withdraw. Zhongding took Xiafeishua out of the hotel and took a taxi to Jiangcheng RTY Club. Previously, Luo Dingguang agreed with him to sell peripheral cultural souvenirs and needed his cooperation in taking some photos. When Zhongding arrived at Jiangcheng RTY Club with Xiafeishua, who was dressed beautifully in a white Chanel dress and carrying an LV handbag, Luo Dingguang and others were full of envy and admiration. In Luo Dingguang's office, Luo Dingguang made tea to entertain Zhongding and Xiafeishua. Brother Ding, you haven't offended any big guys recently, right? Luo Dingguang asked tentatively. Zhongding asked back, what's the matter? Luo Dingguang said hesitantly, someone came to investigate you yesterday. Zhongding suddenly realized and said with a smile, it's okay, it's my girlfriend's father. Oh. Luo Dingguang breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Xiafeishua, his heart full of envy. Not only is my girlfriend beautiful and charming, she is also a rich lady. After putting on a mask and letting a professional cameraman film him for an hour or two, Zhongding finished and left. The rest of the time, Zhongding took Xiafeishua out to eat delicious food, go shopping, play, etc. After playing with Xiafeishua for 3 days, Zhongding returned to Qingyang City. The next day after returning to Qingyang City, Zhongding visited Zhang Ruyue with gifts. It was a rare opportunity for Zhongding to visit. Zhang Ruyue was very happy. She opened the front door of the villa herself, and then took Zhongding's hand and led him to the living room on the 2nd floor. After answering Zhang Ruyue's questions for a while, Zhongding finally told her the reason for his visit. Aunt Zhang, I want to skip a grade and study in the 3rd year of high school. What? Zhang Ruyue thought she had misheard. I didn't hear it clearly. Wang Ruohua, who was pretending to play with his phone, was also shocked and turned to look at Zhongding. Zhongding had to repeat it once. Zhang Ruyue still found it incredible. Why do you want to skip a grade? Others are repeating a grade, but you want to skip a grade and study 1 year less. Can your grades keep up? Zhongding, don't skip a grade just to show off. You're playing with your own future. Wang Ruohua couldn't help but say. Skipping grades is something that child prodigies do, but many of them do not necessarily do very well in the college entrance examination, and some even just go to an ordinary 2nd-tier university. Zhongding patiently explained, I have thought about it carefully. Because I have learned the entire high school textbook by myself. Going back to high school is just a waste of life. I hardly listen to the class anymore. You taught yourself all the high school textbooks? Zhang Ruyue asked in surprise. Wang Ruohua couldn't help but open her beautiful eyes wide. Zhongding nodded affirmatively. After a while, Zhang Ruyue digested Zhongding's words and asked, does your mother know that you want to skip a grade? I haven't told her yet. Zhongding shook his head. Zhang Ruyue criticized, you should discuss such a big thing with your mother. I'm just discussing this with you first. Zhongding said with a smile, I'll mention it to her later. Zhang Ruyue felt relieved and accomplished after hearing this. She pondered, do you really want to skip a grade? Well, I'll go crazy if I don't skip a grade. Zhongding said, it's very boring to sit in the classroom and be in a daze every day. Zhang Ruyue, okay. You can give it a try. If you can't keep up, you can go back to the 2nd year of high school. Thank you, Aunt Zhang. Zhongding breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile. Zhang Ruyue smiled and shook her head, then reached out and touched Zhongding's head. After leaving Wang Ruowa's villa and returning home, Zhong Ding began to call his mother to talk about skipping a grade. Zhong Qingwan was shocked when she heard this. When did her son become so outstanding? She didn't see any potential of a child prodigy when he was young. Stop messing around and study hard in your second year of high school. Zhong Qingwan flatly refused. Zhong Ding, Mom, I'm not kidding. I really have completed the high school curriculum by myself. Studying in the second year of high school is just a waste of life. Zhong Qingwan still disagreed. Self-study does not mean that you have learned it thoroughly. Which student taking the college entrance examination has not studied all the high school courses, but has he scored full marks? You have good grades now and have the opportunity to study at Tsinghua Yanda University. You should calm down and work harder. Don't be proud and complacent, or you will make regrets that you can't make up for in your lifetime. Zhong Ding didn't want to argue anymore, so he pretended to agree and said, I understand. I should be free next month, and I will come to Qingyang to see you. Zhong Qingwan said in a gentle tone. Nu. Then the call ended. The next day at noon, Zhang Ruyue called and said, Xiao Ding, it's not impossible for you to skip a grade. I have discussed this with your principal. If you want to skip a grade, you must pass their test, which is to take a set of simulated college entrance examination papers. You prepare for these 2 days, and you go to school to take the test the day after tomorrow. Thank you, Aunt Jiang. Zhong Ding said happily. This is the best way. I don't have to convince anyone, including his mother. Chapter 74. After ending the call, Zhong Ding wondered what he should prepare. It seems that no preparation is needed? By the way, there is still one biology subject that I haven't mastered yet. Zhong Ding had already bought the high school biology textbook online and studied it by himself. Forget it, let's just go straight to high school biology mastery. There's no blind spot in 360 degrees, and you can do whatever you want as long as you have points. Zhong Ding thought so, his mind sank into his head. He entered the system mall, spent 50 male god points to exchange for high school biology mastery, and then used it. He now has more than 500 male god points. After mastering high school biology, Zhong Ding remembered that he had a level 3 1-star appearance card, a level 2 3-star temperament card, and 4 draws that had not been used. After winning the King of Glory World Championship, he has been worried about CFA Xue. Later, when he saw CFA Xue, he was busy playing with her, so he temporarily forgot to use the things above. So, Zhong Ding stood in front of a full-length mirror, his mind slightly immersed in the virtual space in his head, and confirmed the use of the second level 3-star temperament card. After a moment, Zhong Ding looked at himself in the mirror again and found himself pleasing to the eye. Temperament 87 points. Coupled with his 91-point handsome face, it is enough to make young girls' hearts beat fast at first sight. As for the level 3, 1-star appearance card, Zhong Ding still resisted using it for the time being and would use it after school started. Then, the next step is the lottery. System, I want 4 consecutive draws. Ding, the lottery begins. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the Go Master skill. Ding, thank you for your patronage. Ding, thank you for your patronage. Ding, congratulations on obtaining mature civilian thermonuclear fusion reactor technology. Afterwards, countless Go knowledge and routines continued to flood into Zhong Ding's mind, making Zhong Ding feel his brain a little swollen. 30 seconds later, the symptoms faded and Zhong Ding possessed the skills of a Go Master. A moment later, countless pieces of knowledge related to thermonuclear fusion flooded into Zhong Ding's brain. This time, it took a full 3 minutes for Zhong Ding to complete the acceptance of civilian thermonuclear fusion reactor technology. After catching his breath, Zhong Ding felt a little dazed. System, you are too advanced. I can't keep up with you. Civilian thermonuclear fusion reactors, commonly known as artificial suns, can provide the cleanest and inexhaustible energy, and their value cannot be measured by money. Once civilian thermonuclear fusion reactors are developed, humanity will benefit greatly and the world will change as a result. It can even free all mankind from hunger and significantly reduce wars. It should be noted that many conflicts and battlefields in the world today revolve around energy. At present, China has manufactured the world's first artificial sun, but it is still far from being a real artificial sun. It only lasted for less than 10 seconds and is still far from being realized for civilian use, the legendary 50 years later. However, although Zhong Ding obtained mature civilian thermonuclear fusion reactor technology, he could not announce it immediately. Because no one would believe it. Moreover, he couldn't explain it. Therefore, if he wanted to make this technology that could benefit all mankind public, he had to get into university to study nuclear physics and then make it public step by step. Didn't you want me to be a male god? Why do you want me to be a great scientist? Zhong Ding smiled bitterly. In the afternoon, Zhong Ding was writing a novel quickly in his study. His novel The Romance of Aristocratic Families now has more than 3 million words, and it will probably be completed in about 1 million words. The number of paying fans has accumulated to more than 9,100, and we are about to complete the task of reaching 10,000 fan readers. After all, it is a free novel, and rewards depend entirely on the reader's consciousness. At about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the cell phone on my computer desktop started ringing. Zhong Ding turned his eyes slightly and saw that the caller ID was CFA Shui. He immediately stopped writing the novel and picked up the phone to answer it. A ding, your Douyin account has been discovered. CFA Shui shouted on the phone. Zhong Ding was slightly stunned and confused. What? CFA Shui explained, your Douyin account was dug out by your King of Glory fans. You sang a song at the King of Glory World Championship Award ceremony, and they found your Douyin account based on the characteristics of your voice. Now it's all over the internet. Zhong Ding was shocked. No way? I'm exposed? As soon as I finished speaking, the system's voice suddenly rang in my mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for having more than 30 million Douyin fans and becoming a top internet celebrity. The title of top internet celebrity allows you to gain 2 male god points every day, with no time limit, unless your total number of fans drops below 30 million. Hearing the system's voice, Zhong Ding didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When he checked the total number of Douyin fans yesterday, he was still about 70 or 80 fans short of 30 million. He didn't expect that after his Douyin account was exposed, he would accumulate enough fans in just one day. CFA Shui said, it's true. Are you going to take any measures? Zhong Ding thought for a moment and said, forget it, ignore it, it's not a bad thing. I'm wearing a mask, netizens don't know me, and it has no impact on my real life. Yeah. CFA Shui said, I think it's a good thing too. Combining fans from the two fields will make you more influential, and you will get more advertising fees from Douyin. But you should still go to Douyin and take a look. Okay. Zhong Ding responded. After ending the call, Zhong Ding opened Douyin and saw that he had received countless messages. However, he did not intend to deal with these messages because he received so many every day that he could not handle them all. So, he directly clicked on the video with the highest number of likes rolling up the red curtain. This video is not the original version of Rolling Up the Red Curtain, but a re-recorded version of Rolling Up the Red Curtain with piano accompaniment at the request of countless fans. It has received 6172.5 W likes. I clicked on the comments and checked the latest comments, and sure enough, I saw many messages from King of Glory fans. Dingshan, you sing so beautifully. Shocked. It turns out that Dingshan is a musical genius and a top Douyin influencer. No wonder he has to wear a mask to participate in the competition. Dingshan, I love you. I am completely in love with you, and I will not marry anyone else but you. A divine voice, top-notch singing skills, master-level piano, oh my god, I can't breathe anymore. Dingshan, you said you are the most handsome man in the world, I absolutely believe it. It turns out that the author is not only good at singing and playing the piano, but is also an esports genius. I am totally convinced. After reading the comments for 5 or 6 minutes and finding no negative impact and no exposure of his appearance, Zhong Ding put down his phone and continued to concentrate on writing his novel. However, within 10 minutes, the cell phone rang again. It's not CFA Shui, but Luo Dingguang. Brother Ding, I didn't expect you to be a top Douyin influencer with 30 million fans and a musical genius. Luo Dingguang's tone was full of shock, admiration, and excitement on the phone. Your peripheral cultural souvenirs will definitely be a big hit. Just wait and count the money. Ha ha ha. Zhong Ding said calmly, internet celebrities are so fake and not worth mentioning. By the way, Brother Guang, please don't reveal my appearance. I still have to study and go to college. I know. Don't worry, I promise not to leak it. Luo Dingguang immediately promised, I will also forbid Lin Yuan and the others to leak it later. Zhong Ding, thank you. He was not worried that Luo Dingguang would just give him a perfunctory response on this matter, as Luo Dingguang was still hoping to make money from his fame. Chapter 75. At 9 o'clock in the morning on the third day, Xingyang Middle School, Principal's Office. Accompanied by Jiang Ruyue, Zhong Ding met the Principal Wang Beifeng, the Vice President of Academic Affairs Zhou Guofeng, and 3 other school leaders or teachers whom he did not know. The school leaders attached great importance to Zhong Ding's request to skip a grade. They didn't want Zhong Ding to skip a grade at all, because as long as Zhong Ding continued his studies normally, he would almost certainly be the top scorer in the province when taking the college entrance examination 2 years later. Zhong Ding's sudden request to skip a grade adds another variable. Even if Zhong Ding can still be admitted to Tsinghua University, it is uncertain whether he can win the honor of provincial top scorer for Qingyang Middle School. After all, Zhong Ding studied 1 year less than others. After all, many child prodigies rarely go to college as provincial top scorers because they skipped grades. Student Zhong Ding, why do you want to skip a grade? Principal Wang Beifeng asked kindly. Zhong Ding still said the same thing, because I taught all the courses in high school by myself, I don't want to waste a year of my life doing nothing. Student Zhong Ding, just because you have learned something doesn't mean you have truly understood it. Moreover, some knowledge and problem-solving skills are not available in textbooks and need to be taught by our teachers in class, said Principal Wang. Zhong Ding, thank you for the reminder, Principal. Principal Wang, the school has specially prepared a set of college entrance examination simulation papers for you. As long as you can score above 650 points, the school will agree to let you skip a grade and enter the 3rd year of high school. Otherwise, it means that you have not fully mastered all the knowledge in high school and still need to study hard step by step. Do you agree? Zhong Ding said confidently, I agree. Director Zhang, please take Zhong Ding to take the test. Principal Wang turned to a middle-aged man and said. Then, he introduced to Zhong Ding, Director Zhang Jianzhong is the director of senior year. A few minutes later, in a separate office, Vice President of Academic Affairs Zhou Guofeng said to Zhong Ding, are you sure you want to study science? Although Principal Wang only instructed the senior class director to test Zhong Ding, Vice Principal Zhou and others followed him and wanted to see Zhong Ding's test. With the Vice President of Academic Affairs present, it was naturally not the grade director's turn to speak. Sure. Zhong Ding nodded affirmatively. After he won the lottery for civilian thermonuclear fusion reactor technology, he could only study science, and his major had to be nuclear physics. Vice Principal Zhou said, there are 4 subjects in the Science College entrance examination: Chinese, mathematics, English and comprehensive science. We will take Chinese and mathematics today, and English and comprehensive science tomorrow according to the order of the college entrance examination. Vice Principal Zhou, I want to finish the exam today. Zhong Ding objected. Vice Principal Zhou had seen how fast Zhong Ding tested the students, so he agreed. He took out a Chinese test paper and gave it to Zhong Ding. Let's start. Then, he and other school leaders walked out of the office and let Zhong Ding take the exam quietly. Half an hour later, Zhong Ding finished the Chinese test paper, checked it 3 times from beginning to end, and then handed it in. Vice Principal Zhou took Zhong Ding's Chinese test paper, glanced through it and admired in his heart, some people are really geniuses. It was the first time that Director Zhang and other school leaders saw it with their own eyes and they were shocked. After a 10-minute break, Zhong Ding continued to take the math test. For the math test, Zhong Ding spent even less time, only 20 minutes, and checked the whole paper 3 times. Vice Principal Zhou and other school leaders couldn't help but gasp, are you still human? The math test was finished in 20 minutes. Vice Principal Zhou, I want to continue taking English and comprehensive science exams. It won't take too much time. Zhong Ding said. Vice Principal Zhou asked with concern, don't you want to rest? Although you took the test very quickly, you must have used your brain intensively. Zhong Ding, no need. After the exam, go home and eat, so you don't have to come back in the afternoon. Vice Principal Zhou. Director Zhang. Other school leaders. After a 10-minute break, Zhong Ding continued to take the English test. 15 minutes later, Zhong Ding handed in the paper. Vice President Zhou, Director Zhang, and other school leaders were all stunned and shocked beyond words. After another 10-minute break, Zhong Ding continued to take the comprehensive science exam. 18 minutes later, Zhong Ding handed in the paper. So far, it's not even 11:30. Vice President Zhou, Director Zhang, and other school leaders were completely shocked beyond words. What is a genius? This is the true genius. It took me less than 2 hours to complete a set of college entrance examination simulation papers, and there was a 30-minute break in between. It can't be measured by common sense at all. Student Zhong Ding, you must have worked hard on the exam. Let me drive you home. Vice Principal Zhou smiled kindly. Zhong Ding did not refuse, thank you, Vice President Zhou. After using his brain intensively for 2 hours in a row, he actually felt a little weak. "Ah, you're welcome," Vice Principal Zhou said with a smile. Finally, he turned to Director Zhang and said, "Director Zhang, please immediately arrange for a senior teacher to review Zhongding's test paper. I want the result before 5 o'clock this afternoon." "Sure," Director Zhang said excitedly. He was also very eager to know how Zhongding performed in the exam as soon as possible. If Zhongding can really pass the test, then the first provincial top scholar since the founding of Qingyang Middle School will come from his team, which is a gift from heaven. After returning home, Zhongding called Jiang Ruyue. Because it was a weekday, after Zhongding went for the test, Jiang Ruyue drove away from school to go to work. Jiang Ruyue asked, "How did you do in the exam? Don't feel any psychological pressure. It doesn't matter if you didn't do well." "Zhongding, I did okay in the exam. Have a good rest, I will drive you to school in the afternoon," Jiang Ruyue reminded. "Zhongding, Aunt Jiang, I have finished the exam." "What?" Jiang Ruyue thought she had heard it wrong. "Say it again." Zhongding had to repeat it once. Jiang Ruyue didn't believe it at all. "Didn't they say we were going to take a set of mock exam papers? Why is Qingyang Middle School treating it like that? They just randomly gave us a few questions and called it a day?" Zhongding smiled bitterly and said, "Aunt Jiang, you misunderstood the school. I took a set of mock college entrance examination papers, but I just took it faster." Jiang Ruyue was so shocked that she was speechless. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Zhongding had just woken up from a nap when his cell phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, it was an unfamiliar local number. The phone rang for more than 10 seconds, and Zhongding answered the call only after he was sure that the other party had dialed the right number. As soon as the call was connected, an excited voice came from the phone. "Student Zhongding, this is Vice Principal Zhou. Are you up from your nap?" "Good afternoon, Vice President Zhou," Zhongding said with a smile. "I'm already up." Vice Principal Zhou couldn't help but burst into laughter of joy. "Your test results are out. You did very well, 750 points, full marks. After research by the school, it has been decided that you will be allowed to skip a grade and enter the third year of high school next semester." Although it was expected, Zhongding still couldn't help but feel happy. "Thank you, Vice Principal Zhou, you and other school leaders and teachers have worked hard." It's not hard at all." Vice Principal Zhou laughed loudly. After laughing for a while, he said, "The senior class is currently taking summer vacation classes, so you can go to school tomorrow. However, if you still feel you need a rest, it won't be too late to go back to school when school officially starts." "Zhongding, then I'll wait until school officially starts before going to school." "Okay, no problem." After finishing the call with Vice President Zhou, Zhongding immediately called Jiang Ruyue to report the good news. Jiang Ruyue was very happy when she learned about it, and asked Zhongding to come to her house for dinner tonight, and Zhongding naturally agreed. Finally, Zhongding started calling his mother Zhongxingwan. Chapter 76. After the call was connected, Zhongding said, "Mom, the school gave me a test today. I took a set of college entrance examination simulation papers. The results are out. I passed the test. The school agreed that I can go directly to the third year of high school." Zhongxingwan was immediately a little angry. "Why do you want to skip a grade? Can't you just study hard? You are getting bolder and bolder. You dare to lie to me. It takes at least one day to do a set of college entrance examination simulation papers, right? I started this morning, and the results are out in the afternoon? I finished the test faster," Zhongding said. Zhongxingwan became even angrier. "You're still trying to make excuses? Zhongding, I don't care what tricks you play, you must study in the second year of high school. This is non-negotiable." Zhongding was silent for a while, then said, "I understand." After ending the call, a self-deprecating smile appeared on his face. Knowing it doesn't mean he will definitely do it. He didn't want to explain anymore. He would wait until it was done and his mother found out. What he never expected was that this matter was kept secret until after he finished the college entrance examination, until the moment his mother saw on the internet that he was the provincial top scorer in the college entrance examination. Of course, this is a later story. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhongding went to Aunt Zhang's house for dinner. In order to reward Zhongding, Jiang Ruyue prepared a table full of delicious food. During the meal, Wang Ruohua was surprised to learn that Zhongding had finished a set of mock college entrance examination papers in one morning and got full marks on all of them. She looked at the bell and tripod and found that it seemed to be more pleasing to the eye, which made her feel depressed. In fact, this was not an illusion. Zhongding's temperament had improved by 3 points compared to the last time she separated from him. After dinner, they chatted in the living room on the second floor. In order to prevent Zhang Ruyue from talking to his mother about his skipping a grade, Zhongding specifically mentioned that he had already told his mother about it. Zhang Ruyue had no doubts. She believed that Zhongding would definitely tell his mother about such an important matter and get her consent. In fact, Zhongding did not lie, he did say it. They chatted until almost 8 o'clock in the evening before Zhang Ruyue let Zhongding go back. As for why Wang Ruohua was not allowed to accompany Zhongding to go out and play, it was because Wang Ruohua had already gone to school. Wang Ruohua is promoted to the 3rd year of high school. There are still 7 or 8 days before the official start of school. Zhongding basically stays at home writing novels and recording singing videos. Of course, daily exercise is still essential. The Romance of Aristocrats is only about 1 million words away from completion, which makes him a little worried that the novel may not be able to accumulate enough fans and readers by the time it is finished. Even though there is only a difference of 800-odd fans and readers, once a certain number is reached, subsequent increases will be difficult. In fact, The Romance of Aristocrats is quite popular, with more than 500,000 readers on a daily basis and more than 6 million fans. However, it is a free novel after all, and the number of readers who voluntarily reward it with real money is limited. However, there are more readers who give gold coins as rewards, more than 100,000. As for recording singing and fighting videos, he recorded a batch when he had free time, but he kept them all and was not in a hurry to release them. His current goal is to accumulate 40 million fans, obtain a higher-level internet celebrity title, and receive more male god points as rewards. As for the money earned from traffic monetization, it is just taken by the way, even though I now earn 200,000 or 300,000 yuan a month. That day, Zhongding received a call from Luo Dingguang with good news. Brother Ding, your souvenir orders are very popular. We posted the samples online last night. Guess how many orders we have received now? Luo Dingguang also changed his name to call him Brother Ding, because in his eyes, Zhongding was so awesome. 100 million? Zhongding joked. Luo Dingguang was immediately struck, and said with an awkward smile, "You have high standards, I am far inferior to you." Zhongding laughed, "I'm just kidding. How much is it exactly?" Currently, we have ordered 140,000 pieces of the 3 souvenirs for you, with a total order amount of more than 2 million yuan. Luo Dingguang said, "But don't worry, this is just the beginning. There will definitely be a steady stream of orders in the future, and you won't be disappointed." He was originally very excited, but now he felt a little guilty, worried that Zhongding would not value the money. Zhongding said happily, "Not bad. According to the profit-sharing ratio, he would almost earn 1 million. What's more, as Luo Dingguang said, this is just the beginning. Time flies and school finally officially starts. The first day of school was mainly for registration, and Zhongding did not enter the school gate until around 9 in the morning. As soon as he entered the school gate, Director Zhang, the senior class director, came up to him and called out with a kind smile, "Student Zhongding." "Director Zhang, good morning." Zhongding greeted politely. He was not surprised that Director Zhang was waiting for him here. Yesterday, he received a call from Director Zhang. Director Zhang said on the phone that he would personally send Zhongding to the new class in the senior year, and asked Zhongding to visit his office after arriving at the school. But Director Zhang was not waiting for him in the office, but at the school gate. Good. Director Zhang was very satisfied with Zhongding's politeness. He turned around and introduced Zhongding to a middle-aged man wearing glasses who was following behind him. "This is Mr. Lu Letian, the head teacher of Senior 3-5 class. He will also be your head teacher in the future." Zhongding immediately called out, "Hello, Teacher Lu." "Hello, classmate Zhongding." Lu Letian nodded with a smile on his face. He put a lot of effort into fighting for the bell and tripod. Look, he is indeed a genius. Not only is his academic performance extremely good, but he is also good-looking, tall and handsome, naturally different from others. Next, Zhongding arrived at Class 3-5 under the guidance of Director Zhang and Lu Letian. Unlike the second and first years of high school which are still in chaos, the third year of high school has already resumed classes as normal. It's the third year of high school now, and every second counts. Above the blackboard hangs a large sign saying there are 280 days left until the college entrance examination. When the teacher found Director Zhang standing at the door of the classroom, he quickly stopped the class and gave up the podium. Director Zhang brought Zhong Ding into the classroom, stepped onto the podium, looked down at all the students, and said loudly, "Students, today I want to introduce you to a new student, Zhong Ding." Under the podium, many students couldn't help whispering to each other when they saw the bell and tripod. Many people knew Zhong Ding and knew that he was a top student in the school class who was one grade below them. But why did Zhong Ding suddenly come to their class? And from what the dean said, it seems that he wants to join their class. Director Zhang continued to introduce, Zhong Ding was originally a student one grade below you, but he is a very good student and has taught himself all the high school courses. He has passed the school test and will skip a grade to study in the third year of high school this semester. From now on, he will be your classmate. You must get along with him well, accept him, and help him. Before Director Zhang finished speaking, the discussion in the classroom suddenly became much louder. Everyone was so shocked that someone actually skipped a grade and went to senior year of high school. Isn't this kind of tough guy the legendary prodigy that appears in newspapers? Director Zhang understood the students' surprise, so he didn't immediately call for silence. He waited for a moment before raising his hand for silence. The classroom fell silent, and Director Zhang turned to Zhong Ding and said, "Student Zhong Ding, say hello to your new classmates." "Hello everyone, I'm very happy to join this class. I hope to study and progress with you all and get along happily with you in the future," Zhong Ding said with a calm smile. After Zhong Ding finished speaking, Director Zhang turned around and signaled Lu Letian to arrange a seat for Zhong Ding. Lu Letian had already prepared a seat for Zhong Ding in advance, but he couldn't seat Zhong Ding directly. So, he walked up to the podium and said, "Today is the first day of school. As usual, we will rearrange the seats of all the students in the class." After that, he handed out several seating charts and asked all the students in the class to find their new seats and move over. Good guy, in order to prevent Zhong Ding from offending anyone, he actually asked the whole class to adjust their seats. When Zhong Ding officially sat down in his new seat, the system's voice rang in his mind. The host successfully skipped a grade in high school, adding a bright spot on the road to becoming a male god. Respectfully, the host will receive 3 intelligence points and 300 male god points. The next moment, Zhong Ding felt that his mind suddenly became clearer and his thinking became much clearer and more active. This change surprised him. He expected that skipping a grade would reward him with God points, but he didn't expect it could also increase his intelligence and make him smarter. For a moment, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise high. On that day, the news that Zhong Ding skipped a grade and entered the third year of high school spread like wildfire throughout the school, shocking everyone. Not only that, it also spread outside the school and became a topic of conversation in the streets and alleys of Xinjiang City, and before and after meals. In short, Zhong Ding became famous in Xinjiang City. When he got home from school in the evening, Zhong Ding picked up his phone and saw that many old classmates had asked him about skipping a grade through WeChat. There was even a heated discussion in the WeChat group of his former class, with hundreds of messages. There were too many people asking him directly through WeChat, so he didn't reply one by one, so he went into the WeChat group of his original class and sent a message, "Classmates, the road to the college entrance examination is high and dangerous, Buddy will go ahead and blaze a trail for you." As soon as the message was sent out, the group immediately became excited. Crack, the top student shows up. Call me school hunk. Brother Ding is awesome. The legendary prodigy who skipped a grade. Zhong Ding, you haven't replied to the love letter I sent you. Chapter 77. After exchanging a few words with classmates in the original class group, Zhong Ding began to reply to private messages from classmates with whom he had a good relationship, such as Zhang Jiahao, Du Yongnan, Zhang Yi, Yang Xiyun, and Chu Mingshuang. Although Chu Mingshuang has left Xinjiang City, he has not yet left the group. After she knew that Zhong Ding had skipped a grade, she couldn't help but send him a private message. After replying to Zhang Jiahao, Du Yongnan and others, Zhong Ding began to reply to Zhang Yi and Chu Mingshuang at the same time. The private message from Zhang Yi was, "Zhong Ding, I can't even see your back now. You are so amazing that I have to admit it. I wish you to be admitted to Tsinghua Yanda in the college entrance examination next year." Zhong Ding replied, "Why are you looking at the back of my head? Is my face not handsome enough? Congratulations on regaining the first place in the grade." Chu Mingshuang's private message was, "It's fun to pretend to be cool in moderation, but be careful not to fall if you pretend too much." Zhong Ding replied, "You were still my deskmate before the start of the school, right? At the end of last semester, I got full marks in all 9 subjects, so you owe me another 9 glances and smiles. Also, before I skipped a grade, the school tested me and gave me a set of college entrance examination simulation papers, including Chinese, math, English, and science, and I got full marks in all of them. You owe me another 4 glances and smiles." In total, you owe me 34 glances and smiles, and I have recorded them all in my little notebook. Zhu Mingxuan was the first to reply, "Ha, I knew you were good at pretending. If you want me to fulfill my promise, wait until you can see me again. Zhongding, just Yanjing, I will go there next year." Zhu Mingxuan didn't reply afterwards. After a while, Zhang Yi replied, "Wow, don't be so discouraging. Besides, you are very handsome, are you satisfied?" Zhongding, not sincere enough. Zhang Yi, what does it mean to be sincere? Zhongding, you should have a crazy face with stars and moons popping out, and then scream, "Wow, brother Ding is so handsome, so handsome, so handsome, so handsome." Zhang Yi, brother Ding is so handsome, so handsome, so handsome, so handsome, so handsome. Zhongding. Zhang Yi, hee hee, are you happy? How about playing a few games with me after evening study tonight? Zhongding, is your cousin coming too? Zhang Yi, I told her that she should come online. Zhongding, no problem, I like double, lead the best. Zhang Yi, knock, knock, knock. Zhongding didn't expect that Zhang Yi actually understood the professional terminology, so he sent a few ha-ha-has. End of private chat. After evening self-study, Zhongding returned home, picked up his phone and saw Zhang Yi asking him on WeChat if he had returned home. He replied and then logged into King of Glory. Zhang Yi and her cousin Wang Yubing are both online. 3 people formed a team and started playing ranked games. Because the new season has started, Zhongding and others' ranks have dropped back to Star Glory. Wang Yubing obviously heard Zhang Yi talking about Zhongding skipping a grade. She said in voice, "Zhongding, you dare to skip a grade? You are quite impressive." Zhongding, it's not just a little bit amazing, it's very amazing. Wang Yubing, come to Yanda next year. There are many beautiful girls in Yanda, while the girls in Qinghua are mostly ugly. I will introduce you to my beautiful cousin. Zhongding, aren't you very beautiful? Wang Yubing, ha, you are not qualified to hit on me. You have heard of Dingshan, right? My Prince Charming must be at least half as good as Dingshan. Zhongding smiled and said, I am as good as Dingshan. Wang Yubing sneered, ha, and the meaning was self-evident. At this time, Zhang Yi couldn't help but interrupt and said, Sister, don't be fooled by him. He has a girlfriend, and she is the most beautiful girl in our school. Zhongding. Chatting like this is boring. On Saturday evening, the school held a summary and commendation meeting for the final exams of the previous semester. As the top student in his grade, Zhongding was invited again to share his learning experience. He sat at the podium on the stage, and all the students below the stage looked up at him. The huge LCD screen behind the stage showed his handsome face and eyes as bright as the morning star. The girls were all stunned, their hearts pounding. The boy above could no longer be described as the school hunk, he should be called a male god. The next day, Sunday morning, Zhongding received many love letters, many of which were given to him in person by girls. Xia Feishui transferred to another school and left Xingyang City. The news spread on the second day of school. Therefore, many people thought that Zhongding was single, and the girls were eager to try, seeing the opportunity. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving love letters from 100 girls and gaining 100 male god points. When a love letter was stuffed directly into his hands by a beautiful girl, the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Zhongding couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and the corners of his mouth raised, revealing a slightly surprised smile. Last time, I received the first love letter from a girl and got points as a reward. Now, I get points as a reward again when I receive the 100th love letter from a girl. So, when I receive the 1000th love letter from a girl, can I also get 1000 points? Zhongding couldn't help but feel full of anticipation. 1000 male god points, enough for him to work hard for. Time passed until mid-September. On this day, Zhongding was in class, but he was reading a copy of Ziji Tongjian when he suddenly heard a system notification in his mind indicating that the task was completed. Ding, your work The Romance of the Aristocracy has gained 10,000 fans and readers. Congratulations on receiving a level 2, 2-star temperament card, 100 male god points, and a random draw. Zhongding paused reading, the corners of his mouth curled up. His novel The Romance of Aristocratic Family finally had 10,000 fans and readers who gave him cash rewards. He has finished writing The Romance of Aristocratic Families, but it has not been updated yet, with a shortfall of about 300,000 words. He had just breathed a sigh of relief when the system's voice rang in his mind again. Ding, mission released, host, please write a novel within 1 year, with a word count of no less than 1 million words and no less than 50,000 fan readers. Fan readers refer to readers who have paid for your book. Mission rewards: 1 level 3 1-star temperament card, 200 male god points and a random draw. Mission failed: electric shock for 5 days, no less than 3 minutes per day. Level 3, 1-star temperament card, 500 male god points. After use, the temperament will be increased by 1 point, and it is effective for temperament below 95 points. Upon hearing about the new novel writing assignment, Zhong Ding couldn't help but take a breath. A wry smile appeared on his face, and he was overwhelmed. The number of fans and readers suddenly increased to 50,000. System, you are taking such a big step, aren't you afraid of getting hurt? It was difficult to write a novel with only 10,000 fans and readers. How many millions of readers would it take to accumulate 50,000 fans and readers who rewarded him with real money? It is impossible to complete it on Qihoo Free Novel Network. I have no choice but to try the paid subscription novel website. Zhong Ding thought to himself. The romance of the noble family is actually quite successful. The number of readers has now soared to over 1 million, and its popularity has exceeded 10 million. Gong Zichuan had already informed him in advance that if he published a new book, he could give him a guaranteed salary of 300 yuan per 1,000 words. Compared to the original guaranteed price of 15 yuan per 1,000 words, it has increased 20 times. As for the new book, he started to conceive it after finishing The Romance of Aristocratic Families and has already taken shape. After returning home from school in the afternoon, Zhong Ding took a shower and stood in front of a full-length mirror and used the level 2, 2-star temperament card. After a moment, Zhong Ding saw himself in the mirror and found himself to be even more majestic and handsome. Even without looking at his face, just looking at his figure would make people feel good about him. At this point, his temperament has improved to 89 points. Chapter 78. During evening self-study, when all the classmates were concentrating on doing their homework or practicing, Zhong Ding took out the manuscript paper and began to write the beginning of the new book. It is still a historical novel and still fictional. The title of the book is My Leisurely Life in Ancient Times. From the title you can tell that it is a lifestyle novel, light-hearted and funny. The general content is that the protagonist travels to the Wu dynasty fictional after the Song dynasty. The family is wealthy, with both parents alive, an eldest brother who was an official and a second brother who was a good businessman. The family is harmonious and loving. The protagonist himself also has the title of scholar. Therefore, the protagonist only wants to live a happy life of eating and waiting for death, with beauties everywhere. When he was bored, he wrote novels from his previous life for entertainment, such as the 4 great classics, Fights Break Sphere, etc. In that era, novels were just emerging and were very short, with a maximum of only 20,000 to 30,000 words. As a result, the protagonist inadvertently became a novel saint who was on par with the great poet sage of poetry. Because of the book Dream of Red Mansions, countless beauties, including princesses and princesses, threw themselves into his arms and lived an extremely happy life. When Zhong Ding was writing a novel, his deskmate Morongxi glanced at him with a hint of sarcasm on his face. Morongxi has very good grades and is among the top 5 in his grade. He has a slender figure, handsome features, and a good family background. He is a celebrity in Xingyang Middle School and was once voted the school's most handsome boy by the girls. The reason why I say Zhang is because Zhong Ding emerged as a rising star and replaced his title of school idol. Nowadays, his attention has been greatly reduced, and he rarely receives love letters. The head teacher arranged for Morongxi to sit with Zhong Ding. Morongxi felt so uncomfortable. Didn't he feel that his brilliance was blocked by Zhong Ding? In fact, he did not understand the class teacher's painstaking efforts. The class teacher wanted him to learn from Zhong Ding and improve his grades, but he rejected Zhong Ding from the bottom of his heart. I'm studying so hard, but you're sitting here being complacent and wasting your time. How can you compare with me? Morongxi felt contempt in his heart, but he also held his breath and vowed to surpass Zhong Ding in grades and regain the title of school idol. Many classmates in the class also found that Zhong Ding did not listen to the lectures and did not do much homework or exercises. Many students in the class went from initially admiring him to despising him in their hearts, and they were all waiting to see Zhong Ding's grades plummet and become a laughingstock. After the evening self-study, Zhong Ding returned home and typed the beginning of My Leisurely Life in Ancient Times into his computer, and then sent an email to an editor-in-chief of Dishu Chinese Network, the largest paid novel website in the country, to submit his contribution. When he got home from school the next day at noon, Zhong Ding checked online and found that his submission had been approved, which meant he could sign the contract. Because the process of publishing a new book, signing contracts, and sending contracts takes time, Zhong Ding asked for leave in the afternoon. The class teacher, Lu Letian, approved it without saying a word. I got full marks in all the exams and finished the papers at an incredible speed. It doesn't matter whether I attend classes or not, as long as I take every exam and make sure my grades remain stable. After one afternoon, Zhongding New Books completed the signing and mailing of contracts, and had more than an hour left to write the novel. His 10 slender fingers turned into afterimages on the black keyboard, clacking away. After more than an hour, Zhongding had written a draft of 50,000 words. 2 or 3 days later, the contract for My Leisurely Life in Ancient Times was officially signed, and Zhongding updated 150,000 words in one go. His new editor Huang Ke immediately discovered it and sent a message via QQ, "Dream back to ancient times, you just updated 150,000 words in one go?" Stable updates are more important. Zhongding explained, "It will be updated steadily. I still have 500,000 manuscripts in reserve. In addition, I can write more than 50,000 words a day." Huang Ke, it is good to have manuscripts in stock, but don't update too quickly. Also, writing fast is a good thing, but you also have to consider the quality. We at Dishu Chinese website focus on quality. Zhongding, thank you for your advice. The next day, Zhongding updated another 100,000 words. The tasks assigned by the system have time limits. It is impossible for him to follow the crowd in updating a few thousand words a day or writing a book a year. He couldn't guarantee that one book could accumulate 50,000 paying fan readers. He must quickly update the new book to a certain word count in order to assess whether the book will be popular and whether it has the potential to accumulate 50,000 paying fan readers. He has already given face to Huang Ke and updated 50,000 words less. Huang Ke discovered that Zhongding had updated his work by 100,000 words, and he was immediately annoyed. It seemed that what he said yesterday had fallen on deaf ears. So, he grasped the bell and said, "Dreaming back to ancient times, I know you have saved some manuscripts, but you need to queue up to be recommended for the new book, and you can't jump the queue just because you have updated a lot of words." Although Huang Ke is the lowest level editor, he thinks highly of himself and has a strong desire to control the authors. He is used to accepting all kinds of flattery among his group of authors. This new author dared to disobey him, so of course he had to teach him a lesson. Zhongding, thank you for your advice. On the third day, Zhongding updated 150,000 words. It is obvious that he has 10 times the talent for thinking and reaction speed, and can write 30,000 to 40,000 words in an hour. It is impossible for him to follow the routine. Huang Ke was very annoyed and decided to ignore Zhongding. He would leave Zhongding alone for a month and let him stop writing on his own. A week later, Zhongding's new book had 800,000 words. When Huang Ke saw the number of words written by Zhongding, a mocking smile appeared on his face. "Go ahead and update. I'll let you update as much as you want. When you update to several 100,000 words and find that there are not many readers, I'll see if you're still in the mood to continue. Just wait for your death." On the Dishu Chinese website, normally a book will be recommended once it has more than 100,000 words. Although it is not recommended, Zhongding's My Leisurely Life in Ancient Times is of good quality, with beautiful writing, successful character creation, immersive reading, light-hearted and funny, etc. Plus it is updated frequently, so it still attracts many readers, with more than 7,000 collections, hundreds of book reviews, and hot rewards. The book is great. Why is it that it's 700,000 to 800,000 words long and still not available for sale? The author is so talented, yet he was buried. It's a good book, just my taste. Recently I only like to read books about leisure life. Don't panic, author. I've recommended it to you. Here's the reward. Come on, author. Keep going. Wow, the author updates so quickly. Without any recommendation, relying only on word of mouth, the book received more than 700 tips from fans in just 1 week, which made Zhongding have great expectations for the new book. National Day is coming in a few days. If there is still no recommendation, I will have to save myself and divert traffic from Douyin. Zhongding thought, by then, the number of words in the new book will be over 1 million. However, what is more important at the moment is the upcoming monthly exam. That is right, it's been almost a month since the start of school, and the school holds its routine monthly exam for the entire school before National Day. Qingyang Middle School attaches great importance to monthly examinations. Although they are not as grand as midterm and final examinations, they are also strictly supervised, and the monthly examination results will be printed into grade ranking tables and circulated to each class. The monthly exams in the third year of high school are taken even more seriously. Ding, mission released, host, please get first place in the grade in the monthly exam. Mission reward, 20 male god points. Mission failed, electric shock for 3 minutes. The system's voice issuing the task rang in my mind as expected, but the task reward was a bit small, only 20 male god points. Zhong Ding didn't care, and raised his lips. Although the reward is a little less, it is still a free point question. Even small amounts of effort can make a great contribution. Chapter 79. On September 29th, the senior year started their first monthly exam, Chinese. Zhong Ding handed in his paper half an hour after the exam as usual, then left the classroom and went home. In the classroom, almost all the students were stunned when they saw Zhong Ding walking out of the classroom, and they couldn't help but whisper to each other. How come Zhong Ding handed in the paper so quickly? Is he not feeling well? Zhong Ding skipped a grade and didn't go to the second year of high school. He might not be able to keep up with the studies. He handed in the paper in just half an hour. Is this the so-called prodigy who skipped a grade? Ha ha. TSK, could it be that you are usually so proud and complacent that you don't study, so now you can't do anything in the exam? The two invigilators sitting in front and behind the classroom had to speak up to maintain order, be quiet and take the exam seriously. The classroom immediately became quiet and everyone resumed their exams. Moronshi couldn't help but show a hint of sneer on the corner of his mouth, and his whole body was filled with more motivation. Zhong Ding's fall was a foregone conclusion, and he would soon be able to regain the title of school idol. When the classroom returned to silence, the invigilator sitting on the podium couldn't help but look at Zhong Ding's test paper. Sure enough, he had answered all the questions. The rumors were true. He looked at Zhong Ding's composition out of curiosity and couldn't help but read it intently and liked it sincerely. Zhong Ding returned home and seized the opportunity to write a novel. He was basically certain to use Douyin to attract traffic to his novel during the National Day holiday. It was essential for the novel to go viral during the period of traffic generation, so he needed a large amount of manuscripts in stock. Besides, he is not free on National Day. Because Xia Feishuo will go to Qingyang City to meet him during the National Day. They have been separated for more than a month. Although they often video chat at night, the long-distance relationship is too painful and the days are like years. Both he and Xia Feishuo are eager to meet in real life. Originally he planned to go to Jiangchang, but his mother Zhong Qingwan finally had time to visit him in Qingyang. He couldn't leave Qingyang City, so he had to ask Xia Feishuo to go from Jiangchang to Qingyang City. In the afternoon, math test. Zhong Ding finished answering quickly and checked it 3 times from beginning to end, but there were still 7 or 8 minutes missing half an hour. After waiting boredly for 7 or 8 minutes, Zhong Ding was finally able to hand in his paper. The whole class found out that Zhong Ding had to hand in the paper in another half an hour, and they couldn't help but get excited. This is a math test. Most people did not have enough time to answer the questions. A very small number of people managed to finish answering but did not have time to check again, or some questions were so difficult that they simply could not think of the answers. Looking at Zhong Ding's back as he walked out of the classroom, some people gloated over his misfortune, while others shook their heads in regret. He has given up on doing poorly in 2 subjects in a row. A former top student has fallen to this state. Skipping grades is harmful. The next day, for the English and comprehensive science exams, Zhong Ding still took half an hour to hand in his papers. The students have become numb. Anyway, the bell and tripod are useless and not worth paying attention to. Many classmates estimated that after the National Day, Zhong Ding might leave the class and go back to his second year of high school. Morongshi has been in a very good mood these past 2 days. Once Zhong Ding's plummeting grades are exposed and he loses his academic dominance, the title of school idol will naturally return to him. After the exam, Zhong Ding returned to the classroom and waited for the head teacher to announce the holiday. Lu Letian stood on the podium and repeatedly emphasized the safety issues during the holiday, and finally announced a 3-day holiday. Normally the holiday is 7 days, but for the senior year students in key middle schools, it is only 3 days. There was joy in the classroom, and then everyone rushed out of the classroom impatiently. Zhong Ding followed the crowd out of the school gate and saw the beautiful and elegant Aunt Jiang from afar. He walked towards her and couldn't help but smile. Aunt Jiang. Zhong Ding called out with a smile. Zhang Ruyue nodded with a smile. Cough cough. Wang Ruohua, who was standing next to Zhang Ruyue, deliberately cleared his cough twice to remind someone. Zhong Ding still smiled and called to Wang Ruohua, Sister Huahua. Yeah. Wang Ruohua put on airs and nodded slightly. Seeing this, Zhang Ruyue smiled and said to Wang Ruohua, "You are only Xiao Ding for a few months, so don't act so arrogant." "A few months older is still older," Wang Ruohua said proudly. Finally, she asked, "Xiao Ding, don't you think so?" Zhong Ding replied with a playful smile, Sister Huahua is right, you are indeed a few months older than me. Wang Ruohua's pretty face suddenly fell, and she said angrily, I will beat you to death. As she said this, she raised her fist and hit the bell tripod. Zhong Ding immediately laughed and went behind Zhang Ruyue. Okay, stop messing around and let's go home. Zhang Ruyue said with a smile. She noticed that her daughter's attitude towards Zhong Ding was a little different, and was developing in the direction she hoped. Half an hour later, Zhong Ding followed Zhang Ruyue and Wang Ruohua into their villa. You guys go play in the living room on the second floor. I'll go to the kitchen to cook 2 dishes. After Zhang Ruyue gave instructions to Zhong Ding and Wang Ruohua, she turned around and walked towards the kitchen. Whenever Zhong Ding came over for dinner, she would cook 1 or 2 dishes herself. After going up to the second floor and sitting on the sofa, Wang Ruohua picked up her pillow and held it in her arms, then glanced at Zhong Ding and said, Fei Xue will arrive at Qingyang railway station at 10 o'clock in the evening, did you know? Of course I know. Zhong Ding said with a smile, I'm her boyfriend. Wang Ruohua sneered twice, you're so nice to say that. You actually let Fei Xue, a girl, come all the way to find you. Why don't you go to Jiangchen? Zhong Ding pretended to be proud and said, I can't help it. Fei Xue just loves me so much. She doesn't want me to get tired. You are so shameless. Wang Ruohua said contemptuously. Zhong Ding raised the corner of his mouth, thank you for your compliment. Wang Ruohua snorted and turned away, not wanting to talk to Zhong Ding anymore. She got angry every time he talked to her. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Ruyue asked Zhong Ding about his recent life and study, and then asked Wang Ruohua to take Zhong Ding out to play. Mom, Fei Xue will arrive at the train station at 10 o'clock tonight. I have to pick her up and will be back late. Wang Ruohua said. Zhang Ruyue couldn't help but glance at Zhong Ding, then asked Wang Ruohua, Fei Xue came to play with you? Yeah. If not me, who else can I turn to? Mom, is it okay for Fei Xue to stay at our house for 2 or 3 days? Of course. 10 minutes later, Zhong Ding and Wang Ruohua took a taxi and left. Master, go to Wanda Plaza. Wang Ruohua shouted. The driver sitting in the front responded, okay. Wang Ruohua turned her head to look at Zhong Ding and snorted, what's your expression? That's the expression. Zhong Ding said, leaning closer to Wang Ruohua, lowering his voice and joking, you're not really in love with me, are you? We used to go to the library together. There is a taxi driver in front, so it is not convenient to speak loudly. Wang Ruohua did not move to the other side away from the bell, but just leaned his upper body slightly to the other side and sneered twice. At this moment, the taxi suddenly turned and Wang Ruohua's body leaned back involuntarily. It feels soft and smooth, a little cool and has a fragrance. Zhong Ding came to his senses, immediately retracted his upper body, and hurriedly wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. I accidentally kissed Wang Ruohua on the cheek. Wang Ruohua was suddenly kissed on the cheek, and her mind went blank and she didn't know what to do. But then she saw Zhong Ding wiping his mouth with disgust, and she instantly became angry. Zhong Ding! She shouted angrily, threw herself on Zhong Ding, and grabbed Zhong Ding's neck with her hands and shook him continuously, I will fight you. Chapter 80. Although Zhong Ding had the ability to resist, he could not really use violence against Wang Ruohua, and he had nowhere to escape in the car, so he could only be bullied by Wang Ruohua. Seeing this, the taxi driver was so scared that he quickly pulled the car over. No fighting in the car. The taxi driver shouted, if you want to fight, get out of the car. Hearing the taxi driver's call, Wang Ruohua stopped shaking Zhong Ding's neck and turned around and said, we are not fighting, we are just playing. Zhong Ding touched his neck and looked at the taxi driver with gratitude. The taxi driver didn't quite believe it and simply said, get off the car. I won't take you anymore. It is very unsafe to fight in a car while it is moving, even if it is just for fun. Seeing the driver's firm attitude, Zhong Ding opened the door and got out without any further ado. Wang Ruohua naturally followed him out. After getting off the car, Zhong Ding felt a little suffocated because he had just been bullied by Wang Ruohua. So he deliberately made a few poo sounds, as if he wanted to spit out something dirty. How could Wang Ruohua bear this? You kissed me, and I haven't settled the score with you yet, but you turn around and complain that I'm dirty. What a shame. So, she raised her fist and rushed towards Zhong Ding. This time, Zhong Ding did not hide or escape. Instead, he grabbed Wang Ruohua's pink fist and jade wrist with lightning speed. Wang Ruohua tried to pull her wrist back with all her strength, but there was no way she could pull it back. So she used her other pink fist to hit Zhong Ding, but was immediately grabbed by Zhongding's wrist. Wang Ruohua was not willing to give up. Since her hands couldn't move, she kicked with her feet. What she didn't expect was that when she kicked forward, she was caught by Zhongding's legs. Still fierce? Zhongding said proudly. Wang Ruohua shouted, "Let me go." How can it be so easy? Zhongding said with a wicked smile, "You must apologize." Wang Ruohua was straightforward, "I apologize." Can you let me go now? Why apologize? I shouldn't have hit you. Zhongding laughed, "You are wrong. You shouldn't put your face close to my mouth." Wang Ruohua's chest heaved violently. She was furious. It was too much of a bully. The next moment, she desperately used her only remaining leg to kick the bell tripod. Apparently, she couldn't do it at all, and instead her body lost support and fell backwards. Zhongding was so frightened that he quickly hugged her body to prevent her from falling backwards. For a moment, he was filled with warmth and softness in his arms. Wang Ruohua was so shocked that his mind went blank and he forgot to attack the bell tripod. Zhongding was also a little confused. Why was he hugging Wang Ruohua face to face like this? Coming to his senses, he quickly let go of Wang Ruohua's delicate body. However, Wang Ruohua's delicate body did not leave him immediately, and she still hugged his neck tightly and hung on him. "Hey, let go!" Zhongding shouted, "I have a girlfriend." Wang Ruohua finally came to her senses, hurriedly let go of Zhongding's neck, and took a few steps away from Zhongding. "It's all your fault," Wang Ruohua complained. Zhongding touched his nose and said with a guilty conscience, "Just pretend this never happened, and no one is allowed to mention it in the future." Wang Ruohua glared at Zhongding, "I should be the one saying this." "Okay, you should speak." Zhongding didn't want to argue with Wang Ruohua anymore. Wang Ruohua said, "Just pretend this never happened, and no one is allowed to mention it in the future." Zhongding was speechless and repeated his words word for word. The two of them were in awkward silence for a while, and Zhongding asked, "Are you still going to Wanda Plaza?" "Go," Wang Ruohua responded. So they hailed another taxi and got in. This time, the two of them didn't cause any trouble. When we arrived at Wanda Plaza, it was brightly lit, crowded with tourists, and very lively. Wanda Plaza usually has a lot of traffic, and tonight is the night before National Day, and it feels like people from all over the city have flocked here. Zhongding was not very happy to accompany Wang Ruohua to the mall. He didn't have anything to buy, and Wang Ruohua wasn't his girlfriend, so this kind of shopping was boring. So, he did not follow Wang Ruohua into the clothing store, but just stood in the corridor outside, leaning against the glass fence and browsing his phone. "Hey, Wang Ruohua." When Wang Ruohua was picking clothes, a surprised boy's voice came. She turned around and saw a handsome guy. Morongxi's eyes were filled with surprise and eagerness. He didn't expect to meet Wang Ruohua, and Wang Ruohua seemed to be alone. In order to welcome the halo of being the school hunk back to him, he made a special trip to Wanda Plaza to buy 2 sets of nice clothes. Unexpectedly, he met Wang Ruohua, the girl he had always been pursuing. "It's really a double happiness." Wang Ruohua responded calmly, "Good evening, Morongxi." However, Wang Ruohua's indifferent attitude could not stop Morongxi's enthusiasm. "Are you alone?" he asked knowingly. Wang Ruohua, "No." "With your family?" He turned and looked. Wang Ruohua answered the question irrelevantly, "I am picking out clothes." "Ha, it's just right that I can be of help to you as a reference," Morongxi said with a smile. Wang Ruohua declined, "Thanks, but you don't have to." "It doesn't matter. We are all so familiar with each other. I also plan to buy clothes." Morongxi still smiled. Of course he could hear Wang Ruohua's attitude of rejection, but as a school belle, she was of course reserved, not to mention that Wang Ruohua came from such a good family. His family is very good in Xingyang City, but compared with Wang Ruohua's family, it is far inferior, at least one level lower. Wang Ruohua's attitude towards him used to be okay, but tonight she seemed much colder for some reason. "The clothes here don't fit me. Goodbye," Wang Ruohua said, then turned and left. Not wanting to be bothered by Morongxi, she simply stopped picking clothes in this store. Unexpectedly, Morongxi had the potential to be a dog licker, and he still followed behind. "I also think the clothes here are not very good." Wang Ruohua didn't say anything. She walked out of the shop, went straight to Zhongding, and then put her arm around Zhongding's arm. Morongxi's expression changed slightly when he saw this, and then he finally noticed Zhongding. Suddenly, Wang Ruohua held his arm intimately. Zhongding looked up and saw Morongxi with a grim expression. He immediately guessed what was going on. "Hi, classmate, are you visiting Wanda too?" Zhongding raised the corner of his mouth and greeted enthusiastically, pretending to be unaware of the situation. Morongxi pretended to disdain Zhongding. He said to Wang Ruohua, "We are all in the same circle. Why do you have to use a piece of trash as a shield?" "I am trash?" Zhongding was full of surprise. It would be fine if Morongxi didn't know him, but he clearly knew that he was a top student, and a top student who skipped grades, yet he actually despised him and called him trash. What kind of train of thought is this? Wang Ruohua was also full of surprise. Morongxi said contemptuously, "I'm talking about you. You are arrogant and complacent, you think you have skipped a grade, you don't study seriously, and you give up on yourself during the monthly exams. You will be ruined and get out of Qingyang Middle School." "Ha!" Zhongding couldn't help but laugh. "It turns out you know nothing about me." Finally, he didn't want to care about Morongxi anymore, and said to Wang Ruohua, "Let's go." However, Wang Ruohua refused to leave and said, "He called you trash, but where's your temper? Did you use it on me?" When a dog barks at a person, there is no need for the person to bark back. Zhongding said. Morongxi was furious and asked sternly, "Zhongding, who are you talking about? You can fight back." Wang Ruohua said. Zhongding smiled bitterly and said, "Are you a beauty who brings disaster?" "Of course I am," Wang Ruohua said proudly. "Zhongding, fighting is uncivilized and will attract onlookers." Seeing that Zhongding and Wang Ruohua ignored his flirting, Morongxi was angry and jealous. He could no longer control himself and slapped Zhongding in the mouth. Zhongding's eyes condensed, and his right hand moved as fast as lightning to grab Morongxi's wrist. Then he pulled his left hand out from Wang Ruohua's embrace, clenched his fist and punched Morongxi in the stomach, and finally let go of Morongxi's wrist. Morongxi's face turned red and purple in an instant. His mouth opened, but he was in so much pain that he couldn't scream. He covered his stomach tightly with both hands and squatted down. It turned out that Zhongding controlled the position and strength of this punch just right. He hit the person but made him unable to scream and had no power to resist, while at the same time not causing him to fall to the ground directly. "Let's go, beauty is a disaster," Zhongding said calmly. Wang Ruohua looked at Zhongding with some surprise, then smiled and hugged Zhongding's arm again, and finally left with Zhongding. Chapter 81. "Less than 10 meters away," Zhongding said, "can you let go of my arm now?" Wang Ruohua immediately let go of Zhongding and said, "Thank you." Zhongding refused to accept it and said, "You obviously have a better way, you can even directly refuse it, why do you have to involve an innocent person like me?" "I'm happy to do so." Wang Ruohua said confidently, "Before you left, you promised my mom that you would protect me." "I was harassed just now, shouldn't you protect me?" Zhongding. Seeing Zhongding speechless, Wang Ruohua became even more proud and said with a smile, "If you feel that you are at a disadvantage, I will hold your arm for a while and let you take advantage of it." "You're taking advantage of me." Zhongding snorted, then changed the subject, "Do you still want to buy clothes?" Wang Ruohua, "I don't want to buy it anymore." She had no intention of buying clothes, she was just shopping. So they left the second floor of Wanda Plaza and went to the supermarket on the basement floor. It turned out that Wang Ruohua wanted to prepare toiletries for Xiafei, such as towels, toothbrushes, cups, drinking glasses, etc. After coming out of Wanda Plaza, Zhongding and Wang Ruohua simply went to the train station in advance to wait for Xiafei. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Xiafei came out of the train station and saw Zhongding and Wang Ruohua standing in front of the exit. She couldn't help but quicken her pace happily. Finally walking out of the gate, Xiafei immediately threw herself into Zhongding's arms, hugged Zhongding tightly, not caring about the eyes around her. Zhongding also happily hugged Xiafei's delicate body and took a deep breath of the fragrance from Xiafei's body. The two hugged each other for a long time before separating. Xiafei turned around and hugged Wang Ruohua for a while. Finally, Xiafei took the suitcase from the two female bodyguards following behind her and said, "I'm safe in Xingyang City. You can find a hotel to stay in. You don't have to follow me." "Yes, miss." The two female bodyguards responded and left. Soon, Zhongding, Xiafei and Wang Ruohua took a taxi and left the train station. The destination was Wang Ruohua's home, but the three of them found a place to have a midnight snack on the way. Xiafei was obviously very excited and talked almost non-stop while eating her midnight snack. She transferred to Jiangcheng and had to rebuild all her relationships with friends and classmates, which made her feel lonely. Now she is back in Xinjiang City, with her boyfriend and best friend by her side. How can she not be happy? After having supper, Zhong Ding sent CFA Shui and Wang Ruohua back to Wang Ruohua's home, and then he took a taxi back to his home. After taking a shower, Zhong Ding waited until today, October 1st, and released the pre-recorded video I Love You, China on Douyin. I Love You, China is a very classic old song, created in 1979. Zhong Ding spent a lot of effort to rearrange it, changing it to pure piano accompaniment, and also made some changes to the melody, giving the old song a new era of power. The Book of Songs says, although Zhou is an old state, its destiny is to renew itself. The Great Learning says, if you can renew yourself every day, you will renew yourself every day, and you will renew yourself every day. Finally, he posted a short video recommending my leisurely life in ancient times. This was the first time he personally recorded a video for advertising. Usually he would just give a link. However, he did not directly say that it was his book, he just said that he recommended a good book to everyone. After completing these, Zhong Ding checked his total number of fans, which was 3484.9W. After the Douyin account was exposed by fans of the Honor of Kings Esports, the number of fans skyrocketed for a while, but now it has basically stabilized and is increasing slowly. His total number of fans is already among the top in Douyin, and the most important thing is that his fans are all active fans, not those zombie fans that were added by Brush. Putting down his phone, Zhong Ding suddenly remembered that he had not used his lottery ticket once. How about trying my luck? He thought to himself. So, he said to the system in his mind, System, I want to draw a lottery. System, ding, the lottery begins. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the master composer skill. The next moment, countless knowledge and skills about composition continued to pour into Zhong Ding's mind, making his brain feel a little swollen. 30 seconds later, Zhong Ding returned to normal and possessed the strength of a master composer. Ha 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 ha. Zhong Ding couldn't help but burst into laughter. He had wanted the master composition skills for a long time. He already possessed an intermediate-level celestial voice, top-level singing skills, and master-level piano and arranging skills. The only thing he lacked in music was the composition skills. The system mall has a composer master skill exchange, but it is too expensive, and needs to be exchanged step by step from amateur composition mastery to professional composition mastery, which requires a lot of points. Unexpectedly, I won the lottery in one go and saved hundreds of points. I was so lucky today. As he laughed, he couldn't help but remember that there were 2 divine songs from another world in his mind. These 2 divine songs from another world can finally come in handy. The next morning, after Zhong Ding got up and washed up, he turned on his computer to update my leisure ancient life. He will be very busy today. Xia Feishue will come to see him in the morning, and his mother Zhong Qingwan will arrive in the afternoon. After the update was completed, he looked at the data of the novel. I saw that the collection of the novel soared to more than 30,000, and the rewards also soared by more than 200 fans. You know, this is just the beginning. When the advertisement was aired last night, it was already past midnight and most fans hadn't seen it yet. Yeah. Zhong Ding couldn't help but shout out happily. The novel's traffic was basically successful. At around 8:30 in the morning, Xia Feishue took a taxi to Zhong Ding's house alone. Zhong Ding's mother Zhong Qingwan will arrive today, but in the afternoon, so we can still make use of the time difference. As for the nanny He Xiuzhen, she went home last night. Finally having a chance to be alone together, Zhong Ding and Xia Feishue hugged each other and kissed passionately. Ding, I want to listen to you play the piano. Xia Feishue said coquettishly. Zhong Ding smiled and replied, no problem. So they moved to the study. Zhong Ding sat in front of the piano and began to play music. The piano sound is soft and beautiful, reminiscent of moonlight and love. Yes, it is Beethoven's For Release. Xia Feishue sat upright in a chair listening to music, her beautiful eyes fixed on the bells and tripods. The master-level piano, coupled with Zhong Ding's mood at the moment just matching for Alice, made the sound of his piano playing extremely beautiful. His back is straight, his movements are rhythmic with the music, and his profile at a 45-degree angle makes Zhong Ding look even more handsome. Xia Feishue was completely stunned and felt that she was the happiest princess in the world. After the song was finished, Zhong Ding turned around and asked with a smile, how was it? Xia Feishue came back to her senses after a while. Her beautiful eyes were full of water, full of affection, happiness and sweetness. I just want it to last forever. That won't do. Zhong Ding smiled and stood up. He walked over and gently hugged Xia Feishue. He lowered his head and kissed Xia Feishue's soft and fragrant lips. Only by holding you can it be eternal. The two hugged each other tenderly for a while, then sat on the sofa in the living room and talked sweetly to each other. It was not until 12 o'clock noon that the two left home and went out to eat. After lunch, Zhongding sent Xie Feishui to Wang Ruowa's house, and then he took a taxi to the train station to wait for his mother Zhong Qingwan. Speaking of which, he and his mother Zhong Qingwan haven't seen each other for almost half a year. I've changed so much in this period of time, can she still recognize me? Zhongding stood at the passenger exit of the train station and suddenly laughed at himself. His mother couldn't recognize her son. Chapter 82. After waiting for about 10 minutes, around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhongding saw his mother coming out. His mother stood out in the crowd. She is over 1.7 meters tall and slim. She wears a bright lake blue dress, has long wavy brown hair, and skin is white as milk. She has a standard oval face, delicate and beautiful facial features, bright and lively eyes, and a noble and elegant temperament. Zhang Ruyue is the most elegant and beautiful mature woman in Qingyang City, but she is a little inferior to Zhong Qingwan. Maybe it's because she has been single all her life, and because she takes good care of herself. Zhong Qingwan has the charm of a mature woman while still retaining some of the innocence of a girl. She looks like she is only in her 20s. Judging from her appearance and temperament alone, no one would have thought that she was already the mother of a 17-year-old child. Zhong Qingwan walked out of the gate and Zhongding came to meet her. Zhongding is 1.85 meters tall, handsome, and has an extraordinary temperament, so Zhong Qingwan noticed him at once. Dinger? Zhong Qingwan looked at Zhongding, her tone full of uncertainty. Although my son is in a period of rapid growth in adolescence, it is too exaggerated to grow more than 10 centimeters in half a year. Also, his facial features have to be good-looking, handsome even, and his temperament has changed a lot, becoming dignified and elegant. Seeing that his mother still recognized him, Zhongding's resentment eased a little and he called out, "Mom." When Zhong Qingwan saw that it was really her son, she was shocked and happy. She quickly stepped forward and opened her arms to hug Zhongding. However, Zhongding took 2 steps back to avoid Zhong Qingwan's hug. A lot of people are watching. This is a fact. Zhong Qingwan is too outstanding, and Zhongding is almost the same. Normal people would pay more attention to them and take a few more glances, and some even stop to watch. However, the real reason was that he had a psychological barrier towards Zhong Qingwan. A trace of disappointment flashed across Zhong Qingwan's eyes, and then she smiled and said, "It's only natural for a mother to hug her son." However, she gave up hugging Zhongding and reached out to hold his hand instead, then looked at his handsome face. "Your Aunt Jiang said on the phone that you grew very fast. I thought you grew only 4 or 5 centimeters, but I didn't expect you to grow so much taller. How tall are you now?" The more she looked at him, the more she realized that her son looked like her. Before, he was 10% or 20% similar, but now he was 30% or 40% similar. 1 meter 85. Zhongding said calmly. Zhong Qingwan smiled happily and said, "Okay, this height is good. Mom, let's go. There are many people watching us." Zhongding said. Zhong Qingwan glanced around and saw that there were indeed quite a few people watching. So the two of them left the passenger exit and took a taxi home. "I came home, sat on the sofa and made some tea." Zhong Qingwan reached out and stroked Zhongding's face and hair, and said with guilt and shame, "It's Mom's fault that I haven't had time to visit you for so long." "You are busy with work, I understand," Zhongding said calmly. Zhong Qingwan shook her head slightly and sighed. "You didn't even smile when you saw me this time. In the past, you always took the initiative to throw yourself into my arms." The bell was silent. He can never be the same again. In the past, he was very worried that Zhong Qingwan would not want him anymore, so every time they met he pretended to be very happy, dependent, cute, and sensible. He learned how to read people's expressions and put on a smile when he was very young. Now, he is able to support himself, and his mother really hasn't visited him for half a year. Now, he doesn't have to pretend so much to his mother. The mother and son were silent for a while, and Zhong Qingwan suddenly chuckled. "Dinger, I heard from Auntie that you practiced often after buying the piano, and you play it well. Come on, play a song for Mom so that she can enjoy it." "Okay." Zhongding stood up, walked into the study, sat down in front of the piano, placed his 10 slender and beautiful fingers on the black and white keys, and then played softly and slowly. The sound of the piano flowed like moonlight, slowly filling the entire study, slowly filling up the space, and by the time people found it, it had already been submerged by it. He played Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata. Zhong Qingwan initially just wanted to hear how her son's piano playing was going, but she was soon attracted by the sound of the piano played by Zhongding and began to appreciate it seriously. However, when Zhong Ding played Moonlight Sonata until the middle of the piece, she couldn't help but think of something. She thought that her son's piano learning would be interrupted after he was sent to Qingyang City. My son suddenly bought this piano himself this year. I saw my son suddenly grow tall and handsome. His movements when playing the piano were so rhythmic and graceful, and the sound of the piano was so beautiful. Her nose began to feel sour and 2 lines of tears flowed down involuntarily. Moonlight Sonata is such a soft and warm song, but under this strong contrast, Zhong Qinghuan is becoming more and more out of control. When the moonlight-like sound of the piano filled the entire room, Zhong Qinghuan felt as if she was completely submerged in water. Whoa whoa! She couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hands and sob softly. Zhong Ding heard his mother sobbing, but he still played attentively. Don't you want to listen? I will perform this Moonlight Sonata to perfection. Moonlight Sonata was only about 6 minutes long, and Zhong Ding finally finished playing it. He tilted his handsome face up 45 degrees for a moment to prevent himself from crying. After a while, he suppressed his emotions, stood up, turned to his mother, and raised the corners of his mouth. Mom, does it sound good? Just like a child seeking favor. Zhong Qinghuan collapsed on the spot, covered her face and rushed out of the study and fled into her room. Although she rarely lives here, there is still a room that belongs to her. About half an hour later, Zhong Qinghuan came out of her room and looked back to normal. She walked over, stretched out her jade hand, tapped the top of the bell, smiled and gently scolded, "Stinky boy, what kind of Moonlight Sonata are you playing?" It actually made Mom cry. The mood is completely wrong. Go back and practice again. Zhong Ding looked up at his mother's beautiful smile and felt a little stunned. He didn't expect his mother to adjust so quickly and even scold him. I see. He came back to his senses and responded. Zhong Qinghuan took a step forward and hugged Zhong Ding's head to her chest. Zhong Ding felt embarrassed and tried to break free from his mother's embrace. Zhong Qinghuan hugged him tightly instead. Don't move. No matter how big you are or how successful you are still my child. Zhong Ding stopped struggling, calmed down, and let his mother hold him. After a moment, Zhong Qinghuan sighed softly, unconsciously, you have grown up. Now, Mom can only hold you when you are sitting. After 7 or 8 minutes, Zhong Qinghuan let go of Zhong Ding and said, pack up. Mom will take you to the mall to buy some clothes. Your clothes are too short. 10 minutes later, Zhong Ding and Zhong Qinghuan went out together and took a taxi to Jinchang Mall, the highest-end mall in Qingyang City. In the international brand clothing store in the mall, Zhong Ding became a snowman dressed by Zhong Qinghuan. Chapter 83. Carrying a lot of bags out of Jinchang Mall, Zhong Qinghuan took Zhong Ding to a restaurant for dinner. Zhong Qinghuan doesn't know how to cook. When she went to Qingyang to visit Zhong Ding, she basically ate in restaurants. At the dinner table, Zhong Qinghuan hardly ate anything. Apart from putting food into Zhong Ding's bowl, she just watched Zhong Ding eat. The next morning, outside the train station, Zhong Qinghuan said to Zhong Ding, Mom is going back to Jiangcheng to work. You have to study hard, eat and sleep normally, and don't play with your phone and stay up late. He talked a lot. Zhong Ding just listened silently. Zhong Qinghuan clearly felt that Zhong Ding's attitude this time when they parted was very different from before. He seemed very calm, even a little indifferent. Finally, she took out her cell phone and transferred 30,000 yuan to Zhong Ding. Mom can't be with you, just buy whatever you need. Thank you, Mom. Zhong Ding said truthfully, but I still have a lot of money, so you don't have to give me more. Zhong Qinghuan shook her head and looked down at the time. It's almost time, I have to go. Goodbye, son. Then she turned and entered the train station. Zhong Ding waved silently and watched Zhong Qinghuan enter the train station. Finally, he turned away and got into a taxi to go home. In the taxi, Zhong Ding called Xia Feishue, my mother left. She will come out to play in the afternoon. Okay. Xia Feishue responded happily. Zhong Ding returned home, turned on his computer and updated his novel. Finally, he checked the novel data and was immediately shocked. The total collection of the novel has exceeded 120,000, and the number of people who have rewarded it has exceeded 2,000. As for book reviews, there are tens of thousands of them. I came here to receive the introduction from Zhong Ding. The author's writing is really good, and it's very relaxing to read, really good. It's a good book, worthy of being recommended by Dingshan himself. It was so good, I watched it all day long. The data of this book suddenly exploded. Could it be a scam? I paid for this book. It won't be sold for a fee, so give me a reward. The author is so kind that he doesn't charge for more than 1,000,000 words. Zhongding went to check the data rankings on the Dishu novel website and found that My Leisurely Life in Ancient Times topped the list of new books. Zhongding was in a good mood, so he returned to the author's backstage and updated his work with 150,000 words. Finally, he began to concentrate on writing novels. Clap, clap, Zhongding types very quickly, writing 40,000 to 50,000 words in an hour. At around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhongding went out and took a taxi to Wang Ruowa's villa community. However, he did not enter Wang Ruowa's house because Xia Feishue and Wang Ruowa were already waiting for him in front of the community gate. Xia Feishue and Wang Ruowa got into a taxi directly, and then the three of them went to Wangyang Mountain for fun together. On the second day of National Day, Wangyang Mountain, as a tourist attraction in the suburbs of Qingyang City, attracted many visitors. Of course, it was not as crowded with people as reported on the internet for those famous tourist attractions. Even though Wang Ruowa was a light bulb, Zhongding and Xia Feishue were still very close, holding hands or Xia Feishue holding Zhongding's arm. As for Wang Ruowa, she gently held Xia Feishue's arm on the other side. They played in Wangyang Mountain until about 5 o'clock, then went down the mountain, took a taxi back to the city center to eat, and finally went to sing K. In the box, unless it was a chorus, whenever Zhongding sang, both Xia Feishue and Wang Ruowa would listen attentively. Zhongding sang so well, his singing skills and voice were top-notch. Wang Ruowa said to Xia Feishue, "I suddenly want to listen to him singing while playing the piano again." "I thought about it too." Xia Feishue chuckled, her beautiful face revealing happy nostalgia. Wang Ruowa said enviously, "You must have heard this many times, right?" "No, just a few times. He plays the piano more often." Xia Feishue said. Wang Ruowa, "Oh." Xia Feishue said, "Let's go to his house tomorrow and let him play the piano and sing for us." "Okay." Wang Ruohua agreed immediately. Come to think of it, she has never been to Zhongding's house. They sang karaoke until 10:30, then Zhongding and the other two left the KTV. After taking a taxi to send Xia Feishue and Wang Ruohua back to Wang Ruohua's home, he took another taxi home. The next day, since Xia Feishue and Wang Ruohua said they were going to his house, Zhongding did not go out to look for Xia Feishue. He sat in his study, his novel unfinished, but he already had a lot of manuscripts in reserve. Moreover, he had some inspiration at the moment, so he tried to write the first song of his life. Use the piano to play the main melody in your mind, and then write it down on paper. Because of his 10 times faster thinking reaction speed, he composed the music very quickly and finished the music in just half an hour. He continued his work and began to write lyrics for the song. Lyric writing does not require any special learning, it is more about a person's daily literary accomplishment. Because I composed the song myself, I knew exactly what I wanted to express, and Zhongding had a good literary literacy, so he wrote the lyrics in one go. The song is called Mask of Youth. It is a youth song that sounds beautiful at first, but when you listen more carefully you find that it contains a deep sadness. This song is a partial interpretation of his inner self. After I wrote Mask of Youth and sang it a few times, my phone started ringing. I picked up the phone and saw that it was indeed Xia Feishue. After answering the call, Zhongding went out to the gate of the community to pick up Xia Feishue and Wang Ruowa. After entering Zhongding's house, Wang Ruowa looked around curiously. Of course, Zhongding's house cannot be compared with her villa, nor can it be compared with the large flat of Xia Feishue's house. It is just a house with 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, and the community is a bit old. However, the housing prices in the community are not cheap because it is close to Qingyang Middle School and is a school district house. Zhongding asked Xia Feishue and Wang Ruohua to sit down, and went to get snacks and wash fruits. At her boyfriend's house, Xia Feishue was more relaxed. She did not sit on the sofa waiting, but took Wang Ruohua into Zhongding's study, walked to the piano, and prepared to play a few pieces. "Hey, there's a song here." Wang Ruohua picked up the paper with Mask of Youth written on it and looked at it carefully. She found obvious traces of modification on it. Could it be a song written by Zhongding himself? Upon hearing this, Xia Feishue stopped playing the piano, immediately stood up and took 2 steps closer to carefully look at the Mask of Youth written on the paper. "Maybe. Let's ask a Ding later." Xia Feishue guessed. Zhongding is a master of piano and his singing skills are comparable to those of singers. She has also listened to many adapted old songs uploaded by Zhongding to Douyin, and knows that Zhongding has extraordinary attainments in music. She was not surprised that Zhongding wrote his own songs. After a while, Zhongding came in after washing the fruit. When he was about to invite Xia Feishue and Wang Ruohua to eat the fruit, Wang Ruohua asked first. Zhongding, have you written a song? As she spoke, she raised the paper with Mask of Youth written on it. Xia Feishue looked at Zhongding with bright eyes, expectantly, waiting for his answer. Zhongding raised his lips and said with a bright smile, yes, I wrote a song. Wow, a ding, you are so amazing. Xia Feishue's beautiful eyes showed admiration, and she shouted happily, a ding, can you sing for us? I want to be your first audience. Zhongding smiled and said, of course. He took back Mask of Youth and said, however, it hasn't been arranged yet, so the a cappella effect is not very good. You can go to the living room to eat some fruit, and I will play and sing it for you after I have arranged the music. After all, it was his first time writing a song and composing music. He thought it was good, but the actual situation might not be the case. Therefore, he did not dare to sing it directly. We're so looking forward to it. Xia Feishue and Wang Ruohua shouted, then walked out of the study, ate fruit and chatted in the living room while waiting for Zhongding's arrangement. Chapter 84. Zhongding composed the music for Mask of Youth very quickly. He wrote the song and had a rough idea of it in his mind. Plus, his thinking reaction speed was 10 times faster, so he finished composing the music in just 5 or 6 minutes. The music is ready, come in and listen. Zhongding walked out of the study and said to Xia Feishue and Wang Ruohua who were sitting on the sofa in the living room. Xia Feishue and Wang Ruohua were shocked, so fast? They thought it would take at least 1 or 2 hours. Zhongding laughed, it's just a composition. Xia Feishue and Wang Ruohua came in. Zhongding sat down at the piano again and started playing. The light piano sound flowed out like the gurgling of a mountain spring. Xia Feishue and Wang Ruohua looked at each other and knew that this was a cheerful song. After the prelude, Zhongding's clear and magnetic voice sang along with the piano. Growing up is a process of changing masks. Babies are cute and childhood is innocent. Teenagers are sometimes a little rebellious. Oh, you who are almost 18 years old. Which mask should I change? We were 18 years old. No mask needed. The song was brisk and beautiful, lively and sincere. Xia Feishue and Wang Ruohua were intoxicated by it and couldn't help but smile youthfully on their pretty faces. After Zhongding finished singing, he turned around to ask the two girls how they felt, but Xia Feishue and Wang Ruohua had already clapped their hands vigorously. It sounds so good. Xia Feishue's beautiful eyes sparkled, and there was a bit of admiration on her beautiful face. A ding, you are so amazing. Wang Ruohua's beautiful eyes also sparkled, and she looked at Zhongding with admiration. Zhongding, sing it again, I haven't heard enough. Wang Ruohua shouted. Xia Feishue nodded quickly, yes, it's not enough yet, sing it again. So, Zhongding played and sang Mask of Youth again. The two girls still couldn't get enough of it, but Zhongding didn't want to sing anymore. So, the two of them learned to sing on their own. In this way, the whole morning was spent happily singing and playing the piano. At noon, the three of them went out to eat at a high-end Western restaurant. After dinner, I walked around the mall for half an hour to digest the food, and then went to a high-end cafe. They checked into a private room, ordered coffee and snacks, then took out their phones and teamed up to play Honor of Kings. Happy times always fly quickly, and before I knew it, it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Xia Feishue had to go. At around 5 o'clock, in front of the train station, Zhongding and Xia Feishue hugged each other and said goodbye. Finally, Xia Feishue reluctantly entered the train station, followed by 2 female bodyguards. After watching Xia Feishue enter the train station and her pretty figure being obscured from view, Zhongding withdrew his gaze after a long while. After returning home, Zhongding entered the study to further improve Mask of Youth. After the improvement, Zhongding felt that his Mask of Youth had improved a lot. Finally, he turned on his computer and updated his novel. The website author has an automatic update function in the background, but it is in the traffic diversion stage these days, so he has to decide how many updates to make depending on the situation. The collection of My Leisurely Life in Ancient Times has skyrocketed to more than 200,000, and the number of rewards has soared to more than 5,000. It still ranks first on the new book list, far ahead of the second place. In addition, he also made it to the 24-hour best-selling list, ranking 7th. The new book list and the best-selling list are both lists on the homepage of the website. They have a high exposure rate, and many readers like to find books on these two lists. The best-selling list, in particular, is a list of real money. The top 10 on Dishu Chinese website's 24-hour best-selling list generally have daily sales of no less than 15,000 yuan, which is very valuable. Therefore, the new readers of My Leisurely Life in Ancient Times are not only those who are diverted by Zhongding from Douyin, but also many who come in through the rankings. Zhong Ding spent some time reading book reviews, and the positive reviews were very high. The author is so determined that he wrote more than 1.2 million words for free. The book is really good. Why hasn't it been put on the shelves yet? Wow, the explosion is even more intense. I can't bear to watch it. I've given you a reward of 1,000 yuan. Please don't be a eunuch. Finally, it's not a book about fighting, killing, conspiracy, or intrigue. I love this book so much. I must give it a thumbs up. A very healing book, I love it. This is a really good book, leisurely and relaxing but not boring, very readable, and makes me feel happy after reading it. Last night I actually dreamed that I was living in ancient times. The situation is very good. Zhong Ding decided to update 150,000 words today. After completing the explosive update, Zhong Ding began to write the novel. He had already eaten dinner on the way back. While writing for more than 3 hours, Zhong Ding wrote another 150,000 words. At 10 o'clock in the evening, after taking a shower, Zhong Ding adjusted his state, sat in front of the piano, and began to record his first original song Mask of Youth. While playing the piano and singing, Zhong Ding recorded the video of Mask of Youth in one go. Finally, he uploaded it to Douyin and marked it as his own original work. As Mask of Youth was uploaded to Douyin, fans were immediately notified. Countless fans opened Douyin with surprise and clicked on Mask of Youth to listen. You know, Zhong Ding usually only updates one video a week, and now he has updated it again after just 2 days. How can fans not be surprised? It is a very fresh, beautiful, and youthful song, coupled with the heavenly sound of Zhong Ding, the singer's top singing skills, and the master-level piano accompaniment. When fans hear it, they are immediately infected by the singing, enter into the artistic conception of the song, and pictures appear in their minds involuntarily. It was not until Zhong Ding finished singing that he said at the end, "This is my first original song. I hope you like it." When the fans heard this, they were all excited and shocked. Such a good song is actually the original work of Zhong Ding Dingshin. Wan Yubing was also the first to listen to Mask of Youth. When she heard Zhong Ding's last sentence, she was very excited. Zhong Ding has released an original song, and it's such a beautiful and excellent song. After listening to it 3 more times, Wan Yubing forwarded and recommended it in her circle of friends and chat groups. Finally, she prepared to write a review. I saw that Mask of Youth already had more than 2,000 comments. She read it carefully as usual. My God, this song is original. This is an amazing song, I bet it will be a hit. The author is truly a genius. His first original song is so good. It's obviously a youthful and happy song, but why am I crying? This is our youth and growth. Did the author also write the lyrics for this song? They are so realistic and resonate with me. Humph, we don't need masks when we're 18. Author, I will definitely do my best to recommend this original work of yours to my friends and classmates. I'm a die-hard fan. I like whatever Dingshin sings. After reading many comments, Wang Yubing finally wrote his own comment, Dingshin, I really like your first original song Mask of Youth. I was so moved. When I first heard it, it was very youthful, cheerful, and pleasant, and made me happy. But when I heard it for the 3rd time, I found that I was a little sad. The 4th time, I found that I shed tears. Is this my personal illusion, or is it the hidden meaning of your song? Mask of Youth itself is excellent. It is an original work. Coupled with Zhong Ding's huge fan base of more than 30 million, it became a hit on Douyin in just 1 day. Countless people saw Mask of Youth on Douyin, and then fell in love with it at first listen, and resonated with it. Finally, they found Zhong Ding's Douyin account and became his fans. Not only that, a number of cover versions quickly appeared on Douyin, including female covers, vicissitudes of life covers, rap covers, and other versions. In just half a month, Mask of Youth has become Douyin's brainwashing hit. Chapter 85. Before falling asleep, Zhong Ding suddenly remembered something and couldn't help but slap his head. Oh my God! I forgot I have to go to evening study tonight. There are 3 days for the National Day holiday. Although today is the 3rd day, classes have resumed tonight. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. I had so much fun today, and then I was remembering the songs and novels, and I actually forgot about the evening self-study class. Or rather, my mind is not on studying now. In the past month since the start of school, he has basically not listened to the lectures, and he only completes the homework and exercises assigned by the teacher perfunctorily. With a mastery of all subjects and 10 times the thinking speed, he only took a short time to complete the task. Therefore, his mind was basically focused on reading the 24 histories and writing novels. The next morning, Zhong Ding went to school early. I arrived at the classroom 15 minutes before morning exercises. However, he was not the first one, as many classmates were already reading aloud in the classroom in the morning. For example, his deskmate Morong Shi had already arrived and was studying hard in the morning. However, when Zhong Ding sat down, Morong Shi paused and looked at Zhong Ding with hatred, contempt and sarcasm. On the night of the 30th, at Wanda Plaza, Zhong Ding's punch left him with a deep impression. Zhong Ding also glanced at Morong Shi in confusion, not quite understanding the look in Morong Shi's eyes. He understood hatred. After all, he beat Morong Shi and even robbed Wang Ruhua, whom he was pursuing. But what about contempt and sarcasm? The monthly exam ranking list should have come out last night, right? At the very least, some of the monthly exam papers should have been distributed. How can you be despised or even ridiculed when you are ranked first? Ring, ring, ring. The morning exercise bell rang, followed by the broadcast of the athletes' march that was so familiar to countless students. The morning reading stopped and everyone left the classroom and went to the playground to do morning exercises. When I walked down the classroom building and headed for the playground, a voice suddenly rang in my ears, Zhong Ding. Zhong Ding turned his head slightly and saw a classmate catching up with him. This classmate was called Wei Chenghua. He was a male classmate with whom Zhong Ding had a good relationship after he skipped a grade and entered class 3-5 of senior high school. Zhong Ding was not alone in skipping a grade and joining a new class. He quickly took the initiative to build relationships with his new classmates. What's more, he is now a top student, and his classmates are willing to accept him. Some of them even take the initiative to approach him, such as Wei Chenghua. Wei Chenghua. Zhong Ding smiled and responded. You didn't come to evening self-study last night. I thought you wouldn't come again. Wei Chenghua said. Zhong Ding was slightly startled and asked, why didn't I come? Wei Chenghua took a deep look at Zhong Ding, hesitated for a moment, and revealed, someone in the class said that your monthly test results were too poor, and you might have to return to the second year of high school. My monthly exam results were bad? Zhong Ding couldn't believe it. How many points did I get? What was my ranking? Wei Chenghua, how would I know how well you did? The ranking list hasn't been handed out yet, not even the monthly exam papers. It seems like Mr. Liu didn't come to the classroom last night because of something else, so where did the ranking list come from? I see. Zhong Ding said, by the way, the monthly exam papers haven't been handed out yet. Who said I did so poorly in the exam? Wei Chenghua shook his head, I don't know, but you didn't take the monthly exams seriously, and you always handed in the papers in half an hour. I think everyone thinks so. Zhong Ding couldn't help but smile. Wei Chenghua comforted him, actually, it's a good thing that you returned to the second year of high school. The pressure won't be that great. I believe you are still a top student. Xinghua and Yanda are both beckoning to you. Thank you for your comfort, but I might have to slap you in the face. Zhong Ding smiled and said, I did very well in the monthly exam, just wait and see. Wei Chenghua said in disbelief, but considering Zhong Ding's self-esteem, he did not refute. The first class in the morning was English class. The English female teacher, who was dressed much more fashionably than other teachers, came in with a stack of English test papers and distributed the papers herself. Wang Yon, 133 points. Zhou Xiaomei, 119 points. Mirongxi, 147 points. Wow! A burst of envious exclamations immediately rang out in the classroom. Morongxi couldn't help but glance at Zhong Ding proudly, and found that Zhong Ding was very calm and didn't even turn to look at him. Humph! He couldn't help but snort softly so that Zhong Ding could hear it, then he stood up, held his head high and went to get the test paper. Unfortunately, Zhong Ding heard it but was too lazy to pay attention to him. Mirongxi approached the podium, and the English teacher handed him the test paper while encouraging him, you did well this time. Keep it up. Yes, Teacher Jiang. Morongxi responded with a confident smile, then turned around and walked back with a smile on his face. After this monthly exam, he will definitely get back the title of school idol. Zhong Ding, 150 points, full marks. At this moment, the English teacher's voice came from behind, and even the tone became a little heavier. Morongxi felt a buzzing in his head, his smile froze instantly, and his face became very ugly. Ah! The classroom was suddenly filled with shouts of shock and surprise, not shouts of envy. Zhong Ding clearly gave up on himself and handed in the paper in just half an hour, so how could he get 150 points? Morongshi turned around suddenly, unable to control himself, and asked loudly, "Teacher Jiang, did you read it wrong?" English is his best subject. He has studied very hard this month and reviewed for the monthly exam in advance. He also took the exam very seriously, which is why he got a high score of 147 points. As for Zhong Ding, he never attended classes, hardly ever did his homework, and even gave up on the exams, handing in his paper in half an hour. How could he have scored more than him and gotten full marks? The English teacher was stunned by the student's sudden loud questioning. She came back to her senses and said with a bad look on her face, "Student Morongshi, please pay attention to your attitude." "I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang." Morongshi bowed his head and apologized quickly, then said, "I was too surprised." Zhong Ding handed in the exam paper in half an hour. The English teacher said calmly, "It's normal for Zhong Ding to get full marks." What's so surprising about that? It's surprising that he didn't get full marks. The whole class was shocked again when they heard this, and they all turned their eyes to Zhong Ding. Morongshi stood there in a daze, unable to understand or accept. At this time, Zhong Ding had already stood up and left his seat to get his test paper. Zhong Ding was also a mean guy. He should have gone up from the left pedestrian passage, but he chose to go up from the right pedestrian passage. So, Morongshi, who was standing there in a daze, blocked the way. "Morongshi, you're blocking the way." Zhong Ding reached out from behind and patted Morongshi on the shoulder. The sound was neither loud nor soft, so that most of the students in the class could hear it. Morongshi barely came to his senses and stepped aside to make way in a daze. Zhong Ding walked over with a smile on his face. The whole class saw this and looked at them with strange eyes. When Morongshi noticed the strange looks from his classmates, he felt extremely embarrassed and his face turned red and purple. He wanted to escape from the classroom immediately. Chapter 86. The English get out of class was over, and before the students had time to leave their seats, the math teacher came in with a stack of math monthly test papers. Zhong Ding, 150 points. On the podium, the first test paper that the math teacher read was Zhong Ding's. "Ah!" The classroom was immediately filled with cries of surprise and disbelief. When Zhong Ding was taking the math test, he handed in the paper in just half an hour. This is a math test. How come he got full marks again? Morongshi turned his head and stared at Zhong Ding. He obviously didn't study seriously at all, so how could he get full marks in math? Under the shocked and questioning gazes of the whole class, Zhong Ding went up to receive the test paper calmly with a smile on his face. After the math test papers were distributed, the bell rang, so the math class started right after. The math teacher stood on the podium and summarized the test results. The questions were quite difficult this time, but you didn't do badly. There's no need to put too much pressure on yourself. Just keep working hard. The whole class looked strange. They did poorly in the test, but some people clearly got full marks and handed in the paper after only half an hour. So was the test difficult or easy? The math teacher noticed that many students were looking at Zhong Ding, so he explained, "As for Zhong Ding's full marks, you can just exclude him. He is not within the scope of our discussion." The whole class. Seeing that the students seemed unable to accept it, the math teacher had to emphasize again, "Student Zhong Ding is special, you should not compare yourself with him." The whole class. It turns out that we are not worthy to be compared with bells and tripods. No wonder they skipped grades, no wonder they don't have to attend classes, no wonder they only take half an hour to take exams. It's a pity that we actually look down on them for not attending classes, think they have given up on themselves, and even think they have been forced to return to the second year of high school. It turns out that we are frogs in the well. Ding ling ling. After the second class, the math teacher asked the students to take a break. Anyway, the third period was also a math class, so he could continue the lesson. After 2 consecutive classes, the students left their seats, walked out of the classroom and went to the corridor to get some fresh air. Zhong Ding is no exception. In the corridor, a group of classmates gathered in front of Zhong Ding and talked. Wei Chengbo laughed and said, "Zhong Ding, you really slapped me in the face. But you can't blame us, it's just that you are so awesome." Zhong Ding laughed and said, "If I wasn't awesome, how would I dare to skip a grade?" Classmates. What he said made so much sense that we were speechless. The fourth class is Chinese class, taught by our homeroom teacher Lu Letian. Lu Letian asked the study committee member to distribute the test papers. Zhong Ding Chinese still got full marks, 150 points. The whole class was a little numb, but they still couldn't help turning their heads to look at Zhong Ding with worshipful eyes. The girls just thought that Ding was so handsome, the smile on his lips was so sexy and charming, and his starry eyes were so bright and shining that they illuminated their hearts. The boys couldn't help but admire him in their hearts. He was not only the most handsome boy in the school, but also tall, imposing, handsome, and we really couldn't compare to him. After distributing the Chinese test paper, the comprehensive science test paper will be distributed next. When the study committee member read out on the podium, Ding, 300 points, the whole class couldn't help but reveal an expression of as expected on their faces, and they looked at Ding with even more admiration. Ding, the monthly exam task is completed. Congratulations on getting 20 male god points. The system's voice sounded in my mind as expected. I got full marks in all subjects, so naturally I got first place in the monthly exam. Ding couldn't help but smile. 20 male god points were a little less, but even a mosquito leg is meat. After going upstairs to get the test paper, Ding saw Shi looking distraught. Ding had no sympathy at all. As deskmates, they can become good friends, but some people don't think so. Shi was indeed hit very hard and even began to doubt himself strongly. As his deskmate, he knew very well that Ding did not study at all but took it easy and got full marks in all subjects as if it were water. He himself studied very hard. He would come home from evening self-study and study hard until 1 or 2 in the morning. As a result, except for English, which he was best at, he got a high score, but the scores of the other 3 subjects dropped. He worked so hard, but his grades didn't improve. That person clearly didn't study, but still got first place and full marks. Is there still justice in this world? What happened to the promise that hard work will be rewarded? In the evening, during the evening self-study class, Lu Letian went to the classroom to inspect as usual. He brought 3 monthly exam ranking books and handed them to the students as soon as he entered the classroom for them to circulate among themselves. Then, he walked to Mirongxi's desk and tapped it lightly. I have something to tell you, come out for a moment. A minute later, in the corridor outside the classroom, Lu Letian said to Mirongxi, your grades have declined in this monthly exam. Can you tell me the reason? Mirongxi opened his mouth, unable to speak. He could only lower his head in shame. After a long while, he said bitterly, I don't know. He obviously studied very hard, but his grades declined. In fact, he knew it. He knew that he couldn't concentrate on his studies because he was distracted by jealousy of Ding, but he couldn't say such things out loud. Lu Letian sighed and said, of all the students in the class, I have the highest hopes for you. Where is Ding? She couldn't help but interrupt. Ding. Lu Letian sighed, he is a genius and a child prodigy. Geniuses are self-taught and do not need to be taught. Upon hearing this, Mirongxi's face turned pale instantly and his body shook. Lu Letian continued, I am happy that he got first place, but I didn't teach him with all my heart. I don't dare to take credit for it. I arranged for you to sit next to Ding because I hope you can learn from him. If you have any questions, you can ask him for advice. Doesn't he usually answer your questions? Lu Letian asked. Mirongxi, I never asked him any questions. Lu Letian shook his head, but did not criticize directly. He just said, you should ask him for advice more in the future, understand? Mirongxi lowered his head and was silent for a while, then said, Teacher, I want to change my seat. Lu Letian was slightly startled, then asked, is the pressure too great? Yeah. Mirongxi responded vaguely. Lu Letian sighed regretfully, okay. You can find someone who is willing to exchange seats with you. Thank you, teacher. Go back and study hard. Yes. After Mirongxi returned to his seat, he did not study. He was in a daze. Ding ling ling. The first evening self-study class finally ended. Ding put down his pen, put the manuscript of the novel into the drawer, then stood up and prepared to walk out of the classroom to get some fresh air. He was writing novels in the classroom, and many of his classmates discovered it, but he didn't want people around him to know what novel he had written. Ding, wait a moment. Suddenly, Mirongxi's voice sounded. Ding turned his head and looked down at Mirongxi. Mirongxi pleaded with shame, I want to talk to you alone, is that okay? Seeing that Mirongxi's expression and eyes seemed quite sincere, Ding decided to give him a chance, okay. So, Ding and Mirongxi walked out of the classroom one after another, went down the teaching building, and walked to an empty corner. Go ahead. Ding stopped and turned to Mirongxi. Mirongxi bowed deeply and said, I'm sorry, Ding. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have been jealous of you. I don't ask for your forgiveness, I just want to express my heart. He no longer felt jealous of Zhongding, because Zhongding was not on the same level as him. He formally apologized to Zhongding. In addition to admitting that he was far inferior to Zhongding, he also sought inner peace. Oh, I believe it for now. Zhongding nodded, but did not immediately show a generous attitude. Thank you. Morongshi said, I'm going to change my seat. It's not that I don't want to sit at the same table with you, but my mentality is not good. I hope you understand. If you need help in the future, please call me. After the second evening self-study get out of class, before the third evening self-study class, Morongshi changed his seat. Zhongding welcomed a new deskmate, who happened to be Wei Chenghua. Chapter 87. Hua Hua, have you listened to Mask of Youth recently? Asked my deskmate Wang Shishir. Wang Ruohua was stunned for a moment. What? Of course she had heard of Mask of Youth, but that was a song written by Zhongding. But why did her deskmate suddenly mention Mask of Youth? Is there another song Mask of Youth in the music world? It's a song that has been very popular on Douyin recently, called Mask of Youth. It's super nice to listen to. Wang Shishir explained. No, what does the song Mask of Youth you are talking about sound like? Wang Ruohua asked. Wang Shishir hummed the beginning. Growing up is a process of changing masks. Babies are cute, childhoods are innocent, and teenagers are occasionally a little rebellious. Did you really hear this song on Douyin? Wang Ruohua was filled with shock, her beautiful eyes wide open. This song Mask of Youth is the one written by Zhongding. A song written by someone around her in real life became a hit on the internet. She inexplicably felt a sense of fantasy and it seemed unreal. Although she thought Zhongding's song Mask of Youth was very nice when she heard it at that time, she really didn't expect that Zhongding's song would suddenly spread on the internet and be heard by other people around her. Wang Shishir said, yes. This song first became popular on Douyin. The next moment, Wang Shishir reacted and asked in confusion, hey, why do you ask that? Don't worry about it. Wang Ruohua asked anxiously, is Mask of Youth really popular? It's very popular, otherwise how would I know? Wang Shishir said. Wang Ruohua fell silent, feeling very angry. Mask of Youth became a big hit on the internet, but Zhongding didn't say a word. After all, she was the first listener. Wang Shishir guessed, Hua Hua, have you heard this song from the beginning? Wang Ruohua came back to her senses and said proudly, not bad. This song was written by my good friend. Wow, this isn't true? Wang Shishir repeated in shock. Mask of Youth is really very popular and she likes it very much. She didn't expect that it was written by her deskmate's good friend. Wang Ruohua raised her pretty face proudly and said proudly, of course it's true. Hua Hua, can you introduce me to your good friend? Wang Shishir hugged Wang Ruohua's arms and begged, please, my good Hua Hua. Wang Ruohua hesitated and said, well, I have to ask him if he is willing. The next moment, she suddenly stood up, I have something to go out for. Then, she left the classroom in a hurry and went to find Zhongding. At this time, the bell for the second class of evening self-study rang, but she did not return to her seat and walked out of the classroom. They are all in the third year of high school, and the classrooms of Class 3 and Class 5 are close to each other. However, when she walked to Class 5's classroom, most of the students in Class 5 had already returned to the classroom and sat down, and the remaining few were also entering the classroom. Zhongding has returned to his seat. Zhongding. Wang Ruohua stood outside the classroom window and shouted to Zhongding inside the classroom. The voice was clear and pleasant, and quite loud, and the person who called was Zhongding, so everyone in Class 5 turned their heads to look. When he saw that it was the school beauty Wang Ruohua, he couldn't help but be surprised. Wang Ruohua was not stage frightened, and her beautiful eyes remained fixed on Zhongding. When Zhongding saw Wang Ruohua looking for him at this time, he thought there was something urgent and immediately stood up and walked out. What's the matter? He asked as he walked out of the classroom and in front of Wang Ruohua. Wang Ruohua said, I have something to ask you, let's talk about it somewhere else. Then, under the envious gaze of the whole class, Zhongding and Wang Ruohua left together. Is Zhongding going to be a couple with Wang Ruohua? Everyone couldn't help but speculate. Xia Feishui transferred to another school and is no longer in Xingyang City. Many people think that Zhongding is single. After leaving the teaching building, I walked to a deserted corner and stopped. After all, it was night, and even though there was plenty of light on campus, some corners were still a little dark. A young man and woman standing together in a dark corner is somewhat suggestive. Before Zhong Ding could speak, Wang Ruohua asked, Zhong Ding, did you upload Mask of Youth to the internet? Not bad. Zhong Ding nodded. Did you know that Mask of Youth has become a big hit on Douyin? Zhong Ding, I know. His video Mask of Youth has received more than 50 million likes, and Xia Feishue also announced the good news to him on WeChat. You really do know. Wang Ruohua suddenly asked, then why didn't you tell me? Zhong Ding was stunned and asked subconsciously, why should I tell you? Because I am the first listener of this song. Wang Ruohua said confidently. Zhong Ding, Feishue was there at the time. That's the first audience too. Zhong Ding had no choice but to say, okay. I'm officially telling you now that Mask of Youth has become popular on Douyin. I thought Wang Ruohua would still be angry, but unexpectedly, Wang Ruohua suddenly shouted happily the next moment, yeah, Zhong Ding, you are really awesome. Zhong Ding. He was a little uncomfortable with this. According to Wang Ruohua's arrogant temper, shouldn't he pretend to be disdainful and sneer, what's the big deal? Some people's bones have become soft. Coming back to his senses, he asked, why are you calling me here in such a hurry to talk? Isn't it just about this? Yes, that's it. Wang Ruohua nodded, then rolled her eyes at Zhong Ding, do you think I'm confessing my feelings to you? Zhong Ding, I will refuse. Wang Ruohua immediately got furious and made a surprise attack by kicking Zhong Ding's foot. Unfortunately, Zhong Ding knew her very well and had been prepared for it, so he dodged it easily, leaving Wang Ruohua without a chance. Humph, I won't bother with you. Wang Ruohua snorted, and did not continue to attack Zhong Ding. Zhong Ding, haha. By the way, my deskmate liked your song very much and wants to get to know you. Are you willing? Wang Ruohua asked. In fact, she was not very willing to let her deskmate know Zhong Ding. She didn't even want to think about the reason. Zhong Ding shook his head and said, forget it. He is already famous enough in school. Oh. Wang Ruohua responded and said nothing more. Then, the two began to return to the classroom. When he entered the classroom, Zhong Ding clearly noticed that many classmates looked up at him and cast envious or sad glances at him. The sad looks came from the girls, as the school hunk was chased away by a girl from another class. After the evening self-study, Zhong Ding returned home. He turned on his computer and checked the data of My Leisurely Life in Ancient Times. The collection had reached 300,000, and the total number of rewards exceeded 10,000. In fact, based on the amount of rewards, his 24-hour sales ranked third. 300,000 collections on the local book Chinese website is very high. Only popular books can have such a high collection. However, My Leisurely Life in Ancient Times already has 1.5 million words. Looking at so many words, Zhong Ding was a little anxious and wanted to put it on the shelves for sale quickly. As long as it is put on the shelves, the number of paying fans and readers will definitely increase dramatically. However, he knew that he had offended the editor and might be blocked. After thinking about it, he found his superior, the editor-in-chief in the author group of Dishu Chinese website. Then, I opened the editor's QQ and sent a message, hello, editor Ye Yuan, I am Meng Hui Gu Dian, the author of My Leisurely Life in Ancient Times. It is very presumptuous to contact you without my editor Huang Quebec Huang K, and I have some conflicts in our ideas. At present, my book has more than 1.5 million words and the performance is not bad. I want to put it on the shelves as soon as possible. I hope you can help me. As soon as the message was sent, there was an immediate reply, are you dreaming about ancient times? Zhong Ding was a little surprised when he saw the reply almost immediately. Because it was 10:30 p.m. and it was also the National Day holiday October 6th, he did not expect an immediate response when he sent the message. Chapter 88. Ye Yuan has been paying attention to My Leisurely Life in Ancient Times these days, a book that suddenly appeared. The data of this book in all aspects are very good, but the key is that this book has 1.5 million words, but it has not yet been put on the shelves. He has carefully read more than 100,000 words, and his writing style is very good, making people feel as if they are in the story. The artistic conception and plot of the novel are both top-notch. He wondered why such a good book was not on the shelves. He thought the author himself didn't want to put the book on the shelves. This situation is not surprising. Some authors just want their works to be read by more readers and don't care so much about the subscription money. When he saw the message sent by Zhong Ding, he was reading My Leisurely Life in Ancient Times with great interest. This book suits his taste very well. It is leisurely and interesting, without any fighting or intrigue. It is warm, relaxing, and very healing. When he saw Zhong Ding's message, he realized that the book was actually from his editorial team. For a moment, he was a little angry. What is the yellow bird doing? Such a good book, with 1.5 million words, not recommending it, not putting it on the shelf, it is a serious dereliction of duty. At this time, Zhong Ding replied, "Yes, I am the author of My Leisurely Life in Ancient Times, Dreaming Back to Ancient Times. Nightwish, it is completely fine for you to request that your book be put on the shelf. I will immediately arrange for your book to be put on the shelf when I go to work on the 8th. By the way, considering that your book already has 1.5 million words, I suggest that you put it on the shelf in an inverted V shape." Zhong Ding, what does the inverted V on the shelf mean? Nightwish, inverted V is not to put the latest chapter on the shelves, but to put the previous updated chapters on the shelves. Generally, it is between 300,000 and 500,000 words. Choose the place that you think is most attractive to readers to read. Zhong Ding, I see, thank you. Then I will put it on the shelves. Then, Zhong Ding sent a message, "Editor Ye Yuan, I want to change the editor-in-chief, is that okay? There are some conflicts between my ideas and Huang Kei's. Since there is a conflict with Huang Kei, why not just replace Huang Kei? My Leisurely Life in Ancient Times will definitely be a big hit, why should Huang Kei reap the benefits for free?" Ye Yuan hesitated. Under normal circumstances, he would have refused directly. However, the data of My Leisurely Life in Ancient Times is very good. It is a very popular book. Moreover, it is not allowed to be put on the shelves even though it has 1.5 million words. It is indeed too much. There is no shortage of books on the website, but there is always a shortage of high-quality books. So he replied, "Generally speaking, it is not recommended to change the editor." When Zhong Ding saw that there was a chance, he immediately said, "I strongly request that the editor in charge be changed. Ye Yuan, how about this? If you don't want to follow Huang Kei, just follow me. I will be directly responsible for you from now on." Zhong Ding, thank you, I will follow you from now on. The editor-in-chief's authority is definitely greater than that of the responsible editor. Ye Yuan's initiative to accept him means that he will get more resources in the future. Ye Yuan, you're welcome. This was a mistake made by our editorial team. I hope you don't take it to heart. After the chat, Zhong Ding was very satisfied with the result. In fact, to put it bluntly, it all comes down to strength. If he were a failed book, Ye Yuan would definitely not do this. After shutting down QQ, Zhong Ding began to concentrate on writing novels. However, not long after, the cell phone rang suddenly. I picked up the phone and looked at the caller ID, it was actually Wang Ruhua. Why is she calling me at this time? Zhong Ding's face showed some confusion and strangeness. The next moment, he answered the phone. "Zhong Ding, is your Douyin username Zhong Ding?" Wang Ruo's clear and pleasant voice came from the phone. Zhong Ding admitted frankly, "Not bad." Then, he pretended to be smug and laughed, "Ha, are you shocked? Are you in admiration? Do you have the urge to give birth to a child for me? Ha ha ha." On the other end of the phone, Wang Ruo was very angry. She originally wanted to congratulate him, but she didn't expect that guy to deliberately put on a smug face to annoy her. "I take a deep breath and don't believe that I can't cure you." So, she snorted, "I'm going to tell my mom." Zhong Ding's smug smile suddenly stopped, and he smiled apologetically at the end. There's no need to alarm Aunt Jiang about such a small matter. Being a Douyin internet celebrity is nothing in the eyes of Jiang Ruyue, Zhong Qinghuan, and others. It is considered as a waste of time and affects one's studies. It's not because they are conservative, but because their vision and status are extraordinary. Not to mention the Zhong family, the Wang family controls at least 10 or 20 billion in wealth, not to mention the invisible huge network of contacts and other intangible resources. "Ha, aren't you very proud?" Wang Ruohua said with a proud smile, "Why don't you share this proud thing with my mother? My mother cares about you very much." Zhong Ding, okay, you win this time. You're calling me now to congratulate me, right? I didn't expect that you actually have over 3 million fans on Douyin, almost 40 million fans. Wang Ruohua was still shocked. By the way, does Fei Xue know? Zhong Ding, she knows. She didn't even tell me. Wang Ruohua said sourly, "It seems that best friends are not as close as boyfriends." Zhong Ding immediately said, "You misunderstood Fei Xue. I didn't let her tell you." "Humph, you hit it really well." Wang Ruohua snorted, "If I hadn't watched Mask of Youth on Douyin, I wouldn't have known it." Zhong Ding laughed smugly twice. "Hang up. Good night." Wang Ruohua said. Good night. After ending the call, Wang Ruohua did not go to sleep immediately. She put on headphones and started listening to the video music that Zhong Ding sent on Douyin. I listened until about 2 in the morning, and fell asleep without realizing it. The next day at noon, the bell for the last get out of class of the morning rang. Zhong Ding put down a book history of the Ming Dynasty and walked out of the classroom with his classmates. As I walked out of the classroom, I heard music from the school radio. Growing up is a process of changing masks. Babies are cute and childhood is innocent. Teenagers are sometimes a little rebellious. Zhong Ding was slightly stunned. It was actually his song, and he was the one singing it. Is my song so popular? It has become popular in real life. Zhong Ding couldn't help but smile, feeling a sense of accomplishment. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in my mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for having his song recognized by the people around him. You get a level 2, 1-star temperament card and 100 male god points. For a moment, Zhong Ding was filled with joy. After returning home and standing in front of a full-length mirror, Zhong Ding used the level 2 1-star he had just obtained. After a moment, Zhong Ding saw himself in the mirror and found himself looking even more majestic, handsome and elegant. At this point, his temperament has improved to 90 points. Oh, by the way, I also have a level 3, 1-star appearance card, which seems to be usable now. Therefore, Zhong Ding started to use the third level 1-star appearance card. The appearance card turned into a colorful stream of light that enveloped his face. After a moment, the colorful light faded away, revealing a handsome face in the mirror. Wow, so handsome. Zhong Ding looked at himself in the mirror and couldn't help but gasp and exclaimed. It is worthy of being a level 3, 1-star appearance card. Every time the appearance is improved by 1 point, you feel a lot more handsome and cool. With his looks and temperament, he is not far from becoming a male god. Thinking of this, Zhong Ding's mind sank slightly and he checked his character panel. Host, Zhong Ding. Age, 17. Height, 185 centimeters. Physical fitness, 215. The average for healthy adults is 100. Intelligence? +3. Value, 92. Temperament, 90. Talents, 10 times the thinking reaction ability, intermediate heavenly sound, advanced memory enhancement. Skills, proficient in high school mathematics, singing skills, tai chi, piano master, professional basketball, high school Chinese, high school English, high school physics, high school chemistry, high school biology, king of glory, go master, professional arranging, composing master, civilian thermal fusion reactor technology. Honors, first in grade at Qingyang Middle School, school idol of Qingyang Middle School, FMVP of King of Glory World Championship Cup, skipped a grade in high school, and top internet celebrity on Douyin. Male God points, 674. Items, 2 music scores of divine songs from another world, 1 divine temperament experience card, 1 photographic memory experience card. Chapter 89. After returning from the National Day holiday, Huang Ke, who was almost having fun, had a really long time. In the morning, each editorial group held a group meeting, and Ye Yuan asked directly, Yellow Bird, what's the matter with my leisurely life in ancient times? What? Huang Ke was stunned. He didn't remember much about this book. The other editors could not help but turn their heads to look at Huang Quebec. My Leisurely Life in Ancient Times was a hot book that suddenly became popular during the National Day holiday and had been on the best-selling list for 5 or 6 days. Ye Yuan frowned slightly. My Leisurely Life in Ancient Times is the book you are responsible for, right? Huang Ke thought for a moment and said, It seems to be the book I am responsible for. Is it suspected of plagiarism? The other editors couldn't help but widen their eyes. It was a very popular book and they had all read it roughly. There was no plagiarism at all. They couldn't help feeling a little jealous. The Yellow Bird seemed to know nothing, but got a huge hit book for free. Ye Yuan's face darkened. It seems that you don't know at all. You are very irresponsible at work. No wonder My Leisurely Life in Ancient Times has more than 1.5 million words and it has not been put on the shelves yet. It has 1,500,000 words? Huang Ke was surprised and speechless. Nightwish, the author of the book, has come to me and asked to put it on the shelves and change the editor. From now on, this book will no longer be under your control. Oh, I see. Huang Ke responded, not caring at all. The other 3 editors' eyes lit up, and they all volunteered, Editor-in-Chief, I'll be in charge of that book. I guarantee that the author will be satisfied. Ye Yuan coughed lightly and said, "Don't argue anymore. The author has asked me to take responsibility, and I agreed." When the yellow bird saw this, he was surprised at first, but then he reacted and realized that he had lost something good. Could it be that the book became a big hit? The editor-in-chief actually went out of his way to grab the book and the author. But that's impossible, the book has never been recommended. He pondered, feeling that it was odd. At this time, Ye Yuan said, "Huangke, since you are not serious and responsible in your work, you should write me a letter of apology later. Also, your performance bonus this month will be reduced by half." When Huangke heard that he was punished to write a self-criticism and have his performance bonus deducted, he could not sit still. "Editor-in-chief, it's just a book, I don't accept it." "It's just a book, that's your work attitude." Ye Yuan scolded coldly, "Before you speak, you'd better go to the book and see the situation clearly." Huangke immediately picked up his phone and logged into the Dishu app to check out My Leisurely Life in Ancient Times. When he saw that the collection of My Leisurely Life in Ancient Times reached 320,000, he couldn't help but widen his eyes and shouted, "This book has a huge collection." Ye Yuan was too lazy to refute and just looked at Huangke coldly without saying a word. Other editors shook their heads, saying that some people really deserved it. Seeing that Ye Yuan ignored him and other colleagues also looked at him strangely, Huangke had no choice but to continue watching My Leisurely Life in Ancient Times. Soon, he discovered that My Leisurely Life in Ancient Times was ranked third on the 24-hour best-selling list. Sure enough, he thought to himself, and opened the fan list of the book, but did not see any large rewards of more than 1,000 yuan. In order to quickly check the data, he gave $1 to My Leisurely Life in Ancient Times, and it turned out that his fan ranking was 11,228th. This. Huangke's eyes widened in horror. With over 10,000 paying readers just from tips, wouldn't it be a huge hit if it was charged for listing? He looked up at Nightwish in shock, and the latter said coldly, "The app can't show much real data. If you are still not convinced, you can go to the work computer to check the specific data." My Leisurely Life in Ancient Times is a very popular book. The retention rate of the first million copies is over 50%. Tens of thousands of copies are not a problem. Do you know how derelict you are in your job now? How many books with tens of thousands of copies are published by Dishu in a year? Only 3 or 5. Huangke looked frustrated and regretful. He said bitterly, "I accept the punishment." Compared to writing a self-criticism and being fined half a month's performance bonus, the biggest punishment is losing the book My Leisurely Life in Ancient Times, which was about to become a hit, and the author's dream of returning to ancient times. After the meeting, Ye Yuan went directly to the operations department to arrange for My Leisurely Life in Ancient Times to be put on sale. As for the chapters that would start charging for content, Zhong Ding had already communicated with him. After arranging the books for listing, Ye Yuan immediately recommended My Leisurely Life in Ancient Times. It was not an ordinary recommendation, but a relatively big recommendation. And it was not one recommendation, but 3 recommendations at the same time. He is the editor-in-chief and has much more authority than the responsible editor. After My Leisurely Life in Ancient Times was put on sale, although many readers abandoned the book or read pirated copies, about 1 in 10 readers still paid to subscribe. Many readers made full subscription compensation by resubscribing to purchase all the chapters they had read previously. The next day, My Leisurely Life in Ancient Times topped the 24-hour best-selling list. Moreover, because of the inverted V, the recommendation arranged by Ye Yuan, the rapid updates of Zhongding, and the traffic on Douyin, My Leisurely Life in Ancient Times has been at the top of the best-selling list until it was completed. Every time Huangke saw My Leisurely Life in Ancient Times ranked first on the best-selling list, he felt heartbroken and regretful. Not only that, he was often laughed at by his colleagues behind his back for not being able to catch the falling pie in the sky. As for promotion, there is no hope for it. The more popular My Leisurely Life in Ancient Times is, the bigger his stain is. October 12th is a day of double happiness for Zhongding. Ding, congratulations on having more than 40 million Douyin fans, making you a top internet celebrity. The title of top internet celebrity allows you to earn 3 male god points every day, with no time limit, unless your total number of fans drops below 40 million. Ding, your novel My Leisurely Life in Ancient Times has more than 50,000 paying fans and readers, and the mission is completed. You get a level 3, 1-star temperament card, 200 male god points, and a random draw. The 50,000 paid fans and readers task was completed, and then the new task of the system was released as scheduled. Ding, mission released, host, please accumulate 200,000 paying fans and readers including all books within 2 years and become a god-level online writer. Mission rewards, a level 3, 2-star temperament card, 300 male god points and a random draw. Mission failed, electric shock for 10 days, no less than 5 minutes a day. Hiss, aren't you pushing me to death? Zhongding had just finished feeling happy when he was hit on the head and gasped. 200,000 paying fans is not a small number. On the surface, it is 4 times more than 50,000 fans, but there is a limit to the number of readers of a novel website. Moreover, among the readers with a cap, readers' preferences vary greatly. Some readers don't like to read historical novels at all, or some readers don't want to read leisurely novels at all. Zhongding thought about it, and it seemed that there was only one way to ensure that the task was completed 100%. He publicly acknowledged on Douyin that My Leisurely Life in Ancient Times was his work, attracting fans to read and subscribe. Advertising for others and advertising for yourself are two different things. If Douyin fans knew that My Leisurely Life in Ancient Times was written by him, I believe at least 1/10 of the fans would go to read it. 1/10 of the fans is 4 million people. If 1/20th of these 4 million people are willing to pay to subscribe, there will be 200,000 paying fan readers. Thinking of this, Zhongding felt more confident and the corners of his mouth rose. Alas, I wanted to keep a low profile, but the system won't allow it. However, he is not in a hurry to do so, he still wants to try harder. Chapter 90. After making up his mind, Zhongding came back to his senses and continued reading. However, the book he was reading at this moment was no longer a historical document, but a magazine journal of high-energy physics and nuclear physics. He wants to build an artificial sun, a civilian thermal fusion nuclear reactor to benefit the country and all mankind. But the investment in civilian thermal fusion nuclear reactors is huge, requiring hundreds of billions or even trillions of funds and the collaboration of many scientists. Moreover, the technology is too high-end and too advanced. If he just took it out, no one would believe it, even if he was not afraid of being sliced and studied. If the country does not believe it, but a major foreign country does, and rushes to build a civilian thermal fusion nuclear reactor while secretly destroying the relevant information and arresting or silencing him, wouldn't that be harming the country? So, he had to plan step by step. For example, he first showed his interest in high-energy physics and nuclear physics. Before going to college, he published a paper related to nuclear physics to let domestic scientists know him. After being admitted to university, I chose the major of high-energy physics and nuclear physics, and showed amazing related talents and intuition during my undergraduate studies. He continued to study for a master's degree and a doctorate, and constantly published papers related to thermal fusion nuclear reactors, which attracted national attention. He became a talented scientist in thermal fusion reactors and had great authoritative voice. Then we applied for funds from the state and organized a team to build a thermal fusion nuclear energy experimental reactor, and finally fully developed the technology for civilian thermal fusion nuclear energy reactors. Recently, he bought many high-energy physics and nuclear physics textbooks online, and planned to use the photographic memory experience card to memorize all these high-energy physics and nuclear physics textbooks at once. After school in the afternoon, Zhongding went to the playground to run and exercise as usual. He went home only after running 5,000 meters continuously. When I get home, I naturally take a shower first. However, he was in the habit of checking his phone first, and he found 3 missed calls. Moreover, these 3 missed calls were all made by Luo Dingguang. So, Zhongding called back. Soon, the call was connected. Zhongding apologized, "Brother Guang, I'm sorry, the school doesn't allow mobile phones to enter the campus, so I couldn't answer your call. What do you want to talk to me about?" "Ha, Dingshin, I transferred 3 million to you, did you see it?" Luo Dingguang laughed loudly. Zhongding was surprised, "I didn't pay attention to the text message. The 3 million is..." "Of course it's the share of the money I get from selling your souvenirs." Luo Dingguang laughed, "Ha, are you surprised?" Zhongding smiled and said, "I am indeed a little surprised. I didn't expect so much money in just about a month and a half." "You are wrong. The 3 million share is for September. October will not be settled until next month." Luo Dingguang explained, "Just lie down and count the money." Zhongding smiled and said, "I don't believe there is such a cheap thing. This is the largest amount, right?" "It is the highest for now," Luo Dingguang said, "but as long as you continue to participate in KPL King of Glory Professional League, expand your influence and attract more fans, you will definitely reach a new high." The King of Glory Professional League is a domestic esports competition with 2 seasons a year, spring and autumn. Dingshin, come and participate in KPL. This is the call of countless fans. Luo Dingguang requested. Zhongding smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Guang, please stop fooling me. I still want to take the college entrance examination to study at Tsinghua Yanda University." Luo Dingguang said, "In fact, you don't need to participate in every game. I have thought about it. After my team advances in the group points competition, you can come to participate in the competition. You only need to participate in 3 or 4 games, and we will win the KPL championship. The KPL champion prize is 5 million, how about we split it equally?" Zhongding was silent. Luo Dingguang continued to persuade him, "It won't take up much of your time. The games are all in China and basically on weekends. 2 of them are on the same weekend." Zhongding said, "Let's talk about it after you enter the playoffs." Seeing Zhongding's intention, Luo Dingguang smiled happily and said, "Then it's settled. This year's KPL autumn season has begun. Jiangcheng RTY team has performed well and has a good chance of advancing. The Jiangcheng RTY team is actually not weak. It seemed weak in the previous King of Glory World Championship, but in KPL, its strength is mid-range. The KPL playoffs have 10 teams qualifying, and there are only 16 teams in total. Luo Dingguang is still confident that 16 will advance to the next 10. After ending the call, Zhongding checked his text messages and saw a bank account transfer message of 3 million. His bank balance is over 10 million. In addition to the more than 8 million yuan from King of Glory, the money also includes more than 1.4 million yuan from Douyin advertising fees and more than 600,000 yuan from royalties. A high school student, without any support from his family, earned more than 10 million yuan in just over half a year, relying entirely on his own ability. If you tell others about it, it will shock countless people. Putting down his phone, Zhongding went into the bathroom to take a shower. After taking a shower and walking in front of the full-length mirror, Zhongding began to use the level 3, 1-star temperament card he had obtained in the afternoon. Given the amazing changes he had experienced when using the 3rd level, 1-star appearance card, he was looking forward to the 3rd level, 1-star temperament card. Use the level 3, 1-star temperament card. He concentrated his mind and confirmed the use of the temperament card. After a moment, Zhongding looked at himself in the mirror carefully. His appearance had not changed at all, but it gave him a completely different feeling. An indescribable free and unrestrained temperament, outstanding and outstanding. The temperament score went from 90 points to 91 points, which is indeed an amazing change. Looking at himself in the mirror, Zhongding nodded with satisfaction. Very good, just by relying on the appearance, it can attract the admiring gazes of countless girls. After dinner, Zhongding didn't waste any time and went to school quickly. On the way, Zhongding clearly noticed that passers-by were paying attention to him, and many even turned their heads. This has never happened before. Compared to appearance, temperament is more eye-catching. When he entered the campus, he felt more noticeable. Both girls and boys subconsciously looked at him a few more times. 2 days later, the textbooks and books on high-energy physics and nuclear physics purchased online arrived. There were more than a dozen thick books, which were half a meter high when stacked together. Zhongding took half a day off and stayed at home. Taking a deep breath, Zhongding used the photographic memory experience card in his mind, then picked up a book in order and flipped through it from beginning to end. When using the photographic memory experience card, you don't need to understand it, you can remember it just by looking at it, just like a scanner. After more than 2 hours and 40 minutes, Zhongding finally finished reading these dozen thick books before the effect of the photographic memory experience card disappeared. Call. Putting down the book, Zhongding let out a long breath of relief, then rubbed his swollen temples with his fingers. Although he used the photographic memory experience card, he also used 10 times his thinking reaction power. Using 10 times his mental reaction speed for almost 3 hours in a row was a bit too much for him. At this moment, the voice of the system issuing a task suddenly rang in my mind. Ding, mission released. As a male god, you must do something amazing. Please publish a paper in a journal with a relatively large influence before the college entrance examination. Mission rewards: 1 level 3 1-star appearance card, 150 male god points and a random draw. Mission failed, electric shock for 10 days, 5 minutes a day. Chapter 91. After listening to the task issued by the system, Zhongding couldn't help but laugh. This mission was exactly what he wanted to do. The mission rewards are also generous, including a level 3, 1-star appearance card. After leaving the study, Zhongding drank a glass of warm water and rested in the living room. After drinking a glass of water, Zhongding returned to the study, sat in front of the piano, placed his slender and beautiful 10 fingers on the black and white keys, and then played freely according to his feeling to relax his body and mind. He didn't play any tune, he just played it as he felt. With master-level piano skills, playing the piano is as easy as talking or drinking water. Before he knew it, he had been playing for quite a while. Zhongding suddenly let out a surprised cry, and his mind then focused. He paused playing and recalled the melody that he had just played unintentionally. That melody is beautiful and melodious. So he played the melody again. Since he played the melody unintentionally and did not memorize it, he could only play about 70% to 80% of it when he played it again. However, it is already very beautiful and pleasant to listen to. Zhongding immediately took a pen and paper, wrote down the melody, and then continued to play it on the piano to improve it. An hour later, a song was created. All that's left is to write the lyrics. However, it was getting late and he had to eat dinner and go to school. Besides, he has no inspiration to write lyrics yet. They walked to the restaurant and sat down at the dining table. Nanny He Xiuzhen had already served Zhongding the meal. "Xiaoding, you seem very happy. What happy thing happened to you?" He Xiuzhen asked when she saw Zhongding's smiling face. Zhongding picked up the bowl and chopsticks, picked up some food and ate it while smiling and answering, "Yes. Just now I suddenly had an inspiration, a musical inspiration." Oh. He Xiuzhen didn't ask any further because she didn't understand. Zhongding picked up a piece of good meat and put it in He Xiuzhen's bowl, and "You should eat more, don't leave all the delicious food for me. You can buy more vegetables next time." After saying that, he put down his bowl and chopsticks, picked up his mobile phone, and transferred 10,000 yuan to He Xiuzhen via WeChat. "Auntie, I transferred 10,000 yuan to you. You can buy more vegetables in the future." He Xiuzhen said in embarrassment, "This is not a good idea, right? It costs too much." "It's okay, this is my own money. I also want to eat better," Zhongding said. He is a wealthy man with tens of millions. He Xiuzhen hesitated and said, "Okay." Zhongding continued to eat, thinking about the original song. Last time, he released his first original song Mask of Youth on Douyin, which achieved great success. At present, Mask of Youth has brought him more than 4 million fans, allowing him to break through 40 million fans in one fell swoop. You know, once the number of fans reaches a certain level, it is very difficult to increase it significantly. And Mask of Youth continues to bring him a considerable number of fans every day. I want the total number of fans to exceed 50 million or 60 million. I can only rely on original songs. Zhongding pondered. Moreover, compared to covers, original songs attract more fans. When I take the initiative to announce on Douyin that my leisurely life in ancient times is my work, I believe that fans will be more willing to read it and spend money to subscribe to it. Then I won't have to worry about not being able to complete the novel for 200,000 paying fans. After eating and taking a shower, Zhongding went to school. When I arrived at the classroom, I saw that most of the students were already there and were all studying hard. In fact, it was still quite early at this time, just 6:10. After all, it is the third year of high school. He can take it easy, but other students cannot. They have to work very hard. So shameful. While sighing, Zhongding opened a high-energy physics university textbook he brought from home and read it. Although I have forced myself to memorize this book, even the punctuation marks, I still haven't fully understood it, so I still need to read and digest it. Of course, if you memorize the entire book, reading and digesting it will be much easier. It is said that a good book does not require a thorough understanding. It is also said that if you read a book 100 times, its meaning will become clear. After reading for a while, Zhongding discovered a problem. The formulas in the book usually require the use of advanced mathematics. Advanced mathematics is a university course. Although it is touched upon a little in high school mathematics, it is still far from enough. In addition, probability statistics, linear algebra, and data structure and algorithm are occasionally used. This is not surprising, as mathematics is the foundation of all sciences. Even research in finance, economic management, etc. cannot be separated from mathematics. So, Zhongding's mind sank slightly, and he entered his mind and opened the system mall to search. Not long after, the advanced mathematics mastery skill was found. Wow, it actually required 100 male god points. There are also proficiency in probability and statistics, proficiency in data structure and algorithm, and proficiency in linear algebra, all of which are 50 points and are half the price of proficiency in advanced mathematics. There was no other choice. Zhongding had to grit his teeth and spend 250 male god points to redeem and study them one by one. This knowledge will be exchanged for male god points after entering university, and now it is just exchanged first. In a few minutes, Zhongding mastered advanced mathematics, probability statistics, linear algebra, and data structures and algorithms. Zhongding rubbed his swollen temples with his hand and suddenly realized that there was someone standing next to the desk, and it was a girl. He smelled the pleasant fragrance of a young girl. So he turned and looked up. First he saw the majestic mountains, then a fair and pretty face. "Student Zhongding, can you go out and talk to me for a few minutes?" The girl's pretty face turned red, and she bit her red lower lip with her white teeth, asking shyly. Zhongding knew this beautiful girl. She was one of the 8 beauties at Qingyang Middle School. Her name was Chen Xiaoling. She was in the 2nd year of high school and was in the same grade as Zhongding, but in the class next to him. Qingyang Middle School is a key high school in Qingyang City. It can be said that it gathers the best young people in the city. Most of the outstanding high school students who are smart, beautiful, handsome, and from wealthy families are here. Although Chen Xiaoling is not outstanding among the 8 school beauties, she is also very beautiful. If she were in other middle schools, she would definitely be the number 1 school belle. Zhongding subconsciously turned his head to look around and found that everyone in the classroom was looking at him. No wonder, Chen Xiaoling is not from this class, but she appears here, and Chen Xiaoling is also a beautiful school beauty. Okay. Zhongding nodded, considering Chen Xiaoling's pretty face and plump breasts. So, Zhongding and Chen Xiaoling walked out of the classroom together. As I walked out of the classroom door, I immediately heard a burst of whispering behind me. Zhongding could probably guess that the boys were very envious, and the girls criticized Chen Xiaoling for being shameless and so on. After going down the teaching building, I walked to a corner where there were several rose-red amaranths planted. "Chen Xiaoling, please tell me what you want to say," Zhongding said calmly, looking at Chen Xiaoling naturally. It's quite pleasing to the eyes, especially Chen Xiaoling's breasts are better developed than other girls. Chen Xiaoling's pretty face flushed again, and she said in a weak voice, "Zhongding, I like you. Can I be your girlfriend?" Chapter 92. Although he had some guesses, Zhongding was still a little surprised when he heard Chen Xiaoling's confession in person. Chen Xiaoling is the school belle, but he and Chen Xiaoling have never had any contact. Is my charm so strong? I can make the school beauty fall in love with me with just a silhouette or a glance. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a confession from a school beauty for the first time with just his charm and aura, and for obtaining 100 male god points. At this time, the system's voice sounded in Zhongding's mind. Zhongding couldn't help but smile, and then he said to Chen Xiaoling sincerely, "I'm sorry, I already have a girlfriend." "Wang Ruohua?" Chen Xiaoling asked. "Zhongding, no. My girlfriend is still Xie Feishui." "I'm sorry, you are a beautiful and good girl, there must be many boys who like you waiting for you." When he said this, Zhongding felt inexplicably happy that he could actually give the school beauty a nice guy card in person. Ding, congratulations to the host for giving the school beauty a nice guy card for the first time and getting 50 male god points. The system's voice sounded in my mind again. Zhongding's eyes changed a little when he looked at Chen Xiaoling, and he actually contributed 150 male god points to him easily. Long-distance relationships won't last forever. Zhongding, I really like you and I won't give up, Chen Xiaoling said. Now that we have taken this step, we certainly cannot give up easily. Zhongding, it's your freedom. If there's nothing else, I'll go back to the classroom. After saying that, he walked towards the teaching building. Chen Xiaoling followed. Zhongding didn't chase her away, nor did he quicken his pace. After all, she was the school belle, and it was pleasing to the eyes to have her around. Back in the classroom, as soon as Zhongding sat down, his deskmate Wei Qinghua came over and asked with envy, "Zhongding, what did Chen Xiaoling say to you?" "She didn't say anything, she just said I was handsome." "I also agree with her point of view very much," Zhongding said with a smile. Wei Qinghua was even more envious inside. "Chen Xiaoling really came to you to confess her love." "I'm so envious and jealous." Zhongding smiled, neither denying nor admitting it. "Have you accepted it?" Wei Qinghua asked again. "I'm already in a relationship." Zhongding joked, "Are you questioning my character?" Wei Qinghua smiled a smile that all men understand and said, "Distant water cannot quench a nearby fire." Which boy has not experienced a few girls during his growth? What you said makes a lot of sense. I am speechless, Zhongding said with a smile. Zhongding didn't expect Chen Xiaoling to be serious. The next day, Chen Xiaoling came to the classroom again to give him a love letter in person. Well, the whole class knew that the school beauty Chen Xiaoling was really pursuing Zhongding. Moreover, the gossip spread quickly throughout the school like wings. The boys were all envious, jealous, and hateful, while the girls secretly criticized Chen Xiaoling for being shameless and not as reserved as other girls. When Wang Ruohua found out, she immediately became restless and called Chen Xiaoling out to warn her. "Chen Xiaoling, Zhongding has a girlfriend, please don't harass him," Wang Ruohua warned coldly. Chen Xiaoling smiled and said, "But you are not his girlfriend, so you are not qualified to warn me. Xia Feishui is my good friend, so of course I am qualified." Wang Ruohua's chest heaved slightly. "But you are not her after all. Besides, even if she is, I have the right to pursue Zhongding." After Chen Xiaoling finished speaking, she turned and walked away. Wang Ruohua felt angry when she saw Chen Xiaoling leaving. What if Zhongding fell in love with someone else because of the long-distance relationship? Wouldn't that be a good thing for Chen Xiaoling? But she can't steal her best friend's boyfriend. After school in the afternoon, Wang Ruohua returned home and hid in her room to call Xia Feishui. "Feishui, did Zhongding tell you? Chen Xiaoling is pursuing him," Wang Ruohua said. Xia Feishui was slightly stunned and said, "He mentioned to me that he received a lot of love letters from girls, but he didn't say that Chen Xiaoling was pursuing him." Wang Ruohua snorted, "He is deliberately hiding it, he must have bad intentions." "You misunderstood him." Xia Feishui disagreed, "He is an excellent boy. It is not surprising that there are many girls pursuing him, not to mention Chen Xiaoling. For example, I often receive love letters from boys, but I can't tell Zhongding about it." Wang Ruohua said helplessly, "Okay, you are careless. If you are not by his side, are you really not afraid that he will fall in love with someone else?" Xia Feishui smiled and said, "We have to trust each other." Wang Ruohua. "Thank you, Hua." Xia Feishui said. Wang Ruohua sighed and said, "It's nothing. You're my best friend." Xia Feishui giggled. Wang Ruohua also laughed. The next day, Sunday, Zhongding went to Zhang Ruyue's house for lunch. Zhang Ruyue still cooked by herself and asked Zhongding to wait in the living room on the second floor. Wang Ruohua had already returned home before Zhongding and changed into loose home clothes. She held her pillow and kept staring at Zhongding from the moment she got to the second floor, which made Zhongding feel a little uneasy. "Although I know I'm handsome, it's not good for you to stare at me like this, right?" Zhongding said. Wang Ruohua asked coldly, "Why are you so flirty? Isn't it better to be a treasure boy quietly? I have tried my best, but my talent is limited." Zhongding spread his hands, looking helpless. Wang Ruohua was so angry that she threw the pillow in her arms at Zhongding. The latter quickly caught the pillow and then deliberately held it in his arms. Wang Ruohua looked a little strange, snorted, turned away and pretended to ignore Zhongding. Zhongding was a little surprised to see that Wang Ruohua didn't immediately try to take the pillow back this time, and he immediately felt that it was boring. However, the pillow was fragrant and soft, and it was comfortable to hug, so he kept hugging it. 10 minutes later, Zhang Ruyue's voice calling for lunch came from downstairs, and Zhongding and Wang Ruohua went downstairs to eat together. After finishing the meal, they moved to the second floor, where Zhang Ruyue asked Zhongding about his recent life and studies as usual. More than an hour later, Zhang Ruyue let go of Zhongding's hand and asked Wang Ruohua to take Zhongding out to play on the street. After getting in the taxi and the car started, Zhongding said, "I have something else to do, so I won't go out to play. You can find a place to deal with it yourself." "What do you want?" Wang Ruohua asked. Zhongding pondered for a moment and said, "I recently wrote a new song. I'll use the weekend to perfect it when I have time." "You wrote a new song?" Wang Ruohua was pleasantly surprised and immediately said, "I'll go to your house and help you appreciate it." Zhongding did not refuse, "Okay." Although Wang Ruohua is not an art student, Zhang Ruyue has carefully cultivated his high musical literacy since he was a child. Therefore, Wang Ruohua's music appreciation ability can help him. So they took a taxi directly to Zhongding's community. After entering the house, He Xiuzhen almost stared at Wang Ruohua. Zhongding introduced Wang Ruohua and He Xiuzhen. In order to prevent He Xiuzhen from misunderstanding and calling his mother Zhong Qingluan to report, he specifically introduced Wang Ruohua as Aunt Zhang's daughter. He Xiuzhen suddenly realized and quickly welcomed her with a smile, then went to serve tea and water to Wang Ruohua, and washed some fruits and so on. Half an hour later, Zhongding and Wang Ruohua entered the study and closed the door. He still couldn't let He Xiuzhen know about his songwriting, lest she report it to Zhong Qingluan and cause unnecessary trouble. Chapter 93. In the study, Wang Ruohua sat and browsed her phone while waiting, while Zhongding concentrated on polishing and composing the song. It took about an hour and a half for Zhongding to finally polish the new song. The new song is called Buchuan, an ancient style song. It's done. Zhongding shouted to Wang Ruohua. Wang Ruohua immediately perked up and shouted, "Sing for me quickly." After waiting for an hour and a half, she didn't feel bored at all. She was a little impressed with herself. Zhongding sat in front of the piano, and his slender fingers played the black and white keys smoothly. Wang Ruohua listened carefully and immediately thought it was great. Just the prelude was so beautiful and intoxicating. Then, she heard the clear, magnetic, heavenly sound of the bell and tripod, singing in a long voice. Hey 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 hey. The mountain has a single peak. A tree is 10,000 feet tall. Hey 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 hey. Kunping flies 90,000 miles. I know that time is long. Hey 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 hey. As Wang Ruohua listened, she felt as if her soul was floating in the air. She was completely immersed in the mood of the song, with her mind filled with images. The lyrics of Bukun written by Zhongding are very simple, just a few sentences, but after singing it 3 times, the melody becomes more and more sublimated. When Zhongding sang to its climax, which was also the end, Wang Ruohua felt like she had turned into nothingness. After a long time, Wang Ruohua finally came back to her senses, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief as she shouted, "Zhongding, what kind of divine song is this? It's simply so powerful that it can make people soar into heaven." "Ha, I like your flattery," Zhongding said with a smile. Wang Ruohua snorted, "I'm not trying to flatter you. I'm just talking about the facts." Then, she took the song and asked, "A tree is 10,000 feet tall. Isn't this line too exaggerated?" "It's not an exaggeration. We are talking about Jianmu, a unique sacred tree in mythology," Zhongding explained. Wang Ruohua said oh, and her pretty face turned slightly red, thinking that she was ignorant. So, she tried to save face by saying, "Kunping flies 90,000 miles, and the cicadas do not know how long the years are." "I know this sentence, you used Zhuangzi Ziayayu." "That's right." Zhongding nodded. Wang Ruohua returned the song to Zhongding and said, "Zhongding, can you sing it for me a few more times? I love it so much." "Okay." Zhongding responded. Anyway, he also needed to practice the new song well before recording it into a video and uploading it to Douyin. So, Zhongding sat down at the piano again and began to sing Bukun while playing the piano. Wang Ruohua once again fell into the singing of Zhongding. Zhongding was not in a hurry to upload Bukun to Douyin, because he had already uploaded an adapted cover song on Douyin the night before. He updates his Douyin account with basically 1 video per week, and releasing original songs too frequently seems not a good idea, as it is not conducive to the full fermentation of the previous original songs. Therefore, he decided to wait half a month before releasing the new song. In the evening, Zhongding went to school for evening self-study as usual. Halfway through the first evening self-study session, a classmate who was sitting at the next table facing the corridor suddenly reached out and tapped lightly on the top of his desk. Zhongding couldn't help but stop reading and turned to look. "Zhongding, someone is looking for you." The classmate at the next table pointed to the window on the side of the corridor. Zhongding looked up and saw a tall, strong middle-aged man outside the window, gesturing to him to come out. The middle-aged man was his physical education teacher last semester, Zhou Tonghe. So he stood up and walked out of the classroom. "Hello, Teacher Zhou." Zhongding greeted politely in the corridor. Zhou Tonghe smiled and said, "Zhongding, are you interested in being a foreign aide again?" "Teacher Zhou, you think too highly of me." Zhongding declined politely. Zhou Tonghe interrupted quickly and said, "Don't rush to refuse. Listen to me." He had a headache. Zhongding was obviously very good at playing basketball, but he didn't have much interest in basketball. What's more, Zhongding was a top student who skipped grades and was qualified to do so. It's like this. Recently, our Qingyang city is going to hold a basketball game between teachers from all middle schools. That means all middle schools, including those in the counties under its jurisdiction, are included. You can hire foreign players for the game, up to 2. There aren't that many matches. We will first decide the 4 places among the 8 middle schools in the city, and then compete with the 2 qualified middle schools from each county. The competition time is in the afternoon after school, and our Qingyang Middle School is one of the main venues, which means that our games are all held in school, and there is no need to go to other schools. This is about the honor of Qingyang Middle School. You are also a member of Qingyang Middle School, so you have to contribute. Zhongding finally agreed and said, Teacher Zhou, you are right. I am willing to contribute to the honor of our Qingyang Middle School. It turned out that the voice of the system issuing tasks rang in Zhongding's mind. Ding, mission released, as a male god, you must pay equal attention to literature and martial arts, and sports are also very important. Accept Zhou Tonghe's invitation to become a foreign aide for the Qingyang Middle School teachers' basketball team, and help the Qingyang Middle School teachers' basketball team win the championship. Mission rewards: 1 Super Hacker Master Experience Card, 100 Male God Points, and a random draw. Super Hacker Master Experience Card: after using it, you will gain abilities that surpass those of a Hacker Master. In the online world, you can do whatever you want. Valid for 3 hours. Hearing that Zhongding finally agreed, Zhou Tonghe couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief and laughed happily. I knew you have a high level of ideological awareness. What's your exact height? I'll prepare 2 sets of jerseys for you. 1 meter 85. This week, you will take 1 leave from the 8th period in the afternoon to go to the school basketball court for run-in training. The competition will officially start next week. Zhou Tonghe said, is that okay? If not, you can take 2 or 3 fewer days off. But you must be there tomorrow. Zhongding, okay. Anyway, he doesn't need to attend classes, and playing basketball is a good way to exercise. The next day, Monday, in the 8th period in the afternoon, Zhongding asked for leave and went to the school basketball court. Zhou Tonghe was obviously waiting for Zhongding. As soon as Zhongding appeared, he immediately rushed a few meters to him, waved his hand and shouted, Zhongding, here. The other teachers on the basketball court heard the shouting and turned to look. When Zhongding approached, Zhou Tonghe took him to the basketball court and said to a school leader in charge of the basketball game, Vice Principal Zhao, the foreign player I found is Zhongding. He is very good at basketball, and his slam dunks and rebounds are all great. Several teachers looked at Zhou Tonghe as if he were an idiot, and Vice Principal Zhao's face turned dark. Zhou Tonghe, what are you doing? You actually asked Zhongding to be an external aide. Vice President Zhao scolded unceremoniously. Zhongding is the treasurer of Qingyang Middle School. The first provincial top scorer in the college entrance examination since the establishment of Qingyang Middle School depends on Zhongding. Zhou Tonghe actually asked Zhongding to distract himself by playing basketball. Vice Principal Zhao is the executive vice principal of Qingyang Middle School. He also likes basketball and wants to win honor for the teaching staff of Qingyang Middle School. However, this little honor is nothing compared to the honor of Qingyang Middle School's first provincial top scorer in the college entrance examination. Zhou Tonghe was stunned and didn't quite understand. Zhongding knew what Vice Principal Zhao meant, so he said, Vice Principal Zhao, you are worried about affecting my studies, right? That's right. Student Zhongding, please go back to the classroom. Vice Principal Zhao immediately softened his expression and tone when facing Zhongding. Zhongding smiled and said, thank you for your concern. However, I also hope to combine work and rest, play basketball, and exercise. I hope you can give me a chance. I promise that I will not fall behind in my studies. What if you get hurt? Vice Principal Zhao hesitated. Zhongding picked up the basketball, dribbled it toward the other side of the basketball board, and then dunked it with 3 steps. Bang! With a loud bang, the basketball was slammed into the basket by Zhongding, full of violent aesthetics. Finally, Zhongding trotted to pick up the flying basketball, then shot it easily from outside the 3-point circle, and the basketball went through his heart. All the teachers and school leaders present, except Zhou Tonghe, were stunned. With this level, it is enough to play in CBA Chinese Men's Basketball League or even NBA. Aren't you a top student? Why is he so good at playing basketball? Chapter 94. A week passed quickly. Although Zhongding did not attend classes, he had a fulfilling week. Write novels, teach yourself high-energy physics and nuclear physics, train with the school teacher's basketball team, try to create a 3rd original song, etc. Another Monday has arrived, and the Qingyang City Middle School teachers' basketball competition has officially begun. The 8 middle schools in Qingyang City were selected and divided into 2 groups, A and B, by lot. Each group had 4 teacher basketball teams. A points competition was held within the group, and the top 2 teams advanced. The bell rang for the end of the afternoon get out of class, and before the students had time to leave the classroom, the school broadcast sounded. Students, the Qingyang City Middle School teachers' basketball competition will be held at the school basketball court soon. Please go to the basketball court to watch and cheer for our teachers. The broadcast was repeated 3 times and everyone in the school knew about it. In addition, many students rushed to the school basketball court. At 5:10 in the afternoon, the basketball court was surrounded by a sea of students, 3 layers inside, 3 layers outside, and 3 layers in the middle. In addition, in order to make it easier for more students to watch, stepped viewing platforms are placed on both sides of the basketball court. The audience numbered over 1,000 people, about 1/3 of the total student body. At this time, the game officially began, Qingyang Middle School versus Qingyang No. 3 Middle School. Zhong Ding and another foreign player did not start the game. After all, they are foreign players, so it will take a while before they start to play one after another. The level of the teacher's basketball team is good. Although it cannot be compared with professional basketball teams, it is already very exciting for the students watching. The students of Qingyang Middle School watched the performance with great interest and kept cheering and encouraging each other, creating a lively atmosphere. The Qingyang No. 3 Middle School teachers' basketball team was slightly stronger and gained the upper hand, opening a gap of 6 points. After fighting for about 10 minutes, Qingyang Middle School called a halt and replaced Zhong Ding. As the bells and tripod shone, the students in the audience couldn't help but whisper to each other. "Hey, isn't number 11 a bell? That's him. I heard he's also very good at basketball." "Really? Didn't they say he was a top student and skipped a grade? I can tell from the sound of it that you are a freshman in high school. You have never heard of the legend of the bell tripod slam dunk. Zhong Ding can dunk? No way? You'll know in a minute." When Zhong Ding came on the court, Qingyang No. 3 Middle School also replaced foreign players. Beep. The whistle sounded and the game continued. Qingyang Middle School served the ball. After the point guard got the ball, he dribbled it for a while and then passed it to Zhong Ding, who played center. Seeing Zhong Ding get the ball, a tall teacher from Qingyang No. 3 Middle School went up to intercept, but Zhong Ding easily passed the teacher with a fake move, and then rushed towards the backboard quickly. Zhong Ding stepped 1 foot into the 3-point circle and started to make a layup with 3 steps. He was too fast, and only one foreign player from Qingyang No. 3 Middle School reacted in time. He rushed forward from the bottom of the backboard to interfere with Zhong Ding's layup and even blocked Zhong Ding's shot. Bang! The foreign aide of Qingyang No. 3 Middle School was like a mantis blocking a car and was knocked away on the spot, while Zhong Ding's figure soared into the air without stopping. Bang! With a loud bang, the basketball was slammed heavily into the basket by Zhong Ding. The basketball fell to the ground and bounced up 2 or 3 meters high, causing the backboard in the basket to vibrate continuously. The whole process is a perfect combination of strength and technology, full of violent aesthetics. Cokes. After a brief silence, a deafening cheer suddenly broke out, and all the audience couldn't help but shout excitedly and applaud loudly. Slam dunk! What a wonderful slam dunk! This is something that could only be seen on TV networks, but now we can see it in real life. The teachers at Qingyang No. 3 Middle School were all stunned with shock. You, Qingyang Middle School, are so shameless that you actually found such a strong foreign aide. Beep. The referee blew the whistle and raised 2 fingers to indicate a goal and 2 points. Finally, the referee blew the whistle again, indicating that Zhong Ding had a chance to take a free throw. It turned out that during Zhong Ding's 3-step dunk just now, the foreign aide of Qingyang No. 3 Middle School collided with Zhong Ding. Although it was the foreign aide of Qingyang No. 3 Middle School who suffered the loss, it was the foreign aide of Qingyang No. 3 Middle School who committed a foul. Freshman, did you see that? Zhong Ding came up and dunked the ball. Isn't Zhong Ding too powerful? I can't help but admire him. The 2 people who were talking just now talked to each other. Under everyone's attention, Zhong Ding stood outside the free throw line and shot the ball easily. The basketball went through the heart and Zhong Ding scored another point. Snap, snap, snap. All the students around immediately cheered and clapped loudly. The game continued and it was Qingyang No. 3 Middle School's turn to serve. At this time, the whole audience burst into deafening cheers. Zhong Ding, come on! Zhong Ding, come on! It was clearly a basketball game for teachers, but the audience and students actually cheered for Zhong Ding directly. Because they really wanted to see Zhong Ding continue to dunk. After the point guard of Qingyang No. 3 Middle School got the ball, he dribbled towards the Qingyang Middle School rebounds. When he was about to reach the center line, Zhong Ding, who was close to the center line, suddenly shook off the people who were defending him with all their strength and rushed towards the point guard of Qingyang No. 3 Middle School at lightning speed. The point guard of Qingyang No. 3 Middle School reacted quickly and passed the ball immediately. Unfortunately, in Zhongding's eyes, his movements were slowed down 10 times, as slow as a snail. Zhongding easily determined the direction of his pass and changed direction in advance. In everyone's eyes, as soon as the point guard of Qingyang No. 3 Middle School passed the ball, Zhongding moved over and stretched out his long hand to grab the ball immediately. It gave people the impression that the point guard of Qingyang No. 3 Middle School passed the ball to Zhongding. Zhongding got the ball, and before everyone could react, he immediately dribbled towards the backboard of Qingyang No. 3 Middle School. At this time, Qingyang No. 3 Middle School was completely empty, with no one there at all. Cokes. When Zhongding intercepted the ball, the students around him couldn't help but shout. When Zhongding rushed towards the Qingyang No. 3 Middle School backboard with the ball, countless people shouted with excitement. Zhongding rushed in, as fast as lightning, and approached the backboard of Qingyang No. 3 Middle School. Then he easily dunked the ball with 3 steps, neatly and gracefully. Cokes. The audience and students cheered excitedly again, clapping hard and not even noticing how their palms turned red or hurt. The boys looked at Zhongding with admiration, and the girls looked at Zhongding with love, with stars and moonlight constantly shining out. Beep. The referee raised 2 fingers, indicating a 2-point goal. The referee was shocked. After Zhongding came on the court, the actual game time had not even reached a minute, but Zhongding had already scored 5 points in a row. The teachers at Qingyang No. 3 Middle School looked very upset. Qingyang Middle School had invited such strong foreign aid, but they had no way of playing anymore. At this time, Qingyang No. 3 Middle School requested a timeout, and then they went to negotiate with Qingyang Middle School, believing that Qingyang Middle School had invited players from the provincial team or even the national team as foreign aid, which was too much. Vice Principal Zhao smiled proudly and said, "Ha, you are wrong. Zhongding is a student of our Qingyang Middle School and is in his 3rd year of high school. I'm sure you have heard of his name. Zhongding? Could he be the student who got full marks in all subjects in the exam and skipped from the 1st grade to the 3rd grade?" The teachers at Qingyang No. 3 Middle School were shocked. "Haha, not bad." Vice Principal Zhao laughed triumphantly, then waved to Zhongding and called out, "Zhongding, come over and say hello to the teachers at No. 3 Middle School." Zhongding walked over and called out, "Hello, teachers from No. 3 Middle School." "Hello, Zhongding." The teachers of Qingyang No. 3 Middle School responded politely, looking at Zhongding with eyes full of envy and admiration. "You are so good at studying and you are also so good at playing basketball. Do you want me to survive?" Chapter 95. The game continued. Qingyang No. 3 Middle School had already sent both foreign players onto the field. However, due to the presence of Zhongding, Qingyang Middle School was still suppressing Qingyang No. 3 Middle School. The score caught up, then surpassed, and finally widened. The bell is the center of attention for the audience and the players on both sides of the court. The students were so excited that their blood boiled and the performance was very enjoyable. They cheered until their voices were hoarse and their hands were sore from clapping. Zhongding played for a total of 20 minutes before leaving the court because the score gap was too big, a full 30 points. Moreover, Vice Principal Zhao was also worried that Zhongding, his precious treasure, might get injured accidentally after playing with him for too long, which would not be worth the loss. "Zhongding, just take the beating from our teacher. You can take a rest or go home. Don't delay your studies," Vice Principal Zhao said kindly and cutely. Zhongding, "Okay, Vice President Zhao. I'm going home then." There was a gap of 30 points, and with only 10 minutes left, it was impossible for Qingyang No. 3 Middle School to catch up. Besides, playing basketball for 20 minutes at a high intensity is enough exercise for today. So he left the court and went home. "Zhongding, wait for me." A soft and pleasant girl's voice came from behind, and it sounded quite familiar. Zhongding looked back and saw Jiang Yi, wearing a white dress, jogging towards him. Jiang Yi is tall, but her figure is obviously thinner than other girls. When she runs, her skirt flutters like a willow branch swaying in the wind. After a while, Jiang Yi caught up with him. Her fair and pretty face, which was the size of a palm, had 2 blushes on it. She looked up and said, "Zhongding, you are really good at playing basketball." Zhongding couldn't help but laugh. "Ha, it's a must. Don't you know? I heard about it last semester, but never saw it with my own eyes. I didn't expect to see it today." Jiang Yi moved her eyes downward and was slightly dazed as she looked at Zhongding's strong chest. She really wanted to reach out and touch it. Zhongding noticed that Jiang Yi's eyes looked a little strange and asked, "What's the matter?" "Ah." Jiang Yi came back to her senses and quickly looked away, her pretty face flushed with red as she stammered, "Nothing, nothing." Then, she changed her focus and asked, "Would you like some water? This bottle of water has never been opened." As she spoke, she handed Zhongding a bottle of Nongfu spring mineral water. Zhongding took the mineral water without hesitation, unscrewed the bottle cap and drank 2 big gulps, then joked to Jiang Yi, "A drop of water should be repaid with a spring. If you give me a bottle of water, I will repay you with my body." "Okay. That's what you said," Jiang Yi said with a smile. On impulse, she actually hugged Zhongding's arm, not minding the sweat all over his body. She already had a crush on Zhongding. Just now, she saw Zhongding performing prowess on the basketball court. His wild and powerful beauty made her heart beat fast and she was completely captivated. She looks weak and frail, but subconsciously she is full of yearning for the bells and tripods on the basketball court. Feeling a special softness in his arm, Zhongding's body stiffened and his smile gradually froze. "As far as I'm concerned, he was just joking out of habit." "Let's go," Jiang Yi said shyly. Zhongding said awkwardly, I was just kidding." He, I was just kidding." Jiang Yi suppressed her embarrassment and said with a smile, "I'll let you go when we get to the school gate." "Ah, okay. If I drink your water, I will accompany you for a while." Zhongding laughed freely. Anyway, he wouldn't suffer any loss. Jiang Yi would just hold his arm and walk for a distance. Moreover, it was quite comfortable to be hugged by Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi is a top student and school beauty after all. So the two of them walked towards the school gate. On the way, Zhongding suddenly said with a malicious tone, "Jiang Yi, your water tastes really good. Maybe you are too thirsty." Jiang Yi said. Zhongding smiled strangely and shook his head, No, your water is sweet, fragrant, and delicious. Otherwise, why would I need to pledge my love to you?" Jiang Yi noticed that Zhongding's words were a little strange. She turned around and saw that Zhongding had a strange smile, and immediately realized something. The next moment, her pretty face turned red as blood dripped from her eyes, and she cried out in a delicate voice, You were so bad." Zhongding was slightly stunned. Jiang Yi's thoughts were not pure. She could actually give full play to her associative thinking. "I'm bad? I don't understand what you are saying. What I meant is that this bottle of water tastes good." He came back to his senses and said with an innocent face, pointing to the mineral water in his other hand. Being blamed, Jiang Yi snorted. However, she still did not let go of Zhongding's arm. When they reached the school gate, Jiang Yi finally let go of Zhongding's arm. They were going home in different directions, so they waved goodbye after walking out of the school gate. In the evening, the school was buzzing with the news that Zhongding was participating in the teacher's basketball game. The stories about how Zhongding performed slam dunks, steals, etc. were all described as miraculous. The girls who missed it felt envious after hearing this and regretted not going to watch it. They decided to go and watch Zhongding play basketball next time. Wang Ruohua also heard about it. All the classmates were spreading it, and the girls were spreading it even more crazily. That guy. Wang Ruohua was distressed, he's flirting again. Can't he just be a handsome man quietly? There must be a bunch of shameless people sending him love letters, or even pestering him. What if that guy can't resist the temptation? That guy is so lecherous. He has touched my thigh before. After evening self-study, Wang Ruohua returned home and hid in her room to call Xie Feishue. "Feishue, please think of a solution quickly. Your boyfriend is about to be taken away by someone," Wang Ruohua said worriedly. Then, she told him about Zhongding's basketball game this afternoon and the heated discussion among all the girls in the school. "Those people thought you transferred to another school and that guy broke up with you. They kept sending love letters to that guy, and the drawer couldn't hold them all. That bitch Chen Xiaoling seduced that guy every day. By the way, I heard that guy walked with Jiang Yi after playing basketball this afternoon. Jiang Yi even hugged his arm." Xia Feishue was a little panicked when she heard this. "Huahua, don't scare me." "Why would I scare you?" Wang Ruohua said, "You don't know how coquettish that guy is. He flirts with others every day, afraid that others don't know how good he is." Xia Feishue knew very well how good Zhongding was. She finally couldn't help but worry. "Then, what should I do?" "Or, you can transfer back to the school," Wang Ruohua said. Xia Feishue said, "No, my dad won't give it to me. I asked for it when school started, but my dad firmly disagreed." Of course Chen Xiannan disagreed. He was worried that his daughter would be with Zhongding too often and would give her body to Zhongding without thinking. Although he recognized Zhong Ding's potential, he believed that his daughter was the only princess in the world and that Zhong Ding was not worthy of his daughter yet. What should we do then? Wang Ruohua asked back. Xia Feishue felt anxious. Suddenly, a good idea came to her mind. Hua, I have an idea. She suddenly shouted. Wang Ruohua asked quickly, what method? Well, Xia Feishue hesitated for a moment and said, I haven't thought about it yet. It was hard for her to bring herself to speak of this method. It turned out that she planned to let Wang Ruohua pretend to be Zhong Ding's girlfriend to discourage other girls from thinking about her. Tell me what you think about it and I'll give you some advice. Wang Ruohua said enthusiastically. Xia Feishue said embarrassedly, I'll tell you when I think it over. Thank you, Hua. Why are you being so polite to me? Wang Ruohua said with a smile. Then, the two talked for a few more sentences and ended the call. Chapter 96. At 11:30 in the evening, Zhong Ding had a video chat with Xia Feishue. On the phone screen, Xia Feishue had long hair draped over her shoulders and was wearing a plain white nightgown. She had a pretty face, a slender neck, and shoulders that seemed to be carved out by a knife. Ding, I heard from Hua that you participated in a basketball game this afternoon? Xia Feishue asked. Zhong Ding smiled and said, yeah. You haven't seen me play basketball yet, right? I'm really good at it. Well, next time we meet, let's play basketball, okay? Xia Feishue said with a smile. Zhong Ding immediately showed a yearning look, okay. Xia Feishue added, when will Bukun be uploaded to Douyin? I can't wait any longer. It turned out that Zhong Ding had sung Bukun to Xia Feishue once through video chat, and Xia Feishue immediately fell in love with it. This Saturday. Your new book is sure to be a sensation. Not necessarily. What if the song is too highbrow and not popular among the general public? After all, it's not the right way to sing it. The two chatted for half an hour until Zhong Ding guessed that Xia Feishue's underwear was black. Xia Feishue blushed and snorted, I won't fall for your trick. Zhong Ding felt a little regretful. Xia Feishue explained in a low voice, the internet is not safe. I'll give you another chance to guess when we meet next time. Before she finished speaking, she was too embarrassed to watch the video, her pretty face blushing as if blood was dripping from it. Zhong Ding was excited and looking forward to it. I love guessing riddles the most. I'm going to sleep. Good night. Xia Feishue couldn't help herself and turned off the video without waiting for Zhong Ding to say good night. The next afternoon after school, the basketball game that most girls at Qingyang Middle School were looking forward to did not take place, and many of them were secretly disappointed. However, on Wednesday afternoon, as soon as the bell rang, the school radio started to ring. Students, the Qingyang City Middle School teachers' basketball competition will be held at the school basketball court soon. Please go to the basketball court to watch and cheer for our teachers. When they heard the broadcast, almost the whole school was in an uproar, and the girls immediately ran excitedly to the school basketball court. Many boys are not far behind. Quite a lot of boys really love basketball, and they simply cannot miss seeing someone slam dunk during a game. By 5:10, the basketball court was packed with people, most of whom were girls. As for the students who arrived later, there was no space left and they couldn't even stand on tiptoe to see. Some smart boys immediately returned to the classroom, moved their own chairs, and stood on them to watch. At 5:10, the game started, Qingyang Middle School versus Qingxin Middle School. Qingxin Middle School is the third-ranked middle school in Qingyang City, second only to Qingyang Middle School and Qingyang No. 1 Middle School. In terms of sports, Qingxin Middle School is the best, and half of the sports students in Qingyang City are in Qingxin Middle School. Qingxin Middle School has the best group of physical education teachers in the city, so their teachers' basketball team is certainly very strong. At the start of the game, Zhong Ding, as a foreign aide, was still not in the starting lineup, and the Qingyang Middle School teachers' basketball team was no match for Qingxin Middle School. Less than 10 minutes into the game, they couldn't hold on any longer and called a timeout to substitute Zhong Ding. Zhong Ding's reputation as a great basketball player had spread outside the school, so as soon as he took the court, Qingxin Middle School immediately sent out two teachers who were good at defense to keep a close eye on Zhong Ding. Unfortunately, this is doomed to be futile. Zhong Ding is tall, 1.85 meters tall, and has a very strong physique, more than twice as strong as an average adult. He is not afraid of physical confrontation at all. As Zhong Ding entered the court, the students crowded around the court immediately became excited and kept shouting, "Come on, Zhong Ding! Come on, Zhong Ding!" The teachers at Qingyang Middle School felt a little uncomfortable when they heard the deafening cheers. It was clearly a basketball game for teachers, but in the end all their limelight was stolen by a student. But they have to admit that Zhongding basketball is really powerful and it is a dimensionality reduction attack. Less than half a minute after Zhongding came on the court, he got the ball and then launched an attack alone. The teacher from Qingxin Middle School even committed a foul to try to intercept Zhongding, but it was still useless. In Zhongding's eyes, their movements were as slow as a snail. He could easily evade the rules, then pass them and finally slam dunk with 3 steps. Bang! With a loud bang, the basketball was violently dunked into the basket. This is a perfect combination of speed, power and technology, full of violent aesthetics. Cokes. Deafening cheers and thunderous applause suddenly rang out, and all the audience was excited. The girls couldn't help but show admiration, and the boys couldn't help but look at him with worship. As soon as Zhongding came on the court, he made a violent slam dunk, which hit the teachers of Qingxin Middle School hard. It's so fierce, even fiercer than the rumors said. The teachers at Qingxin Middle School couldn't help but feel pessimistic, thinking that they probably couldn't win this battle. The game continues and it is Qingxin Middle School's turn to serve. This time Zhongding didn't steal the ball, but when a teacher from Qingxin Middle School was shooting, he suddenly rushed forward, jumped, and raised his long arms high to grab the ball. He actually caught the thrown basketball directly into his hands. It was no longer just a simple block. The teacher who pitched the ball was stunned on the spot, and so were the other teachers from Qingxin Middle School. Even the teachers from Qingyang Middle School were stunned on the spot. The audience and classmates were also stunned. There were more than 1,000 people in the venue, but there was silence. Zhongding blocked the shot and grabbed the ball, then immediately launched an attack. The audience finally reacted when he rushed across the center line at lightning speed. The crowd was instantly boiling with excitement. The boys shouted and yelled with excitement, and the girls screamed with excitement that pierced their eardrums. As expected, Zhongding dribbled the ball into the 3-point line and dunked the ball in 3 steps. Cokes. The cheers were not just deafening, they were resounding through the sky. The teachers on the court did not come back to their senses until Zhongding dunked the ball. The teachers at Qingxin Middle School looked dejected. How could they defeat such a powerful man? However, even if you can't win, you have to fight, this is a competition. The game continued. The bell tripod was the core of the formation on the court, and both sides competed around the bell tripod. The teachers of Qingxin Middle School tried their best to guard against Zhongding, and the teachers of Qingyang Middle School tried their best to cooperate with Zhongding and reduce the restrictions imposed by Qingxin Middle School on Zhongding. As for the audience, their attention was completely focused on Zhongding. He is tall and handsome, and his basketball skills are amazing. These 2 points alone are enough to make girls admire him and boys feel inferior to him, not to mention that Zhongding is a top student who skipped a grade. Wang Ruohua also squeezed in the crowd to watch Zhongding's game. Looking at Zhongding's tall and straight back, her eyes were mesmerized. Occasionally, her gaze would leave Zhongding's figure and turn to Zhang Yi, who was watching the battle on the opposite side. She saw that Zhang Yi's eyes never left Zhongding. Zhang Yi is the school belle and a top student. She was in the same class with Zhongding, so she thinks Zhang Yi is a big threat. The game was intense. Zhongding kept slam dunking, blocking shots, making 3-pointers, grabbing rebounds, stealing the ball, etc. Less than 20 minutes after Zhongding came on the court, Qingyang Middle School won by more than 30 points over Qingxin Middle School, and Qingxin Middle School lost all its morale. So, Vice Principal Zhao asked Zhongding to leave and went home directly. This time, Zhang Yi couldn't catch up with the others because there were too many people and it was too crowded, so she couldn't get out. Wang Ruohua also wanted to follow Zhongding, but she couldn't get out either. In the evening self-study. During every break, girls from other classes would come in, walk up to Zhongding, and hand him their love letters in person. They would come in groups of 3 or 5 and it became a common practice. The boys in the class were all envious and admired her immensely. The girls secretly cursed the girls from other classes for being shameless, then secretly wrote love letters and looked for opportunities to give them to Zhongding. Chapter 97. On Thursday, during evening self-study, the grade 3 classroom was very quiet. What are you writing? Wang Ruohua leaned over and asked her deskmate in a low voice. Wang Shishir was so frightened that she immediately covered the letter with her palm, turned her head to look at Wang Ruohua, and then patted her chest with her other hand in relief. I'm scared to death. What are you writing? You look so guilty? Wang Ruohua chuckled and teased, it's not a love letter, is it? Your face is so red. Wang Shishir smiled twice, looked around, then leaned closer to Wang Ruohua and whispered, "You guessed right." "No way?" Wang Ruohua couldn't believe it. What kind of boy would be so worthy of your pursuit? Wang Shishir smiled awkwardly. "Actually, my standards are not that high." "Who is it? Tell me and I can help you with some advice." Wang Ruohua said curiously. Wang Shishir hesitated for a moment and whispered shyly, "Zhong Ding." "Ah?" Wang Ruohua was shocked. Wang Shishir said, "Don't laugh at me. I'm not the only one who writes love letters to Zhong Ding. Many girls write love letters to Zhong Ding now. There are probably 7 or 8 of them in our class." Wang Ruohua was even more surprised and anxious. "It's not that exaggerated, right? No more, no less." Wang Shishir said, "I heard that the girls who want to send love letters to Zhong Ding have to line up." Wang Ruohua was stunned and couldn't believe it. "Hua, do you have any way to make Zhong Ding notice me?" Wang Shishir asked. She called out twice before Wang Ruohua came back to her senses. "No, I can't help you." Wang Shishir had no choice but to give up and continue writing her love letter. Wang Ruohua was in a daze, feeling anxious and worried that Zhong Ding would not be able to resist the temptation of so many girls confessing their love to him. After the evening self-study, Wang Ruohua returned home and hid in her room to call Xie Feishue, telling her that Zhong Ding was currently receiving love letters from all the girls in the school. Xie Feishue was extremely surprised. Even though she was the most beautiful girl in Xingyang Middle School, no boy in the school had ever sent her a love letter. "Feishue, you should think of a solution quickly. That guy is too good at flirting, attracting many girls." Wang Ruohua advised, "The Qingyang City Middle School Teachers Competition has just started, and there will probably be many more games. Zhong Ding is flirting every time he goes on stage, and not many girls can stand it." Xia Feishue smiled bitterly and said, "There is a solution, but I haven't thought about it yet. However, I believe in a Ding. By the way, I will go back to Qingyang this weekend." "You guys have a double holiday so soon?" Wang Ruohua was a little surprised. Xie Feishue said, "No, I asked for leave. I missed you guys a little bit." "You're thinking about Zhong Ding, right? Why drag me into this?" Wang Ruohua said with a hint of sourness. Xie Feishue laughed and said, "No, I miss you too." The next day, Friday afternoon after school, the school radio sounded again, calling on students to go to the basketball court to watch the game and cheer for the teachers. This is the third game and also the last game of Qingyang Middle School's city selection group match. In fact, some students had already slipped out of the classroom to grab good seats before the school broadcast the notification. Standing in the corridor of the teaching building and looking down, you can see many girls losing their usual reserve and running madly towards the school basketball court. It was only 5:05, but the basketball court was already surrounded by crowds of people, most of whom were girls. Although many boys were a little slow, they all carried chairs over and prepared to stand on them to watch the game. At 5:10, the basketball game began, Qingyang Middle School versus Qingyang No. 6 Middle School. The Qingyang Middle School teachers team finally showed their true strength and was able to defeat their opponents. However, Vice Principal Zhao still let Zhong Ding play for 20 minutes. Basketball games suddenly became so popular, and he was not deaf or blind, so of course he knew that most of his classmates came for Zhong Ding. Zhong Ding once again showed his prowess on the basketball court, with slam dunks, shot blocks, etc. The audience was excited and enjoyed it very much. In the evening, during self-study, groups of girls ran to Zhong Ding's classroom and gave him love letters. Zhong Ding received so many love letters that he was overwhelmed, but he didn't read most of them. There are too many to read. He couldn't help but recall that last time he received love letters from 100 girls, he was rewarded with 100 male god points. The task of receiving love letters from 1,000 girls seems to be achievable. Zhong Ding couldn't help but feel a little excited. However, his mind told him that he couldn't complete it at Qingyang Middle School. Because there are only more than 3,000 students in Qingyang Middle School, half of them are girls, which is about 1,500 girls. It is impossible that 2/3 of the girls in the school wrote him love letters. The next day, Saturday, after school at noon, Zhong Ding walked out of the school gate and immediately took a taxi to the train station. Today, Xia Feishue came to Qingyang City to see him. Arriving at the train station, Zhong Ding saw Wang Ruohua at the passenger exit and walked over. "Wang Ruohua." He greeted her and then stopped beside Wang Ruohua. Wang Ruohua glanced at Zhong Ding and saw that Zhong Ding had a bright smile. She couldn't help but ask, "Why are you smiling so brightly?" When people are happy, they feel refreshed and of course they smile brightly. Zhong Ding said with a smile. Wang Ruohua laughed and said sarcastically, yes, becoming the school's most popular sweetheart is of course a great joy. TSK, why do I smell a sour taste? Zhong Ding said with a smug smile. Although it was misunderstood, the happy event he was talking about was the upcoming arrival of CFA Xue. However, he would not miss the opportunity to attack Wang Ruohua. Wang Ruohua turned around and said to Zhong Ding, I am jealous, so what? I am not worth it for Fei Xue. Zhong Ding was slightly startled, then said helplessly, you are overreacting, relax a little. Wang Ruohua snorted lightly, turned back and continued to face the passenger exit. But she deliberately whispered to herself, just flirting and attracting bees and butterflies. Zhong Ding was too lazy to argue with Wang Ruohua, so he pretended not to hear. Not long after, CFA Xue came out, followed by 2 female bodyguards. A Ding CFA Xue trotted into Zhong Ding's strong and broad arms and hugged Zhong Ding tightly. Zhong Ding also happily hugged CFA Xue's graceful body and took a deep breath of CFA Xue's fragrance. The two hugged each other for a long time before reluctantly separating. CFA Xue turned around and called Wang Ruohua, and then Wang Ruohua hugged her. Everyone is hungry, let's go have lunch. Zhong Ding reminded. So the 3 of them took a taxi and left the train station together. As for the 2 female bodyguards, they followed in another taxi. There was a high-end Western restaurant. 3 people were eating and chatting, talking and laughing, looking very happy. However, Zhong Ding and Wang Ruohua still had classes in the afternoon, so they didn't dare to eat for too long and finished in more than half an hour. Even so, when we came out of the restaurant, it was already past 1:30 p.m. You guys go to school? You don't have to accompany me to the hotel. I have someone to protect me. CFA Xue advised Zhong Ding and Wang Ruohua. It turned out that CFA Xue was embarrassed to stay at Wang Ruohua's house anymore, so she chose to stay in a hotel. Moreover, staying in a hotel also makes it convenient for her and Zhong Ding to be alone. Zhong Ding and Wang Ruohua had no choice but to nod and took a taxi to school. CFA Xue, accompanied by 2 female bodyguards, took a taxi to the only 5-star hotel in Xinjiang City to stay. Chapter 98. After school in the afternoon, Zhong Ding went home as usual. However, he asked for leave for the evening and tomorrow morning. After returning home, I pretended to eat a little, then took a shower, changed clothes, and finally left home quickly to go to school. After taking a taxi to the hotel where CFA Xue was staying, Zhong Ding couldn't wait to hug CFA Xue and kiss her passionately as soon as he entered the luxury room. CFA Xue was a little resistant and seemed to want to speak, but Zhong Ding didn't care about that. He just focused on kissing her passionately to vent his excess youthful hormones. Hey, I'm here. Are you sure you want to show me the live broadcast? A girl's voice sounded, with a hint of anger. Hearing the cry, Zhong Ding couldn't help but pause. CFA Xue took the opportunity to escape from his clutches. Her face was as red as blood, and she ran inside in embarrassment. Why are you here? Zhong Ding said depressedly. Wang Ruohua asked back, what do you think? Zhong Ding was too lazy to pay attention to Wang Ruohua. He walked straight inside to find CFA Xue, worried that CFA Xue was embarrassed to death. I saw CFA Xue sitting on the edge of the bed, her pretty face still red and her head lowered. Fei Xue, it's okay. She's just surprised by what she has seen. Zhong Ding consoled Fei Xue and said, there are so many couples kissing on the street. CFA Xue said in a whisper, I'm fine. But she still lowered her head in shame. Zhong Ding was worried that CFA Xue had a psychological trauma, so he immediately turned around and gave Wang Ruohua a strong look, asking Wang Ruohua to relieve CFA Xue's shame and embarrassment. Wang Ruohua had no choice but to walk over to sit next to CFA Xue, took CFA Xue's delicate hand, and said, I'm sorry Fei Xue, it's normal for you and Zhong Ding to kiss, in fact, I should avoid it. As she said these words, she felt a little blocked in the heart. She was jealous just now, but she didn't say anything wrong. Now, at Zhong Ding's request, she swallowed her jealousy little by little. No. CFA Xue finally raised her pretty face and shook her head at Wang Ruohua, a ding, and I will pay attention to it in the future. Wang Ruohua quickly said, no, I will be careful to avoid it next time. Ha, stop talking, pack up and go out for dinner. Zhong Ding interrupted and changed the subject. So, CFA Xue picked up her handbag and went into the bathroom. Are you satisfied now? Wang Ruohua said to Zhong Ding. Zhong Ding smiled and nodded, admitting one's mistakes and correcting them is the greatest virtue. Ha! Wang Ruohua sneered, turned and walked away, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window to look at the scenery outside. But Zhong Ding didn't know that Wang Ruohua's beautiful eyes were misty as she looked at the scenery outside. 10 minutes later, Zhong Ding and the other two left the guest room. However, they did not leave the hotel because the restaurant of this only 5-star hotel in the city was also very good. After a sumptuous dinner, Wang Ruohua left in a hurry as she had to attend evening self-study. Let's go back to the guest room and rest for a while, and then go out shopping. Zhong Ding couldn't take his eyes off Xia Feishua's beautiful face and slender body. Xia Feishua's pretty face turned slightly red, and she replied tacitly, yes. So, the two returned to the guest room together. After entering the guest room, the door closed automatically, and Zhong Ding and Xia Feishue immediately hugged and kissed passionately. They kept kissing until Xia Feishue was almost suffocated, and then they had to stop. Looking at Xia Feishue's shy and beautiful appearance, Zhong Ding couldn't help but hug her tightly and smiled triumphantly. Hateful. Xia Feishue couldn't help herself and hit Zhong Ding's chest with her pink fist, then buried her pretty face in Zhong Ding's arms. More than half an hour later, Zhong Ding and Xia Feishue finally came out of the hotel and went walking and shopping in the pedestrian street in the city center. Xia Feishue was wearing a gorgeous and beautiful white long dress, which made her figure look taller, slender and graceful. Her beautiful face was lightly made up, so beautiful that people dared not look directly at her. But she just held Zhong Ding's arm intimately, with happiness and sweetness between her brows. All the male animals passing by cast envious and hateful glances at the bell and tripod. Zhong Ding is tall and handsome, with an outstanding temperament, which also attracts the attention of many women. The two of them walking closely together are a perfect match, a golden boy and a jade girl, and very dazzling. The return rate is 100%. At 9:30 in the evening, Zhong Ding and Xia Feishue had to go back. After all, Zhong Ding had to go home at night, and not too late. Back at the hotel, the two kissed passionately for a while, then hugged each other and talked. After a while of flirting, Xia Feishue suddenly whispered, "Do you want to guess the color of my underwear?" When she said this, Xia Feishue felt so embarrassed that her pretty face was burning hot and her whole body was hot. When Zhong Ding heard this, his whole body shook and he was extremely excited. How could I forget such an important thing? I am so pure. 5 or 6 minutes later, Zhong Ding confirmed with his own eyes that he was wrong. Then, he was pushed out of the room by Xia Feishue. He doesn't want to go home anymore and wants to be a man who doesn't go home. I took a taxi back home and called Xia Feishue to report that I was safe. On the phone, Xia Feishue reminded, Ding, don't forget to upload the video of the song Bukun. Okay, I'll upload it later. Zhong Ding replied. Xia Feishue added, Ding, I want to go to your house tomorrow. I want to hear you sing Unparalleled live. Haha, okay. Zhong Ding responded with a smile. Good night then. Good night. After ending the call, Zhong Ding opened Douyin and released the Buchuan video he had recorded in advance. As soon as the video was released, Zhong Ding's fans immediately received a notification. Countless fans saw that Zhong Ding had finally released a video and immediately clicked in to watch and listen to it for the first time. Tonight is Saturday night and many fans are still awake. Hey 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 hey. The mountain has a single peak. A tree is 10,000 feet tall. Hey 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 hey. Kuanping flies 90,000 miles. I know that time is long. When the fans heard this, their souls immediately trembled, they felt like they were floating in ecstasy and couldn't control themselves. Bukun is not only an ancient style song, but also different from common ancient style songs. However, this special layered and gradually sublimated singing method has largely brought out the advantages of Zhong Ding's heavenly sound. The fans' souls are about to soar. Wang Yubing was still the first to listen. After a long time, she came back to her senses and was suddenly moved to tears. The song did not move her, but her idol was able to create this truly divine song. She has a hunch that Bukun will influence the creation of future ancient style songs. Also, she loved Zhong Ding's voice, which was clear and magnetic, just like the sound of nature. After liking and forwarding the recommendation, she clicked on the comments of Bukun. At this point, there are already over 3,000 comments, and it's only been a short time. It shows that the fans' response is huge. My God, I have ascended. It's so beautiful. No, beautiful is not enough to describe this song. Zhong Ding, thank you for composing and singing this song. I never knew there was such a song in the world. Genius, an absolute musical genius. I want to recommend this song to everyone around me. I love it so much. An absolute divine song, full of spirituality, even divinity. Chapter 99. The next morning, Zhongding went to school as usual and took a taxi to the hotel to find Xia Feishui. Xia Feishui did not sleep in. When Zhongding arrived, she was already dressed and waiting for a while. The two went to the hotel restaurant for breakfast together. I have to say that the hotel's morning tea was very good. Zhongding's appetite was whetted just by looking at it, not to mention that Xia Feishui was sitting in front of him, who was a feast for the eyes. While eating breakfast, Xia Feishui checked the data of Buchuan on her mobile phone. A ding, Bukun is going to be a big hit, she shouted excitedly. It's already got 1.6 million likes and 120,000 comments, and it's only been one night. With so many comments and such a high like-to-comment ratio, it shows that this song has received a huge response. Zhongding smiled and said, "It's better than I expected. I was worried that it would be too niche." Xia Feishui smiled and said, "Music is universal and can even transcend language. As long as it is a good song and a good voice, there is no niche." Zhongding nodded. "A ding, you are so amazing. You wrote 2 original songs, and both of them became very popular." Xia Feishui looked at Zhongding with eyes full of admiration and love. Zhongding smiled and said, "This is just the beginning. The 2 divine songs from other worlds that he won in the system lottery have not been released yet." After breakfast, Zhongding and Xia Feishui returned to the guest room, where they sat together in each other's arms, being very affectionate with each other, and before they knew it, it was noon. They were not aware of it until Wang Ruohua called to ask for her arrival. Wang Ruohua arrived and the 3 of them went to have lunch together. Since Xia Feishui wanted to listen to Zhongding singing Bukun live, the 3 of them took a taxi to Zhongding's house together. When I got home, He Xiuzhen was still there. Zhongding vaguely introduced Xia Feishui to He Xiuzhen, saying it was a music exchange. Then, the 3 of them entered the study and closed the door. Zhongding sat in front of the piano, playing the piano seriously and singing Bukun. Xia Feishui was completely stunned after hearing this. There is a big difference between listening live and listening through video. The more advanced the sound, the more subtle the difference will be. Although Wang Ruohua had heard it live, her soul still felt like it was floating on the surface and she couldn't help herself. Zhongding sang it 3 times in total, and Xia Feishui felt extremely enjoyed. She couldn't help but walk over, hugged Zhongding who was sitting in front of the piano from behind, and kept kissing Zhongding's face and lips. Wang Ruohua looked at him with envy. If she had a boyfriend like this, she would be even crazier. After staying at home for about an hour, Zhongding and the other 2 went out to Qingyang Middle School. It was already 2 or 3 in the afternoon and the school had been closed for half a day. Zhongding took Xia Feishui to school, naturally to fulfill what he had said during the previous video chat, and to play basketball with Xia Feishui. However, what surprised Zhongding was that there were people playing basketball on all 6 basketball courts in the school. "A ding, forget it, let's fight again later," Xia Feishui said. Zhongding smiled and shook his head. "Wait a moment, I'll go ask if anyone is willing to give up half the court." So he walked over quickly. As he walked over, 2 teams playing basketball stopped. In fact, when Zhongding brought Xia Feishui and Wang Ruohua to the side of the basketball court, everyone couldn't help but pay attention. Xia Feishui was really very beautiful, especially after she fell in love. She was so beautiful that one glance at her would make people unable to get rid of her shadow for 3 days. Wang Ruohua is also a cool school beauty with a noble temperament, and is also very eye-catching. However, what caught the most attention of the boys on the basketball court was Zhongding. Zhongding is now the idol of the basketball boys in Qingyang Middle School. "Hello, classmate. Can you give me half an hour of space?" Zhongding asked with a smile. The 2 teams of boys immediately shouted excitedly, Sure, brother Ding, you can hit me as much as you want." "Ha, thank you," Zhongding said with a smile. Then, he turned around and waved to Xia Feishui and Wang Ruohua, saying, "Come here." Xia Feishui and Wang Ruohua walked over with some surprise on their faces. After the boys left the basketball court, they did not leave, but stood outside the court and watched. "Zhongding is playing basketball, how can I miss it? A ding, there are people watching and I don't know how to fight. How about you beat me and see, okay?" Xia Feishui said embarrassedly. Zhongding looked at concubine Xia's pure white dress, fair face, and jade hands, and nodded, "Okay, I can't bear to see you get dirty." So, Zhongding invited the group of boys to play a game of basketball with them. The group of boys were flattered and excited, and of course they agreed. So, Zhongding and the group of boys started a half-court confrontation. Zhongding only had one teammate, and the other side had 4 people in total, 2 against 4. After the game started, Zhongding got the ball, his body movements were extremely agile, and he kept breaking through layers of defense at lightning speed, then rushed to the bottom of the backboard, and finally dunked the ball easily. The whole process was smooth and flowing, with an indescribable beauty. Xiafeishua's eyes sparkled as she clapped her hands and shouted, "Come on, a ding! Come on, a ding!" When they saw Zhongding playing basketball, the boys in other basketball courts immediately stopped playing and ran over to watch. Zhongding plays basketball very well. He is proficient in professional basketball techniques and has 10 times the thinking reaction speed. In addition, he is 1.85 meters tall and has a physical fitness that is more than twice that of an adult man. He is handsome and has an outstanding temperament. Moreover, he intended to show it to Xiafeishue. Not to mention that Xiafeishue and Wang Ruohua were mesmerized by her beauty, even the boys were full of admiration for her. Half an hour later, Zhongding ended the basketball show and left with Xiafeishue and Wang Ruohua under the reluctant gazes of the boys. Since he was sweating from playing basketball and his clothes were inevitably a little dirty, Zhongding went home to change clothes. Xiafeishue and Wang Ruohua took a taxi back to the hotel to pack their luggage. Xiafeishue had to return to Jiangcheng today. In the hotel room, Wang Ruohua said, "Feishue, you should have seen how flirtatious he is when playing basketball. He can even attract people of the same sex. If you can transfer to another school, come back." Xiafeishue took a deep breath, held Wang Ruohua's jade hand and said, "Hua, I want to ask you for something, okay? We are good sisters, don't ask for help." Wang Ruohua said, "Just tell me directly. I will do what I can do. Can you pretend to be Zhongding's girlfriend? That way others won't dare to harass him." Xiafeishue said. Finally, she begged, "Hua, please, please." Wang Ruohua was stunned, her brain was short-circuited, and her heart was pounding. Is this appropriate? It's just pretending. I know you hate Zhongding, but this is the only solution I have. I will compensate you later. Xiafeishue said. Wang Ruohua swallowed and said, Okay. Thank you, Hua. Xiafeishue hugged Wang Ruohua moved. Wang Ruohua gently hugged Xiafeishue, with a complicated expression, "You're welcome." But when he got home, he immediately took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and then quickly went out to take a taxi to look for Xiafeishue. He rushed to the hotel, walked to Xiafeishue's room, and rang the doorbell. The door opened quickly and it was Wang Ruohua who opened it. Wang Ruohua gave him a complicated look, and Zhongding noticed it and felt a little puzzled. However, he didn't bother to guess and went straight in to find Xiafeishue. Xiafeishue came forward, took Zhongding's hand and said, "Ding, I want to talk to you for a few minutes, okay?" "Of course," Zhongding said with a smile. Wang Ruohua knew what Xiafeishue wanted to talk about with Zhongding, so she took the initiative to say, "I don't want to eat the dog food you guys spread. I'm going to go out for some fresh air." So she left the guest room. Zhongding vaguely sensed that Xiafeishue seemed to really have something to discuss. "Feishue, go ahead." Xiafeishue hesitated for a while, and finally spoke, "Ding, you are now the school idol of Qingyang Middle School, you must have received many confessions from girls, right?" Zhongding nodded, "That's right. But don't worry, I only like you." "Well, I only love you too." Xiafeishue couldn't help but lean into Zhongding's arms. "In fact, I often receive love letters from boys." Zhongding couldn't help but laugh and said, We're even." "But..." Xiafeishue couldn't say anything else. Zhongding waited for a while, but didn't hear Xiafeishue's next words. He encouraged her, "Just say whatever you want to say. I will tolerate you." I. Xiafeishue felt even more ashamed and couldn't help crying. Zhongding was frightened and hurried to comfort Xiafeishue, but the more he comforted her, the more miserable Xiafeishue cried. "Feishue, what happened?" Zhongding said with concern. Xiafeishue sobbed and shook her head. Zhongding had no choice but to guess. "You don't want me to break up with you, do you?" No, Wu, I will never leave you even if I die." Xiafeishue shouted immediately, hugging Zhongding tightly, wishing she could merge into Zhongding's body. "Zhongding, what happened? Why are you crying so sadly?" "Ding, I don't feel safe." Xiafeishue cried, "I'm sorry, I don't feel safe, Wu." Zhongding couldn't help but hug Xiafeishue's delicate body with heartache. I understand. Xiafeishue's original family left her with a huge psychological trauma. His original family is even worse than Xiafeishue's. Really? Xia Feishui asked. Zhong Ding said sincerely, of course it's true. I can understand the impact your father had on you and your mother when he abandoned you. I'm sorry, Xia Feishui suddenly kissed Zhong Ding's cheeks and lips continuously. Zhong Ding responded by kissing Xia Feishui passionately. A passionate kiss is a medicine for the soul. After the passionate kiss, Xia Feishui calmed down a lot. Ding, I want Hua Hua to pretend to be your girlfriend, is that okay? She said. Zhong Ding was shocked, then nodded and said, okay. Chapter 100. Wang Ruohua received a call from Xia Feishui and returned to the guest room. Hua Hua, I'm sorry for wronging you. Xia Feishui faced Wang Ruohua and held Wang Ruohua's hands with both of hers. Wang Ruohua shook his head slightly, it's okay. As time was tight, Xia Feishui quickly checked out of the hotel, then took a taxi with Zhong Ding and Wang Ruohua to the train station. The two female bodyguards followed behind. Arriving at the train station, Xia Feishui reluctantly hugged Zhong Ding and said goodbye, then entered the train station. After watching Xia Feishui enter the train station, Zhong Ding sighed inwardly, thinking that his girlfriend was so naive and innocent. Let's go. Wang Ruohua's voice came. Zhong Ding came back to his senses and stared at Wang Ruohua with scrutiny. Did you say anything to Feishui? I don't know what you are talking about. Wang Ruohua said with a twinkle in his eyes. Zhong Ding's voice was slightly cold. You must have said something to Feishui, otherwise she wouldn't have such wild thoughts. That's right, I told Feishui that the drawer you received couldn't even hold all the love letters you received. You were flirting with Jiang Yi and Chen Xiaoling. Wang Ruohua admitted frankly, I didn't wrong you. Zhong Ding said in a deep voice, you create anxiety for Feishui, and then you profit from it. I don't. You have. I don't. Aren't you my pretend girlfriend now? I. Wang Ruohua felt aggrieved. She didn't expect Xia Feishui to come up with the idea of pretending to be his girlfriend. She trusted her too much. Zhong Ding sneered coldly, you won't succeed. Zhong Ding, you are an arrogant person. A narcissist. Even if I, Wang Ruohua, become a nun, I will never like you. After Wang Ruohua finished scolding Zhong Ding, she immediately turned around and strode away, got into a taxi parked nearby and left. Zhong Ding stood there and smiled. He deliberately provoked Wang Ruohua to prevent it from becoming real. He has to take good care of his naive girlfriend. At around 6 o'clock in the evening, Zhong Ding and Wang Ruohua agreed to enter the school gate at the same time. Then Wang Ruohua put her arm around Zhong Ding's arm, acting like an intimate couple, and walked towards the teaching building together. Along the way, 100% of people turned their heads to look back at me, and they were all envious, jealous, and hateful. Zhong Ding is the school hunk, and Wang Ruohua is the school belle. The two of them have been openly walking together on campus and have become a couple. No need to hold me so tightly. Zhong Ding raised the corners of his mouth with a smile on his face, and spoke in a voice that only Wang Ruohua could hear. His arms were pressed against the peaks. Wang Ruohua's charming smile remained, and she gritted her teeth and said in a very low voice, I'll let you take advantage of me a little bit, so go ahead and laugh. I am very pure. Zhong Ding said. Hee, you just touched my thigh. Who told you to look down on others? I despise you. Even now. Hee. When they reached the floor of their classroom and were about to separate, Wang Ruohua said, come find me after the first evening study session. Shouldn't you come find me? Now you are pretending to catch up with me. Are you coming or not? No. Snort. The two separated and went back to their own classrooms. Zhong Ding sat down, opened the drawer, and found it was full of love letters again. Alas, Wang Ruohua is pretending to be my girlfriend, so I will definitely not be able to complete the task of sealing 1,000 love letters. He felt a little regretful. Putting aside all distractions, Zhong Ding picked up a pen and manuscript paper and started writing the novel quickly. Ding ling ling. After the first evening self-study class, Zhong Ding put down his pen, walked out of the classroom to get some fresh air, and chatted with his classmates. After a while, the students suddenly became quiet, and Zhong Ding also saw Wang Ruohua walking towards him. Wang Ruohua walked up to him, smiled sweetly, and put her delicate hands around his arm. Zhong Ding raised the corner of his mouth and said to his classmates, excuse me for a moment. Then, under the envious gazes of his classmates, he walked towards the stairs with Wang Ruohua. After leaving the teaching building and walking to a dimly lit corner, Wang Ruohua let go of Zhong Ding's arm. The two stood in silence for a while, and Wang Ruohua couldn't help but say, "Let's talk for a while." "Isn't it boring to just stand there? Talking too much will make me look unstable," Zhong Ding said. "Wang Ruohua, you are not my father, there is no need to pretend to be profound." "That's true." Zhong Ding laughed. "Do you think your mother would be sad if she knew that you and I were in love?" Wang Ruohua was slightly startled. "Why are you sad?" She thought to herself, "I can't wait to be happy." "You've let the wolf into the house." "Yes, you are an ungrateful person. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. You slandered me. Although I am also a wolf, I am a pure wolf. He. In order to create a passionate feeling, Zhong Ding and Wang Ruohua waited until more than 10 minutes into the class before returning to the classroom. After 2 acts of pretending to be intimate, the gossip about Zhong Ding and Wang Ruohua's love affair spread quickly almost overnight. The famous girl has a boyfriend again, the girls are very sad, but the boys are relieved. However, many girls still did not give up and continued to send love letters to Zhong Ding. The next day, Monday, after the school bell rang in the afternoon, the school radio sounded again, calling on students to go to the basketball court to watch the game and cheer for the school teachers. The students ran to the basketball court quickly. In less than 10 minutes, the basketball court was surrounded by a sea of people. The city middle school selection competition ended, and the citywide middle school teachers' basketball competition began. There are 4 basketball teams selected from the urban area and 10 basketball teams selected from 5 counties, a total of 14 basketball teams. The teams will still be drawn into 2 groups, A and B, for the group points competition. At 5:10, the game started, Xingyang Middle School versus Gaolin Middle School. Gaolin Middle School is a key middle school in Gaolin County. Its teachers' basketball team is relatively strong. Without foreign aid, Xingyang Middle School cannot beat them. However, 10 minutes after the game started, Zhong Ding came on the court and the situation on the field was instantly reversed. Gaolin Middle School had long heard of Zhong Ding's reputation and had made targeted plans. Unfortunately, Zhong Ding's attack was a dimensionality reduction attack, and they were not on the same level at all, so Gaolin Middle School's efforts were in vain. On the basketball court, Zhong Ding Chipin kept slam dunking, blocking shots, rebounding, stealing, and so on, constantly scoring points. The audience was so excited and thrilled that they enjoyed the performance very much. The girls screamed and the boys yelled, the atmosphere was very fanatical. Gaolin Middle School became more and more desperate as the game went on. When Zhong Ding came on the court for 15 minutes, they had already lost their fighting spirit. Vice Principal Zhao still only let Zhong Ding play for 20 minutes and then sent him off to go home. After playing a game of basketball, Zhong Ding was sweating but felt refreshed. He didn't wait for Wang Ruohua and went home directly. Halfway through, he was surrounded. 3 strange high school boys and 4 gangsters. The 3 high school boys looked at Zhong Ding with jealousy and shouted, "Brother Hai, beat him up first. This guy is too pretentious. We should slap him in the face and beat him so hard that even his mother won't recognize him. Let's see how he can pretend in the future." Chapter 101. After saying that, the 4 gangsters stepped closer to Zhong Ding. The leader, Hai Go with flower arms, said grimly, "Boy, you'd better not resist, or we will burst your balls if we make a mistake. You have never wanted to enjoy women in your life." He had used this rhetoric countless times, and it worked every time. The students who were beaten would squat down or hide in the corner like quails and allow themselves to be beaten. Not only was there no danger of a fight, it was also very convenient and labor-saving. Unfortunately, they met Zhong Ding. Zhong Ding couldn't help but ask, "Will you really accidentally explode the eggs?" "Of course. Some of the unlucky ones have already lost their balls." Another thug laughed strangely, "Kid, squat down and get beaten. We are in a good mood and will hit you lightly." Zhong Ding said calmly, "Although I can't tell whether it's true or not, I took it seriously." The next moment, he kicked his feet and suddenly pounced on Brother Hai, punching Brother Hai in the stomach. Brother Hai was knocked 2 meters away on the spot, fell to the ground, and his whole body shrank like a shrimp, feeling worse than death. Seeing that Zhong Ding dared to launch a sneak attack, the others became furious and attacked Zhong Ding with sticks and fists. Zhong Ding sneered, and his body moved as fast as a ghost, easily dodging those snail-slow attacks. At the same time, he attacked as fast as lightning, using the opponent's force to counterattack, and unleashing the power of authentic Tai Chi. In a blink of an eye, everyone, including the 3 high school boys, lay on the ground, unable to resist. Among them, the 4 thugs suffered the most, with at least broken hands and feet. "Tell me, why did you hire someone to beat me up?" Zhongding stepped on the chest of one of the high school boys and asked in a cold voice, looking down at him. The high school boy said fearfully, I recognized the wrong person. Woo, I don't mean to hit you, please let me go. Zhongding bent down and slapped the high school boy, then sneered, do you think I'm a fool? I'll give you one last chance. If you don't tell someone, you know the consequences. Wow, Brother Zhong, Master Zhong, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have been jealous of your limelight. Brother Zhong, please forgive me this time. I will do anything you ask me to do in the future. The high school boy broke down and cried. Zhongding let go of the high school boy and turned to another high school boy and gave the same answer. He couldn't help but be speechless. Just because he was jealous and couldn't stand someone's attention, he hired thugs to beat up his classmates. However, this kind of person is more hateful and vicious. Zhongding decided not to let them go. So, he found a cell phone from a gangster and called his class teacher Lu Letian, the senior class director Zhang, and the principal, telling him that he was besieged by a group of people on his way home from school. He has advanced memory enhancement, so remembering mobile phone numbers is a piece of cake for him. When Lu Letian and the other three heard that Zhongding was besieged by a group of people on the road, they were all very nervous and anxious. Finally, Zhongding called 110 to report the incident. Anyway, he will not let things go peacefully. Instead, he will make things worse and make these people pay a heavy price. He is now a talented student at Xingyang Middle School. He was attacked simply because of jealousy, not personal grudges. The school must be furious and seek justice for him. Finally, he called Aunt Jiang. Although he didn't need Jiang Ruyue's energy, Jiang Ruyue loved him so much. If he didn't tell Jiang Ruyue about this happening, it would hurt Jiang Ruyue's heart. Jiang Ruyue was indeed extremely anxious and worried. Zhongding smiled and comforted her, Aunt Jiang, don't worry. I'm fine. They can't beat me. Are you really not hurt? Jiang Ruyue asked worriedly. Zhongding, I'm really not injured. Where are you? I'll drive to find you right away. Jiang Ruyue breathed a sigh of relief and then asked. Zhongding told the location. After ending the call, Zhongding stuffed the phone back into the gangster's pocket. At this time, the sound of sirens came from a distance. However, people from the school came faster. After all, the incident happened was very close to the school. Lu Letian, Director Zhang and Principal Wang hurried over, along with other school leaders, a total of 7 or 8 people. Principal, Teacher Lu, Director Zhang, here. Zhongding waved and called. Principal Wang and others rushed over and asked with concern, Student Zhongding, where are you injured? I'm not injured. Zhongding said calmly, they are the ones who attacked me halfway. As he spoke, he pointed to a group of people on the ground. He threw the 4 thugs and 3 boys from Xingyang Middle School together. Principal Wang and others saw a bunch of injured people lying on the ground, and then looked at Zhongding who was unharmed. They were all stunned and couldn't believe it. Are you sure you were attacked by a group of people, not beating up a group of people? Principal Wang reluctantly accepted the fact and asked, what's going on? Zhongding said, I came home after playing basketball, and then I was surrounded by them. They wanted to beat me up, and even said they wanted to make me a eunuch. I had to fight back hard, so I didn't get hurt much. As for the reason, there are 3 people here from our school. I don't know them at all, but they said I'm good at studying and playing basketball, so they want to destroy me. After hearing this, Principal Wang and others became furious. The school's honor depends on top students. If no students are admitted to Tsinghua University or Yan'an University in the college entrance examination, and no students are admitted to famous universities, then it's still a crappy key middle school. These 3 trash students actually dared to target the school's treasure. This is extremely bad and must be dealt with most severely. At this time, the police car finally arrived and 5 or 6 policemen got out. Principal Wang immediately stepped forward and stated his identity. As soon as the police saw Principal Wang, they immediately became very polite. Being the principal of a key high school in the city is not as simple as being the head of a school. Not to mention anything else, his administrative level alone is that of a director. Because Principal Wang was there and Zhongding was a high school student, he was not taken directly back to the police station to take a statement. Instead, he was taken to the spot where he was. The transcript had not been completed yet when Jiang Ruyue drove over in a hurry. Xiaoding, where are you injured? Jiang Ruyue walked up to Zhongding and took his hand to check. Zhongding shook his head and said, Aunt Jiang, I'm fine. The leading policeman saw Zhang Ruyue and hurried forward, smiling and saying, "Hello, Mrs. Wang." Zhang Ruyue turned to the leading policeman and said sternly, "Zhong Ding is my nephew. He is a good student, but he was beaten up by a group of thugs on his way home from school. You must give me a satisfactory explanation." "Don't worry, Mrs. Wang, we will punish them severely." The policeman felt tremendous pressure and promised quickly. The Wang family is a giant in Xinjiang City. Half an hour later, Zhong Ding said goodbye to Principal Wang, Lu Letian and others, got into Zhang Ruyue's car and left. That evening, the school leadership held an emergency meeting to discuss how to deal with the 3 boys who had recruited thugs to beat up Zhong Ding. In less than half an hour, the discussion results came out, and the whole school was informed that the 3 boys were expelled. The next morning, after morning exercises, the school held a speech and Principal Wang personally went on stage to give the speech. The content was a notice to expel the 3 evil boys, and a stern warning that if such a thing happens again, they will be severely punished. However, in order to protect Zhong Ding's name was not mentioned in the notice of dismissal. As for the police station, all the criminal records of the 4 thugs were dug up and they were sentenced to prison terms ranging from 7 to 5 years. The 3 high school boys were also detained for 3 months. 3 months of detention may not seem like a heavy sentence, but they have a criminal record and it has been difficult for them to find a job, which is a heavy price to pay. Although the person involved, Zhong Ding, was intentionally hidden by the school, some well-informed students still heard about it and spread it in a small circle. Zhong Ding fought against 7 people at once and remained unharmed. He is so powerful. The students who knew the inside story were all shocked and impressed, even worshipped. Some of the spoiled students who disliked Zhong Ding would avoid him when they saw him. Chapter 102. After the first evening self-study get out of class, Wang Ruohua went to Zhong Ding's classroom to find Zhong Ding. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Zhong Ding and Wang Ruohua walked towards the stairs together and went downstairs. However, most of the envious eyes were directed at Wang Ruohua. In a dimly lit corner with no one around, Wang Ruohua asked, "Were you blocked by someone after school this afternoon?" Zhong Ding nodded. "Did you really fight 7 alone and defeated all 7 bad guys?" Wang Ruohua asked again. Zhong Ding pretended to be modest and said, "Fighting is not a glorious thing." Wang Ruohua ignored Zhong Ding's pretense. She was used to it anyway. She took a step forward and stretched out her white little hands to touch Zhong Ding's body. Hey, what are you doing? Are you molesting me?" Zhong Ding quickly took a step back and shouted, "If you keep touching me, I'll scream." Wang Ruohua stopped angrily, "You really don't deserve sympathy." Zhong Ding raised his lips, "Because I don't need sympathy." Then, he said proudly, "I can fight 7 alone, isn't that safe?" "Yeah." Wang Ruohua nodded. "It's a pity that it has nothing to do with you," Zhong Ding said with a laugh. Wang Ruohua was chest heaved and she gritted her teeth, wanting to hit someone. After the evening self-study session, Wang Ruohua returned home. She picked up her phone and sent a message in a WeChat group and a QQ group. "Zhong Ding is my boyfriend. Anyone who dares to touch him must bear the wrath of Wang Ruohua." The WeChat group and QQ group where she sent messages were student groups from Xinjiang City's upper-class circles, and they were all middle school and high school students, including second-generation rich people and second-generation officials. It is easy to dodge an open attack, but hard to guard against a hidden arrow. Zhong Ding can fight 7 people alone, but if he attacks without intention, the result is unpredictable. Wang Ruohua realized that Zhong Ding was so popular in school now, he must be envied by others. Without a family background to support him, he would be easily bullied. As soon as the message was sent, the group immediately became lively. "Wow, the rumors are true. Sister Huahua is so amazing. She won the Man of Honor. Please ask Sister Huahua to share the feeling of kissing Zhong Ding. Sister Huahua, when are you going to bring Zhong Ding out for a get-together? Is Zhong Ding handsome? Request a photo. He's so handsome. He's a top student who skipped a grade. He's really good at basketball and can slam dunk with ease. I'd give up a year of my life for a date with Zhong Ding. Only 1 year? I'd like to use 3 years." Seeing people constantly sending envious messages in the group, Wang Ruohua couldn't help but feel proud and satisfied. So, she sent a message, "I will definitely bring him to play with everyone if I have the chance." Immediately a group of people echoed, "Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Sister Huahua is so generous." Being intercepted halfway had almost no impact on Zhong Ding afterwards, so he continued to participate in the basketball game. In the Qingyang City Middle School teachers' basketball competition, except for weekends, the Qingyang Middle School teachers' basketball team plays a game almost every other day. All the teachers and students in the school were used to this rhythm. On Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, they would quickly run to the basketball court to take seats and watch the game, to see how Zhongding displayed his prowess on the court and defeated the opposing middle school. As time went by, almost all the students in the school had watched Zhongding's competitions. Many girls fell in love with Zhongding and kept writing love letters to him. Unfortunately, because Wang Ruohua pretended to be his girlfriend in school, before the end of the basketball game, Zhongding finally confiscated love letters from 1,000 girls. Thanks to the powerful foreign aid Zhongding, Qingyang Middle School entered the finals very easily. The final will be held not at Qingyang Middle School, but at the basketball court inside the Qingyang Municipal Education Bureau. The time is 3 p.m. on Saturday, which happens to be the weekend off for all the middle schools. On Saturday afternoon, countless people gathered outside the basketball court of the Municipal Education Bureau. In addition to teachers from various schools and people from the Education Bureau, there were also many students. Although the competition is not held in our school, how could the students who would become addicted to watching it miss the final? Among the many students, the majority are from Qingyang Middle School, followed by Qingyang No. 2 Middle School, which also entered the final decision, and finally some students from other middle schools. During this period, Zhongding's fame as a basketball player had spread to other middle schools. Many students from other schools came to watch the Zhongding competition just to see with their own eyes what slam dunks look like in real life. The final was held in a grand manner. The Director of Education personally attended the competition. Principal Wang of Qingyang Middle School and the Principal of Qingyang No. 2 Middle School were also present. Not only that, reporters from the city and the province also arrived at the scene to conduct interviews and reports. At exactly 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the finals officially began, Qingyang Middle School versus Qingyang No. 2 Middle School. Qingyang No. 2 Middle School has two physical education teachers who are very strong in basketball. One retired from the national team and the other retired from the provincial team. Therefore, Qingyang No. 2 Middle School not only has the strongest student basketball team, but also the strongest teacher basketball team. In the starting lineup of the game, Qingyang Middle School will naturally have all the teachers start. At least they have to have some face and cannot just let the foreign players start. After only 5 or 6 minutes of the game, Qingyang Middle School was completely defeated by Qingyang No. 2 Middle School. In less than 10 minutes, Qingyang Middle School lost more than 10 points. I'm too embarrassed to look at it. So, within 10 minutes, Qingyang Middle School called a timeout and substituted Zhongding. As Zhongding came on the court, the atmosphere immediately became solemn, and everyone knew that the real game was about to begin. Zhongding, come on! Come on, Zhongding! Outside the stadium, the students of Qingyang Middle School shouted loudly. They had absolute confidence in Zhongding. Next to the basketball court, in 2 or 3 rows of seats, the director of the Education Bureau pointed at Zhongding, who was wearing the number 11 jersey, and asked Principal Wang, "Is he Zhongding?" "Not bad, a handsome guy, right?" Principal Wang smiled proudly. The director of the Education Bureau nodded with a smile. "He is indeed very good, a rare talent. I heard that a student was jealous of him and called some gangsters to intercept him. Principal Wang, you must protect him well, because our city's top scorer in the provincial college entrance examination is counting on him." Principal Wang couldn't help but look embarrassed, and said, "Please rest assured, directorly, the 3 bad apples have been expelled from the school, and all students in the school have been warned very seriously." "Well, that's good. Let's start and watch the game." On the basketball court, the physical education teacher from Qingyang No. 2 Middle School, who had retired from the national team, was staring at Zhongding. Another teacher from Qingyang No. 2 Middle School was following closely beside him to help defend Zhongding. Although the retired physical education teacher of Qingyang No. 2 Middle School's national team is no longer at his peak, he is very experienced and thinks he can defend Zhongding. However, he soon learned that he was wrong. The ball was served by Qingyang Middle School. After the point guard received the ball, he prepared to pass it to Zhongding, who played as the center. The retired physical education teacher of the national team of Qingyang No. 2 Middle School tried his best to block Zhongding with his body, but in just a moment, Zhongding shook him off and stepped forward to catch the ball. The retired physical education teacher of the national team of Qingyang No. 2 Middle School immediately rushed forward to make up the ball, with arms open, to intercept Zhongding. Zhongding performed 2 consecutive fake moves, combined with his speed and strength, and easily passed the retired physical education teacher of the national team of Qingyang No. 2 Middle School. "Stop him! Stop him!" Don't let him get close to the basket. The coach of Qingyang No. 2 Middle School shouted hurriedly. Zhongding is very good at slam dunks. As long as he gets close to the bottom of the basket, the ball will go in. The other 4 teachers from Qingyang No. 2 Middle School immediately rushed forward at all costs to intercept Zhongding. However, Zhongding was as fast as a cheetah and as agile as a cat. He was one with the ball and kept passing people along the way, relying on speed, strength, flexibility, or feints to constantly break through the defense. Since Qingyang No. 2 Middle School tried their best to block in front, Zhongding was unable to make a layup with 3 steps. So, he rushed to the bottom of the basket, jumped with 1 step, held the basketball with both hands, and slammed it into the basket. Bang! There was a loud noise, shocking everyone's nerves. Cokes! The audience outside the stadium immediately burst into deafening cheers, and even the students of Qingyang No. 2 Middle School couldn't help but cheer in rebellion. So wonderful! This is a ball that combines height, speed, strength, technique and wisdom, full of sports aesthetics. Chapter 103. In a head-on confrontation, he dribbled past 5 players from Qingyang No. 2 Middle School and scored 2 points with a slam dunk. The morale of Qingyang No. 2 Middle School was greatly suppressed. The morale of Qingyang Middle School increased by more than 2 times. Zhongding scored 2 points as soon as he came on the court. He turned his head and looked in one direction, with the corners of his mouth raised, revealing a row of white and neat teeth. He saw 2 very beautiful girls with outstanding temperaments standing in the direction he was looking. They are Xia Feishue and Wang Ruohua. Xia Feishue certainly would not miss the final basketball finals. What's more, it was a weekend, so she took the bullet train to Qingyang City last night. She was so excited watching Zhongding slam dunk just now. Feeling Zhongding's gaze, Xia Feishue immediately shouted, "Zhongding, come on." Unfortunately, the cheers and applause were so loud that her voice could not be heard at all. However, Zhongding knew Xia Feishue's name by looking at her lip movements. He smiled and nodded to Xia Feishue. The game continues and it is Qingyang No. 2 Middle School's turn to serve. Although it was Qingyang No. 2 Middle School that served the ball, they sent 2 people to entangle Zhongding, intending to use their bodies to push Zhongding to the edge. Even if you cannot push Zhongding away, you must continue to consume Zhongding's physical strength, making Zhongding unable to fight in the later stage. However, Zhongding was not afraid of physical exertion at all. As long as your physical energy is consumed to a certain level, the system will automatically replenish it. So, he kept running, and the 2 teachers from Qingyang No. 2 Middle School who were keeping a close eye on him were unable to keep him from being able to stop them. Outside the 3-point circle, he suddenly rushed out and snatched the ball from the retired physical education teacher of the national team of Qingyang No. 2 Middle School. Although the teacher's reaction was quick, his thinking reaction speed was 10 times faster, so in Zhongding's eyes, his movements were slowed down 10 times and full of flaws. So, Zhongding easily stole the basketball. Cokes! The audience instantly burst into excited cheers and shouts. Zhongding lived up to the audience's expectations. He stole the ball and immediately launched an attack on his own, scoring another goal in a lightning speed. Almost everyone knows this move, but no one can defend against it. The retired physical education teacher from the national team couldn't help but look down. When the ball was snatched away, he didn't react at all. Zhongding's movements were too fast and very precise. Even when he participated in international basketball competitions with the national team before, he had never encountered such a situation. This Zhongding is more than strong enough to play in the NBA. He couldn't help but think to himself. Then, he thought about whether to recommend Zhongding to the national team, hone his skills for a year or 2, and then go to the United States to play in the NBA. Maybe he could produce another Yao Ming. Outside the stadium, in the seats where the leaders were watching, the director of the Education Bureau turned to the principal of Qingyang No. 2 Middle School and said, "LV Jiandong is no match for Zhongding." Lu Jiandong is the retired physical education teacher of the national basketball team. The principal of Qingyang No. 2 Middle School smiled bitterly and said, "Zhongding is really good at playing basketball." The game continued. Qingyang No. 2 Middle School tried their best to defend against Zhongding, but it was still useless. It was like trying to catch a galloping lion with several layers of spider webs. It was completely futile. Zhongding kept slam dunking, shooting high ball, scoring goals from beyond the 3-point line, blocking shots, grabbing rebounds, stealing the ball, and so on. Everyone on the court revolved around him, and all the spectators outside the court focused their attention on him. He was the absolute king on the court. Zhongding, come on! Zhongding, you are so awesome! The audience shouted desperately, cheering for Zhong Ding. As soon as Zhong Ding got the ball, everyone immediately became excited. Even the leaders of the Education Bureau and the school leaders couldn't help but concentrate and were full of anticipation. Xiaofei completely threw away her reserved demeanor as a school goddess, and kept shouting and even screaming like all the audience members. Compared to the last playful confrontation on the school basketball court, this basketball finals, Zhong Ding gave her a big shock. It turns out that my boyfriend is so powerful on the basketball court. No one can defeat him or stop him. He can strike back at him with a dimensionality reduction attack. That lion-like charm is simply irresistible to girls. No wonder Wang Ruohua told her that after Zhong Ding played basketball games, he received countless love letters from girls. After Zhong Ding came on the court, Qingyang Middle School continued to close the score, then surpassed Qingyang No. 2 Middle School, and then continued to widen the score. Zhong Ding played for more than 20 minutes, and Qingyang Middle School's score surpassed Qingyang No. 2 Middle School by more than 20 points. At this time, Vice President Zhao asked Zhong Ding to leave. However, the Director of Education and Principal Wang, who were addicted to the show, were not happy about it, and the audience was also unhappy. So, Principal Wang left his seat and walked over to ask Vice Principal Zhao to let Zhong Ding return to the court and play until the end of the game. Vice Principal Zhao had no choice but to let Zhong Ding go back on stage. The audience cheered and kept shouting Zhong Ding's name. Zhong Ding finally played a game to the end. The result was that the strongest Qingyang No. 2 Middle School teachers' basketball team suffered an unprecedented defeat. At the end of the finals, Qingyang Middle School successfully won the championship. Ding, mission completed. Congratulations on getting a God-level Hacker Master experience card, 100 male God points, and a random draw. The system's voice sounded in his mind as expected, and Zhong Ding couldn't help but smile. This basketball game is meaningful. The finals ended, followed by a live award ceremony for the champion and runner-up. Witnessed by countless spectators and under the cameras of city and provincial journalists, Qingyang Middle School won the championship trophy awarded by the Municipal Education Bureau. Then, the city's education director personally presented the FMVP trophy to Zhong Ding. Zhong Ding is a foreign aide, so he shouldn't be able to get it, but Zhong Ding's performance was too outstanding, and he was also a member of Qingyang Middle School. The director of education was also happy to add icing on the cake and give Zhong Ding a personal honor. Snap. Snap. The journalists kept taking pictures of Zhong Ding's handsome face. Student Zhong Ding, you are very good. I look forward to you winning the provincial top spot in the college entrance examination. The director of education said with an amiable smile as he shook hands with Zhong Ding. Zhong Ding, please rest assured, leader, we will definitely win the provincial college entrance examination title. After the award ceremony, reporters immediately rushed over to interview Zhong Ding. Zhong Ding accepted the interview calmly. That evening, both the provincial and municipal television stations broadcast interview reports on the finals of the city's middle school teachers' basketball competition, and Zhong Ding's face officially appeared on TV. In the report, Zhong Ding's face was constantly captured in close-ups. The TV viewers, the main force of middle-aged women and men, could not help but comment, "This child is handsome, like a star. This kid is really good at basketball. He can slam dunk and is just like the national team." Ding, congratulations to the host for appearing on TV media for the first time and obtaining 100 male God points. On the pedestrian street in the center of Qingyang City, when Zhong Ding was shopping with Xiaofei, the voice of the system suddenly rang in his mind. What a pleasant surprise. Zhong Ding couldn't help but laugh. What's so funny? Asked Xiaofei, who was holding Zhong Ding's arm intimately. Zhong Ding smiled and said, "Being with you is a happy and joyful thing." Xiaofei was so moved that she couldn't help but hug Zhong Ding's arm tightly, with a sweet smile on her face. Late at night, after sending Xiaofei back to the hotel, Zhong Ding took a taxi back home. Finally, it's time for the lottery. He has accumulated 3 chances to draw. System, I want to draw a lottery. Ding, the lottery begins. Ding, thank you for your patronage. Ding, thank you for your patronage. Ding, congratulations on achieving professional dance mastery. The next moment, Zhong Ding's mind swelled slightly, and countless dance knowledge poured into his mind. His limbs and ligaments felt hot, making his whole body more flexible, allowing him to perform various difficult dances. After half a minute, the symptoms subsided. Zhong Ding tried to open his legs and sat down on the floor with a perfect straight leg. Then he exerted force to close his legs and easily raised his entire upper body, returning to the standing position just now. I'm moving further and further down the path of literature and art. Zhong Ding couldn't help but smile bitterly. Chapter 104. The next morning, Zhong Ding did not go to the hotel to find Xie Feishue because Xie Feishue and Wang Ruohua were coming to listen to the third song he composed. Zhong Ding's third original song is relatively ordinary. It is a song about love we are all. However, the melody is still beautiful, light, sweet, and catchy. With piano accompaniment, coupled with Zhong Ding's heavenly voice and top-notch singing skills, it is very pleasant to the ears, making people feel happy and healed after listening to it. Xie Feishue and Wang Ruohua were very happy to hear it, and then they started learning to sing it directly. This time, Zhong Ding did not wait until the evening to release the video. At the strong request of Xie Feishue and Wang Ruohua, he uploaded the video directly to Douyin after recording it. It is worth mentioning that Zhong Ding's first two original songs received great responses. Bu Kun has been commented by senior musicians as a true divine song, and it has begun to influence the trend of Chinese ancient-style song creation. When the three of them went out to have lunch together, Xie Feishue and Wang Ruohua used Douyin on their phones to check the data of We Are All. The data was not surprisingly encouraging. In just over 2 hours, it received over 2 million likes. Zhong Ding's Douyin fans are incredibly valuable and extremely sticky. The next day, Monday, when I got home from school in the afternoon, I was checking the data on Douyin on Zhong Ding and found a system message. When he opened it, he found that it was Kugu Music that was contacting him through Douyin, wanting to acquire the online copyrights of his 3 original songs. Kugu Music has been trying to contact Zhong Ding, but Zhong Ding never looks at private messages. Because there are so many private messages in his private mailbox that it is impossible to read them all. Not knowing how much the online copyright fee would be, Zhong Ding called the phone number left by Kugu Music. The call was quickly connected, and Zhong Ding said, "I'm Douyin Zhong Ding, are you from Kugu Music?" "Ah, Mr. Zhong Ding, hello. It's nice to chat with you." The other party said excitedly, "I am also your fan. I like your Unparalleled very much." Zhong Ding disagreed and asked directly, "You want to buy the online copyright of my 3 original songs?" "Yes, we are very sincere." "How do I buy it?" There are 3 ways. The first is a one-time buyout of the authorization. The second type is guaranteed profit sharing. Guaranteed profit sharing means that we will prepay you a sum of money, and you can get the profit when your profit sharing income exceeds the prepayment. The third type is pure commission. Pure commission means you get the same amount of money as the online sales commission. However, this model has a high commission ratio. Which mode do you want? Zhong Ding thought for a moment and asked, "For the second guaranteed profit share, how much can you guarantee?" The guaranteed revenue for each of Mask of Youth and Unique is 2 million. As for the third song We Are All, we haven't evaluated it yet and will give you an answer tomorrow. The other party said. The combined guaranteed box office of Mask of Youth and Unique is 4 million, and the guaranteed box office of We Are All is at least 1 million at the very least, so a total of 5 million seems pretty good. However, Zhong Ding quickly refused, "Sorry, I don't plan to sell it." "Mr. Zhong Ding, the price we offer is very fair." The other party said, "And the guaranteed profit margin does not mean that you will only get this much money. As long as the profit margin sales exceed the guaranteed minimum, you can still get a lot of money." "Zhong Ding, I understand, but I changed my mind and don't want to sell the copyright." "I'm sorry to bother you." "Why?" "Because I want more people to hear my songs." "Sorry, goodbye." After saying that, Zhong Ding ended the call. Does he need money? Yes, but no. He really doesn't need just a few 100 million. He needs fans more, as fans can increase his male god points. Once the online copyright is sold, it will be charged or put on VIP shelves, which will seriously affect the amount of dissemination. It's not worth it for a few million or tens of millions. After he figured it all out, Zhong Ding suddenly burst into laughter. "I actually don't care about hundreds of millions anymore. Time flies, and the midterm exam is here in a blink of an eye. Ding, please host, get first place in the grade in the midterm exam. Mission reward, 50 male god points. Mission failed, electric shock for 3 days, 3 minutes a day." The system is getting more and more stingy. The first place in the midterm exam only gets 50 male god points. But even a mosquito leg is still meat, and it's an easy point question, so you can't expect too much. In the midterm exam, Zhong Ding performed normally and handed in the paper within half an hour. The exams are over and we have 2 days off on the weekend. However, Zhong Ding still couldn't go to Jiangcheng to see Xie Feishue because his mother Zhong Qingwan finally had time to visit him in Xingyang City. Therefore, it could only be that CFA Shua went from Jiangcheng to Qingyang City to take advantage of the time difference to meet Zhong Ding. The weekend passed quickly and I went to evening self-study on Sunday night. Ban Yuran and Lu Tianla came to inspect the class in the evening and brought the Chinese test papers, comprehensive science test papers and the senior high school midterm exam ranking list and distributed them. As expected, Zhong Ding is still the first in the grade. However, he failed to get full marks in all subjects this time. He was deducted 2 points on the reading comprehension questions in Chinese, and only got 148 points. As for other subjects, mathematics, English and comprehensive science all scored full marks. Despite this, all the teachers and students in the school were amazed, admired, and even worshipped him. I missed the full score in Chinese by 2 points, it's not my fault. Reading comprehension questions are those that even the author of the original article cannot answer all of them correctly. Ding, mission accomplished. Congratulations on getting 30 male god points. The system sounded in his mind as expected, and Zhong Ding couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. Examinations are always good, as they can help him gain points. After evening self-study, Zhong Ding returned home and picked up his mobile phone to find 2 missed calls, both from Luo Dingguang. After entering the room and closing the door, Zhong Ding called Luo Dingguang back. The phone was connected after only 2 rings. Ha, Ding Xin, good evening. Luo Dingguang's loud laughter came from the cell phone. Zhong Ding said calmly, Brother Guang, what do you want from me? Ah, good news. Luo Dingguang laughed, the KPL group stage has ended, and our Jiangcheng RTY team has successfully advanced and ranked 6th. Dingxin, we are waiting for you to show your skills next. Zhong Ding asked, how many games will there be in total, and when will each game be held? There will be 5 games in total. 1 next Friday, 1 on Sunday, and then 1 on the Saturday and Sunday of the week after next, and finally the finals. Luo Dingguang replied. If you feel time is tight, you don't have to participate in the game next Friday. How about we play 4 games in total? We'll split the championship prize money equally. You have no idea, countless fans are calling for you to come out and play. They are going crazy. Zhong Ding pondered for a moment and said, okay, I'll play 4 games. I'll participate in the game next Sunday. The location is Magic City, right? He doesn't care much about the championship prize money. The key is to win the championship honor and accumulate a total number of fans. As a male god, honor and fans are the foundation. Yes, it's the Magic City Esports Center. Luo Dingguang was very excited when he heard that Zhong Ding finally agreed to participate in the competition. How about I help you book the tickets? Zhong Ding said, thank you, I will book the ticket myself. There is a high-speed rail between Qingyang City and Modu, and the journey takes about 3 hours. There is still time to go to Shanghai to play games on the weekend. However, the weekend at Qingyang Middle School is only half a day, so he still has to ask for leave. Of course, it was easy for him to take leave whenever he wanted. Haha, that's settled. Luo Dingguang laughed excitedly, I'm going to announce your participation in the competition online next Sunday. Haha, the fans will definitely be excited. No, I should say the entire esports community will be excited. Ha ha ha. Zhong Ding said calmly, announce it. Chapter 105. After the call ended, Zhong Ding immediately heard the system's voice in his mind. Ding, mission released, participate in the KPL competition and win the championship and individual FMVP. Mission rewards, 1 level 3 1-star appearance card, 100 male god points and a random draw. Mission failed, electric shock for 7 days, 5 minutes a day. After listening to the task content released by the system, Zhong Ding couldn't help but smile and said, there are indeed rewards for participating in the KPL competition. After all, it is a competition that tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of people are watching. I have a level 3, 1-star appearance card. Ha, I can become even more handsome. At 10 o'clock the next morning, Jiangcheng RTY Club announced on Weibo that Wending would participate in the competition this Sunday night. When the news was announced, fans immediately became excited and began to forward in comment. Woo woo, the Ding God finally came out. That man is back, you should tremble on your knees. I love you Dingxin. Dingxin, your mask of youth is so beautiful. Can you sing it live once after the KPL Championship Award ceremony? Please. Dingxin, I want to give birth to a child for you. The news spread at an astonishing speed. In just one day, it spread across the internet and countless fans knew about it. In the esports circle, those teams were all in a heavy mood and felt desperate when they learned that Ding Shun would participate in the competition. Especially those teams that are expected to win the championship. I really want to curse. You are so strong, who can fight you? Don't you think playing King of Glory is boring and you don't want to play anymore? Zhongding, I never said that. On Douyin, fans of King of Glory began leaving messages on Zhongding's 3 original song videos, requesting Zhongding to sing the song after the championship award ceremony. Among them, Mask of Youth has the highest popularity. Someone asked, isn't it too early to book the championship before the champion has even started the competition? This person was immediately scolded by fans. What's Ding Shun's strength? Winning the championship is as easy as drinking water. You have no right to speak without investigation. Please understand Ding Shun's strength before you talk nonsense here. Otherwise, don't blame us for scolding you. Ding Shun is the strongest. Playing against KPL is a dimensionality reduction attack. There is no suspense at all. A fool who thinks he is sober. Because of the activities of King of Glory fans, many music fans also learned that Zhongding would participate in the KPL competition, and they all expressed that they would watch it. There are many music fans who usually play Honor of Kings but hardly watch KPL. And now, they can't help but look forward to it. Is Zhongding as talented in playing Honor of Kings as he is in singing? However, Zhongding didn't know about the reactions of fans on the internet, and he didn't have the time to pay attention to them. At noon, school is over. When Zhongding walked out of the classroom door, he was stopped by someone. It is Jiutong River. Zhou Tonghe also has a semi-familiar person next to him, Lu Jiandong, a retired physical education teacher of the Qingyang No. 2 Middle School national basketball team. This is Mr. Lu Jiandong, a retired player from the national basketball team. Zhou Tonghe introduced him to Zhongding. Zhongding smiled and called out, "Hello, Teacher Lu." Hello, classmate Zhongding. Lu Jiandong said with a smile and extended his hand to Zhongding for a handshake. This is to treat bells and tripods as equals. After shaking hands, LV Jiandong said, I came to see you this time mainly for a good thing. Oh, what's the good news? Zhongding asked with a smile on his face. The last time I played a game with you, I found that you are very talented in basketball, so I plan to recommend you to the national basketball team. Lu Jiandong said, of course, the national basketball team is just a stepping stone. The real purpose is to give you the opportunity to play in the NBA in the United States. Zhou Tonghe interrupted and said, Zhongding, Teacher Lu made many phone calls and contacted many people about your matter. Zhongding was solemn and said to Lu Jiandong seriously, Teacher Lu, thank you. You're welcome. Lu Jiandong waved his hand and said, I just don't want you to be buried. Besides, I also hope that our Chinese people can be proud of basketball. How is it? Interested? Zhongding smiled bitterly and said, Teacher Lu, my ambition is not to play basketball. My ideal is to be a great scientist. I'm sorry. Well, this is an ideal I have only recently established. Once the technology of civilian thermonuclear fusion reactor is announced, he will not only become a great scientist, but will also go down in history, and all mankind will remember him hundreds or thousands of years later. Lu Jiandong and Zhou Tonghe both had strange expressions on their faces. My ideal is to become a great scientist. Isn't this a naive statement only an elementary school student would say? You, Zhongding, are no longer an elementary school student, but a high school student. Zhou Tonghe had no choice but to persuade him. China has countless scientists, but China has only one Yao Ming. That's right. You have great potential and can definitely become the second Yao Ming. Lu Jiandong said, opportunities are rare. It's the most appropriate time for you to join the national team and hone your skills for a year or two, and then go to the NBA. I have already helped you get through the connections. As long as you pass the assessment, you can become a member of the national basketball team and then go to the NBA. Playing in the NBA brings fame, and the money you earn is in US dollars. Zhongding shook his head firmly. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu and Mr. Zhou, I have only one ambition, to become a great scientist, to build the country, and to benefit all mankind. Lu Jiandong and Zhou Tonghe. How can such empty and pretentious words sound so true? The two continued to persuade Zhongding for more than 10 minutes, but Zhongding was determined, so they had to say, well, go home and think about it carefully with your family. The doors of the national team and the NBA are open to you in the 2 months after the college entrance examination. Thank you, Teacher Lu and Teacher Zhou. Zhongding said gratefully. Lu Jianla and Zhou Tonghe sighed regretfully and left. Now that the two teachers have left, Zhongding can't help but think about becoming a scientist. It seems that the task of publishing a paper on nuclear energy before the college entrance examination has to be put on the agenda. As a high school student, I certainly cannot publish a paper that is too advanced, nor can I publish a paper that requires relevant experiments. I have no access to nuclear energy experimental materials and instruments at all. I can only publish a relatively simple theoretical conjecture that current scientists have not discovered. This theoretical conjecture, of course, is taken from a small theoretical knowledge within civilian thermonuclear fusion reactor technology. So, what he needs to do is to find out which small theoretical knowledge has not yet been proposed by scientists. In the evening, after returning home from evening self-study, Zhongding went into the study, closed the door, turned on his mobile phone, logged into Honor of Kings, and then did some training with the Jiangcheng RTY team. After all, we haven't played Honor of Kings together for several months, so our cooperation may be a little unfamiliar, so before the game, we still need to practice a few times to get used to each other. Zhongding only has relatively long free time at this time, so the Jiangcheng RTY team can only cooperate in training at this time. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye it is weekend Sunday. In the morning, Zhongding took a taxi to the train station and boarded the high-speed train to Shanghai, ready to participate in the KPL playoffs at 1900 hours tonight. Chapter 106. Arriving at the Magic City railway station, Luo Dingguang came up to me with a smile on his face as I walked out of the train station. Ha, Dingshan. Zhongding also smiled and said, "Thank you for coming to pick me up, brother Guang. It's not hard, it's not hard." Luo Dingguang waved his hand. Finally, they took a taxi together to the hotel arranged by the authorities. Arriving at the hotel, we were greeted by all members of the Jiangcheng RTY team. "Hello, brother Ding." Wushan, Linyuan and others called respectfully, looking at Zhongding with admiration. Zhongding nodded with a smile. "Hello everyone, long time no see." After a brief greeting, Luo Dingguang arranged for Zhongding to go into the guest room to rest. Although it was very comfortable to take the high-speed rail, he was still worried that Zhongding would be tired from the journey and it would affect his performance in the evening competition. At the Shanghai Esports Center, the auditorium was already full before 7 p.m., with many spectators holding up luminous cheering boards bearing the name Dingshan. The scalpers outside are making a lot of money, with tickets being sold at 3 or 4 times the price, and people are still rushing to buy them. Because the esports player ID Wen Ding and the Douyin ID Zhongding were exposed to each other, a large number of fanatical fans were generated. Ever since Luo Dingguang announced on Weibo that Zhongding would participate in tonight's competition, all the tickets for the competition were sold out in an instant. Many fans took the risk of flying or taking the high-speed train to come to Shanghai just to watch Zhongding's game. Among the fans who flocked to the game, most were fans of Honor of Kings, but a considerable number were just music fans. For example, Wang Yubing, she took the high-speed rail from Yanjing to Shanghai to watch Zhongding's game. Although she plays Honor of Kings, she doesn't watch KPL at all. She just wanted to see Zhongding live. Although, we know that Zhongding was wearing a shining silver mask during the game and his face could not be seen. I can't see the idol's face, but being able to see the idol's figure is enough. There are even some fans who have never played Honor of Kings and are purely fanatical fans of Zhongding music. As the time approached 7 o'clock in the evening, both teams finally began to take to the esports stage. When Zhongding appeared on the stage wearing a silver shining mask, the audience immediately became excited. The men shouted "Ding God" loudly, and the women screamed wildly. "Ding Shin! Ding Shin!" Countless people shouted at the top of their lungs, and the atmosphere suddenly became intense. On the live broadcast platform, countless barrages of comments took off, covering the sky and the earth, so dense that the network began to freeze. Warmly welcomed the return of the Dingshan. Dingshan, I love you. A godly man. Dingshan, your singing is so beautiful, I love you so much. Dingshan, I want to give birth to a child for you. On the esports stage, although Zhongding was wearing a silver mask, he had a tall and straight figure, outstanding temperament, and a handsome appearance. The 92-point temperament is not given for nothing, all fans fall in love with it at first sight. Just like a beautiful woman, without looking at her face, her figure and temperament are very attractive, and you can guess that her face must be very beautiful. Zhongding is in this situation now. Although his fans cannot see his face, they all believe that he must be very handsome. Hearing countless audiences shouting his name and seeing countless glowing cheering boards with his name on them in the audience seats, Zhongding waved to the audience in response as he walked into the battle seat. After getting Zhongding's response, the fans at the scene became even more excited, and their shouts merged into a wave of sound, like a tsunami. The commentators at the commentary booth were all stunned. Isn't Dingshan's appeal too strong? It's just like this when a big star holds a concert. The time finally reached 7 o'clock and the competition officially began. First comes the hero band stage, and the first hero band by the opposing team is Bailey Xiaoyao. Dingshan's Bailey Xiaoyao's 100% accuracy in sniping is too horrible, it's basically a big bug and there's no way to defeat him. The audience and fans were all very disappointed to see Bailey Xiaoyao being banned. In the end, Zhong Ding chose Pei Qinhu as the jungler. First blood. First kill. Less than a minute into the game, Zhong Ding easily took the first kill. The audience immediately burst into deafening cheers and screams from girls. The live broadcast platform was also filled with cheers that were dense and overwhelming. 666. The Dingshan is still as awesome as ever. You are indeed a godlike man. After getting the first kill, Zhong Ding took some time to develop, and then took off, continuously harvesting enemy heads, killing the opponents so frightened that they hid in the defense tower and trembled. But hiding in the defense tower is not safe either. Zhong Ding easily jumps over the tower and kills him. The audience and fans cheered continuously, their blood boiled, they were extremely excited and it was a great pleasure. In the first game, Zhong Ding's firepower was basically at full throttle, so it only took 7 minutes and 23 seconds for Jiangcheng RTY team to win easily. Among them, Zhong Ding had 17 kills, accounting for 69.5% of the damage output. He fought against 4 opponents and got a quadruple kill. The data was very terrifying. The teammates almost became bystanders. In the second and third games, Zhong Ding suppressed most of his strength, allowing his teammates some room to play, while also preventing the game from looking too simple and easy. Even so, they easily won the second and third games in just 10 minutes 31 seconds and 9 minutes 43 seconds respectively. Zhong Ding Xiaoban's strength still easily dominates the entire Canyon of Kings. He is still the MVP of the game, with more than 10 kills in each game. In the fourth game, Zhong Ding basically opened fire at full power again and got a 5-kill streak. Countless spectators, both those at the scene and those watching online, were excited and the atmosphere of the game reached its highest harmonious climax. With 7 games and 4 wins, Jiangcheng RTY team easily won tonight's game. When the Jiangcheng RTY team stood in front of the stage as the winner and bowed to the audience, almost everyone at the scene stood up and shouted Dingshan crazily. After leaving the esports center and returning to the hotel, the Jiangcheng RTY team was filled with joy. They had fought to the death before and it was very difficult to win. Now that Zhong Ding has arrived, winning is too easy, it's basically a win without any effort. After having a midnight snack, Zhong Ding returned to the guest room to take a shower and prepare for bed. He has to rush back to Qingyang City to attend classes tomorrow morning. However, before going to bed, he still had a video chat with Xia Feishue for a while. On the phone screen, Xia Feishue's eyebrows were picturesque, her beautiful eyes with distinct black and white were full of spirituality, her nose was straight and beautiful, her lips were red and her teeth were white, she was extremely beautiful. Ding, your fans are so crazy tonight. Xia Feishue exclaimed in admiration. Although she couldn't watch the game in person, she watched it online. Zhong Ding smiled and said, I was a little surprised too. By the way, your Douyin account gained over 300,000 followers tonight. Xia Feishue added, it's still increasing now. Zhong Ding couldn't help but feel a little surprised, really? There is such a benefit. Ha ha ha. Today, the total number of fans of his Douyin account has reached 47.22 million, and 50 million fans is just around the corner. Once the number of fans exceeds 50 million, not only will the number of male god points obtained every day increase, but the advertising fees will also increase significantly. Now, his monthly advertising fees on Douyin account have exceeded 300,000 yuan. This is because he rarely accepts advertisements. By the way, our school radio played your songs this week, including Mask of Youth and Unique. Xia Feishue said again. Zhong Ding smiled calmly, really? How did you feel when you heard it? Xingyang Middle School's school radio has been playing his songs for a long time. It feels wonderful. I'm excited, proud, and secretly happy, said Xia Feishue. The next moment, she looked infatuated and called out in a tender voice, Ding, I miss you again. I miss you, too. Zhong Ding said softly, but we've only been apart for a week. But I just missed you. Chapter 107. Early the next morning, Zhong Ding took a taxi from the hotel and went to the Magic City railway station to take the high-speed train back to Qingyang City. During the afternoon class, Zhong Ding was already sitting in the classroom. The teachers and classmates all thought that he might be unwell and asked for half a day off, but they didn't know that he had already gone to Shanghai to play a game watched by countless people. The task of publishing the paper was put on the agenda. After evening self-study and returning home, Zhongding searched the internet in his study for hot topics related to thermonuclear fusion reactors. I searched online for 3 consecutive nights, but the efficiency was very low. He couldn't help but think that thermonuclear fusion reactor technology was a state secret, and it would be difficult for him, a high school student without any authority, to search for all the relevant information on the internet. Even if it is some semi-public cutting-edge theoretical knowledge in the world. It seems that I have to use the God-level Hacker Master experience card. Zhongding thought. On Thursday night, Zhongding took a night off and locked himself in the study. The computer was turned on, and Zhongding's consciousness sank into his mind. He first opened the system mall in his mind and spent 150 male God points to exchange for English proficiency. Countless English knowledge flooded into Zhongding's mind, and his brain felt a little swollen. 30 seconds later, the symptoms disappeared and Zhongding became fluent in English. The reason why he redeemed the English proficiency skill first was because he would need it later. What's more, mastering English is a skill that you need to learn as early as possible. Taking a deep breath, Zhongding's consciousness sank back into his mind, and he confirmed the use of the God-level Hacker Master experience card stored in the virtual space in his mind. God-level Hacker Master experience card. After using it, you will gain abilities that surpass those of a Hacker Master. In the online world, you can do whatever you want. Valid for 3 hours. Countless hacking knowledge was temporarily loaded into his mind, and the 10 fingers of his hands became extremely flexible. Crackling, crackling. Zhongding's 10 fingers quickly tapped the keyboard, typing out line after line of code, and then hacked into the databases of the National Nuclear Energy Research Institute and major universities on nuclear energy research. Not only that, he also climbed over the wall and hacked into the nuclear research databases of the other 5 permanent members of the Security Council. The most cutting-edge research on nuclear energy is basically in the hands of the 5 permanent members of the Security Council and is one of the world's most top-secret secrets. However, what Zhongding was looking for was not information on making atomic bombs or hydrogen bombs, but information on thermonuclear fusion experimental reactors. Because the research had not yet been successful, the reactor could only be called an experimental reactor. It took him more than 2 hours to read the latest research on thermonuclear fusion experimental reactors by all relevant countries in the world. In fact, it doesn't take that much time to steal the information back, but he is not brave enough to do so, so he can only use advanced memory enhancement to force memorization. Advanced memory enhancement, the ability to remember everything you see and hear, and other memory-related abilities is as high as over 99.9%. Compared to copying the data, simply accessing it leaves fewer traces. With his current level of God-level Hacker Master, there is no trace at all. Taking a pen and paper, Zhongding closed his eyes and compared the world's latest research results on thermonuclear fusion experimental reactors with the civilian thermonuclear fusion reactor technology he had obtained. A few minutes later, he opened his eyes and scribbled a research topic on a piece of white paper: X hydrogen conjecture. He had no access to experiments, so he could only use his imagination to make guesses based on the current knowledge of high-energy physics and nuclear physics. It is naturally much easier to know the result first and then find a way to get the result. This weekend, Zhongding took a leave to go to Shanghai to participate in the KPL playoffs. This weekend, Jiangcheng RTY team has 2 games, on Saturday and Sunday night. There was no doubt that with Zhongding on board, the Jiangcheng RTY team easily won the 2 games and officially advanced to the KPL finals. Zhongding gained a lot from these 2 games, with the number of Douyin fans increasing by more than 600,000 to 700,000. He currently has more than 49 million fans on Douyin. The KPL finals will no longer be held in Shanghai, but in Wuching Esports Center on the Saturday after next. This timing was perfect for Zhongding, because the school happened to be on weekends off, and CFA Xue could also come over to watch the game in person. On Monday morning, Zhongding took the high-speed rail back to Qingyang City and returned to the classroom for classes in the afternoon. In the evening, before the evening self-study class began, the Cultural and Arts Committee member walked up to the podium and said, "Students, excuse me for interrupting you for a few minutes." The students who had been studying hard raised their heads and waited for the Arts Committee member to speak. I received a notice from the school that the school will hold a New Year's Day Gala on the evening of December 28th. Students who want to participate in the New Year's Day Gala can contact me to sign up. The registration period ends this week. The Arts Committee member stood on the podium and waited for a while, but the whole class reacted coldly. This is an inevitable result. I am now in the 3rd year of high school. Above the blackboard in the classroom is clearly written the number of days left until the college entrance examination. Who would still have the heart to participate in the cultural evening performance? In fact, the school does not have any mandatory requirements for senior high school classes to attend the party. However, the system has mandatory requirements for bells and tripods. Ding, mission released. As a male god, how can you not show your talent? Participate in the school's New Year's Day cultural evening performance and win the first prize. Mission reward, 100 points and a random draw. Mission failed, electroshock for 5 days, 3 minutes a day. After hearing the content of the task, Zhong Ding couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. Although it is an easy question, the reward is still good. But what event should I participate in? Singing? Or dancing? After the first evening self-study get out of class, Wang Ruohua came to find Zhong Ding. Under the envious gazes of everyone, Zhong Ding and Wang Ruohua left the classroom together, went down the teaching building, and walked to an empty corner with dim lights. Have you received the notice about the school's New Year's Day cultural evening? Wang Ruohua asked. Zhong Ding nodded. You won't participate, will you? Wang Ruohua asked again. Zhong Ding smiled. Why can't I participate? I must participate. Wang Ruohua had an expression of assurance and a hint of helplessness. You don't seem to want me to participate? Zhong Ding asked curiously. Wang Ruohua admitted, that's right. You are already well known in Xingyang Middle School, so there is no need to show off. Zhong Ding, pretentiousness is like the wind, always with me. Such a good opportunity and platform, do you think I can miss it? Wang Ruohua snorted. One day, you will be captured and raped by a group of women. Zhong Ding smiled and said, wow, I'm so looking forward to it. I will definitely be able to turn the tables. Wang Ruohua, shameless. Shameless. Sex maniac. Thank you for the compliment. Zhong Ding smiled even more. Wang Ruohua took a few deep breaths, barely suppressed her anger, and asked, what project are you going to participate in? Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you dare to sing, you will definitely be recognized. Many people in the school are already paying attention to your Douyin account. Well, it seems that I really can't sing. Zhong Ding thought. He didn't want to be watched by countless people every day, like a monkey in a zoo. Wang Ruohua saw Zhong Ding thinking and immediately said, the piano project is mine, you can't snatch it from me. Ha, you can't sing and you can't play the piano, so what can you show off with? She couldn't help but feel a little proud, and asked you not to be a handsome man quietly. Chapter 108. Back in the classroom, Zhong Ding stopped reading and writing novels, and racked his brain to think about what to perform at the New Year's Eve party. Unable to sing or play the piano, it seems that dancing is the only thing left. However, it is difficult for boys to perform well in solo dance, and most of them usually dance street dance. However, street dancing would damage his image as a masculine god, and might not win praise from his teachers, and he would not be able to win first prize. A skit? Stand-up comedy? Talk show? These all require a solid foundation, and he is reluctant to spend his male god points to exchange for related skills. Moreover, students are generally not very interested in language performances. After thinking hard for most of the class, Zhong Ding suddenly had a flash of inspiration and came up with a good idea. He decided to perform a set of Tai Chi sword techniques. He is proficient in authentic Tai Chi and dance. Combining the two, it is easy for him to learn a set of Tai Chi sword techniques for performance purposes. He can even make some adaptations. Zhong Ding's consciousness sank into his mind. He opened the system mall and searched around. Surprisingly, he was able to find Tai Chi swordsmanship. There is an authentic version of Tai Chi swordsmanship which requires 300 points, but the performance version of Tai Chi swordsmanship is very cheap, requiring only 10 male god points. It was only 10 points, and Zhong Ding exchanged it directly because he didn't want to waste time learning it slowly. After a dozen seconds, Zhong Ding mastered the performance version of Tai Chi swordsmanship. It has to be said that the products produced by the system must be high quality. Zhong Ding's version of Tai Chi swordsmanship is highly entertaining, combining hardness and softness, fast and slow movements, with movements and postures that are both graceful and graceful. After returning home from evening self-study, Zhong Ding turned on his computer and prepared to buy a performance sword and 2 sets of Tai Chi training clothes online. After placing an order for the performance sword, when he was about to place an order for the Tai Chi training suit, he suddenly changed his mind and felt that the Tai Chi training suit was not good-looking enough and not elegant enough. So, he turned to buy 2 sets of white men's ancient hanfu, which were beautiful, gorgeous, and elegant. After buying the ancient Hanfu, Zhongding then bought a men's ancient wig. Wearing a gorgeous and elegant ancient Chinese costume and holding a long sword, if he had a modern hairstyle, it would be a bit out of place and the effect would be discounted. A high-quality men's ancient costume wig is quite expensive, but Zhongding has no shortage of money. 3 days later, the long sword, Hanfu, and wig arrived. When Zhongding tried it on, he stood in front of the full-length mirror holding a sword and was immediately shocked by himself. I saw myself in the mirror, dressed in white as snow, with a face like Pan and elegant and graceful, with outstanding temperament, and elegant and graceful, just like the reincarnation of a handsome young man from ancient times. Oh my god, this appearance alone makes girls scream. Zhongding left the mirror, worried that if he looked at himself a few more times, he would really become a narcissist. During the break the next morning, Zhongding approached the arts committee member and expressed his intention to sign up for the New Year's Day evening party, where the performance program would be Tai Chi swordsmanship. The cultural and arts committee member was a girl, and Zhongding took the initiative to talk to her, which made her heart beat fast and her cheeks blush. However, when he learned that Zhongding was going to perform Tai Chi swordsmanship, he was still surprised. This type of performance is very rare in school cultural evenings and is usually difficult to perform successfully. Sure, it's Tai Chi swordsmanship. Please sign it up for me. Zhongding confirmed with a smile. The arts committee member said, "You can't perform directly after registering. You have to go through a preliminary selection. The elimination rate is very high, over 60%. No problem." Zhongding smiled confidently. The cultural and arts committee member's face turned even redder. A week passed, next week came, and it was time for the monthly exam again. The system task arrived as expected, and the requirement was still to get first place in the grade in the monthly exam. As for the reward, 20 points. It was an easy question, even a mosquito leg still counts as meat. Zhongding accepted it with a smile. The monthly exam is over and we have 2 days off on the weekend. On Friday night, Zhongding and Wang Ruohua took the train to Jiangqing together. It turns out that there is a high-speed train from Qingyang City to Wuchang, but there are only 2 trips, and both depart at noon. Unfortunately, the journey from Qingyang City to Wuchang takes a long time, more than 5 hours, and there is not enough time. Therefore, Zhongding had to go to Jiangchang and then take a plane to Wuchang, where he happened to meet up with Xie. At around 10 o'clock in the evening, Zhongding and Wang Ruohua finally arrived at the 4-star hotel booked in Jiangchang. The hotel was close to the airport, which made it convenient for them to catch their flight early the next morning. A ding! In the reception lobby of the hotel, Xie, who had been waiting for a long time, trotted over, opened her arms and threw herself into Zhongding's arms, then hugged Zhongding tightly, refusing to let go. "We haven't seen each other for a month. I miss her so much. Even video chatting can't relieve her homesickness." Zhongding gently hugged Xie soft body, breathing in the charming fragrance from Xie body, and a smile appeared on his handsome face. Wang Ruohua estimated that Xie would hold him for a long time and would not be willing to leave Zhongding, so she simply dragged the suitcase to the sofa next to her to rest. It's better to feed dog less food. After several minutes, under Zhongding's coaxing, Xie reluctantly left Zhongding's chest. "Huahua, I'm sorry. I was too excited just now. I didn't mean to ignore you." Xie hugged Wang Ruohua and apologized. Wang Ruohua smiled and said, "I can see that. It's okay. I'm used to it. Who asked me to have a silly and innocent girlfriend like you?" A few minutes later, Zhongding and the other 2 left the reception lobby and entered the double room that Xie had booked. "Is it convenient for the 3 of us to stay in a double room?" Zhongding asked with some hesitation. The hotel still has rooms available and they are not short of money. Xie explained, "I want to spend more time with you. Huahua doesn't dare to live in a room alone, so I don't mind, so why would you, a boy, mind?" Wang Ruohua interrupted, "It's not like we haven't lived together before." Zhongding could only nod, "Okay, I'm okay." Since the 3 of them were sharing a room, Zhongding had nothing to say. He reminded them, "It's getting late. We have to get up early tomorrow. Who will take a shower first?" He and Wang Ruohua had already had dinner on the train, so there was no need to have another one. "You," Xie and Wang Ruohua said in unison. Then, the 2 women looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. The bathroom is still made of glass and seems to be more transparent. After Zhongding went in to take a shower, the 2 women sat together, facing the direction of the bathroom, whispering in each other's ears, laughing shyly from time to time, and even blushing. 10 minutes later, Zhongding came out of the shower and it was Xie Feishue's turn to take a shower. After Xie Feishue entered the bathroom, Zhongding looked at Wang Ruohua and said, "Are you still going to stop me?" "Why should I stop you?" Wang Ruohua said calmly, "You two have hugged each other countless times anyway." Zhongding was startled, and asked a little uncomfortably, "Why did you change your personality?" Wang Ruohua rolled her eyes at Zhongding and pretended to have misheard, "I'm still a woman." As she spoke, she puffed out her chest towards Zhongding. Well, although not as big as Xie Feishue's, it also feels like it's about to tear through clothes, which is not bad. Zhongding retracted his gaze, walked to the edge of the bed closest to the bathroom and sat down so that he could enjoy watching the beauty bathing. But as soon as he sat down, Wang Ruohua sat down next to him. "What do you want to do?" Zhongding asked guiltily, his upper body subconsciously leaning to the other side. Wang Ruohua smiled and said, "Let's enjoy it together." Chapter 109. Do you think this can affect me? Zhongding said unconvinced. Wang Ruohua smiled and said, "No." Zhongding decided to ignore Wang Ruohua as long as she didn't block his view. After a while, the blurry shadow in the bathroom started taking a shower. I can see the general outline and some large-scale bathing movements, but it's still a little blurry. But that's enough. Got what I wanted. Zhongding was almost drooling at the sight. Feishue has a great figure. He couldn't help but say inwardly, full of expectations for the future. One day, he and Xie Feishue will be together naturally. Just as he was absorbed in watching and imagining a shameless life with Xie Feishue in the future, a voice suddenly rang out. "Does it look good?" Wang Ruohua leaned over and asked, almost blowing hot air into Zhongding's ear. Zhongding was frightened for a moment, retracted his gaze, and turned to look at Wang Ruohua unhappily. "What on earth do you want to do?" "I don't want to do anything, I just want to communicate." Wang Ruohua said with a smile, "I think it's beautiful." Zhongding, female pervert. Wang Ruohua smiled indifferently, "I once bathed in the same bathtub with Feishue." Zhongding. If you want to know more specific information about Feishue's physical body, I can tell you. Wang Ruohua said again. "No need." Zhongding said through gritted teeth, then he stood up, walked away from the bathroom, walked to the innermost sofa and sat down. He was no longer in the mood to appreciate it. Wang Ruohua also followed and sat down next to Zhongding. She smiled and said, "Why don't you watch it? I'll watch you take a bath later." Zhongding said angrily. Wang Ruohua's pretty face turned red. "You dare? Why shouldn't I dare?" Zhongding began to feel proud. Wang Ruohua, Feishue won't show it to you. Zhongding raised his mouth, "Who knows? Humph, since you disgust me, I will disgust you too." Wang Ruohua was annoyed. However, Zhongding was too lazy to pay attention to her and lowered his head to play with his phone. Xie Feishue finally came out of the shower. Zhongding immediately put down his phone and went to greet her, his eyes fixed on Xie Feishue. Just after taking a bath, Xie Feishue's skin was white and rosy, she was full of energy, her eyes were bright, and her body exuded a charming fragrance. Moreover, Xie Feishue was only wearing a thin nightgown, which could not hide her curvy figure at all. Being stared at by her boyfriend, Xie Feishue felt shy but also happy. She said shyly, "Huahua is watching." Zhongding came back to his senses, laughed, reached out and took Xie Feishue's soft and smooth little hand, and walked towards the bed near the sofa. "Hey, why don't you take a shower?" he urged Wang Ruohua. Of course, it was not to see Wang Ruohua's shadow taking a bath, but because Wang Ruohua was in the way. Wang Ruohua was slightly annoyed and deliberately shouted to Xie Feishue, "Feishue, he just said he wanted to peek at me taking a bath." Zhongding, you were just kidding, how dare you say that? It damages my perfect image in Feishue's mind. Xie Feishue chuckled and said, "Huahua, you know him, he's just a talker, he won't do that. Men are animals with lower bodies." After Wang Ruohua said this, she went to get her clothes and went into the bathroom to take a shower. Without the big light bulb, Zhongding immediately took Xie Feishue's fragrant, fair body into his arms. Xie Feishue did not refuse at all, and even took the initiative to kiss Zhongding. Wang Ruohua is so stupid. I have a ready-made girlfriend in my arms. Who wants to look at your blurry shadow? Before Zhongding kissed Xie Feishue passionately, a mocking thought flashed through his mind. After kissing passionately for several minutes, the two finally stopped, but still hugged each other. A ding, I'm so happy. Xie Shui murmured, her beautiful face full of happiness. Zhong Ding couldn't help but smile, I'm happier. Then, the two of them started talking sweetly to each other. Because they were sitting with their backs to the bathroom, they didn't notice when Wang Ruohua came out of the shower. Wang Ruohua looked at the backs of Zhong Ding and Xie Shui hugging each other motionlessly, and her heart was filled with disappointment. It was obvious that Zhong Ding was not even looking at her. After taking 2 deep breaths, she walked over and came to the side of Zhong Ding and Xie Shui, but the two of them hadn't noticed yet. Cough, cough. She fake coughed twice. Xie Shui woke up in shock and subconsciously left Zhong Ding's arms in a hurry, her pretty face flushed, quite shy. Zhong Ding turned his head to look at Wang Ruohua and said unhappily, "What do you want to do?" "This is my bed. I'm going to sleep. Please leave, you animal with a lower body," Wang Ruohua said coldly. When Zhong Ding wanted to refute, Xie Shui quickly advised, Ding, go to the other bed. I won't bother with you." Zhong Ding kissed concubine Xia's snow-white and plump forehead, then stood up and hummed softly as he passed in front of Wang Ruohua. Half an hour later, the three of them fell asleep and turned off the lights. Of course, Xie Shui shared a bed with Wang Ruohua, and Zhong Ding slept on another. Under the quilt, Xie Shui and Wang Ruohua hugged each other face to face and whispered in each other's ears. "Fei Shui, did that guy peek at me taking a bath?" Wang Ruohua asked in a low voice. Xie Shui wanted to say no, but she suddenly changed her mind and said jokingly, "I saw it." "Ah?" Wang Ruohua was shocked. "How could he?" Xie Shui giggled and said, "Didn't you also watch him take a bath?" "That's different," Wang Ruohua said blushing. Xie Shui deliberately asked, "Why is it different?" Wang Ruohua hesitated and said, "It's just different." Actually, he didn't. Xie Shui stopped teasing her bestie. Wang Ruohua was skeptical, "Really? What are you talking about? Speak louder, let's chat together." At this time, Zhong Ding's voice came. Wang Ruohua immediately sneered, "You are shameless. How dare you listen to our girls' private conversations?" "I'm not ashamed." Zhong Ding laughed. "Shameless, shameless. Thank you for the compliment. Stop arguing," Xie Shui advised. Then, she changed the subject and said, Ding, will you sing live after the award ceremony tomorrow night? Do you want me to sing?" Zhong Ding asked back. Xie Shui said, "I see that fans online are calling for you to sing at least one song. I heard that many music fans who are not fans of King of Glory came to watch your game." "Is that so?" Zhong Ding was a little surprised. He heard him singing in the King of Glory competition. "What kind of fans are these?" Wang Ruohua couldn't help but interrupt, "Zhong Ding, you should just sing. You love to be in the limelight, so this one time won't hurt. The song your fans most want you to sing is Mask of Youth." Xie Shui also advised, "Yes, Ding, please sing." "Okay. I'll sing." Zhong Ding did not resist. Early the next morning, Zhong Ding and his two companions took a taxi to the airport to catch their flight, and Xie Shui's two female bodyguards followed them. It takes less than 2 hours to fly from Jiangqing to Wucheng. Zhong Ding brought Xie Shui and Wang Ruohua out of Wucheng Airport, and Luo Dingguang and Coach Wushan came to meet them. When they saw Zhong Ding traveling with two top-notch girlfriends, they were filled with envy and admiration. Without wasting any time, Zhong Ding and others quickly left the airport by car and headed to the 5-star hotel provided by the authorities. Before noon, Zhong Ding and others arrived at the hotel where they were staying. Since Zhong Ding asked Luo Dingguang to book a room in advance, Xie Shui and Wang Ruohua no longer needed to stay in a double room with him. When Zhong Ding arrived, all the members of Jiangcheng RTY team greeted him in the hotel lobby. Seeing that Zhong Ding was surrounded by women on both sides and enjoying the happiness of having many wives, the members of the Jiangcheng RTY team were full of admiration. Whether it was Xie Shui or Wang Ruohua, they didn't even have the chance to meet rich girls of this level. Luo Dingguang was worried that Zhong Ding would be tired, so he arranged everything. In order to save time, he even had a sumptuous lunch delivered to Zhong Ding's room. Zhong Ding knew what Luo Dingguang was thinking and enjoyed his thoughtful arrangements with peace of mind. After having lunch with Xie Shui and Wang Ruohua, Zhong Ding took a nap to recharge his batteries for the KPL finals at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Chapter 110. In the afternoon, before 5 o'clock, the gate of Wucheng Esports Center was already crowded with people. Scalpers buy tickets at high prices and then sell them several times the price. Adding the tickets they have stockpiled before, they make a lot of money. Dingshan's fans are so rich. The scalpers couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. They know very well why the tickets for the KPL finals are being hyped up so high this time, because there are fans chasing after stars and gods. This morning, a rumor came out that Dingshan will sing a song at the awards ceremony. So, a large number of Dingshan music fans who are not fans of Honor of Kings went crazy. What? You've already increased the price fivefold. Can you make it cheaper? Wang Yubing bargained with a scalper. She failed to get tickets for the KPL finals and had to buy them from scalpers. However, these scalpers are too unscrupulous and dare to raise the prices to exorbitant levels. Although her family is wealthy, she has not yet started working, so her pocket money is unlimited. The scalper was not at all timid, and said confidently, "Beauty, if you wait a little longer, the price will increase sixfold." There is already news that Dingshan will sing at the award ceremony. Dingshan has 50 million music fans on Douyin. If you don't buy it, many people will rush to buy it. This is the only chance to hear Dingshan sing live. Wang Yubing hesitated for a moment, looking around at people who were constantly rushing to buy other scalper tickets. He was worried that if he continued to wait, the price might be driven up by more than 7 or 8 times. So, she gritted her teeth and decided to buy it. QR code. Ah, that's right. I only say so much to you because you're pretty. If it were someone else, I wouldn't bother to pay attention and it would delay my making money. The scalper laughed. After scanning the code and paying, Wang Yubing got the ticket and breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to Wang Yubinghua, who bought tickets from scalpers at 5 times the price, Xia Feishuet and Wang Ruohua got the tickets directly. Jiangcheng RTY team is the participating team. It is not only easy to get tickets for friends and family, but there are also discounts and good seats. Wang Yubing's guess was correct. In the end, the ticket price was sold for 7 or 8 times the original price. Before 6 o'clock, the auditorium of the esports center was already full and noisy, with countless spectators holding up luminous cheering boards with the words Dingshan on them. On the live broadcast platform, countless netizens logged in advance to watch, and the number of online viewers reached a new high. Many Zhongding fans who are not fans of Honor of Kings went online to watch it. At the esports center, the 2 final teams began to appear under the introduction of the commentator at the commentary desk. As Zhongding, wearing a mask shining with silver light, appeared, the scene immediately became boiling, and countless people shouted the name of Dingshan frantically. Moreover, if you look around, you can see countless glowing cheering boards of the Dingshan waving. At 6 o'clock, the KPL finals officially began. There was no suspense. Under the leadership of Zhongding, the Jiangcheng RTY team easily defeated their opponents with 4 consecutive wins. During this period, Zhongding achieved a total of 5 consecutive kills pentakills, which is very rare in KPL competitions, 3-4 consecutive extraordinary kills, and multiple triple kills. Zhongding also took the first kill in all 4 games. The audience and fans were extremely excited, their blood was boiling, and it was very enjoyable. The cheers were almost continuous, and the live broadcast platform was flooded with comments. After 7 games and 4 wins, Jiangcheng RTY team won the KPL championship. Countless people cheered wildly, countless people focused, it was the peak moment of glory. Champion dialogue. Female host, Mr. Wending, since you and your teammates won the World Championship this summer, and won the KPL Championship this season tonight, how do you feel? Zhongding, my feeling is, I am the strongest. Very arrogant words, showing off one's edge. But there is no controversy. The audience immediately shouted excitedly, Dingshan! 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 On the live broadcast platform, the barrage of comments instantly became overwhelming and dense, causing the network to freeze. The strongest man. The strongest Ding God. So arrogant, but I like it. The female host didn't expect Zhongding to be so concise, but given Zhongding's huge popularity and his absolute role in the competition, it couldn't end like this. Then, she had an idea and said, I want to ask a personal question on behalf of the audience and fans. How handsome are you? Zhongding, when you see my face, you will forget my skills. Coax. Ah. The audience was excited again, especially the female audience, who started screaming with such loud voices that they could pierce one's eardrums. On the live streaming platform, female fans were posting comments crazily. Ah, Dingshan, I want to give birth to a child for you. My heart is beating out of my chest. Dingshan, you must be the most handsome man. Love it, this is the most imaginative answer. Dingshan, from today on I am your crazy fan. The female host was also moved and her heart was pounding. Although she couldn't see Zhongding's face, his tall and straight figure and outstanding temperament made her feel strongly that Zhongding must be very handsome. She couldn't help but say, "Then you must be very handsome." The award ceremony continued, and when Zhongding received the FMVP individual trophy, the system's voice sounded as expected. "Ding, mission completed. Congratulations on getting a level 3, 1-star appearance card, 100 male god points, and a random draw." Zhongding couldn't help but smile. It was finally the champion team's free time, and countless fans and audiences in the audience shouted in unison, "Sing! Sing! Sing!" The sound was deafening and everyone could hear it clearly. On the live broadcast platform, netizens and fans were frantically posting comments, densely packed and overwhelming. "Sing! Sing! Sing!" This is the voice of the masses, so Zhongding picked up the microphone and began to sing his original song Mask of Youth. Growing up is a process of changing masks. Babies are cute and childhood is innocent. Teenagers are sometimes a little rebellious. Oh, you who are almost 18 years old. Which mask should I change? We were 18 years old. No mask needed. A cappella is a great test of the singer's singing skills and voice, especially in such a large occasion. The slightest flaw will be magnified many times. However, this situation greatly highlights Zhongding's advantages, the heavenly sound and the singer's top-notch singing skills. The audience and fans were all mesmerized by the song. Many of them knew how to sing this song, but at this moment no one sang along because it was too beautiful. On the live streaming platform, barrage comments were surprisingly rare, because almost everyone was listening attentively, enjoying the show. In the audience, Xia Feishuet and Wang Ruohua sat together. They looked up at Zhongding standing in front of the stage. Xia Feishuet's beautiful eyes were full of brilliance and her expression was obsessed. Wang Ruohua also had beautiful eyes full of brilliance, but her expression was a little complicated, and she looked confused from time to time. Finally, Zhongding finished singing Mask of Youth, and the scene erupted with countless cheers and crazy screams from the girls. On the live broadcast platform, the barrage of comments instantly became overwhelming and dense, causing the network to freeze. "It sounds so good. Dingshan, I love you. Wow, I regret not going there. I missed it. Top singing skills, divine voice, flawless, love it." However, the comment was soon replaced by a slightly different sentence. "One more. Please ask Dingshan to sing another song. Sing one more song." At the scene, the audience also shouted in unison. "Sing one more song. Sing one more song." Infected by the strong atmosphere, Xia Feishuet and Wang Ruohua couldn't help but shout, "Sing one more song." Chapter 111. Faced with numerous requests, Zhongding still refused to sing the second song. After all, this is the KPL Championship Award ceremony stage, not his personal concert, and the other members of the RTY team also need lights. Maybe I can hold a solo concert in the future. Zhongding's heart suddenly moved. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in my mind. "Ding, mission released, host, please hold a solo concert within 2 years, no less than 3 times, with no less than 30,000 listeners in each concert. Mission rewards, 1 level 5 1-star appearance card, 1,000 male god points and 3 random draws. Mission failed, electric shock for 30 days, 10 minutes a day. Level 5, 1-star appearance card, after use, appearance will increase by 1 point, and there is no restriction on use, including appearance exceeding 100 points. After hearing about the mission rewards, Zhongding couldn't help but feel full of anticipation. The mission rewards are very generous, not to mention 1,000 male god points and 3 chances to draw a lottery. The most anticipated thing is the level 5, 1-star appearance card. He once curiously browsed through all the appearance cards in the system mall, but there was no level 5 appearance card at all. The highest was only level 4 appearance card valid for appearance points below 100 points. It can be seen that the level 5 appearance card is very rare and cannot be exchanged with points. The level 5 appearance card has no restrictions on use, which means it can make his appearance score exceed 100 points. What does it mean to have a face value of over 100 points? He couldn't imagine it because it was beyond his understanding. You know, if your appearance score is over 90, you are considered handsome, and every additional point increase in appearance will have a significant effect. In the system mall, a level 3 1-star appearance card useful for those with appearance below 95 points requires 500 male god points to redeem, and a level 4 1-star appearance card requires 1,000 male god points. He thus inferred that there was another level of appearance after 95 points. I must get the level 5, 1-star appearance card. Zhong Ding said secretly. However, the task is very difficult. A concert for 30,000 people is a very large concert, at the level of a large stadium, and only singers who are very famous and popular can hold this concert. Although he has nearly 50 million fans, it is common sense that the appeal of offline fans of internet celebrities is usually very weak. Moreover, he can only sing his own songs at a solo concert, so he must create enough songs. Finally, there is only a 2-year deadline. Late at night, I left the esports center and returned to the hotel. Zhong Ding politely declined Luo Dingguang's invitation to have a party in a private room at a nightclub, as he wanted to spend more time with Xie Feishui. After taking a bath, Zhong Ding went to find Xie Feishui. Walking to the guest room where Xie Feishui stayed, he pressed the doorbell. After a while, the door opened, and then a small hand as white as jade reached out from inside and pulled him in. As soon as he entered the door, he was immediately given an eager hug. The softness and warmth of her body made him hug her tightly involuntarily. Ding, you look so handsome tonight," Xie Feishui said excitedly. Zhong Ding hugged Xie Feishui's slender waist and laughed happily. "Ah, I think so too." Xie Feishui left Zhong Ding's arms and pulled Zhong Ding into the room. Zhong Ding didn't see Wang Ruohua, so he subconsciously glanced towards the bathroom and immediately saw a blurry, curvy figure taking a bath. However, he only glanced at it and immediately looked away. Xie Feishui took Zhong Ding to sit on the edge of her bed, then hugged Zhong Ding's arm intimately and leaned her pretty little head on Zhong Ding's shoulder. Zhong Ding subconsciously glanced at his happy arm. He realized that Xie Feishui was only wearing a nightgown with nothing underneath. Ding, you sing so beautifully." Xie Feishui smiled infatuatedly. "When you sang tonight, even though you were wearing a mask, you looked really handsome and cool." Ding, when you have enough original songs, how about we hold a concert? There will certainly be many spectators, perhaps 10,000. Zhong Ding smiled and said, 10,000 people are too few. At least 30,000 will do. A concert for 30,000 people? Xie Feishui was surprised. That's something only top singers can hold. You have to have confidence in me, Zhong Ding said with a smile. This is almost a death mission. You have to do it no matter how hard you try. Otherwise, you will be electrocuted for 10 minutes a day for a month, which is worse than death. Xie Feishui responded seriously, "Well, I believe you can do it." The two continued to be affectionate for a while, when suddenly there was an obvious noise coming from the direction of the bathroom. Zhong Ding couldn't help but turn his head to look. Wang Ruohua came out of the shower, wrapped only in a white bath towel. She didn't know Zhong Ding had arrived, so the bath towel was not wrapped neatly, revealing a large area of her plump, creamy white skin. When Zhong Ding turned his head to look at her, she also noticed his presence, but her mind suddenly went blank. After being stunned for 3 or 4 seconds, she finally reacted, screamed "ah," and hurried back to the bathroom. Zhong Ding retracted his gaze, turned to look at Xie Feishui awkwardly, and said innocently, "I didn't know she was dressed like this." "I believe you," Xie Feishui said. "I didn't expect Huahua to come out so casually." At this time, Wang Ruohua's voice came from the bathroom, asking Xie Feishui to help her get her pajamas in. Xie Feishui couldn't help but smile, let go of Zhong Ding's arm, and went to get the nightgown for Wang Ruohua. A few minutes later, Wang Ruohua came out wearing a nightgown, her pretty face flushed, not sure if it was because of shyness or the hot water. She glared at Zhong Ding fiercely, but the latter just smiled and didn't take it seriously. He wouldn't feel guilty about something like this. "Why are you running here instead of going to KTV to party?" Wang Ruohua asked. Zhong Ding deliberately said, "Watch you take a bath." "You." Wang Ruohua couldn't help but get angry, her chest heaving, shameless. "Pervert." Zhong Ding smiled, "Thank you for the compliment." Xie Feishui tried to mediate, Okay, don't quarrel as soon as you meet. Let's talk about tomorrow's schedule." Then, she pouted her cute and sexy lips and said, "I don't want to rush back tomorrow." She finally met Zhong Ding, but excluding the time spent on the journey, the time she spent with Zhong Ding was too short. Zhong Ding immediately smiled and said, "Okay, let's play for a day tomorrow and go back the day after tomorrow. I don't want to just fly around and rush on the road," Wang Ruohua said. So the three of them happily decided to go back the day after tomorrow. In the middle of the night, Zhong Ding did not return to his guest room, but stayed here overnight. He slept in Xie Feishui's bed, while Xie Feishui and Wang Ruohua shared one. Lying down on the bed, smelling Xie Feishui's body fragrance lingering on the quilt, Zhong Ding slept soundly. The next morning, Zhong Ding suddenly received a call from Luo Dingguang, asking him where he was. Zhong Ding answered truthfully, and Luo Dingguang couldn't help but smile with envy. No wonder you didn't go to the nightclub last night, it turns out you had a better experience. Zhong Ding could only smile. Some things didn't need to be explained and couldn't be explained clearly. He asked, Brother Guang, what do you want to talk to me about? About the return trip. Luo Dingguang said. Zhong Ding, I'm not going back today, you don't have to wait for me. Oh, that's fine. By the way, if you continue to live here, you have to pay for the room yourself. The government no longer provides accommodation. New. At around 9 o'clock in the morning, Zhong Ding, Xia Feishuet and Wang Ruohua took a taxi to leave the hotel and go to visit several famous attractions in Wuchang, such as the Yellow Crane Tower. After a day of happy fun, they flew back to Jiangqing the next day. Zhong Ding and Wang Ruohua did not stay in Jiangcheng, but took the train back to Qingyang City. Chapter 112. Zhong Ding and Wang Ruohua returned to Qingyang City in the afternoon, and Zhong Ding went to school in the evening. I sat down at my seat. There were 4 test papers on the table, pressed down by a book. Zhong Ding picked them up and saw that they were all his monthly examination papers, all of which had full marks. Ding, mission accomplished. Congratulations on getting 20 male god points. The system voice sounded in my mind. Since I got full marks, I am naturally the first in the grade. There is no need to look at the grade ranking list. Zhong Ding opened the drawer again, and it was almost filled with love letters. After putting away the love letters, he took out a pen and manuscript paper and started writing his novel. After evening self-study, Zhong Ding returned home, entered the study, turned on the computer and typed the manuscript he had written during the evening self-study. Crackling, crackling. 10 fingers turned into afterimages, tapping the keyboard keys rapidly. It was just typing, which was much faster than writing. He finished the manuscript in half an hour. Finally, he opened the author's backend of Dishu Novel Network to check the data. With more than 60,000 high-end orders and an average order of just over 20,000, the total number of paying fans is estimated to be more than 80,000. This is a good result, but it is far from the 200,000 paying fans required by the task. Recently, the growth rate of high orders of My Leisurely Life in Ancient Times has become flat, that is, the growth rate of new paying fans has slowed down. If there were no other factors, the final number of paying fans of My Leisurely Life in Ancient Times would be estimated to be just over 100,000. Alas, we still have to find a way from Douyin fans. Zhong Ding said with a wry smile. His frequent updates have indeed allowed him to top the best-selling list on the Dishu Chinese website, but this does not make him the author with the most paying fans. He thought, but we can't be impatient. The time is not right yet, and the fan stickiness on Douyin is not enough. I have to use my ultimate move, play a divine song from another world. He has a total of 2 divine songs from other worlds, both of which were obtained through system lotteries. At this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. Zhong Ding came back to his senses, picked up his phone and looked at the caller ID. It was Aunt Jiang. So he immediately answered the phone. Aunt Jiang, good evening. He called with a respectful and affectionate smile. Jiang Ruyua's gentle and pleasant voice came from the phone. Xiao Ding, are you asleep? Not yet. Zhong Ding replied. Jiang Ruyue, come to my house for dinner after school tomorrow afternoon. I have something I want to talk to you about. Zhong Ding smiled and said, okay. Go to bed early, don't stay up late and hurt your rest. New. Good night. Good night, Aunt Jiang. After ending the call, Zhong Dingwei wondered what Aunt Jiang wanted to talk to him about. He guessed that it was about him and Wang Ruohua leaving Qingyang City for the weekend and returning on Monday. Putting aside the matter of going to Aunt Jiang's house for dinner tomorrow evening for the time being, Zhong Ding began to concentrate in his mind, finding the 2 divine songs from another world in the virtual space, and then choosing one of them. In 2 or 3 minutes, Zhong Ding wrote a piece of music on a blank piece of paper. He didn't write the relevant lyrics. Music is universal and has no boundaries, but that doesn't mean there are no barriers in the lyrics. At least he only understood about 70% of the song from the otherworldly divine song. He knew that it was about the struggle against fate, including the struggle for personal fate as well as the struggle for the fate of the country and ethnic group. So, he simply wrote the lyrics himself. However, before writing the lyrics, Zhong Ding sat in front of the piano with the divine song from another world and began to play it. This divine song from another world has a somewhat strange style, with a majestic melody and an alternation of sadness and passion, filling one's mind with pictures. As Zhong Ding played the music, he couldn't help but fall into the artistic conception of the divine song from another world. A majestic struggle for fate rose up in his heart, sometimes his blood boiled, sometimes he shed tears of sorrow. The range of the divine comedy from another world is very wide, spanning 4 octaves. It is obscure when low and soars into the sky when high. Divine comedy from another world is slightly longer, at over 6 minutes. When Zhong Ding finished playing the divine song from another world, his soul could not calm down for a long time. When he wiped his face again, it was full of tears. This lyric is difficult to write, so I borrowed from the original lyrics. Zhong Ding pondered. However, he didn't have any good inspiration for the time being and couldn't start writing. The next morning, after the first class, the arts committee member walked up to Zhong Ding and said, "Zhong Ding, this Saturday night, the preliminary selection of the New Year's Day Arts Evening program will be held on the 2nd floor above the school cafeteria. Your show is scheduled for the 21st, around 9:20 p.m. You must be prepared and report before 9 o'clock. You cannot be late, otherwise you will be considered to have forfeited." "I understand. Thank you." Zhong Ding nodded in response. The Cultural and Arts Committee member blushed slightly. "You're welcome. You have to work hard. I will cheer you on Saturday night." "Thank you so much," Zhong Ding said with a smile. After the 7th get out of class in the afternoon, Wang Ruohua came to see me. However, this time they did not leave the teaching building, but talked directly in the corridor. "My mother called you, right?" Wang Ruohua asked. Zhong Ding nodded, "Yes, and asked me to go to your house for dinner tonight. After school at 5 o'clock, come with me to my house by bus," Wang Ruohua said. Zhong Ding, "Okay, no problem." The next moment, Wang Ruohua took 2 steps closer to Zhong Ding. Zhong Ding subconsciously took a step back and asked, "What do you want to do?" Wang Ruohua was somewhat shocked and said through gritted teeth, "Pretend to be a couple." The next moment, she took another step closer, and Zhong Ding naturally could not hide. Just when he thought Wang Ruohua was going to reach out and hug him, Zhong Ding suddenly felt a pain in the sole of his left foot. He was unexpectedly attacked and stepped on by Wang Ruohua. "Ah!" Zhong Ding screamed in pain, retracted his feet and jumped a few times. Wang Ruohua smiled proudly and said, "Sorry, I stepped on you by accident." "Ah Ding, you won't dislike me because of this, right?" Finally, a sneak attack was successful. "No." Zhong Ding forced a smile, "I'm not that stingy." Although the students in the corridor didn't get close, they were not far away and were all watching. "Yeah, I knew it. I'm going back now. See you after school." Wang Ruohua laughed, then turned around and left with light steps. At around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhong Ding met Wang Ruohua at the school gate, and then got into a black Audi A6 with Wang Ruohua that was picking her up from school. Arriving at Wang Ruohua's villa and entering the first-floor hall, Wang Ruohua shouted directly, "Mom, I'm back." Zhong Ding saw Aunt Zhang preparing dishes and chopsticks for dinner in the restaurant, so he walked over and said, "Aunt Zhang, I'm here. Xiao Ding, go wash your hands and prepare for dinner." Zhang Ruyue glanced at Zhong Ding and said softly. A few minutes later, Zhang Ruyue, Zhong Ding and Wang Ruohua sat at the dinner table and ate together. Zhang Ruyue still put food into Zhong Ding's bowl as usual, asking him to eat more. After dinner, we moved to the living room on the 2nd floor. Wang Ruohua wanted to go back to her room, but Zhang Ruyue stopped her and even asked her to sit next to Zhong Ding. Zhang Ruyue looked at Zhong Ding, then at Wang Ruohua, then returned her gaze to Zhong Ding and asked, "I heard that you two are in love?" Chapter 113. Wang Ruohua lowered her pretty face, and Zhong Ding was calm, neither surprised nor panicked. With the power of the Wang family, there are basically no secrets as long as Zhang Ruyue is concerned about it. Zhong Ding shook his head and said, "No, Sister Huahua and I are pretending." He would not lie to Zhang Ruyue about this kind of thing. Pretending? The faint smile on Zhang Ruyue's beautiful face froze and her brows wrinkled slightly. Zhong Ding nodded and said, "Because too many girls at school have confessed their love to me, Sister Huahua and I pretended to be a couple to avoid being harassed." "Huahua, is that so?" Zhang Ruyue turned to Wang Ruohua with a stern look in her eyes. Wang Ruohua nodded. Zhang Ruyue turned her gaze back to Zhong Ding. "So, you and CFA Xue are still together?" "Well, we have always been together and we have a good relationship," Zhong Ding said truthfully. "You guys?" Zhang Ruyue was a little angry. She had always thought that Zhong Ding and her daughter got together after CFA Xue transferred to Jiangcheng, but she didn't expect it to be like this. She had a talk with Zhong Ding tonight, but the main point was not this, but to let Zhong Ding and Wang Ruohua be careful and not delay their studies. Unexpectedly, their relationship was fake, leaving her disappointed. Zhong Ding quickly said, "I'm sorry, Aunt Jiang." Zhang Ruiyue sighed softly and calmed down. She said, "I called you together to talk today because you've been playing a little too much lately. You're in your third year of high school now, so you need to study hard. Especially Huahua, if you don't study hard, you might not even get to read a book." "I know. Wang Ruohua, Mom." Zhong Ding also said, "Aunt Jiang, we will correct it." Zhang Ruiyue nodded. She raised her wrist and checked the time on her watch. "It's getting late, Xiao Ding, you should go to school." "Goodbye, Aunt Jiang." Zhong Ding stood up, said to Zhang Ruiyue, and then left. After Zhong Ding left, Zhang Ruiyue stared at Wang Ruohua without saying anything. Wang Ruohua felt guilty and frightened when she was looked at. She lowered her head, pinching the corner of her clothes with her delicate hands, feeling very uneasy. Zhang Ruiyue suddenly sighed, stood up and sat down next to Wang Ruohua, reaching out and holding Wang Ruohua's little head in her arms. Wang Ruohua suddenly couldn't help crying, "Wow! Mom, I don't want to, woo." She choked and sobbed, crying very sadly. Zhang Ruiyue's beautiful eyes were a little moist, and she comforted him, "Mom knows, I didn't criticize you. Be good, don't cry." Wang Ruohua cried for 7 or 8 minutes before she stopped and raised her pretty face from Zhang Ruiyue's soft arms. Zhang Ruiyue used her hands to tenderly help Wang Ruohua straighten her messy lipstick, making Wang Ruohua's face look beautiful again. "Who came up with this idea?" she asked. Wang Ruohua didn't say anything. Zhang Ruiyue guessed, "Is it Xie Feishue?" Wang Ruohua was slightly surprised that her mother had guessed it. She thought her mother had mistakenly thought it was Zhong Ding. After all, Zhong Ding's words just now were intended to mislead her mother. When Zhang Ruiyue saw Wang Ruohua's reaction, she immediately knew that she was right. "You're so stupid." Zhang Ruiyue tapped her daughter's head, feeling a little disappointed. "You're usually quite smart, why don't you have any ideas at the critical moment?" "I'm sorry, Mom," Wang Ruohua said with her head down. Zhang Ruiyue thought for a moment and said, "Since you are pretending, just keep pretending." Wang Ruohua looked at her mother in surprise. The latter sent her away, "Go take a shower, be careful not to be late." Wang Ruohua had no choice but to take a shower, her heart full of doubts. In the evening, after the first evening self-study session, Zhong Ding went to Wang Ruohua's class to find Wang Ruohua. Wang Ruohua did not leave the classroom during the break, and Zhong Ding stood outside the window calling her. His shouting immediately attracted the attention of Wang Ruohua's entire class. Wang Ruohua didn't expect Zhong Ding to come to her on his own initiative, so she went out immediately. However, she noticed that all the girls in the class looked at her with envy. Although she is the school belle, Zhong Ding is much more famous and popular than her. "What do you want from me?" Wang Ruohua walked up to Zhong Ding and asked. Zhong Ding looked around and saw that almost everyone was looking over here, so he said, "Let's talk somewhere else." So he left with Wang Ruohua. He went downstairs and stopped in a dimly lit, deserted corner. "What did Aunt Jiang say to you after I left?" Zhong Ding looked at Wang Ruohua and asked. Although Aunt Jiang did not criticize him for pretending to be a couple, she did not forgive him either. As he walked out of the villa, he couldn't help thinking that Wang Ruohua and he pretending to be a couple actually hurt Wang Ruohua quite a lot. A girl has a love history that is not true but known to everyone in the school, and her reputation suffers. Girls with a background like Wang Ruohua will most likely find someone of equal social status when they get married. Wang Ruohua's well-known love history will undoubtedly deduct points from her. As Wang Ruohua's mother, Aunt Jiang couldn't possibly take it lightly. Wang Ruohua pretended nothing happened and said, "No." Zhong Ding looked at Wang Ruohua in disbelief, and the latter said, "She just told me to take a shower and go to school." Zhong Ding was half believing. He pondered for a moment and said, "How about we stop pretending?" "Ha, it seems that I have really affected your world of pleasure." Wang Ruohua sneered sarcastically. "Zhong Ding, you know it's not. Are you going to let the whole school know that you dumped me to satisfy your vanity?" Wang Ruohua continued to sneer. Zhong Ding was slightly stunned. He had not considered it carefully enough. "So what should we do?" he asked. Wang Ruohua said, "Just keep going until the end of the college entrance examination." Zhong Ding nodded thoughtfully, "This is the only way." "Sorry, I didn't think this through." "It's none of your business." Wang Ruohua snorted. The two of them looked at each other in silence for a while, and Wang Ruohua said, "If there is nothing else, let's go back to the classroom." "Yeah," Zhong Ding replied. Then, the two walked towards the teaching building. Wang Ruohua secretly bit her soft lower lip and reached out to gently hold Zhong Ding's arm. Zhong Ding didn't refuse, they just pretended to be a couple. The two of them walked all the way to the floor where their classroom was located before Wang Ruohua let go of Zhong Ding's arm. Zhong Ding was a little busy for the rest of the time. He has to write songs for the divine songs from another world, and also find time to practice Tai Chi swordsmanship. Although he is proficient in Tai Chi swordsmanship, he still needs to practice several times before problems arise when he actually performs on stage. Of course, he did not stop writing novels and teaching himself high-energy physics and nuclear physics. He has already chosen the topic for his thesis, but he still needs to fill in the gaps with solid knowledge to avoid making mistakes in front of real experts. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, it's time for the preliminary round of the New Year's Day Gala on Saturday night. Zhong Ding was confident in himself, so he was not fully armed, but only wore a loose white robe and carried a long sword. When he arrived at the second floor above the school cafeteria, the preliminary selection for the New Year's Day Gala had been going on for more than 2 hours. The school requires all classes in the first and second grades of high school to perform a program, plus a portion of the programs for the third grade, totaling more than 30 programs. The preliminary selection is to select the best 12 programs from these 30 or so programs, and the competition is fierce. Zhong Ding, the Cultural and Arts Committee member, came forward excitedly, followed by several female classmates from the class. The female classmates also looked at Zhong Ding with excitement. When Zhong Ding signed up, he asked the Arts Committee member not to make his name public for the time being, so almost no one in the class knew that he was participating in the New Year's Day Arts Evening. Zhong Ding raised his lips slightly and responded, "Good evening, ladies." The Arts Committee member blushed slightly and said, "Zhong Ding, I'll take you to register." "Yes, thank you," Zhong Ding replied, and then followed the Cultural and Arts Committee member to report. On the way, he couldn't help but look up and take a look at the entire venue. He saw that the huge venue was almost full of people, at least 700 or 800 people. "You know, we still have evening self-study classes tonight, and except for the students who are participating in the performance, the others who come here are basically skipping classes." Zhong Ding reported in smoothly and handed in the USB flash drive with the background music of Tai Chi swordsmanship copied on it. Chapter 114. Bells and Tripods? A soft and pleasant voice came with a tone of doubt. Zhong Ding shifted his gaze from the stage in front of him and turned around to see a girl who looked like the heroine in a costume TV drama standing in front of him. It was Jiang Yi. She was wearing ancient Chinese costume, with her long hair tied up and a headdress. She was tall and slender, with a waist that could just be held in one hand. She had a pretty face, big, bright eyes, and a gentle, bookish temperament. "Jiang Yi, are you also participating in the performance?" Zhong Ding was also a little surprised. Jiang Yi smiled and said, "Yes. There is a dance program in the class. What about you? What are you going to perform with the sword?" She participated in theatrical performances under the influence of Zhong Ding. Zhong Ding is not only good at studying, but also very good at playing basketball, so she doesn't want to be a nerd anymore. When the class was preparing to rehearse a dance program, she took the initiative to sign up. "Sword dancing," Zhong Ding said. Jiang Yi looked up at Zhong Ding with admiration in her eyes. "Wow, so amazing. You have to be good, otherwise how can you be embarrassed to go on stage and make a fool of yourself?" Zhong Ding said with a smile. Then he praised, "You look very good in ancient costume." "Really? Thank you for the compliment." Jiang Yi couldn't help but smile with her beautiful eyes, her pretty face slightly red. After chatting for about 6 or 7 minutes, Jiang Yi walked away because her class's performance was about to begin. 10 minutes later, Zhong Ding saw the dance show that Jiang Yi was performing, which was an ancient-style dance that was popular on the internet. There were more than a dozen men and women, but Jiang Yi clearly stood out from the crowd and attracted everyone's attention. Moreover, Jiang Yi obviously has some dancing skills. This is not surprising, as girls are basically sent to dance classes by their families during kindergarten and elementary school. 7 or 8 minutes later, Jiang Yi returned to Zhong Ding and asked, "How was our class's dance?" "It's quite outstanding, especially the clothing," Zhong Ding said. Jiang Yi's pretty face, which was as big as a palm, suddenly fell, "So I danced badly, and you praised the clothes." Zhong Ding laughed, "Don't be so pessimistic, as long as you dance better than other programs of the same kind, you can qualify. He is proficient in dancing, so he has high standards. In his eyes, the program of Zhang Yi's class is indeed not that good, but that does not mean it is not better than other dance programs. 10 minutes later, the host prompted the 21st program Tai Chi Swordsmanship to go backstage to prepare. Zhong Ding said hello to Zhang Yi, the Cultural and Arts Committee member and others, and went backstage. A few minutes later, the host announced, "Next, please welcome Zhong Ding from Class 3-5 to perform Tai Chi Swordsmanship. Please give him a round of applause." Pa pa pa. Applause immediately broke out, and many people began to ask questions among themselves. Is it Zhong Ding's show? I seem to hear it was a bell or tripod. Wow, Zhong Ding's show, I'm really looking forward to it. The stage lights dimmed, and the elegant and melodious sound of the guzheng sounded, which suddenly reduced the volume of people's whispers. When the stage lights came on again, Zhong Ding was already standing in the center of the stage dressed in white, holding a sword, looking handsome and elegant with an outstanding temperament. Afterwards, Zhong Ding began to perform Tai Chi sword art, which included movement and stillness, slowness and speed, hardness and softness. His movements were crisp, graceful and elegant, and his movements were graceful and very entertaining to watch. Everyone was tired of dancing, singing and skits, and suddenly the completely different Tai Chi swordsmanship appeared, giving them an immediate refreshing feeling. What's more, the performer is Zhong Ding. For a moment, everyone's attention was attracted by Zhong Ding's figure and they watched attentively. The judges nodded frequently as they watched the performance. Zhong Ding's performance of Tai Chi swordsmanship was good enough for a TV show. The only shortcoming was the costumes, which were a bit casual. He should have worn a set of Tai Chi training clothes. Little did he know that Zhong Ding found it troublesome and was too lazy to wear the wide-sleeved long hanfu robe or the ancient wig in the preliminary election. 3 or 4 minutes later, Zhong Ding's performance of Tai Chi swordsmanship ended, and there was immediate and warm thunderous applause from the audience, with some even shouting and cheering. When Zhong Ding came down from the stage, the arts committee member and several other girls came up to greet him excitedly. Zhang Yi and several of her companions also came up to greet him. "Zhong Ding, your Tai Chi swordsmanship is so beautiful." The girls, including the Cultural and Arts Committee member, said excitedly, with admiring and worshipful eyes. Zhong Ding raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "If you think it looks good, it means it will definitely pass the preliminary selection." "Zhong Ding, do you really know Tai Chi swordsmanship?" Zhang Yi asked curiously. The other girls immediately listened attentively. "Zhong Ding, this is a dance technique, not real." While we were talking, girls and boys kept coming over. Zhong Ding noticed the situation and left quickly. That night, the rumor spread throughout the school that Zhong Ding knew martial arts and Tai Chi swordsmanship, and many people believed it. There is relatively little news about Zhong Ding's participation in the New Year's Day Gala. It's a false rumor. After the third class, Wang Ruohua came to Zhong Ding and asked him about Tai Chi swordsmanship. Wang Ruohua also participated in the preliminary selection last night, but her program was very early and was ranked 5th. She left after her performance because she had to direct people to move her piano, so she did not stay to wait for Zhong Ding's program. "I didn't expect you to perform swordsmanship." Wang Ruohua looked at Zhong Ding with some admiration. She heard that Zhong Ding's performance of Tai Chi swordsmanship was very interesting. Zhong Ding pretended to smile smugly. "Are you shocked and in awe?" "It's just being cheap." Wang Ruohua also pretended to be disdainful. In the 4th class, Zhong Ding received a notice that his Tai Chi swordsmanship had passed the preliminary round, and the judges also suggested that he quickly buy a set of white Tai Chi training clothes. Passing the primary election was expected, and there was no surprise for Zhong Ding. "After school at noon, we have half a day off." Zhong Ding didn't go anywhere at home, he just wrote lyrics for the divine song from another world. So far, he has written 9 different versions of the lyrics. The artistic conception of that divine song from another world is so lofty that it is very difficult to write lyrics to match it. At about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhong Ding finally wrote lyrics that he was basically satisfied with. So far, he had written a total of 12 versions of the lyrics. The title of the song Divine Comedy from Another World was decided to be Big Wind. After the lyrics are written, the next step is to arrange the music. Zhong Ding has proficient skills in composing music, and composing music is relatively easy. However, Zhong Ding also faced problems when composing the music. The divine music from another world is so grand that a piano alone cannot do the job. To complete the arrangement, other instruments are needed. This was a bit of a dilemma for him, and he had to find a relatively professional musical instrument team. It's basically impossible to find it in Xinjiang City, you have to go to Jiangcheng. Zhongding finally made two preparations and wrote two sets of arrangements, one with pure piano accompaniment, and the other with a complete arrangement using multiple instruments. It seems I have to go to Jiangcheng on New Year's Day. It's a good time to go see Fei Xue, he thought. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye it is next Thursday, December 28th, when the school will officially hold a grand New Year's Day cultural evening. Chapter 115. In the evening, before 7:30, all the teachers and students in the school brought small stools and sat neatly in the playground according to their grade in class. The stage is exquisitely decorated and the lighting is gorgeous, but the most important thing is the two huge spliced LCD screens standing on each side of the stage. These two spliced LCD screens, which are 4 meters high and more than 6 meters wide, magnify everything on the stage and allow all teachers and students to see it clearly, even clearer than sitting in the front row and watching the real person. Behind the stage, Zhongding and Wang Ruohua stood together and chatted. Zhongding has finished his makeup and dressing up. He is wearing a long robe with wide sleeves, a flowing, gorgeous white men's hanfu, a well-made ancient wig on his head, a long sword with a scabbard in his hand, and a jade pendant on his waist. His face is as jade-like as a crown, his eyes are like stars, his eyebrows are like swords, his nose is tall and straight, his lips are red and his teeth are white. His figure is tall and straight, and he has an imposing bearing, like a jade tree standing in the wind. His temperament is outstanding and he is elegant and refined, just like the reincarnation of a handsome young man from ancient times. Wang Ruohua was used to seeing Zhongding, but at this moment her eyes kept moving around Zhongding's handsome face and body. Her beautiful eyes were full of water, and her voice was more gentle than ever before. Almost everyone around couldn't help but stare at Zhongding, including all the girls and many boys. Zhongding's outfit looked so good, and coupled with his own aura, he looked stunning, as if he was a genuine immortal who had descended from the fairyland. The girls stared at Zhongding intently. If Zhongding's girlfriend had not been there, they would have surrounded Zhongding. Zhang Yi could only stand not far away and stare at Zhongding. Although she was familiar with Zhongding, his girlfriend was present. Zhongding's program was ranked 6th, a little bit in the front middle. It was the best time when all the teachers and students in the school were fully into watching the evening show. It's not that Zhongding is lucky, but Zhongding's fame and strength made the teacher in charge of arranging the program arrange it this way. Today, Zhongding's reputation is truly well known in Qingyang Middle School, not only among students but also among teachers. Next, let's invite Zhongding from Class 3-5 to perform Tai Chi swordsmanship. Please give him a round of applause. When the host read the introduction, he pronounced the words Zhongding clearly and paused for a moment. Coax. Under the stage, a thunderous cheer and warm applause rang out, and the students who had seen the Zhongding preliminary selection last Saturday couldn't help but cheer loudly. Last time, they had a very deep memory of Zhongding's performance of Tai Chi swordsmanship, and their biggest anticipation tonight was Zhongding's show. In addition to the students who watched Zhongding's preliminary performance, many other students applauded vigorously because of the two words Zhongding and were full of anticipation. Zhongding, a top student who skipped a grade, got full marks in every subject, was extremely good at basketball, and was handsome with outstanding temperament. He can no longer be described as the school idol, he must be called a male god. The girls in particular all screamed. The stage lights dimmed and the sound of the guzheng strings rang out, elegant and melodious, cleansing the soul. When the stage lights came on again, Zhongding was already standing in the center of the stage with a sword in hand and his back to the audience. His back was tall and straight, and he wore a silver crown on his head, with his long hair draped over his shoulders, and a white robe as white as snow. He had an outstanding temperament, and looked like an ancient young man with his back to the audience. Wow! Below the stage, countless students couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, saying that just the back view was so cool. The next moment, Zhongding turned around, faced the audience, and revealed his face. Since Zhongding was a one-man show, the stage camera not only focused entirely on Zhongding, but also zoomed in. The huge liquid crystal screens on both sides of the stage fully displayed the appearance of Zhongding as if he were a handsome and elegant young man in ancient times. For a moment, everyone on the stage could see it clearly. Wow! Ah! Countless people couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, and many girls couldn't help but scream. Before the exclamations and screams had died down, Zhongding began to perform Tai Chi swordsmanship. His swordsmanship perfectly combined movement and stillness, slowness and speed, hardness and softness. His movements were crisp and neat, elegant and refined, his figure was graceful, his temperament was outstanding. Coupled with his handsome appearance and gorgeous ancient costume, he looked like a sword immortal from heaven. Everyone was stunned, including those who watched the Zhongding primary last Saturday. The man on the street is as beautiful as jade, and he is unparalleled in the world. This line of poetry pops up in the minds of many girls. After more than 4 minutes, Zhong Ding's performance of Tai Chi swordsmanship ended. He put away his sword, saluted gracefully with his fists clasped, and then left the stage. Under the stage, the students came to their senses and were instantly completely excited, erupting into deafening cheers and applause, with countless girls screaming at the top of their lungs. Zhong Ding himself has a dazzling aura, is handsome, and has an outstanding temperament. Many girls in the school regard him as their dream lover. And now Zhong Ding's performance has pushed his image to the peak. How could those girls who admired him not be extremely excited? The deafening cheers and ear-piercing screams continued, and suddenly there were several riots. One girl even fainted on the spot because she was so excited. When the accident occurred, the school leaders reacted immediately, using a loudspeaker to ask everyone to be quiet, and then sent people to carry the unconscious girl away and quickly send her to the hospital. A total of 4 girls fainted. The New Year's Day evening party had to be interrupted for 7 or 8 minutes. All the teachers and students in the school were shocked to see someone fainted because of the bell. Isn't this kind of situation something that only happens when top stars hold concerts? For a moment, everyone could not help but be filled with amazement and admiration for Zhong Ding. It turned out that Zhong Ding's charm was so powerful. Zhong Ding didn't expect that he could make people so excited that they fainted. It's really unbelievable. This made him a little afraid to go back to sit with his class under the stage. Zhong Ding, I want you to perform for me once this weekend with your original makeup, Wang Ruohua said in a rather fierce tone. Damn it! She couldn't even see with her own eyes a performance that was so good it could make anyone faint from excitement. But I am his girlfriend. Zhong Ding raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, call me brother first. Brother. Wang Ruohua called immediately. But as soon as she finished shouting, her pretty face turned red with embarrassment. Zhong Ding couldn't help but be stunned. Wang Ruohua actually screamed. Is this still Wang Ruohua? A few meters away, Zhang Yi watched Zhong Ding and Wang Ruohua flirting with each other in a trance. She could imagine that Zhong Ding's performance tonight must be amazing. But I couldn't watch it because I was in the background. The next morning when he went to school, Zhong Ding walked to his seat and found that the desk was filled with love letters from girls, which exuded the scent of roses. He opened the drawer, which was filled with love letters. The love letters were placed on the table because they could not be stuffed in. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving love letters from 1,000 girls. 1,000 male god points as a reward. The system's voice sounded in Zhong Ding's mind. Chapter 116. Hearing the system's prompt, Zhong Ding couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't expect that he could actually receive love letters from 1,000 girls at Qingyang Middle School. 1,000 male god points can be exchanged for 2 level 3, 1-star appearance cards or temperament cards. Brother Ding, you were so handsome and cool last night. Wei Qinghua, his deskmate, said with envy, and he couldn't help but look at Zhong Ding with a bit of admiration. He couldn't help but think to himself, I wish I were 1/10 as popular with girls as Brother Ding. Among them, because he was Zhong Ding's deskmate, girls often came to talk to him and asked about Zhong Ding's hobbies. The male classmates around him looked at Zhong Ding with envy and even admiration as he sorted through the pile of love letters. Zhong Ding came back to his senses and said half-jokingly, can I say that I am actually very low-key? This is the truth. His Douyin account, his identity as an esports player, and his identity as an online writer were all kept hidden and not known to people in real life. No. Wei Chunbo said immediately. Zhong Ding laughed and continued to sort the pile of love letters. It is definitely not an option to just throw it away. It is not in line with his character and will also damage his reputation. He can only take it home and deal with it. As he sorted out the love letters, his mind couldn't help but recall what happened after last night's cultural evening. Last night, he finally did not leave the backstage of the stage, but went down to sit with his classmates. If he shows up again dressed like this, he will definitely attract a lot of attention. The school waited until all the performances were finished before starting to award prizes. The awards started with the third prize and ended with the first prize. The first prize winners, the host announced excitedly as he stood on the stage, are Zhong Ding from Class 3-5 for his performance of Tai Chi swordsmanship, and Wang Ruohua from Class 3-3 for her piano performance of Girl's Prayer. As Zhong Ding's name was read out, the audience immediately cheered so loudly that the host's subsequent words could hardly be heard. Give a round of applause to welcome the 2 students to the stage to receive their awards. Please invite our beloved Vice President Zhao Rongquan to present the awards to them. In the background, the system's voice sounded in Zhong Ding's mind as expected. Ding, the New Year's Day gala mission is completed. Congratulations on getting 100 points and a random draw. Zhong Ding couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. At this time, Wang Ruohua touched his arm with her shoulder and said, "Let's go out and receive the award." Yeah. Zhong Ding nodded and walked from the backstage to the stage with Wang Ruohua. As he and Wang Ruohua walked out together, the golden boy and jade girl, the atmosphere below the stage became even more excited. There were not only applause and cheers, but also countless eardrum-piercing screams from girls and whistles from boys. In fact, Wang Ruohua is also very eye-catching tonight. She is very beautiful and has a noble temperament. Tonight she also came out with full makeup, wearing a gorgeous and expensive lotus-colored princess dress. Her pretty face was delicately made up, and a line of silver sequins was pasted along her curved eyebrows. Her long hair was combed into an intricate and gorgeous hairstyle. Her snow-white neck was as graceful as a white swan's neck, her shoulders were as sharp as a knife, and her arms were as white as lotus roots. But when she stood next to Zhong Ding at this moment, her brilliance was overshadowed by Zhong Ding. Although Zhong Ding was no longer holding the sword, he looked extremely good in ancient costume, with sword-like eyebrows, bright eyes, red lips and white teeth, and a handsome appearance. He was outstanding and looked like a graceful young man who had traveled through time from ancient times. The students under the stage were all full of envy for Wang Ruohua. Zhong Ding and Wang Ruohua stood side by side in the center of the stage, facing the front with smiles on their faces. "Zhong Ding, I love you." Suddenly, a girl shouted excitedly. The shout attracted countless people to turn their heads and look in the direction of the sound. However, before everyone could see clearly which girl was shouting out her love in public, 2 or 3 other girls shouted excitedly at almost the same time, "I love you, Zhong Ding." As if they were infected, many girls started shouting excitedly, "Zhong Ding, I like you." Vice Principal Zhao walked onto the stage and quickly took the microphone from the host and said, "Students, please be quiet. This is a school." The girls' frantic shouting and confession of love finally stopped after the vice principal spoke personally. The awards ceremony continues. When Vice President Zhao handed the first prize certificate and trophy to Zhong Ding, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "You are a freak, so amazing." He is the best in studying and playing basketball, and even his artistic performances are amazing. If there was a special prize, the award would have to be given to Zhong Ding. The level of Tai Chi swordsmanship performed by Zhong Ding tonight was far superior to other programs, and only Wang Ruohua's piano performance was barely worth mentioning. "Thank you, Vice President Zhao, for the compliment," Zhong Ding said with a calm smile. He is already very familiar with Vice President Zhao. "Don't be too arrogant or impatient. The whole school is expecting you to bring back the provincial top scorer next year." Vice Principal Zhao reached out and patted Zhong Ding on the shoulder, full of anticipation. Zhong Ding nodded, "Definitely." After the award ceremony, Zhong Ding returned to the backstage and quickly took off his wig. When he was about to take off his ancient Chinese costume, he found many girls rushing towards the backstage, and he was so scared that he left quickly. He only had time to say to Wang Ruohua, "I'm leaving first." Wang Ruohua looked at Zhong Ding's back as he fled in a panic, not knowing whether to laugh or make any other expression. "Damn it, this guy sold out again tonight. Can't you just be a handsome man quietly? Just wear some ancient costumes or something indoors and show it to me." During the next day, many girls from other classes came during breaks, some to give Zhong Ding love letters, some just to watch Zhong Ding. His appearance in ancient costume last night had a huge impact. After the first self-study class in the evening, Wang Ruohua came to find Zhong Ding. The two of them went down the teaching building together and went to a dimly lit, deserted corner to talk. "Are you very proud today?" Wang Ruohua asked. Zhong Ding raised the corner of his mouth and laughed deliberately, "Hee, you are right." Wang Ruohua snorted softly and muttered to herself, "Bitch." "What did you say?" Zhong Ding asked. "No, nothing." Wang Ruohua said quickly, and changed the subject, "Tomorrow night is a holiday, and there is a party tonight. You can come with me." Zhong Ding asked, "What party?" "It's just a gathering of good friends." Wang Ruohua said vaguely, and then added with a pleading tone, "You and I pretended to be a couple, and the good friends at the party strongly requested that I bring you along." "Okay, I'll join in." Zhong Ding nodded and didn't tease Wang Ruohua about this matter. How to say this matter of face? The more upper class the circle, the more they care about face in the circle. Although he is not recognized by the Zhong family, he is probably aware of these things. If he refused to attend, Wang Ruohua would definitely lose face and would probably have to pretend that she had something urgent to attend. Wang Ruohua was delighted to see that Zhong Ding agreed so easily. "Thank you, Zhong Ding." As she spoke, she couldn't help but open her arms to embrace the bell and tripod. Zhong Ding stepped back decisively and dodged. "Hey, it's just that I'm accompanying you to a party. Is it necessary for me to pledge myself to you?" he teased. Wang Ruohua felt a little embarrassed and a little angry when she was rejected. "Zhong Ding, you are a bastard and a pervert. When you see short sleeves, you immediately think of white arms and naked bodies." She cursed, turned away and strode away. However, after evening self-study, Wang Ruohua returned home, picked up her mobile phone and immediately sent a proud message in the group: "Zhong Ding will attend the party tomorrow night." The chat group immediately became lively. "Yeah, that's great. Sister Huahua is so awesome. Sister Huahua, can you let Zhong Ding come here in ancient costume? I really like the way Zhong Ding looks in ancient costume. Yes, you must dress in ancient costumes. Ancient costume +1. Ancient costume +1. Hey, Zhang Xiaoyu, I'm your boyfriend, why are you being so horny? Ancient costume +1. It's none of your business. If you can be as handsome and powerful as Zhong Ding, I promise to obey you in everything. Ancient costume +1. Ancient costume +1. If I were as handsome and powerful as Zhong Ding, would I still be attracted to you? Ha, so you can only be a pair. Luo Chang, why are you jealous? Xiaoyu is just chasing after her idol. Sister Huahua, you must keep an eye on your boyfriend. Chapter 117. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon of the next day, Xingyang Middle School officially started its New Year's Day holiday. When Zhong Ding walked down the teaching building, he saw Wang Ruohua standing in front of the stairs and waving at him. Her small hands were as white as jade and there was a smile on her pretty face. He walked over and asked, "What's the matter?" Wang Ruohua took 2 steps closer to Zhong Ding and reached out to hold Zhong Ding's right arm. Zhong Ding subconsciously wanted to hide, but he immediately realized that many classmates were watching him, so he had to let Wang Ruohua hold his arm. "Come to my house for dinner," Wang Ruohua said with a smile. Zhong Ding responded with an "Oh." Last night, Zhang Ruyue called as usual to invite him over for dinner. So the two of them walked towards the school gate together. Along the way, countless envious eyes were cast, all envious of Wang Ruohua. After leaving the school gate, Zhong Ding and Wang Ruohua got into an Audi A6. The driver started the car and drove towards Wang Ruohua's home. When they arrived at Wang Ruohua's villa, Zhong Ding was surprised to find that Wang Ruohua's father Wang Haiquan was also there. You know, to him, Wang Ruohua's father is like a mysterious dragon that he rarely sees. In the living room on the second floor, Wang Ruohua was a little surprised that her father was at home at this time. "Dad!" she called out, trotting briskly to sit next to her father. A smile appeared on Wang Haichuan's square face, and he nodded in response, then turned his gaze to Zhong Ding. "Uncle Wang, hello." Zhong Ding called politely. This time, he didn't sit down on the sofa on his own. He went to Wang Ruohua's house for dinner countless times, but met Wang Haiquan only a few times. Aunt Jiang said that Wang Haiquan was busy with work and had no time to come back for dinner. Maybe this is one of the reasons, but Zhong Ding believes that the more important reason is that Wang Haiquan doesn't like him, so he simply chooses to out of sight so as not to be bothered. Wang Haiquan was obviously looking at Zhong Ding carefully, from head to toe, with a look of surprise in his eyes. He was indeed surprised, as he clearly remembered that Zhong Ding's appearance, figure and temperament were very ordinary and not worth mentioning. However, Zhong Ding now has a tall and straight figure, handsome and elegant appearance, and outstanding temperament. He is more than just a handsome man. They say girls change a lot when they grow up. Does this also apply to boys? The reason why he was sitting here today was because he heard a piece of news about Zhong Ding yesterday. Zhong Ding performed a set of Tai Chi swordsmanship at the New Year's Day evening party of Xingyang Middle School the day before yesterday, causing 4 girls to faint due to being too excited and sent to the hospital. This matter was spread around Xingyang City as a strange gossip before and after meals. It was spread in a very magical way. People said that Zhong Ding was very handsome, a top student, and was very good at playing basketball. He was a rare talent among men. Then he found out that his beloved daughter was in love with Zhong Ding. It's not that he doesn't care about his daughter, but his daughter has always been taken care of by his wife Zhang Ruyue, so he has always been at ease. Well, sit down. Wang Haiquan came back to his senses and pointed at the sofa. Zhongding, thank you, Uncle Wang. Zhongding walked over and sat down on the sofa. Dad, don't be so serious. This is not the company, we are at home. Wang Ruohua noticed that the atmosphere was a bit solemn and spoke. Wang Haiquan turned around and looked at his daughter, who was becoming more and more beautiful. If it was before, Zhongding actually hooked up with his daughter, he would definitely break one of Zhongding's legs. However, now that he saw Zhongding, he was not so determined. Dad, why are you serious? He responded with a relaxed expression, then turned to Zhongding and asked, Xiaoding, I heard that you have been doing well in your studies recently? Zhongding, it's okay. Compared with before, it has improved a bit. Thank you, Uncle Wang, for your concern. Have there been some improvements? Wang Ruohua looked at Zhongding speechlessly. Why was this guy so humble today? Has the top student in the grade just made some improvements? Wang Haiquan asked back. He almost wanted to laugh. At such a young age, he was pretending to be modest to him. Zhongding nodded, yes. The top student in the grade can only get into Tsinghua Yanda University. He is nothing in front of Uncle Wang. You are quite modest. Wang Haiquan said, it seems that I have communicated with you too little. Zhongding, you are usually busy with work. Wang Haiquan stopped chatting with Zhongding and turned to ask Wang Ruohua, Huahua, what are your plans for New Year's Day? Study at home. Wang Ruohua said. It turned out that Zhongding planned to go to Jiangcheng on New Year's Day, but her mother had warned her some time ago to study hard, so she couldn't go to Jiangcheng with them and could only study at home. It's so hard to have a holiday, but it's so boring to study at home. Daddy will take you out to play. Wang Haiquan said lovingly. Wang Ruohua, my mother asked me to do that. Oh, then you should study hard at home. Wang Haiquan changed his tone immediately upon hearing Jiang Ruyue's request. Like a chameleon, you are in the 3rd year of high school, you must study hard. Wang Ruohua laughed and said, Dad, you have no principles. Wang Haiquan said indifferently, at home, your mother is the first principal. At this time, Jiang Ruyue's voice came from downstairs calling them down for dinner. A few minutes later, in the restaurant on the 1st floor, Zhongding and Jiang Ruyue's family sat together to eat. Jiang Ruyue still put food into Zhongding's bowl as usual, asking Zhongding to eat more. Wang Haiquan couldn't bear it, so he put some food into Wang Ruohua's bowl. After dinner, we moved to the living room on the 2nd floor. Jiang Ruyue asked Zhongding about his recent life and studies with concern. Wang Ruohua didn't stay in the living room. She went back to her room to change into a beautiful dress. There's a party tonight. Half an hour later, Wang Ruohua didn't want to wait any longer and walked out of the room. Jiang Ruyue and Wang Haiquan immediately noticed Wang Ruohua's dress. Huahua, do you want to go out? Wang Haiquan asked. Wang Ruohua said, I have a party with friends, it starts at 7:30. Jiang Ruyue stopped questioning Zhongding and said to him, you and Huahua go play. Okay. Goodbye, Aunt Jiang and Uncle Wang. Zhongding stood up and said. Then, Zhongding and Wang Ruohua left together. After Zhongding and Wang Ruohua came down the stairs, Wang Haiquan lowered his voice and asked, Wife, did you know that Huahua and Zhongding were in love early? I know. Jiang Ruyue responded calmly. Wang Haiquan was puzzled and asked, then why did you let them go out and play together? What's wrong with premature love? Jiang Ruyue asked back. Wang Haiquan was a little speechless. Only children from ordinary families would worry that early love would affect their studies and they would not be able to get into university. His daughter could go to any university in China. He said unwillingly, Huahua is still young, it's too cheap for Zhongding. You don't understand the situation. Jiang Ruyue sighed, now Huahua is pursuing Xiaoding. Wang Haiquan was stunned, his eyes wide open, unwilling to believe, and said excitedly, how is it possible? How could that boy be so worthy? How could he be so worthy? Jiang Ruyue rolled her eyes at Wang Haiquan and was too lazy to say anything more. If she told him the truth, she was afraid he would not be able to bear it and go crazy. Which parent doesn't think his or her child is the best? Which father doesn't think his or her daughter is an angel, unique and special? But the reality is always cruel. Be nicer to Xiaoding in the future and don't hold your daughter back. Jiang Ruyue said after a moment. Wang Haiquan, It's so suffocating. Chapter 118. Zhongding and Wang Ruohua walked out of the villa and took a taxi to Jinwan KTV, the most luxurious KTV in Xingyang City. As for asking Zhongding to dress up in ancient costume, that is impossible. First of all, Wang Ruohua herself doesn't want to do so, and secondly, Zhongding may not be willing either. When Zhongding followed Wang Ruohua into the huge private room for the party, almost everyone was there. There were about 30 high school students, almost all of them were high school age boys and girls from the upper circles of Qingyang City, and most of them were students from Qingyang Middle School. Wow, Sister Huahua is here. The music immediately muted and everyone went to greet her. Wang Ruohua was already in her third year of high school. With the support of the Wang family and her considerable personal charm, she naturally became the big sister. Wow, my brother-in-law is here too. Brother-in-law is so handsome. A group of people were talking at once, it was quite lively. Wang Ruohua's face was full of smiles, and she felt very proud, both because of the envious looks from her friends and because of their support, which showed her status to Zhongding. Is everyone here? Let's start the fun. Wang Ruohua said like a big sister. Some people dispersed and continued playing as they were doing, but quite a few people still stayed around. Huahua group, can you let us play with our brother-in-law? A girl requested. The other girls started to ask, yes, it's rare for my brother-in-law to come out to play. He doesn't even recognize us. Okay. Wang Ruohua responded generously and let go of Zhongding's arm. Immediately, several girls rushed over, each hugged Zhongding's arm, and then surrounded Zhongding and sat down on the sofa. Zhongding was surrounded by softness and warmth, and was speechless. Why were these girls so unrestrained? Fortunately, these girls are all good-looking, and some of them have the potential to become school beauties. Just as he was being touched by hands that came out of nowhere, Wang Ruohua said, you guys can have fun, but don't go too far. The group of girls finally calmed down. Brother-in-law, what song do you want to sing? I'll help you order it. A girl asked. Zhongding said, left hand pointing to the moon. Since you are attending this kind of party, there is no need to be low-key. If you can shock everyone, it means you may be rewarded with male god points. The last time I attended Wang Ruohua's birthday party, the system directly issued tasks. Wow, the song left hand pointing to the moon is super difficult, my brother-in-law is so awesome. Several girls immediately shouted in admiration. Zhongding was somewhat speechless and said, I haven't even started singing yet, how do you know I'm good? If my brother-in-law dares to sing, he must be able to sing. The girls said one after another. At this time, the girl went to help Zhongding order left hand pointing to the moon, and then directly cut off the song that was playing. Everyone, pay attention. Brother-in-law is going to sing pointing to the moon with the left hand. The two girls shouted. Immediately, everyone applauded, including the boys. They were also looking forward to hearing whether Zhongding was as good at singing as he was at studying and playing basketball. Hold the earth with your left hand and the sky with your right hand. The palm lines cracked with lightning in 10 directions. As Zhongding sang a line of lyrics, everyone immediately thought it sounded good, and that Zhongding's voice was so good. Wang Ruohua looked at Zhongding helplessly. She thought Zhongding would be low-key, but who knew that Zhongding would start by singing a song that is recognized as a difficult challenge in KTV? When Zhongding sang the first climax, the strong, beautiful and pleasant high notes immediately lifted everyone's spirits and they applauded in admiration. When Zhongding finished singing the entire song pointing to the moon with the left hand, everyone was almost prostrated in admiration. Brother-in-law, sing another song. One more song, brother-in-law. The girls shouted with admiration. Zhongding raised his lips and said, please order Farewell My Concubine for me. Before getting the system reward, Zhongding decided to sing another domineering song. Although left hand pointing to the moon is difficult to sing, it is a woman's song after all, so we might need to sing another male-oriented song to conquer other boys. Farewell My Concubine is a very old song, but it has a certain market in KTVs because it is grand but difficult to sing, and requires a very high voice to sing out its momentum. The key is that this song cannot be passed off with falsetto. Sure enough, after Zhongding sang Farewell My Concubine, almost everyone was completely convinced and looked at him with admiration. However, I still Haven T received the System's Male God Points reward. Zhongding was a little depressed, but he couldn't give up halfway. So, at the strong request of a group of fans, he sang the third song, Xingdu. This song is not difficult to sing, nor is it sad, but it is very difficult to sing it well, to express sincere emotions, to make people's nose feel slightly sour, their eyes moist, and their hearts move just right. After Zhongding finished singing this song, the system's voice finally rang in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for completely conquering everyone in the box with his singing, gaining a group of real-life fans, and obtaining 50 male god points. Hearing the system's voice, Zhongding couldn't help but raise his lips slightly, feeling a little surprised that he actually had 50 male god points, which was equivalent to the total of the male god points he had obtained by taking the first place in the grade in the monthly exams and midterm exams. Not bad, not bad, it's worth it for me to sing 3 songs in a row. There was no exaggerated applause or cheers. Zhongding looked around and saw that everyone's eyes were shining with tears, looking at him with admiration. My throat is a little tired after singing 3 songs in a row. You guys sing. Zhongding put down the microphone. The girls recovered and gathered around Zhongding even more. Seeing this, Wang Ruohua walked over, sat down next to Zhongding, put his arm around Zhongding, and declared his sovereignty. The girls dispersed tactfully, and the boys gathered around instead. They toasted Zhongding, introduced themselves, expressed their admiration and even worship for Zhongding, and wanted to be Zhongding's little brothers. After all, they are still high school students with relatively simple thoughts. They admire Zhongding because he impresses them in study, basketball, singing, appearance and temperament, etc., and they do not judge a hero by his identity or background. Zhongding did not refuse and accepted these younger brothers. They were able to play together with Wang Ruohua because they all had extraordinary backgrounds and their families were well known in Xinjiang City. Zhongding stayed in the box for more than an hour and left under the reluctant gazes of a group of fans. Of course, Wang Ruohua was also there. After leaving the KTV, Zhongding glanced at his still-held arm and asked, "Can you let go now?" "Who cares?" Wang Ruohua immediately let go of her hand and snorted to save face. Zhongding smiled and did not provoke Wang Ruohua. Wang Ruohua looked at the time and said, "It's still early. Then let's go to the library." Zhongding said. Wang Ruohua, "No." Then she said, "You promised me last time that you would show me Tai Chi swordsmanship. Tonight is a good time, let's go to your house." "When did I agree?" Zhongding asked in surprise. Wang Ruohua was slightly angry. "Do you want to regret it?" That night, she risked her life to call this shameless guy her brother. Zhongding shook his head and said, "It's not that I regret it, but I didn't agree at all." We can review the conversation that night. How could he put on a costume and act like a jerk just for Wang Ruohua? She's not his real girlfriend. Before he could finish, Wang Ruohua was already extremely angry. "Zhongding, I'm going to strangle you to death." Shouting, she pounced on Zhongding, who immediately ran away. Wang Ruohua was really frustrated. She had already swallowed her pride and called him brother, but it was just a teasing remark and her request was not agreed to. So, she held her breath and tried her best to catch up with Zhongding. After more than 10 minutes, Wang Ruohua was exhausted and sweating profusely, but she couldn't even touch the corner of Zhongding's clothes. But Zhongding never gave in to her and agreed to perform Tai Chi swordsmanship for her. Chapter 119. The next morning, when Zhongding was taking a taxi to the train station, he suddenly received a call from his mother Zhong Qinghuan. On the phone, Zhong Qinghuan said that she would go to Xinjiang City to visit him tomorrow and spend New Year's Day with him. New Year's Day is not an important holiday in China, but Zhong Qinghuan can only spend New Year's Day with Zhongding, and cannot spend New Year's Eve and the Spring Festival with Zhongding. After answering the call, Zhongding had no choice but to ask the taxi to turn around and go home. After returning home, Zhongding called Xiafeishue. After Xiafeishue found out, she immediately said, "It's okay. I'll go back to Xinjiang. I prefer playing in Xinjiang anyway. I'll take the bus right away, and we'll see each other this afternoon." After saying that, Xiafeishue hung up the phone. Zhongding held the phone, feeling a little ashamed, as it was mostly Xiafeishue who came to see him. Since Jiang Cheng couldn't go, Zhongding began to think about how to find a musical instrument team. After thinking for a while, he decided to ask Xiafeishue to help him make the contact. He then gave the arrangement of the Alien Divine song Big Win to the instrument team, asked them to rehearse it, and record it into audio and send it to him. Finally, he used the audio to sing and record a video. After making up his mind, Zhongding went into the study, turned on his computer and started writing a novel. Xiafeishue is coming today, and his mother Zhong Qinghuan is coming tomorrow, so he has no time to write novels, so he has to hurry up and write some. Crackling. Zhongding types very quickly, writing 40,000 to 50,000 words in an hour. He kept writing until after 11 o'clock in the morning and only stopped because of a phone call. The person who called him was Jiang Yi. What's the matter?" he asked curiously. He and Jiang Yi have a good relationship, but they haven't reached the point where they can chat directly on the phone. They always chat through WeChat or QQ. Zhang Yi's excited voice came from the phone. Zhong Ding, go to Douyin and see, you are very popular. Ah? Zhong Ding was shocked, thinking that his Douyin horn was exposed. Zhang Yi continued, during the New Year's Eve party, someone uploaded your performance of Tai Chi swordsmanship to Douyin. That video went viral and has received over 2 million likes. Is there such a thing? Zhong Ding was even more surprised. Zhang Yi smiled and said, it's true. You can search for Tai Chi swordsmanship or Qingyang Middle School New Year's Eve party on Douyin and you will find it. Thank you for telling me. I'll go up and take a look. Zhong Ding said. After the call ended, Zhong Ding was not excited at all. He is a top internet celebrity with nearly 50 million fans and more than 200 to 300 million likes. Just over 2 million likes, nothing much to worry about. However, he still opened Douyin and searched for the video to see what was going on. When I clicked on the video, I saw myself performing Tai Chi sword on the stage in ancient costume. The camera was straight and very close, and it was obviously a shot of the school stage. Looking at the video data again, there are 247.1 W likes, 139 W comments, and 82 W reposts. Clicking on the comments, I saw the following hot comments. So handsome. Wow, Tai Chi swordsmanship is so beautiful. Does it feel like a swordsman? The little brother is so handsome and has such a good temperament. It's a very special feeling. This is our Qingyang Middle School hunk. The Tai Chi swordplay performance is secondary. The main thing is that the little brother looks so good in ancient costume. He looks like a handsome young man from ancient times who has traveled through time and space. He is handsome and has a great temperament. The man on the street is as beautiful as jade, and the young master is unparalleled in the world. At this time, Zhang Yi sent a WeChat message, Zhong Ding, have you seen that video? Zhong Ding replied, I saw it. Haha, a little surprised. Thank you. Zhang Yi, shy, you're welcome. Your performance of Tai Chi swordsmanship in ancient costume is really beautiful, I like it very much. Zhong Ding joked, don't fall in love with me because of this. Zhang Yi, no, not at all. After ending the WeChat chat, Zhong Ding thought about it and decided to forward this video to Xie Feishue to give her a little surprise so that she wouldn't be too bored on the car ride. Then, he hesitated for a moment and forwarded the video to Wang Ruhua. There was a reason why he refused to agree to perform Tai Chi swordsmanship last night. He and Wang Ruhua were pretending to be a couple, so they had to keep some distance to avoid making their fake relationship real. However, Wang Ruhua was really feeling suffocated last night, so he forwarded this video to her to help her calm down and avoid getting too suffocated. On the train from Jiangcheng to Qingyang City, Xie Feishue was actually not as bored as Zhong Ding had imagined. She was wearing headphones and listening to songs sung by Zhong Ding on her mobile phone. She really likes the songs sung by Zhong Ding, not because Zhong Ding is her boyfriend. So, when Zhong Ding forwarded the video to her, she saw it immediately and clicked to watch it. When she saw the video of Zhong Ding dressed in ancient costume and looking so gorgeous, her eyes widened in surprise and joy. She was mesmerized by the outstanding and elegant posture of Zhong Ding performing Tai Chi sword. Almost at the same time, Wang Ruohua also clicked on the video. She was studying in the study with her cell phone on the table, but when she saw the message forwarded by Zhong Ding, she immediately clicked on it to read. Unexpectedly, it was a video of Zhong Ding himself performing Tai Chi swordsmanship on stage. Finally, I can see it. Wang Ruohua watched it 3 or 4 times in a row. Whenever she closed her eyes, the image of Zhong Ding in ancient costume performing Tai Chi swordsmanship would involuntarily appear in her mind, like an imprint on her. Zhong Ding waited for more than 10 minutes before he received Xie Feishue's WeChat reply. Xie Feishue, a Ding, you look so good in ancient costume. I like it so much. When we get to Qingyang, can you wear it again and show it to me? Zhong Ding couldn't help but smile, okay. Xie Feishue, yeah, I'm so happy. Zhong Ding, ha 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 ha. Xie Feishue, the video has almost 2.5 million likes, it's so popular. Zhong Ding, it's just average. All my videos are higher than this. Xie Feishue, that's different. I think it's very meaningful. Zhong Ding, okay. Xie Feishue, hee, a Ding, if you were to act, you would definitely be very popular. Your ancient costumes are amazing. Zhong Ding, please forgive me. I am not an all-around boyfriend. After chatting with Xie Feishue for 7 or 8 minutes, Zhong Ding finally received a reply from Wang Ruohua. Wang Ruohua, you are sensible. I watched the video, it's just like that. Zhong Ding, haha. Wang Ruohua, I am just telling the truth. Zhong Ding, haha. Wang Ruohua, can you stop being narcissistic? You can't listen to the truth. Zhong Ding, haha. Wang Ruohua was a little angry, is all you can do is say hee hee? Zhong Ding, haha. Wang Ruohua, bloody kitchen knife, bloody kitchen knife, bloody kitchen knife, bomb, bomb, bomb. Zhong Ding, haha. Wang Ruohua was so mad that she threw down her phone and decided to turn a blind eye to it. At 12 o'clock, the takeaway food arrived and Zhong Ding ended his chat with Xie Shue. After dinner, Zhong Ding took a short rest, brushed his teeth, washed his face, and prepared for a nap. While washing his face, looking at his handsome self in the mirror, Zhong Ding suddenly remembered that he had a level 3, 1-star appearance card that he had not used yet. This level 3, 1-star appearance card is a reward for completing the KPL Championship mission. After getting it, he was not in a hurry to use it, because the effect of the level 3 1-star appearance card was significant and it had not been long since he last used the level 3 1-star appearance card. Thus, he sank his mind slightly into his mind and confirmed the use of the third level 1-star appearance card that existed in the virtual space in his mind. The third level, 1-star appearance card turned into a colorful stream of light that enveloped Zhong Ding's face. After a moment, the colorful light faded away, and Zhong Ding looked at himself in the mirror again. He became much more handsome. Although it only improves the appearance by 1 point, the change can be seen with the naked eye. At this point, his appearance has risen to 93 points. Chapter 120. At around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhong Ding picked up Xie Shue at the passenger exit of the railway station. Xie Shue was wearing a beautiful and luxurious winter dress, her slender and sexy legs were tightly wrapped in black tights, and she was wearing a pair of long leather boots. She was dressed very trendy and fashionable. Without looking at Xie Shue's stunning face, her outfit and tall, slender figure alone are enough to attract countless eyes. Xie Shue had long hair draped over her shoulders were as sharp as a knife, her skin was as white as milk, she had a perfect oval face, her facial features were increasingly delicate, her eyes were clear, with distinct black and white, and her gaze was full of intelligence. Compared with the last time they met, Xie Shue began to pay more attention to her clothing and appearance, allowing her natural beauty to blossom. She was so beautiful that people could not look directly at her, and her turning heads rate was 100%. When Zhong Ding saw Xie Shue coming out, who even amazed him, he was glad that Xie Shue's father Chen Xiannan had arranged 2 female bodyguards to follow her at all times, otherwise he would be very worried. He suddenly felt that there was some truth in what Chen Xiannan said. If he didn't have the ability, he was not worthy of being in a relationship with Xie Shue, because he couldn't protect her and couldn't give her safety. A ding after walking out of the gate, Xie Shue immediately opened her arms and excitedly ran into Zhong Ding's arms. Zhong Ding also happily hugged Xie Shue's delicate body. Everyone around looked at Zhong Ding with envy and jealousy. This fairy-like beauty actually took the initiative to throw herself into his arms in public. After hugging for a minute or two, Xie Shue happily held Zhong Ding's arm tightly, and walked with Zhong Ding towards the taxi waiting for passengers a few dozen meters ahead. As for her luggage, it was of course carried by the 2 female bodyguards. It is still the only 5-star hotel in Xingyang City, Zhangyang International Hotel. After checking in, entering the guest room and closing the door, Xie Shue immediately couldn't wait to wrap her arms around Zhong Ding's neck and actively asked for a kiss. Zhong Ding responded by kissing Xie Shue passionately. Several minutes passed before the 2 of them stopped. A ding, I want to see you dressed in ancient costume right away. Xie Shue said coquettishly in Zhong Ding's arms. Zhong Ding, the clothes and wig are at home. Let's wait until night. Is it convenient for me to go to your house now? It's convenient. And he has already gone home. But don't you want to rest? You just got off the bus. My mind is full of you dressed in ancient costumes, how can I sleep? After I see you dressed in ancient costumes, I will rest at your house. Okay then. Zhong Ding smiled dotingly and touched Xie Shue's pretty little head. So the 2 left the hotel and took a taxi to Zhong Ding's house. When they arrived at Zhong Ding's house, Zhong Ding asked Xie Shue to sit on the sofa in the living room and wait for a while, then he went into the bedroom and closed the door. A few minutes later, the door opened, and a handsome and elegant young man walked out proudly, with a jade pendant hanging from his waist and a sheathed sword in his hand. Xie Shue looked at Zhong Ding, her beautiful eyes instantly widened and filled with wonder. She stared at Zhong Ding and slowly stood up. Miss Xie, I'm honored. Zhong Ding walked up to Xie Shue with a smile on his face, and saluted like a young swordsman in a TV movie. Xia Feishua's pretty face couldn't help but blush, her pair of clear eyes were full of tenderness. She took 2 steps forward, swallowed her saliva and called out, "A ding." Zhongding smiled brightly, revealing a row of white and neat teeth. Xia Feishua couldn't hold back any longer, and took another step forward. She put her arms around Zhongding's neck and kissed him passionately. Xia Feishua stopped only after she almost died from the kiss. The two sat down on the sofa, and Xia Feishua leaned on Zhongding's arms. "A ding, your ancient costume looks really good, I like it so much." "I'm jealous," Zhongding said with a wry smile. Xia Feishua smiled playfully. "Hee, I don't care. Otherwise, you can grow your hair long and dress in ancient costumes in the future." Zhongding smiled bitterly again. "I don't want to be watched like a monkey." The two of them flirted for more than 10 minutes, and Xia Feishua finally felt tired. So, Xia Feishua entered Zhongding's room, took off her outer skirt and went to sleep on Zhongding's bed. "Aren't you afraid that I will do something bad?" Zhongding sat on the edge of the bed and asked with a smile to Xia Feishua, who was already lying down and covered with a quilt. Xia Feishua answered the question irrelevantly. "You want to sleep together?" Zhongding's heart was pounding. "Don't play with fire. I want a kiss before I fall asleep," Xia Feishua said coquettishly. Zhongding leaned over and kissed Xia Feishua's fair and plump forehead, then stood up and walked out of the room and closed the door. Sitting down in the living room, Zhongding made a pot of tea to cool himself down. At 6 o'clock in the evening, in a high-end Western restaurant, Zhongding and Xia Feishui ordered their dishes and started chatting and laughing. About 5 or 6 minutes later, Wang Ruohua finally hurried over. "Damn it, Feishui, you only told me after you'd been in Xinjiang for most of the day." Wang Ruohua sat down opposite him, pretending to be angry. Xia Feishui apologized with a smile on her face. Wang Ruohua was not satisfied, not sincere. "I finally understand. Once you have a boyfriend, you think your bestie is a light bulb. Then what does it take to be sincere?" Xia Feishui asked. Wang Ruohua rolled her black grape-like eyes and said with a smile, "Come and sit with me." "Feishui, ignore her," Zhongding said immediately. Xia Feishua reached out under the table and held Zhongding's hand, smiling at him soothingly, then stood up and walked over to sit next to Wang Ruohua. After dinner, the three of them went shopping together in the pedestrian street in the city center. Xia Feishua held one of Zhongding's arms, while Wang Ruohua walked on the other side of Zhongding. It seemed that Zhongding was surrounded by women on both sides. However, they are accustomed to this kind of shopping movement. The pedestrian street is colorful, with neon lights everywhere and crowds of tourists. When the three were strolling happily, they suddenly heard a surprised cry, "Zhongding! Zhongding!" Zhongding subconsciously turned his head to look at the sound and saw Zhang Jiahao waving at him happily and walking towards him quickly. Zhang Jiahao's girlfriend Song Mengmeng was also there. "Jiaha!" Zhongding couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. He hasn't seen Zhang Jiahao since he skipped a grade and went to senior year of high school. They only chat on WeChat or QQ, or play a few games of Honor of Kings together. "Of course I was happy to meet you accidentally while shopping." Zhang Jiahao quickly walked in front of Zhongding. He subconsciously glanced at Xia Feishua, who was holding Zhongding's arm, and then turned to look at Wang Ruohua, who was standing on the other side of Zhongding with a strange expression. Not only him, but Song Mengmeng as well. "What's the matter?" Zhongding asked with some confusion. At this moment, he felt Wang Ruohua holding his other arm. Suddenly, he understood. Wang Ruohua is his girlfriend known to the whole school, but now his ex-girlfriend Xia Feishua is holding his arm intimately, but Wang Ruohua does not. The loophole is too big. Zhang Jiahao was moved when he saw Wang Ruohua also holding Zhongding's arm intimately. "Zhongding, I admire you so much." He couldn't help but reveal a look of intense admiration. The two top school beauties coexisted peacefully, holding Zhongding's arms on the left and right. All the boys in Xinjiang Middle School would never dare to dream about this in their lifetime.